May 31st, 2035. Qingqing number 3 High School, Class 6 of Grade 3. Chen Fan took an entire class period to regain his composure. He rubbed his head, still feeling the pain. He was certain this wasn't a dream, he had truly transmigrated. This world was called Blue Star, and it was very similar to the one he came from. The only difference was that, 100 years ago, there hadn't been a world war here. Instead, many interdimensional spaces had appeared. The entrances to these spaces were scattered across Blue Star, and inside lived powerful beasts. From time to time, these beasts would rush out and attack humans. Fortunately, humans gradually awakened supernatural abilities, barely managing to fend off these creatures. In this world, at the age of 16, right after the first year of high school, schools organize an ability awakening ceremony. Students who successfully awaken abilities are placed into special ability classes and have the chance to enter ability universities in the future. From then on, they can go to the battlefield to kill enemies and protect humanity, enjoying a status far above ordinary people. Those who fail to awaken abilities are assigned to liberal arts classes, take the regular college entrance exams, and can only end up doing ordinary, low-level jobs in the future. What made Chen Fan feel utterly hopeless was that the body he now inhabited hadn't awakened any abilities. He was just one of the worst-ranked students in the liberal arts class. Just my luck getting a second chance at life, and I'm still just an ordinary person. Not only that, but I'm the worst in the liberal arts class. This is literally the bottom of the school hierarchy. Chen Fan had no energy left to complain anymore. He hesitated, wondering if he should just bang his head against the wall. Who knows, maybe he transmigrate again. At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Task system binding in progress. Estimated completion time, 1 hour. Haha, I knew it. I have a system. Chen Fan was so excited that he slapped his thigh hard. Ouch. Chen Fan, have you lost your mind? His deskmate, Dong Xiaohu, grimaced in pain but kept his voice low due to the ongoing class. Haha, don't mind me. I got excited. Chen Fan quickly apologized in a whisper. If you're excited, slap your own thigh. Why slap mine? Dong Xiaohu rolled his eyes while rubbing his leg. Chen Fan shot him a look. Are you dumb? Slapping my own thigh would hurt. Dong Xiaohu was speechless. Chen Fan. Dong Xiaohu. Pay attention in class. A sweet voice came from the podium. Standing there was their young and beautiful teacher, Wang Yinran, dressed in professional attire with high heels, her long black hair cascading down. In Chen Fan's memory, she was their homeroom teacher and the goddess in the hearts of all the boys at Qingqing number 3 High School. That face, that figure absolutely stunning. Chen Fan glanced at her and couldn't help but compare her to the top celebrities from his previous life, concluding that she was even better. Throughout the class, Chen Fan occasionally glanced at the countdown in his mind, occasionally admired the beauty of his teacher, and before he knew it, class was over. Wang Yinran closed her textbook and addressed the class. Don't forget to complete your college entrance exam registration on the system tonight. Chen Fan, come to my house tonight to register. Wow. As soon as Teacher Wang left the classroom, a wave of murmurs broke out. Chen Fan is so lucky. He gets to go to Teacher Wang's house to register. I heard Teacher Wang is still single. Getting to spend time alone with her so jealous. It's probably because Chen Fan is an orphan, so Teacher Wang trusts him to handle it himself. Chen Fan is still ranked last in class. He is only taking the college entrance exam to make up the numbers. Honestly, he shouldn't even bother at just be embarrassing to get such a low score. The male students, driven by jealousy, mocked Chen Fan relentlessly, their words dripping with disdain. Chen Fan ignored them, but Dong Xiaohu stood up to defend him. We're all classmates. Saying things like that is too much. Whether Chen Fan takes the exam or not is his business. What right do you have to judge? Someone immediately retorted, we're just reminding him not to overestimate himself. With grades that bad, why trouble Teacher Wang? Besides, the registration fee for the college entrance exam is $1,000. Where's an orphan like him going to get the money? Obviously, Teacher Wang will pay for him. And then when he scores a few dozen points, how sad will she be? You've gone too far. I'll pay his registration fee. Dong Xiaohu's face turned red with anger. This chubby guy has got a sense of loyalty. Chen Fan, touched, patted his shoulder and had him sit back down. Chun Fan turned to the jeering students and spoke calmly. If you think me taking the exam is a waste of money, why don't we make a bet? A bet on what? On who LL score worse than you? Class President Li Wenbin sneered. The surrounding classmates burst into laughter. Haha, he really has no self-awareness. Chun Fan snorted coldly. Of course, a bet on who can get into a better university. Huh, that's the funniest joke I've heard in my life. Do you even know who you are? Li Wenbin couldn't help but laugh, his eyes full of mockery. After laughing, he said coldly, Fine. If you want to make a fool of yourself, I'll humor you. What's the wager? If you lose, you'll run 800 meters naked on the school track while shouting, Chun Fan is my dad. Of course, if I lose, I'll do the same, Chun Fan replied nonchalantly. It's a deal. Li Wenbin looked around at everyone. You all heard it, don't let anyone back out later. Don't worry, I've recorded it. No one's getting out of this, said a classmate holding a phone. Chun Fan, you're going to embarrass yourself. Li Wenbin slung his backpack over his shoulder, gave Chun Fan a disdainful glance, and walked out of the classroom. That guy is pretty full of himself. Chun Fan watched his departing figure, debating whether to follow him and teach him a lesson with a sack over his head. Beside him, Dong Xiaohu looked at Chun Fan with pity. Chun Fan, have you lost your mind today? Li Wenbin is the top student in the liberal arts department, practically guaranteed to get into Peking University. You're just asking for trouble. So what if he is number one? I'm aiming for an ability university. Chun Fan sneered, saying no more. He turned to the classmate who had recorded the video. Make sure to send me a copy. Everyone was speechless. They couldn't figure out where Chun Fan's sudden confidence came from today. A few minutes later, Chun Fan left empty-handed, not even taking his backpack, and headed home. The countdown in his mind finally hit 0, and the mechanical voice sounded again. System binding complete. Haha, the system is online, I'm invincible now. Chun Fan excitedly checked the system panel in his mind. Host, Chun Fan. Ability, none. Level, none. Physique, 12. Mental strength, 8. Skills, none. Evaluation, a total weakling. Current mission, save Yang Chu Chu, countdown 5 minutes. Mission difficulty, F. You're the weakling. Your whole family is weaklings. Chun Fan felt a heavy blow in his heart and couldn't help but retort inwardly. However, he quickly shifted his focus to the mission panel. What does this current mission mean? Chun Fan stared at the system, frowning deeply. The familiar electronic voice sounded again. The system will issue missions at irregular intervals. Completing a mission will grant a chance to draw a reward. Considering the host has not awakened yet, completing this mission will allow participation in the ability extraction. So that is how it is. Chun Fan understood but frowned again. But who is Yang Chu Chu? Chun Fan kept his eyes on the countdown. Only 4 minutes and 30 seconds remained, and his anxiety kept rising. System, tell me who Yang Chu Chu is. The world is so big, where am I supposed to find her? No matter how much he shouted, the system gave no response. Don't panic. The system wouldn't issue a mission for no reason. With such a short countdown, it means she must be nearby. But as Chun Fan scanned his surroundings, there wasn't a single person on the deserted street. This is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Just as he was about to despair, a girl's scream came from afar. The sound came from ahead. Chun Fan felt elated and immediately ran toward the direction of the voice. A dozen seconds later, he reached the end of the road. Turning to the right, he saw a girl wearing the uniform of Qingqing City 3rd High School cornered by 3 delinquent youths against a wall. She is beautiful, so pure-looking. Chun Fan's eyes lit up. The girl was about 1.65 meters tall, with fair skin, a ponytail, and large, bright eyes, exuding youthful charm. At this moment, her face was pale, her back against the wall, and her whole body tense with fear. The 3 delinquent youths, however, were unusually excited, like wolves eyeing their prey. The leader, a yellow-haired youth, teased, "Hey, little girl, why don't you come have a drink with us at the bar and chat about life?" As he spoke, he placed one hand on the girl's shoulder and tried to lift her chin with the other. Seeing this, Chun Fan couldn't wait any longer. He shouted, "Let her go? I'm here." The group froze at the sudden voice and turned to glare at him angrily. "Kid, shouting like that, are you looking for death?" Chun Fan ignored them and turned to the girl. Are you Yang Chu-Chu? The girl was too frightened to speak and could only nod repeatedly. Found the right person. Chun Fan felt a surge of relief. He cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing in the air, and strode toward the three delinquents. The three were stunned. Is this guy not afraid of us? Could he be an ability user? The yellow-haired leader snapped out of it and was furious. If it weren't for that school uniform of yours, I might have believed you were an ability user. In their school, ability users and non-ability students wore distinctly different uniforms, making it easy to distinguish between the two. This kid wants to play hero and rescue the beauty? Get him. Beat him so bad, he won't be able to take care of himself anymore. Chun Fan felt no fear. Though he wasn't an ability user, he was skilled in martial arts. His parents were tragically killed in the aftermath of a battle between ability users, leaving behind only him and his young sister to fend for themselves. At a young age, the compensation money was swindled by his uncle's family, forcing them into a life of hardship. To support his sister and make ends meet, Chun Fan started working as a sparring partner for ability users at the Warwolf Martial Arts Hall every weekend. Years of beatings had honed him into a formidable fighter. Newly awakened ability users, without using their powers, had no chance against him, let alone these street punks. Chun Fan moved swiftly, easily dodging a kick aimed at his chest. He countered with a powerful punch to his attacker's jaw. A resounding crack echoed as the youth's jaw dislocated, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. One punch, KO. Chun Fan smirked mischievously. This body isn't too bad, at least his fighting skills are solid. Third brother. The remaining two delinquents, enraged at the sight of their fallen comrade, charged at Chun Fan together. Chun Fan caught one's fist mid-air and delivered a kick to his abdomen, sending him flying 2 meters away. Meanwhile, the last delinquent managed to land a punch on Chun Fan's chest. But compared to ability users, this punch lacked power. Chun Fan, accustomed to taking blows from inhuman strength, didn't even flinch. Tickling me. Chun Fan grabbed the delinquent by the collar, pulled him close, and slapped him across the face over a dozen times, knocking out all his teeth. From the first punch to now, less than 30 seconds had passed. All three delinquents were writhing in pain on the ground. Yang Chu-Chu, watching from the side, stared at Chun Fan with admiration in her eyes. This senior is so cool. Chun Fan had no time to acknowledge her gaze. He immediately checked the system. The countdown was still ticking. What? I haven't completed the mission yet. Chun Fan panicked. Do I have to make these thugs leave for it to count? A thought crossed his mind, and he coldly said to the three on the ground, "Get lost." Terrified, the three scrambled to their feet, stumbling as they fled. But even after they disappeared completely, the system panel still showed the mission as incomplete. Seriously, system? Stop messing with me. Chun Fan stared at the countdown, which now showed only 1 minute remaining. He was frantic. Could there still be danger nearby? He scanned the surroundings. It was so quiet that even the chirping of insects could be heard. Where could the danger be? Could it be Yang Chu-Chu herself? Is she about to faint and need CPR? Chun Fan's mind raced. At that moment, Yang Chu-Chu noticed the sweat on his forehead and asked worriedly, "Senior, are you okay?" Huh? Chun Fan snapped out of his thoughts and looked seriously at the girl in front of him. She had already calmed down from her earlier panic and showed no signs of fainting. Chun Fan glanced at the countdown in his mind. 40 seconds left and grew increasingly anxious. He grabbed her shoulders and shook her lightly. "Classmate, are you feeling unwell anywhere?" "I am fine. It's just that I twisted my ankle while running earlier." Yang Chu-Chu's voice was soft, her heart warming. This senior wasn't only brave enough to chase away the bad guys, but also so concerned about her injury. A twisted ankle? Take off your shoe. Chun Fan urged desperately. Time was of the essence. Huh? Yang Chu-Chu was stunned. "Forget it. I'll do it myself." Seeing her hesitate, Chun Fan squatted down, grabbed her foot, and began untying her shoelaces. Hey. Yang Chu-Chu flailed her hands in a panic, her face turning as red as an apple. Chun Fan moved swiftly, quickly helping her remove her shoes and socks, revealing a small, pale, tender foot. "Senior, don't." Yang Chu-Chu's face turned even redder. "This foot is fine." Chun Fan frowned, looking at her. No, it's not this foot. Yang Chuchu whispered, her mind flashing to scenes from idol dramas. Could this senior be her white knight? Huh? Then why didn't you say so earlier? Chun Fan hurriedly removed the other shoe, and sure enough, her ankle was swollen. Bear with it. Chun Fan glanced at the countdown timer, which only had 5 seconds left. He quickly grabbed her ankle, twisting it back and forth with a few cracking sounds, and reset the bone just before the countdown hit 0. Yang Chuchu let out a soft cry. By the time she realized it, her ankle felt much better, completely pain-free. Is it better? Yang Chuchu's eyes widened, and her face turned so red it looked like it could drip water. Chun Fan didn't pay attention to her instead. He turned to the system panel in a hurry. Host, Chun Fan. Ability, none. Level, none. Physique, 12. Mental strength, 8. Skills, none. Evaluation, a weak and powerless chick. Current mission, save Yang Chuchu. Mission completed. The host is now eligible for an ability draw. Mission difficulty, F. It changed. The system panel changed. Haha, my ability is coming. Chun Fan was overjoyed inside. At this moment, Yang Chuchu said shyly, Senior, you're still holding onto my foot. Huh? Oh, sorry. Chun Fan quickly let go, his face awkward. Haha, young classmate, you're safe now. I'll take my leave. Chun Fan prepared to walk away coolly, wanting to stay low-key. After all, he didn't want to be seen as strange. Say, Senior, wait. Yang Chuchu called out to him. Anything else, classmate? Chun Fan turned back, feigning seriousness, with a sunny smile that made him look like a cheerful young man. Yang Chuchu looked helpless as she said, Senior, I'm too scared to walk this path alone. Can you escort me to the intersection ahead? Huh? This? Chun Fan hesitated for a moment. He had been eager to activate the ability draw, but seeing Yang Chuchu's pure and anxious face, his sympathy was immediately triggered. Damn this sympathy. Damn this protective instinct. Chun Fan cursed himself internally, but looking at her face that could make hearts flutter, he said, Well, since it's on my way, I'll walk with you. Thank you, Senior. Yang Chuchu quickly put on her shoes and hurried to catch up excitedly. Senior, my name is Yang Chuchu, a sophomore in Class 2 at Qingqing High. What about you? Yang Chuchu's cheeks were still a bit flushed, though the dimming light made it hard to notice. Me? I'm Chun Fan. Fan as in ordinary. Chun Fan responded casually. I'm in Class 6, senior year. Senior year. There was a hint of disappointment in Yang Chuchu's tone. She didn't mean anything by it, it was just that in a week, she'd face college entrance exams, and after that, she might never see this senior who had saved her from danger again. Young classmate, this path is quite dangerous. Girls generally don't take this route, Chun Fan kindly reminded her. I didn't know. Normally, my dad's driver picks me up at the school gate, but today he got held up. I thought I'd walk a bit by myself. Yang Chuchu recalled the earlier incident and instinctively moved closer to Chun Fan in fear. Senior, you're so kind. Yang Chuchu muttered quietly. What's this even about? Miss, don't get so close. Chun Fan thought helplessly. A few minutes later, the two emerged from the path and arrived at a crossroads. At that moment, a Bentley stopped quickly in front of them. A thin man in his 30s got out of the car, walking swiftly to Yang Chuchu. Miss, I'm late. This guy must be a second-tier or higher ability user. Chun Fan was startled. He had seen many ability users before, and this man's aura far exceeded that of ordinary people. Seeing him, Yang Chuchu's nose tingled, and tears slid down her delicate face. Uncle Chien, you're finally here. I almost got bullied, woo-woo. Who's so bold? Uncle Chien's face darkened with anger as he coldly stared at Chun Fan. Was it this kid? Chun Fan instantly felt a chill run down his spine, as if a tiger had locked onto him. It felt like if Yang Chuchu nodded, he'd be finished in the next second. Uncle Chien, it wasn't he the senior. Yang Chuchu quickly stepped in front of Chun Fan and explained everything in detail. After hearing the story, Uncle Chien's expression became even gloomier. Miss, don't worry. I'll have someone teach those hooligans a lesson they'll never forget. He shot Chun Fan a cold glance before urging, Miss, get in the car. Let us go. Yang Chuchu turned back reluctantly to bid Chun Fan farewell. It wasn't he until the Bentley disappeared into the distance that Chun Fan withdrew his gaze. There was something strange about Uncle Qian. Although he appeared angry when Yang Chuchu recounted the incident, his eyes remained calm, far from what someone genuinely concerned would look like. Chun Fan couldn't figure it out, so he temporarily set it aside. After all, he was eager to start the ability draw. "System, can I begin the ability draw now?" Chun Fan asked. An electronic voice replied. "Host, please note, after drawing an ability, your body will remain stiff for half an hour, during which movement will be impossible. Would you like to proceed now?" Of course not," Chun Fan exclaimed and hurriedly ran towards home. 10 minutes later, Chun Fan rushed home. As he opened the door, he was greeted by a delicate little girl who looked like a porcelain doll. This was his 8-year-old sister, Chin Tong Tong. Tong Tong waddled around him on her short legs, her face full of disappointment and grievance. "Brother, you promised to buy fried chicken for Tong Tong this morning. This is my sister. So adorable." Chun Fan looked at her, his heart filled with affection. Damn it, the previous me was such a sister-obsessed maniac. Chun Fan silently mocked himself. Looking at the little girl in front of him, he said dotingly, "Tong Tong, be good." Brother forgot because he was busy. "I promise I'll buy it for you tomorrow." "But you said the same thing yesterday." Tong Tong's eyes welled up with tears, looking like she was about to cry. Ugh, the old me was so unreliable. Chun Fan thought helplessly. Seeing Tong Tong's pitiful expression, his heart ached. Fine, let us soothe this little ancestor first. Chun Fan had inherited all the memories of his past self and genuinely adored his little sister. "Tong Tong, what else do you want to eat? Brother will buy it all for you." Chun Fan pinched her little cheek and said gently, "I also want to eat double-skim milk, grilled sausages, candied hawthorn, and so much more." Tong Tong excitedly listed off more than 10 kinds of snacks. "Can your little belly hold that much?" Chun Fan teased with a smile. "It can, brother." Tong Tong's face was full of anticipation. "All right, just wait here." Chun Fan locked the door and dashed downstairs. About 10 minutes later, he returned with over 10 plastic bags in hand. "Tong Tong, you can only eat a little of each, or you'll get a stomachache tonight," Chun Fan instructed, then turned on the television and switched to her favorite cartoon before heading back to his room. "System, start the ability lottery." Chun Fan lay on his bed and gave the command to the system. Lottery starting. With the electronic prompt, the system interface in Chun Fan's mind transformed. A massive roulette wheel appeared, divided into numerous segments of varying sizes. Chun Fan glanced at it, noting that each segment displayed the name of a different ability. B-Class Fire Ability, D-Class Speed Ability, A-Class Thunder Ability, SSS-Class Spatial Ability, SSS-Class Temporal Ability, S-Class Mental Storm Ability. Chun Fan's gaze quickly locked onto a few abilities marked as SSS class. "If I could draw an SSS class, I'd practically be flying," he thought excitedly, though he didn't hold much hope. After all, the areas for SSS class abilities were minuscule, practically a thin line, making the chances of landing one pitifully low. "As long as I can draw something A class or above, I'll be satisfied," he consoled himself. At Qingqing City's third high school, out of over 600 ability users, only 3 had A-class abilities. The roulette began to spin, flashing past one ability after another as Chun Fan grew increasingly tense. After a dozen breaths, the wheel finally stopped, and the pointer landed on a tiny segment. Chun Fan focused his eyes. SS class ability Thunder Devourer Physique. Though it's not SSS class, SS class is already incredibly strong. After all, in over 100 years on Blue Star, SSS class ability users can be counted on one hand. Besides, my system can keep drawing. Maybe I'll get an SSS class ability in the future. Chun Fan was very pleased. Though he didn't know the exact effects of the Thunder Devourer Physique, its SS class rating already spoke volumes about its power. As he pondered, the system's prompt sounded again. Ability extraction complete. Initiating ability infusion. In the next moment, a tingling sensation, like an electric current, spread from his brain throughout his entire body, leaving him completely paralyzed. The tingling lasted for half an hour before gradually fading. The system's voice chimed in. Congratulations to the host for mastering the SS class ability Thunder Devourer Physique. The Thunder Devourer Physique is a powerful ability suited for both close combat and long-range attacks. Its enhancements to the host's physique grant speed and strength far beyond those of other ability users at the same level. Additionally, the Thunder Devourer Physique is a top-tier mutation within the Thunder abilities, granting mastery over lightning far superior to ordinary Thunder users. It's the strongest Lightning King in existence. Note: the Thunder Devourer Physique has a special trait: absorbing lightning can make you stronger. After hearing the system's explanation, Chun Fan was overjoyed. This ability was far more powerful than he had imagined. He suppressed his excitement and hurried to check the system panel. Host: Chun Fan. Ability: Thunder Devourer Physique SS. Level: Tier 1, Beginner. Physique: 22. Mental Power: 16. Skills: 9 Heavens Thunder Field, Thunder Flash, Thunder Palm. Evaluation: Weak and helpless little chick. Current task: none. Task difficulty: none. Wow, my physique has nearly doubled. Is this the boost from awakening the Thunder Devourer Physique? Chun Fan was overjoyed. The average person's physique was generally around 8. He had already reached 12, which was the limit for ordinary people. He knew that newly awakened ability users typically had a physique of about 13. Without using abilities, with his excellent physical skills, he had an 80% chance of defeating them in combat. But upon awakening, his physique had skyrocketed to an astounding 22, an incredible leap. With such a physique, his explosive power and combat effectiveness would increase exponentially when using his ability. Defeating fierce beasts like tigers and bears would be a breeze. This is the advantage of high-level abilities. Chun Fan excitedly turned to the skills panel. Are these 3 skills part of the Thunder Devourer Physique? Others would have to spend countless hours practicing to master them, and I get them immediately upon awakening. This is insane. 9 Heavens Thunder Field created a thunder field around him, with 9 thunder dragons coiling within, controlled by his thoughts. Its offensive and defensive capabilities were incredibly strong, but its energy consumption was massive, so it wouldn't be used lightly. Thunder Flash was a dodging skill, allowing him to teleport within a certain range to evade attacks or launch surprise moves, a true divine ability. Thunder Palm had lower energy consumption, generating thunder in his palm to greatly enhance his striking power and destructive force. This is 2 strong SS class abilities are truly extraordinary. Chun Fan nearly shouted in excitement. But the system still evaluates me as a weak and helpless little chick. That's a bit harsh. He was just about to argue with the system when his door suddenly swung open. Brother, why does your room stink so much? Tong Tong covered her nose and ran out. Huh. Chun Fan finally noticed that he was covered in a layer of black sludge, reeking of a foul stench. Could this be a cleansing of impurities? Did the awakening expel all the toxins from my body? His eyes widened in shock. As expected of an SS class ability, Chun Fan rushed into the bathroom, scrubbing off the grime until the stench was gone. Looking at himself in the mirror, he felt even more handsome than before. How many girls am I going to charm in the future? Chun Fan chuckled mischievously, stroking his chin. Brother, are you done? Big Sis Ran called. Tong Tong's childish voice came from outside the bathroom. Huh? Sis Ran? Wang Yinran. Chun Fan immediately pictured the beautiful face of the teacher from his classroom. He walked out of the bathroom leisurely, picked up his phone, and answered the call. Hello? Chun Fan. Didn't you say you'd come to my house tonight to complete your college entrance exam registration? Did you forget? Wang Yinran's voice carried a hint of annoyance. I'm registering for the martial arts exam too. How can going to your house help me register? Chun Fan muttered to himself, then casually said, Sister Yinran, I've already registered myself to save you the trouble. Chun Fan, what on earth is wrong with you? Do you know this is a major event in your life? If there's any mistake in the information, you won't be eligible to take the college entrance exam. Can you take some responsibility for yourself? From the other end of the phone came Wang Yinran's furious roar, clearly very upset. Sister Yinran, don't be mad. I've checked it 3 times. There's absolutely no problem. Chun Fan quickly reassured her. Wang Yinran lived in the same neighborhood as he did. They had known each other for a few years. After graduating from university, she started teaching at Qingqing number 3 High School, where Chen Fan happened to study. She had always taken good care of him, and privately, Chen Fan would call her Sister Yinran. Chen Fan, just wait. I'm coming over for a home visit. Wang Yinran roared and hung up. Oh no. Chen Fan rushed to his computer. It only took Wang Yinran 5 minutes to walk over from the neighborhood. He needed to complete his registration immediately. Tong Tong, help me tidy up the table. Sister Yinran will be here any moment. Chen Fan instructed as he swiftly turned on the computer and logged into the college entrance exam registration system. Name, Chen Fan. Gender, male. Chen Fan's fingers flew across the keyboard as he filled in his personal information. Finally, he decisively selected the exam category, martial arts stream. 5 minutes later, he scanned a QR code with his phone to pay the fee and successfully completed his registration. Right at that moment, the doorbell rang. Wang Yinran had arrived. That was close. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief and called Tong Tong to open the door. Seconds later, a tall, stunningly beautiful woman in casual clothes appeared before him. Before he could react, her long, straight, fair legs strode toward him, and the next moment, a slender, pale hand grabbed his ear. Chen Fan, have you been misbehaving? Wang Yinran, like a fierce witch, twisted his ear hard. Sister Yinran, ouch, ouch, let go. Chen Fan quickly reached out to pry her fingers off. Her hand was cool, soft, and carried a faint fragrance, causing his heartbeat to speed up. Humph. Wang Yinran only released him after twisting his ear for over 10 seconds, then plopped down on the sofa. When she saw the table piled with snacks, her anger flared up even more. Chen Fan, what kind of brother are you? How could you buy so much junk food for Tong Tong? She's just a little kid. Oh no. Chen Fan awkwardly shot Tong Tong a glare. Hadn't he asked her to clean up the table earlier? These things should be been hidden, my little darling. Chen Fan, you're too much. Not only are you irresponsible for yourself, but you're also irresponsible for Tong Tong. Wang Yinran glared at him, ready to scold him again at any moment. Faced with her accusations, Chen Fan, of course, wouldn't he admit fault so easily. Those snacks are for me, not Tong Tong. After saying this, he hurriedly stuffed all the snacks on the table into the fridge. Humph. Wang Yinran huffed angrily, rolling her eyes at him before redirecting her attention to his college entrance exam registration. Xiao Fan, open the registration system for me to check. If I find any mistakes, you're in big trouble. Chen Fan didn't want her to discover his secret just yet, so he feigned confidence and said, Sister Yinran, trust me, I've done it right. There's no need to check. I trust you the least when it comes to getting things done. Wang Yinran stood up, walked to the computer, and started operating it naturally. Ah, Sister Yinran, a guy's computer is private, you can't just look at it. Chen Fan quickly tried to snatch the mouse to stop her. What? Got some secrets to hide? As your teacher, I have even more reason to check. If I find you've been looking at anything inappropriate, you're done for. Wang Yinran frowned. This. Chen Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, she was his teacher, and whatever she said was justified. Wang Yinran took the mouse back, opened the browser history, found the registration system, and clicked on it without any trouble. She carefully reviewed every detail from start to finish, missing nothing. Martial arts stream. When she saw the last item, her eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Fan. The beautiful woman's furious roar rang out once again. You? Her chest heaved violently as she gritted her teeth, her eyes practically spitting fire. It took her a while to regain her composure. Chen Fan, how is this being responsible? You even got the most important exam category wrong. Sister Yinran, let me explain. Chen Fan hurriedly tried to explain. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Wang Yinran interrupted him like a sulking child, giving him no chance to speak. Both Chen Fan and Tong Tong were stunned, and the room fell into an awkward silence. A few seconds later, Wang Yinran seemed to convince herself of something and surprisingly began to comfort Chen Fan. Xiao Fan, what's done is done. With your grades, you wouldn't have gotten into a good university anyway. Why not just give up this year? I hope you'll retake next year and focus on improving your studies. Do you understand me? Retake? Do I look like someone who retake? Chen Fan thought to himself, but he replied earnestly, Sister Yinran, you misunderstood me. I chose the martial arts stream on purpose because I'm going to take the martial arts entrance exam. Are you serious? Wang Yinran looked at him in disbelief. According to the rules of the Daxia Education Bureau, liberal arts students were allowed to register for the martial arts entrance exam. More importantly, if they performed well during the exam, they could earn a chance for an ability awakening. However, for ordinary people, the martial arts entrance exam was extremely dangerous. The exam took place in a specialized dimensional space filled with ferocious beasts, where the risks were terrifyingly high. Liberal arts students taking the martial arts entrance exam was akin to courting death. Among the millions of liberal arts students nationwide each year, only a handful of defiant individuals dared to sign up for the martial arts exam. Nearly all of them met their demise. Since the establishment of the Daxia examination system, only one person had successfully passed the martial arts exam. That person's extraordinary performance earned them a second ability awakening, propelling them to legendary status as Daxia's white-clad war god, Luo Changsheng. Wang Yinran stared at Chen Fan seriously. I know you're physically capable, but even so, you're no match for those beasts. You can't just think about yourself, think about Tong Tong too. She only has you as her family. If you die in the martial arts exam, what will happen to her? Wang Yinran's face was full of concern, and Chen Fan felt deeply moved. Sister Yinran, watch this, Chen Fan said, then reached out to grab a corner of the coffee table. With a single hand, he effortlessly lifted the meter-long table. He used his actions to tell her that he was very confident about passing the martial arts exam. Xiao Fan, how are you so strong? Wang Yinran asked in surprise. For an ordinary person, lifting an entire table would be difficult, let alone effortlessly lifting it by just gripping one corner, something that was several times harder. Chen Fan didn't reveal the secret of his awakening. Keeping a sense of mystery, after all, was far more likely to attract attention from girls. He smiled and said, I was born with immense strength. Some even say I'm the reincarnation of Xiangyu, the overlord of Western Chu. That's why I have a great chance of passing the martial arts exam. Don't worry. You, the reincarnation of Xiangyu? If you're the overlord, then doesn't that make me Yuji? Wang Yinran teased lightly. As soon as she said that, she realized Xiangyu and Yuji were, in fact, a pair. Her face flushed slightly, and she quickly changed the subject. Xiao Fan, have you really thought this through? Even if you're strong, the risks are still high. Don't worry, Yinranjia. With the power of my biceps, even exotic beasts would have to admit defeat, Chen Fan said, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his muscular arms. Haha, Wang Yinran burst into laughter, her smile radiant. So beautiful, Chen Fan murmured, staring at her, momentarily dazed. Chen Fan, what are you staring at? Wang Yinran noticed his odd behavior and shot him a glare. Chen Fan quickly chuckled awkwardly, trying to hide his racing heartbeat. By the way, Yinran Jia, how old are you this year? 23. What? Wang Yinran asked, puzzled. She's 23, and I'm only 18. She's 5 years older than me. They say if a woman is 3 years older, it's like holding gold. If she's 5 years older, it's like holding a treasure trove. Chen Fan muttered under his breath. What are you mumbling about? Wang Yinran didn't catch his words, but she knew he was up to no good. She rolled her eyes at him and pulled Tong Tong into a conversation. Few finally got through that one. Chen Fan exhaled in relief, suddenly feeling hungry. Yinran Jia, I'm heading to the kitchen to make something to eat. With that, he disappeared into the kitchen. He wasn't picky about food, so he casually cooked a bowl of noodles. In the living room, Wang Yinran began advising Tong Tong. Tong Tong, don't follow your brother's example. Pay attention in class and make sure to finish your homework on time, understand? A few minutes later, Chen Fan came out of the kitchen with his noodles, only to witness an awkward scene. Tong Tong was pointing at Wang Yinran's ample chest. Yin Jiejia, why is this part of you so big? Are you hiding snacks in there? Let me check. Wang Yinran's face darkened. Tong Tong, who told you that having this part big means there are snacks? When you grow up, you'll be like this too. It's just a normal part of a girl's development. Really? Tong Tong looked doubtful. But brother said if it's big, it means snacks are hidden there. Chen Fan was speechless. I'm out. He quickly retreated back to the kitchen. Chen Fan. Wang Yinran shouted angrily. If you don't know what you're talking about, stop teaching nonsense to kids. Looking at Tong Tong, Wang Yinran's face was full of pity. This child lost her mother at a young age. I'll have to take better care of her in the future, or she'll end up ruined by Chen Fan. She turned toward the kitchen and yelled, Chen Fan, tomorrow's the weekend. I'm taking Tong Tong to the amusement park to play. Got it, Yinran Jia. Chen Fan readily agreed. At 8:15 in the evening, Wang Yinran left Chen Fan's place. Tong Tong was already so tired that she could barely keep her eyes open. Chen Fan carried her to his room, tidied up the place, and finally returned to his bedroom. Picking up his phone, he saw over a dozen missed calls. Is Dong Xiaohu crazy? Calling me so many times this late. Just as Chen Fan hesitated about whether to call back, Dong Xiaohu's call came in again. Chen Fan sighed and answered. On the other end, the chubby boy's voice was urgent. Chen Fan, you're done for. Someone posted the video of your bet with Li Wenbin in our Grade S group chat. You're the center of attention. Now over 1,000 people in the group are waiting to watch you make a fool of yourself. Li Wenbin's in the group too, mocking you with his snide remarks. Chen Fan sneered. Are you sure they're waiting to laugh at me? Not Li Wenbin. Dong Xiaohu was momentarily speechless. Bro, it's a critical moment, and you're still so confident? Anything else? If not, I'm hanging up, Chen Fan said lazily, lying back on his bed. Dong Xiaohu quickly added, right, there's something else. What have you been up to today? Someone has been asking for your WeChat ID, came straight to me to inquire. Who? Chen Fan asked, puzzled. Yang Chu-Chu, the school belle herself. Dong Xiaohu's tone carried a hint of jealousy. Yang Chu-Chu? Her. Chen Fan thought of the girl he had saved on his way home. In terms of looks, she indeed deserved the title of school belle. I see, he said calmly. What the hell? Fan Ji, aren't you excited? She asked the goddess in most people's eyes, and you're so composed. I really can't figure you out anymore. Fine, whatever. Just tell me, should I give her your WeChat? Do as you like. After a brief chat, Chen Fan hung up. He casually opened the Grade S group chat. Pinned at the top was the video of his bet with Li Wenbin. The chat was exploding with messages. Ha ha ha. Is Chen Fan admitting defeat? Best joke of the year. The last place student challenging the top ranked one. Li Wenbin's got this. Can't wait to see Chen Fan streak around the track. Li Wenbin occasionally chimed in, posting a smile emoji with a caption. At Chen Fan, looking forward to your prestigious university acceptance letter. Chen Fan put down his phone, the relaxed expression on his face replaced by a sharp gaze. In this world, no matter how hard ordinary people worked, they would always remain at the bottom. Only the top-tier ability users could truly control their destiny. A thought crossed his mind, and blue lightning began to dance across his hands. He had a feeling that with just one palm strike, he could break through a wall. Tomorrow morning, I'll head to Warwolf Martial Arts Hall to test my strength. Chen Fan thought, a bit excited. At the same time, 10 kilometers away in a villa, Yang Chu-Chu sat at her desk wearing pale, yellow pajamas. Her skin was fair and delicate, radiant as if it could break at a touch. The beauty of the young girl was fully revealed in this moment. Resting her chin on her hand, she was video chatting with her best friend, Wang Wenli. Wang Wenli had decent looks herself, wearing black-rimmed glasses that gave her a cute, big-eyed appearance. However, compared to Yang Chu-Chu, she seemed more ordinary. Chu-Chu, I found out Chen Fan's WeChat, but I have to tell you this guy's pretty weird. Yang Chu-Chu frowned slightly, displeasure flickering across her face. Chu-Chu, he is quite famous at school now. A student ranked last in the grade dares to challenge the top-ranked student to see who gets into a better university, even betting on streaking. Isn't that ridiculous? Wang Wenli couldn't help but sneer, her eyes full of disdain, completely ignoring the displeasure on Yang Chu-Chu's face. Lily, the senior isn't like you think. He wouldn't make a bet recklessly. If he dares to bet, he must have confidence. Chu-Chu, I think you're being love-struck. Just because he helped you drive away some hooligans doesn't mean you should be enchanted by him, right? Wang Wenli teased. Yang Chu-Chu's cheeks flushed slightly. The scene of Chen Fan saving her kept replaying in her mind. She had to admit she was curious about this boy and even a little moved. After all, teenage girls tend to overthink. Chu-Chu, you're hopeless. Wang Wenli shook her head helplessly. In her opinion, someone like Chun Fan was utterly unworthy of Yang Chu-chu, and she tried to persuade her earnestly. Chu-chu, Chun Fan is a liberal arts student, and he doesn't even have any abilities. He's not good enough for you. If your parents find out you like someone so ordinary, they'll definitely scold you. Plus, Chun Fan would get dragged into trouble. Lily, stop it. Yang Chu-chu's face darkened, her pure and delicate features filled with grievance. Fine, I've sent you Chun Fan's WeChat ID. I believe once you get to know him better, you'll be disappointed. After ending the video call, Yang Chu-chu saw the message on her phone. Without hesitation, she searched for Chun Fan's WeChat using the number. Alive, she stared at Chun Fan's username, falling silent. After a while, she muttered to herself, the senior must have a story. She quickly wrote in the friend request, "Good evening, senior. I'm Yang Chu-chu. Thank you for saving me." After hesitating for a moment, she added a cute emoji and then clicked send. After sending the friend request, Yang Chu-chu nervously waited. However, even after more than 10 minutes, she still hadn't received Chun Fan's acceptance, which made her feel a bit disappointed. Did I embarrass myself too much today, so the senior doesn't like me? Yang Chu-chu began to overthink, making up all sorts of reasons in her head. But the truth was, Chun Fan had already fallen asleep. Today, he had just crossed over to this world, experienced memory fusion, and awakened his abilities, which left him too excited to sleep. But as the night deepened, he had already laid down and drifted off into dreamland. Thus, tonight, Yang Chu-chu was destined not to receive Chun Fan's friend acceptance. At 5:30 the next morning, Chun Fan's biological clock woke him up on time. According to the memories of his body's original owner, he would go to the nearby park to practice martial arts every morning. This was also the reason for his strong physique. Chun Fan originally wanted to sleep a bit more, but his mind was unusually alert, and he felt as if he were brimming with energy. With no other choice, he got up, washed up quickly, and went downstairs. The territory of the Great Xia Kingdom in this world was similar to that of China in his previous life. The city he was in, Qing City, belonged to Shannan Province in the east and was a coastal city. The morning sea breeze blew into the city, and although it was already June, there was still a hint of coolness in the air. Afraid that the sound of his martial arts practice would disturb others, Chun Fan jogged to a park a kilometer away. In this world, martial arts were extremely important. When ability users fought, they not only relied on their abilities, but also emphasized the combination of martial arts and abilities. For example, fire-type ability users often envelop their weapons in flames to unleash a greater destructive force. A single slash could turn the flames into blade energy, instantly cutting down an enemy. Thus, a strong body, exquisite martial skills, and powerful abilities, these three combined formed the strongest combat state for an ability user. Chun Fan's ability was the thunder-devouring sacred body, and his body was inherently stronger than those of the same level, coupled with the powerful attack strength of the thunder element. So, as long as he trained his martial arts to the peak, he could become invincible among those of the same level. Over the years, the original owner of the body had self-taught over a dozen forms of martial arts and leg techniques online, making his close combat skills quite formidable. Chun Fan practiced these moves every day to maintain proficiency. After finishing a round of punches and kicks, he walked up to a large tree with a trunk half a meter thick. He activated his ability, letting the power of thunder cover his palm, and struck the tree trunk hard. Boom! With a loud noise, a palm print an inch deep appeared on the trunk, surrounded by dense cracks. Wow, this power is incredible! Chun Fan was amazed. If this palm struck an ordinary person, they'd likely die instantly. With the enhancement of my ability, my strength has multiplied several times. Chun Fan was ecstatic and decided to go to the War Wolf Martial Hall after breakfast to test his strength. At 7 o'clock, Chun Fan returned home and started preparing breakfast. At this time, Chin Tong Tong was already awake. Having grown up without parents, Tong Tong was much more mature than other children. While Chun Fan was busy cooking, Tong Tong ran into the kitchen, her face full of astonishment. "Brother, I discovered something amazing." "What is it?" Chun Fan patted her little head dotingly. "Brother, my weight is the same before and after going to the bathroom." Tong Tong tilted her head up, as if she had discovered a new continent. "What? Chen Fan was stunned and quickly ran to the living room. Tong Tong, if you broke the scale, watch how I deal with you. Chen Fan hurriedly checked the electronic scale in the corner of the room. Fortunately, it was fine, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then why is the weight the same before and after? Chen Fan doubted it, stepping on the scale himself. It displayed 23.6 kilograms. So, it turned out the scale was broken. I knew it. Tong Tong is such a good girl. After the two finished breakfast, a beautiful figure arrived at Chen Fan's house at 8:15. It was Wang Yinran. Today, she had her hair tied in a high ponytail, wearing a stylish white blouse with exquisite makeup, looking like a young maiden. TSK, as expected of a woman I have my eyes on. She looks like a young girl, though she's not quite a young lady yet. But the conditions are excellent. Chen Fan praised her silently in his heart. Chen Fan, where are your eyes looking? Hee, Sister Yinran. It seems like you're missing a button on your blouse. Wang Yinran realized something, quickly buttoned her collar, glared at Chen Fan, and then took Tong Tong's little hand. Tong Tong, Sister Yinran will take you to the amusement park today. We won't stay with this old lecher. Chen Fan was speechless. Who's an old lecher? I'm a proper gentleman. 10 minutes later, Wang Yinran left with Tong Tong, and Chen Fan set off for the War Wolf Martial Hall. In this world, martial halls were everywhere, offering a variety of services, including sparring, combat guidance, and strength testing. The War Wolf Martial Hall was one of the top ranked in Great Xia, with countless ability users coming here daily. Previously, Chen Fan often came here as a sparring partner, earning a daily wage of 1,000 yuan and building up savings of 100,000 yuan. But today, Chen Fan wasn't here to make money. He was here to test his strength. Chen Fan, you're finally here. A client has specifically requested you as a sparring partner today. Chen Fan had just stepped through the door when a middle-aged man in his 30s walked over. This man was one of the managers of the martial arts gym, Lu Tao. Sorry, Uncle Lu. I'm here to test my strength today, not to work part-time. Chen Fan said politely. Before he could finish speaking, a young man walked over from the lounge area, pointing at Chen Fan with an arrogant tone. So you're Chen Fan? I heard you're quite famous in the sparring circles of the Wolf Warrior Martial Arts Gym. Why don't you spar with me today? Chen Fan frowned and looked up. The man was about the same age as him, but carried an air of superiority. Feeling a bit annoyed, Chen Fan replied flatly, I don't have time to spar with you. Go find someone else. You've kept me waiting here for an hour, and now you want to brush me off with a no time? The young man's face turned cold, his eyes filled with hostility. Clearly, he had come looking for trouble today. At the same time, two other young men of similar age emerged from the lounge, half surrounding Chen Fan. Kid, our young Master Yun specifically pointed you out. Don't be ungrateful. Humph. Chen Fan was so angry he laughed. And if I don't show up, then we'll beat you to death. One of them, showing no reason at all, swung his hand directly at Chen Fan's face. Stop. Lu Tao, the manager standing nearby, was furious and tried to intervene, but it was already too late. Fortunately, Chen Fan reacted quickly, reaching out to grab the man's wrist in an instant. Lu Tao strode over, glaring angrily at the three troublemakers. Fighting is strictly prohibited here. Our Wolf Warrior Martial Arts Gym doesn't welcome people like you. Leave immediately. He was sticking to the rules, but also standing up for Chen Fan. After all, Chen Fan had worked part-time here for 3 years, earning him quite a bit of money. However, the leader of the group, the one addressed as young Master Yun, responded coldly. Lu, do you dare offend the Yun family? You. Lu Tao was livid but clearly intimidated and didn't dare to lash out. Uncle Lu, just ignore him. Since he's looking for trouble, I'll play along, Chen Fan said, patting Lu Tao on the shoulder, willingly stepping in to defuse the situation. Chen Fan hadn't intended to bother with these thugs, but suddenly, the system issued him a task. Just seconds earlier, the system's prompt had sounded. Faced with provocation, respond with an invincible stance. System task, break one of the opponent's arms to teach him a lasting lesson. Task difficulty, F. Completion reward, 1 green lottery chance. No wonder you're so cocky. Even the system can't stand you. Chen Fan chuckled coldly in his mind, stepping onto the sparring platform. He pointed at the young man surnamed Yun and said disdainfully, You, the arrogant fool. Come up here. You've angered me now. The Yin youth hadn't expected Chen Fan to speak to him like that. Furious, he stormed onto the platform in a few quick strides. Lu Tao hurriedly reminded, according to the laws of the Great Xia, superhumans are prohibited from using their abilities against ordinary people. Young Master Yun, this sparring can only involve fists and techniques. I know, no need to tell me. Even without abilities, I can still beat him half to death today. Yun sneered, clearly dismissive of Chen Fan. Kid, let me be honest, I'm here to teach you a lesson. It's all your fault that Yang Chu-Chu has taken a liking to you. I won't allow anyone to get close to her. The young man, Yun Jinhua, was the second young master of Qingqing's Yunxiang group. The Yun family had significant business dealings with the Yang family, and he had long set his sights on the pure and charming Yang Chu-Chu. Just yesterday, Yang Chu-Chu's friend, Wang Wenli, had messaged him, telling him that Yang Chu-Chu seemed to have developed feelings for Chen Fan. This was intolerable. He had spent the entire night investigating Chen Fan's background, only to discover that he was just an ordinary person with no awakened abilities. The idea that someone like that could outshine him was unbearable, so he had shown up at the gym early to wait for Chen Fan. Chen Fan frowned slightly, realizing the trouble was related to that innocent junior of his. Indeed, beautiful girls always brought trouble. He sighed inwardly, but didn't take it to heart. Girls like her? He'd welcome a dozen more. Looking at Yun Jinhua, Chen Fan smirked. So, you're the ugly toad Chu-Chu mentioned? What did you say? Chu-Chu called me an ugly toad. Yun Jinhua was utterly shocked, unable to believe it. It was true that Yang Chu-Chu didn't like him, but would she really say such a thing about him? You dare make things up. Come here and die. Yun Jinhua roared as he charged at Chen Fan. His movements were varied, mixing feints and real strikes. As he got closer, he leaped forward, aiming a powerful punch at Chen Fan's abdomen. That's a Bajiquan move. Chen Fan immediately recognized it, flipping his hands outward to easily block Yun Jinhua's fist. Yun Jinhua hadn't expected Chen Fan to be so skilled, withstanding his rapid attacks effortlessly. He had assumed that, as a superhuman, his strength and speed would easily overpower Chen Fan. Yet, Chen Fan's combat techniques were far too polished. The two young men watching from below were equally shocked. Was Yun really losing to an ordinary person? Go, Yun. You can do it. They leaned against the edge of the platform, shouting encouragement with grim expressions. Just a waste of time, Chen Fan muttered casually. After a few exchanges, he already felt bored. Who are you calling trash? Yun Jinhua's face turned red with anger. His punches grew fiercer and heavier. Let us see how strong I really am, Chen Fan said, deciding to stop relying on techniques and meet Yun's strength head-on. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Fan threw 5 punches in succession, forcing Yun Jinhua to retreat 5 steps. How is your strength this great? Yun Jinhua cradled his numb arm, staring at Chen Fan in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how an ordinary person could possess such power. He couldn't accept that, as a first-stage superhuman, his physique was inferior to a regular human. Strong? Oh no, I was only using 70% of my strength. Chen Fan sneered, ramping up his attacks. Yun Jinhua was caught completely off guard. After a dozen more moves, Chen Fan switched to leg techniques. With a crushing Tongbei kick, he struck Yun's forearm. A sickening crack echoed, and Yun Jinhua's arm broke. Ah! Yun screamed, collapsing to the ground and clutching his arm in agony, cold sweat streaming down his face. Young Master Yun. The two spectators jumped onto the platform in alarm, quickly helping him up to assess the injury. His arm is broken. The two exchanged horrified looks before glaring at Chen Fan. Kid, you're truly fearless. You're in big trouble now. The Yun family will never let you off. Oh, sending the small fry wasn't enough, so now you're calling for the big ones? Thinking of revenge? Chen Fan hopped off the platform, unscrewed a bottle of water, and took a casual sip, completely unfazed. He put down the water bottle and coldly looked at the 3 people on the stage. Just a reminder, the sparring fee for this session is $2,000. Don't forget to settle the payment before you leave. The 2 men, furious, supported Yun Jinhua and quickly left the War Wolf Martial Hall. Lu Tao looked at Chen Fan, his face full of shock. Xiao Fan, how did your strength suddenly become this strong? Not bad. Chun Fan responded with a faint smile, not elaborating further as he walked directly towards an empty combat strength testing room. Lu Tao quickly called out, "Be careful these next few days. The Yun family will definitely come looking for trouble." Chun Fan closed the door, but didn't he immediately start testing his strength. Instead, he opened the system panel in his consciousness. Host, Chun Fan. Ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body SS. Level, Tier 1, Beginner. Physique, 22. Mental Power, 16. Skills, 9 Heavens Thunder Motion, Thunder Flash, Thunder Palm. Evaluation, a weak and powerless little chick. Current mission, beat up Yin Jinhua. Completed. Reward, 1 green tier lottery draw. Mission difficulty, F. Green tier lottery draw? The lottery has levels too. Chun Fan was slightly surprised, but considering that mission difficulties had levels, it made sense that the lottery system would be tiered as well. System, start the lottery, he said without hesitation. The lottery begins. A green roulette wheel appeared in his consciousness, the pointer spinning slowly. 10 seconds later. Congratulations, host, you've obtained 1 F-tier physique enhancement card. Huh? A physique enhancement card? It can be used like this? Excited, Chun Fan quickly clicked to use it. In an instant, a wave of comfort washed over him. He couldn't help but let out a soft groan, feeling his physique significantly improve. He hurriedly checked the system panel again. Host, Chun Fan. Ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body SS. Level, Tier 1, Beginner. Physique, 25. Mental Power, 16. Skills, 9 Heavens Thunder Motion, Thunder Flash, Thunder Palm. Evaluation, a weak and powerless little chick. Current mission, none. Mission difficulty, none. My physique increased by 3 points. Though it wasn't much, Chun Fan was delighted. For an ordinary ability wielder, raising their physique by just 1 point would take months of effort, except for geniuses. Yet he had gained 3 points from completing a simple mission. System, give me more missions like this. Chun Fan silently prayed before walking over to a nearby piece of equipment. He punched with full force. With a loud bang, the machine instantly displayed his punch strength 380 kilograms. Impressive. If I use my ability, I'm sure it'll break 1,000. With that thought, Chun Fan channeled thunder energy into his arm and threw another punch. The screen displayed 1520 kilograms. 1,520 kilograms. Exactly 4 times 380. Looks like what they say online is true. Chun Fan said in surprise. According to online data, ability users below B tier typically had a 1.5x strength multiplier. A tier users had a 2x multiplier, S tier had 3x, and as an SS tier genius, Chun Fan had a 4x multiplier. This explained why the higher the level, the greater the destructive power of abilities. It also clarified why geniuses could easily fight opponents of higher levels. This punch is deadly. With 1 blow, I could probably kill a bull. Chun Fan stared at his thunder-covered fist, itching to test it further. Let us try the skill that comes with the thunder-devouring sacred body, Palm Thunder. With a thought, thunder surged wildly within him, and a purple lightning ball quickly formed in his palm. The next moment, boom! A loud explosion echoed, and the machine displayed a number 3,888 kilograms. Wow, this power is insane. Chun Fan was so astonished he nearly jumped. If Palm Thunder is already this strong, just how powerful is 9 Heavens Thunder? Chun Fan was filled with anticipation but restrained himself from using it. He knew this machine could only withstand up to 5,000 kilograms of impact. If he broke it with a punch, he wouldn't be able to afford the compensation. According to online data, Tier 1 peak level ability users generally have a destructive power below 5,000 kilograms. I wonder if I can break that limit with 9 Heavens Thunder. But I'm still just at Tier 1, beginner level. By the time I reach Tier 1 peak, my normal punches will probably easily hit 5,000 kilograms. Satisfied, Chun Fan moved to another device to test his speed. This machine was similar to a treadmill from his previous life. Ability users only needed to stand on it and run at full speed. After adjusting his breathing, Chun Fan started accelerating. The display in front of him quickly updated his real-time speed. 16, 17, 18. The numbers climbed rapidly, finally stabilizing at 25. Chen Fan stopped running, very pleased with the result. 25 meters per second meant he could run 25 meters in 1 second, nearly 3 times the speed of an average person. Not bad. Let us try accelerating with my ability. He took a deep breath, and blue electric arcs began flashing across his body. His legs spun like windmills, moving so fast they became a blur. The speed tester displayed his maximum speed 40 meters per second. Unlike strength, speed didn't T-scale exponentially with ability level. The fact that Chen Fan could double his speed was already extremely rare. With my current strength, no Tier 1 peak ability user below B tier should be able to beat me. After gaining a clear understanding of his capabilities, Chen Fan entered the weapons training room. To perform well in the college entrance exams, he had to master a weapon. Since he hadn't T-trained with any weapons before, he thought for a moment and chose a longsword. The reason was simple: longswords were easy to learn. He was confident he could become proficient within 10 days. I'll start with the sword to get the hang of it. Once I'm in college, I'll properly train with a spear or a large blade like the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Chen Fan practiced in the training room for 2 hours before leaving at noon. He didn't spend any money thanks to the perks of his part-time job there. As long as the equipment was free, he could use it. When he got home, it was already 11:30. After calling Wang Yanran and learning that neither of them would be back for lunch, he casually ate a bowl of instant noodles. After finishing his meal, Chen Fan sat in front of his computer and started researching ability user information. He typed "Thunder Devouring Sacred Body" into the search bar and hit enter. The results showed that in over 100 years of Blue Star's history, no one had ever awakened this ability. This is going to be a problem, Chen Fan said, feeling a bit helpless. It meant there was no one to pave the way for him, and he would have to figure out how to progress on his own. In this world, ability users had to cultivate ability techniques to grow stronger. After 100 years of development on Blue Star, there were over 1 million registered ability techniques. However, not all techniques were suitable for every ability user. The techniques had to match the attributes of their abilities. For example, Fire-type ability users can only cultivate Fire-type techniques, and Lightning-type ability users can only cultivate Lightning-type techniques. Certain S-level abilities, like the Samadhi True Fire, are essentially Fire-type abilities. When specialized techniques cannot be found, ordinary Fire-type techniques can be used, though the cultivation speed will be slower. Chen Fan's Devouring Thunder Sacred Body is essentially a combination of Lightning-type abilities and physical enhancement abilities. No one on Blue Star has awakened abilities similar to his, so there is absolutely no corresponding technique available. He could only settle for something less ideal, a technique that could cater to both lightning and physical enhancement. After researching extensively, Chen Fan finally had an idea. My ability is a combination of lightning and physical enhancement, so I need to find a technique that incorporates both. However, after searching online for a long time, he couldn't find a single suitable technique. Come on, don't joke with me. Without a technique, how am I supposed to cultivate? Do I have to create my own technique? Chen Fan fell into despair. The roads of the world didn't exist originally. They were formed by the countless footsteps of people walking on them. The creation of ability techniques followed the same principle. However, this process required eons and the effort of countless individuals. Relying on him alone, it was simply too difficult. He quickly searched online for how ability users without suitable techniques should cultivate. Soon, he learned that many ability users faced the same predicament. After all, abilities in this world came in all sorts of peculiar varieties, and a lot of them lacked corresponding techniques. However, there was one technique that any ability user could cultivate, and that was Dao Source. Yes, the technique was called Dao Source, and its name alone sounded impressive. But in reality, the cultivation speed of this technique was shockingly slow. Unless there was no other choice, no one wanted to use it. Fine, even Dao Source is better than being unable to cultivate at all. Chen Fan reluctantly accepted the reality and opened the ability user's marketplace. But the moment he saw the price, his face turned dark. It cost 1 million. Such greedy merchants. Chen Fan was furious. A garbage technique like this actually cost 1 million? Ordinary fire-type techniques were sold for just 100,000. This garbage technique was 10 times more expensive. It was utterly unreasonable. What angered Chen Fan even more was that this technique was only sold in one online store, a complete market monopoly. 1 million? Where am I supposed to get this kind of money? Chen Fan nearly burst into tears. Wait, I seem to recall the system mentioning that the devouring thunder sacred body can absorb lightning to grow stronger? What does this mean? Does it mean that absorbing lightning can strengthen my body, or does it directly enhance my level? Chen Fan fell into deep thought. After a dozen minutes, he decided to give it a try. Chen Fan's idea was simple. Lightning is essentially high-voltage electricity, so he decided to use the 220-volt power supply at home to conduct a personal experiment. He looked up information and learned that ordinary people could withstand a maximum of 36 volts, while first-tier ability users could handle up to 100 volts. He guessed that his own limit might be 150 volts or even 200 volts. However, Chen Fan wasn't the type to gamble with his life. He planned to carefully test his safety voltage step by step. So he needed to buy a voltage regulator. Without delay, he spent 30,000 in the afternoon to purchase a voltage regulator. He plugged one end of the regulator into the socket and held the other end in his hand. For safety, he first set it to 80 volts, but felt nothing. Next, he increased it to 100 volts, and still, there was no reaction. Gradually, he increased the voltage. At 180 volts, his body finally started to ache faintly. But within that slight pain, there was an unexpected hint of pleasure, as though every cell in his body was enjoying the current. My body can actually absorb electrical energy. Chen Fan was ecstatic. He continued to increase the voltage until he reached 250 volts. At this point, the pain and the pleasure both reached their peak. In this moment, every cell in his body began to undergo transformation under the stimulation of the electrical energy. After about 10 minutes, Chen Fan felt completely rejuvenated. The sensation of ice and fire disappeared, and his body showed no abnormalities. He turned off the voltage regulator and immediately checked his system panel. Host, Chen Fan. Ability, Devouring Thunder Sacred Body SS. Level, First Tier, Mid-Stage. Physique, 42. Mental Strength, 30. Skills, 9 Heavens Thunder Movement, Lightning Flash, Thunder Palm. Evaluation, a weak and powerless chick. Current mission, none. Mission difficulty, none. First Tier, Mid-Stage. Physique, 42. My God, I can really level up by absorbing lightning. Chen Fan's heartbeat quickened with excitement. This meant that he didn't need any technique to level up. As long as he could find sufficiently powerful lightning, he could ascend all the way. Being invincible is no longer a dream. My era of abilities is about to begin. Chen Fan was ecstatic. As long as he honed his abilities and improved his mental strength, he could forcibly break through with higher voltage. Right now, without using my abilities, just relying on my physical body, I can already hold my own against someone with a first-tier, mid-stage B-level ability. If I use my abilities, I can withstand someone with a peak first-tier A-level ability. He calculated his current strength. It was often said that B-level abilities were a dividing line, and each level up meant a leap in combat power. In other words, a first-tier, mid-stage A-level ability user could defeat a first-tier, late-stage B-level user, and a first-tier, mid-stage S-level user could defeat a first-tier, peak-stage B-level user. As an SS level, he could skip 3 minor tiers and even contend with a second-tier, early-stage B-level ability user. Of course, this was just a rough estimation. The outcome of a battle also depended on factors like combat techniques and skill mastery. But in any case, with his current strength, he was already invincible at Qingshi City's 3rd high school. From what he knew, the martial arts class in his school only had 5 first-tier, late-stage ability users, and their abilities were at most a level. With his current first-tier, mid-stage level, and SS level ability, he was undoubtedly the strongest man at Qingshi 3rd High. That classmate who bet against him, Li, would probably have to admit defeat now. That afternoon, Chen Fan went to the War Wolves Martial Hall again. First, he tested his physique. His base punch strength reached 600 kilograms, and when using his ability, it soared to 2,400 kilograms. As for the explosive force of combat techniques, He didn't dare test it because the power of his thunder palm easily exceeded 5,000 kilograms. After testing his strength, he immediately immersed himself in blade training. The weapons training room was highly advanced and intelligent. All he had to do was input the name of the blade technique, and a holographic projection of a 3D humanoid figure would appear, performing the moves for him to imitate. The Martial Hall offered over a dozen blade techniques to choose from. Chen Fan selected the Gale blade technique. This technique was characterized by bold and sweeping movements, ferocious and domineering, perfect for an ability user like him with immense physical strength. The Gale blade technique had unique requirements for weapons. Ordinary crescent-shaped sabers couldn't bring out its full power. Thus, Chen Fan chose a straight blade that was about 1.4 meters long and 20 centimeters wide. In truth, the blade looked more like a heavy broadsword. Chen Fan carried it on his shoulder, feeling its hefty weight, and was very satisfied. He spent the entire afternoon almost perfectly mimicking all the moves of the Gale blade technique. Just as he was about to leave the War Wolf Martial Arts Hall, four people blocked his way. Among them were the three young men who had provoked him earlier that morning, and the fourth, needless to say, was clearly someone they had called for backup. "Bro, it's him. He's the one who kicked and broke my arm." Yun Jinhua, his arm wrapped in bandages, pointed angrily at Chen Fan and fiercely accused him of his crimes to the tall young man standing beside him. The tall young man was burly, standing over 1.9 meters in height, and looked coldly at Chen Fan. "Unless you break one of your own arms, I'll break all four of your limbs." "Huh, bragging, are you? Let us see if you've really got what it takes." Chen Fan was so amused by his posturing that he laughed out loud. He stared straight into the man's eyes, completely unafraid. Break his own arm? Not a chance. Not even a strand of hair would be harmed. Did they really think Chen Fan was just some useless, ordinary guy? The tall youth clearly hadn't expected Chen Fan to show no fear at all. His face froze for a moment, but he quickly resumed his arrogant demeanor. "Kid, I gave you a chance, and you didn't treasure it. So what?" Chen Fan shrugged, his expression clearly saying, "Show me what you've got. Such guts. Let us see if you can keep that cocky attitude." The tall young man sneered coldly and tilted his chin upward. "A duel. One-on-one. Do you dare?" "Not interested. Get out of my way," Chen Fan replied indifferently, like he was going to fight just because someone told him to. Who did this guy think he was? "You don't have a choice." The tall man became enraged and reached out to grab Chen Fan's shoulder, intent on dragging him onto the fighting stage by force. But Chen Fan was quicker. With a simple sidestep, he effortlessly avoided the man's hand. Chen Fan, of course, wanted to teach this guy a lesson. After all, who told him to act so full of himself? However, Chen Fan didn't agree to the fight right away. He was waiting for the system to issue a task. He wasn't going to do something that didn't benefit him. Sure enough, the system's notification sounded in his mind. A true hero should always move forward and never retreat. System task: beat Yun Tianba to a pulp. Task grade F. Completing this task will grant a lottery draw. Haha, looks like the system is even more impatient than I am. Chen Fan chuckled internally and leaped onto the fighting stage. Crossing his arms over his chest, he stared coldly at the tall young man, a confident smirk playing across his lips. "Loser, get up here." Faced with Chen Fan's provocation, the tall man could no longer maintain his cold facade. Like a raging beast, he stormed onto the stage, his eyes blazing with fury. "Kid, you've pissed me off now. 3 punches." The tall man held up 3 fingers and continued, "I'll end this in just 3 punches. After that, you'll spend the rest of your life bedridden." "Buddy, could you stop showing off?" Chen Fan couldn't take it anymore. He raised a single finger and beckoned Yun Tianba with it. "If you can make me take just 1 step back, I'll admit defeat." "What's that? You think I can't show off too?" The crowd in the martial arts hall was growing larger, and someone recognized the tall man. "Isn't that Yun Tianba, the eldest son of the Yun family? I heard he awakened an A-rank ability, Adamantine Body." "Yeah, and he is already at the late stage of a Tier 1 ability user. The Adamantine Body makes his physique incredibly strong. Even without using his ability, his combat power is formidable." "That Chen Fan is asking for trouble." Voices buzzed among the spectators. Many placed their bets on Yun Tianba, anticipating Chen Fan's humiliation. but anyone who steps onto the stage isn't ordinary. Maybe Chen Fan is also an A-rank ability user. Someone said, speaking up for Chen Fan. Don't kid yourself. Chen Fan is just a part-time sparring partner at the Werewolf Martial Arts Hall. He hasn't even awakened any abilities. At best, he could handle someone who just awakened, a young man with a buzz cut remarked. Then what makes him think he can stand against Yun Tianba? If he manages to take 3 punches from Yun Tianba, I'll eat 3 pounds of crap right here. A tall, skinny spectator jeered. Their loud voices carried across the hall, and those who didn't know Chen Fan quickly sided with Yun Tianba after hearing that he had no abilities. Chen Fan overheard their comments and glanced a few more times at the bold, skinny guy, secretly giving him a thumbs up in his heart. What a hardcore dude. Yun Tianba was clearly pleased with the admiration from the crowd. Raising a single finger, he charged at Chen Fan like a flash of lightning. His enormous fist, seemingly carrying the weight of 1,000 tons, aimed straight for Chen Fan's forehead. Damn, is this guy serious? Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. A punch like that could kill a normal person outright. But he let out a cold snort, and with a graceful movement, he used Tai Chi's cloud hands technique to effortlessly deflect the punch. Yun Tianba froze in surprise, not expecting his punch to be neutralized so easily. The spectators, who had been waiting to see Chen Fan beaten bloody, were stunned when he managed to counter the attack. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. This kid's got some skills, he actually blocked the punch. I think it was just luck. Or maybe Yun Tianba was holding back. The crowd was still skeptical of Chen Fan. Judging by physique alone, the victor seemed predetermined. Here comes the second punch. Yun Tianba, unable to knock Chen Fan down with one blow, felt his pride take a hit. He quickly threw a second punch, faster and more powerful than the first, this time aimed from the side. Chen Fan could no longer rely on cloud hands to counter it. He could have stepped back to dodge, but he had already declared earlier that retreating even a step would mean defeat. So instead of retreating, Chen Fan took half a step forward, deliberately colliding with Yun Tianba. The impact sent Yun Tianba stumbling, and his punch instantly lost its momentum. Whoa! The crowd gasped, struggling to believe Yun Tianba had been so easily forced back. This guy's movements are sharp. Yeah, even though he's weaker, he used technique to outmaneuver a stronger opponent. His combat talent is incredible. He's like a modern-day martial arts master. Too bad he's just an ordinary guy. No matter how good his skills are, what is the point? Despite marveling at Chen Fan's talent, the crowd still doubted his chances. After all, Yun Tianba's physical superiority was undeniable. Yun Tianba's expression darkened. Failing to take down an ordinary man with 2 punches was a humiliation for him. Kid, a real man fights with his fists. Yun Tianba, realizing he couldn't win with the 3rd punch alone, tried to provoke Chen Fan into a direct clash. Chen Fan saw through his ploy and replied calmly, "Asking an ordinary man to trade punches with you? How laughable. But fine, I'll humor you today. Bring it on." Chen Fan shouted, adjusting his stance and gathering all his strength. He unleashed a punch with all his might. Yun Tianba also put everything into his punch. The 2 fists collided with a muffled thud. Chen Fan swayed slightly, but Yun Tianba staggered back 3 steps, his face pale and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yun Tianba got forced back with 1 punch. Is he really just an ordinary guy? This is insane. Unbelievable. Cloud Tianba was one of the top students at Qingqing No. 1 High School and a strong contender for Qingqing City's martial arts exam. Yet he was defeated by an ordinary person with a single punch. The onlookers gasped in shock, their expressions a mixture of doubt and admiration toward Chen Fan. Chen Fan shook his slightly numb arm, staring coldly at the kneeling Cloud Tianba. Is this the body you're so proud of? Invincible? Nothing impressive. Cloud Tianba felt his arm go numb, and a faint ache came from his internal organs. He couldn't believe his physique was inferior to Chen Fan's. I don't believe it, he roared, charging at Chen Fan. So what if you're strong? I'm an ability user, your speed can't compare to mine. Cloud Tianba attempted to leverage his speed advantage to defeat Chen Fan, attacking with movements as fast as lightning. However, no matter how many moves he threw, Chen Fan easily countered them without moving an inch. The crowd was stunned. How could this speed possibly belong to an ordinary person? Who said he isn't an ability user? Stand up and say it, I'll make sure you regret it, shouted a guy who had confidently claimed earlier that Chun Fan wouldn't last 3 punches, now glaring angrily at the crowd. But Chun Fan has always been a sparring partner for new ability users. I've never seen him this strong, a short-haired young man in the crowd said doubtfully. That's because he has been hiding his strength, playing around with you rookies. What do you know? The arrogant man snapped back, glaring fiercely before shouting again. Whoever said my bro isn't capable, who was waiting to see him fail, come out and try it now. The onlookers cast disdainful glances at him. Earlier, he had been the loudest critic, but now, fearing Chun Fan might come after him, he was calling Chun Fan big bro. Truly shameless. Up on the stage, Cloud Tianba grew increasingly desperate, roaring in rage as he attacked. Stop shouting. Chun Fan frowned, moving even faster. He had roughly gauged that Cloud Tianba's physique was slightly weaker than his own. Enough. I've had enough fun with you, Chun Fan said, feinting a punch before raising his leg high and kicking toward Cloud Tianba's head. The heavy blow landed like thunder, leaving Cloud Tianba's ears ringing and temporarily deafened. He struggled to stand, his vision spinning, but after a few shaky steps, he collapsed unconscious. Cloud Tianba was knocked out with one kick, gasped the crowd, their eyes full of fear as they looked at Chun Fan. Chun Fan ignored their reactions and fixed his gaze on the stunned second son of the Cloud family. When your brother wakes up, tell him not to show off in front of me again. Otherwise, next time won't be this simple. Cloud Jinhua swallowed hard, taking 2 steps back in fear, unable to meet Chun Fan's eyes. How boring. I'm out of here, Chun Fan remarked, stepping off the stage. The crowd parted automatically, not daring to block his way. Once outside the martial arts hall, Chun Fan couldn't wait to open his system panel. This mission was rated F level. Last time it was just F. I should get something better this time, he thought to himself. System, start the lottery, he declared loudly. Lottery initiated. An electronic voice announced as a massive green wheel appeared in front of Chun Fan. But upon closer inspection, Chun Fan noticed that the prizes on the wheel were almost identical to last time. So the rewards for F-level and F-level missions are the same? Doesn't that make F-level missions more cost-effective? He muttered, furrowing his brows. The wheel began to spin, its green pointer sweeping across the narrow sections until it finally stopped on a black card. Looking closely, Chun Fan realized it was another physique enhancement card. Not bad, pretty great, he said, satisfied with the prize. Just as he was about to claim it, the wheel began spinning again. After several seconds, it stopped once more, this time landing on a small jade bottle. Congratulations, host. You've received 1 physique enhancement card and 1 bottle of skin-nourishing elixir. Chun Fan immediately understood. F-level missions offered a double draw from the green prize pool. However, he felt a bit disappointed with the bottle of skin-nourishing elixir. System, what's this thing for? Add a few drops to bathwater. It removes surface and deep impurities from the skin, leaving it baby smooth and delicate. The system's voice rang in his mind. Chun Fan's eyes widened. He had expected some miraculous healing elixir, but it turned out to be a high-end skincare product. System, are you kidding me? What am I supposed to do with this? Are you trying to turn me into some kind of dandy? Despite his dissatisfaction, Chun Fan knew the item wasn't entirely useless. He decided to give it to Wang Yanran, imagining how her skin would become even fairer and softer. Holding her hand would feel no. Looking at her would be more pleasant. Personally cultivating a peerless beauty now that's something to look forward to. Chun Fan chuckled, pocketing the jade bottle and immediately using the physique enhancement card. A surge of warmth coursed through his body, increasing his physique by 3 points to reach a total of 45. This speed of improvement is like riding a rocket. Absolutely exhilarating, Chun Fan exclaimed, clenching his fists and feeling noticeably stronger. About 10 minutes later, he returned home, only to find that Tong Tong hadn't come back yet, which made him a bit worried. He quickly dialed Wang Yanran's number, joking. Yanran, you didn't sell Tong Tong off, did you? Don't say such nonsense. Her playful voice came from the other end. Tong Tong's south at my place. I'll bring her back after dinner. What are you making? Yinran, I'm feeling too lazy to cook. Maybe I'll stop by to freeload a meal, Chen Fan said, lounging lazily on the couch. Fine, come over then, Wang Yinran replied before hastily hanging up. Humph, such a cold woman, Chen Fan sneered, putting on his shoes and heading to her place. Chen Fan lived in Building 2 of Sunshine Garden, while Wang Yinran resided in Building 5. 5 minutes later, he arrived at her door. At that moment, Wang Yinran was wearing a silky nightgown, looking slightly seductive. She had an apron tied around her front, resembling a beautiful chef. Wow, Yinran, you're cooking yourself? What happened to your housekeeper? Chen Fan asked, leaning against the kitchen doorframe, admiring her graceful figure. Aunt Zhou went back to her hometown for a couple of days, Wang Yinran replied, fumbling around awkwardly in the kitchen. It was clear she wasn't skilled at cooking. Her family was well off. Her parents had ventured overseas for business years ago, leaving her in this city under the care of her grandmother. After the elderly woman passed away, Wang Yinran chose to stay, as this place held her most cherished memories. A few minutes later, watching her clumsy knife skills, Chen Fan couldn't bear it anymore and worried she might cut herself. Women should leave this to men, he said decisively, taking the knife from her hands. Although not a top-tier chef, Chen Fan had honed decent cooking skills over the years while taking care of Tong Tong. Half an hour later, dishes like braised beef with potatoes, cola chicken wings, stir-fried sea cucumber with scallions, and sautéed broccoli were laid out on the dining table. Having spent the whole day out, Wang Yinran and Tong Tong were starving. Without a word, they dug in, devouring the food ravenously. Wang Yinran's silk nightgown had a very low neckline. Sitting across from her, Chen Fan could faintly catch glimpses of her beautiful curves whenever she reached for food. Pale, smooth, and rounded, they resembled the finest white jade. What a stunning sight. Our future children surely won't have to worry about going hungry. Chen Fan secretly marveled. Why are you just staring at me? Eat your food. Wang Yinran noticed his odd behavior and tapped his bowl with her chopsticks, pretending to be angry. Haha, I'm eating. Chen Fan quickly averted his gaze, picked up a piece of beef, and commented, "This beef is so white." Wang Yinran. Slip of the tongue. I meant to say the beef is so big. Chen Fan hurriedly corrected himself. Listen to yourself, what kind of nonsense is that? Wang Yinran teased. Is this the sort of thing a high school senior should say? Since when can beef be described as white or big? It can't. Tong Tong, sitting nearby, asked seriously. Of course not. Wang Yinran turned to her, gently ruffled her hair, and said earnestly, beef can only be described as fragrant. Got it, Tong Tong. Got it, Sister Yinran. Tong Tong nodded sincerely. Chen Fan couldn't help but retort, Sister Yinran, you're wrong. Whether beef is fragrant or not, you have to taste it to know. But whether it's white or big, you can see that at a glance. What kind of silly logic is that? Wang Yinran shot him a glare, secretly relieved that he hadn't chosen to major in the humanities for the college entrance exam. Otherwise, scoring dead last in the city would have been utterly embarrassing. Chen Fan quickly changed the subject, asking, Sister Yinran, has Tong Tong been behaving today? Tong Tong is way better behaved than you. Wang Yinran rolled her eyes at him, her tone carrying a hint of playful teasing. From Chen Fan's perspective, Wang Yinran looked incredibly captivating. Her subtle allure made it impossible not to steal a few more glances. After dinner, Chen Fan took out a small jade bottle from his pocket and placed it in front of Wang Yinran. Sister Yinran, thank you for taking care of Tong Tong today. This is a little gift for you. What is it? Wang Yinran curiously accepted the bottle. It was cool to the touch, clearly carved from the finest jade in the world. You're giving me something so valuable. She was a bit surprised. The bottle itself isn't worth much. The real treasure is what's inside. Chen Fan replied with a faint smile. Inside, Wang Yinran opened the stopper and looked inside. It contained a semi-transparent lotion emitting a faint chill, appearing extremely high-end. Xiao Fan, what is this? She asked curiously. This is a precious item. It removes dead skin cells, deeply cleanses, and guarantees your skin will be softer than a baby's. Chen Fan explained. Really? Even cosmetics worth tens of thousands wouldn't dare make such claims. Wang Yinran was skeptical. It's true, Chen Fan patted his chest confidently. You can squeeze out a little, dissolve it in water, and try washing your hands. All right, I'll trust you this once and give it a try later. Everyone loves beauty. Though doubtful, she couldn't resist the temptation. By the way, Xiao Fan, where did you get this? Wang Yinran asked curiously. Chen Fan smiled mysteriously and said lightly, secret. After leaving the skincare lotion with Wang Yinran, Chen Fan took Tong Tong and left. Wang Yinran couldn't wait to try it. She dripped a few drops of the lotion into a basin of water and placed her left hand in, waiting quietly. Soon, the water turned murky, and her hand became noticeably whiter and softer. Xiao Fan's stuff really works. Wang Yinran compared her two hands, noting the stark difference. Without hesitation, she filled the bathtub, poured the remaining lotion in, undressed, and slid into the tub completely naked. Of course, this alluring scene was beyond Chen Fan's view. He was already seated at his desk, focused on the latest updates regarding college entrance exam registration. The Education Bureau of Shannon Province had announced a new update. Both the academic and martial arts exams would take place simultaneously next Saturday. They also released the number of registrants: 500,000 candidates in total, with 410,000 for the academic exam and only 90,000 for the martial arts exam. Chen Fan carefully reviewed the guidelines for the martial arts exam. He discovered that martial arts candidates were only allowed to bring F-grade weapons into the examination hall. At the entrance, professional examiners would inspect all candidates. Anyone carrying weapons above F-grade would be deemed to have cheated and permanently disqualified from taking the martial arts exam. Since F-grade weapons cost at least 200,000 yuan, a sum Chen Fan couldn't afford, he planned to rent one temporarily from the Wolf Warriors Martial Arts Center. He continued reading about the martial arts exam structure, which consisted of two parts, a written test and a practical test. The written test focused on the locations of major dimensional spaces and basic knowledge of exotic beasts, such as the rank and weaknesses of the three-eyed red-tailed tiger. The written test didn't have a score ranking. It was pass-fail, with a perfect score of 100 and a passing threshold of 60. Only those who passed the written test could proceed to the practical test. Chen Fan had never attended a martial arts preparatory class and only had a few days left to cram for the exam. Fortunately, the written portion wasn't too challenging. He found a 600-page e-book online and figured that reading it thoroughly once would suffice to pass. With his mental strength already at 30, far surpassing that of an average person, he could read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything he saw. Finishing the book in a few days wouldn't be a problem. As Chen Fan engrossed himself in his studies, over at a luxurious villa in Jade Hua Mansion in Qingqing City, Yang Chuchu had sent multiple friend requests on her phone. From last night until now, a full day had passed, and she still hadn't received any acceptance notification. For the first time, she began doubting her own looks. Feeling utterly dejected, she thought, maybe Senior is just too busy to check his phone? She consoled herself, then sent another friend request 10 minutes later. Just as she nervously waited, Chen Fan heard a ding from his phone. He glanced at it and promptly ignored it. Junior, you're still too young. You can't rush these things. You're already falling behind. Chen Fan chuckled lightly, placing his phone back on the table. Leaning on her bed, Yang Chuchu waited for over 10 minutes, her face full of disappointment. Senior cared so much about me back then. I thought he liked me, but it turns out I was just imagining things. A guy as bold and confident as him probably isn't easily moved, she thought, staring blankly at her phone, feeling heartbroken. Meanwhile, Yun Tianba was also lost in thought. Ever since regaining consciousness, he had been staring at the ceiling, deeply pondering. With such a strong physique, was that man really just an ordinary person? Had he truly been defeated by an ordinary person? This humiliation was something he would never forget. Yun Jinhua stood aside, cautiously handing over a file on Chen Fan. But he's really just an ordinary person. Absolutely impossible. Yun Tianba roared. He was the top martial arts student at Qingqing City's #1 high school. How could he be easily defeated by an ordinary peer? Investigate. Look into it for me. I want all his information, from birth to now. I refuse to believe he's just a common person. His eyes flared with anger as he shouted at his younger brother. Yes, I'll investigate immediately. Yun Jinhua, terrified, hurriedly left the room to carry out the task. At 10 p.m., Chun Fan had read over 100 pages of the book and felt like his head was about to explode. He decisively shut off the computer. Tong Tong was already asleep. He carefully scrolled through a few short videos, then brushed his teeth, washed up, and went to bed. Chun Fan picked up his phone and opened the Grade S group chat on WeChat. It was filled with messages mocking him. Some even suggested that he streak naked as part of the graduation ceremony. What was even more infuriating was that Li Wenbin, the one he had bet against, had responded publicly. "Dear classmates, I will give it my all and not disappoint everyone's expectations. I'll make sure that arrogant Chin Fan learns his lesson. At the graduation ceremony, I'll put on a great show for everyone. Thanks for the support." Chun Fan read the message and laughed angrily. "Oh, this kid sure is cocky. Not playing by the rules anymore. Want me to streak? No problem. I'll fulfill your wish." He noted down the names of the most vocal people in the group chat, then exited the group. After that, he opened his friend request list and noticed that Yang Chuchu's friend request had been sitting there for 2 hours. Only then did he reluctantly accept it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yang Chuchu was complaining to her close friend Wang Wenli. "Lily, it seems like the senior doesn't like me. I sent him a friend request twice, and he hasn't accepted it." Wang Wenli chuckled, trying to comfort her. "Chuchu, don't overthink it. Maybe he just hasn't seen it yet." But deep down, Wang Wenli thought otherwise. How could Chin Fan possibly accept your request? Last night, she had already told Yun Jinhua, the second son of the Yun family, who secretly had a crush on Yang Chuchu, about Chin Fan. She figured, given Yun Jinhua's temper, he would have warned Chin Fan by now. It wouldn't even be surprising if Chun Fan were lying on a stretcher at this moment. Suddenly, Yang Chuchu's phone buzzed. She instinctively opened it and saw a notification. Chun Fan had accepted her friend request. "Lily, the senior accepted me." Her mood instantly flipped from dejection to excitement as she eagerly shared the news over the video call. "What? Impossible." Wang Wenli was incredulous. She had been certain that with Yun Jinhua's methods, Chun Fan wouldn't dare accept the request. "It's true. He accepted." Yang Chuchu was visibly upset with Wang Wenli's disbelief, as if Wang Wenli didn't want Chin Fan to accept her request. Fine. As long as he accepted." Wang Wenli stammered, her doubts unspoken. Wang Wenli was clever. Although her family background was far inferior to Yang Chuchu's, she had managed to become her close friend through careful scheming. Now, her mind was racing with questions. Was Chun Fan really that bold, or had something gone wrong on Yun Jinhua's end? She quickly ended the video call and immediately dialed Yun Jinhua. The phone rang for a long time before it was finally answered. "Who is this?" Yun Jinhua's tone was icy, clearly impatient. Wang Wenli felt a pang of unease. She had interacted with Yun Jinhua several times before, secretly passing along information about Yang Chuchu, yet he hadn't even saved her number. Despite her annoyance, she forced a smile. "Brother Jinhua, it's me, Wenli. Speak." The voice on the other end remained cold. Wang Wenli cautiously probed. "Brother Jinhua, didn't you go to warn that Chin Fan today? He actually accepted Chuchu's friend request tonight." On the other end of the line, Yun Jinhua's body tensed at the mention of Chin Fan. The pain in his arm seemed to intensify. "Got it." He feigned calmness and hung up abruptly. Wang Wenli was stunned. That was it. Just a got it. Couldn't he at least say something intimidating? Was this really the same Yun Jinhua she knew? Meanwhile, Yang Chuchu, unable to contain her excitement, immediately messaged Chin Fan. "Hi, senior." She even added a cute emoji. But 10 whole minutes passed before she received a response from Chun Fan, a single word. Yang Chuchu was dumbfounded. That was it. No follow-up? Was this the classic behavior of a straight-laced guy? Or did Chun Fan simply not like her? Feeling a bit disheartened, Yang Chuchu opened Chin Fan's social media feed. Huh? He just updated it tonight. She quickly clicked on it. The post contained only a photo and one sentence. The photo showed a neatly arranged dining table with 4 dishes. The caption read, "Is beef really that tasty? I want to try it." Yang Chuchu frowned. If she wasn't mistaken, one of the dishes in the photo was beef. Wouldn't it be easy to just try a bite? But then, she noticed something peculiar in the photo. In the top left corner, there was a faint glimpse of an arm. Someone else is there. A woman's observational skills are truly sharp. Yang Chuchu zoomed in for a closer look. It was a fair and delicate woman's arm, with long, slender fingers. The sight of that elegant hand even made Yang Chuchu feel a little envious, almost wanting to reach out and touch it. Senior only has an 8-year-old sister, right? So why would there be another woman? In an instant, Yang Chuchu understood why Chun Fan had been indifferent toward her. He had a secret lover. Someone else had already stolen his heart. Her clear eyes began to well up with tears. For the first time in her life, she had fallen for someone, only to realize that he didn't like her at all. Several minutes later, her emotions calmed down. She sent Chun Fan another message. "Thank you for saving me yesterday, Senior." She had come to terms with it. Since Chun Fan didn't like her, she'd politely thank him and move on, ending this first love. Lying in bed, Chun Fan saw the message and paused. There were no emojis in it. It didn't feel like something a love-struck girl would send. Something was off. Maybe he had made things too serious. He quickly replied, "No need to thank me, Junior. It's late. Take care, don't stay up too late. Good night." When Yang Chuchu saw his reply, her mood took a sudden 180-degree turn. Her nose tingled, and her eyes filled with tears again. "Senior is concerned about me." She tried to steady her emotions and quickly replied, "Thank you, Senior. Good night." At 10:30 p.m., Chun Fan turned off his phone and went to sleep on time, ending his exhausting day. The next day, after breakfast, Chun Fan headed to the Wolf Warrior Martial Hall to continue practicing the Gale Blade technique. Yesterday's experience earned him more respect in the martial arts school. Even the steward, Lu Tao, greeted him courteously. "Xiao Fan, want to stretch your muscles today? A customer is offering 20,000 yuan for you to teach him combat skills for a day." "Sorry, Uncle Lu, the college entrance exams are coming up. I need to practice my blade techniques," Chun Fan politely declined. The 20,000 a day offer was tempting, but achieving a good exam result was more important. Lu Tao nodded. "All right, I'll decline on your behalf. The weapons training room you used yesterday is still reserved for you. Go ahead and train." Watching Lu Tao leave, Chun Fan sighed inwardly. Strength speaks for itself, it commands respect. The entire morning, Chun Fan stayed in the weapons training room. No one disturbed him, and he focused on practicing his blade techniques. At noon, after finishing his training, Chun Fan returned home, only to be greeted at the door by Wang Yanran. Seeing her face, Chun Fan froze. Yesterday's regenerative skincare lotion had worked wonders. Wang Yanran looked as if she had undergone a beauty enhancement. Her skin was fair, tender, and smooth, like polished jade. Chun Fan couldn't help but want to touch it. "Have you seen enough yet?" Wang Yanran playfully complained, pulling the dazed Chun Fan into the house. Chun Fan snapped back to his senses and gave her a thumbs up. "Sister Yanran, you're absolutely the most beautiful woman in Daxia." "Sweet talker." Wang Yanran blushed shyly, but soon regained her smile. Wang Yanran was overjoyed. What girl wouldn't want to become more beautiful? Though her looks were already outstanding, she was now even more stunning. Chun Fan grinned and said, "Sister Yanran, I'll dedicate a poem to you. You can write poetry?" Wang Yanran looked at him skeptically. After all, someone who once described beef as white and big, wasn't he exactly a credible poet? Chun Fan cleared his throat. "Listen carefully. In the north there is a beauty, peerless and independent. One glance topples a city, a second glance topples a nation." This was one of the few poems he remembered clearly from his previous life. The moment he recited the poem, Wang Yanran froze. As a Chinese literature teacher, her appreciation for poetry was profound. She immediately sensed that this poem was extraordinary. She mulled it over and realized that such a poem had never appeared in Blue Star's history. She looked at Chun Fan, astonished, and asked, "Did you really write this poem?" Chun Fan just smiled without answering. Wang Yanran read the poem a few more times, her cheeks subtly reddening. After all, no matter how beautiful a girl is, she loves being praised. "I really like this poem. Thank you, Xiao Fan." We're family. No need to be so formal." Chun Fan's lips curled into a smile. In truth, he thought to himself, family doesn't need to stand on ceremony. Wang Yanran, flattered by the poem, looked shy and bashful, her gaze evasive, making her all the more captivating. Seizing the moment, Chun Fan teased. I've given you a poem, shouldn't you return the favor? What do you want? Wang Yinran asked softly. I want a loving hug. Chun Fan smiled, looking a little embarrassed. Get lost. Get out of here right now. The beauty's angry shout resonated. All right, all right. Chun Fan quickly dashed into the kitchen. If you pass the martial arts exam, I might consider giving you one. Wang Yinran, feeling her earlier words were too harsh, added from the direction of the kitchen. The rest of the week passed uneventfully. Chun Fan spent most of his time practicing blade techniques and reading. During this period, he exchanged a few words with Yang Chuchu. Yang Chuchu wanted to treat him to dinner to express her gratitude, but Chun Fan declined because he needed to focus on training. The martial arts exam was approaching quickly. Unwilling to give up, Yang Chuchu postponed the dinner to the following Sunday evening, which would be after Chun Fan's college entrance exams. On Monday morning, Chun Fan requested a week's leave from Wang Yinran, stating that he needed to prepare for the martial arts exam. Wang Yinran, knowing he had registered for the martial arts exam and aware that attending classes at this point was meaningless, readily approved his leave. However, when his classmates saw his empty seat, they assumed he was avoiding the wager and had chosen to run away. That same day, the head of the senior year, Du Jiang, approached Wang Yinran. Du Jiang was slightly chubby, usually exuding the demeanor of a kind middle-aged uncle. But today, his expression was uncharacteristically stern. In a cold voice, he asked, Teacher Wang, are you aware that Chun Fan from your class has registered for the martial arts exam? Yes, I am, Wang Yinran nodded, having already prepared for this. For a humanities student to register for the martial arts exam, the school was bound to take notice. Du Jiang's face immediately darkened with anger. If you knew, why didn't you stop him? If the provincial education department hadn't called, the school would have been completely in the dark about this. He glared at Wang Yinran, his expression as cold as ice. I don't care what methods you use, make him withdraw from the exam. Wang Yinran frowned. Director Du, registering for the martial arts exam is a student's right. It's his choice. We should support him. Why stop him? Why? Du Jiang barely managed to suppress his fury, nearly shouting in response. The martial arts exam is extremely dangerous. For an ordinary person to take it is a death sentence. If he dies during the exam, do you know how much damage that would do to the school's reputation? Moreover, rumors are spreading among the students about his wager with Li Wenbin, a humanities student impulsively registering for the martial arts exam, and then dying. It will bring unbearable scrutiny to the school. If this gets out, the education department will blame the school for poor management and inadequate guidance. By then, the principal and all of us will be held accountable. That's impossible. Wang Yinran shook her head slightly. I understand Chun Fan, he wouldn't risk his life recklessly. He has his own confidence. Confidence? Du Jiang sneered. Do you know that in the past 100 years, only 728 humanities students have taken the martial arts exam? Out of them, 719 died during the exam. 8 survived by sheer luck, and only 1 successfully passed. With a nearly 99% death rate, you're still talking about confidence? Though Wang Yinran felt uneasy, she firmly supported Chun Fan. I believe he can do it. You. Du Jiang's face trembled with anger. Teacher Wang, you're playing with the school's reputation. Let me make this clear, I'm conveying the principal's orders. If Chun Fan dies, the responsibility will fall entirely on you. You'll be dismissed, and it'll be on your record. No one will dare hire you again. Director Du, please stop. As long as it's his decision, I will support him. Wang Yinran's tone was resolute. Foolish. Du Jiang slammed the table, glared at her, and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Wang Yinran sighed softly. She knew the martial arts exam was dangerous and was worried for Chun Fan, but she couldn't help feeling an inexplicable faith in him. At the same time, news of Chun Fan's registration for the martial arts exam spread like wildfire throughout Qingqing No. 3 High School. When Yang Chuchu heard the news, she froze, taking a long time to recover. She didn't want anything to happen to Chun Fan. Although she had seen his strength, she still worried about the boy. For the first time, she experienced what it felt like to be concerned for a boy. Her heart felt tightly gripped, and even her breathing was heavy. She quickly sent Chun Fan a message. Senior, have you really signed up for the martial arts exam? A few minutes later, she received a reply, yes. She wanted to persuade him otherwise, but didn't know how to start. After hesitating for a long time, she put down her phone, gazing out the window, her expression dazed. You must stay safe. This was the only thought in her mind. Time flowed like water. Over the next few days, Chun Fan was relentlessly training in the practice room. Finally, the last day before the college entrance exams arrived. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day before the exams. After finishing his training, Chun Fan approached Lu Tao, the manager. Uncle Lu, I'd like to rent an F-grade longsword for 2 days. Lu Tao had already guessed that this sensational liberal arts student causing a stir in Qing City was Chun Fan. Without asking much, he directly retrieved a brand new longsword from the storage room and handed it to him. This is a brand new F-grade battle weapon, worth 250,000 yuan. Renting it costs 5% of the total price per day, so 2 days will be 25,000 yuan. No problem, Chun Fan agreed readily and added, Uncle Lu, I'd also like to buy a combat suit. When fighting mutated beasts, ordinary clothing was too easy to damage, so everyone wore combat suits. Combat suits, made from the hides of mutated beasts, were highly elastic and durable, not easily torn. According to the martial arts exam regulations, the quality of combat suits couldn't exceed F grade, meaning the materials could only come from first-tier mutated beasts. Lu Tao recommended a black combat suit worth 10,000 yuan to Chun Fan. Chun Fan sighed inwardly, lamenting the saying, the rich study martial arts, the poor study literature. Half of his savings from the past 3 years had been spent in just 1 week, and his heart couldn't help but ache. When Chun Fan returned home, it was already 6 o'clock. Tong Tong had come home early and was watching cartoons. To his surprise, Wang Yinran was also there. Sister Yinran, tomorrow is the college entrance exam. Aren't you going to school to handle the arrangements? Chun Fan asked curiously. It's all taken care of. Wang Yinran replied seriously, staring at Chun Fan. Xiao Fan, you'll be fine, right? Chun Fan naturally understood what she meant. He nodded firmly. Don't worry, Sister Yinran. Absolutely no problem. Just wait for me to return victorious. Remember, you promised me a big hug after the martial arts exam. Chun Fan joked to ease her tension. Okay. Wang Yinran nodded seriously this time, not teasing him. She took a piece of paper from her bag and handed it to Chun Fan. This is your exam admission ticket. I picked it up for you. Thank you, Sister Yinran. Chun Fan accepted it and carefully examined it. The martial arts exam written test would begin at 8 a.m. the next morning. The test was computer-based, similar to the driving theory exam, and lasted half an hour. Once the time was up, the system would automatically submit the answers and immediately display the score. Candidates who scored above 60 on the written test would gather at 9 a.m. sharp and enter the dimensional space together to begin the martial combat portion of the exam. The combat portion used a points-based system. Different mutated beasts earned different points, and rankings were determined by total points. The combat portion lasted 24 hours, starting at noon the following day and ending at noon the day after. Chun Fan carefully read through the instructions twice to ensure he missed nothing before putting the ticket away. Wang Yinran spoke earnestly. Xiao Fan, I believe in you. You've always been stronger than others since you were young. I'm sure you'll pass the martial arts exam. I'll be cheering for you outside the exam venue. Don't worry, Sister Yinran. Chun Fan patted her shoulder confidently. He was determined to take first place in Qing City's martial arts exam and shock everyone. Wang Yinran nodded firmly again and added, I'll head out now. Get some rest early tonight. I'll come to pick you up at 7 in the morning. After seeing Wang Yinran off, Chun Fan hurried to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After all, no matter what, Tong Tong's stomach came first. After dinner, Chun Fan quickly washed up and lay in bed early. Picking up his phone, he saw that Yang Chu had sent him over a dozen messages, all expressing her concern for him. Senior, have you prepared your weapons? What about your combat suit? That's a matter of life and death. Senior, if you haven't prepared, I can have Uncle Qian deliver one to you right now. Chun Fan smiled at her messages and quickly replied, Thank you, Junior. Everything is ready. Dong Xiaohu also sent a message. Chun Fan, are you ready for tomorrow? I feel like we shouldn't take the exam. I heard mutated beasts are terrifying. Ready or not? Don't underestimate me. Chen Fan snorted. Can a man ever admit he is not ready? All right then, go for it, brother Fan. After saying this, Dong Xiaohu stopped messaging, clearly feeling nervous as well. The others no longer paid attention to him. The high school senior preparing for the college entrance exam. Chen Fan actually had some relatives on his father's side. There was a second uncle. However, after embezzling his parents' compensation money a few years ago, their relationship had long been severed. On his mother's side, there was an uncle and an aunt, but they didn't live in Qingqing City and rarely kept in touch, only calling during Chinese New Year to exchange greetings. They probably didn't even know he was taking the college entrance exam this year. But that's fine too, fewer relatives, fewer troubles. Chen Fan sighed and went to bed early. The next day at 5:30 a.m., Chen Fan woke up to the sound of a system notification in his mind. Host, please note, system task achieved the top score in the martial arts exam for Shannon Province. Upon completion, you will be eligible for an F-level superpower lottery draw. What? A superpower lottery draw? Chen Fan sat up abruptly, staring at the screen in disbelief. The reward for this task turned out to be another superpower draw. Although it was only F-level, it was still a superpower, meaning he could gain an additional ability. Looks like I have to give it my all for this martial arts exam. Chen Fan was thrilled. He wouldn't miss out on the superpower reward. F-level superpowers were often referred to as the weakest, with the lowest rank. They had a unique characteristic. The user's strength could never improve. For example, the commonly known limb regeneration superpower sounded impressive, allowing someone to regrow a lost arm. But in reality, the regeneration process was extremely slow, and the user's strength would forever remain at the initial stage of the first tier, unable to grow stronger. Thus, it was more like a special ability than a powerful superpower. But Chen Fan didn't mind. His SS-level superpower was already strong enough to help him continuously enhance his strength. Gaining an additional ability would only make him more formidable. F-level superpowers weren't inherently weak, rather. The users were too weak to unlock their potential. If the limb regeneration ability were in Chen Fan's hands, once his strength reached a certain level, he might be able to regenerate limbs instantly, perhaps even achieving immortality. Therefore, Chen Fan was full of anticipation for the F-level superpower lottery. To him, the type of superpower didn't matter as long as it could provide support, it was enough. At 7 a.m., Wang Yinran arrived at Chen Fan's house on time. Xiao Fan, make sure you have your ID card and exam admission ticket. Let's head out. Got it. Chen Fan nodded, and the two went downstairs. Wang Yinran's car was a Porsche worth around 800,000 yuan. Sitting inside, Chen Fan had nowhere to place his giant blade and could only hold it in his arms. When they arrived at the school gate, the crowd was already packed tightly, leaving no room to move. There were parents seeing off their children, curious onlookers, but most notably, news media and online streamers. What the heck? How can the college entrance exam be this lively? Chen Fan stared at the sea of people outside the window, dumbfounded. Wang Yinran rolled down the car window, and Chen Fan immediately heard the shouts from the crowd. A 20-something guy wearing a baseball cap held up his phone, enthusiastically interacting with his followers through subtitles. Hey everyone, want to catch a glimpse of the liberal arts student who signed up for the martial arts exam in Qingqing City? Today, Liuzi is taking you on a live exploration. Thanks for your support, and shout out to my big brother Black Whirlwind for the 666. Chen Fan quickly counted there were at least 200 streamers of the same type on site. His head started to ache. All these people had come for him. Scanning the crowd, he unexpectedly spotted the lanky young man from the Wolf Warrior Martial Arts Hall who had once watched him fight Yin Tianba. The young man was shouting into his phone, "Guys, I think I've figured out who the mysterious person is. Once he comes out, I'll interview him right away. Help me boost my popularity." Is it really necessary to make such a big deal out of signing up for the martial arts exam? Chen Fan was speechless and asked Wang Yinran, "Yinran, can the car still get through?" Chen Fan was worried about being overwhelmed by embarrassment on the spot. "It's so crowded there's no way we can drive in. Let's find a place to park and walk in," Wang Yinran said helplessly. The two parked the car, and Chen Fan slung the giant blade over his back before walking toward the school gate with Wang Yinran. Chen Fan kept his head down, trying not to attract attention. However, Wang Yinran was too eye-catching, making it hard for people to ignore her. Suddenly, a reporter approached quickly and handed over a microphone. "Hello, miss. We're reporters from the Southern Province TV station. Could we ask you a few questions?" Wang Yinran exchanged a glance with Chen Fan, feeling conflicted. It was the provincial TV station. Would it be inappropriate not to cooperate? The reporter noticed Wang Yinran looking at Chen Fan and directly handed the microphone to him, saying, "Student, judging by your outfit, you're here for the martial arts exam, right? Do you know the student named Chen Fan?" "Huh? What does that even mean? Do I know myself or not?" Chen Fan thought for a moment and replied, "I guess you could say I do." "Fantastic." The reporter seemed to have struck gold and excitedly continued, "How much do you know about him? Do you think he'll pass the martial arts exam? Is there a chance he might mess up during the test? You want me to evaluate whether I can pass or not?" Chen Fan felt 1,000 galloping horses running through his mind, but maintained a polite expression. "I think he'll pass." It seems this mysterious student, Chen Fan, is no ordinary person. Even his classmates recognize his abilities. The reporter muttered to the camera before turning back to Chen Fan. "Thank you for the interview. Best of luck on your exam." With that, the reporter signaled the cameraman to stop recording and turned to find the next interviewee. Wang Yinran couldn't help but laugh out loud beside him. This reporter was truly something else, interviewing the person himself without even realizing it. She imagined the effect when the program aired. It was bound to be explosive. Meanwhile, just a dozen meters away, the lanky young man who had been chatting with his fans suddenly noticed Chen Fan and Wang Yinran in the camera frame. Sharp-eyed viewers immediately sent comments in the live stream chat. Streamer, there's a stunning beauty behind you." This comment instantly grabbed the attention of everyone in the live stream. The discussion about the mysterious liberal arts student shifted entirely to Wang Yinran. "I've seen many beauties, but today I finally understand what breathtaking means. My goodness, she is absolutely stunning. This woman is like a celestial fairy, truly one of a kind. Guys, I'm in love. 1 minute, just 1 minute, I need to know everything about this woman." The comments were varied, but all were filled with admiration for Wang Yinran's beauty. The lanky young man quickly turned around to look at the pair in the camera frame and froze. Wasn't this his newly acquainted big brother? This must be the mysterious martial arts exam candidate, Chen Fan. Big brother is truly big brother, accompanied by a beauty. While others are desperately preparing for the martial arts exam, you're here on vacation, aren't you? The skinny man was full of admiration and quickly walked over. "Hello, big brother, it's me." The skinny man grinned obsequiously. "Who are you?" "I don't know you," Chen Fan replied bluntly. Since he wasn't from the TV station, there was no need to pay attention to him. The skinny man panicked and quickly reminded him. "A few days ago, when you fought Yin Tianba, I was there." "Oh, I have a vague impression." Chen Fan nodded, then suddenly said, "The brave man who dared to take a loss. I remember now." The skinny man was embarrassed and quickly moved his phone away, afraid his fans would hear that. Seeing that Chen Fan and the woman had no intention of stopping, he hurried to catch up. Boss, I want to ask you a question on behalf of the fans. Is that okay?" "Say it," Chen Fan responded coldly. The skinny man quickly asked, "May I ask, is this lady next to you your girlfriend? Do I look old, or does Sister Yinren look young?" Chen Fan was speechless but liked the question. He looked at the skinny man and gave a mysterious smile. "What do you think?" The countless male fans in the skinny man's live stream groaned in frustration. Was there even a need to guess? The girl didn't deny it, so they must be a couple. Why? How could such a stunning beauty be taken by this guy? I'm so mad. Where's my knife? I'm going to crawl through the internet and take this jerk out. The live stream was filled with wailing. The skinny man watched Chen Fan walk away, his admiration growing even deeper. He turned to his livestream audience and said, "This is the mysterious liberal arts student from Qingqing City. What do you guys think?" The fans. Everyone was speechless. As expected, anyone who dared to take the martial arts exam as a liberal arts student was no ordinary person. Chen Fan and the woman entered the school gates, where it was much quieter. A tense atmosphere permeated the entire campus. Their presence still attracted many glances. Who asked that senior walking with Teacher Wang? He is so handsome, and his aura is amazing. Many first and second year girls curiously watched. But before they could daydream, someone reminded them, "Don't you know him? He is the one who lost a bet and had to streak Chin Fan." Huh? It's him? He looks good, but why is he so dumb? The girls who were initially interested shook their heads. Chin Fan ignored the stares and walked with Wang Yinran directly to the exam area. Many examinees had already gathered there. Wang Yinran led him to a male teacher in his 30s and said, "Teacher Zhang, this is Chun Fan from our class. I'll leave him in your care." "No problem, Teacher Wang. You can go handle your liberal arts class matters." Teacher Zhang smiled and nodded, then turned to Chin Fan. "Hello, Chin Fan. I'm Zhang Lei, the homeroom teacher of Martial Arts Class 4. Since you've signed up for the martial arts exam, you'll be joining our class for the next 2 days. Consider yourself a temporary member of Class 4. "Understood," Chin Fan replied politely. "Go line up behind me," Zhang Lei said, patting him on the shoulder and pointing to the queue behind him. Chin Fan understood and went to the end of the martial arts Class 4 line. At the back of the line was a chubby guy. He turned to size up Chin Fan and sneered. "So you're the guy who wants to try the martial arts exam? You really don't know your limits. Do you even deserve to participate? Mind your own business." Chin Fan crossed his arms and retorted coldly. This self-righteous fool, Chin Fan really wanted to slap him on the spot. The fat man heard this and got angry. "You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Do you know who I am? Of course, you're trash, and the self-righteous kind of trash at that." Chin Fan replied indifferently. "You looking for death, huh?" The fat man raged, attempting to grab Chin Fan's neck. Naturally, Chin Fan wouldn't let him succeed. He extended his hand and accurately caught the fat man's wrist. "Huh?" The fat man froze, not expecting Chin Fan to react so quickly. His hand was firmly gripped, unable to break free. "Let go." The fat man struggled to escape, but Chin Fan suddenly released his grip. The fat man, using too much force, fell flat on his back. This scene immediately attracted the attention of those around them. "Bear Fatty, what are you doing? Getting knocked over by an ordinary person? Are you trying to put on a show to ease everyone's tension?" The crowd burst into laughter. "This isn't my fault he fell on his own." Chun Fan shrugged, quickly distancing himself from the situation. Bear Fatty stood up angrily, ready to go after Chin Fan. "Bear Shan, don't go crazy. Fighting outside the exam hall will get your exam qualification cancelled." Class teacher Zhang Lei hurried over, blocking the furious fat man. "You just wait. You better pass the written test." Bear Shan gritted his teeth. Though he wanted to beat up Chin Fan, he didn't dare act on the spot and could only curse as he walked away. Zhang Lei patted Chun Fan's shoulder, his gaze carrying a warning, then returned to the front of the line. Chin Fan smirked. Seeing Zhang Lei walk away, he leaned close to the fat man's ear and whispered, "Coward." Bear Shan was so angry his nose was practically smoking. In his view, Chun Fan had no intention of taking the martial arts exam and was instead trying to drag him down. He was furious but had no way to deal with Chin Fan. "Hey, Big Black Bear, do you know how bears die? They die of stupidity. Do you know the difference between you and a bear? The difference is bears die of stupidity, while you die of cowardice." Ha ha. Chun Fan relentlessly continued to provoke the fat man with his words. Bear Shan's chest heaved violently with anger. He really wanted to turn around and punch Chin Fan, but he simply didn't dare. Of course, it wasn't that Chun Fan had a bad mouth, it was the system that had given him a task to thoroughly humiliate the fat man. After all, the other party had provoked him first. While Chin Fan could tolerate it, the system couldn't. Everyone around was stunned. The verbal skills of a liberal arts student were truly impressive. Those who had initially wanted to mock Chun Fan secretly felt relieved that they hadn't provoked this sharp-tongued lunatic. 10 minutes later, the system notified that the task was complete, and only then did Chun Fan let the fat man off. System, draw a prize. Chun Fan happily opened the prize box, drawing a purple card this time. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mental power enhancement card. Fantastic. Chun Fan's mental power had been lagging behind his physical strength, so this reward was perfect. Use the enhancement card. He decisively clicked to use it. His mind instantly became much clearer. His mental power increased from 30 to 33, his memory improved, and his understanding of the Gale Blade technique deepened. one step closer to becoming the provincial champion. Chen Fan thought gleefully. A few minutes later, a sharp whistle sounded, followed by a loud broadcast. Attention all class teachers, count your students and line up to enter the exam hall. The noisy crowd instantly quieted down as the class teachers began roll call. A few minutes later, the broadcast sounded again. All teachers, report the roll call results. All 48 students from Martial Arts Class 1 are present. All 51 students from Martial Arts Class 2 are present. All 52 students from Martial Arts Class 12 are present. The voices of the 12 classes rang out one after another. Not a single one of the 621 martial arts examinees from Qingqing No. 3 High School was absent. All examinees, line up and enter the written exam venue. The crowd surged like a tide, heading toward their respective exam rooms. The martial arts written exam was conducted in the computer lab, with seats spaced apart. Each seat had partitions, and cameras were installed above the computers to completely prevent cheating. Chen Fan sat down, entered his exam ID number and name into the monitor, and the camera quickly performed facial recognition. Within seconds, he successfully entered the exam system. He wasn't nervous at all the knowledge was already firmly in his mind, and he was confident about acing the written exam. At exactly 8 o'clock, the questions appeared on the screen, and Chen Fan quickly began answering. Meanwhile, Principal Zhang Zhongwen and the senior year director anxiously awaited the exam results. They were hoping Chen Fan would fail. Earlier, a reporter from the Southern Mountain Province TV station had conducted a long and challenging interview with them. If Chen Fan failed the written exam, everyone could breathe a sigh of relief if he passed, but failed the martial arts practical exam. Qingqing No. 3 High School would face a major scandal. The school would be accused of poor management, and the news of a student dying in the exam venue due to a bet would spread like wildfire. Thus, they most wanted to see Chen Fan fail. However, they were destined to be disappointed. At 8:30, the system immediately announced Chen Fan's written exam score, 100 points. Perfect score as expected. Chen Fan was completely satisfied. The monitor in the principal's office also displayed the scores of all the martial arts examinees in the school. Grade Director Du Jiang quickly reminded. Principal, the results are out. Check Chen Fan's score immediately. Zhang Zhongwen urged anxiously. The two opened the list and were instantly stunned. Among the more than 600 names, Chen Fan was the only one with a perfect score, ranking first. They were struck as if by a heavy blow, slumping into their chairs. It was over, completely over. Their careers were likely finished. Principal, what should we do? Du Jiang asked in a low voice. Zhang Zhongwen steadied himself and said, quickly call Zhang Lei from Class 4. No matter what, we must persuade Chen Fan to give up this martial arts exam. Equally shocked were the first and second year students across the school. At this moment, a giant screen on campus was simultaneously updating the written exam results, and Chen Fan's name was prominently displayed at the top. Holy crap, over 600 people took the exam, and a liberal arts student came in first. Isn't this a huge slap in the face for all the martial arts students? Yeah, in the past, everyone just winged it, as long as they scored over 60. Who would have thought someone would take it seriously this year and get a perfect score? Those martial arts students must be so embarrassed now. The news that a liberal arts student had taken first place in the written exam spread across the campus in an instant. Wang Yinran looked at Chen Fan's name and couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Fan, signing up for the martial arts exam wasn't just a whim for you. You must give it your all in the practical exam. Yang Chuchu excitedly shook her deskmate, Wang Wenli's arm. Lily, I told you, since our senior dared to sign up, he must be confident. I believe he can pass the martial arts exam. But Wang Wenli said dismissively. Chuchu, ordinary people taking the martial arts exam are doomed. What's the use of a perfect score in the written exam? Lily, how can you say that? Don't you want our senior to survive? He's different from others. I believe in him. Yang Chuchu's face was slightly flushed with excitement. Naturally, this news quickly reached the netizens following the matter, leaving them astonished. At this moment, all the candidates who had passed the written exam had gathered in the square in front of the teaching building. 20 buses were parked in front of the square, all designated to transport the candidates to the interdimensional space. A few minutes later, after each class had finished taking attendance, the candidates began boarding the buses one after another. At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Zhang Lei, called out to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, don't leave just yet. What's the matter, Mr. Zhang? Chen Fan asked, puzzled. Zhang Lei, without hiding the school's intentions, said directly, Chen Fan, I have to tell you, the school actually doesn't want you to participate in the martial arts exam. If you die in the arena, it would greatly damage the school's reputation. So what are you trying to say? Chen Fan asked, frowning. Zhang Lei replied, don't overthink it. I'm just routinely reminding you of the dangers of the martial arts exam. Whether you participate or not is up to you. You might not know this, but the aura emitted by the exotic beasts is terrifying. Ordinary people with weak mental strength don't even have the courage to resist. Are you sure you want to go? Of course, Chen Fan answered calmly. Then get on the bus. Zhang Lei, seeing his resolute attitude, said no more. As the homeroom teacher of the martial arts class, with a strength level of Tier 2, he wasn't too concerned about the school's pressure. Chen Fan found a seat and sat down, noticing the strange looks his classmates were giving him. Does this guy really dare to participate? Isn't he afraid of dying? Who knows? Scoring full marks on the written exam shows he's not impulsive. But he's already a dead man walking. Sitting in the same bus as him makes me uncomfortable. The candidates on the same bus whispered among themselves, their gazes toward Chen Fan, filled with pity and ridicule. Chen Fan ignored them, closed his eyes, and checked his system panel. Host, Chen Fan, ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body SS, level, Tier 1, Mid-Stage, Physique, 45, Mental Strength, 33 Skills, 9 Heavens Thunder Movement, Thunder Flash, Thunder Palm, Evaluation. A weak and powerless chick, current task. Achieve full marks in the written exam, task level F, completed, eligible for lottery draw, task difficulty, F. I can draw 2 more prizes. Chen Fan felt a bit excited. As soon as he entered the written exam venue, the system had issued the task, which was why he had taken the exam so seriously. Start the draw. Chen Fan silently commanded in his mind. The roulette began spinning, and the system's electronic voice sounded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a physique enhancement card and a bottle of strengthening milk. Strengthening milk? What's that? Chen Fan looked at the small bottle and asked the system. This is a liquid extracted from the fruit of an F-grade plant. When consumed by an ordinary person, it directly increases their physique by 3 points. Not bad. Although it's useless for me, I can give it to Sister Yanran or Tong Tong. Chen Fan was quite satisfied with this reward. It was said that the interdimensional space contained many magical fruits with effects beyond imagination, but they were all hard to find and extremely expensive. Chen Fan thought for a moment and decided to give it to Wang Yanran. Tong Tong was still young, and her bones hadn't fully developed. Drinking it might do more harm than good. He chose not to take out the strengthening milk directly to avoid drawing attention. Use the physique enhancement card. Chen Fan clicked to use it without hesitation. After a wave of comfort, his physique increased to 48. One step closer to becoming the provincial champion. Chen Fan thought with satisfaction. The 20 buses rumbled out of the campus, heading toward the outskirts of Qing City. This moment, Principal Zhang Zhongwen and grade director Du Jiang had already learned about Chen Fan's decision to participate in the martial arts exam. The two of them felt as if the sky was falling. Du Jiang whispered, Principal, should I stop him directly? Zhang Zhongwen's eyes burned with anger. Don't be foolish. With so many news media outside, do you think we can keep it under wraps? Then, what should we do? Du Jiang's face turned pale, his voice barely audible. There's nothing we can do now. We can only hope he's lucky. Zhang Zhongwen sighed and said, let's go. The opening ceremony for the martial arts exam is about to begin. Wipe that defeated look off your face, or you'll be a laughingstock. All right. Du Jiang quickly agreed. The bus sped along the road, and after leaving the city, the surroundings quickly became devoid of human presence. An hour later, the convoy entered a desolate mountain area and finally stopped outside a small town. Homeroom teacher Zhang Lei addressed the people on the bus. This is the junction of Qingqing, Yinqing, and Weiqing, where there's an entrance to an interdimensional space. All the candidates from the 3 cities will take the martial arts exam here. He pointed outside the window as he spoke. Do you see the town out there? It's called Yuliang Town, also known as Yuliang Pass. 1,000-strong army of superpowered individuals is stationed here to guard the entrance to the interdimensional space and eliminate any alien beasts that invade Blue Star. After the joint exam ceremony for the three cities, you will all enter the interdimensional space from here to begin the martial arts exam. Everyone curiously craned their necks to look. The outskirts of Yuliang town were surrounded by a 10-meter-high electrified fence, and the town had only one road for entry and exit. Outside the town was a massive concrete plaza where over 200 buses had already gathered. Zhonglei glanced at his watch and said to the people on the bus, "Everyone, bring your admission tickets and weapons. Get off the bus immediately and gather in front of the podium in the plaza." The candidates from over 200 buses disembarked one after another. The crowd was dense, numbering over 5,000 people. The plaza was vast, and the candidates from each school occupied a designated area. At this moment, a tall young man carrying twin axes stepped out of the Qingqing No. 1 high school team and walked toward the Qingqing No. 3 high school formation. His appearance immediately drew a lot of attention. "Isn't that Yin Tianba from Qingqing No. 1 high school? What's he doing coming over here? He looks aggressive, like he's looking for trouble. I heard he's an A-level superpowered individual at the late stage of the first tier. He's one of the top contenders for first place in the joint exam of the three cities. Who's unlucky enough to have provoked him?" The young man carrying twin axes was indeed Yin Tianba. He walked up to the No. 3 high school team and shouted loudly, "Where's Chen Fan? Where is he? Chen Fan? Is he looking for that liberal arts student Chen Fan? What did Chen Fan do to offend Yin Tianba? He's doomed." The crowd murmured in low voices, but no one dared to point out Chen Fan's location. No one wanted to meddle in this matter. However, in Class 4, the chubby Xiong was secretly delighted and raised his hand, shouting loudly, "Chen Fan is right here." The crowd immediately parted to make way. Yun Tianba walked through the crowd, stopping in front of Chen Fan. He said coldly, "In the interdimensional space, I'll show you what real power is." Chen Fan glanced at him indifferently and said disdainfully, "You're nothing but a loser. You're in no position to threaten me." "You." Yun Tianba's anger flared, his fists clenching tightly as his knuckles cracked audibly. "Chen Fan, the interdimensional space is not like the outside world. I have 100 ways to make your death miserable. Just wait and see." Chen Fan remained calm. "You just wait." Yun Tianba spat out harsh words, glaring coldly at Chen Fan for a few seconds before returning to his team. The people from 3rd high school began whispering as Yun Tianba walked away. The grudge between these two runs deep. "I heard Yun Tianba was defeated by Chen Fan? That can't be true, right? You must have misheard. I didn't hear that. An ordinary person beating Yun Tianba? What a joke." As everyone was discussing, a rumbling sound echoed, and the bronze gate of Yuliang town slowly opened. Several individuals in military uniforms emerged. Leading the way was a colonel whose commanding presence made it hard for anyone to meet his gaze. He stepped onto the podium, looked at the crowd, and said, "Greetings, everyone. I am Mu Hongtao, the person in charge of this interdimensional space entrance. Every word I say next is crucial. If you don't listen carefully and die inside, no one will collect your corpse." The noisy crowd immediately fell silent. No one dared to joke about their lives. Mu Hongtao continued, "The combat trial lasts 24 hours. We have prepared a military backpack for each of you, which contains a smart wristband, an emergency energy orb, and 1 day's worth of rations and water. The smart wristband will record your scores and rankings, and you must wear it at all times. The emergency energy orb can save your life in critical moments. Crush it, and within 10 seconds, an energy barrier will form around you, providing temporary protection. At that point, our soldiers will come to your rescue. However, if you're too weak or encounter a beast that's too strong, the energy orb might not even activate before you're dead. So, everyone, act within your limits." Now let's talk about the examination area. After entering the interdimensional space, you'll find yourself on a grassland. The examination area has a radius of 30 kilometers, centered around the entrance. Our soldiers have already cleared the area, driving away all second-tier and higher beasts. Of course, if anyone wants to aim for a higher ranking, you can explore further out. But if you die out there, our soldiers won't intervene. Does everyone understand? Mu Hongtao's voice suddenly rose. Understood. The crowd quickly responded. Since that's the case, proceed to enter the interdimensional space. All examinees, line up and undergo inspection by the soldiers. As soon as Mu Hongtao finished speaking, the soldiers began organizing the crowd into lines, preparing to enter Yuliang Town. After completing his inspection and receiving his military backpack, Chun Fan followed the others into the mysterious town. The town mostly consisted of neatly arranged barracks, with a twisted spatial gate standing in the central open area. Chun Fan walked directly through the gate, and in the next second, he found himself on an endless grassland. So this is the interdimensional space? The air is so fresh, and the scenery is beautiful. The first-time visitors curiously looked around. Suddenly, a deafening beast roar shattered the tranquility, causing everyone to fall silent in fear. The roars continued across the grassland, and those with weak mental strength turned pale and trembled on the spot. It seems ordinary people can't possibly face these exotic beasts. This oppressive feeling strikes directly at the soul, leaving no room for resistance. Chin Fan thought to himself. At that moment, a silver metallic sphere composed of countless small panels slowly ascended into the sky, eventually stopping high above. What is that thing? Chin Fan asked the examinee next to him in confusion. This is the sky eye. It's used to monitor every movement in the examination hall. It's said to be made of a unique material from another dimension. This material can connect across space, similar to quantum entanglement, and is the only communication tool between Blue Star and the other dimensional space. So every move we make can be seen clearly from the outside. I see, thank you. Chin Fan clasped his hands in gratitude. Soon, all the examinees entered the examination hall, and the time reached exactly noon. Mu Hongtao's voice rang out again. The martial exam begins now. As soon as the words fell, all the examinees sprang into action. Charge. The first place in the martial exam is mine. Nonsense. The first place is mine. The examinees shouted loudly, gripping their weapons tightly as they scattered in all directions to search for prey. Of course, some of the weaker ones timidly followed behind, waiting for an opportunity. Chun Fan chose a direction and sprinted quickly into the distance. The martial exam was a race against time. After a dozen minutes, there were no other examinees in sight around him. Just then, a sense of danger came from behind. Chun Fan abruptly turned around, and a terror wolf lunged at him. Terror wolves were common exotic beasts on the grasslands. They resembled wolves with gray fur, but were much larger, about the size of a calf. They ran extremely fast, with incredible strength and explosive power, easily capable of defeating tigers and bears on Earth. This terror wolf roared angrily as it charged at Chin Fan. A first-stage, early-level exotic beast dares to court death. Chin Fan judged its level from its aura. The terror wolf was strong, but Chin Fan was stronger. Facing the lunging terror wolf, Chin Fan showed no fear. For a beast of this level, he didn't even need to use his abilities. He threw a punch, his fist carrying immense power, directly sending the terror wolf flying. Woo woo woo, the terror wolf crashed to the ground, struggling to get up, but its head had already caved in. It soon stopped breathing. Too weak. Chin Fan sighed. The next moment, his wristband beeped, displaying his current score. 1. Killing a first-stage, early-level exotic beast earns 1 point. Fair enough. Chin Fan switched his wristband to the ranking list. First place, Jiang Tiannan, Yinqing number 1 High School, 35 points. Second place, Chu He, Weiqing number 1 High School, 32 points. 10th place, Yun Tianba, Qingqing number 1 High School, 19 points. They're moving so fast. How are their scores so high? Did they encounter a group of beasts or stronger exotic beasts? Chin Fan was surprised. It seems I can't let my guard down. Chin Fan wanted to check his own ranking, but the list only displayed the top 1,000. With just 1 point, he didn't make the cut. Just as he was about to move forward, a new section suddenly appeared on the system panel. Host, Chun Fan, Ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body SS, Level, First Stage Mid-Level, Physique, 48, Mental Power, 33 Slaughter Points, 1 Skills, 9 Heavens Thunder Movement, Thunder Flash, Thunder Palm, Evaluation. A weak and powerless chick, current task. Achieve the top scorer in Shannon Province and earn the ability lottery qualification. Task level. E. What are slaughter points? Chen Fan asked the system in confusion. Slaughter points are the points earned by hunting exotic beasts. Accumulating 100 points allows you to redeem a green grade lottery draw. This is amazing. I need to show my true skills now. Chen Fan excitedly rushed further into the distance, where more exotic beasts awaited his challenge. At the same time, in a conference hall in Yuliang Town, principals and grade directors from 10 high schools across 3 cities gathered together. On the large screen at the front of the hall, the rankings of the candidates were displayed in real time. Jiang Tianen. Could it be the genius who awakened the A-level ability Golden Flame Blaze? Everyone began discussing, their eyes filled with envy as they stared at the principal of Yin City No. 1 High School. Yin City No. 1 High School's principal, Jiang Yishan, wore a proud expression as he looked around and said, Tianen is already close to reaching the peak of the first tier. This time, the top spot in the 3-city competition is undoubtedly his. Those who had been envious turned sour upon hearing this. The competition had just started, and you're already treating the top spot as a foregone conclusion? The principal of Wei City No. 1 High School retorted indignantly. Our student Chu, he is also close to the peak of the first tier, and his score is only 2 points behind Tianen. The competition has just begun. The top spot is far from decided. That's right. Our student Mu Jijun is no slouch either. Others chimed in. But in the corner of the room, 2 figures sat quietly, not participating in the discussion. They were Zhang Zhongwen, the principal of Qing City No. 3 High School, and grade director Du Jiang. Their faces were tense, their eyes fixed on the bottom right corner of the screen displaying the list of deceased candidates. Principal, Chen Fan has already lasted 15 minutes. Du Jiang said in a pale voice, whispering to Zhang Zhongwen. Zhang Zhongwen responded softly, not even glancing at the scores of his own school's star students. At this moment, Yin City No. 1 High School's principal, Jiang Yishan, suddenly looked in their direction. Principal Zhang, I heard your school has a liberal arts student participating in the competition. What's their name? Let us check their ranking. Zhang Zhongwen's face darkened. The rankings only displayed the top 1,000 candidates. Did you think he could make it onto the list? Wasn't this deliberately trying to embarrass him? But with everyone staring at him, he couldn't afford to let them mock him, so he forced himself to appear calm and said, his name is Chen Fan. He hasn't made it onto the list yet. Made it onto the list? Old Zhang, you must be mistaken. The only list he could make it onto is the list of deceased candidates. Jiang Yishan laughed heartily, showing no mercy. Old Zhang, I heard your students are quite creative. Someone even plans to streak at the graduation ceremony? Another principal teased. The conference room erupted in laughter. Zhang Zhongwen's face turned ashen, and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Outside, many people were also paying attention to this martial arts exam. Wang Yinran had already stopped worrying about her class's liberal arts exam. She stood in the square in front of the teaching building, staring at the screen in front of her, terrified of seeing news of Chen Fan's death. Yang Chuchu was also extremely nervous. Today was Saturday, and there were no classes, but every year at this time, the school voluntarily organized students to watch the live broadcast of the 3-city joint exam. Normally, she didn't care about such things or participate, but this time she came, even bringing her friend Wang Wenli along. While other students were discussing the candidates at the top of the rankings, she was fixated on the lower-ranked list, afraid of seeing Chen Fan's name. In the dimensional space, another 10 minutes passed, and Chen Fan had already walked more than 5 kilometers. Along the way, he encountered very few alien beasts, earning only 3 points so far, still not enough to make it onto the rankings. How unlucky can I be? Why are there so few alien beasts in the direction I chose? Chen Fan looked around, feeling speechless. Just then, the first eliminated candidate appeared. Alarms sounded in Yuliang Town, and a soldier shouted loudly. 8 kilometers from the entrance, at 6 o'clock direction, a candidate has crushed their energy ball. Rescue team, move out immediately. Someone has been eliminated. The principals in the conference room immediately grew tense, their eyes all fixed on the screen. Lu Hong from Yin City No. 2 High School has been eliminated. Zhang Zongwen and Du Jiang breathed a sigh of relief, quietly wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads, thinking, luckily, it wasn't Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan's luck was finally off the charts. He climbed over a small hill, and a lake appeared before him. By the lakeside, more than 30 exotic beasts were drinking water. Jackpot, jackpot! Chen Fan was ecstatic. He threw his backpack aside and charged directly into the herd of beasts. Roar! The herd was startled but quickly became enraged and lunged at Chen Fan. Chen Fan was fearless, confronting a swift golden-striped jaguar head-on. He dodged backward to avoid its pounce, and in the next second, he grabbed its over 1-meter-long tail. The jaguar froze mid-air, unable to react, as Chen Fan swung it like a whip onto the ground. Crack, crack, the sound of bones breaking echoed, and the jaguar was completely smashed into a pile of mush, dead beyond doubt. Immediately after, Chen Fan charged forward and collided head-on with an iron-skinned black bull. His robust physique sent the black bull flying several meters, and then he kicked its heart, causing it to explode. Chen Fan, like a god of slaughter, possessed a powerful body strong enough to contend with late-stage first-tier exotic beasts. The beasts here were only early-stage first-tier, completely no match for him. In just 5 minutes, Chen Fan slaughtered over 30 exotic beasts. His score rose to 38 points. Finally, his name appeared on the leaderboard. First place, Jiang Tiannan from Yin City No. 1 High School, 285 points. Second place, Chu He from Wei City No. 1 High School, 260 points. 998th place, Chen Fan from Qing City No. 3 High School, 38 points. Chen Fan stared at his ranking, and his previously excited mood instantly turned into fury. Where on earth did these people get so many points? What Chen Fan didn't know was that the 3-city joint exam was held here every year. Many examinees were already well aware of which areas had more exotic beasts. Some families even had elders personally bring their juniors here in advance to familiarize themselves with the dimensional space. So, from the very beginning, Chen Fan was already at a disadvantage. When Chen Fan's ranking entered the top 1,000, others didn't pay much attention. But Yin City No. 1 High School's principal, Jiang Yishan, seized the opportunity to say to Zhang Zongwen behind him, "Principal Zhang, your school's Chen Fan is quite tenacious. He hasn't been eliminated even after half an hour." Zhang Zongwen snorted coldly, ignoring him. Jiang Yishan, however, wouldn't let it go. "The highest ranking from your school is only 21st place. Truly pitiful, TSK tisk." Zhang Zongwen's face turned green with anger. At this moment, grade director Du Jiang suddenly widened his eyes and nudged the principal beside him. "Principal, am I seeing this right? The third to last name on the list isn't that our school's Chen Fan?" Zhang Zongwen froze and quickly followed Du Jiang's finger to look. 998th place, Chen Fan from Qing City No. 3 High School, 38 points. This unexpected surprise made Zhang Zongwen's face flush red. He hurriedly asked Du Jiang, "Do we have any other students named Chen Fan in our school?" No. Du Jiang was equally excited. "This is unbelievable. How did he manage to do it?" Waves of emotion surged in Zhang Zongwen's heart. A liberal arts student participating in a martial arts exam, not only avoiding elimination but also breaking into the top 1,000. Their reaction drew the attention of those around them. When everyone saw Chen Fan's name, they were stunned. Impossible, right? Is it really that liberal arts student? 38 points. This means he killed 38 exotic beasts. Amazing. How did he do it? Everyone widened their eyes. A principal turned to the warrior operating the monitor beside him and said, "Young warrior, can you switch the camera to Chen Fan? I want to see who he really is." The young warrior shook his head. "No, the sky I can only locate the top 100 candidates. Unless he enters the top 100. Everyone felt regretful. The footage here was being broadcast live. Soon, some sharp-eyed netizens noticed Chen Fan's name. This news was like a pebble thrown into water, stirring up waves of discussion. Everyone was talking about it, shocked. What they cared about most was, could Chen Fan become the next legendary white-clad war god? In the square in front of the teaching building of Qingqing No. 3 High School, someone pointed at Chen Fan's name and exclaimed, causing a commotion. Wang Yinran trembled slightly, her face full of excitement. almost crying tears of joy. Xiao Fan, I knew you could do it. Meanwhile, in the classroom of Class 4, Grade 1, Yang Chuchu was the first to notice Chun Fan's name. Her heart raced, her face pale. After the tension subsided, she finally let out a sigh of relief, but tears still streamed down uncontrollably. Beside her, Wang Wenli noticed her unusual reaction and asked with concern, Chuchu, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Did Chun Fan die? Wang Wenli was somewhat agitated at the moment and quickly checked the list of deceased candidates, but Chun Fan's name was not there. Just as she was puzzled, someone in the class shouted out Chun Fan's ranking. Chun Fan, 998th. Oh my god, he made it into the top 1,000. The class quickly reacted and looked at the list, and sure enough, it was Chun Fan. Exclamations immediately erupted. However, Wang Wenli inexplicably felt a surge of anger. Why? Why him? How could he make it into the top 1,000? She suppressed her fury and said to Yang Chuchu indifferently, I'm going to the restroom. She didn't want to hear Yang Chuchu share this news. Absolutely not. Yang Chuchu nodded lightly without saying much. She didn't understand why her friend always reacted so strongly whenever Chun Fan was mentioned. While everyone was still in shock, Chun Fan's ranking steadily climbed. 995, 990, 960. At this moment, in the dimensional space, Chun Fan bypassed a small lake and discovered a pack of terror wolves. He was overjoyed and moved as swiftly as lightning, killing more than 20 terror wolves within minutes. Suddenly, a larger, faster snow-white terror wolf came charging from afar. A late-stage first-tier terror wolf. Chun Fan's eyes lit up, perfect for practicing combat techniques. He dropped his long knife and faced it barehanded. This terror wolf was about the size of a cow. With a kick of its hind legs, it leaped over 10 meters. Chun Fan reacted quickly, sidestepping and delivering a fierce punch to its abdomen. Although the terror wolf staggered, it landed steadily. Roar! It roared angrily and lunged again. Come on, beast! Chun Fan charged forward, landing a punch on its head and sending it flying. But he wasn't unscathed, retreating several steps before stabilizing himself. Such strength! Chun Fan suddenly leaped up, aiming a kick at the terror wolf's head. However, this terror wolf was exceptionally agile, dodging his attacks for over a dozen kicks. The two were locked in a tug-of-war. Finally, after a few minutes, Chun Fan landed a punch on the terror wolf's eye, directly bursting its eyeball. The dire wolf howled in pain, showing signs of retreat, but Chun Fan would never let it go. While you're injured, I'll take your life. Chun Fan lunged forward. He unleashed a powerful Tong Bei Ten kick, striking the dire wolf's head with full force. The strength of his leg far surpassed that of his fists, and the dire wolf's hard skull was split open with a single blow, causing it to collapse instantly. At this moment, Chun Fan's score rose to 82 points. His ranking also skyrocketed to 600th place. All the principals within Human Pass were stunned. A ranking within the top 1,000 was acceptable, but 600th place was truly shocking. Among the 5,000 candidates present, fewer than 500 had reached the late stage of the first tier, which indicated that Chun Fan's strength was already approaching that level. Of course, they had no idea that Chun Fan had not yet used any special abilities, nor had he even formally used a weapon. He might become the second liberal arts student in the history of Daxia to pass the martial arts exam. Everyone began to discuss this possibility. Their gazes toward Zhang Zhongwen also changed, no longer filled with ridicule, but with envy. Congratulations, Principal Zhang. The principal of Qingqing No. 2 High School cupped his hands politely toward him. The others also offered their congratulations. What did this mean? It meant that Qingqing No. 3 High School would receive substantial rewards. Zhang Zhongwen's career prospects would also advance significantly, with the potential to become the next director of education for Qingqing City. Zhang Zhongwen had not yet recovered from his shock. Watching Chun Fan's ranking climb higher and higher, he even forgot to breathe. Beside him, Du Jiang quickly nudged him and whispered, Principal, someone is looking for you. Zhang Zhongwen snapped out of it, looked at the crowd, and revealed a meaningful smile. Everything is going as expected. Chun Fan glanced at his 600th place ranking and frowned slightly. He needed to speed up his hunting otherwise. If the exotic beasts within a 30-kilometer radius were cleared out, it would become difficult for him to continue earning points. It's time to show my true strength. Chun Fan shouldered a massive blade, 1.5 meters long, and sprinted into the distance. 10 minutes later, he had already traveled 3 kilometers and found that the exotic beasts in this area were noticeably more numerous and stronger. A mid-tier, first-level green-eyed red-tailed tiger lunged at him. Chun Fan swung his blade with one hand, effortlessly slicing the tiger in half. Before he could leave, a sharp screech came from the sky. A fire falcon dove down from 100 meters above, reaching him in an instant. Courting death, Chun Fan slashed downward, splitting the falcon in two immediately. A few minutes later, he encountered a herd of mid-tier, first-level black armored rhinos. Chun Fan displayed his overwhelming prowess, charging into the herd alone and launching a frenzied slaughter. These massive creatures, weighing 3 to 4 tons each, were no match for Chun Fan's blade. Within 10 minutes, over 100 black armored rhinos were all slain, their blood staining his black battle suit red. Up to this point, he still hadn't used his special abilities. Special abilities recovered slowly, and Chun Fan didn't want to waste them on these low-level exotic beasts. At this moment, his score had already surpassed 300, and his ranking had risen to 382nd place. The crowd outside was utterly shocked, their attention on him even surpassing that of Jiang Tiannan, who was in first place. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can an ordinary person have the strength of a late-stage, first-tier fighter? I believe he must be an ability user, definitely one who awakened late. Otherwise, there's no way he could be this powerful. Although they couldn't see the battle scenes, the crowd had already deduced some secrets based on the rankings. At 2 p.m., Xinqing No. 3 High School. The second exam for liberal arts students began. Li Wenbin stared blankly at the test paper. Just as he entered the exam hall, he heard news he could never believe. 2 hours into the martial arts exam, not only was Chun Fan still alive, but his ranking had already entered the top 400. What did this mean? It meant that even if Chun Fan gave up on the martial arts exam, his scores alone could secure him a spot in a martial arts university. As everyone knew, even the worst martial arts university had a brighter future than the best liberal arts school. This bet he had completely lost, with no chance of winning. Why? Why? He is clearly an ordinary person, the last in the class rankings. I should be the one looking down on him. Li Wenbin screamed in his heart. Thinking of the bold words he had spoken and the promise to streak naked, he felt like dying. I'm the top student in the liberal arts class. How could I lose to him? How can I streak naked? I'm the god in the hearts of liberal arts students. Li Wenbin's mental state began to collapse, and he couldn't calm down at all. The thought of streaking naked in front of the entire school made him want to jump off a building. More than 10 minutes passed, and he couldn't solve a single question. His mind was completely blank. You must die in there. Li Wenbin could only silently pray. But how could Chun Fan possibly die in there? He had already ventured 20 kilometers deep, where exotic beasts were densely packed, with mid-level exotic beasts roaming in groups, and late-stage exot. Everyone was stunned by his ruthless, one-strike killing style, simple, direct, and merciless. Senior Chun Fan is so cool. I declare him my new idol. Yang Chu-Chu, a girl in the class, said solemnly. Haha, who was it that used to mock him as an idiot? A classmate nearby teased with a laugh. At this moment, all the girls who had once ridiculed Chun Fan had completely changed their attitudes. This young man, who might one day become the white-clad god of war of the Great Xia, had thoroughly won them over. A sense of pride surged in Yang Chu-Chu's heart. This is the person I have my eyes on. But one girl's face turned ashen. It was Wang Wenli. She was both shocked and furious. Why? Why did the loser that Yang Chu-Chu casually took a liking to have such immense potential? Why was it that Chun Fan had saved Yang Chu-Chu back then, and not her? She felt an overwhelming sense of grievance and anger. She had gone to great lengths to get close to Yang Chu-Chu, trying to befriend her while looking down on ordinary people. Yet, fate was so unfair, all the good things seemed to fall into Yang Chu-Chu's lap. Furious, she stood up abruptly and stormed out of the classroom. The others looked at her in confusion but quickly turned their attention back to the screen, focusing once again on Chun Fan. No one paid her any further mind. Yang Chu-Chu wanted to say something, but ultimately held her tongue. In the other dimensional space, Chun Fan was slaughtering enemies relentlessly. However, when his score reached the 88th rank, progress became exceptionally difficult. The examinees ranked near him were fighting desperately, determined not to let Chun Fan surpass them. Then let us show them some real skill. Chun Fan thought to himself. Blue lightning began to flicker on his massive blade, soon enveloping the entire weapon. At that moment, the conference hall in Yuliang Pass erupted. What? A lightning element ability user. Everyone stood up abruptly, witnessing this unbelievable scene. He has an ability. I knew it. How could an ordinary person possibly have such strength? One principal sighed in relief. But another principal beside him calmly remarked, have you considered this? He was able to defeat a late-stage Tier 1 beast with just his physical strength. If you add an ability to that, who among this year's examinees could possibly surpass him? The crowd was stunned. Can you determine the level of his ability? Someone asked. A principal shook his head and replied, you can't tell just from the video. You'd have to sense the aura he emits when using his ability in person. But with a body like that, I'd guess his ability is probably at the peak of Tier 1, close to Tier 2. Or what? The crowd pressed eagerly. Or his ability is S-rank, and his strength is at the late stage Tier 1, nearing its peak. The crowd collectively gasped. An S-rank ability user hadn't appeared in the 3 cities for 10 years. It was well known that students who awakened S-rank abilities by the end of their first year in high school would be directly recruited by universities. That's why it was rare to see S-rank ability users in the martial arts examination arena. As for the possibility of Chun Fan having an SS-rank ability, no one even dared to entertain the thought. This shocking scene simultaneously caused a sensation among all the teachers and students at Qingqing No. 3 High School. Senior Chun Fan has an ability now. He is so strong. Senior is incredible. And it's a lightning element ability so cool. Senior is going to be unstoppable. Please, Senior, crush Jiang Tiannan from Yinqing No. 1 High School into the ground for us. At this moment, everyone understood that Chun Fan was very likely to become the top scorer in this year's joint exam for the 3 cities, and he might even have a shot at being the top scorer in the entire Southern Mountain Province. Yang Chuchu's cheeks flushed slightly. The senior is truly low-key. He clearly has supernatural abilities, yet he disdains responding to others' doubts. Confident and humble, he really is the ideal male god in my heart. In front of the teaching building, Wang Yanran had been standing for a full 2 hours when she suddenly revealed a stunning smile. Xiao Fan, the secret you're hiding is making your sister so anxious. Just wait. Your sister will definitely teach you a good lesson when the time comes. She raised her fair little fist and made a couple of gestures toward the screen showing Chun Fan. Suddenly, she remembered that Chun Fan had promised her a hug after the martial exam, and her cheeks instantly turned slightly red. In the interdimensional space, the giant blade in Chun Fan's hand was enveloped in thunder. With one slash, a blue arc of lightning extended 2 meters, directly slicing a late-stage first-tier red-tailed tiger in half. In the next moment, the giant blade swept out a massive arc of lightning, and wherever it passed, over a dozen mid-stage first-tier exotic beasts were instantly cleaved apart. His ranking instantly surged into the top 80. This scene shocked everyone watching the live broadcast. He's too strong. He took out over a dozen mid-stage first-tier exotic beasts with a single strike. Everyone had only one thought in their minds. Chun Fan is invincible. The top 100 candidates also noticed his ranking suddenly jumping by 10 places and couldn't help but be surprised. However, some genius youths remained unimpressed. A young man with fiery wings on his back frowned slightly. Chun Fan? Never heard of him. His momentum is fierce, but no matter how strong he is, he can't threaten me. At this moment, a tall young man wielding dual giant axes stared at Chun Fan's name, his gaze somewhat dazed. This guy made it into the top 80? This. Yun Tianba fell into deep thought. It was normal for Chun Fan to enter the top 300, but jumping to 80th place was simply too exaggerated. No, I have to find him and figure out a way to take him down. Meanwhile, in Class 4 of Senior Year 3, the once arrogant Xiong Pongzi, who had provoked Chun Fan, was now scared out of his wits. He had barely squeezed into the top 1,000, and was just about to celebrate when he saw the rankings and broke out in a cold sweat. 78th place, Xinqing number 3 High School, Chen Fan, 702 points. How is he this strong? As he was in a daze, a giant ape punched him in the back, jolting him awake. He tried to crush the energy ball, but found himself completely powerless. No, don't. The next moment, the giant ape stomped down on his head like Mount Tai, crushing it completely. At the same time, a new name appeared on the bottom right corner of the casualty list on the Yuliang Pass's big screen. Xinqing number 3 High School, Xiong deceased. Xiong became the first candidate to die in this martial exam. Meanwhile, Chen Fan fully unleashed his power. After activating his supernatural abilities, his position as number 1 was almost unshakable. He swept through everything in his path, leaving no exotic beast alive, and his ranking climbed rapidly, officially entering the top 30 within half an hour. Just then, the ground beneath him shook violently, and a massive creature burst forth, a peak, first tier 3-tailed red armored scorpion. The giant scorpion was about 7 meters long, with 3 tails, each tipped with a half-meter-long black venomous stinger. As soon as the giant scorpion appeared, all the viewers in front of their screens were on edge. This was the first peak first-tier exotic beast to appear in the martial exam. This scorpion's aura is terrifying. Can Chen Fan handle it? The teachers and students of Xinqing number 3 High School were all holding their breath for Chen Fan. The teachers and students of other schools, however, seemed to be gloating. In their view, Chen Fan was at most at the peak of the first tier, and facing this exotic beast, he was bound to suffer. The people in the Yuliang Pass conference room thought the same. A 3-tailed red armored scorpion at the peak of the first tier is enough to test Chen Fan's true strength. But they had no idea how strong Chen Fan really was. Whoosh, the giant scorpion's tail stinger shot straight toward Chen Fan's chest. Furious dragon surges out to sea. Chen Fan showed no fear, gripping his massive blade tightly with both hands and executing a move from the Gale Blade technique. The blade was enveloped in thunder and slashed down fiercely. A burst of thunderous energy exploded like a lightning strike, and in the next moment, one of the scorpion's tails was severed and sent flying. The giant scorpion screamed in pain but became even more ferocious, its remaining 2 tails attacking swiftly like phantoms. Still not convinced, Chen Fan sneered coldly, raising his blade for another strike, severing another tail. At the same time, a thunderous sound erupted beneath his feet as he stomped on the scorpion's back and quickly retreated. The scorpion howled in agony, its back punctured with a bloody hole, blood gushing out. Yet its vitality was tenacious, and the injury was not fatal. Screeching, it lunged at Chen Fan once more. Courting death, Chen Fan's body became enveloped in thunder, his speed suddenly increasing. In a flash, he took the initiative. The massive blade, wrapped in thunder, sliced the scorpion into 2 halves with a single strike. The scorpion's raised tail slowly fell, lifeless. A peak-tier first-level beast is indeed troublesome, but that's all it amounts to. Chen Fan knew well that he hadn't even used the 3 skills of his thunder-devouring sacred body. He was brimming with confidence in his own strength. The principals in the conference room were all dumbfounded. The beast, considered a boss-level challenge in the martial trial, had been effortlessly dealt with by Chen Fan. So much for testing his limits. Good. Just as everyone was still in shock, Zhang Zhongwen, the principal of Xinqing 3rd High School, stood up and applauded enthusiastically. His face was flushed with excitement as he looked around proudly and declared, "This is the student I personally nurtured. Chen Fan, my pride." Beside him, grade director Du Jiang was so impressed that he was practically bowing in admiration, secretly thinking, "The leader is truly remarkable, speaking with such confidence." Others, unaware of the details, could only look on with envy written all over their faces. Chen Fan is incredible. He actually killed a peak-tier first-level beast with just 3 strikes. The entire faculty and student body of Xinqing 3rd High School stood up and applauded as they watched the scene unfold. They were filled with pride. Xinqing 3rd High had always ranked at the bottom, and in this year's Tri-City Joint exam, their highest scorer, Murong Xiao, had only ranked 19th. Senior Chen will always be our hero. The junior students were practically ready to kneel and worship. At this moment, Wang Yinran had already returned home. Since Chun Fan had to fight in the interdimensional space for a full 24 hours, the task of taking care of Tong Tong had fallen to her. The two of them watched Chun Fan battling on TV, their blood boiling with excitement. "Brother, kill that monster." Tong Tong cheered excitedly, standing in front of the TV. After slaying the giant scorpion, Chun Fan did not continue to expand outward but instead began searching along the edges of the examination field. Most of the beasts here were in the late stages of the first tier, making them ideal for him to quickly accumulate points. As he walked and killed, his score smoothly entered the top 10 within an hour. The person he had pushed out of the rankings was none other than Yun Tianba. "Impossible. He's just an ordinary person." Yun Tianba roared in anger as he looked at the rankings. He had originally planned to wait until his score stabilized before settling accounts with Chun Fan, easily luring a few high-tier ferocious beasts to send him to his doom. But now, he was starting to feel fear. He knew he was no match for Chun Fan and realized he had made a grave mistake. "I can't panic. I absolutely can't panic. I need to avoid him and make sure he doesn't find me." Yun Tianba's figure trembled slightly with fear as he quickly turned around and ran toward the entrance of the interdimensional space. An hour later, Chun Fan's score surpassed Jiang Tiannan's, firmly securing first place. First place, Xingqing number 3 High School, Chun Fan, points, 1692. Second place, Yinqing number 1 High School, Jiang Tiannan, points, 1672. Although the viewers in the live stream had anticipated this, they were still thrilled to see it happen. The classrooms of the first and second years at Xingqing number 3 High School were brightly lit, with teachers and students so engrossed that they even skipped meals. The campus was filled with applause and cheers that rose and fell in waves. "Chun Fan! Chun Fan!" Everyone shouted his name in unison. In Class 4 of the first year, the homeroom teacher looked at the students, who were as excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline, feeling both exhilarated and helpless. "Class, I have to remind you, the cafeteria will stop serving food in 10 minutes. "Mr. Lee, we're not eating," the students replied in unison. The same scene played out in other classrooms across the school. Sitting in her classroom, Yang Chu-Chu, however, felt a bit despondent. "Senior is truly amazing," she thought. At this moment, Yang Chu-Chu felt unworthy of Chun Fan. With his scores, Senior will definitely get into a top university. Will I be able to catch up to him in 2 years? After the martial arts exam for the third years, she would participate in the first-year ability awakening ceremony. For now, all she could do was pray that she would awaken a powerful ability. "Wherever Senior goes, I'll go too." In the interdimensional space, the sky was gradually darkening, and the roars of beasts echoed continuously. Many examinees began seeking partners to huddle together for warmth. Some of the weaker ones retreated directly to the entrance, planning to set out again the next day. The martial arts exam tested not only combat ability, but also survival skills. This was why the exam lasted 24 hours. After Chun Fan's score reached 3,000, he took over a bloodthirsty violent ape's cave and began to rest. Since the Heavenly Eye system couldn't display footage of Chun Fan, the young warriors in the Yuliang Pass conference room had no choice but to switch the main screen to Jiang Tiannan, who was ranked second. After witnessing Chun Fan's strength, everyone found Jiang Tiannan's performance uninteresting in comparison. Taking advantage of the live stream's lack of Chun Fan coverage, Yang Chu-Chu contacted her family and asked Uncle Qian to pick her up and take her home. In the cave, Chun Fan quickly replenished his food supply and began studying the system panel. At this point, his kill points had already reached 628. Chun Fan noticed that whether he killed a low-level or peak-level first-tier beast, he only earned 1 point. However, the martial arts exam points varied depending on the strength of the beasts. Without overthinking it, he directly spent 600 points to redeem 6 lottery draws. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mental power enhancement card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a physical constitution enhancement card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an F-grade weapon, a dagger. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a blessing card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mental power enhancement card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a physical constitution enhancement card. Hearing the system notifications, Chun Fan was overjoyed. This F-grade dagger could sell for at least 200,000, right? Wow, what an amazing system. After inspecting the dagger, he turned his attention to the blessing card. System, what is this? The system replied, Host, the blessing card is a card that can be used on others to temporarily increase their luck value. Could I use this on Tong Tong and have her buy a lottery ticket? Hee hee. I wonder if she could win the jackpot. Satisfied, Chun Fan carefully stored the blessing card and immediately used the 2 physical constitution enhancement cards and the 2 mental power enhancement cards. He quickly checked the system panel. Host, Chun Fan ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body SS level, early stage of Tier 1 physique, 54 mental power, 39 slaughter points, 28 skills, 9 heavens thunder movement, thunder flash, thunder palm evaluation, a weak and powerless chick current task. Achieve the top scorer in the Southern Province exam to participate in the ability lottery, task level E. My physique is about to break through 60, and as long as my mental power reaches 40, I can try to absorb high voltage electricity. Again to break through. This rapid improvement feels amazing. No, I need to keep killing exotic beasts. Once I leave the dimensional space, slaughter points will be hard to earn. Having tasted the benefits, Chun Fan rested briefly before crawling out of the cave again. Exotic beasts, come to your big brother's bowl. He charged out, wielding his blade, and slashed at any exotic beast he encountered. With his enhanced physique, killing peak Tier 1 exotic beasts was as easy as slaughtering chickens. Chun Fan became the greatest demon in the examination field, leaving a trail of corpses wherever he went. By 9 p.m., while everyone else was cautiously proceeding, Chun Fan's points had surpassed 5,000. At that moment, his smart wristband suddenly emitted a sharp alarm, followed by an urgent voice. Attention, examinees. A Tier 2 exotic beast has broken into the southern part of the examination field. Examinees in the south must evacuate immediately. Those unable to evacuate in time, please crush the energy ball immediately. Our warriors are on their way. As the alarm sounded, a beast's roar echoed from the south, causing the examinees there to turn pale and flee desperately. Just as the wristband alarm stopped, a deafening roar came from the south. Chun Fan, currently in the southeast of the examination field, was not far from the source of the roar. However, he paid it no mind. With his current strength, as long as it wasn't a mid-stage Tier 2 exotic beast, he had nothing to fear. Suddenly, the system prompted, Task. Head to the southern part of the examination field to rescue Morong Xiao Xiao. Countdown for minutes. Task level, F+. Morong Xiao Xiao? That strong girl from our 3rd high school's martial arts class. Chun Fan frowned slightly. To be honest, he didn't want to get involved with too many girls, but the F+ task reward was too tempting. He decided to go save her. Only 4 minutes. She must have been targeted by that Tier 2 exotic beast. Chun Fan strapped the giant blade to his back, lightning crackling under his feet. The explosive force propelled him 7 or 8 meters forward in a single leap. Like an arrow leaving the bowstring, he sprinted toward the direction of the beast's roar. At this moment, an 8-person team was desperately fleeing, pursued by a Tier 2 blazing flame lion. The lion's body was engulfed in flames, its size comparable to a rhinoceros, and it moved with incredible speed, closing the distance in just a few breaths. Morong Xiao Xiao, originally leading the group, glanced back and her face turned pale. The lion leaped high, swiping its paw to knock down the last person in the group. Chun Kuan, crush the energy ball now, Morong Xiao Xiao shouted. The fallen examinee, ignoring the pain, hurriedly crushed the energy ball. But before the energy shield could form, the lion bit off half of his head. We can't escape. The BL, everyone, hold on. The energy sphere needs 10 seconds to activate. Morong Xiao Xiao shouted, suddenly summoning a thorny whip formed from soul power in her hand, which she lashed fiercely at the blazing lion. However, the flames on the lion's body merely flickered slightly, showing no signs of injury. The next second, before Morong Xiao Xiao could retreat, the lion's massive tail swung, sending her flying over 10 meters. Xiao Xiao! The group cried out in alarm, unleashing their full power to attack the lion. With a deafening boom, the lion remained completely unharmed. As despair set in among the group, the lion struck another examinee, sending them flying over 10 meters as well. When that person hit the ground, their chest was completely crushed, and they immediately fell unconscious. Just as the lion prepared to bite down on their head, the energy shield suddenly activated, firmly protecting them. At the same time, the energy shields of the others also appeared, enveloping everyone inside. "We're alive." The group finally breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, the lion spewed a torrent of flames from its mouth, instantly turning the surroundings into a sea of fire. The scorching flames relentlessly burned against the energy shields, producing cracking sounds. "Can we hold out until the rescue arrives?" Anxiety began to creep into everyone's hearts. Meanwhile, in the Yuliang Pass conference hall, the people present were drenched in cold sweat, especially Zhang Zhongwen, the principal of 3rd High School. His face was pale. These 8 examinees were the top students of 3rd High. If they all perished in the examination field, even with the dark horse Chen Fan, he would face immense criticism. He anxiously turned to the young soldier beside him and shouted, "When will your rescue team arrive on site?" "Our team is already on the way, but they're too far. The fastest they can get there is 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Zhang Zhongwen's eyes widened. The energy spheres can hold out for at most 3 minutes. 10 minutes is far too long. What about Colonel Mu? He's a 4th-tier ability user. Fast enough, why isn't he personally going to the rescue? He should be able to reach the battlefield quickly." Zhang Zhongwen roared, unwilling to accept the situation. "Commander Mu is not at Yuliang Pass. He went deep into the dimensional space 2 hours ago on a mission. You must save them," Zhang Zhongwen said in despair. His emotions had swung from elation to devastation in a single day, leaving him on the verge of collapse. At the same time, everyone watching the live broadcast was on edge, their hearts in their throats, especially the teachers and students of Qingqing 3rd High. Will Senior Morong and the others die? Oh no, someone save them. Some timid students couldn't help but burst into tears. In the dimensional space, the energy shields of the 7 were already covered in cracks, ready to shatter at any moment. "We can't wait for the rescue." Despair filled everyone's hearts. The shadow of death loomed over each of them as time ticked by. Finally, the energy shields could no longer withstand the scorching flames and shattered one after another. "It's over." The 7 closed their eyes, bracing themselves for death. Even the viewers in the live broadcast couldn't bear to watch anymore, turning their heads away. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the live feed. "Rescue personnel have arrived?" The audience's eyes widened in astonishment. The figure moved at incredible speed, surrounded by flickering blue lightning. "Wait, that looks like Chen Fan." As the figure drew closer, everyone finally recognized him. "It's Chen Fan. Thank goodness, he's here to save them." A surge of hope filled the hearts of the audience. And, of course, Chen Fan did not disappoint. Just as the blazing lion's massive claw was about to strike Murong Xiaoxiao's head, Chen Fan swiftly drew a giant blade from his back and hurled it at the lion with all his might. The blade, wrapped in the power of thunder, crashed into the lion with a deafening roar. Lightning and flames exploded instantly, and the shockwave sent Murong Xiaoxiao flying once again. Dazed, she quickly opened her eyes to see a young man, his body radiating with lightning, standing in front of her. "Everyone fall back," Chen Fan said calmly to the people behind him. Someone from 3rd High recognized him and exclaimed, "You're Chen Fan? The liberal arts student." "What? Him? The current #1 on the rankings." Everyone was stunned. The blazing lion seemed to sense Chen Fan's strength. It stood in place, roaring at him repeatedly, but hesitated to charge forward. Inside Yuliang Pass, Zhang Zhongwen finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Chen Fan appear. With his strength, he should be able to hold off a 2nd-tier beast for a few minutes, right? No one expected Chen Fan to kill the 2nd-tier beast, but if he could buy time until reinforcements arrived, there was at least a glimmer of hope. However, no one truly understood how powerful Chen Fan was. As the people behind him slowly retreated dozens of meters away, the lightning around Chen Fan grew even more intense. "Bastard die." Chen Fan launched the first attack. He didn't pick up the giant blade, but chose to fight barehanded. The power of thunder gathered in his fist, surging with energy as he punched toward the blazing lion. The lion refused to back down, raising its massive front paw high and slashing down with a fiery claw. Thunder Fist and Fire Claw collided, evenly matched. But Chen Fan's attack was far from simple. In the next moment, thunder erupted beneath his feet, and he kicked the lion's jaw, sending it flying. The two quickly became entangled, the surrounding area filled with the energy spilling from lightning and flames. Witnessing this, everyone was utterly shocked. Chen Fan was holding his ground. Murong Xiao, though severely injured, stared at Chen Fan with curiosity. After 3 years as classmates, she had no idea such a person existed in Third High. After battling the lion for a minute, Chen Fan decided to try a skill inherent to the devouring Thunder Sacred Body. He began to use the Thunderclap palm. Lightning rapidly converged in his palm, forming a terrifyingly powerful thunderball. This moment, he truly wanted to kneel before Chen Fan, grateful that Chen Fan was a student of their third high school and thankful he hadn't detained him. In the dimensional space, Chen Fan was momentarily stunned because his points had suddenly increased by 1,000, reaching 6,000. The people on the scene exchanged astonished glances. The second-tier exotic beast that 8 of them together couldn't defeat had been easily taken down by Chen Fan. Murong Xiao struggled to her feet, walked up to Chen Fan, and solemnly bowed. Chen Fan, thank you for saving me and everyone else. No need to thank me. Chen Fan smiled faintly. Murong Xiao was indeed beautiful, but at this moment, blood at the corner of her mouth made her look even more alluring. However, her clothes on her chest were stained red with blood, and Chen Fan couldn't help but feel concerned. What a pity, such a good girl might end up with lasting injuries. Murong Xiao noticed Chen Fan's gaze, blushed, and said softly, I wasn't hurt there. Oh, why are you telling me this? Chen Fan was speechless. In his heart, there was only Sister Yinran. Besides, your figure is far from Sister Yinran's. No chance. Grow up a few more years, little girl. At this moment, 10 rescue team members finally arrived. The captain was a late-stage second-tier ability user. He glanced at the corpse of the flame lion on the ground, then at Chen Fan, frowning in surprise. This year's candidates actually included such a genius. Just as he was about to salute Chen Fan, the ground suddenly trembled, and a series of roars echoed from afar. At the same time, everyone's smart wristbands sounded an alarm. All candidates, evacuate the dimensional space immediately. A beast tide has erupted in the south. All soldiers within Yuliang Pass, enter the dimensional space immediately and fight to the death to stop the beast tide. Under no circumstances should exotic beasts invade Blue Star. As the alarm sounded, the candidates were in an uproar, turning and rushing toward the dimensional space's entrance. Beside Chen Fan, the rescue team captain's face turned grim as he instructed his team, hold off the beast tide and ensure the candidates evacuate safely. Yes, the 9 soldiers responded in unison, drawing their weapons and preparing for battle. The candidates looked at each other, momentarily at a loss. What are you waiting for? Retreat now, the captain roared. Finally, the crowd began helping each other and desperately fleeing toward the entrance. Only Chen Fan remained standing still. Young man, aren't you leaving? The captain, knowing it was Chen Fan who had taken down the flame lion and recognizing his strength, asked. In the face of great peril, how can a man of Daxiao run away? I'll fight alongside you to the end. Chen Fan declared passionately. The soldiers were full of admiration. Not only was he powerful, but he also had a sense of responsibility and the courage to fight. In truth, Chen Fan was panicking inside. That damned system had given him a mission to hold off the beast tide until the very last moment. And it was an E-graded mission. Damn system, it's going to kill me sooner or later. This is a beast tide. How can my small frame hold off thousands upon thousands of exotic beasts? Chen Fan complained helplessly. The soldiers, seeing his calm and fearless expression, admired him even more. Young man, you're a true tough guy. If we survive this, I'll buy you a drink. Deal. Chen Fan responded coolly, shouldering his giant blade. Oh no, I'm probably not going to make it out alive today. Sister Yinran will likely end up a widow. Boo-hoo. In the distance, dust billowed as tens of thousands of exotic beasts charged madly toward them. Chun Fan's heart raced as he quickly opened the System S lottery. The reward for completing the F+ mission was a triple draw, and Chun Fan luckily obtained 2 physique cards and an F-grade round shield. The round shield was not suitable for use in the interdimensional space, but the 2 physique cards greatly enhanced his combat power. Use the physique cards. Chun Fan did not hesitate, and his physique strength instantly increased to 60. With 300 slaughter points accumulated, Chun Fan continued the lottery draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 F-grade vitality pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a piece of warm spirit jade. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mental power enhancement card. Vitality pill? Warm spirit jade? Chun Fan quickly asked the system what these items were. Soon, he got the answer. The vitality pill was a type of elixir that could rapidly restore abilities. The warm spirit jade could nourish the soul and help enhance abilities. I don't need the warm spirit jade, but the vitality pill is crucial for the current situation. Chun Fan immediately used the mental power enhancement card. A refreshing sensation swept over him, and his mental power increased from 40 to 42. My strength has improved significantly again. I should barely be able to hold off mid-stage second-tier exotic beasts now, right? As he was pondering, the first wave of the beast horde had already charged forward. This wave consisted of as many as 200 beasts, with the weakest among them possessing peak first-tier strength. Brothers, no retreat. Follow me. The squad leader charged forward with his gun. Behind him were 9 others, all at the second tier of strength 3 at mid-stage and the rest at early stage. They all unleashed their abilities and charged to meet the enemy. Gritting his teeth, Chun Fan also rushed into the beast horde. At this moment, his body was stronger, making it easier to kill exotic beasts. However, there were too many enemies, and 5 mid-stage second-tier exotic beasts surrounded him at once. Chun Fan counterattacked continuously with Thunderclap Palm and Thunder Flash, but after a dozen breaths, he was still at a disadvantage. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Chun Fan roared, lightning surging across his body. Blue lightning quickly condensed, and in the blink of an eye, it formed into a blue thunder dragon coiling around him. This was his most powerful combat technique, 9 Heavens Thunderstrike. At its peak, this move could summon 9 thunder dragons, but with his current weak abilities, he could barely form one. However, even 1 thunder dragon was already strong enough. Chun Fan slashed with his blade, and the thunder dragon followed the blade's momentum, charging at a mid-stage second-tier exotic beast. Boom! The thunder dragon roared, and the blade's energy directly cleaved the enemy in 2. Amazing! Chun Fan exclaimed excitedly and slashed again. The thunder dragon roared once more, slicing another exotic beast into. Chun Fan looked toward the battlefield. The squad leader was fiercely battling a late-stage tier 2 mutant beast, the fight intense. The others were being forced into peril by several slightly weaker mutant beasts. Has the main force not arrived yet? Chun Fan frowned and charged into the battlefield again. He had lost count of how many mutant beasts he had killed. Although the Yuan nurturing pill continuously restored his abilities, his physical strength and mental energy were nearing their limits. At that moment, shouts and battle cries erupted from the rear. Soldiers from Yuliang Pass had arrived. On the other side, the Beast-Tide army was also closing in. A peak Tier 2 ability user standing at the forefront shouted to the crowd, "Brothers, protecting the land of Daxia is our responsibility. We must eliminate all mutant beasts. Charge with me. Kill." Over 1,000 ability warriors unleashed their killing intent, facing tens of thousands of mutant beasts without fear. The grassland instantly erupted with deafening battle cries, blood and flesh flying everywhere. After a brief rest, Chun Fan rejoined the fight. After killing several early-stage Tier 2 mutant beasts, he was targeted by a mid-stage Tier 2 Thunder Python. A thick lightning bolt struck him from behind, sending Chun Fan flying over 10 meters. Damn it! A sneak attack. Chun Fan burned with rage, quickly getting up and fighting the Thunder Python desperately. Against this mid-stage Tier 2 Thunder Python, Chun Fan soon fell into a disadvantage. Another lightning bolt hit his chest. The electric current surged through his body, blasting him another 10 meters away. However, Chun Fan's strong physique prevented him from being injured. As he stood up, he was surprised to find that his body was absorbing the energy emitted by the Thunder Python. The opportunity to break through to late-stage Tier 1 is right in front of me. Chen Fan was ecstatic. He directly absorbed the protective Thunder Dragon into his body, allowing the Thunder Python's electric currents to sweep through him entirely. "Give me more of that thrill," Chen Fan shouted provocatively. The Thunder Python finally became enraged, quickly wrapping its tail around Chen Fan. Immediately after, it released a terrifying electric current throughout its body, causing crackling sounds to erupt from Chen Fan's body. "This feels amazing." Chen Fan felt the pleasure of his cells absorbing the electric energy, utterly exhilarated. Among the livestream audience, reactions varied. Some thought Chen Fan was too arrogant and had brought this upon himself. Others felt pity, believing this genius might fall here. Still, others were worried about him, especially Wang Yanran and Yang Chuchu. The two stared at the screen, their faces pale, almost holding their breath. "Xiao Fan, hang in there. Senior, you must survive." Tears streamed down their faces. But Chen Fan seemed unconscious, not resisting, allowing the Thunder Python to coil around him. Minutes later, Chen Fan suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, his body acted like a black hole, absorbing all the electric currents from the Thunder Python. The Thunder Python panicked, trying to loosen its grip, but found itself tightly bound. Its internal electric energy was being frantically drained, almost completely depleted in an instant. Chen Fan felt an incomparably powerful force. At this moment, he finally broke through to late-stage Tier 1. Draining a Thunder Python dry feels incredible. Chen Fan erupted with power, lightning surging all over his body. With a loud boom, he shattered the Thunder Python that had been coiling around him. Chen Fan quickly checked his system panel. Host, Chen Fan ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body SS level, late-stage Tier 1 physique. 82 mental power, 60 kill points, 410 skills, 9 Heavens Thunder Movement, Thunder Flash, Thunder Palm Evaluation, a weak and powerless chick current task. 1. Achieve the top scholar title in Shannon Province to qualify for the Ability Lottery Task Level E.2. Hold the beast tied until the last moment, Mission Level E. Physical strength increased by 20 points. Chen Fan felt the explosive power and strong abilities. Overjoyed. Outside, the people watching the live broadcast looked at each other. Why did the Thunder Python suddenly explode? Why is Chen Fan completely unharmed? Wang Yanran and Yang Chuchu were crying tears of joy. At this moment, in the dimensional space, Chen Fan charged into the battlefield again. He picked up a discarded broadsword from the ground and swung it. A blue lightning arc instantly cut through 10 meters of space, slicing a Tier 2 early-stage beast in half. Now, I can completely go head-to-head with top-tier mid-stage Tier 2 beasts. Chen Fan was full of confidence and activated the 9 Heavens Thunder movement again. The blue protective Thunder Dragon was now a size larger than before. He charged at a mid-stage Tier 2 Ancient Armor Wild Bull with his blade. This beast had astonishing defense, but it couldn't withstand Chen Fan's dragon-shaped blade aura, and its body was instantly covered in wounds. After a dozen breaths, Chen Fan simultaneously unleashed the protective Thunder Dragon and blade aura, blasting the wild bull into a mist of blood. Chen Fan, like a god of slaughter, targeted only early-stage and mid-stage beasts. The fierce battle lasted for over 2 hours without any sign of stopping. Corpses piled up like small mountains around him, and the number of Tier 2 beasts he had killed exceeded 100, with his kill points breaking through 1,500. Outside, citizens from all 3 cities dared not sleep, anxiously awaiting the outcome of the battle. If the warriors couldn't hold on, the entire city would be massacred. The intense fight continued deep into the night, and just as the warriors were about to collapse, a 10-person squad charged out from the depths of the dimensional space. All 10 were Tier 3 or higher ability users, led by Colonel Mu Hongtao, the person in charge of the dimensional entrance. Their arrival turned the tide of the battle, unleashing a frenzy of slaughter. Finally, the battle began to favor the warriors. An hour later, tens of thousands of beasts were completely annihilated. Chen Fan slumped onto the corpse of a black panther, gasping for air. His physical and mental strength had reached their limits. But seeing his system kill points break through 3,000, he felt it was all worth it. Around him, the warriors didn't rest but began clearing the battlefield, and rescuing Dian Chen Fan brought him too many surprises. Chen Fan, you're amazing. Zhang Zongwen beamed with pride and affection, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Chen Fan naturally recognized this principal. He said calmly, Principal Zhang, I heard someone doesn't want me to participate in the martial arts exam. Zhang Zongwen's expression changed, and he quickly adjusted his demeanor. That must be your grade director, Fatty Zhang, stirring up trouble. I'll make sure to teach him a lesson when I get back and stand up for you. Chen Fan smiled faintly, ignoring him. We're not close, don't force a connection. Zhang Zongwen panicked and quickly jogged to catch up, leaning close to Chen Fan's ear and whispering, Chen Fan, don't embarrass me in front of so many people. Every year, our school has a martial arts exam bonus of 1 million yuan. This year, I've decided to give the entire bonus to you. How's that for sincerity? Chen Fan smiled slightly, thinking he was quite straightforward, so he decided to give him some face. Haha, I think I misunderstood Principal Zhang earlier. You're truly a reasonable person. The two stood at the front of the third high school team, pretending to chat and laugh, acting as if they were close, like a teacher and student. This scene made the other high school principals envious, thinking, why doesn't our school have a genius like Chen Fan? The people Chen Fan had saved also squeezed to the front, expressing their gratitude one after another. 10 minutes later, Mu Hongtao finished arranging military affairs and came to the examinee team. Everyone, I have already consulted with the Provincial Department of Education. The martial arts exam ends here. You have been in the exam venue for 8 hours, and we will triple your scores as the final results. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted, with some rejoicing and others worrying. Although it felt unfair, it was understandable. Every year, there are over 400 martial arts exam venues in Daxia. In the past, there have been instances of beast-tide outbreaks, but usually, there is no re-examination due to the high cost of the martial arts exam. The official policy directly stipulates that scores can be magnified to handle such situations. After the crowd quieted down, Mu Hongtao continued, Yuliang Town cannot accommodate so many people overnight. Each school can lead their teams to leave. If you think it's too late, you can wait in the square outside the town until dawn. The examinees had no choice but to accept the regulations. Unrelated personnel were not allowed to stay in the military camp. Mu Hongtao raised his hand to quiet the noise and then announced, during this beast-tide defense, Chen Fan performed outstandingly, killing 208 second-tier exotic beasts and making significant contributions. I have reported this to the Military District Command, and it has been decided to award Chen Fan a bronze 2-star medal. Wow! The crowd immediately erupted in exclamations. Chen Fan actually got a medal? And it's a 2-star. My goodness, I've never heard of a high school student receiving a medal. Don't be envious. If you could kill 1 or 200 second-tier exotic beasts, you deserve one too. Everyone discussed fervently, with most expressing admiration and envy. After Mu Hongtao finished speaking, he stepped off the stage and personally hung the bronze medal around Chen Fan's neck. Well done. He patted Chen Fan's shoulder and returned to the podium. I hereby declare the martial arts exam officially over. With Mu Hongtao's announcement, the martial arts exam results were finalized. First place, Qingqing Third High School, Chen Fan, 18,000 points. Second place, Yanqing First High School, Jiang Tiannan, 6,265 points. Third place, Weiqing First High School, Chu He, 5,824 points. Chen Fan unsurprisingly took first place in the 3-city joint exam, but his brows furrowed slightly. This was because the exotic beasts he had killed during the beast tide were not included in the martial arts exam results. 18,000 points. I wonder if it's enough to secure the top spot. He was a bit worried, as the top prize included a chance to draw a superpower. I killed over 200 second-tier beasts, which should convert to at least 200,000 points, right? And yet, 200,000 points only got me a bronze medal. What a huge loss. Chen Fan looked at the medal on his chest with dissatisfaction. One side was engraved with the Great Xia Dragon Totem, while the other bore his name and the date of issuance. Old Zhang, what's the use of this thing? He asked Zhang Zongwen. who was standing beside him. Hearing himself called Old Zhang, Zhang Zongwen only laughed more heartily. Haha, this medal is no ordinary thing. There are 4 types: bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. Each type is further divided into 5 levels, from 1 star to 5 stars, representing honor and status. So what's the point of this thing, really? Chun Fan curled his lips, feeling that honor was of no practical use. Zhang Zongwen quickly explained, "You need to understand, entering the dimensional space to hunt beasts usually comes with a fee. But as long as you carry a bronze medal, you can enter for free. Plus, you can temporarily command 10 town guards to assist you." "Oh, old Zhang, I don't quite get it. Isn't hunting beasts a contribution to the country? Why is there a fee?" Chun Fan asked, puzzled. Zhang Zongwen pretended to ponder, clasping his hands behind his back and adopting a teacherly demeanor. "Because the blood and flesh of the beasts are very valuable, their entire bodies are treasures. Superhumans can sell the beasts' corpses for money after killing them." "What? Selling corpses?" Chun Fan felt even more indignant. This is such a huge loss, an absolute disaster. As the two chatted while walking, they arrived at the square outside Yuliang Pass. Zhang Zongwen directly ushered Chun Fan into his private car, where the driver was the grade director, Du Jiang. The moment Du Jiang saw Chun Fan, he immediately put on the friendliest smile of his life. "Chun Fan, congratulations on ranking first in the 3-city joint exam." Chun Fan sneered, adjusted the seat to its lowest position, and almost lay flat, clearly signaling that he didn't want to engage. Du Jiang was embarrassed and hurried to explain. At this moment, Principal Zhang interrupted him sternly. "Director Du, today, I must criticize you in front of Chun Fan. Chun Fan is such an outstanding student, and he almost missed the martial arts exam because of your prejudice and ignorance. You nearly caused a major issue for the school. Tonight, go home and write a 10,000-word self-reflection and personally hand it to Chun Fan. Do you hear me?" Du Jiang's face instantly turned grim. In over 20 years, he had never imagined he'd have to write a self-reflection for a student. But he had no choice. He couldn't afford to offend either of the 2 people in the car. "All right, fine. I'll write it overnight and hand it to Chun Fan tomorrow." "Enough." Chun Fan waved his hand, cutting off their performance. "Old Zhang, there's one more thing I need to tell you. That classmate of mine, Li Wenbin, who made a bet with me he's planning to streak at the graduation ceremony. The school has to stop him." Zhang Zongwen's expression immediately changed, and he awkwardly replied, "That student suddenly started shouting like a madman during the math exam this afternoon, and his exam qualification has already been revoked. So, he won't even have the face to show up at the graduation ceremony." Chun Fan was speechless, the top scorer in the liberal arts stream. And yet his mentality was this fragile? This guy can't be let off so easily. Chun Fan muttered under his breath. Zhang Zongwen was helpless. This was all a scandal for the school. He quickly changed the subject. "Chun Fan, in a few days, universities will start contacting you. You should start thinking about which one to choose. Contact me early. Isn't the martial arts exam ranking only announced in 7 days?" Chun Fan was puzzled. Zhang Zongwen said, "Top universities have channels to know your scores in advance. You don't need to apply, they'll directly recruit you." "All right, I'll check out the situation with various universities in the next few days." When Chun Fan returned home, it was already 3 in the morning. Tong Tong wasn't there. She had gone to Wang Yanran's house. He quickly took a hot shower and fell asleep as soon as he lay down. Early the next morning, before dawn, the phone rang urgently. The caller was his rarely contacted eldest uncle. Chun Fan frowned. This uncle lived in Yin City and hardly ever contacted him. This time, the call was undoubtedly because he had learned that Chun Fan had ranked first in the 3-city joint exam. After hesitating, Chun Fan answered the call. A warm voice came from the other end. "Nephew, it's your eldest uncle." Chun Fan responded coldly. "Haha, Xiao Fan, I heard you ranked first in the 3-city joint exam. That's amazing. In a few days, I'll come to pick you and Tong Tong up to stay in Yin City for a couple of days. I'll have Wenwen take you around. By the way, Wenwen will also be taking the martial arts exam next year. You can help her out then." Chun Fan couldn't help but laugh. He knew Wenwen was his cousin, his eldest uncle's only daughter. Internally, he sneered. He had thought the call was to congratulate him, but it turned out his uncle wanted free tutoring. Truly, people only come around when there's something to gain. However, he didn't tear into him and instead found an excuse, saying, going to Yin City 1T work. In a few days, I'm taking Tong Tong on a trip to the south. The person on the other end was clearly displeased, falling silent for a few seconds before saying, Xiao Fan, Wen happens to want to travel too. Take her along, and you can help her on the way. I'll cover the expenses. Chen Fan was thoroughly disappointed and replied indifferently, let us talk about this later. I have something to do now. I'll hang up first. With that, he directly ended the call. Such relatives truly lack any sense of familial affection. The other party wasn't ready to give up and called several more times. Chen Fan simply muted his phone and tossed it aside. Once, you ignored me. Now, I've risen beyond your reach. Chen Fan thought to himself. Forget it, I don't want to dwell on these annoying matters. Time for a lottery draw. He quickly opened the system to check. He had completed the task of resisting the beast tide and earned an E-level lottery draw opportunity. In addition, his system had over 3,000 slaughter points, enough to exchange for 30 F-level lottery draws. Chen Fan decided to go all in and use up all his lottery chances. His gaze locked onto the depths of his mind, where the system panel was clearly visible. He commanded, System, initiate the E-level task reward lottery draw. As soon as he finished speaking, a brand new lottery wheel appeared in his mind. This time, the wheel emitted a deep blue glow, completely different from the previous emerald green. It seems this reward will be more precious. Chen Fan's heart was filled with anticipation. A few seconds later, the wheel slowly stopped, and a silver, shimmering ring floated before him. The system's notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-level spatial ring. Spatial ring, he whispered in surprise, his eyes filled with disbelief. This ring was no ordinary item, it contained an independent space where various items could be stored. For Chen Fan, it was undoubtedly a treasure. I know that nothing like this has ever been seen on Blue Star. He couldn't wait to manifest the ring into reality and gently put it on his finger. The silver ring was exquisite, with intricate patterns on its surface, mysterious and elegant like the glow of stars. When using the consciousness sensing ring, he clearly felt that its internal space was a full 3 cubic meters. Although the space isn't large, it's more than enough for daily luggage and weapons. Chen Fan was overjoyed. He began testing the ring's functionality. With a light touch on the item he wanted to store and a thought, the item was instantly absorbed into the ring. Conversely, to retrieve something, he only needed a single thought, and the item would immediately appear in his palm. Not bad. This is the power of an E-level reward. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. Then, he started considering using 3,000 kill points to exchange for lottery chances. System, convert the kill points into lottery chances. Host, would you like to exchange for an F-level lottery or an E-level lottery? You can exchange for E-level? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and quickly asked, how many points are needed for an E-level lottery? 1,000 kill points are required. 1,000 points. Chen Fan was shocked. An F-level lottery only required 100 points, but an E-level was 10 times that. After some thought, he decided to spend 1,000 points first on an E-level reward. System, consume 1,000 points to exchange for one E-level lottery. All right, host, the lottery begins. As the electronic voice fell, the blue roulette wheel spun and stopped after a few breaths. Congratulations, host, you have obtained one E-level physique enhancement card. What? A physique enhancement card? E-level. Chen Fan was stunned and quickly checked. The E-level physique enhancement card only increased physique by 10 points. Chen Fan fell into deep thought. The physique enhancement card in the E-level prize pool only adds 10 points, but the points required are 10 times that of F-level. This was a huge loss. F-level lotteries are still more cost-effective. Unhappy, Chen Fan directly exchanged the remaining 2,000 points for F-level lottery chances. 20 consecutive draws start. At Chen Fan's command, the system's roulette wheel began spinning. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a pair of F-level gloves. Congratulations, host, you have obtained one F-level mental enhancement card. Congratulations, host, you have obtained one F-level Light Wave Sword Technique Manual. After 20 consecutive notifications, Chun Fan had obtained 4 F-level physique enhancement cards, 6 F-level mental enhancement cards for F-level weapons, 1 sword technique manual, 1 gun technique manual, 1 spirit nurturing fruit, 1 bottle of hair growth serum, 1 high-grade ice silk sexy camisole, and 1 gynecological sacred pill. I can understand the other items, but what's the deal with this camisole? And what's the purpose of this gynecological sacred pill? Is the system serious? System, oh system, are you joking with me? Chun Fan took out the camisole. The fabric felt smooth and soft, as thin as a cicada's wings, with delicate lace edges. The chest area featured a cleverly hollowed-out design, exuding both mystery and elegance, perfectly showcasing a woman's softness and charm. It was a silent temptation, a secret belonging to the night. Unconsciously, Chun Fan imagined Wang Yinran wearing it, almost causing his blood to boil. This item is nice, but if I give it to Sister Yinran, she might get so angry that she'd kill me. He put the camisole away into the space ring, planning to find an opportunity to give it to Wang Yinran later. He then asked the system about the function of the gynecological sacred pill and learned that it could eliminate menstrual pain for women. Another item suitable for Sister Yinran. Chun Fan checked the other rewards one by one. The sword technique and gun technique were useless to him, so he decided to sell them. 4 F-grade weapons weren't strong enough for him, so he planned to sell them. He decided to keep the hair growth serum and the spirit nurturing fruit for now. The hair growth serum was useful for middle-aged men experiencing hair loss, while the spirit nurturing fruit could enhance an ordinary person's mental strength. After storing all these rewards in his spatial ring, Chun Fan immediately used the physique point cards and mental strength point cards. The 4 F-grade physique point cards and 1 E-grade physique point card increased his physique by a total of 22 points. Meanwhile, the 6 F-grade mental strength point cards boosted his mental strength by 18 points. At this moment, Chun Fan's system panel displayed Host, Chun Fan Ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body SS level, late stage of Tier 1 physique, 104 mental strength, 78 slaughter points, 65 skills, 9 Heavens Thunder Movement, Thunder Flash, Thunder Palm Evaluation, a weak and powerless chick current task. 1. Achieve the top scholar title in Shannon Province to qualify for the ability lottery. Task level E. My physique has surpassed 100. Chun Fan was thrilled, feeling that he was already close to the threshold of the peak of Tier 1. As long as my mental strength improves as well, I can forcefully break through. After completing these tasks, the sun had just risen. Although he had only slept for 3 hours the previous night, the significant boost in his mental strength left him feeling energetic, with no trace of fatigue. I wonder if Sister Yinran is up yet? I'll head to her house for breakfast and pick up Tong Tong while I'm at it. After a quick wash, Chun Fan stepped out the door. 5 minutes later, he arrived at Wang Yinran's house, where the door was opened by the housekeeper, Aunt Zhou. Good morning, Aunt Zhou. Chun Fan greeted politely. Aunt Zhou, who was nearly 50 years old, had been working at Wang Yinran's house for 10 years and was very familiar with Chun Fan. Xiao Fan, you're here so early. The young lady isn't up yet. Young lady was Aunt Zhou's way of referring to Wang Yinran. Chun Fan sat on the sofa and lowered his voice. Aunt Zhou, no need to wake Sister Yinran. I'm just here for breakfast. All right, I'll prepare a bit more, Aunt Zhou said as she poured him a glass of water and headed to the kitchen. About 10 minutes later, Wang Yinran slowly emerged from her bedroom, her sleepy eyes carrying a natural charm. She was wearing a thin nightgown, the soft silk clinging to her body and outlining her perfect curves. The neckline of the nightgown was quite low, revealing her alluring collarbone. As she walked, the hem of her dress swayed gently, faintly revealing her long, fair legs. Chun Fan's eyes widened, and the stunning sight almost made him have a nosebleed on the spot. When Wang Yinran saw Chun Fan in the living room, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Xiao Fan, it's really you. Why aren't you catching up on sleep? What brings you to my house so early? She hadn't realized that her attire was a bit inappropriate and sat directly in front of Chun Fan, her face full of surprise and delight. Chun Fan, however, couldn't focus on her words. The breathtaking view before him made his heart race. Sister Yinran, are you doing this on purpose? He stole a few more glances, feeling utterly satisfied. Noticing his flushed face and his gaze fixed on her chest, Wang Yinran looked down at her outfit. With a sharp scream, she quickly ran back to her bedroom. A few minutes later, she reappeared in more appropriate loungewear, her face still flushed. The earlier scene from Chun Fan's perspective was simply too embarrassing. She was mortified. Chun Fan teased her with a grin. Sister Yinran, you're really bold. Chun Fan, you're being cheeky, aren't you? Wang Yinran's face turned even redder as she grabbed a stuffed toy and threw it at him. Chun Fan, quick on his feet, easily dodged it. Wang Yinran was unwilling to let it go. She stepped forward, grabbed his ear, and twisted it. So you're feeling bold now, huh? Even daring to tease your sister? Wrong, wrong, wrong. Yinran Jia, I was just joking. Chun Fan obediently begged for mercy. Humph. Wang Yinran finally let go after venting her anger. Xiao Fan, be honest. When did you awaken your abilities? Such an important matter. How could you hide it from me and Tong Tong? Wang Yinran sat beside him angrily, her face full of questions. I awakened them myself during my second year of high school. Chun Fan lied without batting an eye. Second year? Then why didn't you join the martial arts class? Wang Yinran asked, puzzled. I couldn't bear to leave Yinran Jia. The liberal arts class is so great I get to see you every day, and my cultivation improves quickly too. Such a sweet talker. Wang Yinran glared at him, her expression charming and alluring. Xiao Fan, you can't do this in the future. Once you've awakened, you should join the martial arts class. You might become even stronger than you are now. Got it, Yinran Jia. Chun Fan replied perfunctorily. He suddenly produced a small jade bottle, as if by magic. It was a strengthening elixir he had obtained in an alternate dimensional space. Yinran Jia, this is for you. Wang Yinran's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at him. Xiao Fan, where did you get this? Haha, it's a secret. Chun Fan smiled mysteriously. He would never reveal the secret of his spatial ring to her. It wasn't that he didn't trust Yinran Jia, but the system was too strange no one but a transmigrator could understand it. Besides, maintaining an air of mystery would make girls more curious about him. Wang Yinran didn't press further. She took the jade bottle, and a fragrant aroma wafted out. Why does this lotion smell so good? She said in amazement, her eyes widening further as if she had thought of something. Xiao Fan, did you add something to this, intending to do something bad to me? Would I do that? Chun Fan immediately rolled his eyes. Who knows? But even if you had such thoughts, you wouldn't have the guts. Humph, Wang Yinran said. Chun Fan was shocked he hadn't expected to be looked down upon by Wang Yinran. Ignoring his dissatisfaction, Wang Yinran softly asked, Xiao Fan, what exactly is this? Chun Fan explained. It's a lotion extracted from F-grade spiritual fruits. Drinking it can enhance your physique. Really? Wang Yinran was half skeptical. Of course it's true. Chun Fan rolled his eyes and urged. Hurry up and drink it. I promise there's no problem. All right. Wang Yinran trusted Chun Fan quite a bit, knowing he wouldn't harm her. She brought the porcelain bottle to her lips and slowly drank it. The next second, Wang Yinran's fair cheeks suddenly turned red, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. She felt her whole body heating up, accompanied by waves of tingling and prickling sensations. Wang Yinran was astonished. Why did this reaction feel so much like the effects of aphrodisiacs in TV dramas? It seemed Chun Fan not only had some thoughts, but also a bit of courage. Seeing her unusual reaction, Chun Fan quickly reached out to support her. Yinran Jia, how do you feel? Wang Yinran exclaimed. Xiao Fan, let go of me, don't do this. She wanted to retreat to her bedroom, but found that the tingling sensation was growing stronger and she had no strength left. She collapsed softly into Chun Fan's arms. Wow, this medicine is way too potent. Chun Fan held Wang Yinran confidently, still comforting her. Yinran Jia, I'm here. Just endure it, it'll pass soon. Wang Yinran's eyes widened in fear as she said, Xiao Fan, I'm your sister, you can't do this. Well, it's not like we're blood related. Chun Fan smirked, deliberately showing a mischievous expression. That soft and delicate body felt incredibly good to the touch, her chest rising and falling with her breaths. Xiao Fan, don't do this. Wang Yinran was on the verge of tears. Chun Fan knew he couldn't take the joke too far, so he quickly placed her on the sofa and explained, I was just kidding, Sister Yinran. That tingling sensation is the medicine adjusting your constitution. Wang Yinren couldn't speak, only gasping for air. Hearing Chun Fan's words, the panic on her face eased considerably. At that moment, Aunt Zhou heard the commotion in the living room and came out. Seeing Wang Yinren slumped weakly on the sofa, she was incredulous. Her flushed cheeks, rapid breathing, and the faint sheen of sweat on her neck made her look like. Aunt Zhou glanced at Wang Yinren, then at Chun Fan, and quickly retreated to the kitchen. Young people these days' passion needs to have its time and place. In the living room, Chun Fan stayed with Wang Yinren for over 10 minutes until the redness on her face completely faded and her expression returned to normal. She angrily grabbed Chun Fan's ear. "You little rascal, were you deliberately bullying your sister? Taking advantage of me?" Wang Yinren twisted Chun Fan's ear and dragged him around the living room twice before letting go. "No, Sister Yinren. I was just trying to help." Chun Fan quickly defended himself. "Did you know there would be such side effects on purpose?" Wang Yinren's face turned red again at the thought of the awkward scene earlier. "I didn't know. I really didn't." Chun Fan, of course, wouldn't dare admit it. I'm going to take a shower first. I feel gross. I'll deal with you later." Wang Yinren shot Chun Fan a glare and disappeared into the bathroom. Wang Yinren spent half an hour in the shower before coming out, drying her damp hair. Pure as a lotus emerging from water, naturally beautiful, without adornment, so stunning. Chun Fan couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Such a breathtaking woman, how could he let her belong to someone else? Wang Yinren had an exceptional figure, and having just finished her shower, the water on her body hadn't dried yet. Her white t-shirt clung to her graceful curves, the semi-transparent fabric resembling a thin veil. As she gently turned to the side, her slender waist and full chest were outlined in the damp clothing, creating an alluring silhouette. The scene was enough to stir anyone's imagination. Facing Chun Fan's unabashed gaze, Wang Yinren felt a bit shy. She glared at him and softly said, "Stop staring. You're turning into a little pervert." Chun Fan let out an awkward laugh and quickly changed the subject. "Sister Yinren, how do you feel now?" "My body feels much lighter." Wang Yinren closed her eyes to sense it, her face full of delight. "That means your constitution has improved." "Xiao Fan, where did you get this lotion? Something like this would cost millions for ordinary people." "Someone gave it to me," Chun Fan replied nonchalantly. This miraculous spiritual lotion didn't seem unbelievable to Wang Yinren. In fact, on Blue Star, some specialty shops for ability users also sold such lotions. These lotions were made by alchemists. Alchemists were a special profession, though they didn't possess great power. They were highly respected. Most of them were wood or plant-based ability users, sensitive to spiritual materials, and capable of using spiritual fruits and plants from dimensional spaces to concoct all kinds of wondrous elixirs. So Chun Fan didn't bother to explain the origin of the spiritual lotion in detail. Seeing how he didn't seem to care about it at all, Wang Yinren felt even more touched. "Xiao Fan, if you come across something like this in the future, just sell it for money. I'm just an ordinary person, I don't need to fight exotic beasts, so there's no need to waste spiritual medicine." "That's not true." Chun Fan shook his head. "Having a strong body is always beneficial. With your beauty, Sister Yinren, what if one day a bad person targets you? When I go to college and I'm not by your side, there'll be no one to protect you." Wang Yinren felt a bit touched and softly said, "We live in a society governed by law. There aren't that many bad people." The two then started talking about Chun Fan's upcoming departure for college, both feeling a bit reluctant. At 7:20, Aunt Zhou finished preparing breakfast, and Tong Tong had also woken up. "Brother, did you come back after fighting monsters?" Tong Tong was especially happy to see Chun Fan and threw herself into his arms. "Brother came back last night." Chun Fan gently rubbed her doll-like little face, full of affection. "Then did you bring a gift for Tong Tong?" Tong Tong pushed away Chun Fan's big hand and asked seriously. In a few days, brother will take you shopping. Whatever you like, we'll buy it." Chun Fan said generously. "Pinky promise, it's a deal." Tong Tong's face lit up with dimples as she jumped for joy. "All right, Tong Tong, go wash your face and brush your teeth. It's time for breakfast." Wang Yinren softly called out, watching the siblings' affectionate interaction. "Okay, Sister Yin." Tong Tong was very obedient in front of Wang Yinran. Breakfast was sumptuous. Aunt Zhou had made fried dough sticks, tofu pudding, fried eggs, and meat-filled buns early in the morning. So lavish. Chun Fan sat down, his fingers moving eagerly. After breakfast, Wang Yinran put on a pink jacket and hurried out. Today, the martial arts college entrance exam had ended, but the liberal arts exam was still ongoing, so Wang Yinran had to rush to school. Chun Fan originally planned to take Tong Tong home, but she refused to leave, so he had to let her stay. But while you're here, don't cause trouble for Aunt Zhou. Chun Fan walked to the door, turned back to pinch Tong Tong's little face, and left satisfied. In the morning, he had to go to the Wolf Warrior Martial Arts Hall. The F-grade broadsword he had rented earlier had broken in the dimensional space, and he needed to go argue about it. When Chun Fan reached the entrance of the residential area, he was startled by a large banner, surrounded by quite a few onlookers. Congratulations to our community's Chun Fan for achieving first place in the Tri-City Joint Exam. Oh my! Chun Fan quickly covered his face with his hand. Who had taken the liberty to put this up? They acted way too fast. He walked out of the community with his face covered. Although being the center of attention felt great, he was incredibly shy. Chun Fan reached the roadside, flagged down a taxi, and headed toward the Wolf Warrior Martial Arts Hall. The car's radio was still broadcasting the news of his first-place achievement in the Tri-City Joint Exam. Fortunately, the driver didn't recognize him. When he arrived at the martial arts hall, the crowd was several times larger than usual, with people packed inside and outside the hall. The atmosphere was lively, and everyone was talking. I heard Chun Fan works here to experience life. I wonder if we can meet the legend. I'm just here to join the fun. I hope I can make a big splash when my abilities awaken in the future. Hey, Auntie, why are you here? I'm here to get an autograph for my daughter. She's too shy to come herself. Chun Fan had excellent hearing and could clearly make out these conversations from dozens of meters away. Is this what fame feels like? He quickly turned around, went to the small supermarket across the street, and bought a mask to put on before blending into the martial arts hall. But he was still recognized. Huh? Bro, your back looks really familiar. A tall, skinny guy suddenly appeared beside him. When he saw half of Chun Fan's face, his eyes widened. Come quick, Chun Fan is here. Don't let him get away. The tall, skinny guy grabbed Chun Fan's arm. The surrounding people quickly gathered, encircling him tightly. It's Chun Fan. We've really encountered a legend. Legend, touch my head and give me some luck. Dream guy, can I be your girlfriend? I want to have your babies. The crowd erupted. Chun Fan raised an eyebrow, thinking, who wants to have my babies? Fans these days are way too crazy. He was surrounded and felt helpless. While one could act high profile in doing things, it was better to stay low-key as a person. Chun Fan tentatively said, Everyone, I have something to do. Could you let me through for now? No. Everyone replied in unison. Chun Fan's face darkened, and he tried again. I need to talk to the person in charge of the gym. Can we chat later when I come out? No. They all replied again in unison. Faced with such an enthusiastic crowd, Chun Fan was utterly helpless. At this moment, the martial arts gym's manager, Lu Tao, came out to help him. Everyone quiet down. You can't keep surrounding Chun Fan like this. Here's the deal. I'll take a group photo with everyone and print it out at the gym. Each of you here will get a copy. Lu Tao's seasoned suggestion immediately gained unanimous approval. The crowd quickly gathered behind Chun Fan, forming a massive line of over 100 people. Chun Fan finally broke free from the crowd, and Lu Tao pulled him aside. Chun Fan, you came at the right time. I was just about to look for you. Oh, you're not going to ask me to pay for the damaged weapons, are you? Chun Fan joked with a smile. That small amount of money is nothing. Today, Lei Jun, the head of our War Wolf martial arts gym in the southern province, is here. He wants to discuss a big deal with you, Lu Tao said, his tone brimming with excitement. A deal? Chun Fan was puzzled. The War Wolf martial arts gym was one of the top 10 gyms in the country, with over 1,000 branches nationwide. The head of the southern province was a high-ranking figure, at least a 6th-level ability user. Why would someone so important want to discuss a deal with him? Lu Tao noticed his confusion and quickly explained, Our gym invests in promising students. Chun Fan, your performance in the martial arts exam was outstanding, and you're worth such an investment. Oh, and what do I have to give in return? Chun Fan didn't believe in free lunches. You don't have to give anything. Just acknowledge yourself as a student of our gym. We want to leverage your fame to enhance the gym's influence. So, you want me to be a spokesperson? Something like that. That sounds negotiable. Chen Fan thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The terms will definitely satisfy you. Come, let's go to the office. Master Lei is waiting for you, Lu Tao said happily, leading Chun Fan to the second floor. They entered an office where a man in his 40s stood up, smiling warmly at Chen Fan. Young brother Chun, you truly are a youthful hero, not only exceptionally talented, but also quite extraordinary in appearance. Lei Jun patted Chun Fan on the shoulder, appearing very cordial. By rights, someone of his level wouldn't be so polite to a low-level ability user. But Chun Fan's talent was astonishing, fully deserving of such treatment. This kind of genius might surpass him within 10 years, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Seeing the other party's friendly attitude, Chun Fan naturally responded courteously and quickly saluted. I've long admired your reputation, Senior Lei. Lei Jun, noticing his proper demeanor, raised his evaluation of Chun Fan even further, feeling more confident in his offer. Haha, come, young brother Chun, have a seat. Lei Jun gestured for him to sit and said, Manager Lu should have already mentioned my intentions to you. Chun Fan nodded. Lei Jun handed over a contract and said directly, Here's the contract, take a look first. Chun Fan took it and began reading carefully. The contract outlined various benefits. The Wolf Warrior Martial Arts Hall would provide him with $8 million in cash annually, and all purchases or services within the hall would be discounted by 30%. Such generosity, Chun Fan thought, his heart racing as he saw the $8 million figure. For an ordinary person, this was astronomical. But given his potential and reputation, it seemed he was worth this much. Lei Jun smiled and added, Besides this, I'll also gift you an E-grade weapon as a personal present. With that, Lu Tao handed over a large saber. Brother Chen, take a look. Are you satisfied with this blade? Lei Jun asked with a smile. Chun Fan understood this was a gesture of goodwill, a favor to be returned in the future. He didn't refuse, knowing this relationship would surely be useful later. The saber's design was similar to the one he had used before, but its grade was higher, an E-grade premium weapon worth about 70,000. Chun Fan was very pleased and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Senior Lei. Seeing him accept the gift, Lei Jun's eyes grew even warmer, indicating that Chun Fan had accepted his goodwill. He smiled and said, Brother Chun, Mayor Li of Qingcheng has invited me to lunch today. Would you like to join us? Mayor Li? Chun Fan's heart skipped a beat. A figure of this level was inviting him? Just before the martial arts exam, he had been an ordinary liberal arts student, yet now he had the qualifications to dine with such people. Without hesitation, he replied, If you invite me, Senior, I wouldn't dare decline. Haha, good. Lei Jun laughed heartily, his gaze filled with satisfaction. He turned to Lu Tao and said, Manager Lu, prepare some tea. I want to have a good chat with Brother Chun. Lu Tao responded respectfully and left the room. Chun Fan, naturally sociable and bolstered by his system, was brimming with confidence about the future. Facing a sixth-tier powerhouse, he felt neither nervous nor obsequious. Their conversation flowed naturally, without any awkwardness. From Lei Jun, Chun Fan learned an important but undisclosed piece of information. A month ago, a new dimensional space entrance had appeared in Shaanxi Province. The space was rich in resources, with high-grade spiritual materials everywhere. Some had even seen the legendary dragon, and an ability user had brought back a dragon egg, which hatched into a baby dragon. Although the news hadn't been made public, many high-tier ability users were aware of it. Lei Jun predicted that the admission scores for Shaanxi Province's National Martial Arts University would skyrocket this year. Many provincial top scorers might abandon the traditionally top-ranked Kyoto University and Magic City University to choose this institution. This news immediately piqued Chun Fan's interest, and he decided to investigate the university thoroughly the next day. At noon, Lu Tao drove the two of them to Qingqing's most luxurious 5-star hotel. The entrance was already crowded with people. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit with a refined demeanor. He was none other than Qingqing's mayor, Li Ji. As soon as Chun Fan and Lu Tao stepped out of the car, Li Ji warmly approached them. In Daxiao, Officials all possessed abilities, and Li Ji was no exception. He was a 5th-tier ability user. Yet, in front of Lei Jun, he still appeared very humble. "Brother Lei, sorry to keep you waiting." Lei Jun nodded with a smile, patting his shoulder, then turned to Chen Fan and said, "Mayor Li, today I brought my young brother along. I hope you don't mind." "Of course not," Li Ji replied with a smile, but his eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Chen Fan. "You're Chen Fan?" "Hello, Mayor Li." Chen Fan greeted him warmly. "Hello, hello." Li Ji was clearly a bit surprised, but he quickly adjusted his attitude, and the enthusiasm on his face became even more apparent. He was well aware of Chen Fan's potential and knew that his own rise to this position was due to his high emotional and intellectual intelligence. He understood that if he didn't seize the opportunity to build a good relationship with Chen Fan now, he wouldn't even have the chance to carry his shoes in the future. So, Li Ji extended both hands to shake Chen Fan's, his face full of warmth. "The most outstanding young talent in Qingqing. Welcome, welcome." Chen Fan, Lei Jun, and Li Ji, surrounded by the crowd, entered a super luxurious private room on the top floor of the hotel. Inside the room, a large round table was laden with top-tier delicacies. After the three of them sat down, the others quietly left, leaving only the hotel owner and 3 waitresses standing silently by the side, ready to serve at any moment. These 3 waitresses were clearly carefully selected, with exquisite looks and dressed in high-slit cheongsams. The hotel owner, a slightly chubby middle-aged man, respectfully introduced the dishes to them before quietly leaving. These dishes were rare delicacies brought from an interdimensional space, the most enticing of which was the braised paw of a 4th-tier golden flame violent bear. Chen Fan roughly estimated that the value of this meal definitely exceeded hundreds of thousands. In the spacious private room, only Chen Fan, Lei Jun, Li Ji, and the 3 alluring women remained. Each of the women stood beside one of the men, attentively pouring wine and serving food. Every smile and movement of theirs exuded the charm of Eastern women, their figures curvaceous, with the slits of their cheongsams reaching up to their thighs. The woman beside Chen Fan kept swaying her thigh near him, her gaze full of tenderness, as if conveying a message. "Master, please command Daji at any time." Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh. The upper class really knows how to enjoy themselves. If it were any other hot-blooded young man, they would have been stunned by the scene before them. But having just experienced the unparalleled beauty of Wang Yanran that morning, he now found this somewhat bland and unremarkable. Lei Jun and Li Ji were both surprised to see him remain so composed. Lei Jun joked, "Brother Chun, I used to think you had the potential of a 7th-tier grandmaster. Now it seems that becoming an 8th-tier grandmaster in the future is also within reach." Chen Fan smiled, but didn't respond. After all, with the system backing him, 8th tier seemed like an underestimation. Li Ji, on the other hand, directly asked for Chen Fan's WeChat, saying that his daughter had just turned 18, was beautiful and unmarried, and he wanted to introduce her to him. Chen Fan felt helpless, thinking that his romantic luck was truly getting out of hand. The 3 of them dined for a full 2 hours, during which Chen Fan learned an important piece of information. The beast tide that occurred at Yuliang Pass yesterday was orchestrated by the Beast Worship Cult. The Beast Worship Cult was the largest cult organization on Blue Star. Their doctrine claimed that the arrival of exotic beasts was the Creator's punishment for humanity, and humans should not resist. They preached that once the exotic beasts had slaughtered enough humans, they would leave on their own. This anti-human cult was therefore infamous. Li Ji warned Chen Fan to be extra cautious in the near future, as they particularly liked targeting talented young individuals. The gathering lasted until 2 p.m. before it ended. As soon as Chen Fan returned to the Sunshine Garden community, he received a message from the Warwolf Martial Arts Hall transferring 8 million to him. Seeing his bank account balance, he couldn't help but break into a wide grin. The feeling of having money was truly exhilarating. After the excitement subsided, Chen Fan opened his computer to research information about martial arts universities. In Daxia, there were 985 superhuman universities, divided into 9 tiers. The first tier includes only 2 schools, Kyoto University and Moda University. Kyoto University is located in Tianjin City, the national political center, while Modu University is in Modu City, the national economic center. These two universities are unparalleled in strength. Among the 7 current 9th-tier martial saints in Daxia, 6 graduated from these two schools, which speaks volumes about their power. Amazing. Chen Fan felt a yearning in his heart. Let us take a look at National Martial University, as Senior Lei mentioned. Dragons as creatures held a strong allure for Chen Fan, and if given the chance, he too wanted to become a dragon knight. He typed National Martial University into the browser and quickly found the information he was looking for. National Martial University ranks 5th among Daxia's universities and is located in Chang'an City, the capital of Shaanxi Province. After half an hour of research, Chen Fan discovered that this university was very suitable for him. Near the university is an other-dimensional space called Thunder Abyss, filled almost entirely with thunder attribute beasts. Lightning constantly strikes from the sky. Such an environment is particularly fitting for him, as his thunder-devouring sacred body can rapidly improve. I'm so torn, should I go to the best university or choose the one that suits me best? Chen Fan thought for a long time, but still couldn't he decide. However, Principal Zhang mentioned that universities would soon actively reach out to him, and where he ultimately goes would depend on their offers. Just as Chen Fan closed his computer, he received a message from Yang Chuchu. Senior, congratulations. You're amazing, taking first place, hee. Senior, you came back quite late last night, didn't you? Have you rested well now? Chen Fan smiled meaningfully. The junior sent a message so late, clearly afraid of disturbing his sleep. This junior is really thoughtful. Chen Fan's fondness for Yang Chuchu grew a bit more. After thinking for a moment, he replied, I've rested well. Thank you for your concern. In her villa, Yang Chuchu held her phone carefully and sent another message. Senior, as promised, I'll treat you to dinner. Do you have time tonight? Seeing the message, Chen Fan couldn't help but smile. He had completely forgotten about this. He initially wanted to decline, but thinking of Yang Chuchu's charming demeanor, he softened. So he replied, I have time. Yang Chuchu immediately became excited and quickly said, Senior, 5 p.m. at the 2nd floor of Tianyuan Hotel. Don't be late. All right, I won't be late, Chen Fan replied politely. Putting down his phone, Chen Fan hesitated about what gift to bring for Yang Chuchu when the system's notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. System task: help Yang Chuchu awaken an S-level or higher ability during the first-year graduation awakening ceremony. Task level. Chen Fan was surprised. This was already the 2nd task the system had assigned regarding Yang Chuchu, indicating that the system was particularly attentive to her. But can I help her awaken an ability? He began to ponder. He browsed through the prizes in his spatial ring and finally stopped at the divine fruit. This fruit can enhance an ordinary person's mental strength, which might help with awakening abilities. This wasn't just a random guess. Online research showed that the stronger one's mental strength before awakening, the higher the chance of obtaining advanced abilities. System, oh system, it seems you've planned this all along. Chen Fan felt a bit helpless. He had originally intended to give the fruit to Wang Yinran. But to complete the E-level task, he had no choice but to give it to Yang Chuchu. In Southern Province, the weather in June was already very hot. By 4 p.m., the sun was still high in the sky, showing no signs of setting. Yang Chuchu wore a light cyan lace dress today and arrived early at a window-side seat on the 2nd floor of the Tianyuan Hotel. She was dressed beautifully, like a lotus flower just emerging from the water, pure and lovely. This was her first date with a boy, and her face was filled with nervousness and unease. She took out her phone, sent Chen Fan her location and seat number, and waited anxiously. 20 minutes later, a taxi stopped in front of the city's most luxurious hotel. Chen Fan stepped out of the car, drawing curious glances from people entering and leaving the hotel. The reason was simple. Chen Fan was the first person to arrive by taxi and was dressed quite plainly. At that moment, a BMW X8 pulled up behind him, and a young man and woman stepped out. The boy, about 20 years old, glanced at the entrance of the Tianyuan Hotel with a look of disdain and said, I haven't been back in 2 years, and this place is still so shabby. The girl laughed and said, Cousin, this place can't compare to Taishan City, the provincial capital of Shannan Province. but it's already the best hotel in Qing City. If Yang Chuchu were here, she would have immediately recognized the girl, her best friend, Wang Wenli. The boy was Wang Wenli's cousin, Li Yaping. Li Yaping's family background was average, but he was quite talented and had already become a second-tier ability user. His main purpose in returning to Qing City this time was to show off his achievement of breaking through to the second tier to his relatives and friends. So today, he brought his cousin here to spend money and flaunt his strength. Li Yaping's face was full of disdain. If this were Taishan City, I wouldn't even bother stepping into such a shabby hotel. Wang Wenli's eyes lit up as she listened to him talk about his luxurious lifestyle. She quickly clung to his arm and said coquettishly, "Cousin, when will you take me to Taishan City to have some fun?" Li Yaping felt her softness and was momentarily excited. "Haha, no problem. Once I'm done with things here, I'll take you to see the sights." Chun Fan overheard their conversation and couldn't help but chuckle. This guy was really good at pretending. Driving a car worth just over $1 million and already looking down on a 5-star hotel. He shook his head slightly, amused. But then, the two people behind him suddenly shifted their topic to him. Li Yaping looked at Chun Fan's back with a face full of contempt. "This place is so low class that even a country bumpkin can come here." Wang Wenli covered her mouth and laughed, clearly forgetting that she herself was also a country bumpkin. Hearing this, Chun Fan was so angry that he laughed. He thought to himself, "You must be mistaken. I have a system with me, and you dare call me a bumpkin? I can endure it, but the system won't let you off." Sure enough, the system immediately issued a task. System task: make Li Yaping lose face completely, to the point of questioning his existence. Task level, F+. Chun Fan sneered, turned around, and stared coldly at the young man. "You're really good at pretending." Li Yaping was stunned. He hadn't expected the bumpkin in his eyes to dare mock him, and his anger flared up instantly. "Kid, are you looking for trouble? Do you even know who I am? You're nothing but a stray dog that bites randomly." Chun Fan crossed his arms, his voice icy. Good. I haven't been back to Qing City in 2 years. No wonder no one recognizes me anymore." Li Yaping's face turned ashen, clearly ready to make a move at any moment. Beside him, Wang Wenli recognized Chun Fan, her eyes filled with panic. She leaned close to Li Yaping's ear and whispered, "Cousin, this guy's name is Chun Fan. He's a martial arts exam candidate this year, ranked first in the 3-city joint exam, and he's very strong." Oh, Li Yaping was slightly surprised but didn't take it seriously. After all, he had also ranked in the top 10 of the 3-city joint exam back in the day and was now a second-tier ability user. Just because you ranked first in the joint exam of 3 small cities, you dare to disregard me? A king of a small place shouldn't think he can soar to the skies. You're nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. Li Yaping stared coldly at Chun Fan and said, "Kneel down and apologize to me now, and I might spare you. But if you don't, I'll make you regret it." "Heh." Chun Fan sneered. "Meet me tonight at the abandoned building in the north of the city. Dare to come." Fine. Li Yaping laughed angrily. "I'll remember you. You can't escape. If you don't show up tonight, I have 100 ways to deal with you." After saying this, he shot Chun Fan a cold glance and entered the Tianyuan Hotel with Wang Wenli. The Grand Xia Kingdom had strict rules prohibiting private fights between those with special abilities. Although Li Yaping wanted to deal with Chun Fan immediately, he didn't dare act openly. Chun Fan sneered inwardly. If he didn't beat Li Yaping so badly tonight that even his mother wouldn't recognize him, he wouldn't beat Chun. Adjusting his mood, he glanced at his phone. Yang Chuchu had sent him the table number, so he walked into the hotel. On the second floor, Yang Chuchu was gazing out the window, lost in thought. Wang Wenli spotted her as soon as she came upstairs. Why is she here? Li Yaping followed her gaze and was captivated by Yang Chuchu's profile. She's so young and already this beautiful. In a couple of years, she'll be stunning. His eyes gleamed with a desire to conquer. He asked Wang Wenli, "Cousin, do you know that girl?" Wang Wenli, shrewd as ever, noticed her cousin's interest in Yang Chuchu and smiled. "She's my classmate, Yang Chuchu. Cousin, let me introduce you." Li Yaping's eyes lit up. He adjusted his hairstyle and quickly followed. Wang Wenli approached Yang Chuchu, feigning surprise. "Chuchu, what are you doing here? What a coincidence." "Lily." Yang Chuchu was also a bit surprised. Although they'd had some disagreements recently, she was still happy to see her. Wang Wenli grabbed her arm, smiling brightly. Chu-Chu, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, a top student at Shannon Martial Arts University and now a second-tier ability user. Li Yaping smiled confidently. Hello, beautiful. I'm Li Yaping. Yang Chu-Chu nodded politely but didn't spare him another glance. Wang Wenli quickly added, Chu-Chu, my cousin also graduated from Qingqing No. 3 High School. He was the top student in his year back then. Yang Chu-Chu responded perfunctorily, changing the subject. Lily, are you here for a meal today? Wang Wenli smiled. Yes, Chu-Chu. How about we share a table? Before Yang Chu-Chu could respond, she quickly added, Chu-Chu, in 10 days, we'll be attending the awakening ceremony. My cousin is an A-level ability user. He can give us some tips. Li Yaping knew Wang Wenli was creating an opportunity for him. He smiled and said, Sure, I'll share some advice to ensure your awakening goes smoothly. Yang Chu-Chu apologized. Lily, I'm sorry. I have plans today. How about I treat you to a meal tomorrow? Both Wang Wenli and Li Yaping's expressions darkened. Li Yaping hadn't expected a junior with little social experience to reject him. Chen Fan, observing the scene, knew it was the perfect moment to step in. He adjusted his clothes and walked toward them. Unwilling to give up, Li Yaping was about to persistently ask for Yang Chu-Chu's WeChat. At that moment, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Excuse me. Chen Fan's voice rang out. Li Yaping turned around and saw Chen Fan's mocking gaze. His face twisted with anger. But not wanting to lose face in front of Yang Chu-Chu, he turned his back to her and whispered to Chen Fan, Get lost. Chen Fan chuckled lightly, completely ignoring him, and turned to Yang Chu-Chu, saying, Beautiful lady, may I sit here? Yang Chu-Chu, seeing it was Chen Fan, blushed slightly and quickly replied, Of course you can. Chen Fan smiled and casually nudged Li Yaping aside with a hint of disdain. Aren't you going to move? Li Yaping finally understood Yang Chu-Chu had been waiting for Chen Fan. He felt extremely indignant. Why was such a beautiful girl so cold to him, but so warm to someone like Chen Fan, whom he looked down upon? He was so angry he almost exploded, but he didn't dare make a scene, as he still cared about saving face. You brat, don't think you can escape tonight. Li Yaping glared fiercely at Chen Fan before pulling Wang Wenli to another seat. Wang Wenli was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected their relationship to progress so quickly. They were already going on dates. Initially, she had dismissed Chen Fan as a minor character. Even though he was now showing remarkable talent, she still didn't want to admit that he had completely risen above her expectations. Gritting her teeth, she said to Li Yaping, Cousin, you have no idea how much I hate him. Tonight, we must teach him a lesson, break his legs if we can. Don't worry, I hate him even more than you do. Li Yaping turned back to glare at Chen Fan, as if trying to etch his image into his memory. Chen Fan paid them no attention and was happily chatting with Yang Chu-Chu. Today, Yang Chu-Chu's outfit perfectly showcased her unique beauty, catching Chen Fan's eye. The two had been chatting on WeChat for a week, so they weren't strangers. Yang Chu-Chu ordered a table full of beef dishes, which surprised Chen Fan. Junior, do you like beef that much? Chen Fan teased. No, senior. Yang Chu-Chu gently shook her head, looking a bit shy. I saw on your moments that you wanted to know what beef tastes like, so I... Her voice trailed off, becoming almost inaudible. So you thought I hadn't eaten beef before and ordered so much? Chen Fan said with a smile. Yang Chu-Chu nodded shyly. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel speechless. Junior, you're so thoughtful. But that's not what I meant by beef. I was talking about wanting to try the beef made by Sister Yinran. In any case, he was very grateful to her. Junior, I was just joking, Chen Fan quickly explained. Then should I order something else? Yang Chu-Chu's face turned red, and she looked a bit embarrassed. Seeing her so flustered, Chen Fan felt a pang of tenderness and quickly reassured her. Junior, there's no need to order anything else. This is perfect. Thinking about the beef, Chen Fan couldn't help but glance at her fair neck. It's just the beginning, right? Chen Fan felt a bit dissatisfied but quickly found an excuse for himself. She's only in her first year of high school, there's still plenty of room for growth. With that thought, he picked up a piece of beef and placed it in front of Yang Chu-Chu. Junior, you're still growing, you need to eat more meat. Thank you. Yang Chuchu's cheeks flushed, making her look especially charming. Their intimate interaction was clearly observed by Wang Wenli and Li Yaping nearby. Li Yaping slammed his chopsticks on the table with a loud smack, and the delicious food in front of him suddenly seemed tasteless. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He leaned in and whispered to Wang Wenli, "I just thought of a way to ruin his reputation." Wang Wenli's expression darkened, but she still nodded in agreement. Just as Chun Fan and Yang Chuchu were engrossed in their conversation, Wang Wenli suddenly walked over. She looked at Yang Chuchu, her face full of guilt. "Chuchu, I'm here to apologize to you. Chuchu, I misunderstood Senior Chun Fan before. I thought he... Anyway, I was just looking out for you, afraid you'd be deceived." Hearing this, Yang Chuchu felt a pang in her nose. "Lily, I don't blame you. You're my best friend, and I'm not angry. Chuchu, you're so kind," Wang Wenli said happily. She then walked over to Chun Fan and apologized. "Senior Chun Fan, I spoke ill of you behind your back before. I'm sorry." After saying this, she bowed deeply. Chun Fan was a bit surprised. "Spoke ill of me behind my back. What did she say?" Just as he was puzzled, Wang Wenli suddenly exclaimed, "Ah," and fell onto him. Chun Fan was stunned. What kind of drama is this? He quickly raised his hands, carefully avoiding touching any sensitive areas to prevent embarrassment. At this moment, Wang Wenli struggled, her face pale, as if she were terrified. "You? Why are you pulling me? You pervert. You touched me there." Her voice was loud enough to attract the attention of nearby diners. Li Yaping also rushed over, angrily pointing at Chun Fan. "How dare you bully my cousin? Doing such a thing in broad daylight, you're truly a bad person." Chun Fan was even more bewildered. "Your acting is really good. If the Oscars don't award you this year, I'll be the first to object." He hurriedly clarified, "Miss, you fell on your own. Don't blame me." Others couldn't see what had happened clearly, but Yang Chuchu saw everything. She stared at her best friend in disbelief. "Lily, what are you doing? Why are you framing Senior?" "I'm not framing him. He grabbed me. He even took the opportunity to touch my chest. Shameless." The surrounding people began to gather. Someone recognized Chun Fan and exclaimed, "Isn't this Chun Fan? I can't believe he'd do such a thing." Yeah, people with ability but no morals are the scariest. Such people should be locked up for a few years to reform. Chun Fan frowned slightly, thinking this woman was truly terrifying, willing to ruin her own reputation just to frame him. Seeing someone start to take out their phone to record, he quickly stood up and explained to everyone, "Everyone, I didn't touch her at all. She pretended to apologize and deliberately framed me." Li Yaping shouted angrily, "You're just making excuses. People like you should be sent straight to the police station." Wang Wenli cooperated by crying and shouting that she had been bullied. Yang Chuchu had seen everything clearly earlier. Chun Fan hadn't touched Wang Wenli at all. He had even raised his hands immediately to avoid misunderstanding. She looked at Wang Wenli, who was desperately acting, feeling extremely disappointed, and stepped forward to say, "I saw everything clearly. Senior didn't touch you. You're framing him." Chun Fan calmly looked around and noticed a surveillance camera overhead. He smiled inwardly and said to everyone, "Everyone, whoever is lying, the surveillance footage will make it clear." Yes, everyone has their own story, but the surveillance footage is the most reliable evidence. The crowd echoed in agreement. Li Yaping wasn't worried at all. He knew the owner of this place. 2 years ago, when the city organized a meal for their batch of outstanding students, it was held here. At that time, the owner was very enthusiastic towards him and even boasted that he could eat for free at Tianyuan anytime in the future. He believed the owner would definitely take his side and help him stage a good show. He looked around angrily and said, "Call the owner here immediately. I want to expose this hypocrite in front of everyone." The commotion had already caught the attention of the waitstaff. The restaurant was frequented by prominent figures, and no one dared to stir up trouble lightly. Soon, the slightly chubby owner hurried over. When he saw Chun Fan, he was instantly startled. "Isn't this the gentleman who had lunch with Mayor Li and Master Lei this morning?" He quickly ran over, his face beaming with a smile. Li Yaping thought the owner had recognized him. First, he mocked Chun Fan, then stepped forward to greet the owner. "Boss Zhang, long time no see. Help me uphold justice here." But the owner completely ignored him and walked straight to Chun Fan. Bowing at a 90-degree angle, he said. Why are you here? How can you dine here? Let me arrange the top floor's supreme private room for you. The owner understood well that Chun Fan had extraordinary connections and dared not show any neglect. Li Yapeng, standing nearby, was stunned. Shouldn't this treatment be for me? His face turned sour, and he deliberately coughed to attract the owner's attention. Boss Zhang, I'm Li Yapeng. You should remember me, right? Li Yapeng? Never heard of you. The owner coldly glanced at him, his attitude stiff. In his mind, he thought, no matter who you are, if you make Chun Fan unhappy on my turf, I won't let you off. Li Yapeng's face darkened. 2 years ago, he was considered a prodigy in Qingqing City, respected in both political and business circles. But today, the owner was drawing a clear line with him because of Chun Fan. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He questioned the owner. Boss Zhang, what do you mean by this? The owner, furious, said coldly, Tianyuan Hotel will no longer welcome the two of you. Get out immediately. You. Li Yapeng's face twisted. He knew he had completely lost today, and his face burned with shame. He had utterly humiliated himself. Chun Fan sneered and looked at the owner. Don't rush to kick them out. First, pull up the surveillance footage for everyone to see. Let everyone be the judge. If they falsely accused me, I will sue them for defamation. The owner was a bit confused, unsure who was right or wrong, and hesitated whether Chun Fan was just saying this for show or was serious. He tentatively said, I don't think there's any need to check the footage. Everyone trusts Chun Fan, it must be others falsely accusing you. No, we must give everyone an explanation. Pull up the footage immediately, Chun Fan said calmly. The owner instantly understood that Chun Fan had been wronged. Without hesitation, he instructed the manager behind him. Manager Wen, pull up the surveillance footage right away. Li Yapeng and Wang Wenli's faces turned pale. If the footage was reviewed, they would undoubtedly lose face completely. Wang Wenli wiped her tears and said softly, Maybe I falsely accused you. I was scared and didn't react properly earlier. Didn't react properly? Chun Fan sneered. You accused me of touching you. Was that also a failure to react properly? You? I. Wang Wenli was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. The two wanted to slip away amidst the chaos, but with so many people watching, they had no choice but to brace themselves and wait for judgment. Not long after, Manager Wen brought the footage. Boss, these two deliberately slandered Chun Fan. Truly despicable and shameless. Boss Zhang was even angrier than Chun Fan. He handed the tablet to the crowd watching. See for yourselves. Li Yapeng and Wang Wenli's faces turned ashen. Wang Wenli collapsed directly to the ground. Chun Fan said coldly, Everyone, people like this with such poor character should be taken away for reform. Who will help me call the police to have them arrested? I want to sue them for malicious defamation. I will. The crowd was furious, cursing Li Yapeng and Wang Wenli for being shameless. Wang Wenli was completely panicked. She clung to Yang Chuchu's leg and pleaded in pain. Chuchu, please don't call the police, I beg you. I'm only in my first year of high school. I don't want a criminal record. Seeing her like this, Yang Chuchu felt a bit soft-hearted. She looked at Chun Fan, hesitating. After all, Wang Wenli had once been her best friend. Although she was thoroughly disappointed, she couldn't bear to personally send her to the police station. Young girls are always soft-hearted. Chun Fan saw through her thoughts clearly. However, he still wanted to consider her feelings and planned to teach the two of them a lesson later that evening. He said coldly, For Chuchu's sake, I'll let you go this time. If you dare act so arrogantly again, I won't hold back. Yang Chuchu felt grateful and turned to Wang Wenli, saying, You should leave. Don't come looking for me again. Wang Wenli wanted to say something, but Li Yapeng pulled her up. He shot a cold glance at Chun Fan and left in disgrace under the contemptuous gazes of the crowd. After the hotel owner dispersed the crowd, he ran over respectfully and said, Would you like to come to the top floor? I can arrange a quiet private room for you. No need, Boss Zhang. Here is fine. Thank you. Chun Fan replied, satisfied with the chubby owner's attitude, his tone gentle. The owner beamed with joy, sent over a few dishes, and then carefully left. At that moment, the electronic prompt sounded again in Chun Fan's mind. F+ level system task completed. Reward available for collection. Chun Fan paused for a moment. Li Yapeng would definitely be questioning his life now. The system let you off, but I won't. Chen Fan thought to himself, planning to make the opponent completely doubt himself during tonight's duel. Chen Fan didn't rush to claim the reward after all. He wanted to focus on the date with the girl. Yang Chuchu watched as Chen Fan kept placing beef on her plate. She gently rubbed her forehead and said softly, "Senior, I really can't eat anymore. You're too thin, you need to eat more. If you miss the age for growing, you'll regret it later." Chen Fan patiently persuaded, genuinely concerned. Yang Chuchu tried to eat a few more bites and then asked, "Senior, have you decided which university to apply to? Kyoto University or National Martial University, one of the two? I haven't made a final decision yet." National Martial University? Isn't it ranked 5th? Yang Chuchu was a bit puzzled. She thought Chen Fan would choose Kyoto or Magic City University. National Martial is more suitable for me, Chen Fan explained. By the way, your first-year class will be participating in the Ability Awakening Ceremony in 10 days, right? Yes, senior. I don't know if I can awaken any abilities, Yang Chuchu said with a worried expression. To be honest, she was afraid of falling behind Chen Fan. Don't worry, you'll definitely be fine. Chen Fan reassured her and then took out a small box. Junior, thank you for treating me to dinner. This is for you. What is it? Yang Chuchu asked in surprise, not expecting Chen Fan to bring a gift. Someone gave it to me, but I can't use it. You should have it, it will help with your ability awakening, Chen Fan said, handing her the divine fruit he had won in a lottery. Yang Chuchu carefully opened the box and saw a deep red fruit inside. This must be very expensive. Senior, I can't accept it. Not accept it? How could you not accept it? I'm counting on you to awaken an S-level ability, Chen Fan said with a doting tone, his face calm and composed. If I gave it to someone else, I'd feel heartache, but giving it to you, I do so willingly. Yang Chuchu immediately blushed, feeling shy and embarrassed to meet Chen Fan's gaze. Little sister, you'll never escape from the palm of my hand. Seeing Yang Chuchu's shyness, Chen Fan couldn't help but tease her. Chuchu Jr., be good, listen, and eat it now. Chen Fan originally wanted to pat her little head, but felt it was too much, so he refrained. Senior actually called me Chuchu. Yang Chuchu's heart was filled with sweetness. She obediently nodded and carefully placed the red fruit into her mouth. The fruit melted instantly, transforming into invisible energy that surged into her brain. Moments later, Yang Chuchu opened her eyes and exclaimed in surprise, Senior, my previously blurry memories suddenly became clear, my vision has improved a lot, and my mind feels so sharp. Chen Fan smiled and said, your mental strength has increased significantly, far surpassing that of ordinary people, which is why this happened. This thing is too precious, Yang Chuchu said, feeling a bit embarrassed and thinking she should compensate Chen Fan somehow. All right, let me wish you in advance that you'll awaken a powerful ability. Thank you. Senior, you're so good to me, Yang Chuchu said almost in a whisper, which made her feel even more fond of Chen Fan. After dinner, Chen Fan gentlemanly escorted Yang Chuchu to the entrance of her neighborhood. Yang Chuchu waved goodbye to him and reluctantly walked toward her villa. Chen Fan, on the other hand, headed straight for the abandoned buildings in the northern part of the city. As soon as Yang Chuchu returned home, her father Yang Jianjun and mother Chu Xiaoyan surrounded her. Yang Jianjun was the head of Jianjun Group, one of the top 10 corporations in Qingcheng, and also a third-tier ability user. Chu Xiaoyan was beautiful, nearly 40 years old, but her face showed almost no signs of aging. Yang Jianjun glanced at his wife and deliberately said, our precious daughter is impressive. She's only a freshman in high school and already starting to date. Dad, what are you talking about? Yang Chuchu blushed and quickly denied it. Really dating? Yang Jianjun looked at her expression and vaguely guessed something. His face darkened as he pretended to be serious. Which heartless guy dares to steal my precious daughter's heart? Speak up honestly, or I'll break his legs. You wouldn't dare. Yang Chuchu was so angry her face turned red. How could her dad insult Chen Fan and even threaten to break his legs? If you dare to cause trouble for Senior, I'll sever our father-daughter relationship. Yang Jianjun felt a pang in his heart upon hearing this. Protecting him so much, he put on a stern face and said seriously, Yang Chuchu, you're only a freshman in high school. You should focus on the ability awakening 10 days from now. No matter who he is, I won't allow you to associate with him. You, Yang Chu-Chu had never seen her father so serious before. Feeling wronged, she ran into her room. Yang Jianjun's face was grim, and Chu Xiaoyan reproached him. How could you talk to our daughter like that? Yang Jianjun also felt he had been too harsh, but was troubled inside. Wife, how can I not be angry when our daughter is dating? It's just starting, and already so roundabout. How can I feel at ease? People say daughters are their father's little cotton-padded jackets, but in our family, it's more like a drafty vest so cold. But you can't talk to her like that. Chu Xiaoyan scolded him and then turned to knock on Yang Chu-Chu's door, patiently comforting her. 10 minutes later, Chu Xiaoyan came out with a smile on her face. Yang Jianjun asked in surprise, Wife, our daughter is dating, and you're still so happy. Chu Xiaoyan glanced at him with a hint of charm. Do you know who the boy eating with our daughter is? Yang Jianjun raised an eyebrow and quickly asked, Don't keep me in suspense, just tell me. It's Chun Fan, Chu Xiaoyan said with a smile. Chun Fan? Which Chun Fan? The one who ranked first in the 3-city joint exam and single-handedly killed 200 second-tier mutant beasts. What? Yang Jianjun was stunned, then burst into laughter. Good, good. My daughter has great taste. Such an amazing person has already caught her eye. He turned to his wife, excitedly saying, Tomorrow, invite our relatives and friends over. I have to share this great news with everyone. Don't get too excited just yet. Chu Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at him. I heard from Chu-Chu that it might just be unrequited love. What? That won't do, Yang Jianjun said. Quick, share your experience of how you pursued me back then with our daughter. Such an outstanding son-in-law must belong to the Yang family. Get lost. It was clearly you who pursued me. Chun Fan had no idea that he was already on Yang Chu-Chu's father's radar. At this moment, he was taking a taxi to an abandoned construction site in the northern part of the city. Two people were already waiting for him, their Wang Wenli and her cousin, Li Yaping. This unfinished building in the northern part of the city had been abandoned for over a decade, overgrown with weeds, and was usually deserted. Inside a brand new BMW, a man and a woman were tightly embracing, their clothes disheveled, kissing passionately. It was none other than Wang Wenli and Li Yaping. Chun Fan was taken aback. Wow, this is intense. He quietly approached the car window and took out his phone to capture this shocking scene. Who's there? The flash went off, and the two inside the car immediately became alert. Li Yaping shoved Wang Wenli aside and hurriedly jumped out of the car. Seeing it was Chun Fan, his tense expression instantly relaxed. Kid, I didn't expect you to have the guts to come here. Chun Fan looked at the photos on his phone and praised, Great shots. Which website should I post these on to make them go viral? You little punk, you're asking for it. Li Yaping's face twitched, his eyes cold like a venomous snake ready to strike. Hand over the phone. Chun Fan put away his phone and beckoned provocatively. Come and get it if you can. All right. You really don't know your place. Li Yaping roared in anger, charging at him like a hungry tiger. His hand transformed into sharp claws, swiftly and viciously aiming for Chun Fan's neck. If it had been an ordinary late-stage first-tier ability user, they would have been caught and subdued by now. But Chun Fan was no ordinary person. He easily tilted his head, perfectly dodging the attack. Li Yaping struck several times in succession, but couldn't even touch the hem of Chun Fan's clothes. Li Yaping was stunned. His strength was 2 minor levels higher than Chun Fan's. Logically, even without using his abilities, he should have been able to fight Chun Fan to a standstill. Is this all you've got, and you're still so arrogant? Just because you've been to college for 2 years, you think you're something special? Chun Fan sneered. He despised pretentious people the most. At this moment, Wang Wenli stepped out after tidying her clothes. She had no idea what had just transpired between the two and looked at Chun Fan with resentment. Cousin, how dare he come here? You have to cripple him. Don't worry. Today, I'll make sure he can't even stand, at least for half a month. Li Yaping said confidently. Extreme Frost Domain. Li Yaping shouted, unleashing his ability. The temperature in the surrounding area dropped sharply within a dozen meters, and a thin layer of ice instantly formed on the ground. His entire body was encased in a transparent layer of ice armor. You should feel honored that I'm using my powers. Li Yaping's physical abilities were greatly enhanced as he threw a punch at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, unimpressed, raised his arm, arcs of electricity flashing across it, and met the punch head-on. When their fists collided, Chen Fan remained motionless, while Li Yaping staggered back several steps. His ice armor shattered completely. "How are you this strong?" For the first time, fear appeared in Li Yaping's eyes. Wang Wenli, standing nearby, was also stunned. Li Yaping had previously boasted that killing second-tier mutant beasts was as easy as slaughtering chickens. "Impossible," Li Yaping roared, forming an ice blade in his hand and lunging at Chen Fan. Chen Fan's fist, wrapped in blue lightning, forcefully blocked the ice blade. The two exchanged blows for several minutes, with Chen Fan handling the fight effortlessly. Li Yaping's ice armor shattered again, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Go, cousin, go!" Wang Wenli shouted desperately. In truth, Chen Fan wasn't using his full strength. He wanted to use Li Yaping as practice to improve his own abilities. His body had already reached the peak of the first tier, but he lacked experience in utilizing and honing his powers. Although Li Yaping was in a sorry state, he grew more determined as the fight went on. The lower the temperature, the stronger he became. Chen Fan continued to counter with his lightning-infused punches. 5 minutes later, Li Yaping reached his peak state, and Chen Fan began to feel some pressure. Not bad. Li Yaping had no idea that Chen Fan was merely using him as a free sparring partner. A few more minutes passed, and Li Yaping lost his patience. "Domain skill ice crystal space," he shouted. Countless ice crystals appeared around him. With a wave of his hand, the crystals shot toward Chen Fan. "Nine heavens thunder," Chen Fan murmured. A purple thunder dragon erupted from his body, coiling around him. The ice crystal attack was effortlessly blocked by the thunder dragon. Chen Fan stood like a king commanding lightning in the night sky. Li Yaping was stunned. This was his strongest move, yet it hadn't even scratched Chen Fan. "Enough. I've played with you long enough," Chen Fan said, no longer holding back. He threw a punch, and the thunder dragon surged forward, slamming directly into Li Yaping's chest. Li Yaping was struck as if by lightning. Over a dozen ribs were shattered by the impact. His chest was a bloody mess, and his body was sent flying 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Chen Fan walked over with a smile, ready to humiliate him further. Suddenly, Li Yaping coughed up a mouthful of blood and passed out. "That fragile," Chen Fan muttered helplessly, though he was also relieved. He had only used 60% of his strength. Otherwise, Li Yaping might have been killed outright. "I almost got myself into trouble," Chen Fan said to himself. He then turned to Wang Wenli, who was standing nearby. "What should I do with this woman?" Wang Wenli snapped out of her daze, her eyes filled with terror. "You, don't come over here." Chen Fan smirked wickedly, placing a hand on her shoulder like a street thug. "I'm here. What are you going to do about it?" He looked at her with a mocking gaze, raising his other hand into a fist and shaking it in front of her. Ever seen a fist this big? Wang Wenli was so frightened that she burst into tears, her whole body trembling before collapsing to the ground. She looked up at Chen Fan, pleading, "Please don't hit me. I can sleep with you." "What?" Chen Fan was taken aback. Wang Wenli weakly repeated, "I can sleep with you. Please spare me." "My God, how shameless can you be?" Chen Fan was utterly shocked. To be honest, Wang Wenli was quite attractive, with a beauty score of at least 85. Perhaps due to early development, her figure was curvaceous, making her undeniably a beauty, but Chen Fan had no interest in such a frivolous woman. "I think you're just trying to take advantage of me." Chen Fan snorted coldly and slapped her hard across the face. The powerful force sent Wang Wenli flying 3 meters away. Being an ordinary person, Wang Wenli's vision went black instantly, and she fainted on the spot. "You should be thankful this is a society governed by law." Chen Fan turned to leave, but suddenly, a woman's playful laughter came from the shadows not far away. "Little brother, you're so cold, treating a girl so roughly." The voice was filled with allure, as if it were enchanting his soul. Startled, Chen Fan quickly turned around. From the shadows emerged an exceptionally beautiful woman. She was dressed very boldly, with her snow-white skin partially exposed, as if it might all be revealed at any moment. Her bare, smooth abdomen was visible, and the sway of her waist made her especially captivating. Her long, slender legs stood out even in the darkness of the night. "Little brother, do you think big sister is beautiful?" The woman approached Chen Fan, lightly biting her lip, her enchanting eyes filled with seduction. "Quite beautiful," Chen Fan replied bluntly. Although this woman wasn't as stunning as Wang Yanran, the allure she exuded could probably make even the legendary beauty Su Daji pale in comparison. The woman covered her mouth and giggled, pointing to the abandoned building behind her with a playful expression. "Little brother, want to go inside and have a chat with big sister?" "I'm interested, but I'm afraid you'll drain me dry," Chen Fan said with a sly smile, keeping a 5-meter distance from her. "Little brother, you're so funny. Big sister isn't a ghost, how could I possibly drain your vitality?" The woman chuckled, her body swaying like a flower in the breeze. "Not a ghost? Then you must be a female rogue." Chen Fan deliberately widened his eyes, feigning a shocked expression. "How could you think that of Big Sister? Big Sister just wants to ask for a little favor." She smiled seductively, her eyes dreamy. "Of course, if you help Big Sister, you can do whatever you want with me." What a temptress. Chen Fan felt his head heat up from her teasing, but his rationality warned him to stay away from this woman. He deliberately put on a regretful expression and said, "I admit you're very tempting, but little brother's luck is bad, I can't afford to enjoy it." "Little brother, you're so heartless. In that case, Big Sister will take matters into her own hands." The woman grew impatient, her voice turning cold. In the next moment, her figure vanished like a ghost, reappearing right in front of Chen Fan. "Little brother, come with Big Sister." Her slender, fair hand reached directly for Chen Fan's neck. Chen Fan had been on guard and immediately used his Thunder Flash skill to teleport several meters away. "Be a good boy and come with Big Sister." The woman's body suddenly transformed into a shadow cat. Is this a beast transformation ability? Chen Fan grew wary, his entire body surging with lightning, a thunder dragon shielding him. Shadow kill. The beast, now in the form of a shadow cat, spoke, its claws striking at Chen Fan in an instant. Such a petty trick. Chen Fan was unfazed. With a thunder palm strike, he sent the opponent flying. However, the shadow cat was incredibly agile, landing lightly on its feet without a scratch. Meow, it quickly charged at him again. The two exchanged dozens of moves, evenly matched. At this moment, a thin man stepped out from the shadows, mocking them as he watched. "Catwoman, you're getting more and more useless." The man wore a mask, obscuring his face, but his voice sounded far from young. "Here we go again?" Chen Fan's heart tightened. He threw a punch, forcing the Catwoman back, and quickly distanced himself from the two. The Catwoman reverted to her human form and stood beside the man. "Falcon General, if the boss didn't want him alive, I would be taken care of him already." The woman retorted unhappily in response to the man's mocking tone. "Use your brain to handle things." The man, referred to as Falcon General, pointed to his temple. Then, he pulled out 2 feathered daggers and plunged them directly into the backs of the unconsciously yapping and Wang Wenli, who lay nearby. Chen Fan's brows furrowed tightly, his thoughts racing. Damn it, he thought. He had realized the opposing side was using him. Sure enough, the man turned to Chen Fan, smirking darkly, and said, "Kid, challenging someone to a private duel and causing deaths? By tomorrow morning, the police in Qing City will definitely come after you." Chen Fan frowned. This situation was incredibly unfavorable for him, but it was clear these two had ulterior motives. He had to figure out a way to break this deadlock. Ignoring the bodies on the ground, he instead fixed a cold gaze on the pair. "What do you want? Speak clearly. It's simple. Join us, become a part of the cult of beast worship," the man said nonchalantly. "What? The cult of beast worship? You're part of a cult?" Chen Fan was shocked. Just earlier that day, Mayor Li had warned him to be wary of this very cult, and now they had come for him. "A cult? No, no, no. We prefer to call ourselves a divine faith." The masked man continued. "We looked into your background. Your parents died years ago in a battle involving superhumans. Over the years, you've endured scorn and ridicule and lived a miserable life. I'm sure you're dissatisfied with this wretched world, aren't you? Join us, and we'll tell you who killed your parents. Not only that, but we can provide you with immense wealth and resources to help you grow quickly. I believe with your talent, you'll rise in no time. When our divine faith overthrows this world, you'll be hailed as a hero. Power, women, money, anything you desire will be yours. The masked man spoke with confidence, clearly trying to entice Chen Fan. But Chen Fan sneered internally. The teachings of the cult of beast worship advocated for exterminating 90% of humanity using mutated beasts. Such cruel and inhumane acts were something he could never bring himself to do. At this moment, the Catwoman also leaned closer to persuade him, her face showing a hint of shyness. "Little brother," she said softly, "the boss said that if you agree, I'll be yours." Uft. Chen Fan nearly spat out blood. Her seductive demeanor was too much for his skinny frame to handle. At this rate, who would be playing with whom was still up in the air. Just as Chen Fan was about to refuse, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. It was the system. "Attention, host. System mission. Infiltrate the cult of beast worship and sabotage their secret operations in Qing City. Mission difficulty, grade E." Chen Fan frowned. It seemed the cult of beast worship was indeed plotting something sinister. But he didn't want to get involved in this kind of mess. Let someone else save humanity. Chen Fan had no interest in that sort of responsibility. However, since Qing City was implicated, he couldn't quite let it go. After all, Tong Tong and sister Yanran were still there. He needed to figure out what the cult was scheming. Feigning a thoughtful look, he spoke in a detached tone. "What you're saying isn't wrong. I do hate this world, but I've never considered joining you. After all, your identities are too sensitive. If exposed, I'd undoubtedly die a miserable death." The masked man and Catwoman exchanged a glance, preparing to offer a rebuttal, but Chen Fan abruptly changed his tone. "However, if you can give me 100 girls like her, I might consider joining." Hearing this, both the Catwoman and the masked man stared at him with wide eyes. "Buddy, are you trying to be an emperor? 100 girls? Why don't you just fly to the heavens?" The eagle-faced man thought for a moment and said, "If you don't care about looks, 100 girls is no problem. But if they all have to be like Catwoman, that's going to be a bit difficult." Catwoman walked directly to Chen Fan, her tall and slender figure almost pressing against him. She was about 1.78 meters tall, nearly the same height as Chen Fan. Her alluring red lips were just an inch away from his cheek, and a fragrant scent wafted over, hitting Chen Fan directly. "Don't worry, little brother. Big sister alone can fulfill all your fantasies." As she spoke, her white ears transformed into cat ears, and a white cat tail grew from behind her, gently brushing against Chen Fan's face. A seductress. Chen Fan felt parched from her teasing. Her delicate face, tempting lips, and prominent chest, such a stunner would make any young man surrender. Chen Fan steadied his mind and pretended to be calm, saying, "Forget it. You're too dangerous. I prefer obedient and well-behaved girls." "I'm very obedient." Catwoman reverted to a demure and charming appearance, gently leaning against Chen Fan's chest like a human-shaped kitten. "Oh no, I'm about to lose my self-control." Chen Fan's heart burned like fire. He quietly stepped back half a step and looked at the masked man in the distance, saying, "It's okay if you can't gather the girls. I've been scared of poverty since I was young, and now I love money the most. Give me 100 million, and I'll be yours in life and in death." The reason Chen Fan set such a high price was to dispel the other party's doubts. Otherwise, if he agreed too easily, they would definitely suspect he was pretending to join them. The eagle-faced man pondered for a moment and said, "I need to consult the boss about this." "Suit yourself." Chen Fan smiled faintly. The eagle-faced man nodded and retreated into the shadows. Chen Fan secretly laughed. This group was completely being led by the nose. 2 minutes later, the eagle-faced man reappeared. "Brother Chen, the boss agreed to your proposal," but he looked at Chen Fan and paused before saying, "You need to help us with something first." "Oh, what is it? Let us hear it. But let me make it clear first, I value my life, so I won't do anything risky." Chen Fan adopted a stance of equal negotiation. The eagle-faced man said, "You know the heiress of the Yang group, right? Tomorrow night, you need to lure her here. You don't need to worry about the rest. Consider this your pledge of loyalty." "They're targeting Chu Chu?" Chen Fan's heart tightened. He secretly scrutinized the masked man in front of him, and his heart skipped a beat. From the moment this man appeared, Chun Fan felt his gaze was somewhat familiar. Now he was certain. Chun Fan stared directly at the man and took the initiative to expose his identity. If I'm not mistaken, you're the one who almost bullied Yang Chu Chu that day and came to pick her up, Uncle Qian, right? The eagle-faced man's pupils shrank sharply. He clearly hadn't expected to be recognized. This kid has sharp eyes. Just one meeting, and he managed to recognize me. The eagle-faced man's mind raced, and after more than 10 seconds, he removed his mask. Brother Chun, since you've figured it out, there's no need for me to hide anymore. Let us work together from now on. I am Uncle Qian. Chun Fan was a bit surprised by his candid admission. There's something I don't understand. Since you're Yang Chu Chu's father's driver and have the opportunity to get close to her, why do you need me to lure her here? What are you planning to do to her? Capturing this little girl is to deal with her father, Uncle Qian replied coldly. Catwoman was about to reveal their plan when Uncle Qian interrupted her sharply. Catwoman, shut up. He's not one of us yet. Don't foolishly spill everything. Oh, Catwoman responded weakly and quickly shut her mouth. Chun Fan felt a twinge of regret in his heart. Uncle Qian took out a pitch-black pill and tossed it to Chun Fan. Swallow this, and you'll officially be one of us in the beast worship cult. Only then can we share our secrets with you. Chun Fan stared at the pill in his hand, wary, and asked, What is this? Uncle Qian smiled and said, Little brother, don't be nervous. This is the ascension pill bestowed by the beast god. Once you take it, your soul will be connected to the beast god, and he will continuously nourish your soul, helping you rapidly enhance your mental strength. I don't believe that. Chun Fan rolled his eyes inwardly. He knew that once he consumed this pill, he might become a puppet of the so-called beast god. However, the mission was clear, and he had to complete it. Feigning hesitation, he asked, Uncle Qian, does this thing have any side effects? Uncle Qian replied, Only benefits, no drawbacks, as long as you don't betray us. And if I do betray you? Chun Fan asked. Then you'll die a horrible death. The beast god will punish you with his will. A flicker of fear crossed Uncle Qian's eyes, clearly recalling the fate of past traitors. Catwoman, on the other hand, was optimistic. She smiled and said, Little brother, don't worry. You're a genius. The organization won't harm you. As long as you don't betray us, they won't make things difficult for you. When you rise to the top, don't forget about your big sister. All right. Chun Fan pretended to be convinced, nodding as he brought the pill to his mouth. Seeing the pill disappear, the two immediately looked at him with friendlier expressions. Haha, Brother Chun, welcome to the beast worship cult. Little brother, your big sister will stick by your side from now on. Remember to take care of me. Let me tell you a secret, your big sister is still a virgin. Chun Fan laughed heartily, appearing extremely excited on the surface, but inwardly, he already considered the two of them fools. He hadn't swallowed the ascension pill at all. At the very moment he was about to put it in his mouth, he discreetly stored the pill in his spatial ring. The move was so smooth that the two didn't notice a thing. After all, spatial rings didn't exist on Blue Star. Chun Fan smiled and looked at Uncle Qian. Now can you tell me why you captured Yang Chu Chu? Of course. Uncle Qian glanced toward the center of Qing City, his expression dark. In 3 days, we're going to unleash a beast tide and destroy the entire Qing City in one fell swoop. What? Chun Fan's heart churned. These lunatics, he cursed inwardly. Steadying himself, Chun Fan continued to ask, and what does that have to do with capturing Yang Chu Chu? Uncle Qian didn't rush to answer but first asked, do you know what kind of business the Yang Group is in? I heard they do maritime shipping and own 2 private docks, Chun Fan replied. Uncle Qian smirked sinisterly. We're planning to use the Yang Group's docks as cover to install high-powered sonar equipment. This will lure the sea beasts ashore, instantly destroying the entire Qing City and turning it into a living hell. Ha ha ha. These lunatics. Chun Fan was speechless as he watched Uncle Qian's crazed expression. He couldn't help but wonder how the beast worship cult managed to brainwash these people. Interrupting the man's laughter, Chun Fan said, So you plan to capture Yang Chu Chu to threaten Yang Jianjun and carry out this scheme? Brother Chun, you're as sharp as ever. That's exactly our plan. Catwoman's eyes were filled with admiration. This vixen, Chun Fan cursed inwardly. Uncle Qian suppressed his emotions and explained, I've been undercover in the Yang family for many years, waiting for this day. Unfortunately, Yang Jianjun has started to suspect me and recently sent me away on purpose, so the task of luring Yang Chuchu can only be entrusted to you. Chun Fan calculated in his mind and pretended to hesitate. That little girl Chuchu looks as pure as water. I quite like her and feel a bit reluctant. Uncle Qian sneered, Brother Chen, you've got it wrong. When the time comes, once you trick her into coming here, you can deal with her however you want, can't you? Am I that kind of person? Chen Fan rolled his eyes internally. Chuchu was still immature, and he wasn't in a hurry to force her growth. Suddenly, Catwoman clung to Chun Fan's arm, her ample chest pressing against him. Little brother, so you like the pure type? Then how about my outfit? Catwoman's gaze was alluring, and her clothes began to change, instantly transforming into a JK schoolgirl style. A gray short skirt barely covered her hips. Wide over-the-knee stockings hugged her slender, fair thighs, and a white shirt clung tightly to her prominent chest. The slightly open collar revealed a tantalizing cleavage. This was the epitome of pure desire, both innocent and seductive. Oh my, who could resist this? Chen Fan found it hard to look. He raised his head to the sky, afraid he might get a nosebleed. Seeing his flushed face, Catwoman smugly shook his arm. A little virgin, and you think you can escape my grasp. Chun Fan took a few deep breaths, suppressing the anger in his heart, and said coldly, I'll take on the task of seducing Yang Chuchu. Haha, good. The man surnamed Qian laughed heartily. Chun Fan continued to ask, Do you really know who's behind the death of my parents? Of course we do. The man surnamed Qian smiled mysteriously. Since you're one of us now, come with me to meet the boss. He can give you the answers you want. Chun Fan hesitated. He could sense the deep respect these two had for their so-called boss. He wasn't sure about the boss's strength and was also worried they might discover he hadn't taken the ascension pill. But he decided to go and see. On one hand, the system's mission required him to disrupt the beast worship cult's plans, and he needed more clues. On the other hand, he wanted to know why the parents of this body had died. It was very important to him. Lead the way, Chun Fan said decisively after a few seconds. The man surnamed Qian chuckled and walked into the shadows behind him. Chun Fan and Catwoman followed closely. A few minutes later, the three entered a basement and took an elevator down dozens of meters to a space. To Chun Fan's surprise, the underground area was lavishly decorated. He followed the two, winding through several corridors, until they reached a secret door. Before they could knock, the door opened automatically, and a deep voice came from inside. Come in. What sharp mental power. Chun Fan was astonished, reminding himself that he was now part of the beast worship cult and couldn't reveal any flaws. Inside the room sat a fat middle-aged man with a bare chest. The most bizarre thing was that another face grew on his chest, looking both terrifying and grotesque. This? Chun Fan was shocked. What kind of monster was this? As he was still in shock, the face on the chest spoke first. Young man, welcome to the beast worship cult. I am one of the stewards here. You can call me Two-Face, or, like the others, call me boss. Chun Fan swallowed hard, repeatedly reminding himself that he was now a member of the cult. He respectfully said, Boss, I know why you're here. Look at this. Double-faced pointed, and the space in front of him began to ripple. A mirror appeared out of thin air, and the image within gradually became clear. The scene showed a Volkswagen car driving across a bridge spanning the river. Inside were 4 people. The driver was Chun Fan's father, the passenger seat held his mother, and in the back sat his second uncle and second aunt. The 4 were chatting and laughing, looking very happy. Suddenly, 2 figures engaged in a fierce battle in the distance, completely ignoring the vehicles on the bridge. Their fight was so powerful that it directly shattered hundreds of meters of the bridge. Chun Fan's father's car lost control and plunged into the river. The violent impact caused all 4 passengers to lose consciousness. The car drifted with the current and was soon wedged against a large rock by the riverbank. As water began to seep in, the car started sinking slowly. The first to wake up was Chun Fan's father. He desperately smashed the car window and pulled the other 3 to shore. However, he himself collapsed in the water, unable to make it out. When the 3 on shore regained consciousness, they quickly understood what had happened. Chun Fan's mother was overcome with grief and tried to jump into the river to end her life several times. At first, the second uncle tried to console her, but when his efforts failed, he gave up. The second aunt, however, harbored malicious intent and suggested pushing Chun Fan's mother into the river so they could keep the death compensation money for themselves. After discussing it, the two actually drowned Chun Fan's mother. Watching the scene, Chun Fan was furious. The people his father had risked his life to save turned out to be a pair of ungrateful wolves. Very well, very well. Second uncle, second aunt, I, Chun Fan, will definitely settle this score. He suppressed his anger and stared at the double-faced man in front of him. What kind of ability is this? How can you recreate past events? Double-faced smiled mysteriously. This is a power granted by the beast god, called Time-Space Rewind. As long as you serve the cult wholeheartedly, the beast god will also grant you unimaginable power. Chun Fan's heart tightened. It seemed the beast cult was even more terrifying than he had imagined. The man surnamed Qian beside him said, "Boss can only use this ability once a month. He used it for you this time, so you should thank him." "Thank you, boss." Chun Fan feigned gratitude, afraid of arousing suspicion. "We're all on the same side now. This little favor is nothing." Double-faced spoke with both faces simultaneously, his voice eerie. Chun Fan pretended to be moved, bowed, and said, "Boss, do you know the identities of the two people fighting?" "I do. One is named Yi Beichen, the other Ji Yuan. Both are top-tier talents. Yi Beichen is the youngest outstanding instructor at Kyoto University, and Ji Yuan is already a major general in the South China Military District. Scum like them deserve such titles?" Chun Fan sneered. Double-faced laughed. "That's why this world is in chaos. We must overthrow them." Chun Fan was not a hot-blooded, impulsive youth. Although there were many bad people in this world, it was not beyond saving. Moreover, the teachings of the beast cult were utterly cruel and inhumane. He could never align himself with them. Having obtained the answers he wanted, Chun Fan immediately asked to leave. The aura of the double-faced man made him feel extremely eerie and terrifying. He didn't want to stay a second longer. "Boss, I have to go. Tomorrow night at this time, I'll bring Yang Chu-Chu here." "Haha, good, good." Double-faced laughed with both faces simultaneously, appearing exceptionally pleased. As Chun Fan turned to leave, Catwoman quietly followed him. "Brother Chun, how can you be so heartless, leaving on your own and abandoning your sister?" Chun Fan hadn't reacted, yet when his entire arm was tightly embraced by two soft jade-like arms. Since he was only wearing short sleeves, his whole arm was enveloped by the soft sensation, almost making his heart race. He didn't dare to move recklessly, afraid of overreacting. He tried to stay calm and asked, "Miss Cat, how old are you exactly?" "Little brother, you're so direct. This question is so embarrassing," the cat girl said, holding his arm tightly. Her pink lips moved close to his ear as she whispered, "Wanna know? Big sister can let you measure it yourself." Chun Fan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Miss Cat, please mind your boundaries. I'm still a kid, okay? I was just asking about your age." "Haha, little brother, you're so funny," the cat girl laughed. "Big sister's age is always a secret." "Fine, forget it." Chun Fan rolled his eyes, quickly shook off her hands, and walked ahead briskly. "Miss Cat, stop following me. That's not happening." The cat girl hugged his arm again. "Boss said I have to stick close to you during this time, not leaving your side." "Oomph? You don't trust me that much," Chun Fan said as he walked. He was thinking about how to shake off this clingy little demon. He made an excuse, saying, "Suddenly having a beautiful woman by my side will definitely attract attention. At that point, forget about luring Yang Chu-Chu here. She might misunderstand us and refuse to meet me." "Hee hee, silly brother. Don't worry, I won't expose myself," the cat girl said. Then her body transformed into a white cat about a foot long. The white cat lightly jumped onto Chun Fan's shoulder. "Wow, you can transform like this? This kind of beast transformation ability is amazing." Chun Fan's eyes widened. "Damn it, I can't beat her, can't shake her off. What a hassle." Chun Fan thought helplessly. "Forget it, I'll take it one step at a time." He adjusted his mindset, picked up the white cat on his shoulder, and gently stroked her. "Cat girl, you can follow me, but don't reveal your true form in front of people, so you don't scare them." Silly brother, don't touch me randomly. The cat girl's voice came from the cat's mouth. I insist on touching. Chun Fan rubbed her head again and then said, remember what I just said. Don't worry, silly brother. I know better than you how to protect myself. I won't expose myself. That's good. Chun Fan nodded, holding the white cat as he walked toward home. By the way, what did you do with the bodies of Wang Wenli and her cousin? Don't worry, little brother. The organization will claim responsibility for it. No one will trace it back to you. The cat girl's voice was pure, yet slightly seductive. That's good. When Chun Fan returned home, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Tong Tong was at Wang Yinran's house, so he didn't have to worry. The cat girl saw that no one was home and transformed back into her human form. She unceremoniously lay sideways on the sofa, her skirt lifted, revealing a pair of fair, slender legs without any hesitation. Little man, you held me for so long, just now you have to take responsibility, she teased. Chun Fan was helpless. This woman was constantly provoking his desires. He decided to take a shower to cool down. I'm going to take a shower, do whatever you want, Chun Fan said, grabbing a towel that had been drying on the balcony and heading to the bathroom. The cat girl continued to tease. Brother, want to shower together with big sister? Chun Fan was so startled that he quickly darted into the bathroom and locked the door. This woman is terrifying. Honestly, with her seductive demeanor, who would believe she's still a virgin? A few minutes later, Chun Fan came out after taking a shower. At this moment, Catwoman had somehow found all of Tong Tong's snacks and started eating them herself. You sure are unreserved, Chun Fan rolled his eyes. Catwoman giggled. I hereby declare that from now on, I am the mistress of this house. Absolutely not. Chun Fan firmly opposed. He pointed to a room and said, you can sleep in that room. Don't be so polite, little man. Big Sis knows men the best. Big Sis has decided I'm yours now, and you can do whatever you want with me. Catwoman lazily reclined on the sofa, one fair, slender leg raised high, her delicate hand gently stroking her smooth skin, exuding immense allure. I'm really worried that when I wake up tomorrow, there'll be a naked body in my arms. I'm the man you can't have, humph. Chun Fan slammed his bedroom door shut, keeping the danger outside. Call for Big Sis anytime you need me. A lazy voice came from outside the door. Chun Fan locked himself in his room and lay on the bed, deep in thought. He had to find a way to expose the Beast Cult's plan to sabotage their operation and complete the system's mission. However, his phone was under the Beast Cult's control, and he couldn't send messages easily without risking exposure. So, he needed to figure out a way to get rid of the Catwoman monitoring him. A few minutes later, inspiration struck. The simplest solution was to make Catwoman accidentally get electrocuted. The standard 220-volt voltage wouldn't affect a second-tier ability user, but fortunately, Chun Fan had a voltage regulator at home. Catwoman, don't blame me for being ruthless. At 3 a.m., Chun Fan quietly sneaked out of his bedroom and adjusted the voltage to 600 volts. He connected one end of the wire to the doorknob of Catwoman's room. Tomorrow morning, as soon as she opens the door, she'll be knocked out. After setting everything up, Chun Fan quietly returned to his room to wait. He didn't know how much time had passed when suddenly, a sharp scream was followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Haha, it worked. Chun Fan excitedly rushed out of his room. Sure enough, Catwoman was lying stiffly on the ground. She must have passed out, right? Chun Fan bent down to check, but Catwoman suddenly grabbed his neck and pulled his head into her embrace. What the? Chun Fan's face was buried in two soft mounts. But he had no time to enjoy it, as a strong electric current surged through his body, causing excruciating pain that almost made him pass out. The 600-volt high voltage tightly bound Chun Fan and Catwoman together. Catwoman held on for a few seconds before finally losing consciousness, but Chun Fan gritted his teeth and endured. I can't collapse. If I can endure this pain, not only will I survive, but I'll also have a chance to break through the first-tier peak. Sweat drenched his entire body, but his determination never wavered. Since returning from Yuliang Pass, Chun Fan had used a large number of physique and mental power enhancement cards, and his physique had already surpassed 100. The only thing holding him back from breaking through the first-tier peak was his mental power. This intense pain was the best way to temper his mental strength. As long as he didn't give up, he had a chance to break through. The pain lasted for a long time, making him feel as if every cell in his body was being torn apart. Half an hour later, the pain began to subside, and a sense of euphoria slowly welled up in his heart. Chun Fan knew he had made it through, and his body was starting to rebuild itself. Another half hour passed, and he had fully adapted to the 600-volt voltage. Phew, the feeling of surviving a near-death experience is amazing. He quickly checked the system interface. Host, Chun Fan, ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body SS, level, peak of first tier physique, 125, mental power, 100 slaughter points, 65 skills, 9 heavens thunder movement, thunder flash, thunderclap palm, evaluation. A weak and powerless chick, current tasks. 1. Achieve the top scholar title in Southern Province and participate in the ability lottery. Task level, E2. Humiliate Li Yaping completely. Upon task completion, participate in the lottery. Chun Fan looked at the panel, overjoyed. I've finally broken through to the peak of the first tier. My strength has improved significantly again. After his excitement, he realized he was having trouble breathing. What is this soft thing, and why does it smell so nice? He sniffed lightly and discovered his head was still buried in the embrace of the Catwoman. It's not like I did this on purpose, you pulled me in yourself. Nearly suffocating, Chun Fan reluctantly pulled his head out of her embrace. Since you've given me warmth, I won't kill you for now. Still savoring the moment, Chun Fan carried the unconscious Catwoman to his bed. This woman is indeed beautiful, but she's too dangerous. After some thought, he directly tied the Catwoman to the bed with a rope. Admiring his art of binding, he couldn't help but clap and laugh. Catwoman, oh Catwoman, now that you're in my hands, your days of peace are over. Chun Fan smirked mischievously. Half an hour later, Chun Fan took a taxi to the entrance of Qing City Government. As he hesitated about how to get inside, a man in a suit recognized him. The man, carrying a briefcase, quickly walked over with a big smile. Chun Fan, what brings you here? Chun Fan glanced at him and found him familiar. Yesterday, when he and Lei Jun met Mayor Li, this man had been part of the welcoming team. I have an urgent matter to discuss with the mayor. Can you take me in? Chun Fan said anxiously. No problem, follow me. 5 minutes later, Chun Fan smoothly entered the mayor's office. Li Ji was somewhat surprised by Chun Fan's sudden appearance. Without any pleasantries, Chun Fan directly revealed the beast worship cult's plan. Li Ji's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Brother Chun, the intelligence you've provided is crucial. I've been investigating these beast worship cult members for a long time, but I never expected them to be hiding in that abandoned building. Don't worry, I'll immediately send people over to ensure that group of cultists is completely eradicated. After arranging the operation, Li Ji started chatting with Chun Fan. It was only after more than 10 minutes that Chun Fan managed to extricate himself and leave the government building. He first went to a Huawei smartphone store and bought the latest model, leading the way, before heading home. By this time, the Catwoman had already woken up. Although she was tied up tightly on the bed, she showed no fear or embarrassment. When she saw Chun Fan push the door open and enter, her face flushed, and she looked at him shyly. Little brother, so you like playing with ropes, huh? You should have told me earlier Big Sis would have cooperated with you. No need to make it so complicated. By the way, do you want a little whip? Big Sis can even lend you her tail to play with. As she spoke, a white tail emerged from beneath her and swayed gently. I suspect your beast transformation ability isn't Shadowcat, but rather a fox spirit. Chun Fan plopped down beside her, reached out to rub her smooth cheek, and looked thoroughly satisfied. The Catwoman wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled with her eyes curved. Little man, as long as you like it, Big Sis can turn into a fox spirit for you too. The next second, her body softened as if she had no bones, and the rope was easily broken free. She lay sideways on the bed, her jade-like arm supporting her head, looking at Chun Fan with gentle eyes. I guess you just want to tip someone off. Chun Fan gave a wicked smile. It seemed this Catwoman was no ordinary person. He unabashedly admired her graceful curves and casually waved his hand, saying, So what if you guessed? The matter is already settled, you can't change anything. The Catwoman wasn't angry at all, still shy and gentle. Little brother, how about we make a bet? I bet that within an hour, the the police will come to arrest you. Do you believe me? What do you mean by that? Chen Fan frowned slightly, noticing that the other party showed no concern about exposing her identity. The Catwoman sat up, her jade-like arms wrapping around Chen Fan's neck like a couple deeply in love. Her red lips approached Chen Fan's ear, whispering softly, "Little man, let me tell you, no one can save Qingqing City. You won't survive. If you want to live now, there's only one way: leave Qingqing City immediately." Chen Fan couldn't discern the truth in her words. Her face showed no trace of worry or fear. He even suspected whether the Catwoman had been stunned by an electric shock. Seeing his silence, the Catwoman shook her head and sighed. "Little brother, I really like you, but we are destined to have no fate together." As she spoke, she gently kissed Chen Fan's forehead. "Little brother, good luck." The next moment, the Catwoman transformed into a white cat, leaping from the windowsill and landing steadily from a height of 20 meters. Her white figure darted swiftly through the streets and disappeared in an instant. Chen Fan stood by the window, watching the Catwoman leave without stopping her. Where did it go wrong? Chen Fan fell into deep thought. Logically, Mayor Li's people should have already captured those cultists from the beast worship cult. I should have disrupted their plans. So why does the system still show the task as incomplete? Half an hour later, Chen Fan finally understood why the system deemed the task incomplete. At that moment, more than a dozen police officers surrounded his house, their stance clear they would act without hesitation. Leading them was the captain of Qingqing City's criminal investigation team, a second-tier peak ability user. He looked at Chen Fan coldly. "Chen Fan, you fabricated lies about the beast worship cult to cover up your murders. People like you are heinous criminals who deserve to die. Don't think that your talent will let you escape the law. Come with us." The police didn't give Chen Fan any chance to explain, directly stepping forward to handcuff him. Chen Fan felt frustrated, realizing he had underestimated the methods of the beast worship cult. He guessed that someone on the inside must have betrayed them, and the cult learned about the raid plan immediately. This was also why the Catwoman was so confident. Now the situation was extremely unfavorable for Chen Fan, and he had to find a way to break through the predicament. He looked at the captain and asked coldly, "Captain, may I know your surname? You want to take revenge on me?" The captain sneered disdainfully. "You, a criminal with countless sins, are destined to spend your life in prison. Revenge on me? Maybe in your next life." At that moment, the system's notification sounded in Chen Fan's mind. "Attention, host. When faced with difficulties, there is no need to endure. System task: kill Li Wenxiang within 3 days. Task level E. Completing the task will grant a chance to participate in the lottery." Chen Fan frowned slightly. Li Wenxiang was already a second-tier peak superhuman. A direct confrontation was out of the question, but with 3 days for the mission, he had enough time to deal with him. He stared at Li Wenxiang with a wicked charm and directly called out his name. "Your name is Li Wenxiang, right? I heard you have a younger brother named Li Wenbin. Your brother made a bet with me, lost his composure, went crazy during the exam, and ended up being disqualified from the college entrance exam. So, you're trying to take revenge on me, aren't you?" Chen Fan's words were like sharp swords, piercing Li Wenxiang's heart one by one. He couldn't understand how Chen Fan had recognized him, but it made him fear Chen Fan even more and hate him even more. "Stop talking nonsense. Come with me. Back at the police station, I have plenty of ways to deal with you." Li Wenxiang, burning with rage, grabbed Chen Fan's arm and dragged him outside. At the same time, he loudly accused Chen Fan of various crimes, making sure the onlookers nearby knew what was happening. As they left the neighborhood, many passers-by recognized Chen Fan and began discussing him in astonishment. "Isn't this the top scorer of the 3-city joint exam? I didn't expect him to be a murderer." I heard Captain Li shouting that Chen Fan not only killed someone, but also harassed a freshman girl. Really goes to show you can't judge a book by its cover. I thought he was a hero, but turns out he's so dirty behind the scenes. The surrounding chatter was irritating to hear. If Chen Fan weren't thick-skinned and mentally stable, he might have already broken down. Those 2 Li brothers, born of the same mother, and not a single one of them is decent. At this moment, Chen Fan thought to himself that besides beating Li Wenxiang to a pulp, he also needed to send Li Wenbin in along with him. Being taken to the police station didn't scare him at all. Chen Fan was always cautious in his actions. When he left the abandoned building yesterday, he had casually taken the dashcam from Li Yaping's car. It clearly recorded the entire incident at the crime scene, and he had already handed the video over to Mayor Li. So Mayor Li would definitely help him. This was a sure thing. As soon as Chen Fan was brought into the police station, Li Ji appeared. He dismissed everyone else, leaving only Chen Fan behind. Chen Fan, this time it was my oversight. I didn't expect there to be spies from the beast worship cult around me, and we failed to catch them. I had you arrested to confuse the enemy and use you as bait to lure out members of the beast worship cult. The beast worship cult is always ruthless, so they'll definitely send someone to deal with you. When the time comes, I'll set a trap. As long as we catch one member, we can force them to reveal their hideout. Old Li, you should have told me about this in advance. Chen Fan was a bit annoyed. Although Li Ji's reasoning was sound, he didn't like being controlled by others. Li Ji's expression changed, and he explained, "The situation is urgent. I can't even tell who's friend or foe right now, so I had no choice but to let you endure some grievances. Once this is over, I'll privately compensate you with 10 million. That explanation is reasonable enough." Chen Fan's expression softened as well. He looked at Li Ji and said, "For this plan, the fewer people who know, the better. The personnel sent to infiltrate must be carefully selected. If there's a spy among them, I might not even know the reason for my death. Don't worry, I'll handle this properly." Li Ji nodded and quietly reminded Chen Fan, "Time to act." With that, he suddenly stood up, slammed his palm heavily on the table, and roared, "Chen Fan, I never thought you'd do something like this. You've really disappointed me." Li Ji shouted angrily for several minutes before storming out, slamming the door behind him. Old Li's acting is a bit lacking. Chen Fan thought to himself, a trace of concern surfacing in his mind. Soon, the news of Chen Fan's imprisonment for murder spread throughout Qingqing City. He went from being a respected young hero to a despised murderer. Chen Fan didn't care after all. Li Ji had promised to pay him 10 million in compensation for his reputation and publicly clarify the truth. In the interrogation room, Criminal Investigation Captain Li Wenxiang sat across from Chen Fan, staring at him like a fierce tiger. "Chen Fan, do you know how Bin is doing now? Because of you, he's become a laughingstock, hiding at home, too afraid to go out, acting paranoid, and even attempting suicide several times. Tell me, you're all classmates. Why did you do this to him? Why are you an ability user? Why didn't you say so earlier? Tell me, don't you deserve to die?" Every word Li Wenxiang spoke was filled with hatred. Chen Fan was speechless. "So, only your brother is allowed to insult others, and I have to obediently comply?" He sneered and replied indifferently, "All I can say is your brother deserved it. Trash dares to insult me. Also, when I get out, I'm going to make him streak in front of all the teachers and students to fulfill the bet." "You." Li Wenxiang was so furious he nearly ground his teeth to dust. "Chen Fan, you're about to die, and you're still so arrogant. If it weren't for the surveillance camera overhead, he would have punched him already. Don't think that just because Mayor Li said I can't touch you, I have no way to deal with you. I advise you to quickly admit to the murder. I've already said, no one here will bring you food or water. Let's see how long you can last." After finishing, Li Wenxiang glared at Chen Fan fiercely before reluctantly leaving the interrogation room. After the interrogation, Chen Fan was taken to a cell specifically designed for detaining ability users. From 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., a full 12 hours passed, and indeed, not a single bite of food was delivered. That bastard. The first thing I'll do when I get out is kill Li Wenxiang. Chen Fan thought through gritted teeth. But he wasn't worried with his physical condition. He could go several days without food or water. Late at night, Chen Fan didn't sleep. He remained vigilant, fearing that the beast worship cult might take the opportunity to attack. However, the entire night passed without incident. The next morning, just as Chen Fan was feeling drowsy, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. "Congratulations, host. The system has determined that you have achieved a score of 18,000, ranking first in the martial arts exam in Shannon Province and earning the title of martial arts champion. You have obtained the qualification to draw an F-level ability. Would you like to start the lottery?" Chen Fan was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. It seems the Shannon Provincial Department of Education has already compiled the province-wide martial arts exam results. Although happy, he didn't rush to draw the lottery. During the last ability infusion, he lost control of his body for half an hour, which was too dangerous. If the beast worship cult suddenly attacked during that time, he could die miserably. Chun Fan asked the system, "How long will I lose control of my body during this ability infusion?" The system replied, "F-level ability infusion does not require depriving the host of body control." That's great. Without hesitation, Chun Fan decisively clicked to draw the lottery. The wheel slowly stopped, and the pointer landed on two characters' mimicry. Mimicry? What kind of ability is this? Chun Fan pondered. The system's notification immediately followed. The mimicry ability allows the holder to imitate the appearance of anyone they have seen. In other words, the host can transform into someone else's likeness. That's amazing. Chun Fan couldn't wait to try it. He imagined a face in his mind, and his body immediately began to change. A few seconds later, his appearance and physique had completely transformed. Although it's not helpful in combat, it's good enough for stealth, hiding, or doing something else. Chun Fan was quite satisfied. Maybe I could even turn into a girl and sneak into the women's bathhouse. This novel idea suddenly popped into his head. I'm not that kind of person. Chun Fan quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. My physique and mental strength have improved again. Chun Fan looked at the system panel, his eyes lighting up. Host, Chun Fan abilities. Thunder Devouring Sacred Body SS. Mimicry F level. First tier peak physique. 132 mental strength. 110 kill points. 65 skills. 9 Heavens Thunder Movement. Thunder Flash. Thunder Palm. Mimicry Evaluation. A weak and powerless chick current tasks. 1. Kill Li Wenxiang. Task level E. Completion reward. Lottery participation. 2. Humiliate Li Yapeng. Task completed. Reward. Lottery participation. It seems the new ability has also enhanced my physical attributes. I just wonder when the system will issue another lottery task. After thinking for a moment, Chun Fan decided to claim the reward for completing the Humiliate Li Yapeng task. System, start the lottery. A few seconds later, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, you have received a skill reward, Thunder Wings. Thunder Wings? What's that? Chun Fan was astonished. He hadn't expected to draw a skill from the lottery. Ability users can transform thunder and lightning into wings, thereby gaining the ability to fly. That's amazing. Chun Fan was extremely pleased. After all, flying was everyone's dream. Everything is ready now. I just have to wait for the beast worship cult to take the bait. I can't wait to soar into the sky. While Chun Fan was using himself as bait, waiting for the beast worship cult to appear, something unusual was happening at a military port in Qing City. Over a dozen massive sonar emitters were being secretly deployed. A special low-frequency sound wave began spreading toward the deep sea. At the same time, many sea beasts started to become restless, swimming toward the coastline. This strange phenomenon went unnoticed by anyone. The next day, Chun Fan was brought to the interrogation room again for another hour-long questioning session. He continued to insist that he hadn't killed anyone. Li Wenxiang, the captain of the criminal investigation team, was furious in the interrogation room, unable to find any evidence. Life in the detention room was monotonous and dull. By the afternoon of the second day, there was still no sign of retaliation from the beast worship cult. However, a conversation between a few police officers outside the cell caught Chun Fan's attention. Did you see the news online? Someone filmed a large gathering of sea beasts at the Bohai port. No one knows what they're up to. I saw it. Experts say it's the sea beasts' mating and spawning season. There's no need to worry they'll leave on their own after a while. Oh, I see. I was actually worried for a moment. Their conversation made Chun Fan alert. He suspected that the beast worship cult's plan might have succeeded. These so-called experts are going to get people killed. Mating and spawning? What a joke. Can't they see the sea beasts are about to attack the city? Damn it. If the citizens aren't evacuated soon, Qing City is doomed. Chun Fan was extremely anxious. Tong Tong and Wang Yanran were ordinary people. If a beast tide broke out, they would surely die. Chun Fan realized that Li Ji's plan had failed. He quickly called out to the two officers who were about to leave. Comrades, wait a moment. The two men impatiently turned around and said coldly, "Wanna eat? Dream on." Offending Captain Lee means you're in for a world of pain. Damn it, Chun Fan roared in his heart. He really wanted to slap these little lackeys one by one. But he held back his anger and said, "Call your director over here. I have something important to report." "You think you're worthy of meeting our director?" The two men sneered disdainfully. "Just wait here and rot." Chun Fan wanted to reason with them, but they wouldn't listen at all. "Talking to you is such a waste of time. Get lost." Chun Fan knew that even if he shouted himself hoarse here, no one would pay him any attention. "You looking for a beating?" One of them got angry and was about to rush into the holding cell to hit him. The other quickly held him back. "Brother Peng, don't lose your temper. Do you still want to wear that police uniform?" Mayor Lee's orders were clear: don't lay a finger on him. "You're lucky." In the end, the man didn't dare to make a move. "Starve to death here for all I care." After the two left, Chun Fan fell into deep thought. It's one thing if others don't understand the sea beast gathering, but there's no way Li Ji doesn't know. Why hasn't he evacuated the people? And now that the plan has failed, he should have informed the police station to release me. Why am I still locked up? After thinking it over repeatedly, he came to one possibility. Li Ji was in trouble. Chun Fan waited quietly in the holding cell for an hour, but no one came to release him. Li Ji can't be relied on anymore. I'll have to rely on myself. He began observing his surroundings, trying to see if he could break through the walls to escape. This was a last resort otherwise. If the beast tide came, he would surely die. But this holding cell was specifically designed for those with special abilities, and he couldn't break through it. There's no way I'm waiting to die here. I haven't even won over Sister Yanran yet, and Chu Chu hasn't confessed her feelings to me. I can't accept this. Chun Fan pounded his chest in frustration. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, he came up with an idea. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Chun Fan activated his mimicry ability and, within seconds, transformed into Li Wenxiang's appearance. He moved to the bed and made himself visible. Soon, a passing officer noticed him. "Huh? Captain Lee? Why are you locked in here? Where's Chun Fan?" The young officer looked at him in surprise. "The fish has taken the bait." Chun Fan laughed inwardly and quickly imitated Li Wenxiang's voice, saying angrily, "Damn it, I was tricked by Chun Fan. He lured me into the room and escaped while I wasn't looking." "What? Chun Fan escaped?" The young officer was shocked. "Captain Lee, I'll go sound the alarm right away. Maybe we can still catch him. You get back here." Chun Fan couldn't let him sound the alarm. If the real Li Wenxiang showed up, his cover would be blown. Chun Fan imitated Li Wenxiang's tone and said authoritatively, "Open the door first and let me out. I'll handle this personally." "All right." The young officer didn't suspect anything and quickly took out his keys to unlock the door. The next moment, Chun Fan struck the back of his head, knocking him out. "Kid, don't blame me for being ruthless. It's just your bad luck." He dragged the officer to a corner and instructed, "Stay put and behave. I'm off to make a big move." Chun Fan transformed again, this time into the young officer's appearance. He calmly walked out of the holding cell, locked the door, and then strode toward the police station's exit. 5 minutes later, he successfully walked out of the police station courtyard. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. "Chun Peng, what are you doing running out during work hours? Did you get permission? Get back here." What a coincidence. Chun Fan was startled. The voice belonged to Li Wenxiang. "I almost forgot. I have a system task to eliminate this guy within 3 days, and the time is almost up." Chun Fan's mind began to calculate. He turned to look at Li Wenxiang and said with a smile, "Want me to go back to work? Only if you can catch me." With that, he bolted away. Li Wenxiang was stunned. What was wrong with Chun Peng today? How dare he talk to him like that? "Chun Peng, stop right there." Li Wenxiang shouted angrily and chased after him. 10 minutes later, Chun Fan slipped into a deserted alley and waited quietly. Moments later, Li Wenxiang caught up, ready to curse, but froze when he saw the person in front of him. "Wenbin, what are you doing here?" Li Wenxiang shook his brother's shoulders in surprise. His brother, who had always been gloomy, seemed unusually cheerful today. "Brother, I figured it out. Chun Fan helped me resolve my inner conflict." Chun Fan is amazing. Not only is he strong and talented, but he's also handsome. Compared to him, I'm nothing. I don't deserve to compete with him, so I won't anymore. "Huh? This?" Li Wenxiang was a bit confused. The reasoning sounded odd, but he quickly felt relieved. Wenbin, it's good that you've come to terms with it. Li Wenxiang felt a sense of comfort and patted his brother's shoulder. He then asked, Wenbin, did you see anyone run past here just now? I did. Wenbin nodded vigorously and continued. He ran past me and went ahead. All right, I have some things to take care of. You take a walk and head home early. After saying this, Li Wenxiang was about to turn and continue the chase. At the moment he turned, a dagger over a foot long suddenly pierced through his chest. His heart was stabbed. Li Wenxiang turned his head with difficulty, disbelief written all over his face, and saw his brother smiling at him. Wenbin, why? Why did you kill me? Li Wenxiang collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest desperately, but blood continued to gush through his fingers. Take a good look at who I really am. His brother's face suddenly changed, and with a blink, it transformed into another face. Chun Fan. Li Wenxiang was utterly horrified, unable to accept the brutal reality. How are you here? You were supposed to be locked up. Li Wenxiang's face turned pale, his breath weak. He hadn't closed his eyes yet, as his heart was filled with unwillingness. Chun Fan stomped on his face, cruelly ending his life. This is what happens when you cross me. Chun Fan's face was full of arrogance. Just as he was about to leave, a seductive female voice rang out. Haha, little brother, you're impressive. You managed to easily take down a second-tier peak ability user. Truly eye-opening. Who? Chun Fan was startled and turned to look. On a distant wall, a white cat appeared. Catwoman. Chun Fan frowned, and lightning erupted from his feet as he leaped, instantly reaching the 5-meter-high wall. Catwoman, I let you go last time, but not this time. Chun Fan reached out to grab her. His strength had greatly increased, making him incomparable to before, but he still missed. The white cat was agile, leaping lightly and dodging 10 meters away. Don't run. The lightning on Chun Fan's arm transformed into a large hand, reaching for the white cat. Little brother, you really dare to lay hands on your elder sister. The white cat appeared 10 meters away again. This time, she transformed back into human form. Little brother, your sister wants to discuss a deal with you. A deal? I won't negotiate with anyone from the beast worship cult. Chun Fan stared at her coldly. Previously, since the beast cult hadn't truly threatened his family, he could tolerate interacting with the Catwoman. But now that Wang Yanran and Tong Tong's lives were directly at risk, he wouldn't show any mercy. The Catwoman wore a charming smile, her voice still alluring. Little man, don't you want to save Qingqing City? Don't you want to know where the mayor has gone? Li Ji, that guy's death or ruin means nothing to me. I couldn't care less. As for saving Qingqing City, sorry, I'm not interested either. Chun Fan snorted coldly, his attitude resolute. He deliberately acted ruthless because he knew that if he showed any weakness, the beast cult would seize the opportunity to control him. The Catwoman covered her mouth and chuckled softly as she walked toward Chun Fan, completely unafraid of him suddenly making a move. Men's words are so unreliable. Little brother, I've been secretly observing you these past few days. I know exactly what you're up to. Her expression turned serious, and her enchanting smile slightly faded. Chun Fan, although your strength has declined, your talent remains formidable. You're still a dual ability user. More importantly, your mindset and intelligence make you worthy of working with me. Chun Fan frowned, feeling a bit puzzled, unsure of what the Catwoman was trying to achieve. Seeing his confusion, she took the initiative to explain, you and I can work together. I'll help you save Li Ji, and you help me take down Shuangmian. You want to kill Shuangmian? Chun Fan was shocked. The Catwoman's words were becoming more and more astonishing. The beast cult has a strict hierarchy. If you kill your superior, you'll be punished by the beast god. Wouldn't you die a horrible death? That's why, sorry, but I don't believe you. Chun Fan didn't trust her at all. Anyone who did would be a fool. Everyone knew how the beast cult controlled its followers. I like cautious men, the Catwoman said with a light laugh, her aura suddenly surging as she revealed herself to be an early-stage Tier 3 ability user. Little brother, if I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. Now do you believe me? Chun Fan was stunned. The Catwoman had been hiding her strength all along. His 600 volts of electricity hadn't even hurt her. She had been acting with him from the very beginning. Damn, I've taken advantage of her for so long. Will she take revenge on me? Chun Fan thought of the awkward moments when they had fallen together and couldn't he help but feel a chill down his spine. Haha, little brother, your performance has truly impressed me. You're so charming I can't bear to kill you, the Catwoman said coquettishly, kissing her fingertip and then pressing it, lipstick mark and all, onto Chun Fan's lips. Oh my god, a vixen. Chun Fan had been indirectly kissed. He pretended to stay calm and said, now I believe you, but I still have some questions. You must have taken one of those ascension pills, right? Aren't you afraid of being cursed by the beast god? The Catwoman chuckled softly, leaning close to Chun Fan's ear and whispering, little brother, haven't you heard? Cats have 9 lives. Huh, is that even possible? Chun Fan was dumbfounded. Sister, your beast transformation ability is truly impressive. Chun Fan was now mostly convinced by the Catwoman. With her strength, if she wanted to deal with him, she could have done so long ago. Even forcing an ascension pill on him wouldn't have been impossible. But she hadn't done that, which indicated that what the Catwoman said was true. She was planning to defect from the beast cult. One last question. Why do you want to kill Shuangmian? Chun Fan voiced the doubt lingering in his heart. Catwoman seemed to be lost in her memories, remaining silent for a long time before she spoke softly. When I was 8 years old, the beast cult massacred all 523 people in my village. I only survived because my parents stuffed me into a dry well. I clearly remember what the leader looked like. It was Dual Face. Over the years, I joined the beast cult just to have the chance to kill him and avenge my family. Her stunningly beautiful face was filled with deep-seated hatred. So, she has a story too. Chun Fan felt a twinge of sympathy and heartache in his heart. Such a good person must have suffered a lot over the years in the evil beast cult. Come here, let Big Brother give you a hug. Chun Fan opened his arms, wanting to comfort her. Stupid little brother, you're overthinking it. Catwoman placed a soft, pale hand on Chun Fan's chest, stopping him in his tracks. Haha, my bad, my bad. Chun Fan quickly laughed to cover his embarrassment. It was all this damned sympathy messing with him. All right, tell me your plan. As for working with you, I agree. The next moment, Chun Fan regained his commanding demeanor, exuding confidence. Catwoman covered her mouth and chuckled before speaking seriously. Right now, the beast cult has gathered nearly 50,000 sea beasts near Bohai Bay. If these 50,000 sea beasts charge in a Qingqing city, the city will be reduced to ruins overnight, and millions of ordinary citizens will die without a burial place. To stop this beast tide, there's only one way. We must gather the garrison troops stationed at the entrances of several nearby dimensional spaces. But the authority to mobilize them lies with Li Ji, and he's already been secretly controlled by the beast cult. So, if we want to save Qingqing City, we must first rescue Li Ji. I see. Chun Fan nodded heavily and quickly asked, where is Li Ji being held? Catwoman smiled at him, but didn't directly reveal Li Ji's location. Instead, she asked in return, little brother, you haven't promised to help me deal with Dual Face yet. Sis, there will be plenty of chances to deal with Dual Face. Right now, resolving the crisis in Qingqing City is the top priority. Chun Fan reluctantly assured her. Don't worry, when the time comes, I'll do everything I can to persuade Li Ji to get rid of Dual Face. If he can't, once I'm strong enough, taking him out will be a piece of cake. Sis, just hold on to this big thigh of mine, and you'll definitely enjoy wealth and glory in the future. Giggle. Catwoman was amused, her lips pouting slightly as she tilted her chin up. Little man, just having thick thighs won't be enough to attract me. What do you mean? What else needs to be thick to attract you? Chun Fan looked horrified. This enchantress's words were too dangerous. What do you think? Catwoman raised an eyebrow. Chun Fan quickly changed the subject. So, where exactly is Li Ji being held now? Catwoman stopped teasing and said seriously, at the Bohai Bay port. Not only are there many sea beasts there, but also several members of the beast cult. My plan is for you to follow me in. I'll distract the other members of the beast cult while you take the opportunity to rescue Li Ji. Chun Fan felt the plan was unreliable and questioned. I don't have beast transformation abilities. If I get close to the beast tide, I'll definitely be attacked by the sea beasts. We need to think of another way to sneak in. Catwoman had already anticipated Chun Fan's concerns. "Don't worry, sis won't let you die." She gave him a playful scolding and leaned in close. "Stupid little brother, open your mouth." Chun Fan was confused but obediently complied. The Catwoman's red lips approached Chun Fan, stopping half an inch away. The next moment, a glowing white pearl emerged from her mouth and slid into Chun Fan's. "This is the beast core I nurtured within me. Holding it in your mouth can mask your human scent. As long as you don't attack first, the sea beasts won't attack you either." Catwoman's face turned pale, her breath weak, clearly showing the significant impact of the beast core leaving her body. Chun Fan quickly supported her soft body. He was astonished, thinking that the beast core was tied to the life of a beast shifter, and yet Catwoman dared to entrust such a thing to him. "Aren't you afraid I'll use this to threaten you?" Chun Fan looked at her, joking. "Threaten me? What bad thing do you want me to do?" The enchantress feigned innocence with her alluring eyes. "Of course, to make you help me do bad things." Chun Fan smirked mischievously. "Hee, little brother, you don't have a bad heart, but do you have enough courage?" Catwoman giggled, shrugging. "That morning, I was completely unconscious, and you still didn't dare do anything to me. Hey, who are you looking down on?" Chun Fan was furious. He swore that if he had the chance next time, he would make Catwoman understand the harshness of society. Besides, if he had really dared to lay a hand on her that day, he wouldn't be alive now. Chun Fan secretly felt relieved. "Luckily, I'm an upright person." After the two discussed their plan, Catwoman transformed back into a white cat and leapt into Chun Fan's arms, treating him as a free mode of transportation. Chun Fan helplessly held her as he headed toward the Bohai Bay port. "Little brother, you're not planning to walk there, are you?" the white cat asked, looking up. "What else can I do?" Chun Fan retorted. "Take a cab." "Silly brother, I'm starting to doubt your intelligence." "Oh, right." Chun Fan patted his head and quickly walked to the roadside to hail a taxi. "Driver, to Bohai Bay port." Chun Fan sat in the front passenger seat, holding the white cat. The driver, upon hearing the destination, became particularly excited. "Young man, are you also going to see the sea beasts? You're the 5th passenger I've taken there today. So many people are going." Chun Fan frowned. "Of course. Let me tell you, the scene there is incredible, at least tens of thousands of sea beasts. But don't worry, these creatures are pretty docile. As long as you don't get too close, they won't attack you." The driver chattered on, leaving Chun Fan bewildered by his ignorance. "Driver, I advise you to finish this trip and then go home and stay safe. These sea beasts are no joke," Chun Fan kindly warned. "No way. Only a fool wouldn't make money. Business has been so good these days, how could I not work? I can earn in one day what I usually make in several." The driver dismissed his advice. "All right, suit yourself." Chun Fan felt he had done his part. He placed the white cat on his lap and closed his eyes to rest. Over the past 2 days, he had been on edge, worried about sneak attacks from the beast worship cult. His spirit was already exhausted, and he needed to recover quickly. The journey was silent. An hour later, the taxi stopped about a kilometer from the Bohai Bay port. "Brother, this is as far as I can take you. Going any closer might alarm the sea beasts." The driver patted Chun Fan's shoulder to wake him. "We're here." Chun Fan looked out the window. In the distance, a dense black mass covered the area, and the beach was filled with the figures of sea beasts. "How's that for a spectacle?" The driver smiled, accustomed to the sight. "Never seen exotic beasts, have you? You young people are too sheltered, lacking experience." The driver proudly recounted his youthful exploits. "Unlike our generation, we endured hardships. Even ordinary folks had to take up weapons and fight exotic beasts." Chun Fan had no interest in listening. He paid the fare and quickly got out of the car. The driver stayed where he was, convinced that Chun Fan wouldn't last long before returning. Most young people who came here were just looking for thrills, to broaden their horizons, but they quickly turned back once the novelty wore off. This time, however, he was wrong. Lighting a cigarette and watching Chun Fan leave, the driver was shocked to see him walk straight into the beast herd. Even more astonishing, the sea beasts seemed to completely ignore him. Good heavens, did I just give a ride to a ghost? The driver turned pale with fright, burning his fingers on the cigarette. He hastily threw it away, slammed on the gas, and sped back toward the city. At that moment, Chun Fan was walking among the beast herd, appearing calm and collected, but inwardly he was extremely tense. The surrounding sea beasts exuded an overwhelming aura, far surpassing second-tier beasts, and he didn't even dare to take deep breaths. Damn it, Li Ji, you useless fool. Now I have to risk my life to save you. We agreed on 10 million in compensation, but now I feel like I've been shortchanged. Chun Fan thought as he walked, already planning to demand 100 million from Li Ji to soothe his wounded spirit. As he was about to pass through the beast herd, the cat girl jumped out of his arms and transformed back into her human form. Little brother, the Eagle General has just been sent on a mission by the double-faced faction. You can transform into him, it'll be safer that way. After saying this, the cat girl took the lead and headed deeper in. Chun Fan nodded, his figure shifting into the form of the Eagle General, and cautiously followed her. The Bohai Bay port was vast, with hundreds of cargo ships docked. The cat girl led him through the area and quickly jumped onto the deck of a massive freighter. Brother, don't say anything unnecessary later. Don't let anyone see through you, the cat girl whispered. Don't worry, I'm a master of acting. Chun Fan replied confidently, following the cat girl into the ship's cabin. The two moved carefully through the dark cabin, navigating narrow passageways until they reached a resting area. Here, 7 or 8 members of the beast worship cult were gathered, each with a unique appearance. Their arrival immediately drew attention. Weren't you sent on a mission by the boss? Is it done? A young man with a dog's head approached and asked. Completed. The cat girl responded quickly, trying to bypass him. However, the young man leaned closer to Chun Fan, sniffing him a few times. His pupils suddenly contracted. Eagle General, your scent is off. What a sharp nose. Chun Fan's heart tightened. Had he been exposed as soon as he appeared? The surrounding people all gathered, scrutinizing the Eagle General before them. The cat girl also grew tense. Suddenly, the dog-headed man smirked mischievously, clicking his tongue in amazement. Eagle General, brother, I never thought you'd be the first among us to taste the cat girl. The feline aura on you suggests you've fought some tough battles. Respect, respect. Come on, tell us, what does the cat girl smell like? The others' expressions changed, looking at them in surprise. Cat girl, how could you let this old guy take advantage of you? Why not play with me instead? A bald man grinned wickedly, beckoning to the cat girl. Get lost. The cat girl snorted coldly, walking side by side with Chun Fan as they quickly passed through the area. Behind them, the group continued to cast lustful glances at the cat girl. You're quite popular, huh? Chun Fan teased as the two walked away. Jealous, little brother? Catwoman replied playfully with a smile. I wouldn't be jealous. If anything, others are jealous of me. Chun Fan stubbornly denied, though he couldn't help feeling annoyed by the vulgar comments those people had made about Catwoman earlier. Relax, little brother. Your sister is still a virgin. I couldn't care less about you. Chun Fan snorted coldly. Not long after, a refined man in a suit appeared before them. He pulled out a rose from behind his back and handed it to Chun Fan with gentlemanly grace. Eagle General, here's a rose for you. Oh, what? Chun Fan was puzzled. Giving roses to everyone he met? This guy must have a good relationship with him. Just as Chun Fan reached out to take the rose, Catwoman slapped his hand away. Flower gentleman, don't cause trouble. This is a critical moment for the beast cult. If the boss finds out about this, he won't let you off. Catwoman scolded sternly. Before she finished speaking, she grabbed Chun Fan's arm and quickened her pace to avoid the man. The so-called flower gentleman didn't seem angry at all. Instead, he wore a wicked smile, admiring Chun Fan as he plucked a petal from the rose and chewed it. Who is that guy? Chun Fan asked, confused as to why Catwoman wouldn't let him accept the rose. Catwoman whispered to him. He has a habit. If you accept the rose he gives you, you won't live past the next day. Is the rose poisoned? Chun Fan's face changed, realizing he had narrowly escaped death. Catwoman smirked mischievously. It's not poison. He likes men. He'll knock on your door in the middle of the night and play you to death. This. Chun Fan tensed up, vowing never to have any dealings with the beast cult again. Of course, Catwoman was an exception. She was still somewhat decent. Little brother, let me take you on a tour of the ship. You need to remember the layout because we'll have to split up later, Catwoman said as she walked, introducing the purpose of each room to Chun Fan. Soon, they arrived at a heavy iron door. Catwoman signaled to Chun Fan with her eyes, and the two quickly left. Little brother, Li Ji is locked behind that iron door, and Double Face is in there too. Double Face is there? What's he doing inside? Chun Fan was shocked. Rescuing Li Ji would be tough. He wants to extract Li Ji's life essence and inject it into himself to enhance his power. What kind of crazy operation is that? Chun Fan was stunned. The beast cult was truly terrifying. That's why we need to rescue Li Ji quickly. If Double Face completes his plan, it'll be too late. Catwoman's eyes were filled with urgency. Got it. Chun Fan nodded firmly. Catwoman continued. I'll do my best to distract the other beast cult members on the ship. As for how to deceive Double Face and rescue Li Ji, that's up to you. Quite the heavy task. Chun Fan frowned. But with the situation so dire, he had no choice. He nodded confidently. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Within 10 minutes, Chun Fan memorized the entire layout, including everyone's names, personalities, and weaknesses. Catwoman took him to her room to discuss the next steps. I'll lure as many people as possible to the port beach. You go cut the power to create chaos, then act when the opportunity arises. After finalizing the details, the two quickly set their plan into motion. Catwoman headed to the entertainment lounge, pretending to issue orders. At a time like this, you still have the mood to play? The boss asked me to inform you to hurry to the port for patrol, capture all suspicious individuals, and ensure the operation goes smoothly. The boss is really something. Can't he let everyone rest? We've already controlled the experts and the media, and the entire Qingqing city believes this place is a breeding ground for sea beasts. Patrols are completely unnecessary. The group complained but still took action, clearly showing that Double Face held high prestige in their hearts. Chun Fan stood outside the ship's control room door, quietly waiting. 5 minutes later, after confirming that the people outside had left, Chun Fan pushed the door open and entered the cabin. Inside the control room sat a slightly chubby man wearing a baseball cap. Seeing Chun Fan enter, he appeared somewhat surprised. Brother Eagle, why did you come here? Chun Fan carefully recalled his interactions with Eagle General and imitated his tone, saying, The boss asked me to inspect the area to ensure there are no issues on the ship. The man in the baseball cap froze for a moment before quickly assuring, Brother Eagle, rest assured, everything is fine here. Not necessarily. Chun Fan pretended to conduct a routine check. He pointed to a row of switches on the control panel and asked, What are these for? The man hurriedly explained them one by one. A few minutes later, Chun Fan had a basic understanding of how to operate the entire ship. He flicked his finger, releasing a small electric arc into one of the switches. In the next second, the entire cabin plunged into darkness. Luya, what's going on? Chun Fan feigned panic and loudly questioned. It might be a power outage. Don't worry, Brother Eagle. I'll fix it right away. Luya fumbled around for a flashlight and began checking the circuits. But soon, another thin electric arc shot into his flashlight. Smoke rose, and the control room was once again enveloped in pitch darkness. Luya. By this time, Chun Fan had quietly left the control room. Here, only I can use a flashlight. He took out a flashlight he had prepared earlier and headed toward the heavy iron door. Behind the iron door, Li Ji lay on an operating table, a sophisticated device extracting milky white liquid from his body. Double Face stood silently nearby. Suddenly, the secret room plunged into darkness, and the equipment stopped operating. Double Face frowned and walked out of the room. Chun Fan happened to arrive at the door. Eagle General, what happened? Double Face, unfazed by the darkness, immediately recognized Chun Fan. Chun Fan's heart tightened, and he quickly bowed respectfully. Boss, something happened on Lu Ya's side. He's repairing the power supply. Double Face seemed displeased but didn't say much. Suddenly, the eyes on the face on his chest opened. You're not Eagle General. Who are you? Damn, I've been exposed. Chun Fan's heart sank, unsure how the other had discovered him. But now, the most important thing was to escape. He pointed his flashlight at Double Face's eyes and took the opportunity to dart away. By the time Double Face regained his vision, Chun Fan was already gone. Whoever you are, you must die. Double Face roared, his voice echoing throughout the ship's cabin. Attention everyone, there's an imposter Eagle General in the cabin. From now on, seal the deck, and prohibit anyone from entering or leaving. Although Catwoman had lured away many people, there were still a few members of the Beast cult in the cabin. They immediately became alert, each on edge. Chun Fan slipped into a passageway, his face changing to resemble Catwoman's. As long as Double-Face doesn't see me, no one will suspect I can change faces. He carefully hid away. A few minutes later, a burly man carrying a flashlight bumped into him. Catwoman, have you seen Eagle General? Chun Fan shook his head lightly, without speaking after all. It was difficult to imitate Catwoman's voice. The burly man nodded and continued searching ahead. Chun Fan boldly walked toward the heavy iron door. Standing at the entrance was a man in a suit, Flower Gentleman himself. This guy wasn't lured ashore? Chun Fan frowned, mimicking Catwoman's swaying walk. At the same time, he hid one hand behind his back, forming a terrifying ball of lightning in his palm. Flower Gentleman tensed up as soon as he saw someone approaching, but relaxed upon realizing it wasn't Eagle General. Catwoman, the boss said no one is allowed near here. I'm just passing through, Chun Fan said, trying hard to imitate Catwoman's voice. Your voice? Flower Gentleman frowned. The next second, Chun Fan's lightning palm struck his left chest fiercely. With a loud bang, the lightning ball nearly tore his heart apart. Flower Gentleman was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood before fainting. Chun Fan quickly rushed into the secret room. Oldly, he patted Li Ji's shoulder, trying to wake him up. Li Ji was deeply unconscious, showing no response. Damn it, Chun Fan panicked, forcibly pulling out the tubes connected to Li Ji, then carried him on his back and swiftly dashed out of the secret room. Just then, the cabin lights came back on, and 6 or 7 people rushed over. No time. Chun Fan bolted out and quickly opened a room door, hiding inside. Double-Face soon arrived, seeing Flower Gentleman lying on the ground, his expression dark. He forcibly woke Flower Gentleman up and asked coldly, "Who hurt you?" Boss, it was Catwoman," Flower Gentleman said with difficulty. Catwoman, could there be more than one person hiding in the cabin? Or is this person a master of disguise? Double-Face frowned deeply, immediately scrutinizing the people around him. After confirming they were fine, he quickly issued orders. Road Duck, take the ship 5 kilometers out to sea. I want to make sure he can't escape. Pay Tiger, guard the cabin exit. No one is allowed to leave, not even me. Dong Erniu, take people and thoroughly search the entire cabin. Yes. The group obeyed and quickly split up to act. At this moment, Chun Fan was hiding in a cramped room, desperately trying to revive the unconscious Li Ji. Oldly, if you don't wake up soon, I'm done for two. Chun Fan slapped Li Ji's face, trying to force him awake. In this situation, waking Li Ji with a huff, the steel pipe directly pierced through the man's heart, the immense impact pinning him to the metal wall. Li Ji had made his move. Oldly, you're finally awake. Chun Fan was so excited he almost burst into tears. Little brother Chun, I owe it all to you. Li Ji quickly understood what had happened. But before the two could react, the group, led by Shuangmian, had already blocked the doorway. Shuangmian stared coldly at Chun Fan. You must be Chun Fan, right? That's me. Chun Fan hid behind Li Ji, reverting to his usual demeanor. Oldly, take them down. This time, he was no longer afraid of Shuangmian. You're quite impressive. Shuangmian gritted his teeth. He turned to Li Ji and said coldly, Mayor Li, your current strength is probably only at 30%. Escaping is impossible. Don't waste your energy. Who said it's impossible? Li Ji raised his hand lightly, and dozens of steel pipes piled in the corner instantly rose, forming a steel barrier. Move aside or die, Li Ji said coldly. Chun Fan watched as Old Li suddenly became so domineering, feeling a surge of excitement. This Old Li looks so mild-mannered, but when it comes to fighting, he's really impressive. Shuangmian's face darkened, and he ordered his men, attack. In the next second, 5 people behind him transformed into beast-like forms and lunged at Chun Fan and Li Ji. Old Li, you too, Chun Fan shouted. The 5 attackers were at least late-stage Tier 2 ability users, leaving Chun Fan no choice but to hide behind Li Ji and cheer him on. Li Ji didn't disappoint him. The steel pipes behind him shot out like sharp arrows, easily inflicting heavy damage on the 5 attackers. All useless, Shuangmian roared angrily. Suddenly, the face on his chest quickly shifted to his neck, instantly forming an additional head. Death stare, Shuangmian shouted. A beam of gray light shot from his eyes, heading straight for Li Ji. Li Ji waved his hand, pulling a team member into his grasp who happened to block the beam. Chun Fan saw the person struck by the light, their body rapidly turning gray, and in the next second, they transformed into a statue. This is too bizarre. Chun Fan's heart tightened, and he quickly hid behind Li Ji again. Be careful not to get hit by the light, Li Ji warned, charging angrily at Shuangmian. Chun Fan watched as his protector ran off, feeling anxious. This old Li is really unreliable. Chun Fan's body emitted lightning, with a thunder dragon coiling around him. At that moment, a member of the beast worship cult seized the opportunity to rush at him. Late stage tier 2, and you dare mess with me? Chun Fan flashed with lightning, appearing in front of the opponent. Die! The thunder dragon struck with his fist, piercing the man's chest. This was Chun Fan's current strength. Old Li, hold off Shuangmian. These small fry can't hurt me. Chun Fan shouted to Li Ji, then charged at the other enemies. Don't get cocky. A member of the beast worship cult's muscles swelled, instantly transforming into a giant over 3 meters tall. He swung a punch at Chun Fan. Chun Fan reacted quickly, sidestepping the attack and driving his knee directly into the opponent's abdomen. The man bent over in pain. In the next moment, Chun Fan gathered lightning in his palms and unleashed a powerful double-fisted strike. His hand slammed into the opponent's temples on both sides. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and the man bled from all 7 orifices, collapsing instantly. This kid is no joke. Everyone, attack together and take him down. The remaining enemies, realizing Chun Fan's strength, rushed at him. Outnumbering me? I'm not afraid of you. Chun Fan drew the E-grade combat knife gifted by Lei Jun from his spatial wristband. Huh? What kind of technique is this? He can retrieve items out of thin air. The group was astonished. Chun Fan ignored them, swung his blade, and a blue dragon-shaped energy swept across, instantly slicing one person in half. The remaining 2 dared not underestimate him. One was covered in white bone armor, wielding a massive bone spear, while the other transformed into a firebird, spewing flames directly at Chun Fan. Thunder wings. Chun Fan muttered in his heart, and behind him, lightning condensed into a pair of wings. This was the skill he had won in a lottery. With a thought, the thunder wings folded, blocking the flames that filled the sky. Then, his blade clashed fiercely with the bone spear. This opponent was already a second-tier peak ability user, with immense strength, suppressing Chun Fan within a few rounds. Killing strong opponents is my favorite. Ha ha ha. A strange laugh came from beneath the bone mask, sending chills down one's spine. Chun Fan, however, remained calm, keeping his eyes on Li Ji and the dual-faced figure battling in the distance. As long as Li Ji could win, he would immediately counterattack the 2 opponents before him. But he noticed Li Ji was struggling more and more. What's wrong with old Li? Dropping the ball at a critical moment. Chun Fan sighed helplessly. Looks like I'll have to rely on myself. Chun Fan's confidence stemmed from the reward he had just claimed for killing Li Wenxiang, a power multiplier card with only 2 minutes of effectiveness. Though brief, it was enough to deal with these small fry. Use the power multiplier card. Chun Fan silently chanted in his heart. Instantly, he felt an endless surge of power throughout his body. It's my turn now. Chun Fan swung his blade, instantly breaking the bone spear in 2. Before the opponent could react, his next strike had already sliced him in half. The firebird in the air, terrified, tried to escape but was cut down by Chun Fan with a strike from afar. Old Li, I'm coming to help. Chun Fan knew he had to use these 2 minutes to change the tide of the battle. Overestimating yourself. The dual-faced figure snorted coldly, firing a death beam at Chun Fan. Thunder flash. Chun Fan moved with a thought, dodging the attack by several meters. In the next moment, his blade slashed at one of the dual-faced figure's heads. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the dual-faced figure remained unscathed. Such a huge gap. Just as Chun Fan was about to retreat, the dual-faced figure punched him, sending him flying over 10 meters. Chun Fan got up, ready to fight again, when Li Ji's anxious voice echoed in his mind. Is this mental transmission? Chen Fan was shocked. Chen Fan, you can't kill him. I'm barely holding on. Go open the ship's cabin door. Wait for me on the deck, and we'll escape together. Li Ji's tone was urgent. Old Li really dropped the ball. Chen Fan muttered to himself, immediately rushing toward the control room. At that moment, Luya was steering the ship toward the deep sea. Turn around. Head back, or I'll stab you to death. Chen Fan suddenly appeared behind him, pressing a dagger against his back. Brother, don't kill me. Luya, with only early second-tier strength, dared not resist Chen Fan's overwhelming presence. Cut the nonsense. Turn around and open the cabin door. Chen Fan was in a hurry, and the dagger pierced Luya's skin. Luya quickly complied. After opening the cabin door and adjusting the course, Chen Fan mercilessly stabbed his heart. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Be a good person in your next life. Chen Fan acted swiftly, rushing out of the cabin and onto the deck within seconds. Soon, a battered figure emerged. It was Li Ji. Old Li. Chen Fan quickly supported him. Li Ji's breath was weak, and his injuries were severe. Mayor Li, you can't escape. Stop resisting and obediently become my nourishment to help me ascend to a 5th-tier ability user. An evil voice came from the cabin, followed by a monster with a human head and a snake body emerging. This creature had 2 heads. It was double face. Chen Fan asked Li Ji in a low voice, what kind of ability is this? He has a beast transformation ability, turning into a 2-headed snake. His powers are extremely bizarre. Li Ji explained, while secretly transmitting a message. I only have one last strike left. I'll use all my strength to repel him, and you take the chance to escape. Understood. Chen Fan nodded, his body surging with thunder, ready to unfold his lightning wings and take flight at any moment. God-slaying slash, Li Ji shouted, pressing his fingers against his temples. A semi-transparent spiritual force shot out from the center of his brow, instantly piercing into Double Face's brain. Faced with the mental attack, Double Face was completely defenseless. His soul was struck, and he immediately froze. Go! Li Ji uttered his final word before falling into a complete coma. Chen Fan knew he couldn't break through Double Face's flesh layer, so without hesitation, he grabbed Li Ji, and a pair of translucent blue lightning wings suddenly unfolded behind him, carrying them into the sky in an instant. The speed of the lightning wings was incredibly fast, 3 times faster than running. Chen Fan flew to an altitude of 100 meters. Looking far ahead, the ship had already sailed 5 kilometers away. Relying on the thunder power within him, he could barely manage to carry Li Ji to the shore. But after only half a minute of flight, Double Face, who had been dazed on the giant ship, finally regained consciousness. He stared at Chen Fan, now a distant black dot, full of resentment. His body rapidly expanded, and a pair of fleshy wings grew from his back. Kid, don't think you can escape. The next moment, he flapped his wings and soared into the sky, his speed even faster than Chen Fan's. Chen Fan felt a deadly threat and quickly turned his head to glance back, his heart tightening as the power of his lightning wings began to weaken. Behind him, a 10-meter-long 2-headed snake was rapidly closing in. Could it be that I'm really going to fall here today? Chen Fan was extremely unwilling, desperately controlling his lightning wings, but the enemy behind him was still approaching quickly. System, help me out. Give me some benefits in advance, and I'll definitely repay you in the future. Chen Fan helplessly pleaded to the system in his mind. But the system completely ignored him. I can't panic, I need to think of a solution. Chen Fan tried to stay calm and quickly reviewed the items he had obtained from previous draws. Gynecology Sacred Pill, Hair Growth Water, Ice Silk Pajamas, Blessing Card. Blessing Card. This is the only thing I can rely on. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. This might be the only usable item. He had drawn this card during the martial arts exam, originally intending to use it to awaken Yang Chu-Chu. But now, in this urgent situation, he had no choice but to use it himself. If my luck is off the charts, I should be able to survive this. Chen Fan decided to take a gamble and immediately ordered the system. System, use the blessing card. Quickly give me a blessing. Sorry, host. The blessing card can only be used on others, not on the host. Damn it. Chun Fan cursed angrily. This lousy system. I want to bless myself. What's the point of blessing someone else? Just as he was about to give up, a sudden idea struck him. I can't bless myself, but I can bless Li Ji. As long as his luck helps him survive this ordeal, I should be safe too. Chun Fan made a decisive choice to bless Li Ji. Old Li, I wish you safety. In the next few seconds, nothing happened. This thing is useless, completely unreliable. Just as Chun Fan was about to be caught, a 100-meter-long whale happened to swim beneath them. It clearly disliked the two-headed serpent on its head. The whale suddenly swung its tail, slapping the surface of the sea, and massive waves surged 100 meters into the air. The wave crashed directly into the two-headed serpent, and in the next second, the powerful impact sent it flying hundreds of meters away. So this is how the blessing card is used. Chun Fan thought to himself with delight as he watched the two-headed serpent fall into the sea. He quickly flew toward the shore. 10 minutes later, Chun Fan landed on a beach, casually tossed Li Ji to the side, and plopped down on the ground, gasping for air. I'm exhausted. Li Ji, did I owe you something in my past life? You made me waste a blessing card. Chun Fan felt that Li Ji was truly annoying. If it weren't for the system telling me to disrupt the beast cult's plans, I wouldn't care about you. Chun Fan lay flat on the sand. A few minutes later, after regaining some strength, he grabbed Li Ji with disgust and continued fleeing into the distance. After running a few hundred meters, he ran straight into a beast cult kobold. Who are you? Why do you smell like Catwoman? And who are you carrying? The kobold blocked Chun Fan's path, his expression fierce. Chun Fan's face turned sour, as if he'd just eaten bitter melon. Why is Li Ji so unlucky? Could the blessing card have expired? Just as Chun Fan was preparing to fight with all his might, a graceful figure approached from afar. Kobold, don't meddle in this. This person just joined our cult, said the newcomer, Catwoman. The kobold clearly didn't believe her. This kid looks sneaky, and the person he's carrying seems awfully familiar to me. He was about to step forward to inspect when his chest was suddenly pierced by sharp claws. The attacker was Catwoman. You. The kobold turned back to look at her with difficulty, his face full of shock. Don't blame me, you're the one who wanted to bully my little brother, Catwoman said, twisting her waist as she walked up to Chun Fan with a flattering expression. The kobold collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Chun Fan said helplessly, Sister, if you hadn't come, your dear little brother would have been done for. He quickly handed Li Ji over to Catwoman. I really have no strength left. You take him for now while I recover. How could I let a girl carry something heavy? Catwoman pouted, looking particularly adorable. My dear sister, this is no time to worry about that. Hurry up and run. If the two-headed serpent catches up, we're finished. Chun Fan had no time for jokes and dashed ahead at full speed. Catwoman reluctantly picked up Li Ji and followed closely behind. A few minutes later, they ran into several more members of the beast cult. Catwoman, am I seeing things? Is that Li Ji you're holding? Where are you planning to take him? Does the boss know? Of course the boss doesn't know. Catwoman admitted directly, showing no fear as she faced the three men. You? Are you planning to betray our sacred cult? The three were shocked and immediately surrounded Chun Fan and Catwoman. Catwoman remained indifferent, shrugging as she handed Li Ji back to Chun Fan. She placed her hands on Chun Fan's shoulders and looked at him tenderly. Dear brother, return your sister's beast core to her. It's time for your sister to take the stage. Faced with the encirclement, Catwoman showed no fear. She hooked her arms around Chun Fan's neck, her eyes full of affection, and her red lips slowly approached him. Foolish brother, open your mouth. Chun Fan was so frightened he didn't dare move, worried that Catwoman might kiss him. He obediently opened his mouth, and a white beast orb was instantly absorbed by Catwoman. Stupid brother, leave these people to your sister. Catwoman gently lifted Chun Fan's chin and gave him a light peck on the cheek. Her figure vanished in an instant, moving as fast as lightning. She almost stole my first kiss. Chun Fan roared in his heart. The Catwoman had nearly kissed him on the lips. Watch your sister's performance now, the Catwoman declared, her aura swelling dramatically as she instantly transformed into a Tier 3 early-stage superhuman. The faces of the three beast cult members changed drastically, filled with disbelief. Catwoman, how are you this strong? Have you been hiding it all along? Aren't you afraid of the beast god's divine punishment? Of course, I'm afraid, Catwoman replied with a relaxed smile. But if I kill you all, no one will know I betrayed the organization. Her speed was so fast it resembled a phantom. Don't worry, I'll soon send Shuangmi into hell to reunite with you, she said calmly. In the next moment, her sharp claws swept across the throats of the three cultists, ending their lives with ease. Such speed. Chen Fan was stunned. He hadn't even seen how she attacked. Let us go, little brother. At some point, the Catwoman had already returned to his side. She took the initiative to grab Chen Fan's hand, pulling him out of his stupor. Feeling the softness of her jade-like hand, Chen Fan was uneasy. She was indeed beautiful, but far too ruthless. He doubted he'd stand a chance against her in the short term. The two of them sprinted wildly, quickly putting a great distance between themselves and the Bohai Bay port. Chen Fan was utterly exhausted. He decisively flagged down a speeding taxi. Driver, to Sunshine Garden Community? However, upon seeing Chen Fan's face, the driver suddenly recalled the scene from an hour ago when Chen Fan had crossed the swarm of sea beasts unscathed. Terrified, the man screamed, "A ghost!" He floored the accelerator in panic. What the hell? Chen Fan exclaimed in shock as he and Li Ji were sent flying. The Catwoman, quick to react, leapt to the side unharmed. Are you freaking insane? Chen Fan shouted angrily. If he weren't so drained, he'd have already rushed over to beat both the car and the driver senseless. The Catwoman, watching Chen Fan get flung through the air, burst into uncontrollable laughter, her body shaking as she doubled over. Little brother, you're so dumb. Just my luck to keep getting bullied. Chen Fan retorted indignantly. The Catwoman helped him up, her face full of feigned concern. Don't be mad, little brother. Your sister will avenge you. She was just about to use her powers to intercept the taxi when something bizarre happened. The car inexplicably spun 180 degrees mid-air and sped back toward them even faster. What the hell? It's coming again. Chen Fan prepared to dodge, but the car suddenly screeched to a halt right in front of him. What is going on here? Chen Fan and the Catwoman exchanged glances, their eyes full of fear. Could it really be a ghost? Chen Fan quickly scanned his surroundings and noticed Li Ji had already regained consciousness. Realizing the truth, he exploded with rage. Old Li, powers aren't meant for circus tricks, all right? If you were awake, couldn't you have said something? Scared the hell out of me. Chen Fan scolded Li Ji furiously. Li Ji walked over with an apologetic expression. Young brother Chen, it was an emergency. Don't be mad. Chen Fan rolled his eyes, making it clear he didn't want to bother with him. Li Ji gave an awkward laugh and hurriedly urged, let us get in the car and leave this place. The three of them climbed into the car, but the driver, still terrified, stomped on the gas pedal in vain. The car didn't budge an inch. Ghost! Ghost! The driver looked at the three of them in utter terror. Chen Fan was speechless. This guy had boasted earlier about how worldly he was, and now he was acting like this? Helpless, Chen Fan grabbed the driver's head and turned it toward Li Ji. Take a good look, this is your mayor. Where's the ghost? Huh? The driver froze, then focused his gaze on Li Ji, his face filled with disbelief. It's really you? Li Ji was quite polite. He said apologetically, there's a reason for this, so we had no choice but to impound your car. Please, driver, could you give us a lift? No problem, no problem. The driver snapped out of his daze and agreed excitedly. Chen Fan looked at Li Ji and secretly admired him, thinking, it seems old Li has quite a high reputation among the people. 40 minutes later, the car stopped at the Sunshine Garden residential area. The three of them entered Chen Fan's home and conspired for half an hour. Chen Fan's task was to obtain Li Ji's military mobilization token and head to several nearby interdimensional spaces to deploy troops. Li Ji, on the other hand, needed to quickly recover his strength and organize the city's existing ability users to defend Qing City. No one dared to delay, and they split up to act. Half an hour later, Chen Fan used his mimicry ability to sneak into Li Ji's office, open the special safe, and successfully retrieve the mobilization token. 10 minutes later, an off-road vehicle sped out of the city, heading straight for the nearby Yuliang Pass. Inside the car were Chen Fan and Catwoman. Little brother, big sis didn't misjudge you. Your driving skills are pretty good. Catwoman sat in the passenger seat, her long legs propped up on the car window, completely unconcerned about the man sitting next to her. Chen Fan was speechless. Should he look at those fair legs or not? Big sis, you do know you need to focus while driving, right? He muttered to himself. His speed had already soared to 180 km/h, and the slightest mistake could result in a fatal crash. Feeling parched, he finally couldn't help but plead. Miss Cat, please put away your charm skills. Catwoman chuckled, deliberately pulling her white dress up a bit, revealing her smooth thighs. But I'm so hot, she pouted. Chun Fan's face turned red, and he quickly said, Big sis, I can almost see the color of your underwear. Please, I'm begging you, stop using your powers. Little man, you're so easy to tease. I haven't even used my full strength, and you're already ready to surrender? Catwoman smugly shifted her legs again, almost sticking her foot in Chun Fan's face. If you just a pretty skeleton pattern, I can't see it. Women only slowed down my blade drawing speed. Chun Fan could only comfort himself. As the two sped forward, Shuangmian had already gathered the remaining members of the beast worship cult. This time, Shuangmian was no longer calm, he was furious. Are you all useless? You let a little brat play you like fools. What a disgrace to the beast worship cult. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to respond. Li Ji has been rescued. He'll soon organize forces to resist the beast tide. We can't wait any longer. Trigger the beast tide immediately and completely destroy Qing City. And capture Chen Fan alive. I want him to wish he were dead. Yes. The subordinates responded in unison, their bodies beginning to beastify. They created chaos among the sea beasts, leading the charge. Instantly, the Bohai Bay port was engulfed in dust, deafening roars filled the air, and the yellow sand kicked up reached hundreds of meters high. The commotion of tens of thousands of beasts moving together was so massive that even Qing City, over 100 kilometers away, felt the tremors. At first, people thought it was an earthquake and ran outside, but when they saw the yellow sand filling the distant sky, they were stunned. What is going on? Is this the end of the world? Don't talk nonsense. The beast tide has erupted over at Bohai Bay. Beast tide? Didn't the experts say it was just mating and spawning? How did it turn into a beast tide? The public fell into extreme panic, trying to drive away, but the roads quickly became gridlocked. Wang Yanran and Tong Tong hit it home, their faces equally filled with worry. Ran's sister, is brother really okay? Tong Tong hugged Wang Yanran, her innocent face full of worry. Don't worry, your brother just called me. He's carrying out a task assigned by the mayor and will be back soon. Wang Yanran comforted her. But the uncles and aunties in the neighborhood are saying that brother killed someone, that he's a bad person, and has been arrested and sentenced to death. They're even secretly cursing him for bringing shame to the community. Tong Tong's tears began to fall. Wang Yanran hugged her tightly with a heart full of pain. Tong Tong, be good. You have to trust your brother. Chun Fan wouldn't kill anyone. But her eyes also held deep worry. At this moment, outside Qingqing City, Li Ji had organized 2,000 ability warriors. Brothers, our family and friends are in Qingqing City. If we retreat, they'll be torn to pieces. We must not take a single step back. Li Ji stood at the front, speaking passionately. That's right, not a single step back. What's a few tens of thousands of sea beasts? Back in the day at Baida Pass, I faced 1,000,000 beast attacks without fear. A third-tier retired soldier responded loudly. Exactly. Sea beasts on land are just a bunch of crawling creatures, nothing to fear. If they want to invade Qingqing City, they'll have to get past me first. Don't look down on me just because I only have one leg left. I'm still a veteran at charging and killing enemies. These 2,000 people were mostly retired soldiers, many of whom were disabled. But only they would unhesitatingly rush to the front lines to defend their homeland when battle came. Return to battle when called. Return to battle when called. The crowd shouted in unison, voicing the oath they had taken upon retiring. Good, Li Ji responded loudly. If we survive today, I, Li Ji, will drink with my brothers for 3 days and nights. Brothers, hold the line outside Qingqing City and charge forward with me. Li Ji led the charge at the forefront, heading straight for the beast tide. The battle erupted quickly, with blades flashing and shouts of killing shaking the heavens. Shuangmian, surrender obediently and hand yourself over. I can withdraw my troops and spare Qingqing City. Shuangmian shouted coldly. The two clashed head-on again. Li Ji, though kind-hearted, was not foolish. If he truly bound his hands, it would only harm himself and be of no use. Shuangmian, the beast cult is cruel and heartless. No one wants to associate with you. You lack humanity, and even if you wish to rule all beings, in the end, you'll gain nothing. Li Ji retorted sharply. The two fought and argued simultaneously, neither yielding to the other. Shuangmian roared. You 2,000 crippled soldiers think you can stop my 50,000 beast tide? Wishful thinking. Shuangmian transformed into a 10-meter-tall, two-headed snake, his aura surging. Li Ji, a psychic ability user, could control all things. Anything in this terrain was his weapon. The shouts of killing and beast roars shook the earth and sky. The great battle has begun. Many citizens climbed to rooftops, nervously watching the outskirts of the city through binoculars. At this moment, Chen Fan had just arrived at Yuliang Pass. The off-road vehicle he was driving was stopped by guards 100 meters from the gate. National Defense Zone. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach. Chen Fan quickly took out an item to show the two soldiers. The situation is urgent. I must see Colonel Mu Hongtao. The two took a look and were shocked. A troop mobilization token? Has something happened? Qingcheng is under attack by sea beasts. The situation is critical. Open the gate and take me to Colonel Mu immediately. Chen Fan explained concisely, wasting no time. Understood. The two realized the urgency and immediately opened the gate. Chen Fan sped into the camp, meeting Mu Hongtao 2 minutes later. Colonel Mu, the situation is urgent. Please assemble the troops immediately and set out with me to rescue Qingqing City. Chen Fan handed over the troop mobilization token. Troop mobilization token? Mu Hongtao stood up in surprise, took the token, and his expression turned serious. It's Li Ji's troop mobilization token. What's happening in Qingqing City? Sea beasts are attacking the city. The situation is critical. Chen Fan responded urgently. What? Mu Hongtao was shocked and immediately ran outside. Shortly after, a sharp whistle echoed above Yuliang Pass. Everyone, assemble immediately. The camp erupted into action, and within 2 minutes, over 1,000 soldiers had gathered, ready to depart. Brother Chun, take the troop mobilization token to Beiyang Pass first. We can't hold off 50,000 sea beasts on our own. All right, Chun Fan agreed without hesitation, got into the car with Catwoman, and set off immediately. Beiyang Pass was 120 kilometers away, and even at a speed of 180 kilometers per hour, it would take 40 minutes to get there. After driving 20 kilometers out of Yuliang Pass, a falcon flew above the car. At first, Chen Fan didn't pay attention, but the falcon kept following them. It must be the Falcon General. Catwoman immediately became alert. Chen Fan frowned and asked, Is this falcon the beast transformation ability of the Falcon General? No, Catwoman shook her head. This is just an ordinary wild beast. The real Falcon General is still on the way. As soon as she finished speaking, a loud cry rang out. A golden feathered divine eagle with a wingspan of 2 meters swooped down at high speed and landed on the car roof in the blink of an eye. The golden feathered eagle was imposing, incredibly fast, and its sharp claws easily tore through the car's metal roof. Damn it, we can't let it destroy the car. Let's get out and take it down. Chen Fan decisively prepared to exit the car and fight. But Catwoman stopped him. Little brother, leave the Falcon General to me. You need to hurry to Beiyang Pass. Time is of the essence. Chen Fan knew Catwoman was strong enough to handle the Falcon General, so he nodded. Be careful. Don't worry, little brother. Catwoman didn't wait for Chen Fan to stop the car. She opened the door and jumped out directly. What the hell? Chen Fan was startled, but seeing Catwoman land lightly without a scratch, her movements still graceful, he couldn't help but comment. Do you all love performing stunts? Chen Fan teased, then quickly reminded her. Cat sister, be careful not to mess up. Got it, little brother. Go quickly. Catwoman agreed, but her eyes showed no trace of tension. The golden feathered eagle in the air didn't chase after Chen Fan, but landed in front of Catwoman, transforming into human form, exuding a murderous aura. Catwoman, You betrayed the beast worship cult. You deserve to die. Come back with me to face punishment, and maybe you'll die quicker." The Falcon General glared at Catwoman, his eyes burning with fury. Catwoman covered her mouth and chuckled. "Go back with you? That depends on whether you have the ability." Arrogant. The Falcon General's aura surged, breaking through the early stage of Tier 3. He remained in human form, with a pair of metallic wings growing from his back. Each feather was like a sharp blade, and as he flapped his wings, the feathers shot out like arrows, targeting Catwoman. Catwoman's expression turned serious, and her figure suddenly shifted, transforming into a ghostly cat shadow. Her speed was astonishing, like a shadow weaving through the sword like feathers, emerging unscathed. The two engaged in a fierce battle, their confrontation escalating instantly. Meanwhile, outside Qingqing City, the battle had reached its most intense phase. On the human side, 2,000 retired veterans displayed incredible resilience. Fearless of death, they held off the Beast Tide's assault. Among them, a fire element veteran, after slaying dozens of sea beasts, completely exhausted his abilities. "Old Li, retreat quickly," someone nearby shouted urgently. But the fire element ability warrior known as Old Li had a flushed face, his spirit unusually exhilarated. "If I retreat, what will happen to the ordinary people behind me? Brothers, comrades, we swear to defend to the death, not taking a single step back." He looked in the direction of Qingqing City, his eyes full of reluctance. "Remember my name, Li Jianguo, enlisted at 17, served at Yuliang Pass for 23 years, killed a total of 1,328 beasts. Today, let me burn my last strength for this land." As he finished speaking, his entire body ignited in raging flames, charging into the beast horde with a roar. "Alive, I will be a hero; dead, I will make the enemy remember." As soon as the words fell, a loud explosion erupted. Li Jianguo had detonated himself. The towering flames instantly engulfed dozens of sea beasts around him. Everyone was stunned. Li Jianguo had fallen. Similar scenes were playing out across the battlefield. These veterans had already cast aside thoughts of life and death. They knew that to save Qingqing City, the 2,000 of them had to hold out for at least an hour. At this moment, Qingqing City was plunged into endless panic and despair. The bad news from the front lines was like boulders, crushing the breath out of the citizens. Are there any ability users left in the city? If so, head to the front lines immediately. The city's major broadcasts repeatedly called out, but few hiding in the city dared to step forward. Just then, a different scene unfolded at Qingqing City's 3rd high school. The entire student body went on strike, gathering on the sports field. "If they won't fight, we will." The entire sophomore class of Qingqing 3rd High requests to join the battle, swearing to defend Qingqing City to the death. A group of young students raised a banner, their hearts ablaze with passion. "We must step forward. Only we young people can do this." At this moment, the principal of 3rd High, Zhang Zhongwen, and the teachers wore expressions of helplessness. "Nonsense. You've only awakened for less than a year. Going to the front lines is suicide." Zhang Zhongwen stood on the podium, loudly reprimanding them. But the students' voices were even louder. Senior Chen Fan from Yuliang Pass dared to challenge a second-tier beast with first-tier strength. "Although we can't match him, we dare to fight too." "That's right. The veterans on the front lines are risking their lives to kill the enemy. How can we hide? We must go." Zhang Zhongwen, helpless, could only contact the parents. Soon, the parents arrived one after another, their faces heavy. "Go home, kids. You can't help, and going there is just throwing your lives away. This is ridiculous. You're not strong enough. Going to the front lines will only cause more trouble." Many citizens tried to dissuade them. But the students of Qingqing 3rd High remained full of passion and righteous indignation. At this moment, a bystander finally couldn't hold back and stepped out of the crowd, his expression resolute. "Children shouldn't go to war. I, Zhang Zhan, volunteer to go to the front lines." The crowd was in an uproar, and gradually, others began to respond. "I, Gao Bowen, will join the fight. I, Li Jing, will join too." This wave of enthusiasm quickly spread, fear gradually dissipating, and thousands of ability users chose to join the battle, rushing to the battlefield outside the city. At this moment, Chen Fan was still on his way to Beiyang Pass. He pushed the off-road vehicle to its limits. I hope Li Ji can be reliable this time. Chun Fan was anxious, knowing that the warriors at Yuliang Pass would need at least another hour to arrive. If Li Ji couldn't hold back the beast tide, it might be too late by the time he returned. After all, Qingqing City held the people dearest to him. Just as Chun Fan silently prayed for Qingqing City, a white figure leaped into the car through the window like a flash of lightning. The one who crawled in was none other than Catwoman, now transformed into a white cat. Sister Cat, has the Eagle General been dealt with? Chun Fan had just asked when he noticed something was wrong with Catwoman. She was curled up in a ball, trembling all over, clearly enduring immense pain. Are you okay? Chun Fan called out to her anxiously, but Catwoman did not respond. Chun Fan's heart tightened, and he quickly picked up the white cat with one hand to check her condition. Her breathing and heartbeat are rapidly weakening. Chun Fan's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart ached terribly. These were signs of impending death. Was it the Eagle General who hurt you? At this moment, the fury in Chun Fan's heart was almost tangible. Beast cult scum, I will never coexist with you. Just as Chun Fan roared in anger, the white cat weakly spoke, her voice faint. Stupid little brother, don't worry. I was just cursed by the beast god and won't last much longer. But rest assured, when I wake up, I will begin my second life. As soon as she finished speaking, Catwoman completely lost consciousness. Looking at the unconscious white cat, Chun Fan felt a deep sense of unease. Without Catwoman, he wouldn't have been able to rescue Li Ji, and Qingqing City might have already fallen. Steeling himself, Chun Fan continued to sprint toward Beiyang Pass. Half an hour later, he finally reached his destination. What Chun Fan hadn't expected was that thousands of soldiers had already gathered there, fully prepared for battle. A colonel approached him from afar. Are you Chun Fan? Did you bring the military token? His tone was urgent. I did. Chun Fan, though confused, quickly took out the token. The man snatched it, confirmed its authenticity, and then rushed to the front of the troops, shouting loudly. The army will depart immediately. All soldiers must reach Qingqing City within 2 hours. Charge with me, fight for Qingqing. Yes. Thousands of soldiers roared thunderously, quickly boarding military vehicles and heading toward Qingqing City. Hundreds of military vehicles formed a long convoy, exuding an imposing momentum. Chun Fan, anxious and restless, led the charge at the front. In the passenger seat was the colonel from earlier, named Yang Hongjun. Brother Chun, I just spoke with Old Mu. Their troops will take another 30 minutes to reach the battlefield. 30 minutes? Chun Fan's face darkened. It was slower than he had anticipated. Yang Hongjun explained, the main convoy moves slowly, but don't worry, Old Mu will send an advance team ahead. Chun Fan nodded, too preoccupied to say much, his only thought being to return to Qingqing City as quickly as possible. Outside Qingqing City, Li Ji, the dual-faced general, was fiercely repelling the enemy forces. He surveyed the battlefield, his expression grim. He hadn't expected the defeated remnants to be so unyielding. Beast blood boiling. Dual-faced roared, and instantly tens of thousands of sea beasts erupted with frenzied battle intent. Roar! The sea beasts' eyes turned blood red in an instant, becoming wild and violent. At this moment, the human warriors were in complete disarray. The young recruits who had just entered the battlefield broke down mentally, clutching their heads and fleeing for their lives. Hold the line. Don't let them break through. The veteran soldiers shouted at the top of their lungs. Break through? Over my dead body. One enraged veteran swallowed a blood fury pill, and his entire body was instantly covered in bulging veins, resembling a blood-red demon. His strength surged, and with a swing of his blade, he slaughtered several sea beasts in an instant. However, the blood fury pill inflicted severe damage on the body, and after killing a string of enemies, he collapsed to the ground, disintegrating into a mist of blood. Explosions echoed across the battlefield. Blood splattered everywhere as the veteran soldiers chose to self-detonate, holding back the ferocious beast tide. Long live humanity! Glory to the great Xia! Their voices were tragic yet resolute. Each explosion claimed the lives of thousands of sea beasts. Li's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted, Hold on for 10 more minutes. The vanguard from Yuliang Pass is almost here. Despite the soldiers' desperate resistance, some sea beasts still broke through the defenses. Chaos engulfed Qingqing City, where ordinary people lacked even the courage to resist the alien beasts. Screams filled the streets and alleys. The city's ability users finally couldn't sit idly by and began to take action, slaying the alien beasts that had entered the city. Amid the internal and external chaos, as veteran soldiers continued to sacrifice themselves, humanity gradually fell into a disadvantage. Has the Yuliang Pass unit arrived yet? People asked in despair. 10 minutes later, the vanguard from Yuliang Pass finally arrived. Mu Hongtao surveyed the brutal battlefield, his anger boiling over. Earth Dragon Technique, he roared, and the ground beneath him churned as dozens of massive earthen pythons rose into the air, effortlessly crushing large swaths of sea beasts. Brothers, charge with me. The soldiers quickly stormed into the battlefield, alleviating the pressure on the front lines. Chen Fan was anxious, having left the convoy far behind, but there was still a considerable distance to Qingqing City. Yang Hongjun was equally worried. Brother Chen Fan, at this speed, it'll take another half an hour to reach Qingqing City. Then what do you suggest? Chen Fan's tone was impatient. Yang Hongjun quickly explained, I'm a wind-type ability user. I can use my power to eliminate the car's wind resistance and speed it up, but you have to keep the steering wheel steady, or it'll be dangerous. Don't worry, I can handle it. Chen Fan immediately pulled himself together, gripping the steering wheel tightly. As Yang Hongjun activated his ability, a bullet-like airflow shield formed around the car. The speed instantly doubled. It was truly like lightning. 10 minutes later, the two arrived outside Qingqing City. The roads were already completely blocked, leaving them no choice but to abandon the car and run. Yang Hongjun unfolded a pair of wind wings behind him, nodded at Chen Fan, and immediately sped toward the front lines of the battlefield. Chen Fan, holding the unconscious white cat, sprinted toward the Sunshine Garden residential area. As soon as he entered the city, a massive green-eyed toad, standing 2 meters tall, suddenly lunged at him. Its enormous tongue, like a sword, shot straight toward Chen Fan. You're tired of living? Chen Fan, in a hurry, didn't want to waste time. He drew his battle blade, and with a dragon-shaped energy strike, he sliced the toad cleanly in half. Kill points plus 10. The system's notification sounded in his mind. Chen Fan unfolded his thunder wings and soared into the sky. He planned to fly directly to the Sunshine Garden residential area. At this moment, the Sunshine Garden residential area was in a state of panic. 2 massive tyrant squids were rampaging, slaughtering residents. Their tentacles were incredibly agile, easily snapping people's necks. In just a few minutes, over 100 lives had been lost. Oh God, someone save us. I don't want to die yet. Why are we so unlucky? Isn't there an ability user in the neighborhood? Step up and help us. Kill these 2 monsters. The residential area was in chaos, with cries and screams echoing like a scene from hell. Wang Yanran clutched Tong Tong tightly, her face full of fear and despair. She felt that there was no escape today. Just as everyone was sinking into despair, a figure descended from the sky, standing in front of the 2 tyrant squids. The person was 17 or 18 years old, exuding an imposing aura, with a pair of thunder wings spread behind him, mysterious and powerful. An ability user is here. We're saved. The crowd burst into tears of joy. But when they saw who had arrived, their expressions changed drastically. It's Chen Fan. Chen Fan actually came to save us. Everyone's emotions were mixed. Previously, they had privately discussed Chen Fan's imprisonment. Now that he appeared, it clearly proved his innocence, and everyone's faces showed shame. I told you earlier, how could Chen Fan, who single-handedly killed so many beasts at Yuliang Pass, really be a murderer? Exactly, and some even said he assaulted a high school girl. I didn't believe it at the time. With such an outstanding young man like him, girls would definitely approach him willingly. There's no need for him to force anyone. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Among them, Wang Yanran and Tong Tong also recognized Chen Fan. It's brother. Brother is back. He is here to save us. Tears glimmered in Tong Tong's eyes. Wang Yanran's nose tingled, and tears slid down her beautiful face. Xiao Fan, he is back. Brother, Tong Tong missed you so much. Tong Tong rushed toward Chen Fan without hesitation. Don't come over. Chen Fan was startled and quickly stopped her. Wang Yinran was also taken aback but reacted swiftly, grabbing Tong Tong and pulling her back into her arms. At the moment Chen Fan was distracted, a tentacle suddenly stabbed toward his head. Watch out! The crowd shouted urgently. Chen Fan, however, showed no fear. He snorted coldly, his figure instantly disappearing, reappearing 3 meters away. You scared Sister Yanran and Tong Tong. Now you're doomed. A battle blade appeared out of thin air in Chen Fan's hand as he charged toward the 2 giant overlord squids. The lightning wings on his back remained unfolded, not only protecting his back, but also enhancing his agile. Tong Tong suddenly tugged on Chen Fan's clothes, curiously staring at the white cat in his arms. Interrupted from his task, Chen Fan sighed helplessly, released Wang Yanran, and explained to Tong Tong, "This is your brother's friend. She's asleep now. Over the next few days, help me take good care of her." Chen Fan rubbed Tong Tong's head and handed the cat to her. Okay. Tong Tong happily hugged the cat. Children always love small animals. Chen Fan turned to Wang Yanran and said, "Sister Yanran, right now, sea beasts are everywhere in Qingqing City. It's not safe to hide in the buildings. You should go to the underground parking lot and seal the entrance. It'll be safer there." All right. Wang Yanran nodded, agreeing with his reasoning. Their conversation was overheard by the surrounding people, who began to orderly move underground to seek refuge. After arranging everything, Chen Fan spread his thunder wings and soared into the sky once more. This time, he was heading to the front lines. That was the source of Qingchang City's chaos. Moreover, the system's mission was to save Qingqing City. Thunder wings were not suitable for long-distance flight, as they consumed energy too quickly. However, the energy consumption for reaching the front lines from here was still manageable. Despite being mentally prepared, Chen Fan was still shocked by the devastation on the battlefield. Not far away, explosions echoed, and many ability users chose self-detonation as their last resort when their strength was nearly depleted. The scene was gruesome, with flesh and blood flying everywhere, leaving no remains. Kill! Chen Fan's eyes turned icy as he drew his broadsword and charged into the battlefield without hesitation. He swung his blades swiftly and fiercely. As long as his opponent wasn't a second-tier peak-level beast, almost none could withstand more than 3 strikes. Of course, this also consumed a significant amount of his energy. In his mind, the sound of slaughter points accumulating echoed continuously, and soon he had amassed a full 100 points. System, use the slaughter points to redeem an F-level lottery draw. Chen Fan didn't hesitate in moments like these. He couldn't afford to hold back. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a physique enhancement card. The system's notification sounded immediately. Chen Fan decisively activated it. In the next moment, his physique increased by 3 points. Chen Fan continued his frenzied slaughter of sea beasts, redeeming a lottery draw every time he accumulated 100 slaughter points. In just 5 minutes, he killed a total of 100 second-tier beasts and redeemed 10 lottery draws. Finally, as his energy was nearly depleted, he drew an F-level nourishing pill. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. The pill's effects quickly restored his energy, and within a dozen breaths, his energy was fully replenished. At that moment, a gray beam shot through the air from afar, heading straight for Chen Fan. It was the double-faced death gaze. Dodge quickly! A loud shout rang out. Chen Fan snapped out of his daze, but it was too late to evade. I'm done for. His face was filled with despair and anger. But at the critical moment, an invisible force lifted his body, narrowly avoiding the beam. The one who intervened was Li Ji. Brother Chen, losing focus on the battlefield is a big mistake. Li Ji appeared beside him, offering a kind reminder. Thank you. Chen Fan glared at him, thinking, Old Li, if you weren't so unreliable, would I have to risk my life here? At that moment, Double Face transformed into a giant serpent, coldly staring at them. Li Ji, Chen Fan, you disrupted my cult's plans. You deserve to die without a burial. Both snake heads spoke simultaneously, their voices filled with venomous hatred. According to the plan, his 50,000-strong beast army should have already invaded Qingqing City, unleashing carnage. But now, only a few hundred beasts had entered the city. He was utterly unwilling to accept this. Die! Shuangmian roared, and the other head unleashed a golden beam of light filled with destructive power. Watch out! Li Ji stepped in front of Chen Fan, using his immense mental strength to manipulate the earth. The ground surged upward, forming a thick barrier to block the golden beam. Boom! The barrier was shattered into pieces. Witnessing the terrifying scene before him, Chen Fan couldn't help but gasp. However, the golden beam also dissipated, vanishing into nothingness. You deserve to die. Shuangmian was furious, and the two-headed serpent charged at the two of them. Before Li Ji could act, the ground churned, and a massive pillar shot skyward, instantly transforming into a 10-meter-long earth dragon. The earth dragon, comparable in size to the two-headed serpent, immediately engaged it in a fierce battle. At the same time, two figures appeared behind Chen Fan. It was Mu Hongtao and Yang Hongjun. Li Ji quickly asked, "How's the battle going?" Mu Hongtao replied, "We've basically stabilized the situation. All the warriors from Yuliang Pass and the vanguard troops from Beiyang Pass have joined the fight. From here on, it's a war of attrition. Once the main forces from Beiyang Pass arrive, we can wipe out these 50,000 sea beasts." Good. Li Ji nodded, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He turned his gaze toward Shuangmian in the distance, his eyes as sharp and cold as blades. "Today, I'll make sure you disappear for good," Li Ji shouted, and the weapons scattered on the ground instantly flew back to his side. 10,000 swords piercing the sky. With a single gesture, the weapons behind him shot toward the two-headed serpent like a rain of arrows. Behind Yang Hongjun, countless massive wind blades materialized. He shouted, "Wind blade slash." The wind blades tore through the air, slicing toward Shuangmian. In the distance, the battle erupted in full force. Watching the dazzling special effects unfold, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel envious. When will I ever have that kind of power? He knew he couldn't contribute to such a battle. One wrong move could cost him his life. Forget it. I'll go collect some kill points. Seeing the three gradually suppressing Shuangmian, Chen Fan felt reassured and turned to hunt sea beasts. Most of these sea beasts were only first or second tier, with very few third-tier ones. Chen Fan could kill them with confidence and ease. Half an hour later, he had lost count of how many beasts he'd slain. The kill points on his system panel had surpassed 5,000. On the human side, with the arrival of the main forces from Beiyang Pass, the sea beasts were completely suppressed. The sea beasts within Qing City were also thoroughly cleared out. The only intense battle remaining on the battlefield was the three-man assault on Shuangmian. As one of the deacons of the beast worship cult, Shuangmian had the ability to communicate with the beast god on a basic level. A strange energy surged from within him, instantly healing all his injuries. This was why the three had been unable to defeat him. But as the number of sea beasts dwindled, more and more third-tier peak ability users joined the effort to take down Shuangmian. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ji unleashed the god-slaying slash, his mental power transforming into a blade that pierced deep into Shuangmian's soul. Shuangmian froze in place. "Kill!" The warriors shouted in unison, concentrating all their attacks on the two-headed serpent. Boom! A series of explosions erupted, leaving Shuangmian's body covered in wounds, his flesh mangled and bloody. However, none of the damage reached his core. Just as Shuangmian was about to recover, a massive, transparent wind blade, 10 meters long, formed above Yang Hongjun's head. "Gale break! Slash!" he roared, slicing through the air with both hands. The wind blade tore through the void, striking Shuangmian with immense force. Not good. Shuangmian snapped out of his daze, but it was too late. With a sickening sound, the wind blade sliced through his neck. One of the heads of the twin-headed divergent serpent flew off, blood gushing out in torrents. "Ah!" The other head screamed as the serpent's body collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. "Take advantage of its weakness. Kill it!" Li Ji, recovering from exhaustion, shouted loudly. The warriors struck again, but suddenly, a hemispherical spatial barrier appeared around the serpent's surroundings. All their attacks were swallowed by the barrier, vanishing without a trace. "You truly seek death, wasting the spatial divine power that the bishop implanted in me." The serpent transformed back into its human form. Though its neck was now empty, the face on its chest continued to speak. It scanned the group with a gaze full of hatred. Li Ji, don't think you've won. I will destroy Qing City. Sooner or later, I'll return. Just you wait and see. As he finished speaking, ripples appeared in the space before him. With a single step, he crossed into the distortion and disappeared in an instant. Spatial transference. The warriors exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with regret. The top experts of the beast worship cult were notoriously difficult to deal with. It was said that the only spatial ability user on Blue Star came from the beast worship cult. He had planted seeds of spatial divine power in all the high-ranking members. In times of danger, these seeds could form barriers to block attacks and also allow for long-distance spatial movement. Li Ji looked at the group and said apologetically, "It was my negligence. I didn't expect that even though he was just a steward, he would still have spatial divine power implanted in him. We couldn't kill him this time, which will make dealing with him much harder in the future. Mayorly, he's already lost one head. His strength is greatly diminished and isn't much of a threat anymore. Don't worry too much," the others consoled him. Chen Fan, observing from nearby, nearly cursed aloud when he saw the serpent escape. Old Li, can you be a bit more reliable?" Li Ji seemed to sense Chen Fan's gaze. He turned back to glance at him and nodded apologetically. Chen Fan rolled his eyes at him and continued collecting kill points. As more human warriors arrived to reinforce the battlefield, the tide quickly turned decisively in their favor. The sea beasts no longer acted arrogantly, awaiting their inevitable slaughter. Half an hour later, Chen Fan threw down his nearly broken combat blade. Around him, not a single sea beast remained alive. My kill points didn't even break 10,000. Chen Fan looked at the system panel, showing over 9,000 kill points, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. At that moment, the system notification suddenly rang out. "Congratulations, host, for completing the mission to save Qing City. You have earned an E-rank lottery reward." Chen Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This mission was as hard as topping the college entrance exam. He couldn't help but complain. "If this lottery just gives me 2 physique enhancement cards again, I swear I'll lose it." After muttering his prayer, he immediately opened the lottery. The blue compass spun rapidly and soon completed 2 rounds of drawing. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill Thunderstorm." "Congratulations, host, you have obtained the weapon Thunder God Spear." "Thunderstorm? Thunder God Spear." Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and quickly asked the system, "What kind of skill is Thunderstorm?" The host can accumulate thunder seeds within their body in advance and scatter them into the space to form a thunder net. Once the seeds are detonated by the ability user, they will create a chain reaction of explosions within the space, causing immense destructive power. Oh, upon hearing this, Chen Fan immediately became excited. This was undoubtedly a sinisterly effective skill. This skill is totally my style. I like it. Chen Fan's mind was already brimming with ideas for how to use Thunderstorm. Next is your weapon, the Thunder God Spear. When Chen Fan saw it, the Thunder God Spear resembled a sniper rifle from Earth, but it was more complex and precise. Its entire body was blue, covered with intricate lightning patterns. "How do I use this thing?" Chen Fan asked the system. The bullets of the Thunder God rifle are transformed from lightning. The host channels their abilities into it, compressing them into bullets capable of killing enemies from a distance. What a treasure! Chen Fan beamed with joy. Previously, he had always been curious about why there were no guns or cannons on Blue Star. After researching extensively, he discovered that this world seemingly prohibited the existence of explosives. Therefore, the special sniper rifle in his hands was absolutely unique. It completely overturned the imagination of Blue Star's inhabitants. Another sneaky weapon, just my style. Just as Chen Fan was immersed in his joy, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. "Brother Chen, I see you're grinning ear to ear. What's making you so happy?" Chen Fan turned around to see Li Ji. He immediately put away his smile, his face darkening as he asked, "Old Li, when are you transferring the promised 1.1 billion?" Li Ji's expression changed, and he quickly smiled, saying, "You know how badly Qingcheng was destroyed. The reconstruction costs are huge. I'll owe you for now, but don't worry, I'll pay you back sooner or later." "Heh, an empty promise, huh?" Chen Fan sneered, his face remaining grim. Li Ji had disappointed him, always dragging him down. Old Li, you're the mayor and a fifth-tier ability user. I don't believe you don't have 10 or 8 billion. Chen Fan looked at him helplessly. Li Ji blushed and hurriedly explained, you wouldn't understand how tight money is until you're in charge. Qingqing's finances have been in deficit every year, and all the money I earn goes to subsidizing the budget. Really? Then you're quite the honest official. Chen Fan was half convinced. Of course. Li Ji proudly puffed out his chest. The two had been getting along well recently, almost like brothers who had been through life and death situations together. Brother Chen, how about I make you the star of tonight's celebration banquet? Li Ji said with a smile. No, I'd rather keep a low profile. I don't want to be targeted by the beast worship cult again. The two chatted as they walked, soon returning to Qingqing. The streets were crowded with people, welcoming them back with high spirits and celebrating their survival. Thank you, warriors. Thank you, Mayor Li. Thank you, Chen Fan. That evening, Chen Fan didn't attend the celebration banquet not because of his so-called low profile, but mainly because there were two beauties waiting for him at home. As soon as Chen Fan pushed open the door, he felt the atmosphere was a bit off. Only Tong Tong came to greet him, while Wang Yinran sat on the sofa, head down, playing on her phone without even looking up. Tong Tong, what's wrong with Sister Yinran? Chen Fan didn't dare provoke this frosty beauty and asked softly. Brother, Sister Yinran is mad at you, Tong Tong whispered as she leaned in. Mad at me? Chen Fan immediately understood. She must be upset that he hadn't told them anything after being imprisoned. Chen Fan rubbed Tong Tong's little head, quickly put on a smile, and walked over to Wang Yinran. Sister Yinran, come on, give me a kiss. What? Wang Yinran froze. Did she hear that right? Did you just say kiss me? No way. I'm still mad at you. I'm still mad at you. Wang Yinran turned her head away, her eyes carrying a hint of playful sulkiness. So if you're not mad, does that mean I can kiss you? Chen Fan, thick-skinned, asked with a grin. Wang Yinran realized what he meant, and her face instantly turned red. You don't talk nonsense. I'm your sister, she said shyly. Progress in conquering Wang Yinran. +10. Chen Fan looked at her evasive gaze and felt delighted inside. He knew he had to stop teasing girls at the right moment, so he quickly changed the subject. Sister Yinran, don't blame me. After being imprisoned, Li Ji and I agreed not to disclose any information, so I didn't tell you. Later, the situation became urgent, and every second counted. In short, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Wang Yinran's face darkened. Xiao Fan, I'm not angry because of that. I'm worried that you don't care about your own safety. When Yuliang Pass faced a beast tide, you could have retreated like the other students, but you insisted on charging to the front line to resist the tide. And this time, facing the beast worship cult, it's the same. If you don't do these dangerous things, someone else will. You always disregard your own life. Xiao Fan, we don't need you to be a hero. We just want you to be safe and sound. Wang Yinran looked at Chen Fan, her eyes full of worry and heartache. For a moment, Chen Fan didn't know how to respond. Sister Yinran, you think too highly of me, don't you? I'm not that noble. However, Chen Fan would never admit it. Even without the system tasks, he would still have participated. Early the next morning, several government officials knocked on Chen Fan's door and delivered a banner. Student Chen Fan, this was personally written by Mayor Li, and we brought it here especially for you. Old Li really put in some effort, Chen Fan said, feeling a bit pleased. But when he saw the words on the banner, his expression immediately darkened. Young hero, selfless and noble. Chen Fan gritted his teeth as he accepted the banner. After sending the officials away, he immediately dialed Li Ji's number and started cursing. Old Li, to hell with your selfless and noble. Are you trying to avoid paying me back? Li Ji laughed and explained, No, not at all. He quickly changed the subject. I specifically applied to the military district to get you a silver 1-star medal. Isn't that thoughtful enough? Silver medal? Chen Fan was a bit surprised. Li Ji said proudly, the silver medal isn't something just anyone can get. It's only awarded to those who perform outstandingly in battles that save over 1 million lives. It's way better than your previous bronze medal. With this medal, I guarantee you can walk sideways in any dimensional space from now on. Now that's some effort on your part. Chen Fan finally let him off the hook. At noon, The rankings for the martial arts exam in Shannon Province were announced. Chen Fan secured the top spot in the province with an impressive score of 18,000 points. The second place went to Mu Wudi from the provincial capital, Taishan City, with a total score of 16,520. Although Chen Fan had already known through the system that he was the provincial champion, seeing the official results still made him particularly happy. Of course, some were happy while others were upset. In previous years, the top score in Shannon Province was usually around 15,000 points. Mu Wudi had thought he had the first place in the bag, only to be caught off guard by Chen Fan. Who exactly is this Chen Fan? I've never heard of him in the news before, Mu Wudi asked his principal with a frown. I haven't heard of him before either, the principal of Taishan No. 1 High School replied, his expression equally unpleasant. Losing the top spot, which had seemed so secure, would upset anyone. 18,000 points, truly unbelievable, Mu Wudi muttered to himself. He was an S-class ability user, possessing the top-tier absolute zero ice ability. When he awakened in his first year of high school, he could have taken the special recruitment route to a prestigious university. He had stayed to take the college entrance exam solely for the title of provincial champion, as the benefits of being a provincial champion far exceeded those of an ordinary special recruit. But 2 years of hard work had not yielded the expected reward, leaving him deeply frustrated. The principal on the side had been looking at his phone for a long time before suddenly speaking up. Wudi, I've looked into it. This kid got incredibly lucky. There was a beast tied at Yuliang Pass, so he was given triple points. In reality, he only scored 6,000 points. Damn it! Mu Wudi slammed the table into pieces, burning with rage. He could accept others being stronger than him, but he would never tolerate someone winning against him unfairly. Over in Qingqing City, the principal of No. 3 High School, Zhang Zhongwen, was the first to call Chen Fan to congratulate him. Chen Fan, congratulations. Provincial top scorer, truly remarkable. You've brought honor to the school and to Qingqing. I'm genuinely happy for you. Chen Fan directly exposed him. I think you're happy for yourself, aren't you? The next director of the Qingqing Education Bureau is practically yours. Haha. Mainly, I'm happy for you. My little achievements are nothing. Zhang Zhongwen was clearly unable to contain his excitement. Old Zhang, I advise you not to celebrate too soon. I think your professional ethics are questionable, and you don't keep your word. You're not quite fit for the director's position, Chen Fan said coldly. What the hell? Zhang Zhongwen panicked instantly. Who in Qingqing didn't he know about Chen Fan's status now? He was the only one who dared to criticize the mayor to his face. If this got to Li Ji's ears, not only would he lose the director position, but he might even lose his job entirely. Zhang Zhongwen quickly wiped his sweat and desperately tried to figure out what Chen Fan meant. Where was his professional ethics lacking? When had he not kept his word? Finally, he figured it out. After the Yuliang Pass incident, he had promised Chen Fan a 1 million yuan bonus. He slapped his forehead and quickly took out his phone to transfer the money. Chen Fan, here's an extra 200,000 as a red envelope. When you and Teacher Wang get married, don't forget to invite me to the wedding banquet. Huh. Chen Fan was amused. This old guy was quite the gossip. Seeing the notification of 1.2 million yuan in his account, he nodded in satisfaction. Old Zhang, now I think you might just be suitable for the director's position after all. Haha. Zhang Zhongwen laughed heartily. That afternoon, Chen Fan received over 100 similar congratulatory calls. He was already finding it hard to bear. Of course, the fact that this year's martial arts top scorer came from Qingqing did indeed bring a touch of joy to this city in the midst of its transformation. In the evening, Chen Fan had originally agreed to have dinner with Yang Chu-Chu. However, a recruitment officer from Kyoto University suddenly came to his house, accompanied by No. 3 High School's principal, Zhang Zhongwen. Zhang Zhongwen enthusiastically introduced him to Chen Fan. This is Grandmaster Yi from Kyoto University. He wants to talk to you about your college application. Grandmaster. Chen Fan was startled. Those addressed as Grandmasters were usually 7th-tier ability users. He quickly scrutinized Yi Beichen. This man looked absolutely under 30. To be a Grandmaster at such a young age, Kyoto University's faculty was indeed impressive. Chen Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. Yi Beichen wore a smile and said, My name is Yi Beichen. Nice to meet you, student. Yi Beichen. Upon hearing this name, Chun Fan almost dropped the teacup in his hand. The reason was simple. Shuangnian had once told him that among the two people indirectly responsible for his parents' deaths, one was named Yi Beichen, the most promising young mentor at Kyoto University. Father's murderer. Chun Fan almost couldn't suppress his anger on the spot. But he didn't dare. For someone of this level, dealing with him would be easier than crushing an ant. Although Chun Fan suppressed his emotions well, his reaction still caught Yi Beichen's attention. Your heart rate suddenly spiked to 200 beats per minute. Do you know me? Yi Beichen stared into Chun Fan's eyes and asked. Of course I know, the youngest and most promising mentor at Jingdu University, with a stellar reputation. Chun Fan tried hard to put on an admiring expression. Fortunately, he was a seasoned actor otherwise. He would have been exposed long ago. Haha. Yi Beichen was delighted to hear the compliment and patted Chun Fan on the shoulder. Don't be nervous. I was the provincial top scorer of Shannon Province in 2025, and you were the provincial top scorer in 2035. We're from the same hometown, quite a coincidence. Indeed, quite a deep connection. Chun Fan sneered inwardly. So what if you're talented? Can you compete with the system? In less than 3 years, I'll crush you completely. Mark my words. Since we're from the same hometown, I'll get straight to the point. The university has asked me to offer you a special admission opportunity. Yi Beichen sat across from Chun Fan and handed over a contract. The university will provide you with a scholarship of 10 million yuan annually, assign an 8th rank peak grandmaster to personally guide your cultivation, and also allocate you a standalone villa. Chun Fan, as a fellow townsman, I won't deceive you. These conditions are absolutely the best among all universities. Chun Fan listened intently. Although he didn't like the man in front of him, that didn't mean he wouldn't consider Jingdu University. To be honest, the 10 million yuan and the standalone villa didn't appeal to him much. But having an 8th rank peak mentor that was impressive. An 8th rank peak was just one step away from a martial saint, already among the top experts in Daxia. With such a strong figure as his protector, he could grow with peace of mind. Before Chun Fan could respond, Yi Beichen continued. I've already watched your combat videos. Your strength is impressive. I guess you're an S-rank ability user Thunder Extreme Body. Your talent is decent. If you can earn the title of Outstanding Graduate in 4 years, I can recruit you into my ability squad, the Beichen Battle Team. Not everyone gets this chance. Yi Beichen's words sounded pleasant, but in reality, he thought Chun Fan couldn't compare to himself back in the day. Chun Fan could hear the arrogance in the other man's words and couldn't help but smirk inwardly. S-rank ability? You think I only have an S-rank ability? Drawing conclusions without asking. He sneered internally, but outwardly, he still appeared satisfied and eager. Thank you, Master Yi. I'll seriously consider Jingdu University's offer. Yi Beichen nodded, stood up, and prepared to leave. My next stop is Taishan City. Call me once you've decided. After Yi Beichen left, Zhang Zhongwen quickly tried to persuade him. Chun Fan, Jingdu University's offer is truly top-notch. The admission standards for provincial top scorers are always this high. Besides, with Yi Beichen, a fellow townsman, looking out for you, you'll definitely thrive. Zhang Zhongwen had great admiration for Yi Beichen. Chun Fan, however, sneered inwardly. Looking out for me? Do I need him to look out for me? Even if he went to Jingdu University, it would only be to sharpen his blade against him. Zhang Zhongwen wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Chun Fan. All right, old Zhang. I still need to check out other universities' offers tomorrow. Early the next morning, a long line formed outside Chun Fan's house. The visitors were all teachers from the admissions offices of major universities. The representative from Moda University was an elderly man who appeared kind but was also a grandmaster. Like Yi Beichen, he judged Chun Fan to be an S-rank ability user with the Thunder Extreme Body. He spoke with confidence, firmly believing that Chun Fan would choose Moda University. The reason was simple. Moda University had a mentor who was also a Thunder Extreme Body ability user, though only at the late 7th rank. Chun Fan, what suits you best is the most important. Joining Moda University, you won't regret it. You'll receive the most professional guidance, and in 4 years, you might even become a 4th-tier ability user. By then, you can choose to stay at the school as a teaching assistant, and your teacher can continue guiding your cultivation. After hearing this, Chun Fan couldn't help but shake his head. Why are these people always so self-righteous? Don't they want to understand my abilities first? What you assume may not necessarily be the truth. Next, he met with teachers from several other universities, including Zhejiang University and Nanjing University. Ultimately, these schools couldn't compare to Jingdu University and Modu University in terms of heritage, and the conditions they offered were mediocre. It wasn't until the representatives from Guowu University arrived that Chun Fan's interest was reignited. This time, it wasn't just one person, but three people who came together. This already showed how much Guowu University valued him. The leader, named Zhang Kuan, got straight to the point. Chun Fan, we've repeatedly analyzed your combat videos and don't believe your ability is the Thunder Extreme body. In fact, the Thunder Extreme body is far inferior to you in both close combat and ranged attacks, so we suspect you've awakened a top-tier SS-level ability. Chun Fan nodded. Finally, someone who understood. The three exchanged glances, feeling both shocked and secretly delighted despite their earlier guesses. They decided they must recruit this promising talent. Zhang Kuan adjusted his glasses and said, Chun Fan, you should know that the dimensional space codenamed Thunder Abyss is located right in Chang'an City, essentially at Guowu University's doorstep. Our university is #1 in the nation for research on thunder-based abilities, so you can join us with confidence. You've probably heard of the story of the white-clad war god, Luo Changsheng, right? Chun Fan frowned slightly but quickly replied, I've heard of him. It's said he was the first liberal arts student in Daxia's history to pass the martial arts exam. Zhang Kuan nodded. That's right, it's him. He's now known as the strongest below the martial saint. Back then, Guowu University tailored a second awakening opportunity for his physique. And the ability he awakened was also an SS Level 1, the Chaos Thunder Body. Although Lord Luo now serves in the military, he is still our university's honorary vice principal. If you can catch his eye and become his disciple, your future will be limitless. Chun Fan nodded. This man's strength was indeed admirable, one of the few people he respected. But he also knew that such a person was proud and aloof, and it wouldn't be easy to gain his favor. After pondering for a moment, Chun Fan said, I understand everything you've said, but it's still not enough to attract me. I've heard that a new dimensional space has recently appeared in Chang'an City, and it's rumored to contain dragons. The three were astonished. This was information known to very few outsiders. Yet Chun Fan, someone without any apparent connections, was aware of it. Chun Fan continued, joining Guowu University isn't out of the question, but I want one dragon egg. Zhang Kuan smiled mysteriously. Chun Fan, let me tell you a secret. For this year's recruitment, we've prepared a dragon egg, but it will go to the strongest freshman of this cohort. We'll be hosting a freshman competition. If you have the confidence, Chun Fan, the dragon egg will naturally be yours. Chun Fan cursed inwardly. This tactic is sure to attract a lot of people. However, he didn't agree immediately and instead picked up the contract to examine it carefully. Guowu University couldn't offer him much. The annual scholarship was only 3 million, and the dormitory was actually a suite. A so-called suite meant a large room divided into several smaller rooms, with one person per room. Seeing his frown, Zhang Kuan awkwardly explained. After all, Shanbei province isn't like the big cities. The economic conditions are a bit worse. This is already our best treatment. Chun Fan sighed and didn't rush to decide. He stood up and said, Thank you, teachers. I will seriously consider Guowu University. After sending off the three representatives from Guowu University, Chun Fan began to think carefully. On one side were Lei Yuan and the Dragon Egg, and on the other was the 8th rank peak mentor. The choice was indeed a tough one. Just as he was hesitating, Zhang Zongwen called. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was cursing angrily. Chun Fan, Jingda is really heartless. That guy Yi Beichen looks upright on the surface, but is utterly despicable behind the scenes. What happened? What's going on with Jingda? Chun Fan was momentarily confused. Zhang Zongwen said angrily. Just now, Yi Beichen called me and said the promised 8th rank peak mentor is no longer available. What? How can that be? Chun Fan was stunned and furious. Did Jingda have no credibility at all? Zhang Zongwen said. I don't know the specifics, but I guess it must have something to do with Mu Wudi, the second-place finisher in the martial arts exam. I heard he recently broke through to a second-rank ability user, and Yi Beichen also went to Taishan City. Zhang Zhongwen's guess was correct. After leaving Qingqing, Yi Beichen's second stop was to meet Mu Wudi. He greatly admired Mu Wudi and, being a graduate of Taishan No. 1 high school himself, immediately changed his mind and decided to adjust the rewards for the top 2. Under his insistence, Jingda's higher-ups concluded that Chun Fan's martial arts exam results had an element of luck. Thus, they decisively altered the reward plan. Meanwhile, discussions about the martial arts exam rankings in Shannon Province were heating up on Weibo. 90% of netizens were siding with Mu Wudi, believing he was the true and deserving first place. The S-level top-tier ability absolute domain was already nearing the second rank, making him a contemporary genius. The remaining less than 10% who supported Chun Fan were mostly from Qingqing. They were furious. Do you really think Chun Fan got to the top with triple points? On the battlefield, Chun Fan charged into the beast tied alone, killing 200 second-rank exotic beasts. In terms of points, forget 18,000, it probably exceeded 100,000. Your so-called Mu Wudi is no match for our Qingqing's Chun Fan. But even though Qingqing's netizens argued with reason, they couldn't change the situation. Stop joking. Killing 200 exotic beasts? Do you think this is a game of chopping chickens? Do you even believe it yourself? I think he was just following the main force and picking up scraps. Exactly. If Chun Fan were really that strong, Jingda would have given him the best special recruitment treatment. I heard Jingda's best special recruitment this year went to Mu Wudi. For a while, the two sides on Weibo were at each other's throats. Chun Fan looked at the online arguments on his phone and couldn't bear it anymore. I've had enough. No more holding back. He immediately verified his Weibo account and decisively posted, "The strong are always strong, there's no need to argue. Thank you to my hometown folks, brothers, and sisters for your support. I've decided to go to Guowu University. As for Jingda, I'm very disappointed. In this year's National College Freshman League, I'll make sure Jingda's freshmen get a taste of defeat." This statement was like a stone thrown into water, stirring up waves upon waves. The heated argument on Weibo suddenly quieted down, and a few minutes later, it caused a sensation. Citizens of Qingqing. Ha ha. As expected of our Qingqing genius, so domineering. What is Jing University? I believe in Chun Fan punching prodigies, kicking Jing University, and showcasing Qingqing's prestige. Meanwhile, supporters of Mu Wudi sneered. Small towns love to brag, huh? Forget challenging all the freshmen of Jing University, you can't even beat Mu Wudi. Mu Wudi directly provoked. Chun Fan, just talking doesn't count as skill. Let's settle this at the top of Mount Tai. Dare to show up. This guy is really amusing. Chun Fan smiled faintly and countered. You're not even qualified to fight me. 3 months from now, I'll definitely represent National Martial Arts University in the National Freshman League. Want to fight me? Get Jing University's qualification to compete first. Mu Wudi. Chun Fan, don't be too arrogant. After mocking Mu Wudi, Chun Fan contentedly closed his phone. At this moment, Zhang Kuan from National Martial Arts University looked at Chun Fan and shook his head helplessly. Classmate, you haven't even enrolled yet, and you've already set National Martial Arts University and Jing University against each other? If you get defeated by Jing University students in the National Freshman League, the school won't take responsibility. He handed over a contract. Chun Fan, if there are no issues, please sign here. No problem. Chun Fan took the contract, carefully reviewed it, and confidently signed his name. Chun Fan. Zhang Kuan smiled knowingly, successfully securing this SS-level genius. He enthusiastically said, Chun Fan, our Ability University starts earlier than others, requiring freshmen to report on July 1st. July 1st? That is quite early. Chun Fan calculated and realized there were just over 2 weeks left until the start of school. Zhang Kuan reminded him, the National Freshman League begins on October 1st. The school only has 3 months to train, so time is tight. Understood. Chun Fan nodded. As they were chatting, there was a knock at the door. Several soldiers arrived at Chun Fan's home and respectfully presented a silver medal. Zhang Kuan's eyes widened at the sight. Such a high-level medal being awarded to a high school graduate. Chun Fan, What exactly did you do? After the soldiers left, Zhang Kuan hurriedly asked. Chun Fan smiled mysteriously. Nothing major, just saved Qingqing's life. Zhang Kuan was shocked, and Chun Fan's status in his mind rose significantly. He began to anticipate that Chun Fan might truly have the strength to overturn Jing University. After seeing Zhang Kuan off, Chun Fan went alone to the outskirts. He wanted to test the newly acquired Thunderstorm skill and the unique Thunder God gun. In the outskirts of Qingqing, several military squads were still clearing out sea beasts that had escaped into the wilderness. Chun Fan stood under a massive boulder, placed a thunder seed nearby, and retreated 50 meters away. With a thought, the thunder seed exploded, but the boulder only showed a few cracks, with no significant damage. The thunder seed's power is so weak. Chun Fan was disappointed it was far from what he had imagined. The system said that the thunder seeds need to be arranged into a thunder net for chain explosions to greatly amplify their power. Chun Fan quickly began experimenting. He used 10 thunder seeds, arranging them in a star pattern around the boulder. With a thought, the star pattern lit up, followed by a deafening boom as the 10 thunder seeds exploded in a chain reaction. The violent energy shattered the massive boulder into powder. Chun Fan stood at a distance, watching the explosion, unable to help but marvel at the power, which was roughly equivalent to 10 kilograms of explosives. Chun Fan continued testing the thunderstorm skill. He discovered that with his current mental strength, he couldn't detonate thunder seeds beyond a distance of 100 meters. Moreover, his body can only gather up to 49 thunder seeds at a time. Once these thunder seeds are used up, it takes 24 hours to replenish them. The power of the thunder seeds satisfied Chun Fan. If they could be detonated simultaneously, they would be enough to harm a third-tier ability user. But the problem is, enemies won't foolishly stand within the thunder net. Therefore, the thunderstorm skill must be used at the right time and place. After understanding the thunderstorm skill, Chun Fan took out the Thunder God gun. The gun was heavy, measuring 1.2 meters in length. Holding the gun, he began injecting his abilities into it. Blue lightning flowed along the gun's body, and a thunder bullet quickly took shape. Don't let me down. Chun Fan raised the gun and aimed at a large rock 200 meters away. He pulled the trigger, and the blue bullet shot through the air. However, the imagined scene of the rock shattering did not occur because he had fired a blank shot. This really is a skillful task. Chun Fan tried several more times. After more than a dozen attempts, he finally grasped the feeling of sniping. Holding his breath, in the next moment, the thunder bullet accurately hit the giant rock 200 meters away. With a loud bang, the rock exploded into fragments. Not bad power. Chun Fan looked at the Thunder God gun in his hand with satisfaction. Just now, he had only injected 1% of his total abilities. The range and power of this gun entirely depend on the amount of ability injected. If he were to inject all his abilities, one shot could take down a third-tier mutant beast. Next, Chun Fan practiced shooting on the open ground. Until half of his abilities were consumed, he finally achieved pinpoint accuracy. Next, I need to find an opportunity for real combat. Chun Fan held the gun and began searching in the distance. There were still many sea beasts that had escaped near the outskirts of Qingqing, and he planned to find a mutant beast to practice on. But after searching for an hour, he found nothing. Could it be that the military has already cleaned them up? Just as he was feeling frustrated, faint sounds of fighting came from afar. Here's my chance. Chun Fan, excited, quickly ran to a high vantage point to observe. Sure enough, 400 to 500 meters away, 3 people were besieging a giant octopus monster. This octopus monster was very strong, reaching the peak of the second tier, and it was still handling the 3-person siege with ease. Chun Fan lay down and steadied the Thunder God gun. Soon, he locked onto the octopus monster's position through the scope. This time, I need to give it my all. I can't miss my first kill. Chun Fan held his breath and aimed at the octopus monster's head. Pulling the trigger, the blue bullet flew out with a piercing sound. The bullet instantly crossed several hundred meters and accurately hit the target's head. Bang! With a loud explosion, the octopus monster's head burst into a mist of blood. First kill secured. Chun Fan clapped his hands in delight as he looked at the result. The 3 people besieging the monster were stunned. They looked at each other, frozen in place. Did this guy's head just explode on its own? The three of them looked as if they'd seen a ghost, their faces pale. The leader quickly searched around, but found no trace of anyone. Maybe it was a passing expert who casually took a shot. While the three were still guessing wildly, Chen Fan had already turned and left the hilltop. With the task completed, he planned to go home and enjoy his lottery draw. On the system panel, he had over 9,000 kill points. After returning home, Chen Fan first checked on the white cat's condition, confirming that she was still asleep. Then he hid in the bedroom. He planned to use all 9,000 kill points in one go. After all, the benefits obtained are the real rewards. Based on his previous lottery experience, he decisively chose the F-level lottery. After 20 consecutive draws, Chen Fan obtained 4 physique enhancement cards, 6 mental power enhancement cards, 2 essence nourishing pills, 1 curse card, a piece of rare metal, a bottle of strengthening milk, a spirit nurturing fruit, and several weapons he wasn't interested in. Without hesitation, he used the physique and mental power enhancement cards. After a wave of comfort, Chen Fan's physique rose to 147, and his mental power reached 128. He felt this was already the limit of his first tier. To improve further, he would have to become a second-tier ability user. This also meant that the physique and mental power enhancement cards would be useless to him in the short term. So he immediately spent 1,000 slaughter points to perform an E-level draw. When the roulette stopped, it revealed a wooden fish. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the wooden fish of the South Sea Divine Monk. When the wooden fish is struck, it forms a barrier within a 100-meter radius around the host. Within the barrier, the host gains 10 seconds of invincibility. After hearing the system's introduction, Chen Fan almost jumped for joy. Immune to all damage? Isn't this essentially a golden body skill? What a treasure! Chen Fan's face lit up with excitement, and he couldn't wait to try it out. He materialized the wooden fish, which was made of wood, and didn't look magical at all. But when he lightly struck it, a transparent wave of light rapidly spread from the center of the wooden fish, covering a 100-meter radius. Chen Fan took out a dagger and stabbed his own arm. Something strange happened. At the point of impact, a swastika symbol appeared, and no matter how much force he used, the dagger couldn't pierce his skin. 10 seconds later, the barrier quietly disappeared, and the swastika symbol faded along with it. Awesome! Now I'm truly invincible. Chen Fan carefully stored the wooden fish in his spatial ring. Although it couldn't make him completely invincible, it was definitely a reliable life-saving tool in critical moments. Just as Chen Fan was reveling in his excitement, the system notification suddenly sounded. Attention, host. Once the wooden fish is used, its effect lasts for 1 month, after which it becomes invalid. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Damn it. Chen Fan almost spat blood, fuming with anger. He had just wasted 1 chance at invincibility. After calming himself, he immediately started the second draw. However, his luck over the next 3 attempts was mediocre. He obtained 1 E-level physique enhancement card and 2 E-level weapons. The physique enhancement card was useless to him for now. He'd have to wait until he reached the second tier to use it. I only have 3 draws left. Chen Fan took a deep breath and continued. This time, he drew an ancient manual. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the leg technique, Aurora Whirlwind Break. Once mastered, the host can perform an airborne flying kick, with both legs generating a thunderous whirlwind that creates immense tearing force, specifically designed to break through defenses. What a treasure! Chen Fan beamed with joy. With this move, his combat power would significantly increase when facing highly defensive turtle beasts. This, Aurora Whirlwind Break, was extremely difficult to master. It required not only a strong physique, but also exceptional leg technique. After all, the entire skill relied on leg strength. Chen Fan materialized the ancient manual. The booklet had over 40 pages, filled with illustrations and detailed explanations of the force application process. He flipped through a few pages casually and found it complex and hard to understand. He decided to put it away for now and focus on practicing it tomorrow at the War Wolf Martial Hall. As for the remaining 2,000 slaughter points, he planned to save them for now. After all, his luck for the day had been used up, and to hit the jackpot again, he'd need to build up some good karma. Chen Fan stared at the prizes in his spatial bracelet, lost in thought. The Yang Yuan pill can continuously restore supernatural abilities, so of course, he had to keep it for himself. As for how to distribute the strengthening milk and the spirit-nurturing fruit, he hesitated a bit. In a few days, Chu Chu will awaken her abilities, and the spirit-nurturing fruit is more important for her. But she already ate one before, and eating another would greatly reduce its effectiveness. The last bottle of strengthening milk was given to Sister Yinran. After careful consideration, he decided to give the strengthening milk to Yang Chu Chu this time, and the spirit-nurturing fruit to Wang Yinran. This way, both items could achieve their maximum effect. After all, the body is the vessel for supernatural abilities, and a strong physique is very helpful for awakening abilities. After making up his mind, Chen Fan immediately called Yang Chu Chu. Chu Chu, are you free tonight? Let's meet at the Tianyuan Hotel. I have a big gift for you. Oh, and remember to bring your ID card. The two of them were quite familiar now, and Chen Fan wanted to tease her a bit. On the other end of the line, Yang Chu Chu was a little confused. A hotel? A big gift? An ID card? What is Senior up to? Could it be? Thinking of this, she quickly pulled the blanket over her head, her face turning as red as an apple. A few seconds later, she said shyly, "But my ID card is with my parents." Chen Fan gave a mischievous smile and stopped teasing her. "You don't need to bring your ID card, but you do need to come to the hotel. I have something to enhance your physique, and it can't be consumed outside." "Oh, okay." Yang Chu Chu nodded repeatedly, feeling relieved but also a little disappointed. After setting the time, Chen Fan changed into a white t-shirt and hurried out. 10 minutes later, he met the pure and lovely Yang Chu Chu at the Tianyuan Hotel. She seemed a little too shy to look directly at him, her face still tinged with a faint blush. Young girls are just too easily embarrassed, Chen Fan thought, feeling particularly satisfied as he noticed the fair skin of her neck, tinged with red. Growing up so fast, Chen Fan's gaze followed her neck downward. Incredible. She used to be like a budding sprout, but now she had blossomed into a flower in full bloom, developing more and more beautifully. It had only been 3 days, and she was truly stunning, just as the ancients said. Noticing Chen Fan's peculiar gaze, Yang Chu Chu's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head, too shy to speak. The news that Chen Fan was booking a room quickly reached the hotel owner. When the owner saw Chen Fan, he was overjoyed. "Hee, Brother Chen, how about the luxurious presidential suite on the top floor? It has a bathtub, a large round bed, and mood lighting all fully equipped. I'll even have the staff send up 2 bottles of red wine for a little drink together." Stop. Chen Fan interrupted her quickly, feeling a bit helpless. "Don't forget the young lady is still here. No matter how thick-skinned we men are, we can't go too far. The girl's face is already as red as it can get." He waved his hand and said, "It doesn't need to be too luxurious, as long as the soundproofing is good." Soundproofing? The owner raised an eyebrow and smiled even more knowingly. "I get it. I totally get it." She quickly instructed the manager, "Take Brother Chun to room 8888 on the top floor. Oh, and make sure no one disturbs him until he comes out." Soon, Chun Fan entered the top-tier presidential suite. The luxurious decor was dazzling, and there was even a 60-square-meter open-air swimming pool on the balcony. The life of the wealthy is truly enviable. Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh. Yang Chu Chu followed closely behind him, her head lowered shyly, not daring to look up. "All right, Chu Chu, it's just the two of us here now." Chen Fan sat on the sofa, smiling as he looked at her. "Senior, why did you ask me to come here? What's the matter?" Yang Chu Chu asked nervously and shyly. "Lie down on the bed first," Chen Fan said with a smile. "Huh?" Yang Chu Chu's eyes widened, her chest slightly heaving, clearly unprepared mentally. "Haha, just kidding." Chen Fan laughed happily, no longer teasing her. He took out a bottle of lotion and handed it to Yang Chu Chu. "This is strengthening lotion. After taking it, it can greatly enhance your physical condition and help with your ability awakening. However, it has some side effects. After taking it, your body will feel hot and weak, with some strange reactions. In short, it might feel a bit embarrassing. Don't worry, if you feel uncomfortable, you can call out. This room is soundproof." "Huh? Senior, what kind of reactions are those?" Yang Chu-Chu, being young and inexperienced, had no understanding of such bodily reactions. Her eyes widened even more, her face full of confusion. Don't overthink it, Chun Fan muttered to himself, feeling like he was corrupting an innocent girl. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he said, "You'll understand in a moment. You can take it in the room by yourself. I'll wait outside, I won't go in." Yang Chu-Chu's eyes widened even more. "Senior, I'm a bit scared. I don't dare to stay here alone." "All right, then I'll go in with you." Chun Fan agreed without hesitation and got up to accompany her into the room. "This was your own request for me to come in." The awakening ceremony consumes enormous resources and requires a spirit awakener to inscribe a magic array, chant continuously, awaken the inner strength of the children, and guide them to awaken. In Qingqing City, the awakening ceremony for high school freshmen is held uniformly in mid-June every year. This year, the venue was chosen to be the City People's Gymnasium. When Chun Fan arrived, the place was already packed with people. The ground was covered with densely inscribed golden symbols, and a transparent hemispherical dome enveloped the entire venue. Inside the dome, rows of boys and girls were preparing for their awakening. Chun Fan looked around. The steps were crowded with people, at least tens of thousands. Fortunately, Chun Fan had an invitation letter from Li Ji. He smoothly entered the viewing platform. To Chun Fan's surprise, Zhang Kuan, the teacher from National Martial Arts University, was also there. "Chun Fan, come over here." Li Ji waved, signaling Chun Fan to sit beside him. Zhang Kuan, sitting nearby, also greeted him with a smile. "Chun Fan, we meet again. Teacher Zhang, you seem to have plenty of free time." Chun Fan replied with a smile, not holding back. Though his words were subtle, Zhang Kuan understood that Chun Fan was mocking him for attending such an event with nothing better to do. "Haha, I happened to catch Qingqing's awakening ceremony. I was invited by Mayor Li to lend support and, incidentally, see if there are any promising talents," Zhang Kuan said with a friendly smile. After all, an SS-level genius, as long as they don't fall short halfway, could easily surpass his strength. Li Ji quickly explained, "Chun Fan, I also graduated from National Martial Arts University." "Surprised? That is indeed unexpected," Chun Fan said, his impression of Li Ji slightly improving. Li Ji smiled and said, "Zhang Kuan and I are fellow disciples. We studied under the same teacher back then and have a good relationship." "There's such a connection?" Chun Fan was a bit surprised but inwardly looked down on Li Ji. After all, one was already a 7th-tier grandmaster, while the other was still lingering at the 5th tier, a clear gap. Seeing Chun Fan's disdainful look, Li Ji felt a bit awkward, rubbed his nose, and quickly changed the subject. "The awakening ceremony is about to start." Chun Fan looked over and saw a man holding a golden book, resembling a priest, walking into the midst of the students. He chanted incantations continuously, and the golden symbols on the ground began to pulsate slowly. At this moment, all the students involuntarily closed their eyes. After more than 10 breaths, the first student to awaken appeared. He wore glasses, had a buzz cut, and looked honest. Suddenly, a blue light appeared above his head, and he opened his eyes. The awakening was quite fast, but it's only an E-level ability, the onlookers murmured. The boy looked a bit dejected, lowered his head, and slowly walked out of the transparent dome. Chun Fan didn't understand how they could tell the boy's ability level. Li Ji noticed his confusion and explained, "The different colors above the head represent different ability levels. The colors, from lowest to highest, are green, blue, white, yellow, orange, red, black, purple, and gold. The corresponding levels are F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. "I see." Chun Fan nodded. One after another, people on the field began to awaken. Most had white or yellow lights above their heads, representing D-level and C-level abilities. Some children were overjoyed, while others were disappointed. 2 minutes later, the first red light circle appeared in the field. "Someone has awakened an A-level ability. Quick, see whose child it is." The scene was filled with astonishment and envy, and A-level ability was absolutely considered top tier in Qingqing City. Time slowly passed, and with the priest's incantations, a quarter of the students had already awakened their abilities. At this moment, The golden glow of the book in the awakener's hand gradually dimmed, as if it might extinguish at any moment. It seems the awakening ceremony is about to end. Many parents were still anxiously waiting, hoping their children could awaken at the last moment. Chun Fan's gaze was fixed on Yang Chu-Chu in the center of the venue, listening to the discussions around him, his heart burning with anxiety. How is this possible? She ate the divine fruit and drank the strengthening milk. Even at the worst, she should awaken an A-level ability. How could she have no ability at all? The golden symbols on the ground had almost lost their luster, and the priest slowly closed the book. Everyone knew the awakening ceremony was over, and children who hadn't awakened would have to follow the ordinary academic path in the future. Just as Chun Fan was on the verge of despair, a sudden burst of intense purple light erupted in the center of the venue. The crowd, who had been preparing to disperse, couldn't help but turn back. This purple light was magnificent and regal, illuminating the entire gymnasium. What? An SS-level ability. Everyone around was stunned and stood frozen. Only Chun Fan remained calm, letting out a sigh of relief, because the one who had awakened the SS-level ability was none other than Yang Chu-Chu. The next moment, Yang Chu-Chu opened her eyes. The purple light gradually faded, replaced by a crisp and resonant phoenix cry. A golden fire phoenix flew out from her body, circling around her continuously. SS-level ability, true phoenix physique. Li Ji and Zhang Kuan were dumbfounded, simultaneously shouting out the name of Yang Chu-Chu's awakened ability. Fantastic! Chun Fan was overjoyed. At this moment, an electronic notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. Yang Chu-Chu has successfully awakened an ability above S level, granting you one E-level lottery opportunity. While everyone was still excited, the sky above the gymnasium suddenly seemed to tear open, forming a massive rift. Whistling winds surged, and a heavy, malevolent aura rushed forth. What is that? The crowd looked up in alarm. Immediately after, a gigantic hand reached out from the rift, aiming straight for Yang Chu-Chu in the center of the venue. The hand in the air was covered in dense black fur, completely unlike a human hand. This hand was about 3 meters long, radiating an intense pressure as it grabbed Yang Chu-Chu on the ground. Chu-Chu. Chun Fan was terrified, but he was utterly powerless. Inside the gymnasium, tens of thousands of spectators were overwhelmed by the oppressive force, collapsing to the ground one after another. How dare you? Suddenly, an angry roar exploded in Chun Fan's ears. Following that, the sound of a sword slicing through the air echoed. A massive sword light shot skyward, crossing 100 meters in an instant, and fiercely slashed at the giant hand. Chun Fan turned to look and saw that the one who had acted was Zhang Kuan. The enormous arm was split open by the sword light, its flesh torn apart, and blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, a muffled roar came from the black rift in the sky, deafening like the bellow of a bull. This creature was clearly enraged. Due to this moment, the creature within the crack appeared extremely unwilling to give up. Its entire arm extended outward, clawing fiercely at Chun Fan. The massive arm swept across in front of Chun Fan, nearly scaring him out of his wits. Chun Fan quickly shielded Yang Chu-Chu and retreated. The creature inside the crack roared furiously, each roar causing sharp pain in Chun Fan's eardrums. Everyone, retreat quickly. Li Ji commanded loudly, beginning to evacuate the crowd. Zhang Kuan, meanwhile, held a 3-foot-long sword, ready for battle. After a dozen breaths, the giant hand finally reluctantly withdrew into the crack. Then, a pair of enormous ape eyes emerged from the crack, staring fixedly at Yang Chu-Chu. At the same time, a strong aura of a ferocious beast surged forward. Chun Fan swiftly shielded Yang Chu-Chu behind him. These eyes clearly belonged to a massive ape-like creature. Zhang Kuan swung his sword again, the sword energy slicing through the air and instantly plunging into the crack. The eyes disappeared immediately, followed by a booming voice from within the crack. The body of the true phoenix is the only candidate for the saintess of our beast worship cult. This girl, we must have her. Slave, bring her back to me. With an angry shout, the crack rapidly expanded, instantly widening to 100 meters. Then, A massive shadow descended from the sky. It was the owner of the giant hand from earlier. A titan giant ape, towering 100 meters tall. What kind of monster is this? Chun Fan was utterly terrified. Zhang Kuen's expression was grave as he explained. This is a primordial beast raised by the beast worship cult. Judging by its size, its strength is already close to the 8th tier. 8th tier? Chun Fan was shocked. The giant ape roared furiously, its massive foot stomping down toward the crowd. Protect the civilians, Li Ji shouted, using his mental power to manipulate the earth. The ground beneath the giant ape's feet instantly transformed into 2 thick chains, tightly binding its legs. But this was far from enough to restrain the ape's strength. As it lifted its leg forcefully, the chains shattered with a thunderous crash. At the same time, Li Ji spat out a mouthful of blood, his mental power greatly diminished. Faced with such a ferocious beast, he was utterly powerless. I'll handle this. A spirit awakener in the arena spat a mouthful of blood onto the book in his hand. The previously dim book suddenly radiated golden light. Accompanied by his murmured incantations, the golden text transformed into streams of light that drilled into the giant ape's consciousness. The rampaging giant ape instantly calmed down. Everyone, escape quickly. Li Ji struggled to stand, using his mental power to blast open the walls of the stadium, creating a path. The audience seized the opportunity to scatter and flee. But the giant ape soon regained consciousness, and when it opened its eyes, the spirit awakener had already collapsed to the ground. Watch out, Zhang Kuan shouted, manipulating his flying sword with mental power. Flying sword technique, bury the heavens. Sword light flashed, and the flying sword instantly extended to dozens of meters. The massive sword energy slashed directly at the charging titan giant ape. Roar! The giant ape roared, crossing its arms in front of its chest. With a thunderous sound, the giant ape forcibly blocked the sword energy, completely unharmed. In the next moment, the giant ape swung its fist, the force of the punch seemingly capable of shaking the heavens and earth. Sword shield technique. Zhang Kuan maneuvered the flying sword, and the sword energy instantly formed a massive barrier, blocking the giant ape's punch. Chun Fan picked up Yang Chu-Chu, unfolded his thunder wings, and soared into the sky, leaving the battlefield. You should leave here too, Zhang Kuan shouted to Li Ji. Then, the flying sword in his hand continuously split apart, eventually transforming into 36 swords. Heavenly Gang Sword Formation, activate. Zhang Kuan divided his mental power into 36 parts, simultaneously controlling the flying swords. Each sword was enveloped in sword energy, extending up to 10 meters. 36 flying swords formed a sword array, completely encircling the titan giant ape. The ape showed no fear, its body radiating a green glow as its fists continuously struck out, effortlessly blocking all the flying sword attacks. Chun Fan tightly held Yang Chu-Chu, hovering in midair with the help of his thunder wings, his eyes fixed on this grandmaster-level duel. The stadium quickly succumbed to the overwhelming impact of the sword energy, shattering into pieces in an instant. The giant ape in the arena was extraordinarily strong, its muscles bulging, and every collision between its fists and the flying swords produced the sound of metal clashing. This ape's physique is truly incredible, and this flying sword technique, it's simply unbelievable, Chun Fan exclaimed in awe. Flying sword techniques are among the most elite killing moves. Only psychics with exceptionally strong mental power can control flying swords for long-range attacks. Their sensitivity to swords is unparalleled, making them true masters of swordsmanship. As Chun Fan was immersed in the spectacle, Zhang Kuan gradually fell into a disadvantage in his battle against the giant ape. Chun Fan's heart tightened, and he quickly shouted to Yang Chu-Chu. Chu-Chu, hold on to my neck tightly. Don't let go. Yang Chu-Chu obediently nodded, wrapping her arms tightly around Chun Fan's neck. Chun Fan freed one hand, and a thunder gun appeared in his grasp. Hope this helps. He focused all his energy, channeling nearly all his abilities into the thunder gun. In the next moment, he seized an opportunity and fired a thunder bullet. The bullet flew hundreds of meters in an instant, accurately hitting one of the giant ape's eyes. The thunder bullet couldn't penetrate the eyeball, but the released lightning temporarily blinded the ape's eye. Roar! The giant ape roared in fury, turning its head as a powerful beastly aura surged toward Chen Fan, almost knocking him out of the air. At that moment, Zhang Kuan seized the opportunity, and a flying sword shot out from the sword array, darting like a dragon toward the ape's other eye. Faced with the sudden attack, the giant ape had no time to defend. With a squelch, the massive eyeball burst, blood splattering everywhere. Roar! The giant ape let out a painful howl, completely losing its sight. Unite the swords! Zhang Kuan shouted, and the 36 flying swords instantly merged into a giant sword. Flying sword technique sky-shattering strike. He bit his tongue, channeling all his mental power into the giant sword. The sword shot out like a stream of light, piercing through the titan giant ape's chest in an instant. The ape's body seemed frozen in mid-air, and a few seconds later, it collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. We won. Chen Fan looked at Zhang Kuan, who was kneeling on the ground, pale-faced. He quickly landed and helped Zhang Kuan up. Mr. Zhang, are you okay? Zhang Kuan was panting heavily, clearly at his limit. He looked at Chen Fan in surprise. What weapon did you use just now? Where is it now? Chen Fan was prepared and calmly replied. That's a special skill that comes with my ability. What you saw was just an energy projection, it doesn't exist physically. This explanation was flawless. After all, his ability was unprecedented on Blue Star, and all strange phenomena could be attributed to it. Moreover, no one on Blue Star had ever seen firearms, so there was no reason to doubt him. Zhang Kuan nodded in agreement. After all, a weapon disappearing into thin air could only be a manifestation of a skill. He gratefully said, Chen Fan, if it weren't for the thunder bullet you fired, I would most likely have fallen here today. Without you, we would all be finished. Chen Fan replied honestly. All right, stop complimenting each other. Li Ji interrupted as he walked over to he watched the void crack in the air gradually disappear and frowned, saying, I heard that the holy son of the beast worship cult is an awakened superhuman with the true dragon physique, already reaching the initial stage of dragon transformation. So, they are desperately searching for a superhuman who can transform into a phoenix. It's said that the child born from the union of dragon and phoenix can inherit the will of the beast god, allowing the beast god to appear in human form on Blue Star. These secrets were something Chen Fan was hearing for the first time, and his brows furrowed tightly. If this were true, Yang Chuchu would always be in great danger. Zhang Kuan, experienced and meticulous, spoke up. Leaving Chuchu here is not safe and would also threaten Qingqing City. He looked at Yang Chuchu and assured her with a smile. Our National Martial University is full of experts and can absolutely protect you. Are you interested in joining our Hidden Dragon class at National Martial University? Hidden Dragon class? Chen Fan and Yang Chuchu were both puzzled, clearly hearing about it for the first time. Zhang Kuan explained. Top universities select some highly talented first-year high school students every year for special training, and this is the Hidden Dragon class. You'll study in the Hidden Dragon class during your second and third years of high school, and after graduation, you'll enter university as freshmen along with new students. The teachers in our National Martial University's Hidden Dragon class are all master-level experts. Yang Chuchu nodded repeatedly, showing great interest. After all, attending the same school as Chen Fan was her dream. Chen Fan also hoped Yang Chuchu could enter National Martial University. With him there, he believed Yang Chuchu would grow faster than anywhere else. However, Chen Fan frowned and interrupted. Mr. Zhang, I want to ask, is the Dragon Egg prepared for this year's strongest freshman going to be competed for alongside the students from the Hidden Dragon class 2 years ago? Yes. Zhang Kuan nodded somewhat awkwardly. But Chen Fan, don't worry too much. With your strength, you still have a 30% chance of winning against those geniuses in the Hidden Dragon class. 30%. Chen Fan was speechless. Wasn't he that underestimating him too much? Are the students in the Hidden Dragon class really that strong? Chen Fan asked with some disbelief, frowning. Zhang Kuan smiled confidently. They've been taught by masters for 2 years, how could they not be strong? Let me tell you secretly, the batch of 30 students in the Hidden Dragon class who enrolled at the same time as you are all S-level superhumans. and most of them have already advanced to level 2 superhumans. This is indeed a bit stressful. Chen Fan finally felt the urgency. There are still about 10 days before enrollment. I must strive to advance to level 2. Only then can I ensure victory. Zhang Kuan chatted with Yang Chuchu about the various generous benefits of the Hidden Dragon class. Seeing her firm attitude, he finally felt relieved. Chuchu, it's settled then. Tomorrow, I'll have someone bring the contract for you to sign, and this matter will be finalized. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Yang Chuchu nodded happily. However, the news of an SS-level genius appearing in Qingqing City quickly spread online, thanks to some intentional individuals. Upon hearing the news, top universities immediately notified their recruitment teachers still in Shannan province. The next day, representatives from over a dozen top universities gathered in the Principal S office of Qingqing No. 3 High School, demanding fair competition for Yang Chuchu's school choice rights. Zhang Zhongwen was overwhelmed and immediately notified Chen Fan. When Chen Fan arrived, the atmosphere was tense, almost on the verge of conflict. Competing for an SS-level genius is not the same as competing for an S-level genius. Back then, they only considered me an S-level superhuman. Chen Fan thought to himself, shaking his head lightly. He had no regrets about choosing Guowu University. At this moment, in the office, Yang Chuchu stood nervously beside Principal Zhang Zhongwen. Zhang Kuan, on the other hand, was fiercely debating with the others, defending himself with confidence. The person sent by Jing University this time was once again Yi Beichen. He cast a cold glance at Chen Fan, a mocking sneer playing at the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he was displeased with Chen Fan's choice of Guowu and his public provocation of all Jing University freshmen online. However, faced with so many university professors and master-level experts, he merely snorted coldly without taking action on the spot. This guy, I'll remember both the old and new grudges. Chen Fan met his gaze without fear. Yi Beichen turned to Zhang Kuan and mocked, Teacher Zhang, can Guowu really nurture an SS-level genius like this? Don't waste his potential. Exactly. Guowu doesn't even have a martial saint-level expert right now. Can you handle the pressure from the beast worship cult? Don't ruin the young girl. A professor from Moda University chimed in disapprovingly. Zhang Kuan, saving her life was one thing, but you can't use that to force her to join Guowu. Another professor added, their expressions darkening. Zhang Kuan's face turned red, momentarily rendered speechless by their criticism. Yang Chuchu quickly explained, I joined Guowu voluntarily, no one forced me. Chuchu, you're still young and don't understand how important resources are. At Guowu, at most, you'll have master-level teachers. But if you come to Moda University, I guarantee you'll have an 8th-tier grandmaster personally teaching you. The Modu professor said kindly, trying to persuade her. Yi Beichen cleared his throat, deliberately putting on an approachable demeanor. He looked at Yang Chuchu with what he thought was a charming smile, and said, Chuchu, you must have heard of me. I'm Yi Beichen. Come to Jing University. As a fellow native, I'll take special care of you, even personally teaching you. Moreover, my Beichen battle team has always reserved a spot for you. Yi Beichen is so shameless. Chen Fan thought to himself. A few days ago, when Yi Beichen tried to recruit him, he said that only if Chen Fan graduated with an outstanding student title would he consider giving him a spot on the Beichen battle team. Now, for Yang Chuchu, he was directly guaranteeing a reserved spot. This guy never thought much of me from the start. And it's obvious he has ulterior motives for Chuchu. Chen Fan deliberately moved closer to Yang Chuchu, blocking Yi Beichen's sinister gaze. Senior, I don't want to go to another school. I just want to go to Guowu University with you, Yang Chuchu said, her face showing a hint of grievance. She was still young, and this kind of tug-of-war over her made her nervous and uneasy. Chuchu, don't be afraid. They can't intimidate you. Which university to attend is your decision alone, Chen Fan whispered reassuringly in her ear. The people present raised their eyebrows at the closeness between the two and turned their attention to threatening Chen Fan instead. Chen, you should persuade her. An SS-level genius going to Guowu is a complete waste. That's right. Don't let your selfishness ruin the young girl's future. Don't hold back Yang's talent. She's still young and doesn't understand, but you should know better. Chen Fan could sense that, In their eyes, an SS-level genius was far superior to him. Zhang Kuan, who had been stunned into silence earlier, finally regained his composure. How is Guowu wasting students' talents? Back then, Luo Changxing was also an SS-level ability user, and now he's an 8th-tier peak grandmaster. That's because of his high talent and hard work, not because of Guowu. Someone immediately retorted. Chen Fan was utterly speechless. As expected, these specially recruited teachers had incredibly thick skin and were masters of sophistry. He stepped forward and said, I think Guowu is pretty good. At least their vision is much better than yours. The teacher's expressions changed, instantly understanding Chen Fan's insinuation, and they began to argue back. These university teachers were all at the master level, basically S-class ability users. So, they didn't take a genius like Chen Fan, who hadn't fully matured yet, seriously at all. Chen Fan, stop beating around the bush. Do you think we don't understand what you're implying? Your talent is just so-so, not top-notch, and you won't get the best resources. Exactly, and I can see this kid has no sense of reverence for us at all. Someone like him won't go far. Honestly, I'm glad he didn't choose our university. Fine, fine. You all think I'm not good enough, right? Just wait to be slapped in the face by me. Let's see who will still be laughing then. Chen Fan took out his phone and started recording, capturing all their mocking words. He planned to play it back for them when he proved them wrong in the future. Yang Chuchu's stance naturally aligned with Chen Fan's. She mustered her courage and said, Wherever Senior Chen Fan goes, I'll go too. You little girl, sigh. The crowd was exasperated. As expected, young love knows no bounds. Just as everyone was trying to persuade her, Yi Beichen suddenly looked at Chen Fan and said, Chen Fan, why don't you both join Jing University together? I can help you secure a mentor at the peak of the 8th level, and we can even cover Guowu University's breach of contract fee. Sorry, I'm not interested. Chen Fan decisively shook his head, leaving no room for negotiation. I wouldn't dare trust Jing University's promises. You. Yi Beichen's face turned red with anger, almost losing his temper on the spot. The teacher from Mo University, who had initially planned to persuade Chen Fan, saw Yi Beichen hit a wall and could only withdraw his words helplessly. The competition lasted for over an hour. Seeing Yang Chuchu's firm attitude, the group had no choice but to seek other options. They took out their phones and called Yang Chuchu's parents on the spot. However, her parents were resolute, fully supporting their daughter's decision and Chen Fan's. Their message was clear. They had already approved of this son-in-law. Left with no choice, the group left one by one. Yi Beichen was the last to leave. As he walked out, he turned back to look at Chen Fan and Zhang Kuan. You two better pray you can get Yang Chuchu to Guowu safely. What do you mean? Zhang Kuan stood up, glaring at him coldly. Nothing, just a friendly reminder. The beast worship cult won't let her go so easily. That's none of your concern. Zhang Kuan responded coldly. Good luck. Yi Beichen smirked and turned to leave. Chen Fan and Zhang Kuan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disdain for Yi Beichen. Zhang Kuan frowned and said, But Yi Beichen is right. The beast worship cult will definitely make a move next. For safety's sake, I'll take Yang Chuchu back to Guowu today. We can't afford to delay any longer. Yang Chuchu hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. She knew staying would do her no good and might even bring trouble to Qing City. Senior, I'll wait for you at Guowu first, Yang Chuchu said to Chen Fan, her eyes full of reluctance. All right, Chen Fan patted her head and smiled dotingly. That afternoon, after seeing Yang Chuchu off, Chen Fan devoted himself entirely to the War Wolf Martial Arts Hall. To seize the dragon egg, he had to give it his all in the next 10 days. In the following days, Chen Fan focused on practicing the Aurora Whirlwind Break in the mornings and entered the Gravity training room in the afternoons to strengthen his physique and willpower. As the name suggests, the Gravity training room can adjust the gravity pressure on ability users, making them feel as if they are carrying a heavy load. With Chen Fan's current physique, high-intensity training under 10 times gravity was perfect for honing his body and tempering his will. Over these days, Chen Fan's resilience greatly surprised Lu Tao. Every time Lu Tao pushed the door open, he was struck by the sight of Chen Fan sweating profusely and fighting with determination. In the mechanism array training room, Chun Fan faced 10 combat robots under 10 times gravity and still held his ground. His strong physique, astonishing willpower, and exceptional combat skills made Lu Tao feel he was no match for him. Finally, on the 7th day, Chun Fan had fully honed himself to the peak limit of his current stage. At the same time, he successfully mastered the Aurora Whirlwind Break. Since there were no exotic beasts to test its power, he asked Lu Tao to bring a 30-centimeter thick titanium alloy steel plate. Chun Fan leaped into the air and delivered a flying kick, with lightning spinning rapidly around his feet like an electric drill piercing the steel plate, instantly shredding it into fragments. Good. Looking at the scattered metal debris, Chun Fan was very satisfied with the move's power. Next, he could fully focus on advancing to the second stage of strength. That noon, after having lunch at Wang Yinran's house, Chun Fan returned home alone. Finally, it's time for the critical moment to advance to a second stage ability user. Chun Fan adjusted his state and tried to calm himself down. He set the voltage regulator to 800 volts, but his body showed no reaction. Chun Fan frowned slightly and cautiously increased the voltage bit by bit. When the voltage reached 1000 volts, his entire body experienced intense pain, and his cells began to tear apart. But Chun Fan immediately sensed something was wrong. Previously, along with the pain, he could feel the pleasure brought by the regeneration of cells. This time, however, there was no sense of joy at all. His cells seemed to resist the current. After enduring for more than 10 breaths, Chun Fan decisively unplugged the power source. Why can't I advance by absorbing lightning this time? Chun Fan furrowed his brows, puzzled. The system had previously stated that the thunder-devouring sacred body could grow stronger simply by devouring lightning. He quickly asked the system, but the system always remained silent when faced with such questions. Damn system, Chun Fan cursed inwardly. After thinking for a long time, he decided to seek help from someone else. The only person he could trust, and who was the strongest, was Li Ji. Li Ji quickly answered the call, and after hearing about Chun Fan's ability situation, he was so shocked he almost dropped his jaw. Are you sure you used to advance by absorbing lightning? Li Ji repeatedly confirmed. Of course, old Li, would I lie to you? After being asked 7 or 8 times, Chun Fan became a bit impatient. Li Ji was dumbfounded and really wanted to say, stay calm and don't show off. Wait until you become a martial saint to brag. Chun Fan, from now on, I'll call you brother. And you can call me little bro. How about that? Li Ji joked for once. Stop messing around, old Li. I can't advance by absorbing lightning this time, so it looks like I'll have to rely on you. Chun Fan sounded a bit dejected. Li Ji replied sourly. It's impossible that you can't advance. The reason you can't absorb electrical energy is because you're facing a major test this time. A major test? Different from previous advancements? Chun Fan asked, puzzled. Of course it's different, Li Ji said through gritted teeth. To be honest, Chun Fan, when we get to university, shouldn't we really brush up on the basics of these superpower cultivation techniques? Chun Fan, Laoli, is this the time to expose my shortcomings? Li Ji smiled awkwardly and quickly explained. Any superpower advancement requires an understanding of the corresponding Tao. That's why everyone practices cultivation techniques. The cultivation techniques record the experiences of predecessors. If you learn the right technique, understanding the Tao becomes easier. Your superpower is unique. You can advance by absorbing lightning. I think your body automatically captures a certain rule within the electrical energy when absorbing lightning. And the reason you can't advance this time might be because you've already fully absorbed the Tao contained in artificial electrical energy. So, to advance to the second tier, you need to absorb other types of lightning, like the lightning within exotic beasts or natural thunderbolts. So that's how it is. Chun Fan listened attentively, feeling that Li Ji's explanation made a lot of sense. Every time he absorbed electrical energy in the past, he could feel his cerebral cortex unusually excited. This was probably the process of gradually comprehending the Tao. Laoli, thanks for clearing things up for me. You're truly my big brother. Chun Fan was in high spirits. How dare I claim to be a good brother? Li Ji laughed and said, when you become a martial saint, just don't turn your back on me. That won't happen. Chun Fan laughed and said, Laoli, I might forget others, but you owe me 101 million. I won't forget that. The bond between the two grew stronger. Chen Fan admired Li Ji as a reliable and good mayor, while Li Ji admired Chen Fan as a responsible and passionate young man. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan began planning his next steps. He didn't dare to mess with natural lightning lightly, as that kind of power could instantly reduce him to ashes. To advance to the second tier, he could only absorb the lightning within exotic beasts. According to Li Ji, he would need to absorb the lightning from at least 3 second-tier exotic beasts to have a chance at breaking through. There are still a few days before school starts. I'll take this time to try my luck at Yuliang Pass and break through first. Chen Fan prepared to set off, first calling Wang Yanran to ask her to take care of Tong Tong. After making the arrangements, he stuffed food, seasonings, pots, pans, and camping gear into his spatial ring. I'll treat it like a vacation, but this 3 cubic meter spatial ring is really a bit small. Chen Fan felt a little helpless. He had originally wanted to bring a folding bed. I wonder when I'll be able to draw another spatial ring. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't yet claimed the reward for helping Yang Chu-Chu awaken her superpower. He quickly opened the lottery. Spatial ring. Spatial ring. Chen Fan prayed silently in his heart. The blue roulette wheel finally stopped, revealing a red porcelain bottle. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of Great Sun Pure Yang pills. Didn't draw a spatial ring. Chen Fan was slightly disappointed. He picked up the porcelain bottle, opened the stopper, and found it contained a dozen small red pills. This stuff smells amazing. Chen Fan took a light sniff and immediately felt his blood surging within his body. This is good stuff. It must be some kind of divine medicine. He quickly asked the system, "What does this medicine do?" The system replied, "After consuming the Great Sun Pure Yang pill, a superpower user can fight continuously for 3 days without fatigue." Good stuff. Isn't this just an upgraded version of the Vitality pill? No wonder just smelling it makes you feel 100 times more energetic. Chen Fan was overjoyed, but the system's next words almost made him curse. "Host, please note, this medicine requires mobilizing the entire body's vital energy, and the side effects are significant. After taking it, there will be 3 months of sexual dysfunction." Wait, what do you mean by 3 months of sexual dysfunction? Chen Fan's hand trembled as he held the bottle. "Is this impotence the kind of impotence I think it is?" he asked tentatively. The system had already ignored him. Chen Fan quickly screwed the cap back on, afraid the medicinal aroma might affect him. 3 months of sexual dysfunction? Doesn't that mean being a eunuch for 3 months? This is infuriating. Chen Fan was very displeased. But throwing away this life-saving item seemed wasteful. After some thought, he decided to give it to Li Ji later. Old Li is at that age, he probably wouldn't mind this side effect. At that moment, Li Ji was sitting in his office assigning tasks to his secretary. But he suddenly felt uneasy. The secretary, who had seemed attractive moments ago, now appeared utterly uninteresting. That afternoon, Chen Fan borrowed an off-road vehicle from Li Ji and drove alone to Yuliang Pass. He sped along the way and arrived around 3 o'clock. This time, the situation was different. Outside Yuliang Pass, the large square was bustling with activity, crowded like a lively marketplace. Many ability users were trading exotic beasts here. A long line had formed in front of the large iron gate outside the town. A complete Tier 1 late-stage armored bear corpse, selling for 5,000. Tier 2 early-stage firebird tail feathers, 12,000. Take it or leave it. Tier 1 scarlet flower, price negotiable. Chen Fan parked his car to the side and began wandering through the market, unable to help but marvel. So this is the legendary Beast Fate Market? The Beast Fate Market was a place where ability users sought items related to exotic beasts. He had heard before that every dimensional space had an open period. Ability users could enter these spaces to hunt exotic beasts and then bring them out to sell. He hadn't expected to stumble upon Yuliang Pass's Beast Fate Market today. The items sold here were incredibly diverse, and there were even exotic beast cubs for sale. Young man, interested in a direwolf cub? Take it home as a contract beast. It's not only powerful, but also great for guarding your house. A vendor enthusiastically recommended when he saw Chen Fan lingering. "Sorry, I'm not a Beastmaster type ability user," Chen Fan replied, shaking his head and quickly walking away. On Blue Star, There was another special type of ability user called Beastmasters. Most of them had psychic or mental abilities, allowing them to form emotional bonds with exotic beasts and command them in battle. This type of ability user was rare at least. Chen Fan had never seen one at Qingqing No. 3 High School. Moreover, being a Beastmaster was expensive. High-tier exotic beast cubs were outrageously priced. After wandering for a while, Chen Fan noticed that a Tier 2 exotic beast corpse could sell for tens of thousands. This made him yearn even more for a high-capacity spatial ring. But even if I draw a spatial ring, it would only have 3 cubic meters of space unless I get a higher grade one. As he was pondering, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. "Young man, want to team up to hunt exotic beasts? There are 3 of us." Interested, Chen Fan turned around to see a burly man. Judging by his aura, he was likely a mid-stage Tier 2 ability user. Behind him stood a man and a woman, both around 25 or 26 years old, and both early-stage Tier 2. Chen Fan frowned slightly. A group of Tier 2 experts inviting a Tier 1 rookie like him to join them? He didn't believe they had good intentions. The burly man, seeing his hesitation, explained, "We mainly need someone to help carry exotic beast corpses." Chen Fan sneered inwardly. Did they really think he was some naive student fresh out of school? Although he didn't know their purpose, he absolutely didn't believe what they said. Waving his hand, he replied, "Sorry, it seems like your luck isn't great. I don't want to share in your misfortune. Who are you calling unlucky?" The young man behind him grew angry, pointing at Chen Fan. The other 2 also looked displeased. Realizing they couldn't deceive Chen Fan, they revealed their true colors. "Do you think you're safe just because the Great Xia prohibits ability users from fighting each other? Once you're in the dimensional space, no one will care. I'll make sure you can neither live nor die." Chen Fan smirked coldly. "Do you know why I said your luck is bad? Offending me. Don't you know how many eyes the Horse King has?" When it came to verbal sparring, Chen Fan had never lost. The tense standoff between the group immediately drew the attention of the surrounding crowd. Someone kindly interjected, "Wu Xiong, are you trying to scam newcomers again? If you keep this up, the authorities will catch on sooner or later. The more you do this, the more likely you'll trip up eventually. Yeah, kid, don't let them fool you." These 3 often invite newcomers to hunt exotic beasts, but none of them ever make it out alive. After all, the Great Xia was a society governed by law, and most people followed the rules. Wu Xiong and his 2 companions were left speechless by the remarks and could only slink away through the crowd, leaving quickly. Chen Fan felt a bit helpless. He hadn't even dealt with them, yet how could they escape so easily? After thanking the crowd, he hurriedly began searching for the 3 of them. He planned to secretly follow them, and, once inside the dimensional space, find a secluded spot to deal with them directly. However, after searching for a long time, he couldn't find any trace of them. Left with no other choice, Chen Fan headed to the entrance of Yuliang Town to queue up. All ability users entering the dimensional space had to undergo a soldier's inspection. When it was Chen Fan's turn, the soldier on duty didn't recognize him. After all, he had changed his appearance after getting off the vehicle. Since he was too famous in Qingcheng, and there were bound to be many ability users from Qingqing here, he wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. He had directly morphed into the appearance of Li Yapting. The silver medal bore Chen Fan's name, and since it couldn't be removed, he obediently handed over 1,000 silver dollars. After entering the dimensional space, he still hadn't reverted to his original appearance. After all, it was better to use someone else's face when doing something shady. Before entering the space, he had already obtained an internal official document from Li Ji. He had a rough idea of where thunder beasts might appear. According to the document, a canyon 30 kilometers south of the entrance often had sightings of thundercloud leopards. He decided to check it out first. Taking out a military map, he confirmed the direction and set off quickly. Along the way, he saw many ability users carrying the corpses of exotic beasts. These people looked tense, afraid that someone might snatch their prey. Chen Fan had a clear goal and didn't want to waste time on other exotic beasts. As long as they didn't attack him first, he would let them go. An hour later, Chen Fan finally arrived at the canyon marked on the map. Hiding on a hilltop, he carefully observed. In the canyon, there were over a dozen second-tier thundercloud leopards. The leader was 3 meters long, its body crackling with blue and white electricity. It was already at the peak of the second tier. With his current strength, Chun Fan could easily handle late second-tier exotic beasts, but facing a peak second-tier one was still a bit challenging. However, as long as he used all his tricks, he had a chance to take them down. After confirming there were no third-tier Thundercloud leopards, he quietly took out the Thunder God gun. He wasn't foolish enough to charge directly into the canyon to fight the group of Thundercloud leopards that would be suicide, planning to first use long-range attacks to clear out the other Thundercloud leopards before facing the leader head-on. Chun Fan tightly gripped the Thunder God rifle, carefully observing his surroundings. Thundercloud leopards are wind and lightning attribute beasts, extremely fast. The mountain he was on was over 800 meters away from the group of Thundercloud leopards. If discovered, they could reach him within 10 breaths. After weighing his options multiple times, he stealthily hid behind a rock. His body quietly leaned out, and he aimed the Thunder God rifle at a late-stage second-tier Thundercloud leopard. Unlucky little thing. Time to take a trip. Chun Fan quickly infused his abilities into the rifle and pulled the trigger. A blue thunder bullet flew across 800 meters and, with a bang, directly shattered the Thundercloud leopard's skull. He immediately retreated behind the rock. The group of Thundercloud leopards instantly descended into chaos. The beasts, which had been lying down, suddenly jumped up and moved away from the corpse. The leader, a peak second-tier Thundercloud leopard, roared furiously. Chun Fan remained motionless, too tense to make a sound. The beasts ran wildly through the valley, unable to locate the enemy. A few minutes later, the roar subsided, and the valley returned to silence. These beasts, not being very intelligent, assumed the danger had passed. Chun Fan quietly peeked out again. The second one. He revealed a sinister smile and fired another shot, the thunder bullet taking down another late-stage second-tier Thundercloud leopard. The group of beasts fell into extreme panic, forming a circle and cautiously observing their surroundings. A hunter is always more patient than his prey. 10 minutes later, Chun Fan seized another opportunity and took out another one. Repeating the same method, 5 late-stage second-tier beasts had all become headless corpses. At this moment, they had sensed through its aura that Chun Fan was only at the peak of the first tier, but it couldn't understand why his presence felt so powerful. However, this did nothing to diminish its determination to kill Chun Fan. In the next moment, it bared its sharp fangs, leaped forward, and its claws lunged straight at Chun Fan. 3 streams of wind and thunder energy shot out from its claws, like 3 giant blades, slamming fiercely into Chun Fan's protective thunder dragon. Chun Fan was knocked back by the blow, his body sent flying, and his protective thunder dragon nearly dissipated. Such speed and such strength. Chun Fan marveled, realizing that this creature's power was likely close to the 3rd tier. Before he could steady himself, the Thundercloud leopard's claws were already slashing toward him. He had no choice but to use Thunder Flash, disappearing in an instant and reappearing 5 meters away, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. The Thundercloud leopard was slightly surprised but immediately launched another attack. Chun Fan fought back with all his might, his blade unleashing dragon-shaped energy waves as he engaged in a fierce battle with the Thundercloud leopard. After a dozen breaths, the blade in Chun Fan's hand finally gave out, shattering under the Thundercloud leopard's claw. Chun Fan was in danger. Fortunately, his agility saved him. Using a Tongbei kick imbued with thunder power, he struck the Thundercloud leopard's face, catching it off guard and kicking it away, narrowly avoiding its fangs. This guy is really tough. My strength is still lacking. Chun Fan panted heavily, retreating 10 meters and keeping a wary eye on his opponent. The Thundercloud leopard, agile and nimble, suddenly leaped again, pouncing toward Chun Fan. Chun Fan dared not be careless. Thunder wings quickly unfolded behind him, shielding his entire body and blocking several wind and thunder attacks. At the same time, thunder exploded beneath his feet as he delivered a precise kick to the Thundercloud leopard's neck, sending it flying 10 meters away. But the Thundercloud leopard's body was so robust that it landed without a scratch. This creature's body has been nourished by thunder for so long that it's as hard as steel. Taking it down won't be easy. The Thundercloud leopard also realized that Chun Fan was no easy opponent and began circling him, waiting for an opportunity to launch a thunderous strike. Chen Fan regretted not preparing a few more blades. Most of his previous draws had been daggers or war hammers, which didn't suit him. With no other choice, he decided to transform his thunder wings into blades. He deliberately exposed a weakness, turning his back to the thundercloud leopard. Thinking it had found an opening, the thundercloud leopard swiped its claws toward the back of Chen Fan's neck. But Chen Fan was ready. He quickly turned, and the thunder dragon attached to his thunder wings slashed at the thundercloud leopard midair. A deep gash was torn across the thundercloud leopard's abdomen. It howled in pain, rolling to the ground. While you're still recovering, Chen Fan leaped up, delivering a thunder palm strike to the thundercloud leopard's head. With a crisp crack, the thundercloud leopard's skull caved in, and its eyes gradually dimmed. You can't die just yet. Chen Fan pressed his thunderous hand against its head. In the next moment, an invisible suction force spread from his fingertips, frantically absorbing the thunder energy from the thundercloud. Leopa leading the group was the burly man who had threatened him outside Yuliang Pass Wuxiong. Behind him followed a woman, with a small lizard-like beast perched on her arm. The lizard beast kept flicking its slender tongue, as if sniffing the air. Wu Xiong asked coldly, "Lin Shan, have you found any trace of that kid?" Lin Shan pointed to the valley ahead and said, "Boss Wu, that kid is just up ahead. The little lizard told me it sensed his presence." "Good." Wu Xiong smiled with satisfaction, a hint of malice curling at the corner of his mouth. "In a moment, we'll use that kid to help us retrieve the purple thunderflower. If he manages to survive, we'll capture him and finish him off." The man in white beside him had an equally cold expression. "That kid dared to act so arrogantly in front of us. I'll make sure he learns his lesson." "All right, he's just ahead. Don't let him escape," Wu Xiong said, quickening his pace as he strode into the valley. But as they approached, the scene before them left them stunned. Scattered across the valley were the mangled corpses of over a dozen thundercloud leopards. The leopards had died gruesome deaths. Some had their heads severed, while others were cleaved in half. "Boss, who could have done this? It's like an entire small clan was slaughtered," the man in white muttered, swallowing hard. "To use such methods, it must have been a Tier 3 ability user." Wu Xiong was also taken aback. He scanned the surroundings, and after confirming no, don't worry too much. There's a late-stage Tier 2 three-eyed thunder ape sleeping in the cave. The three of us are all Tier 2. If we get too close, our aura will wake it up. But you're different. You're weaker. As long as you stay quiet, it won't wake up." "I see." Chen Fan understood. The three-eyed thunder ape isn't bad. Although its strength is a bit low, absorbing its lightning will be very helpful for my breakthrough. Chen Fan stroked his chin, calculating in his mind. "Once it's done, I'll give you 10,000. Wu Xiong, seeing Chen Fan hesitate, quickly patted his chest to reassure him. "All right." Chen Fan deliberately hesitated before finally agreeing. "Haha, little brother, here's 5,000 up front. The rest will come after it's done." Wu Xiong laughed heartily. To ensure Chen Fan would work hard, he generously pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and stuffed it into Chen Fan's hand. Chen Fan happily accepted it, his eyes sneaking a glance at Wu Xiong's pocket. There's still quite a bit left in there. Soon, it'll all be mine." Wu Xiong and the other two saw the slight smirk on Chen Fan's lips and assumed he was blinded by greed. Their eyes filled with even more disdain. They proceeded cautiously, and after half an hour, they finally found a cave hidden within the mountain. "Little brother, this is the place. That thunder ape loves to sleep. Just don't make a sound when you go in, and it won't wake up." Wu Xiong and the other two stopped and whispered their instructions. Chen Fan nodded silently and stepped directly into the cave. Now wasn't the time to kill them. He planned to squeeze every valuable thing out of them first, then finish them off in one strike. Inside the cave, the sound of thunderous snoring soon reached his ears. Before long, he saw the three-eyed thunder ape. The patch of purple thunderflowers was growing right beside it. "There's no way this won't wake it up." Chen Fan shook his head helplessly but showed no fear. This thunder ape was only late-stage Tier 2. Taking it down would be no trouble at all. Chen Fan crept closer. Lightning flickered in his palm, exuding a fierce aura. "Thunderclap palm," he silently chanted, and the lightning-charged palm struck the thunder ape's head with force. The aura of death instantly enraged the Thunder Ape. Its eyes glared at Chen Fan, and the third eye on its forehead suddenly opened. A bolt of purple lightning shot out, heading straight for Chen Fan. The lightning was powerful and incredibly fast. Fortunately, Chen Fan had remained vigilant and instantly used Thunder Flash to nimbly dodge the attack. That was close. Standing 3 meters away, he looked at the massive hole created by the lightning and couldn't help but marvel. This Thunder Ape's strength is already nearing the peak of Tier 2. The Thunder Ape stood up, towering at 3 meters tall, its muscles bulging with power. Roar! It let out a furious roar and lunged at Chen Fan, its fists smashing down with force. Let's see who's stronger. Chen Fan showed no fear. During this time, he'd been training intensely under 10 times gravity. Although his physique's stats hadn't changed, his body had become much tougher. Come on, Chen Fan shouted, his lightning-charged fist meeting the Thunder Ape's head-on. With a loud boom, the two fists collided in midair. The Thunder Ape staggered back 3 steps, while Chen Fan remained unmoved. This was his current physique indestructible. Again, Chen Fan charged forward, provoking the Thunder Ape. The Thunder Ape grew even angrier, its body enveloped in purple lightning. Its fist struck out repeatedly, determined to settle the score. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of fists colliding echoed continuously. The purple lightning struck Chen Fan's body, making his cells unusually excited. At this moment, the blue lightning within him was slowly absorbing this energy. The two clashed with hundreds of punches. As the fight went on, Chen Fan grew increasingly energized, with faint traces of purple appearing amidst the thunder. The Thunder Ape's momentum, however, gradually weakened, and the power of its lightning diminished with each passing moment. This feels amazing, Chen Fan exclaimed, absorbing the ape's thunder while tempering his own body. A few minutes later, the Thunder Ape realized something was wrong and tried to retreat, but Chen Fan held it in an unrelenting grip. At this point, even throwing a punch had become difficult for the Thunder Ape. Like using a power bank, Chen Fan had nearly drained the Thunder Ape dry in just 5 minutes. Its punches became feeble and powerless, and its eyes were filled with terror. Enough. You're useless now. Chen Fan's speed suddenly surged as he struck the Thunder Ape's head with a thunderous palm. With a squelching sound, the Thunder Ape's skull exploded like a watermelon. That was exhilarating. Chen Fan felt the state of his body and was ecstatic. At that moment, as the Thunder Ape's head burst, a purple eyeball rolled out. Huh? Is this the vertical pupil from its brow? Chen Fan picked it up in surprise. The next moment, he felt his body drawn by a strange force, and the Thunder Ape's eye in his hand disintegrated into fine powder. Before he could react, an intense pain erupted from his brow, almost causing him to collapse. What is happening? Chen Fan steadied himself against the wall, clutching his forehead. To his shock, his brow slowly began to crack open. What is happening to me? He stared in horror. Then, a suction force emanated from his brow, drawing the energy of the nearby purple thunder flower into a stream of purple light that flowed into his forehead. The entire space seemed to transform into a purple ocean, with the rich purple glow continuously surging into him. A few minutes later, the purple thunder flower completely withered, and a vertical pupil had grown on Chen Fan's brow. I've grown a third eye. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Will people think I'm a freak if they see this? Chen Fan worried momentarily, but when he closed his eyes, the vertical pupil seamlessly shut, leaving no trace. Only then did he relax and begin exploring the functions of this new eye. With a thought, a streak of purple lightning shot from his brow, piercing through the nearby wall and leaving a large hole. Not bad, Chen Fan grinned. The power of this lightning was 30% stronger than the Thunder Ape's attacks and could easily kill a late-stage Tier 2 beast, leaving him very satisfied. Moreover, he discovered that when he activated the vertical pupil, the once dim cave became vividly clear. It even has night vision. This discovery thrilled Chen Fan. Those 3 outside are truly my lucky stars. He was very pleased with his gains from this encounter. At this moment, thunder surged through his entire body. He was only a step away from advancing to the second stage. He wouldn't even need a stronger thunder beast, just a beginner level 1 would be enough for his breakthrough. After adjusting his mood, Chun Fan headed toward the cave entrance. Outside, the three men were on edge, having faintly heard the furious roars and sounds of battle earlier. They suspected Chun Fan had awakened the Thunder Ape. This guy is a useless fool. He actually disturbed that Thunder Ape. He is probably dead by now. The plan failed. We'll have to think of another way. One of them muttered as they prepared to sneak away. To their shock, Chun Fan emerged from the cave alive and well. He is not dead? How is that possible? The three were stunned. They had clearly heard the beast's enraged roars earlier. Wu Xiong's face was filled with disbelief as he asked, "Where's the Thunder Ape?" Chun Fan smirked faintly. "Wanna know? Let me send you to meet it." The vertical pupil on his brow snapped open, and a bolt of purple lightning shot out. Not good. Wu Xiong's expression changed drastically. At such close range, there was no way to dodge. With a deafening crash, Wu Xiong's head exploded into a mist of blood. "Boss!" The two people nearby turned pale with fright. They knew they had run into someone they couldn't handle. "Run!" The two exchanged a glance and desperately ran back. But how could Chun Fan let them go? "Thunder wings!" Chun Fan muttered, and his figure instantly shot into the sky. Within a few breaths, he had blocked the two fleeing individuals. "What kind of monster are you?" The two were so terrified they couldn't believe their eyes. At this moment, Chun Fan had a pair of thunder wings spread out behind him, a vertical pupil on his forehead, and an aura that shook the heavens. "Monster!" Chun Fan sneered. The thunder wings behind him turned into a stream of light and slashed out in an instant. The next second, the head of the woman called Lin Shan flew off before she could even scream. The man in white beside her was completely petrified, falling to his knees with a thud, tears, and snot streaming down his face. "Please, don't kill me. I deserve it. I shouldn't have offended you. Please spare me." Chun Fan coldly walked up to him, grabbed his neck, and lifted him off the ground. "Give me one reason not to kill you." The man in white begged desperately. "As long as you don't kill me, I am willing to follow you, to serve you like a slave." "Sorry, you're not worthy." Chun Fan's grip tightened, turning the man's face purple. I have a secret. I know why the beast worship cult has been targeting Qing City." The man panicked, throwing out his final card. "You know the beast worship cult's secret?" Chun Fan was surprised this information indeed piqued his interest. "Promise not to kill me, and I'll tell you." The man in white looked at him with desperate hope. "If you don't speak now, you die." Chun Fan's gaze was fierce, and he tightened his grip, nearly choking the man to death. "No, don't, I'll talk." The man's face turned red, his eyes filled with terror, and he struggled to speak. "Speak." The man gasped for air and said with difficulty, "The beast worship cult has been targeting this place because they're looking for a passage to the inner earth." Inner earth? Chun Fan frowned. The so-called inner earth referred to the idea that the planet was hollow, with another world hidden inside. But Chun Fan didn't believe it. He had never heard of such a thing before. "No need to waste time," Chun Fan said coldly. But the man struggled desperately. "What I said is true. Lin Shan told me. She said there's an advanced, intelligent race living in the inner earth called the Lizard Men. The passage to the inner earth is in Qing City. The beast worship cult wants to use this passage to enter the inner earth, which is why they plan to destroy Qing City." The man in white spoke urgently, fearing that Chun Fan might suddenly kill him. His tone was firm, and there was no trace of deceit in his eyes. This made Chun Fan hesitate. Curious, Chun Fan asked, "How do you know all this?" The man quickly replied, "Lin Shan told me. She said she is a hybrid of a lizard man and a human. Her father is a lizard man." "Who is Lin Shan?" Chun Fan frowned, finding it hard to believe such a person existed. The man pointed to the corpse nearby and said, "She is Lin Shan." "You're lying to me," Chun Fan said angrily. "She's dead, so there's no evidence. Are you just making this up?" The man broke out in a cold sweat. No, I'm telling the truth. Look at her corpse. Her blood turns green when exposed to air." Chun Fan turned his head to look. The corpse's neck was severed and blood was flowing out. Squinting, he noticed a faint green glow in the blood, and the color was becoming deeper. How is this possible?" Chun Fan was incredulous. Normal blood oxidizes and turns black, but the blood of this corpse was dark green. "What I said is true. She is a descendant of the lizard people. It's said that the blood of the lizard people is green. The man saw Chun Fan's eyes widen and let out a sigh of relief. What else do you know? Tell me everything. I want to know everything about Lin Shan. Chun Fan turned his head and asked coldly. The inner world, the lizard people. This completely overturned his understanding of reality. He was desperate to uncover the truth. However, the man shook his head, saying that was all he knew. Lin Shan had never met her lizard person father either. All the information about him came from her mother. After repeated confirmation, Chun Fan determined the man was of no further use and, without hesitation, snapped his neck. Tossing the body aside, he bent down to carefully examine Lin Shan's remains. Chun Fan discovered that her body structure was entirely human, except her blood was green. It seems this world is far more complex than I imagined. I need to find Li Ji and ask him, maybe he knows something. Even if he doesn't, once I enter university and meet stronger experts, they should have answers. Having made up his mind, Chun Fan emptied the cash from the pockets of the people there, ignored the scene, and continued on his way. Half an hour later, Chun Fan arrived at the edge of a cliff. According to military intelligence, a natural thunderstorm had once occurred here, and the trees at the bottom of the cliff had all been struck by lightning, turning into thunderwood. A certain type of avian beast particularly liked to perch on these thunderwood trees. This bird was called the thunder falcon. Chun Fan's goal on this trip was to capture a thunder falcon. He waited along the cliff edge for half an hour and finally spotted a thunder falcon returning from hunting. Chun Fan concealed himself perfectly, and the thunder god rifle instantly aimed at one of the thunder falcon's wings. Whoosh! The thunder bullet shot out, striking the thunder falcon directly. Bang! With a loud explosion, blood and flesh scattered. Got it! Chun Fan saw the thunder falcon lose its balance and plummet, his excitement surging. The opportunity to advance to the second tier is here. He put away the thunder god rifle, unfolded the thunder wings on his back, and shot into the sky. A few seconds later, he caught the falling thunder falcon midair. The thunder falcon struggled in terror, but Chun Fan forcibly absorbed the lightning energy within it. The moment the lightning entered his body, Chun Fan broke through the second-tier barrier. At that moment, his aura surged, and the power of thunder became even stronger. His physique and speed also rapidly improved. After a dozen breaths, the thunder falcon was completely drained by him. Chun Fan tossed the thunder falcon's body to the bottom of the cliff and quickly checked his system panel. Host: Chun Fan abilities: Thunder Devouring Sacred Body SS, Mimicry F level, Early Second Tier Physique, 200 Mental Power, 200 Kill Points, 2371 Skills, 9 Heavens Thunder Movement, Thunder Flash, Thunder Palm, Thunder Wings, Thunderstorm, Aurora Cyclone Break Evaluation. A young wolf with initial offensive capabilities. Current mission: none. Seeing the panel, Chun Fan felt a surge of excitement. Both his mental power and physique had broken through the 200 threshold. Moreover, he sensed that the significant improvement in his mental power was closely related to the thunder eye at the center of his brow. With my current strength, I should be able to easily defeat those geniuses at National Martial University. Chun Fan threw a punch, and a massive ancient tree thicker than a person was instantly reduced to wood chips. So powerful. He was satisfied, and even more surprising was that his mimicry ability had undergone a transformation. Previously, he could only change his appearance but couldn't imitate the opponent's aura. Now, both in appearance and aura, he could completely replicate. What surprised him the most was that he could actually transform into the form of a beast. Logically speaking, F-level abilities can only remain at the first stage and cannot advance. But I broke through to the second stage thanks to the Thunder Devouring Sacred Body. The physique of a second stage ability naturally caused the F-level mimicry to mutate. Chun Fan finally understood the key point, and his heart was filled with excitement. This meant that as he continued to break through in the future, his mimicry might evolve further. Chun Fan couldn't wait to test his transformed mimicry ability. With a single thought, his body instantly turned into the form of the thunder falcon he had just seen. With a gentle flap of his wings, his body soared into the sky. This is just like the 72 transformations. Chun Fan was ecstatic. The surprise brought by the mutation of his F-level ability exceeded his expectations. However, He quickly discovered that, for now, he could only transform into 3 types of beasts: the thundercloud leopard, the three-eyed thunder ape, and the thunder falcon from earlier. In other words, he could only transform into beasts he had absorbed. Although it wasn't at the level of infinite transformations, this was already enough to excite Chen Fan. Even though I can't transform into countless forms, this is already strong enough. In the future, I can even disguise myself as a beast transforming ability user. Chen Fan planned to learn the techniques and combat methods of beast transforming ability users after entering university. This way, he could have 2 identities, one as Chen Fan, the thunder-devouring sacred body user, and the other as Chen Fan, the beast transforming ability user. As for which beast transforming combat techniques to learn, he decided to figure that out slowly after entering university. Chen Fan hadn't expected his trip to Yuliang Pass to go so smoothly. Initially, he had planned to stay overnight there. However, in less than half a day, he successfully advanced to the 2nd stage. Still, Chen Fan didn't plan to leave immediately. With a few days left before the start of school, he decided to stay and fight beasts to push his strength to the limit. 10 minutes later, he encountered a peak 2nd stage crocodile turtle. The two clashed for less than 20 seconds before Chen Fan delivered a flying kick, his Aurora Whirlwind Slash tearing through the turtle's shell. In the next moment, he punched through its body. Over the following days, Chen Fan engaged in constant battles, except for a humiliating retreat when he encountered a 3rd stage Tiger Peak. Almost no peak 2nd stage beasts could withstand more than a few moves from him. On June 30th, Chen Fan had no choice but to leave Yuliang Pass town. After all, he was set to depart for National Martial University the next day. Upon returning to Qing City, Chen Fan immediately sought out Li Ji. However, Li Ji had no knowledge of the Blue Bloods or Lizard Men. Chen Fan had no choice but to wait until he entered university to learn more. At home, Wang Yinran and Tong Tong were particularly reluctant to part with him. After all, once he started university, his visits home would become much less frequent. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, so Chen Fan took the initiative to joke. "Sister Yinran, why don't you quit your job and come to Chang'an City with me? I'll take care of you." He said it with a righteous tone. "Don't joke around." Wang Yinran glared at him, a hint of a smile on her face. But deep down, she was still reluctant to leave Qing City. "Xiao Fan, now that transportation is so convenient, make sure to come back often to see Tong Tong and me." Wang Yinran's tone was tinged with sadness. "I will, Sister Yinran." Chen Fan nodded seriously for once. He then patted his little sister's head. "Good, Tong Tong. How about coming to Chang'an City with your brother? Your brother can live off campus and rent a place." Tong Tong felt a bit tempted. She glanced at Chen Fan, then at Sister Yinran, feeling torn. Wang Yinran decisively made the choice for her. She hugged Tong Tong tightly and said seriously, "Xiao Fan, you won't have time to take care of Tong Tong when you're in college. Besides, with the way you used to teach kids, I wouldn't dare let Tong Tong stay with you." Chen Fan touched his nose, feeling quite awkward. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. In the end, it was Tong Tong who made the decision herself. "Brother, I've already made up my mind. I don't want to transfer schools, and I don't want to make new friends. But, brother, you have to come back and visit me often." "All right." Chen Fan affectionately ruffled her hair, feeling reluctant in his heart. The next day, July 1st, at 5:30 in the morning, after saying goodbye to everyone, Chen Fan boarded the high-speed train to Chang'an City alone. The train was almost entirely filled with college students returning to school, with luggage piled up in the aisles. In contrast, Chen Fan traveled light, looking completely relaxed and carefree. All his belongings were stored in his spatial wristband, and he was only holding a sleeping white cat in his arms. Compared to the passengers carrying large bags and suitcases, he stood out quite a bit. After settling into his seat, he took out his phone to browse the latest news. Next to him sat a handsome young man of a similar age, who had been wearing headphones and resting with his eyes closed. Noticing the white cat in Chen Fan's arms, the young man couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Hey, are you a beast tamer ability user?" "Beast tamer? No." Chen Fan was momentarily stunned and shook his head in denial. The young man with headphones looked a bit surprised. "I don't think that white cat of yours is ordinary." Just a regular house cat, Chun Fan replied politely. Huh. The young man clearly didn't believe him and smiled. How about this? I'll give you 100,000 yuan for that ordinary house cat of yours. Chun Fan responded with a smirk. By the white cat? You wish. The little beauty in my arms is a living, breathing goddess in cat form. And you think 100,000 yuan is enough? Faced with Chun Fan's cold smile, the young man wasn't offended. Instead, he enthusiastically began sharing his beast-taming experiences. It turned out his name was Gao Wenba, a sophomore at the Beast Taming Academy of National Martial University. Although Chun Fan denied being a beast tamer ability user, in Gao Wenba's eyes, he definitely was. Chun Fan didn't bother to correct him, as he was genuinely interested in beast taming. After all, the reward for the National Martial University Freshman King was a dragon egg. Once the dragon egg hatched into a baby dragon, he had no idea how to bond with it. So, he was willing to chat with Gao Wenba. When Gao Wenba learned that Chun Fan was a freshman, he became extremely excited. Junior, it's fate that we met. If you ever run into trouble at National Martial University, just come to me. No problem is too big for me to handle. Among the sophomores, when it comes to me, Gao Wenba, a lot of people show respect. Gao Wenba spoke confidently, unknowingly adopting the tone of a senior. Chun Fan didn't mind this. He was more interested in the art of dragon taming. Senior, sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to ask, after the dragon egg hatches into a baby dragon, how do you control it? You're not eyeing that dragon egg, are you? Gao Wenba was taken aback by the question, scrutinizing Chun Fan with a hint of disdain. Junior, don't aim too high. Every year, the freshman king is always one of those monsters from the hidden dragon class. So, the dragon egg is theirs. Heh. Chun Fan smirked again. Honestly, you're underestimating me. Gao Wenba, however, remained serious. You have to acknowledge the gap between yourself and others. He put on the demeanor of an experienced senior and said, back in the day, I was just as carefree and undisciplined as you, until I joined Guowu and met a group of formidable characters. Chun Fan was fooled by his pretentious seriousness and felt an urge to slap him twice. But before Chun Fan could act, the air suddenly seemed to contain invisible hands gripping his neck from behind, making it impossible for him to breathe. Terrified, Chun Fan tried to pry off the unseen arms, but the force was too strong. He used all his strength to break free. Who? Chun Fan shouted angrily. He turned around, but saw nothing. Gao Wenba, standing nearby, looked at him with a puzzled expression. Junior, what just happened to you? Someone attacked me, Chun Fan said, scanning his surroundings warily. Behind him was a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, but those large hands clearly couldn't belong to her. Everyone else looked normal, showing no reaction. Could you have been mistaken? Gao Wenba asked skeptically. Mistaken? Chun Fan shook his head. Impossible. The next second, a sense of danger surged, and Chun Fan quickly bent down to dodge. An invisible force swept over his head, narrowly missing him. Gao Wenba wasn't so lucky. With a loud bang, he was slammed to the ground, his nose immediately bleeding. Who the hell attacked me? Gao Wenba scrambled to his feet, angrily scanning the area. The surrounding passengers frowned, displeased, and stared at them. Everyone, please keep quiet in the carriage and stop causing a commotion, a woman sharply reprimanded. Gao Wenba retorted furiously, quiet my ass. Whoever attacked me, come out now. Chun Fan also scanned the area. This kind of invisible, intangible attack was definitely the work of a psychic or air manipulation ability user, and the force of the attack clearly aimed to kill. But no one admitted to it. Everyone treated them like a joke. Just as Gao Wenba was shouting, a suitcase behind him suddenly flew up and hurtled toward Chun Fan's head. The crowd was stunned. Chun Fan quickly turned around, his eyes widening. This time, he saw a transparent figure, like a ghost. What kind of ability is this? Or are there really ghosts on Blue Star? His heart tightened, but his movements didn't stop. He kicked out, knocking the blurry figure down. The suitcase fell back to the ground. Gao Wenba asked in surprise, is that third eye of yours an ability? Chun Fan didn't answer, his gaze fixed on the figure on the ground. The opponent charged forward again. It was likely someone from the beast worship cult. Whether you're human or ghost, you must die. Chun Fan's palm crackled with lightning as he struck the figure's forehead with force. But the opponent was only pushed back, completely unharmed. Seeing Chun Fan fighting desperately, Gao Wenba grew anxious, scratching his head. "Junior, what exactly are you fighting?" "A ghost," Chun Fan replied coldly, kicking the opponent away again. The passengers in the carriage all moved to the side. "Young man, don't scare people, there are no ghosts," someone said, their face pale, clearly frightened. In just a few seconds, Chun Fan repelled the opponent over 10 times but couldn't stop its relentless attacks. The figure seemed intent on tearing him apart. "What kind of monster is this?" Chun Fan gritted his teeth, and a purple lightning bolt shot out from the center of his brow. This time, it finally worked. The opponent froze after being hit. Its body gradually became solid, its aura growing stronger, and its true form slowly emerged, a young man. This. Everyone was stunned. The man looked exactly like Chun Fan. Gao Wenba swallowed hard. "Junior, do you have a twin brother?" Chun Fan gently shook his head without speaking. This was too bizarre. Just as he hesitated about what to do, the other figure charged at him again. With a smile on its face, but a ferocious attack, it was clearly trying to kill him. The strange scene sent chills down his spine. Gao Wenba suddenly spoke up. "I know what this thing is. Could it be the legendary doppelganger?" "Doppelganger?" Chun Fan frowned, hearing the term for the first time. Gao Wenba quickly explained. "According to legend, if you encounter someone who looks exactly like you, be careful, it might be a doppelganger. Its goal is to kill you and take your place." There's actually such a bizarre thing in this world. Chun Fan's heart tightened. He had just encountered the Blue Bloods, and now he was facing a doppelganger. Seeing Chun Fan's pale face, Gao Wenba, filled with a sense of justice, stepped in front of him. "Junior, don't be afraid. This guy isn't that strong. I'll take care of him for you." "Spotted golden armor ant. Come out," he commanded in a low voice. From his pocket emerged a golden ant, about the size of a finger. In the next second, it instantly grew to the size of a prairie wolf. "This guy dared to ambush your master just now. Take care of him for me." The giant golden armor ant roared angrily at the command, fixing its gaze on the charging doppelganger. Its strength had already reached the mid-second tier, and its speed was astonishing. Like a golden flash, it shot straight at the figure. The two quickly became entangled, causing the train car to shake violently. The carriage was in chaos, and Chun Fan hurriedly shouted, "Take it easy. The train is moving so fast, if it derails, it'll be a disaster." At that moment, an alarm sounded in the carriage, and several attendants rushed over. After assessing the situation, they quickly pressed the emergency brake button. The train gradually came to a stop in the outskirts. A train conductor said anxiously, "Get this thing out of the train first, then figure out how to deal with it." "Understood." Chun Fan and Gao Wenba nodded simultaneously. "The doppelganger is a pure energy entity. It can't be killed, you can only deplete its energy," someone explained. The group rushed out of the train, with the doppelganger following closely, its target still Chun Fan. The golden armor ant intercepted it from the side. "Junior, you're not strong enough yet. Don't engage it head-on." Gao Wenba was very protective of him. Chun Fan had always used his mimicry ability to conceal his true strength, so Gao Wenba assumed he was just a first-tier ability user. With someone stepping in to help, Chun Fan was more than happy to oblige. He also sensed that things weren't so simple. The enemy was targeting him directly, clearly with more tricks up their sleeve. Sure enough, a sharp screech pierced the air as a massive bat-like creature descended from the sky. On the ground, a giant tiger, at least 5 meters long, charged toward them, also targeting Chun Fan. The two beasts exuded a powerful aura, their speed astonishing faster even than the train. Gao Wenba's eyes widened, his voice trembling. "How are there exotic beasts here?" "They're not ordinary exotic beasts. They're beast-transforming ability users from the beast worship cult." Chun Fan's gaze locked onto the two figures, his killing intent surging. "The beast worship cult." Gao Wenba's voice rose several octaves in terror. Clearly, this was his first encounter with the notorious cult. Beside them, the train conductor's face turned pale. Stumbling back into the carriage, he shouted for help. "The beast worship cult is here. Are there any strong fighters? Come out and help us fight them." The passengers in the carriage, upon hearing the name of this infamous cult, immediately descended into chaos. In people's minds, the beast worship cult was synonymous with demons. Worse still, there wasn't a single ability user above Tier 2 in this vehicle. Outside the car, two exotic beasts approached Chun Fan and transformed back into human form. They sneered at him. "You must be Chun Fan, right? No need for us to make a move, just come with us." Gao Wenba still stood in front of Chun Fan, full of righteous indignation. "You cultists dare to kill people in broad daylight." Chun Fan shook his head helplessly. It was clear Gao Wenba had never seen the world. Sure enough, the two beast worship cult members looked at him as if he were a fool. "Enough chatter." The Batman swung his palm, and a ball of purple flame instantly flew 10 meters, heading straight for Gao Wenba. The opponent's strength far surpassed Gao Wenba's, and his attack was so swift that Gao Wenba couldn't react in time and froze in place. Just as the flame was about to scorch his head, a hand covered in lightning suddenly appeared and shattered the flame with a single slap. The one who acted was none other than Chun Fan. The flame splashed onto Gao Wenba, snapping him out of his stunned state. He was drenched in sweat, his face pale. He had just narrowly escaped death. Only now did he realize that these two beast worship cult members were at the early stage of Tier 3. "Step back for now." Chun Fan patted his shoulder, his voice calm. Gao Wenba felt the powerful aura of lightning surrounding Chun Fan and couldn't help but swallow hard. So strong. He could hardly believe that this newcomer was so formidable. He instinctively took a few steps back and stood behind Chun Fan. "Good luck, Junior." The two beast worship cult members advanced menacingly toward Chun Fan. "The organization sent us to hunt you down. For them to take you so seriously, you must be quite impressive. Come with us or die." But Chun Fan's expression remained calm as he stared at them and said coldly, "You haven't even seen my true strength yet." The two sneered. "Huh. No wonder the organization labeled you as an SS-level genius. So arrogant. But slaughtering geniuses is my favorite pastime." The bat monster strode toward Chun Fan, clearly not taking him seriously. SS-level geniuses could fight across 3 minor realms, so they assumed Chun Fan was at most at the peak of Tier 2. Chun Fan knew he couldn't handle 2 Tier 3 ability users at once. He drew the Thunder God gun and said indifferently, "Do you know what this is?" The bat monster was visibly startled when he saw Chun Fan conjure a weapon out of thin air. "Are you also a spatial ability user?" The beast worship cult's bishop was a spatial ability user, rumored to be able to summon items out of nowhere. Chun Fan smiled mysteriously. "I just wanted to show you a treasure." The man fell for it, staring curiously at this strange contraption in Chun Fan's hand, which was brimming with lightning. In the next moment, the Thunder God gun was fully charged, and Chun Fan decisively pulled the trigger. A compressed, powerful lightning bullet shot through the air, instantly reaching the man. He was horrified and tried to dodge, but there was no time. Bang! With a loud explosion, the man's head instantly burst into a mist of blood. Ghost Bat. The tiger-headed man beside him was furious, utterly incredulous that his longtime partner had just been blown apart with a single shot. That shot, the tiger-headed man transformed into a 5-meter-tall giant tiger and lunged fiercely at Chun Fan. The second shot, Chun Fan didn't have time to charge it. He quickly stored the Thunder God gun into his spatial wristband. At the same time, his fist was enveloped in dense lightning, and he punched the incoming giant tiger. With a thunderous boom, the tiger's paw collided with the lightning fist, sending Chun Fan flying 10 meters away. Fortunately, his strong physique prevented him from getting injured. Now, having taken down one member of the beast worship cult, he faced the remaining opponents with soaring confidence. Today, let us put on a grand show. Titan Giant Ape versus Tier 3 Giant Tiger. With a thought, Chun Fan's body instantly transformed into a 4-meter-tall, 3-eyed thunder ape. The beastified body retained his original robust physique while adding the strength of a mythical beast, making him even more powerful. The thunder ape's arms were particularly long, and its body structure was better suited for combat against the giant tiger. This sudden transformation startled the tiger, but it quickly regained its composure and roared furiously, charging at Chun Fan once more. 9 Heavens Thunderstrike. Chun Fan silently chanted, and 2 thunder dragons appeared behind him. This was the new ability he gained after upgrading to Tier 2 powers. Die! Chun Fan roared, as 2 blue-purple thunder dragons coiled around his arms. The Thunder Ape's fist struck out simultaneously. With a deafening boom, the 2 sides were evenly matched. He is too strong. Watching from the sidelines, Gao Wenbo was utterly shocked, never expecting Chun Fan to be so formidable, so powerful, that he was completely outclassed. Is he really a rookie? He firmly believed that the students of the National Martial Academy's Hidden Dragon class would undoubtedly be crushed by Chun Fan. Inside the train car, everyone's eyes were fixed on the fierce battle. Initially, the conductor had planned to leave Chun Fan behind and continue driving, but now he felt a strong urge to see Chun Fan win. Not far away, the battle between Chun Fan and the giant tiger reached a fever pitch. Chun Fan fought with reckless abandon. The Thunder Ape's massive body tightly gripped the tiger's neck with one lightning-charged arm, while the other arm rained down punches, smashing the tiger's head repeatedly. Dust flew everywhere, obscuring their figures from view. Outside the train car, Gao Wenbo controlled his golden armored. After Chun Fan sat down, he picked up the uninjured white cat beside him and smiled, nodding at Gao Wenbo. He had a good impression of this person and was willing to make friends. Gao Wenbo pretended to bow in admiration, giving a thumbs up with a face full of respect. Amazing! The two chatted as the train slowly started moving again. Along the way, Gao Wenbo was very curious about the tricks Chun Fan kept pulling off, but Chun Fan only replied with 2 words, "It's a secret." Gao Wenbo was tactful and didn't press further, but he had already made up his mind. From now on, he would stick close to Chun Fan. The train was originally supposed to arrive in Chang'an at noon, but was delayed by half an hour. Outside the station, Yang Chuchu and Zhang Kuan had been waiting for quite some time. Mr. Zhang, Sr. said he was chased by members of the beast worship cult on the way and even encountered something called a pseudo-human. He wouldn't be hurt, would he? Yang Chuchu looked worriedly at the sword-carrying man beside her. Zhang Kuan sighed helplessly. This was the 20th time Yang Chuchu had asked him this question. "Don't worry, Yang. Didn't Chun Fan already call to say he's fine?" As the two waited anxiously, Chun Fan and Gao Wenbo finally got off the train. Chun Fan looked carefree and relaxed, while Gao Wenbo was dragging a large suitcase. "Hey, Chun Fan, how come you didn't bring any luggage for your freshman enrollment?" Gao Wenbo asked curiously. He had long since dismissed the thought of Chun Fan conjuring things out of thin air. After all, everyone knew that spatial rings didn't exist on Blue Star, and he had never considered that possibility. The two quickly exited the train station. Although Yang Chuchu was young, she still stood out in the crowd. Gao Wenbo spotted her immediately and couldn't help but nudge Chun Fan, whispering, "Chun Fan, look over there. There's a beauty, wow, so pure." Chun Fan followed his gaze and saw Yang Chuchu. At the same time, Yang Chuchu also spotted Chun Fan in the crowd. Her face lit up with joy, and a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes. Their eyes met, and the longing between them was palpable. "Wow, she seems to be looking at us. She looks even prettier when she smiles." Gao Wenbo was so excited he almost jumped, eagerly sharing his observation with Chun Fan. Yang Chuchu was already walking toward them. "She's coming over, Junior," Gao Wenbo said, straightening his clothes in excitement, ready to strike up a conversation. Before he could say anything, Yang Chuchu suddenly quickened her pace and broke into a run. The next second, she threw herself into Chun Fan's arms. Holy crap! Gao Wenbo's jaw dropped, his emotions a mix of envy and disbelief. He stared at Chun Fan, full of admiration. Not only was he powerful, but he also managed to win over a girl of this caliber? Chun Fan was also a bit surprised. As Yang Chuchu rushed toward him, he instinctively placed the white cat in his arms onto Gao Wenbo's suitcase and caught her. The softness against his chest sent ripples through his heart. He couldn't help but marvel 3 days apart, and she had become even more striking. Yang Chuchu shyly looked up and asked with concern, "Senior, were you hurt on the way?" Chun Fan smiled faintly and replied confidently, "Taking down small fry from the beast worship cult? A piece of cake." Only then did Yang Chuchu relax, breaking into a smile. "Senior, Mr. Zhang is here too." Chun Fan looked over and saw Zhang Kuan standing about 10 meters away, watching them with a smile. Once their emotional exchange was over, Zhang Kuan walked over. He looked Chun Fan up and down in surprise and said, "You've already broken through to the second tier?" The rapid improvement left him incredulous. Chun Fan was also shocked. As expected, the trick of using mimicry abilities to hide one's strength could fool Gao Wenbo, but not Zhang Kuan, a true master. Gao Wenbo, standing nearby, was already stunned, recognizing Zhang Kuan. He could hardly imagine that the director of the Divine Arts Academy at National Martial University would personally come to pick up Chun Fan. The experiences along the way completely overturned his expectations. It seemed Chun Fan's potential far exceeded predictions. After some brief pleasantries, Zhang Kuan suggested, "Let's go. My driver is still waiting outside. Let's head back to National Martial." Gao Wenbo was a bit nervous. He didn't dare casually ride in the master's car. Chun Fan patted his shoulder, signaling him to hurry and follow. Zhang Kuan's car was a 6-seater business vehicle, comfortably seating 4 people. The white cat in Chun Fan's arms naturally caught Zhang Kuan's attention. He looked at Chun Fan and asked in surprise, "What's the story with this white cat? I sense its soul is changing, as if it's about to awaken." About to awaken? Chun Fan was delighted. The sacrifice of the cat girl was connected to him, and he had promised her he would kill the two-faced one. However, after the battle, the two-faced one had only lost one head, leaving Chun Fan feeling somewhat guilty. After pondering for a moment, he decided to share the story of the cat girl. Everyone in the car was astonished. "So, Cat Girl sacrificed herself to save Mayor Li and ended up exposing her identity," remarked the youngest, Yang Chu Chu, with emotion. Zhang Kuan clicked his tongue in amazement. "Chun Fan, if Cat Girl truly has 9 lives, then her ability is far beyond that of an ordinary shadow cat. It should be the legendary SS-level ability, 9 lives, Phantom God. When she awakens, her strength will undergo a qualitative leap." The vehicle sped along, and after a dozen minutes, they arrived at the gates of National Martial University. The grand and imposing gate stood over 10 meters tall and spanned dozens of meters wide, with the 4 large characters, National Martial University, inscribed above. Zhang Kuan enthusiastically volunteered to act as a guide. "Our National Martial University is renowned as the top military school, originally established as a military academy. Later, the government unified management and placed it under the Ministry of Education. However, over the years, we've maintained close ties with the military, and most of our graduates end up joining the armed forces." The top military school? Quite a reputation. Chun Fan silently nodded in agreement. Soon, their car entered the campus of this top-tier abilities university in the country. The campus was bustling with activity. Today was the day for new student registration, and parents were swarming in, making the entire campus extremely crowded. The group had no choice but to get out of the car and walk. Along the way, Chun Fan learned that National Martial University is divided into 6 academies: the Combat Academy, the Magic Academy, the Divine Arts Academy, the Beast Taming Academy, the Pharmacology Academy, and the Weapon Forging Academy. The Combat Academy primarily trains close combat ability users, commonly referred to as warriors. The Magic Academy, as the name suggests, trains long-range attack ability users, often called mages. Students of the Divine Arts Academy are all spiritual ability users, such as Li Ji, who can control objects with mental power and are often called Divine Arts Masters. Within the Divine Arts Academy, there is also a special profession called Sword Masters, like Zhang Kuan, who specialize in flying sword techniques. These ability users give up the ability to control objects in exchange for extremely high offensive power. The Beast Taming Academy is even more unique. They rely on beast companions for combat, while their own bodies are relatively fragile and rarely engage directly in battle. For example, Gao Wenbo only uses his golden armor ant for combat. These ability users are equally powerful. Some individuals from affluent families can purchase young beasts with immense potential and combat power, raising them from a young age. These beasts grow rapidly, remain loyal, and will not betray their owners, even if their owners are weaker than them. There are even cases in top-tier universities where second-tier ability users command third-tier beasts in battle. The Pharmacology Academy and the Weapon Forging Academy, however, are different. They have specialized admissions, similar to art exams on Earth. Ability users must apply individually and pass the school's assessment to enroll. The Pharmacology Academy primarily admits wood or plant-based ability users, focusing on researching medicinal materials and crafting spiritual medicines and elixirs, without participating in combat. The Weapon Forging Academy requires ability users to have metal-based powers, dedicating their lives to forging divine weapons. Chun Fan's ability is the thunder-devouring sacred body, allowing him to choose between the weaponry and magic academies. However, he leans toward the Weaponry Academy because he enjoys the thrill of close combat, and his beast mimicry form also requires close-range fighting. Soon, they arrived at the registration area for the Weaponry Academy, where a long line had already formed. Zhang Kuan checked the time and apologized. Chun Fan, I have to leave now. There are matters to handle within the academy. I'll find you this afternoon regarding the matter of the pseudo-humans. I'd like your help. All right. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Chun Fan replied politely. Being personally received by a grandmaster was already a great honor. Gao Wenba, dragging his suitcase, followed closely behind Chun Fan, ready to take instructions at any moment. Chun Fan turned back and smiled. Senior Gao, why don't you head back to the dorm first? I'll be busy here for a while. Chu Chu can stay with me. Gao Wenba shook his head firmly. It's fine. I don't have other plans, and I'm familiar with the school. I'll take you to the dorm later. All right. Thank you for the trouble, Chun Fan replied helplessly. Yang Chu Chu occasionally glanced at Chun Fan, her face full of happiness. Her dream was to attend the same university as Chun Fan. The three chatted, and soon it was their turn to register. The person recording student information was a young female administrative teacher. She was quite attractive, her figure accentuated by a white blouse, making her particularly eye-catching. However, perhaps due to a busy morning, her attitude was cold, and she didn't even look up. She handed Chun Fan a form. Fill out your personal information and give me your ID card. Chun Fan pouted but cooperated obediently, filling out the form. Beside him, Gao Wenba saw Chun Fan's SSS-level thunder-devouring sacred body ability and was thoroughly impressed. As expected, I should have known. Without an SS-level ability, how could he be this strong? No wonder Grandmaster Zhang personally received him. SS-level ability. The indifferent female teacher was also stunned when she took the form. She looked at Chun Fan and couldn't help but exclaim. Her attitude changed instantly, a smile appearing on her face as she flirtatiously brushed her bangs aside. She unconsciously straightened her posture, revealing a hint of fair skin through the neckline of her white blouse. Student Chun Fan, Xiaoya, the Academic Affairs Supervisor. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Here's my WeChat admin, she said. As an academic affairs teacher, her strength wasn't high, only at the 4th tier. But faced with someone like Chun Fan, who had both talent and looks, she paid extra attention. Chun Fan was a bit taken aback, but took out his phone to scan and add her on WeChat. Yang Chu Chu pouted, her face full of jealousy. She could tell that this teacher Xiaoya was deliberately trying to get Chun Fan's WeChat for other reasons. Xiaoya contentedly put away her phone, handed Chun Fan another card, and said gently, Classmate Chun, this is your campus card. I've activated SS-level access for you, so you can use most of the facilities on campus for free. Of course, you can also use this card to eat in the cafeteria. Gao Wenba, standing nearby, was full of envy. SS-level access, probably only teachers at the master level could have that, right? At National Martial University, a student's access level was directly tied to their talent. For example, high-level training rooms required the corresponding access level, otherwise, you had to pay a high price to use them. Even certain materials and techniques required specific access levels to view. Access levels weren't fixed. If you performed well, the school would naturally upgrade your access. Gao Wenba himself had an A-level ability, so his access level was only a level. Chun Fan accepted the campus card and politely said, Thank you, Teacher Xiaoya. You're welcome, classmate. Xiaoya smiled warmly. Classmate Chun, I guess you haven't had lunch yet, right? I haven't eaten either. How about I take you to eat in a bit? This. Faced with the invitation from the beautiful teacher, the newly enrolled Chun Fan didn't know whether to accept or decline. Gao Wenba was so envious he couldn't speak. Although Yin Xiaoya wasn't a top-tier beauty, she was at least prettier than 90% of girls, especially the faintly visible curves under her white shirt, which made it hard not to let one's imagination wander. Is this the difference talent makes? Gao Wenbo sighed inwardly. Yang Chuchu quickly clung to Chen Fan's arm, glaring warily at Yin Xiaoya. Vixenhumph. She shot a fierce look at Yin Xiaoya in her mind and hurriedly urged, "Senior, you still need to go to the dorm to handle your accommodation." "Ah, right. Chen Fan felt the strong wave of jealousy and quickly apologized to Yin Xiaoya. "Teacher Xiaoya, sorry, I need to head to the dorm first. I'll treat you to a meal another time." "Hee. All right, it's a deal then." Yin Xiaoya adjusted her glasses, her smile radiant. 10 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the dormitory area. Chen Fan registered his identity with the dorm manager and smoothly received his dorm key. The dorm manager, a woman in her 40s, glanced at Yang Chuchu and couldn't help but give Chen Fan a thumbs up. "Young man, your little sister is really pretty." Uffed. Chen Fan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "What little sister? Don't make random assumptions. How am I supposed to explain this in the future?" Yang Chuchu's eyes widened as she quickly clarified. "Auntie, he's not my brother." "If you're not siblings, then are you a couple?" The dorm manager looked skeptical, her gaze toward Chen Fan filled with disapproval. "Young man, the girl is still young. Don't do anything inappropriate." "Who's doing anything inappropriate?" Chen Fan was about to retort when a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. System task: help Yang Chuchu become a disciple of this quasi-martial saint. Task level: E. Completion reward: eligibility for a lottery draw. Chen Fan's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit a fist. On Blue Star, 9th level ability users were called martial saints. A quasi-martial saint was someone just one step away from that level. Chen Fan was utterly shocked. This kind of person was actually a dorm manager. Is this the legendary hidden expert? Or is she tempering her state of mind, preparing to break through to martial saint? He wondered. Just as Chen Fan was about to say something to change the dorm manager's impression, Gao Wenbo's face darkened, and he spoke first. "Big sister, I think you're trying to sell cloth in a dye shop, sell salt in a rice store, and meddle in other people's business." "What do you mean by that?" The dormitory supervisor's face darkened. She didn't fully understand, but she knew it wasn't something good. Gao Wenbo snorted coldly. "Nothing much, just advising you not to meddle in other people's business." After saying that, he turned to Chen Fan and winked, signaling that he was a loyal follower. The next second, with a loud smack, a slap landed squarely on Gao Wenbo's head. Gao Wenbo was stunned. The one who struck him wasn't the dormitory supervisor, it was Chen Fan. "How can you talk to this lady like that?" Chen Fan was furious. "Gao Wenbo, are you asking for trouble?" He stood there in disbelief. "Bro, I was standing up for you. Did I flatter the wrong person?" Chen Fan ignored him and quickly smiled apologetically at the dormitory supervisor, saying politely, "He doesn't know any better. Please don't take it to heart." The soon-to-be Marshal St. Dorm's supervisor looked at Gao Wenbo meaningfully and said, "Young man, you have quite the sharp tongue." Of course, Gao Wenbo snorted proudly and was about to say more when Chen Fan quickly signaled him to stop. He had no choice but to hold back. Surprisingly, the dormitory supervisor let Gao Wenbo off the hook and turned to Yang Chuchu, her eyes filled with affection. "Young lady, as someone who's been there, let me tell you, this young man is talent, but he's definitely a womanizer. If you stick with him, you won't have a good life in the future." Yang Chuchu's cheeks flushed red. She and Chen Fan hadn't made anything clear yet, so being commented on in public made her so shy that her face turned crimson. Chen Fan, on the other hand, was deeply dissatisfied. This was too much. The words womanizer were extremely grating to his ears. Moreover, he never considered himself a playboy. He just wanted to give them a home. "Old woman, haven't you heard the saying? It's better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin one marriage." Chen Fan roared in his heart. But on the surface, he still wore a smile and politely bid farewell to the dormitory supervisor. As the saying goes, revenge is best served cold. When the three of them reached the staircase, Gao Wenbo finally couldn't hold back and complained, "Junior, I'm so mad. Why didn't you let me talk back a little?" But the next moment, his legs suddenly lost control as if nailed to the ground. His body, driven by inertia, fell straight to the floor. Blood immediately started flowing from his nose. "Are you okay?" Chen Fan quickly helped him up. Gao Wenbo, a bit embarrassed, wiped his nosebleed and laughed awkwardly. "Haha, I'm fine. I'm fine. I just accidentally missed a step." However, after taking just a few steps, his legs gave out again, and he fell once more. Ouch! Gao Wenbo struggled to stand up, pinched his legs, and felt nothing wrong. But after walking a few more steps, he fell again. At this point, Chun Fan understood it must have been the dormitory supervisor secretly taking action earlier. Good thing I changed my attitude quickly, or I'd be the one in this miserable state. On the fourth floor, Gao Wenbo stumbled and fell more than 30 times, beginning to doubt his life. His face turned pale, and fear filled his eyes. "Junior Chen Fan, I won't be joining you for dinner later. I think there might be something wrong with my legs. After dropping off my luggage, I need to go to the hospital first. If I end up paralyzed, By the end, Gao Wenbo was almost in tears, completely hopeless. Kind-hearted Yang Chu-Chu, standing nearby, was full of worry. Chun Fan knew the truth, but didn't dare to tell him. He could only comfort him. "Senior, don't worry. I think your legs will be fine." After saying goodbye to Gao Wenbo, Chun Fan continued to the 5th floor with Yang Chu-Chu. Soon, he found his room number. The dormitories at Guwu were like residential apartments, with 4 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. For people shared one dorm suite, each with a private room, while the living room and kitchen were communal. "This is much better than the dorm conditions at my university in my previous life," Chen Fan thought as he entered. Inside, his 3 roommates were sitting on the living room sofa, chatting animatedly in a lively atmosphere. All 3 turned their heads to look at him, but their gazes immediately shifted to Yang Chu-Chu, completely ignoring Chen Fan. "She's so beautiful, with such a pure and elegant aura," one of them murmured. Chen Fan cleared his throat deliberately, making a sound to draw their attention back to him. They quickly realized the awkwardness of the situation and looked at Chen Fan with expressions full of envy. A handsome young man stood up, shook Chen Fan's hand, and said, "Haha, hello, classmate. You must be our new roommate. I'm Zhao Mingze, from the capital city, haha." Chen Fan discreetly observed him. Zhao Mingze was dressed in designer clothes, and the watch on his wrist was made from a rare stone from an interdimensional space, worth at least tens of millions. "Wow, a rich second-generation kid from the capital," Chen Fan thought to himself. He smiled faintly and replied politely, "Hello, I'm Chen Fan, from Shannon Province." The other 2 quickly stood up to introduce themselves. One of them, a scholarly-looking guy wearing black-framed glasses, introduced himself as Wenhua. He smiled and said, "Chun, my family lives right here in Chang'an City. If you ever want to go out and explore, I can be your guide." "Haha, thank you so much." Chen Fan responded politely. The last roommate was a burly young man, nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a human tower. He spoke with a thick regional accent and seemed a bit shy. "I'm Gao Yuan from Yuzhou," he said. Chen Fan looked at Gao Yuan in surprise. Despite his accent and simple appearance, Gao Yuan's strong physique and aura revealed that he was already at the early stage of the 2nd tier in strength. Looks can definitely be deceiving, Chen Fan thought. Zhao Mingze smiled at Chen Fan and pointed to one of the bedrooms. "The south-facing room is the best one. We saved it just for you, pretty generous of us, right?" These roommates are so considerate." Chen Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Don't listen to him," Wenhua said seriously. "Before you arrived, we drew lots, and that room's lot was yours. Even though you weren't here, you still got the best room lucky, huh?" "I see." Chen Fan nodded, realizing that these guys were quite fair and organized. After exchanging greetings, Chen Fan entered his room with Yang Chu-Chu and locked the door behind them. The room was set up like a hotel, with bedding, toiletries, and other essentials already prepared by the school. Like performing magic, Chen Fan conjured his clothes out of thin air and stuffed them into the wardrobe. Yang Chu-Chu, already accustomed to such things, offered, "Senior, let me help you organize." She wanted to ease the awkwardness, as the 2 of them were now alone in the same room. Her mind involuntarily drifted to the last time they were in a hotel together, when she had consumed the strengthening elixir. At that time, She had moaned in front of Chen Fan for a long while, her clothes soaked through, her curves clearly outlined. Haha, no need, no need. Just sit and rest. Chen Fan quickly declined. The reason was simple: his clothes included a few pairs of underwear. He didn't want to create an awkward situation. All right, senior, Yang Chuchu replied. Yang Chuchu followed behind Chen Fan and said softly, Senior, in our National Martial University, girls can enter the boys' dormitory, but boys are not allowed to enter the girls' dormitory. Yang Chuchu's voice was crisp, with a hint of smugness. Chen Fan was displeased. Why is that? What happened to gender equality? By the way, Chuchu, how's your roommate? Chen Fan asked while tidying up his clothes, trying to find a topic. 10 minutes later, Zhao Mingze knocked on Chen Fan's door. He raised an eyebrow and smiled mischievously, saying, Am I interrupting you two? Yang Chuchu's face instantly turned red. Bro, it's broad daylight, okay? Chen Fan joked shamelessly, completely unembarrassed. Haha, how about the three of us go stay out tonight and leave the place to you two? Zhao Mingze laughed. All right, what's up? Chen Fan glared at him, trying to steer the conversation back on track. He still had to consider Yang Chuchu's feelings. The three of us are planning to go to the cafeteria for a meal. Are you two coming? Zhao Mingze quickly got serious after realizing he had gone too far with the joke. Chuchu and I haven't eaten yet, so let's go together, Chen Fan said, putting down his clothes and heading out with Yang Chuchu. I heard our National Martial University's cafeteria ranks first in the country. It should be really good, Zhao Mingze said as the three walked along. With him around, the group of five didn't feel awkward at all. On the way, Chen Fan roughly learned about the three of them. Zhao Mingze's ability was S-level, electromagnetic storm. He applied to National Martial University to become a sword master. Electromagnetic storm could alter magnetic fields and control metal flying swords, giving him the potential to become a swordsman. Wenhua's ability wasn't combat-oriented, it was a top-tier, wood-based ability heart of nature. He could sense the emotions of trees and flowers and aspired to become a top-notch pharmacist. Gao Yuanze was even more unique, with the ability Indestructible Body, an S-level top-tier power. Legend has it that after reaching the 5th stage, he could survive even if his body was dismembered. Of course, Chen Fan didn't hide anything either. His campus card clearly stated SS level. The group quickly discovered each other's strengths while sharing a dormitory. Zhao Mingze was so shocked that his jaw dropped, and he respectfully said, Big brother, let me wish you a happy new year in advance. Wenhua and Gao Yuanze were equally astonished. Gao Yuanze even started looking at Chen Fan with a hint of battle intent in his eyes. I didn't expect my roommates to all be extraordinary. Being assigned to the same dormitory, it seems the school arranged this intentionally, Chen Fan thought to himself. The gap in abilities among roommates could make it hard to form friendships, and the weaker ones might even lose interest in cultivating. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the cafeteria. It was already past 1 o'clock, and most of the people dining were new students who had just registered. The cafeteria food wasn't expensive. Chen Fan ordered 3 dishes for only 10 yuan. Just as they sat down, a commotion erupted in the cafeteria. Chen Fan and the others looked up to see a white-haired young man walking in, surrounded by a group of female college students. These girls were screaming like fans chasing a celebrity, making the scene as lively as a concert. Who is that? He seems even more impressive than you, fan bro. Zhao Mingze nudged Chen Fan with his elbow, looking unconvinced. Chen Fan was helpless. Ever since Zhao Mingze found out he was an SS-level ability user, he had been calling him fan bro with great familiarity. Wenhua clearly knew the man and explained, his name is Baizun. He's the provincial top scholar of Shanbei province and possesses an S-level ability, the Ice God Domain. Provincial top scholar? Everyone was a bit surprised, as provincial top scholars usually go to Jing University or Mo University. Wenhua adjusted his glasses and said, He's here for the dragon egg. I heard the dragon egg being hatched this time is of the ice element. So that's how it is. Everyone understood but didn't pay much attention. Chen Fan's roommates seemed easygoing but were actually quite proud. Gao Yuan's early second-tier strength was self-evident. Zhao Mingze, though he hit it well, had been secretly observed by Chen Fan using his thunder eyes. He was also at the early second tier. Chen Fan had no interest in this provincial top scholar. An S-level ability user at the early second tier dared to touch his dragon egg? As for the beauties surrounding Baizun, Chen Fan was even more disdainful. Compared to Chu Chu beside him, none of them could hold a candle. Zhao Mingze noticed Chen Fan's disdainful expression and curiously asked, Fan Ji, why do I feel like I can't see through your cultivation level? Just how strong are you? Early second tier, I guess, Chen Fan replied indifferently, continuing to eat. Then, Fan Ji, you could easily defeat that guy, right? Zhao Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. As Chen Fan and the others continued eating, Baizun finished getting his food and sat nearby. His group of female fans immediately swarmed over, crowding the area completely. This guy does look pretty handsome, but that white hair is obviously styled to look cool, Zhao Mingze muttered quietly. Although his voice was very low, Baizun still heard it. He snorted coldly, and the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. The food on everyone's plates was frozen solid. Baizun's gaze was full of warning. Chen Fan was about to retaliate when suddenly, there was a loud bang at the table in front of them. A large hand slammed down heavily, and a tall figure stood up abruptly. It was Gao Yuan. He glared at Baizun and said, I hate people who waste food the most. White-haired kid, come to the field and spar with me. Chen Fan and Zhao Mingze were both stunned. They hadn't expected the most hot-tempered among them to be the straightforward Gao Yuan. Who are you, big guy? How dare you talk to our Zun like that? Sisters, let's tear this guy apart. If he dares to provoke our Zun, he won't have a good time at school. Baizun's female fans stood up one after another, launching an attack on Gao Yuan. Their momentum was like a group of tigresses. I. Gao Yuan was clearly unaccustomed to dealing with a group of frenzied girls. He admitted defeat on the spot, sat back down, and his face turned ashen. Baizun's eyes were full of mockery. None of them had experience arguing with a group of girls, and their expressions were all unpleasant. Fan Ji, I can't take it anymore. This white-haired guy really thinks he's the boss. Zhao Mingze was fuming. Fan Ji, use your SS level campus card to show them who's the real boss among the freshmen. Zhao Mingze urged. Stop messing around. I'm not that flashy. Chen Fan rolled his eyes at him. Fighting was prohibited on campus, and for a moment, Chen Fan didn't know how to deal with Baizun and his group of female fans. Baizun glanced at them coldly from a distance, then calmed his fans down and continued eating. Fan Ji, I can't hold back anymore. Zhao Mingze whispered to Chen Fan. The next moment, he quietly activated his electromagnetic storm ability, manipulating the surrounding magnetic field entirely. Baizun and his female fans were still chatting while eating. Suddenly, the metal trays in front of them deformed, as if crushed into a ball by an invisible giant hand. Everyone froze, and soon they located Chen Fan's position through the fluctuation of supernatural powers. You're courting death. Baizun erupted completely. He expected a few small troublemakers to dare provoke him repeatedly. His fans were also furious. Arguing was no longer enough to vent their anger. A group of people directly surrounded Chen Fan and his companions, and the atmosphere grew tense. Chen Fan quickly shielded Yang Chu behind him. Her abilities were too weak, and he wanted to prevent her from getting hurt suddenly. You can provoke me, but you absolutely cannot touch my fans. That's my bottom line. Kneel down and apologize to my fans, and I might let you go. Otherwise, don't even think about having a good time during your 4 years at university. Baizun's aura was overwhelming and domineering. Every word he spoke was in defense of his fans, moving them to tears. Zun, we love you. The surrounding girls stared at him with infatuation, their eyes full of admiration. I'll definitely stand up for you. Baizun glared at Chen Fan and his group, finally locking his gaze on Gao Yuan. In his eyes, Gao Yuan was the strongest among them. Don't think that being at the early stage of Tier 2 means you can challenge me. Even within the same tier, there are differences. As soon as he finished speaking, a domain barrier immediately formed around him, encircling Chen Fan and his companions. Just as the tension reached its peak and both sides were about to clash, a furious shout suddenly rang out, tearing through Baizun's ice god domain. Causing trouble? Stirring up chaos on your first day at school, are you looking to get expelled? A burly man appeared, sternly reprimanding them. His surname was Tian, a Tier 7 ability user, and the director of the military academy at the school. His name was Tian Xiong. His aura was like that of a fierce beast, locking on to everyone the moment he appeared. So strong. Chen Fan felt his presence and didn't dare move. The others were also trembling, silent, and afraid. Teacher Tian pointed at a nearby student who was eating and asked forcefully, "You, tell me what happened." The student, terrified, quickly recounted everything he had just seen. "It seems both sides are at fault," Teacher Tian said. He snorted coldly and added indifferently, "You're new to the school and don't understand the rules. Each of you will be fined 100,000. Now, all of you follow me to the training field. Want to test your physical strength? I'll oblige." But Zun did nothing wrong. They were the ones who spoke ill of him first. At this moment, a female fan bravely stepped forward to defend Zun. "You dare question my decision?" Tian Xiong was enraged, his gaze locking onto the girl. Her face turned pale, her body went limp, and she nearly lost control. Zun didn't dare stand up for his fan at all. However, his eyes were cold and sharp, clearly bearing a grudge against Tian Xiong. Tian Xiong swept his gaze over everyone and said coldly, "All of you, follow me to the training field immediately." "Brother Fan, what should we do?" Zhao Mingze and the others looked at Chun Fan, momentarily at a loss. "What else can we do? Let us go first and deal with it later," Chun Fan said helplessly, following the group. Soon, under Tian Xiong's cold and stern gaze, they all arrived at the school's training field. The field was enormous. Unlike the tracks on Earth in Chun Fan's previous life, one lap was a full kilometer. The ground was covered with special alloy, incredibly hard. Tian Xiong looked at everyone coldly. "Want to test your physical strength? Very well. From now on, no supernatural powers are allowed. Run laps for me, 100 laps each. No one leaves until they finish." 100 laps. Everyone was shocked. That was a full 100 kilometers, and they couldn't use their abilities to help. Although their bodies had been strengthened by their abilities, running such a distance without assistance would be exhausting. The crowd murmured among themselves, their faces darkened. "What's wrong? You were full of energy just now, and now you're chickening out. I'll count to 10. Anyone who doesn't move, I'll whip them 10 times. Tian Xiong said, pulling out a long whip from his waist and cracking it on the ground with a loud snap. The hard alloy floor immediately split open with a deep groove. Everyone stared at the crack in the ground and fell silent. If that whip landed on a person, it would surely tear their skin apart. 10, 9, 8. Tian Xiong wasted no more words and began counting down. The whip in his hand swung lightly, ready to strike at any moment. Run quickly. No one dared to hesitate and started jogging immediately. Anyone who hasn't finished by sunset, I'll whip them 10 times. Tian Xiong, seeing the slow pace of the group, burned with anger. He cracked the whip into the air again, the sound like thunder. The crowd, terrified, quickened their steps. How can we possibly finish 100 kilometers before sunset? Zun's female fans complained quietly. With less than 5 hours until sunset, this was an almost impossible challenge for first-tier ability users. But for Chun Fan and the second-tier ability users, the pressure wasn't as intense. The running group quickly spread out. The first tier consisted of Gao Yuan and Zun. The two didn't see eye to eye and were sprinting with all their might, leaving the others behind. The second tier was made up of Zun's female fans, who, despite their complaints, were desperately trying to keep up. The last tier consisted of Chun Fan and his companions. Yang Chu had just awakened her abilities. Although she was an SS tier ability user, her stamina was slightly weaker than the others. Chun Fan naturally stayed at the back to take care of her. Zhao Mingze and Wenhua also stayed by Chun Fan's side, not rushing to catch up with the front. Brother Fan, who do you think will finish first, Gao Yuan or White Hair? Zhao Mingze, always talkative, found a topic even while running. Without using abilities, it'll definitely be Gao Yuan. His physical strength is better, Chun Fan replied honestly. If Gao Yuan wins, wouldn't White Hair lose face? They chatted as they ran, unknowingly completing more than 10 laps. Gao Yuan and Zun had already pulled ahead by 7 or 8 laps, but still hadn't determined a winner. Zun seemed to be holding back, and every time he passed Chun Fan's group, he would throw out a few taunts. This guy is too arrogant. Brother Fan, I'm speeding up, Zhao Mingzi said apologetically and suddenly increased his pace. Brother Fan, I'll go ahead too. Wenhua also began to accelerate. Yang Chuchu blushed, feeling like she was holding Chen Fan back. Senior, you should go ahead. They keep mocking you, she said, panting. Chen Fan frowned. Yang Chuchu's physical condition made it impossible for her to finish 100 kilometers before sunset. He thought for a moment and shouted to Tian Xiong. Teacher Tian, Chuchu wasn't he involved in this from the start? Can she be excused from running? No. Tian Xiong's reply was as loud as thunder. This old guy. Chen Fan cursed inwardly. He gritted his teeth and said, Teacher Tian, I'll run for Chuchu. If I don't finish, you can whip me 20 times. On the field, Tian Xiong looked at Chen Fan with a hint of disdainful amusement. As the director of the military academy, he naturally knew that the academy had recently welcomed an SS-tier genius. He had recognized Chen Fan at first glance. He didn't expose him directly, he just wanted to observe Chen Fan's behavior from multiple angles. Quite interesting. Since you're willing to run in his place, then go ahead and run. However, you have to run 300 kilometers. Tian Xiong's voice was loud, and everyone on the track heard it clearly. Ha ha, 300 kilometers? This kid is really stupid, deserves to get beaten. Baizun almost burst out laughing. Everyone knew that 300 kilometers wasn't something an ordinary person could accomplish. Even for Chen Fan, it was almost impossible. Teacher Tian, I'll help Chen Fan share 50 kilometers. Zhao Mingzi's heart tightened, worried about Chen Fan, and he quickly spoke up. I'll also help share 50 kilometers. Gao Yuan said straightforwardly. Wenhua, though not from the combat department and physically much weaker than them, also wanted to help share the burden. But Tian Xiong suddenly shouted sternly, no one is allowed to run in his place. Chen Fan felt a surge of emotion in his heart. His roommates wanted to help, but he interrupted them. I'll run the 300 kilometers myself. Brother Fan. The group was startled. 300 kilometers wasn't just a matter of physical endurance. Even if he ran at full speed the entire time, it would be impossible to finish before sunset. Senior, I can do it myself. Yang Chuchu's eyes glistened with tears. How could she give up? Trust me, I'll finish 300 kilometers in 4 hours, no problem. Chen Fan gave Yang Chuchu a gentle smile, confident like a big boy. 300 kilometers might be impossible for others, but he didn't take it seriously. Yang Chuchu still wanted to say something when a long whip suddenly flew from afar, wrapped around her waist, and dragged her off the track. Just watch carefully, Tian Xiong said coldly. At this moment, apart from Chen Fan's roommates, everyone else laughed. They seemed to already envision the scene of Chen Fan being whipped. This kid is risking his life just to make a girl smile. Truly foolish. Baizun was in a great mood, his steps much lighter. On the track, Chen Fan began to exert himself. To complete 300 kilometers, he had to give it his all. His speed was astonishing, like a cheetah, covering 100 meters in just 3 to 4 seconds. This kid's speed isn't bad. Baizun kept his eyes on Chen Fan, surprised by his sprinting speed. But he's really stupid. At this pace, he'll collapse after 10 laps. Baizun sneered inwardly, waiting to see Chen Fan make a fool of himself. However, to everyone's shock, 10 minutes later, Chen Fan had already run 20 laps, yet his expression remained calm. How is his body so resilient? Everyone was stunned. Baizun's face, turned grim. Chen Fan had already caught up to his distance. Zhao Mingzi and Gao Yuan were also surprised. They were both at the early second stage and knew they couldn't match Chen Fan, but they hadn't expected the gap to be this wide. I refuse to believe I can't beat you. Baizun didn't want to lose face in front of his fans. He gritted his teeth and pushed himself to keep up with Chen Fan. Brother Fan is so amazing. Zhao Mingzi and Gao Yuan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with competitive fire. Run! The two also gritted their teeth and accelerated, closely following Chen Fan. On the track, the four of them were like 4 cheetahs, their speed astonishing, covering 30 meters per second, practically like lightning. But soon, Zhao Mingzi and the other two were drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Meanwhile, Chen Fan's breathing remained steady. This was far from his limit. 10 minutes later, Zhao Mingzi was the first to slow down, unable to keep up with Chen Fan anymore. Brother Fan, I admit defeat." He gasped for air, giving a thumbs up to Chun Fan, who was still sprinting ahead. Among the four, he was undoubtedly the weakest. Among the remaining three, Chun Fan was unquestionably the strongest physically. After running at full speed for over 20 minutes, he still showed no signs of fatigue. In contrast, Gao Yuan and Bai Zun were gasping for breath, veins bulging on their foreheads. "Zun Zun, keep it up. We support you." Bai Zun's female fans were shouting at the top of their lungs, waving flags as they ran. "I can't lose. I absolutely won't lose." Bai Zun roared, as if trying to motivate himself. But 5 minutes later, he couldn't hold on any longer. He felt completely drained, his steps faltered, and he collapsed to the ground. Zun Zun lost. His female fans widened their eyes in disbelief. Bai Zun had actually lost to two people. Their faith was deeply shaken. It turned out there were freshmen even stronger than Bai Zun. Zun Zun is just not as strong physically, but his abilities are definitely superior. Yes, Zun Zun is the best. The female fans quickly found reasons to console themselves. At this point, the only one on the track who could still keep up with Chun Fan was Gao Yuan. With his burly build, he resembled a raging bear, each stride spanning 3 meters. But 5 minutes later, Gao Yuan also had to slow down, having reached his limit. If he continued sprinting at that pace, his stamina wouldn't last for the challenges ahead. "Brother Chun Fan, I admit defeat," Gao Yuan sincerely acknowledged. When he first heard that Chun Fan was an SS-level ability user, he was merely surprised. Now he was genuinely impressed. But Chun Fan paid no attention to what others thought. He maintained his incredible speed throughout. Half an hour later, he effortlessly completed the first 100 kilometers, leaving everyone stunned. The gap was just too vast. "Sisters, he's amazing. He already finished 100 kilometers." Bai Zun's female fans couldn't take their eyes off Chun Fan. How is his body so strong? This doesn't make any sense. Bai Zun was furious, unwilling to let anyone steal his spotlight. "Kid, don't get cocky. Physical strength is useless, abilities are what matter. At the freshman competition, I'll make you suffer," Bai Zun vowed silently. Another hour passed, and Bai Zun, Gao Yuan, and a few others completed the 100-kilometer challenge. They sat by the track, panting heavily, quietly watching Chun Fan perform. "Old Gao, do you think SS-level ability users are really this powerful? I feel like he's on a completely different level from us," Zhao Mingzi said to Gao Yuan. "Not sure," Gao Yuan replied, shaking his head, his eyes fixed on Chun Fan. At that moment, Chun Fan successfully completed his second 100 kilometers. "This feels amazing." Chun Fan was exhilarated, loving the sensation of being drenched in sweat. "Then let's go even faster and push the limits," he said, suddenly taking off his t-shirt to reveal an almost perfect physique. His speed increased by another 30%. The scene was electrifying. Bai Zun's female fans couldn't help but stare as Chun Fan sped past them. "Wow, this guy's physique is incredible. I really like him. What should I do? I feel like I'm betraying Zun Zun." A wide-eyed, cute girl panted as she shared her feelings with her friend. "Yeah, and his looks are top-notch too," her friend agreed. But Bai Zun's die-hard fans remained loyal to their idol. "Zun Zun is still the best." Zun Zun was the provincial champion. On the field, Zhao Mingzi couldn't help but laugh as he watched Chun Fan casually take off his shirt. He nudged Gao Yuan, who was resting beside him, and laughed. "Our brother Fan really knows how to play." Now all these girls are completely captivated. This kid, Tian Xiong, standing in the center of the field, couldn't laugh. He felt that 300 laps were too few, maybe 400 laps would truly challenge Chun Fan's limits. Chun Fan was as fast as the wind, completing the last 100 kilometers in 45 minutes. He was drenched in sweat but breathing steadily, completely composed. Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard, fully convinced that Chun Fan, in his current state, could handle 300 rounds without a problem. "Brother Fan, I admit defeat." Zhao Mingzi stood up despite his soreness, pretending to bow in submission. "Brother Fan, you're incredible." Wen Hua and Gao Yuan also gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Yang Chuchu blushed and threw herself into Chun Fan's arms. On the track, the girls who had been watching Chun Fan no longer harbored any hostility. Instead, they shyly cast flirtatious glances his way. Tian Xiong looked at Chen Fan, his eyes filled with astonishment. In his view, an SS-level ability user with a second-tier initial physique shouldn't be this strong. Could this kid be deliberately hiding his ability level? Is he SSS level? Or perhaps an even rarer dual ability user? At this thought, Tian Xiong's entire body trembled. Truly a genius among geniuses. At that moment, he decided to forcibly take him as a disciple. He stared at Chen Fan, his gaze burning with intensity. Chen Fan, let me introduce myself. I am Tian Xiong, a 7th-tier peak ability user. My ability is S-level Beast Transformation Devouring Sky Demon Bear. Chen Fan was a bit confused, not understanding why Tian Xiong suddenly introduced himself. Besides, this information could all be found on the Academy's official website. Tian Xiong continued, I will be advancing to the 8th tier within a year. So, what are you trying to say? Chen Fan was completely baffled. Tian Xiong clasped his hands behind his back, raised his head, and puffed out his chest, striking a masterly pose. I want to take you as my disciple and personally guide your training. What? Chen Fan's mouth fell open. Just a few hours ago, you were yelling at me like crazy, and now you've changed your tune? The people around were also stunned. A master-level expert actively seeking to take on a disciple? They were green with envy. At the university, only a very small number of exceptionally outstanding students, after undergoing rigorous tests, could be chosen by teachers to become disciples. Most people could only receive standard education. But Chen Fan, on his first day of enrollment, was already being sought out by a master. Seeing Chen Fan hesitate, Tian Xiong quickly added, although I don't understand lightning techniques, my combat skills have reached the pinnacle. The infinite combat technique I created has been rated as an SS-level combat method. Since you've chosen the military academy, you must prefer close combat. If you become my disciple, I will teach you all my ultimate techniques. At this moment, the air suddenly grew quiet. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Chen Fan's response. One Hua leaned over and whispered, Brother Fan, I heard that Teacher Tian was a disciple of the previous dean of your military academy. The current dean, Dai Jiangshan, and the one known as the white-clad war god, Luo Changsheng, are both his senior brothers. Online sources say Teacher Tian is already being groomed as the next dean. If you become his disciple, you'll enter that circle and will definitely have free reign in the school. Chen Fan's heart stirred. I've never heard of Dai Jiangshan, but I do know Luo Changsheng's name. His reputation is widespread. To be honest, he was tempted. But a 7th-tier peak level was still a bit low for him. His bottom line for accepting a master was an 8th-tier peak level. Only then would there be someone capable of standing in front of him to protect him in case of trouble. After all, he had completely offended the beast worship cult. Now, he was like standing on the edge of a blade, ready to face trouble at any moment. Thinking of this, Chen Fan respectfully bowed to Tian Xiong and apologized. Teacher Tian, I'm sorry, but I don't plan to become your disciple for now. What? He refused. The people around were stunned. This was a master-level powerhouse personally offering to take him as a disciple. If it were them, they would have already knelt down and bowed 3 times. A trace of surprise and awkwardness flashed in Tian Xiong's eyes, but he understood. Top-tier geniuses always have their pride. It was impossible not to feel a bit disappointed. Tian Xiong nodded and said calmly, You might not know me well yet, so you're hesitating. No problem. During your 4 years at university, you're welcome to join my tutelage anytime. If you encounter difficulties in your cultivation, you can also come to me. In fact, Tian Xiong had already investigated Chen Fan's background. During the martial arts exam, he risked his life to bravely resist the beast tide. During the Qingqing City disaster, he ventured alone into the cult's lair, rescued Li Ji, and resolved the city's crisis. Just now, on the track, he also witnessed Chen Fan's sense of responsibility. Talent, courage, mindset, passion, and justice, all of these met his expectations. So, even though he was rejected, he still wanted to take Chen Fan as his disciple. Chen Fan naturally did not reject Tian Xiong's goodwill. He quickly bowed again and said, Teacher Tian, thank you for your kindness. Tian Xiong patted his shoulder and said with a smile, With the hype around the dragon egg, several provincial champions have enrolled in the school this year. But I think your strength should be the best. If you win first place and bring glory to our military academy, I'll give you a spiritual medicine to enhance your physique. Thank you, Teacher Tian. Chen Fan quickly expressed his gratitude. As they were speaking, the surrounding air suddenly dropped in temperature and frost spread across the field in an instant. A dissatisfied voice came from afar, filled with anger. Tian Xiong, you talk big without fear of slipping up. For the past 10 years, the freshman kings have all been from our magic academy. The bone-chilling cold made Chen Fan shiver involuntarily. He looked up to see a figure approaching swiftly from the distance, moving like a phantom, covering dozens of meters in a single step. Within a few steps, the figure arrived in front of Chen Fan and Tian Xiong. He glanced at Chen Fan for a few seconds and snorted coldly. Decent talent, but you chose the military academy, mingling with a bunch of brutes. You're destined to be mediocre. The newcomer was Zhao Qian, the teaching director of the Magic Academy and a 7th-tier master-level powerhouse. He was clearly displeased that Chen Fan had not chosen the Magic Academy. Zhao Qian snorted coldly, and an invisible mental pressure bore down on Chen Fan's soul. This was clearly meant to teach Chen Fan a lesson. Chen Fan felt as if his head had been struck heavily, his vision blurred, and his mental strength nearly dissipated. At that moment, a large hand steadied him, supporting his swaying body. Zhao Qian, bullying a junior as a master-level powerhouse, how shameless. Tian Xiong stood protectively in front of Chen Fan, his voice filled with anger. He showed me no respect. A little punishment is only fair. Zhao Qian continued to snort coldly. Respecting teachers is a basic rule for students. Our academy's students don't need you to discipline them. Tian Xiong's gaze was icy, clearly indicating long-standing animosity between the two. Baizun is a disciple of my magic academy, someone I just took under my wing. Didn't you discipline him as well? The tension between the two was palpable. The students on the field were unusually silent. Even the girls on the track had stopped running. This year, your military academy dreaming of taking first place is pure wishful thinking, Zhao Qian said, turning his gaze to Baizun. Tomorrow's freshman competition is a ring match. Your Ice God domain can cover the entire arena, giving you an innate advantage. Tomorrow, I want you to give it your all and defeat Chen Fan. Don't worry, teacher. Baizun's lips curled into a smile, eager to try. With Zhao Qian backing him, he spoke with more confidence. Physical strength doesn't equate to true power. In the Ice God domain, you don't even qualify to get close to me. Let's wait and see. Although Chen Fan was mentally exhausted, he gritted his teeth and fought back. Zhao Qian was surprised that Chen Fan could quickly stabilize his mind. However, he still looked at Chen Fan with disdain. You have no reverence for the strong. Your future path won't go far. A true genius is only worthy of the title if they can continuously grow. Zhao Qian turned to Tian Xiong and said coldly, Baizun will definitely surpass this kid in the future. Just wait and see. By now, the surrounding area was already filled with the gazes of many teachers and students. After speaking, Zhao Qian said no more, grabbed Baizun, and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Tian Xiong, on the other hand, looked at Chen Fan apologetically and explained, the two major academies, the Martial Division and the Magic Division, have been at odds since my master's generation, with grudges running deep. Back then, the school gave senior brother Luo a second awakening opportunity, and he successfully obtained the SS-level ability, Chaos Thunder Body. At that time, the two academies almost came to blows over him, nearly causing the fall of a grandmaster. So, to avoid disputes, the principal issued an order before you enrolled, stating that the choice of academy would be entirely up to you, and no one could interfere. That's why it was Zhang Kuan who communicated with you from start to finish. I see. Chen Fan suddenly understood. An SS-level genius choosing the Martial Division Academy again caused the Magic Division's leadership to lose face. Unknowingly, Chen Fan had become a thorn in their side, which explained Zhao Qian's poor impression of him. Chen Fan sneered inwardly. Today, Zhao Qian used the pressure of a grandmaster to bully him. In a few years, he would surely crush him completely as a martial saint. Chen Fan left the training ground and immediately returned to his dormitory to rest with his eyes closed. His mental energy was almost completely depleted, leaving him utterly drained. He had to recover his mental energy as quickly as possible, otherwise, he and his dragon egg would stand no chance in tomorrow's freshman competition. Mental energy, unlike physical strength, was extremely slow to recover once heavily consumed. Damn it, that Zhao dog definitely did it on purpose. He used the pressure of a grandmaster to instantly crush my mental energy, making it hard for me to recover by tomorrow. This way, the first place in the freshman competition would undoubtedly go to their Magic Division Academy. Just as Chun Fan was struggling to find a way to recover quickly, a slightly older young man knocked on his door and handed him a bottle of pills and an E-grade battle knife. Junior Chun Fan, this is a spirit-nourishing pill. Teacher Tian Xiong asked me to bring it to you. Take it, and your mental energy will recover within half an hour. This weapon is my personal gift. Tomorrow, make sure to crush those guys from the Magic Division Academy. The man was Du Huajun, a senior in his 4th year and Tian Xiong's only disciple, already at the 4th tier of strength. He was very friendly to Chun Fan and had already regarded him as a junior brother. Du Huajun's gaze made Chun Fan a little uncomfortable. He quickly avoided it, clasped his hands in thanks, and said, "Thank you, senior, and thank you, Teacher Tian." Haha, no need to be so polite, junior. I've delivered the items, so I won't disturb you further. Good luck tomorrow. With that, Du Huajun gave a kind smile and quickly left. Chun Fan felt a warm sensation in his heart. Tian Xiong and his apprentice were truly good people. He opened the bottle, which contained 3 pills. Without hesitation, Chun Fan took one and swallowed it. Moments later, his previously muddled mind gradually cleared, and his mental strength quickly recovered. Teacher Tian Xiong is so thoughtful. Chun Fan was moved once again. Pills that enhance mental strength are extremely rare. Even master-level experts might not have them in stock. Half an hour later, Chun Fan's mental strength was fully restored. At that moment, the system notification sounded. System task: achieve first place in the National Martial Arts Freshman Competition to qualify for an E-level lottery draw. The system task has finally arrived. Chun Fan stood up from the bed, his gaze resolute. This time, even without the system's arrangement, he would give his all to claim first place. Oh, right, I still have over 2,000 slaughter points. I'll exchange them for a lottery draw first, do my best to enhance my strength, and ensure nothing goes wrong. With this thought, Chun Fan immediately took action. He had already broken through to the 2nd tier, and physique enhancement cards could now be used. He decided to start with an F-level lottery draw, as F-level physique enhancement cards offered great value for their cost. As 1,000 slaughter points were consumed, he obtained 4 physique enhancement cards, 3 mental strength enhancement cards, and 3 useless items he didn't care for. Chun Fan used all the physique and mental strength enhancement cards. His physique increased from 200 to 212, and his mental strength rose from 200 to 209. With the remaining slaughter points, he exchanged for an E-level lottery draw. This time, he received a precious strength multiplier card. Not bad. With this card, tomorrow's freshman competition is in the bag. While Chun Fan was quietly growing stronger, in Zhao Qian's private residence, Bai Zun held a breakthrough pill in his hand, his eyes full of hesitation. The breakthrough pill, as the name suggests, is used for forcibly breaking through levels. However, this pill severely damages one's foundation. Zhao Qian advised, "Bai Zun, don't hesitate anymore. I've already learned that Tian Xiong sent someone to deliver a spirit-nourishing pill to that kid, so his mental strength should have recovered. Although you possess the Ice God domain, defeating that kid will still be very difficult. Moreover, I've heard that someone from the Beast Taming Academy has tamed a 3rd-tier exotic beast. Your chances of obtaining the dragon egg are less than 30%. But the breakthrough pill damages the foundation too much." Bai Zun was still somewhat hesitant. Zhao Qian waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry. After you obtain the dragon egg, I will use a secret technique to extract the young dragon's soul and seal it into your Ice God domain. With that, your Ice God domain will have an Ice Element Divine Dragon as its guardian. By then, your talent will undergo a complete transformation, allowing you to compete with SS-level ability users, or even surpass them." "Teacher, you're right. Hesitation only leads to defeat." Bai Zun gritted his teeth and swallowed the pill. Zhao Qian quickly used his ability to help him neutralize the pill's effects. Half an hour later, Baizun successfully broke through to the mid-second tier. At this moment, Chun Fan had already arrived at the entrance of the school library, where he encountered Zhang Kuan once again. Zhang Kuan was still the same as ever, with a 3-foot-long sword hanging at his waist. They had agreed to meet here to investigate the secrets of the imitator. The imitator was extremely eerie, capable of infinite resurrection. Legend has it that once it targets you, it will keep appearing around you, even killing you in your sleep, eventually taking your place. Chen Fan took this matter very seriously. He absolutely did not want to be strangled to death by it while sleeping tonight. Seeing that Chen Fan was in good spirits, Zhang Kuan teased, "I heard Zhao Qian is targeting you? Want me to teach him a lesson?" "No need." Chen Fan shook his head lightly. "I'll avenge my own hatred. Within 3 years, I'll definitely smash his head." "Haha, ambitious." Zhang Kuan laughed, treating it as a joke. After all, no one had ever seen or heard of someone becoming a grandmaster within 3 years. "Let's go." "We'll head to the archive room on the top floor. There might be secrets about the imposter there." Zhang Kuan led the way into the grand library, with Chun Fan following closely behind. The library at the University of Supernatural Abilities was different from those at ordinary schools. It was filled with manuals on techniques, encyclopedias of exotic beasts, and similar materials. The library covered an expansive area of 30 to 40,000 square meters, with over 1 million books just on the first floor. The two quickly took the elevator to the top floor, where global secrets were stored, accessible only to those with SS-level clearance. Zhang Kuan looked at the densely packed folders and felt overwhelmed. "Chen Fan, there are tens of thousands of confidential files here. Let's split up and search. Maybe we can find clues about the imposter." "All right." Chen Fan nodded, his gaze sweeping across rows of bookshelves. The Promia Mystery, the Bermuda Triangle Incident, the Philadelphia Experiment Records, the Tunguska Explosion. Everything was here. Truly impressive. I must come back and explore more when I have time. Chen Fan marveled. 10 minutes later, Zhang Kuan's voice called out from the other side of the room. "Chen Fan, come quickly. I found the file on the imposter." Chen Fan and Zhang Kuan opened the folder and pulled out the information on the imposter. The document was over 100 pages long, and the two eagerly began reading. The first person to report the matter was a North American woman named Urena. Her husband had been an upright government official, but one day he suddenly ordered the release of over a dozen high-ranking members of the Beast cult, leading to his death sentence. She was utterly baffled until one day, while reviewing the surveillance at home, she discovered something bizarre and horrifying. A man who looked exactly like her husband broke into their home. While her husband was asleep, the man killed him and took his place. From then on, the person people saw was no longer her husband. The two exchanged glances, understanding immediately that the imposter was indeed a conspiracy by the Beast cult. Quick, see if the Chen Fan was not happy at all, as he still hadn't escaped the threat of the imitators. Zhang Kuan noticed his concern and comforted him. However, before the imitators completely replace real humans, their intelligence isn't very high. You still have a chance to escape. Chen Fan sighed, considering it a small blessing amidst misfortune. He thought to himself, wondering when the next imitator would come. He really didn't want to live in constant fear, unable to even sleep well. Zhang Kuan patted his shoulder and pointed to the last line of the document, saying, "Don't worry too much. It says here that if an imitator is discovered, it must be reported immediately. I think the higher-ups must have a way to deal with the imitators. Tomorrow, I'll inform the principal about this and have him report it to the authorities. Someone should come to handle it soon. For the next few days, make sure to lock your doors and windows when you sleep. Don't let an imitator sneak in without you knowing. I'll also keep an eye on the dormitory area. If I spot one, I'll help you take care of it." "All right, that's all I can do for now," Chen Fan said helplessly. He had a strength-enhancing card in his possession, so he figured he could hold out until help arrived. "Sigh, I still need to get on good terms with the dorm supervisor downstairs. If she's willing to help, I should be safe," Chen Fan thought to himself. After reading the file on the imitators, Chen Fan continued searching for information on the blue-blooded people and the underground lizard men. However, there were no records here, and Zhang Kuan hadn't heard of them either. The blue-blooded people might just be a coincidence, possibly related to that person's abilities, Zhang Kuan speculated, shaking his head. But Chen Fan didn't think so. The beast worship cult would never target Qingqing City without reason. The two of them left the library, and the sky was already completely dark. Chen Fan had a simple dinner, bought some fruit at the supermarket, and then returned to the dormitory. As soon as he entered the first-floor lobby, he enthusiastically pulled out 2 apples and handed them to the dorm supervisor. A prospective martial saint being so proactive startled the dorm supervisor, who had never encountered someone so direct. That night, Chen Fan didn't dare to sleep too deeply, remaining subconsciously alert. Fortunately, the night passed peacefully. Early the next morning, a powerful voice echoed across the entire National Martial Arts campus, waking everyone from their dreams. Attention all freshmen, I am one of the vice principals of this school, Huang Fucheng. Now, all freshmen, bring your gear and gather on the field within 10 minutes for the opening ceremony. Anyone late will be expelled immediately. Those who make loud noises will be expelled. Even those who don't line up properly will be expelled. Outside, the sky was just beginning to brighten, and 80–90% of the students were still asleep. But Chen Fan had already finished washing up. The reason was simple. Zhang Kuan had reminded him the night before that being late to the opening ceremony was absolutely unacceptable. Zhao Mingze and the others stumbled out of their rooms, groggy and unwilling. Brother Fan, is this school crazy? It's only 5 o'clock. Zhao Mingze looked at Chen Fan, completely speechless. Although Gao Yuan and Wen Hua were also unhappy, they refrained from cursing. Chen Fan, while wiping his battle knife, smiled and said, "Stop complaining. Hurry up and get ready. Didn't you hear? If you're late, you'll be expelled." TCH, who believes that? Zhao Mingze continued to pack lazily, unconcerned. After all, they were top students from various provinces and cities. The school wouldn't possibly expel them over something so trivial. This is no joke. National Martial Arts used to be a military academy, and many of its rules have been retained. Besides, Zhang Kuan specifically warned me yesterday not to be late, or the consequences would be severe. Chen Fan explained. Zhang Kuan? Which Zhang Kuan? Zhao Mingze was momentarily stunned. Of course, the dean of your Royal Divine Academy. Chen Fan smiled mysteriously. Wow, you know Master Zhang too? Zhao Mingze's eyes lit up. He grabbed Chen Fan's arm, his face full of anticipation. Brother Fan, Master Zhang is my idol. Can you help me become his disciple? Chen Fan disdainfully shook him off and pointed at the clock on the wall, laughing. In 8 minutes, forget about becoming his disciple. It's hard to say if you'll even be allowed to stay in the National Martial City. Haha, right away, right away. Zhao Mingze hurriedly rushed into the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. 2 minutes later, Chen Fan and his group of 4, armed with weapons, dashed out of the dormitory and sprinted toward the field. The campus was bustling with noise, and many freshmen were also desperately running toward the field. By the time Chen Fan and his group arrived, the field was already packed with people. Standing at the front of the field were 6 master-level powerhouses. They were the deans of the 6 major academies. Chen Fan and Gao Yuan quickly lined up beside Tian Xiong. Zhao Mingze and Wen Hua joined their respective academy teams. Soon, more than 3,000 freshmen flooded into the field. Everyone knew there was a freshman competition today, so they had brought their weapons. The Royal Beast Academy's team was particularly lively, with students accompanied by all sorts of strange and exotic beasts. At this moment, most of the students were still groggy. The school is too much, scaring us with expulsion. What time is it anyway? Many students were panting heavily, their faces full of discontent. Their hair was messy, and their clothes were somewhat disheveled. After all, the distance from the dormitory area to the field was 3 to 4 kilometers. If they hadn't sprinted the whole way, they probably wouldn't have made it in time. Just as everyone was quietly complaining, a furious roar suddenly came from the entrance of the field. "Thomas up! Get out! You're expelled!" Everyone froze and looked toward the source of the voice. They saw a man blocking a group of more than 10 students who hadn't yet entered the field. The man had a tall and upright figure, an imposing aura, and exuded the presence of a soldier. Most of the students outside the gate were stubborn and hadn't taken the school's threat of expulsion seriously, strolling leisurely on their way. But now, they were truly barred from entering. Why are we being expelled? We were only a few minutes late, someone protested angrily, leading the charge. The next second, a large hand struck out fiercely, sending them flying more than 10 meters. Stop talking nonsense. When I say get out, you get out. The teacher's temper was fiery. He coldly stared at the students on the ground. In the military, deliberately delaying a battle opportunity is a serious crime, punishable by execution. Expelling you now is already lenient. I don't accept this. This is a university, not the military. Why are we being expelled? The students trembled with anger. Who wouldn't he be upset about being expelled on the first day of school? Why? Because this is National Martial University, the teacher roared. National Martial University trains warriors who charge into battle for humanity and defend the nation, not arrogant, lawless trash like you. You have 20 minutes to go back to your dorms, pack your things, and leave. The students finally began to feel fear. Many collapsed to the ground, begging and crying their hearts out. Teacher, we were wrong. Please give us another chance. We promise to obey from now on. Being expelled on the first day of school, they wouldn't even dare face their parents at home. Too late. The teacher remained merciless. Soon, more than a dozen campus guards appeared, directly lifting the students off the ground. Accompanied by their cries, they were swiftly taken away. The scene left the more than 3,000 freshmen on the field utterly silent. Everyone held their breath, fearing that even the slightest sound might lead to expulsion. Don't you think the school is too strict? Suddenly, a voice came from the podium. Everyone turned to look and saw 7 people standing there. They were the deans of 6 colleges and the vice president of National Martial University, Huang Fucheng. Each of these 7 individuals was a top-tier expert, exuding an aura that was both intimidating and awe-inspiring, making it hard for anyone to meet their gaze. At the forefront, Huang Fucheng looked at the freshmen on the field and spoke calmly. I want to tell you that this world is 100 times more brutal than you imagine. Although we haven't found conclusive evidence, we are certain that all the dimensional spaces on Blue Star are actually interconnected. In other words, it is one vast world. When we enter through different portals, we appear in different locations. Dimensional spaces are extremely mysterious. The deeper you go, the stronger the beasts become, so strong that even martial saint-level experts must tread carefully, as if walking on thin ice. What's worse is that the number of passages between Blue Star and the dimensional spaces is rapidly increasing. In 10 years, the 2 worlds may completely merge, and by then, Blue Star will be overrun with beasts. At that time, no one will be able to remain unaffected, and the weak will have no place to survive. The freshmen on the field began to breathe heavily. Everyone knew about dimensional spaces, but they had always thought of them as isolated worlds. Now it seemed the situation was far more dangerous than they had imagined. Moreover, with Blue Star potentially being overrun by beasts in 10 years, how much time was left for them to improve their strength? Chen Fan also fell into deep thought. He hadn't expected the world to be this perilous. But he wasn't worried. With 10 years and the system in his hands, he believed he could become a martial saint. Huang Fucheng's gaze swept across the crowd, noticing that only Chen Fan remained calm. His eyes lingered on Chen Fan for 2 seconds. A few seconds later, Huang Fucheng spoke again. Destiny is always in your own hands. Resources will only be given to the very best students. In the upcoming freshman competition, I hope you will give it your all. The school will select 10 of you to form 2 teams for focus training. These 10 will represent National Martial University's strongest freshmen of the 2024 class and will compete in the National Freshman League 3 months from now. Now, will all freshmen whose student ID ends with the digit 0 please stay behind, while the rest head to the spectator seats to watch? The crowd immediately stirred. Students whose IDs ended in 1 to 9 showed expressions of relief and quickly moved to the spectator seats. Chen Fan's ID ended in 7, while Gao's ended in 5, so the 2 of them also headed to the stone steps at the edge of the field. Before long, only about 10% of the students remained on the field, and the atmosphere grew exceptionally tense. Huang Fucheng called out again. The rules of the competition are simple. Based on your student IDs, you will be divided into 10 groups, each with roughly 300 people. Next, There will be a free-for-all within each group. Anyone who loses their combat ability will be eliminated, and if your body crosses the white line on the edge of the field, you will also be eliminated. The last 3 people remaining in each group will advance. 10 elimination rounds will produce a total of 30 qualifiers. Of course, I will also select 2 individuals from the eliminated group whom I consider the strongest. These 2 can join the 30 freshmen who advanced earlier to participate in the upcoming championship tournament. The championship is a one-on-one competition, gradually determining the top 16, top 8, top 4, and finally the champion. Do you understand the rules? Huang Fucheng's voice suddenly rose. Understood. The freshmen nodded one after another. Good. The first elimination round begins now. As Huang Fucheng's words fell, the playground instantly descended into chaos. Over 300 freshmen began fighting frantically. Die! These freshmen showed no mercy in their attacks. Around the perimeter of the playground, a dozen teachers stood scattered, keeping a close eye on the battlefield and ready to rescue any students in danger. Of course, any student rescued would lose their qualification to advance. Chen Fan sat in the audience, scanning the scene. Among the more than 300 freshmen, only 2 were second-tier ability users. One of them was Baizun. At this moment, Baizun had unleashed his Ice God domain. Within a 50-meter radius around him, the area transformed into a world of ice and snow. The wind howled, snowflakes drifted from the sky, and the ground was covered in a thick layer of ice. Baizun, like the master of this small world, controlled all the power of ice. With a single thought, a dozen ice lions quickly formed within the domain. The ice lions roared and instantly pounced on the surrounding freshmen. In less than 10 seconds, he had defeated over a dozen freshmen. Wow, this kind of domain ability is so cool. Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim. Baizun's performance was outstanding, immediately sparking heated discussions among the observing teachers and students. Baizun is incredible, no one else stands a chance. He could secure a spot all by himself. That's right, he's the top scorer from Shaanxi province and a hot candidate for this year's Freshman King. I don't think he's guaranteed to win the Freshman King title. Those guys from the Qianlong class aren't easy to deal with. I heard Baizun's physique was crushed by a genius from the military academy yesterday. Yeah, that's just physical strength. The experts from the Magic Academy don't compete in brute force. While the discussions buzzed around him, Chen Fan's attention was drawn to the other second-tier ability user. She was a girl wearing a tight-fitting purple battle suit that perfectly showcased her figure. Chen Fan was intrigued by her, not because of her appearance, but because of her eerie techniques. Her figure could transform into black mist, suddenly dispersing and disappearing from her original spot. The next second, she would appear in front of an enemy several meters away. The dagger in her hand struck her opponent's throat with unerring precision. Her movements were light and swift, like a ghost on the battlefield. From the conversations around him, Chen Fan learned that her name was Yi Qingling, a graduate of the National Martial Qianlong class. Her ability was the S-class, Night Phantom, which was even stronger in nighttime combat. This girl's ability is really interesting, Chen Fan muttered, stroking his chin as he observed her closely. According to Huang Fucheng, the National College Freshman League in October would include both team and individual competitions. He could handle the individual competition on his own, but the team competition required teammates. So, he planned to use this tournament to scout for suitable teammates. Yi Qingling, with her expertise in swift assassination and her mysterious yet formidable skills, seemed like a good choice. Plus, her high appearance would make the team more pleasant to look at, which was also important. Abilities really are endlessly diverse, Chen Fan sighed. Just then, Gao Yuan, sitting beside him, nudged him and gestured toward another part of the playground. Chen Fan looked over and was instantly stunned. Pea shooter. In one corner of the playground, Wen Hua scattered a handful of seeds. Several strange plants quickly sprouted on the alloy ground, resembling the pea shooters from Plants vs. Zombies. They surrounded Wen Hua, continuously spitting out fist-sized cannonballs to attack nearby enemies. The explosions were quite powerful, successfully blocking many freshmen who tried to attack Wenhua. Chen Fan and Gao Yuan exchanged smiles and gave a thumbs up. It seemed that plant-based ability users weren't pushovers. The elimination rate in the 300-person melee was extremely fast within just over 10 minutes. Only 7 or 8 people remained on the field. Wenhua had surprisingly managed to hold on with the help of a group of pea shooters. Wenhua's plant ability is quite powerful, with a large number of plants. Generally, first-tier peak ability users can't beat him. He should be able to advance, Gao Yuan quietly analyzed to Chen Fan. On the playground, Baizun scanned the remaining few contestants, finally fixing his gaze on Wenhua. Chen Fan's roommate. Want to advance? Dream on. Baizun's eyes flashed with malice as he instantly appeared 10 meters away from Wenhua. An unconventional fighting style, he sneered disdainfully. The ice god domain rapidly spread, covering Wenhua and all the pea shooters around him. Wenhua immediately sensed trouble, realizing Baizun was targeting him. However, his combat strategy was based on a defensive position, making escape impossible. He quickly activated his Heart of Nature ability, commanding the dozen pea shooters to launch an attack on Baizun. But the gap between the two was far too great. A massive ice shield suddenly appeared in front of Baizun, blocking all the attacks. In the next moment, an ice lion charged forward, knocking Wenhua flying over 10 meters with a single hit. Wenhua landed heavily on the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. I surrender. Wenhua knew he was no match for Baizun and quickly admitted defeat. But Baizun completely ignored him, forming an ice spear in mid-air and viciously aiming it at the fallen Wenhua. Baizun, don't you dare. Chen Fan and Gao Yuan were both startled, quickly standing up. The strike was incredibly powerful and could pierce through Wenhua in an instant. The surrounding teachers widened their eyes according to the rules. Once someone surrenders, they are considered eliminated, and the opponent is not allowed to continue attacking. The teachers breathed a sigh of relief, only to find Baizun was so ruthless that he completely disregarded Wenhua's life. Help! Wenhua shouted in fear. The ice spear was about to strike, and the teachers couldn't intervene in time. At the critical moment, the ice spear was firmly caught by a hand. The tip of the spear stopped just half an inch from Wenhua's chest. The one who intervened was Huang Fucheng. Wenhua is alive. Chen Fan and Gao Yuan exchanged glances, both relieved. Huang Fucheng stared at Baizun and questioned, "Didn't you hear him surrender?" "Huh? I didn't hear." Baizun feigned innocence, as if he were the victim. Huang Fucheng obviously didn't believe him. He approached Baizun and coldly said, "Get out yourself, you're eliminated." Teacher I. Baizun's face was filled with disbelief. He hadn't expected his plan to backfire. Principal, don't do this. Zhao Qian hurriedly stepped forward, blocking Baizun. Principal, Baizun just broke through to mid-second tier yesterday. His vitality is still unstable, and once his combat technique is activated, he can't retract it in time, which is why he almost hurt Wenhua. Yes, I didn't mean to kill him. Baizun quickly seized the opportunity to explain. Huang Fucheng glanced at him, noting his recent breakthrough, nodded slightly, and said no more, returning to the podium. At this moment, the freshmen erupted in discussion. They looked at Baizun in disbelief. Mid-stage Tier 2? Baizun has already reached mid-stage Tier 2. I take back what I said earlier, this year's freshman king is definitely him. Baizun listened to the praises around him, feeling elated. He decided not to hide anymore, directly releasing his aura to showcase his mid-stage Tier 2 strength. Scanning the audience, he quickly locked eyes on Chen Fan. A cold smile appeared on his lips as he stared provocatively at Chen Fan. Facing Baizun's provocation, Chen Fan merely gave a devilish smile. Does he really think mid-stage Tier 2 can scare me? He sneered inwardly. S-class ability users could fight across 2 minor realms. At most, Baizun could contend with a peak Tier 2 beast. But Chen Fan had once defeated an early-stage Tier 3 ability user barehanded. The gap between them was incomparable. A few minutes later, the whistle blew, signaling the end of the first elimination match. Those advancing were Baizun, Yi Qingling, and a sword-wielding man from Yushan Academy. The freshmen for the second elimination match quickly entered the arena. Among them were 3 Tier 2 ability users, one of whom was Zhao Mingze. The other 2 were from the Qianlong class, indicating their extraordinary talent. Zhao Mingze wielded 2 broad flying swords, controlling them with magnetic fields, one for offense and one for defense, each move powerful. This elimination match held little suspense, as the 3 Tier 2 ability users advanced smoothly. After advancing, Zhao Mingze pulled Wenhua over to sit beside Chun Fan and Gao Yuan. Wenhua still hadn't recovered from the brush with death earlier, his face pale. Zhao Mingze looked at the praised Baizun with dissatisfaction. Brother Fan, Gao Yuan. Baizun did it on purpose, he wanted Wenhua's life. I noticed, Chun Fan responded calmly. Baizun had just been showing off his strength, blatantly provocative. Zhao Mingze, fuming, said, in the one-on-one advancement matches later, whoever faces Baizun must teach him a harsh lesson and avenge Wenhua. Wenhua, however, sighed. Mingze, forget it. He's already mid-stage tier 2, his strength is too overwhelming. Don't provoke him. Wenhua, you're underestimating me, Zhao Mingze retorted. That white-haired guy's shabby domain. I could break his ice shield with a single sword strike. As the four whispered, the surrounding crowd suddenly erupted in exclamations. Wow, is that a tier 3 beast? The Beast Academy is cheating. Why even compete for the Dragon Egg? Just give it to them. Using a tier 3 beast is outright bullying. Tier 3. Chun Fan and the others were shocked and quickly looked in the direction of the commotion. They saw someone from the Beast Academy controlling an early-stage tier 3 Scarlet Armored Beetle. The Scarlet Armored Beetle wasn't actually a beetle, but a type of over 5-meter long shelled insect. Its entire body was covered in a hard red exoskeleton, earning it the nickname Blood Armor. Its front legs resembled 2 sharp scythes, capable of immense destruction. This creature was incredibly powerful, comparable to a divine ox, hence the name Heavenly Beetle. Wow, this person's family must be loaded to get their hands on a beast that can grow to tier 7. Zhao Mingze exclaimed. He looked at Chun Fan with a regretful expression. Brother Fan, it seems you might not get first place this time. Chun Fan shook his head lightly. If this Scarlet Armored Beetle had naturally grown to early stage tier 3, he would indeed stand no chance. But this one had clearly been forcibly accelerated. Its aura was unstable. Its foundation damaged, it might not even reach tier 6 in the future. Zhao Mingze saw the disdain in Chun Fan's eyes, and his pupils contracted. Brother Fan, don't tell me you can even defeat a 3rd-tier mutant beast? What do you think? Chun Fan replied with a mysterious smile. Zhao Mingze and the other two gasped in shock, their faces full of disbelief. Chun Fan had originally planned to observe the attack patterns of the Scarlet Armored Beetle, but to his surprise, no one dared to challenge it in this match. The Scarlet Armored Beetle didn't even need to make a move, its owner advanced effortlessly. The 4th elimination round was uneventful, with nothing particularly noteworthy. It wasn't until the 5th round, when Gao Yuan entered the arena, that Chun Fan's interest was reignited. Gao Yuan's ability was the indestructible Vajra body, which caused his entire body to emit a dark metallic glow when activated. His punches clashed with weapons, producing crisp metallic sounds. The 1st-tier peak ability users on the field couldn't withstand even a single punch from him. Now this is real close combat, every punch drawing blood, relying entirely on a powerful physique. Chun Fan watched Gao Yuan's performance with admiration in his eyes. Gao Yuan's combat skills were exceptional, almost on par with Chun Fan's. Chun Fan gave a devilish smile. Finally, someone who could spar with him. 10 minutes later, Gao Yuan shattered his opponent's longsword with a single punch, sending the person flying 10 meters away. The 5th elimination round concluded. Gao Yuan's performance earned applause, even drawing approving glances from the instructors of the military academy. Gao Yuan, you're really made of iron. It feels like your body is tougher than an F-grade battle soldier. Zhao Mingze said curiously as he examined Gao Yuan's skin after he returned to his teammates. However, Gao Yuan had already deactivated his ability, and his skin looked no different from an ordinary person's. In the 6th elimination round, a seemingly dull-witted young man caught Chun Fan's attention. His name was Wu Yu, and his ability was the S-grade Earth Force. His power was highly unique, allowing him to control the Earth and even burrow underground for short periods. This ability is impressive. It can be used for offense, defense, and even to protect teammates with the Earth. He's a great asset. Chun Fan stared at him for a long time, feeling very satisfied. After the match, The Rookie King would have the privilege of selecting teammates from the top 10. Chen Fan had already made up his mind: Gao Yuan, Zhao Mingze, Yi Qingling, and Wu Yu. This five-person team had close combat, ranged attacks, defense, and an assassin, making it a well-rounded lineup. I hope you all make it to the top 10. Don't let me down. As Chen Fan was deep in thought, the elimination round ended. The field, now full of pits and craters, was approached by an earth element instructor. He placed his palm on the ground, and his ability quickly spread, covering the entire field. The earth wriggled rapidly, and within 10 seconds, it was restored to its original state. All right, 7th round contestants, step forward. Huang Fucheng's voice rang out. Freshmen whose student numbers ended in 7 stood up one after another and jumped into the center of the field. It's my turn. Chen Fan also stood up and walked to one corner of the field. Brother Fan, good luck. Zhao Mingze and the others shouted excitedly, almost jumping with anticipation. They had long been eager to see Chen Fan's strength. Of course, Chen Fan's appearance also drew the attention of many, including Bai Zun and the freshman who controlled the scarlet armored beetle. On the field, everyone gripped their weapons tightly, nervously awaiting the whistle. Meanwhile, Chen Fan stood barehanded, his expression calm and completely unperturbed. In the audience, many freshmen had their eyes fixed on him. That's Chen Fan, the one who overpowered Bai Zun with his physique yesterday. But I don't sense a strong aura from him. He probably isn't a second-tier ability user, right? Who knows? Anyway, the people from the military academy say he's very strong, but I think he's definitely far worse than Bai Zun. The freshmen were whispering among themselves. Bai Zun and Zhao Qian sat together, discussing quietly, their gazes occasionally darting toward Chen Fan in the arena, their eyes filled with coldness and hostility. Teacher, I've already arranged it. The people from the Magic Academy will join forces to deal with him. Even if they can't eliminate him directly, they can severely injure him. Bai Zun's face was grim. He would never back down in the fight for the dragon egg. Zhao Qian nodded and handed over a blood-boiling pill. Bai Zun, the biggest threat isn't Chen Fan, but that scarlet armored beetle. This pill can double your strength in a short time. But remember, unless absolutely necessary, don't use it lightly. The side effects are severe after taking it. You'll be completely exhausted and unable to move for half a month. Understood. Bai Zun nodded heavily. As the two were whispering, the whistle for the match sounded. The training ground instantly erupted with shouts and cries of battle. The first to charge at Chen Fan was a freshman from the Magic Academy. He held a flaming long blade and lunged forward fiercely. So you're the one who offended Brother Zun? The man attacked ruthlessly, the flaming blade slashing straight at Chen Fan's head. Bai Zun's lackey. Chen Fan frowned slightly, his body moving lightly to easily dodge the attack. The next second, Chen Fan sneered, his punch lightning fast, so quick that the opponent couldn't react at all. His fist struck the man's chest. The man felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. Several ribs in his chest instantly broke. His entire body flew over 10 meters away, landing on the ground unconscious. Wang Hezhou eliminated. The teacher quickly arrived and helped him off the battlefield. Chen Fan looked at his fist, lost in thought. It had been a long time since he'd fought a first-tier ability user. He hadn't expected that with just a casual punch, without even using his abilities, he would almost knock the opponent out. So I've already become this strong. He marveled inwardly. The spectators, including Zhao Mingze and others, were thrilled, their faces flushed with excitement. Zhao Mingze even stood up and shouted loudly, "Brother Fan is awesome." Gao Yuan was also shocked. With his physique, he could severely injure a first-tier peak ability user with one punch, but that required using his abilities. In terms of pure physical strength, he was far inferior to Chen Fan. In the arena, Chen Fan's dominance didn't scare them. Instead, it attracted more people to surround him. And all of these people were from the Magic Academy, numbering over 60. Brothers, no matter how strong he is, he can't withstand all 60 of us. Let's go together and take him down. A young man from the Thunder faction charged at the forefront, a thick lightning bolt striking toward Chen Fan. Using such weak lightning to attack me? Truly overestimating yourself. Chen Fan didn't bother dodging. The lightning struck him and instantly disappeared, without a trace of light. This guy can actually resist lightning. The audience erupted in astonished cries. The Thunder faction youth's face turned ugly. His full-strength attack hadn't even scratched Chen Fan. "I don't believe it," he roared, gathering thunder in both hands and smashing it heavily toward Chen Fan's chest. But he felt as if he were hitting steel, his wrists aching from the impact. Terrified, he tried to pull back, only to find his hands tightly stuck. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. The next moment, Chen Fan smirked wickedly, and the thunder-devouring sacred body instantly absorbed all the lightning energy from the youth's body. "What kind of monster are you?" The man was utterly terrified. "Monster? I don't like that term." Chen Fan impatiently slammed his palm onto the man's head. The man was struck so hard that he spun 3.5 times before crashing heavily to the ground, losing consciousness. "Wow, his physique is incredible. What kind of power does he have?" The audience was dumbfounded. Even those from the Baizun faction, who had initially dismissed Chen Fan, were shocked. But he's too arrogant. He's already surrounded. No matter how strong he is, it won't help. On the field, all the freshmen from the Magic Academy launched a joint attack on Chen Fan. "Kid, magic is the strongest. How dare you challenge our brother Zun?" Angry shouts echoed as dozens of supernatural attacks rained down, completely encircling Chen Fan. "He's done for this time." Those supporting Baizun smiled, anticipating Chen Fan's defeat. Zhao Mingze and his friends, however, were panicked, standing up and cursing angrily. Does the Magic Academy have no shame? The teachers responsible for student safety were also terrified. Over 60 attacks targeting one person, how could anyone not be torn to pieces? Just as they were about to intervene, Huang Fucheng's voice suddenly rang out. "No need to step in." The teachers were puzzled but dared not disobey. At this moment, Chen Fan faced the overwhelming attacks without a trace of fear. "Thunder wings," he murmured. In an instant, blue-violet lightning wings unfolded behind him. The magnificent wings were covered in mysterious patterns, like stars in the night sky, both awe-inspiring and terrifying. With a thought, the wings wrapped around his body, shielding him from all the incoming attacks. Boom! Dust and debris filled the air, and the entire field seemed to tremble. Everyone stood up, holding their breath as they waited for the dust to settle. They were desperate to know whether Chen Fan was dead or alive. But in the next moment, before the dust had fully cleared, a figure with lightning wings on his back shot into the sky, hovering dozens of meters above the ground, looking down on everyone. Remember this. No matter how many ants there are, they are still just ants. Chen Fan's voice echoed across the field, arrogant and domineering. At this moment, he floated in the air, unscathed, his clothes still immaculate. Everyone stared at the figure in the sky, too shocked to speak. He was too powerful, so powerful that no one dared to resist. "Chen Fan, invincible," someone in the crowd shouted first. Immediately, the students from the Martial Academy were invigorated, chanting Chen Fan's name in unison. The freshmen from the Martial Academy were ecstatic, while those from the Magic Academy looked grim and sullen. Over 60 people had attacked together, yet they hadn't managed to harm Chen Fan in the slightest. It was utterly humiliating. Hovering in the air, Chen Fan looked down at the Magic Academy freshmen who had attacked him, a wicked smile playing on his lips. He spoke calmly. "Now, you'll taste my wrath." With a gentle flap of his wings, his figure moved like lightning, instantly appearing before the group of freshmen. Not good. Everyone's hearts tightened as they hurriedly activated their powers to defend against Chen Fan. But it was too late. "Nine heavens, thunder strike," Chen Fan murmured, and a crisp dragon's roar emanated from his spine. A blue-violet thunder dragon shot out from his back, coiling around him like the god of lightning. Remember, weakness is the greatest sin. In the next moment, Chen Fan threw a punch, and the thunder dragon surged forth from his fist. Boom! Wherever the thunder dragon passed, it obliterated all attacks, and every supernatural user was violently thrown back. With just one punch, over 30 Magic Academy freshmen were completely incapacitated. Now it's your turn. Before the remaining people could recover from their fear, the wings behind Chen Fan transformed into sharp blades, slicing through the void with a horizontal slash. A massive blue-purple lightning arc appeared before them in an instant. The next second, Screams echoed one after another as everyone was struck by the blade's energy, spitting blood and being sent flying. In the stands, everyone was breathing heavily, too shocked to speak. In just 2 moves, not a single one of the 60-plus students from the Magic Academy could stand up. Brother Fan, you're incredible. Zhao Mingze and the others were so stunned that they couldn't help but curse in amazement. The new students who hadn't known Chen Fan before also exclaimed in shock. This Chen Fan is terrifying. He's only at the early stage of the second tier. How can he have such combat power? He's even stronger than Baizun. I looked him up, he's the provincial top scorer from Shannon Province. Someone raised their phone and loudly informed those around them. He's also a provincial top scorer? So low-key, no one at school has even heard of his achievements. Wait, hold on. At this moment, someone revealed even more explosive news. Chen Fan is so arrogant. Earlier, he publicly challenged Jing University online, claiming he'd single-handedly defeat all their freshmen. What? There's news like that? No wonder he's so bold, he's the real deal. I'm impressed. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, Baizun's face was extremely grim. From the strength Chen Fan had just displayed, he knew he was no match. Zhao Qian's expression was equally unpleasant. Remembering how he had belittled Chen Fan yesterday on the training field, saying he was inferior to Baizun, his cheeks burned with shame. He turned to Baizun and said coldly, Baizun, you still have a chance. During the one-on-one advancement matches, I'll secretly manipulate the draw to make Chen Fan face the genius from the Beast Academy first. The two of them will fight each other, and one of them is bound to be eliminated. By then, you'll only face one of them in the finals. Take that blood-boiling pill, and you'll easily defeat your opponent. Zhao Qian and Baizun whispered their scheme, completely unbeknownst to Chen Fan. Of course, even if Chen Fan knew, he wouldn't be afraid. He had absolute confidence in his strength. Any conspiracy was meaningless in the face of true power. On the training field, the remaining participants all kept their distance from Chen Fan, staying at least 50 meters away. No one dared to approach. In their hearts, they had already accepted that one of the advancement spots was undoubtedly Chen Fan's. Chen Fan, too, was at ease. Within 10 minutes, all the first-tier ability users on the field were eliminated, leaving only Chen Fan and 2 other second-tier ability users. The 7th elimination match concluded smoothly. When Chen Fan returned to the area around the stands, the students were full of admiration. Many girls secretly cast flirtatious glances at him. Even Vice Principal Huang Fuqing looked at him with approval. Brother Fan, that moment when you spread your lightning wings and soared into the sky was so cool. Those wings of yours are amazing, Zhao Mingze exclaimed, his face full of envy. Not bad, Chen Fan replied with a faint smile, knowing in his heart that he had only acted out of a surge of energy to intimidate his opponents. He hadn't been trying to show off. Brother Fan, you've unintentionally attracted a huge fan base. Look at those girls over there, they're all glowing like flowers, their eyes completely dazed. Zhao Mingze laughed, pointing to a group of girls in the distance for Chen Fan to see. As they were talking, a young man suddenly stepped in front of Chen Fan. It was the student who had controlled the red-armored beetle Jiang Chun. Can we talk? Jiang Chun asked. Oh, what do you want to talk about? Chen Fan asked, slightly surprised but polite. I want to make a deal with you, Jiang Chun said with a confident smile, shrugging his shoulders. Transaction? Chen Fan frowned slightly, already guessing the other party's intention. That's right, a transaction, Jiang Chun said. If you voluntarily give up competing for the Dragon Egg, I'll give you 50 million. Additionally, consider this as the Jiang family owing you a favor. Sorry, I'm not interested in your so-called favor from the Jiang family. Chen Fan's face turned cold. 50 million plus a useless favor in exchange for a dragon egg? You're way too confident. Besides, what is the Jiang family anyway? I've never even heard of them. Jiang Chun was somewhat surprised by Chen Fan's lack of courtesy, and his tone turned cold as well. You still have a chance to change your mind before the promotion match. No need, get lost. Chen Fan was growing impatient. Not to mention that Jiang Chen's Scarlet Armored Sky Bull was in poor condition right now. Even at its peak, he had ways to take it down. Jiang Chen's face darkened, not expecting Chen Fan to be so unyielding, even directly telling him to scram. You really think I'm afraid of you? I'm just trying to control the Scarlet Armored Sky Bull, preventing it from exerting too much force and damaging its foundation. But since you're so determined, I don't mind risking its foundation to make you pay a heavy price. Jiang Chun estimated that Chun Fan's strength was probably slightly above the peak of the second tier. The Scarlet Armored Sky Bull's current state would require some effort to take down Chun Fan. However, doing so might completely collapse its already unstable foundation. That's why he had lowered himself to negotiate. But since Chun Fan wasn't buying it, he was ready to go all out. Another self-righteous guy. Chun Fan was amused by his arrogance. At that moment, the system's notification sound suddenly rang out. System task: slay the Scarlet Armored Sky Bull. Task level E. Completion will grant access to a lottery draw. Chun Fan's lips curled into a smile. Sure enough, the task had arrived. He looked at Jiang Chun and smiled faintly. Your Scarlet Armored Sky Bull has already been sentenced to death. Just wait and see. Chun Fan, just wait and see. I'll make you realize my power. Jiang Chun left angrily, having failed to get a favorable response. Chun Fan was indifferent. Jiang Chun was merely at the early stage of the second tier. If it weren't for the Scarlet Armored Sky Bull, he wouldn't even bother looking at him. Zhao Mingze leaned over and whispered a reminder. Brother Fan, the Jiang family is very influential in the capital. They're a renowned beast-taming family with 3 8th-tier grandmasters guarding them. No problem. Chun Fan waved his hand dismissively. Soldiers will block. Water will flood. I'll deal with whatever comes. As long as I show my strength, the National Martial Arts Association will definitely back me up. However, the tension between Chun Fan and Jiang Chun sparked discussions among the freshmen. Most believed Chun Fan couldn't beat Jiang Chun, especially since the latter controlled a 3rd-tier early-stage exotic beast. Unless Chun Fan was a super expert, he had no chance of winning. Of course, there were also some who supported Chun Fan, mainly the girls. Chun Fan's performance earlier had completely won them over. Especially the scene where he grew thunder wings and soared into the sky. It was utterly breathtaking. More importantly, someone had just revealed big news. Chun Fan was the only SS-level ability user in this year's National Martial Arts Association. This meant he had the greatest potential. The future belonged to him. In the next 3 elimination matches, Chun Fan watched attentively, but didn't find any freshman who impressed him. Until 10 o'clock in the morning, all 10 elimination matches had concluded. On the podium, Huang Fucheng scanned the crowd and nodded in satisfaction. You are the strongest batch of freshmen in the National Martial Arts Association in the past 20 years. Don't get cocky. I've received news that the freshmen at Jing University and Mo University are equally formidable this year. Especially Jing University, they have more than 5 SS-level ability users. There's even a rumor that they're hiding an SSS-level genius, ready to make a stunning debut at the freshman competition. Huang Fucheng's words exploded like a bomb on the field, causing a stir among the teachers and students, who collectively gasped. An SSS-level genius, practically a genius among geniuses, was a rarity worldwide. In the history of Desia's ability users, only 2 people had ever reached this level. One of them was even the Beast Cult's archbishop, who wielded spatial abilities. Chun Fan was a bit surprised, but didn't feel overwhelmed. He was now a dual ability user, with overall strength already approaching the SSS level. Moreover, he firmly believed he could extract a 3rd ability in the future, potentially reaching the SSS level directly. Pressure brings motivation. If those guys from Jing University are too weak, it wouldn't be any fun. Chun Fan shrugged, completely unfazed. After all, with the system in hand, I am invincible. Huang Fucheng raised his hand to interrupt the crowd's discussions. I'm telling you all this to remind you not to become arrogant and complacent. You need to work even harder moving forward. Now, I'll call out 2 names. You 2 will participate in the upcoming advancement matches. Li Haoyu, Feng Qingyang, you've advanced. Huang Fucheng selected the 2 strongest candidates from the eliminated group. The 2 stood up excitedly, their faces brimming with the joy of victory. Wen Hua felt a bit helpless. He had thought he could advance, but being eliminated left him inevitably disappointed. You're not a combatant, so don't get involved. I'll make sure to teach Bai Zun a good lesson for you. Chun Fan patted his shoulder in consolation. Our dorm didn't make it to the next round as a full team because of me. Wenhua wasn't particularly eager to fight. He just felt bad that his 3 roommates had advanced while he was the only one eliminated. You're the future master of potion making. The brothers' elixirs and potions all depend on you. Zhao Mingze, noticing his low spirits, quickly offered comfort. Zhao Mingze was right. Wenhua's S-level ability Heart of Nature had immense potential, with limitless future prospects. Bai Zun, seeing that everyone around Chen Fan had immense potential, couldn't help but feel jealous, his gaze growing even more sinister. At this moment, all 32 advancing participants had been selected. Huang Fucheng looked at the group and said, "The advancement matches are about to begin. Take them seriously. The top 10 will form 2 school teams. The school teams won't just attend classes, they'll also receive special training from professional mentors. The school will fully support your development. Those who didn't advance, don't lose heart. If you perform well, you might still catch a teacher's eye and become their disciple." The advancing freshmen were all brimming with energy, eager to secure a good ranking. Those who were eliminated could only watch enviously. At the Ability University, making it onto the school team was the highest honor. They represented the strongest combat power and were admired by other students. Seeing the high spirits of the crowd, Huang Fucheng called on a teacher to begin modifying the field. That teacher activated their ability, causing the ground to churn like a dragon turning over. Within 10 seconds, 16 arenas rose from the ground. The crowd marveled in amazement. Chen Fan also exclaimed, "Impressive. An earth element ability user at the martial saint level can truly move mountains and overturn seas." Another teacher began organizing the groupings. "Everyone, quiet down and listen to my arrangements. Whoever steps onto the wrong arena will be directly eliminated." The crowd fell silent, awaiting orders. Zhao Mingze, Qian Wei, head to Arena 1. Hao Jun, Gong Xiaodian, head to Arena 2. Soon, 32 people were divided into 16 groups, each standing at their respective arenas. Chen Fan was assigned to Arena 8, facing a frail young man named Gue Dongi. Chen Fan had a deep impression of him because he was an exceptionally unique ability user. When he activated his ability, it was as if he transformed into a vengeful ghost. His entire body turned pitch black like ink. His fingers became claws, resembling a humanoid monster. This ability was called Nether Ghost Form, an S-level ability. At this moment, the 2 freshmen stood opposite each other on the arena, waiting for the whistle to signal the start of the match. The tense atmosphere lasted for over 10 seconds until the whistle finally blew, marking the beginning of the match. On Arena 8, Gue Dongi displayed a fawning attitude toward Chen Fan. "Brother Fan, we're from the same academy. Go easy on me later, don't let me lose too badly." "Easy for you to say." Chen Fan maintained a 10-meter distance from him, his smile concealing a hidden edge. Although Gue Dongi appeared to be yielding, the malice in his eyes revealed he was not easy to deal with. Sure enough, as Chen Fan pretended to relax, a dark shadow silently crept out from behind him. A claw over a foot long lunged straight at Chen Fan's back. The vengeful ghost standing behind Chen Fan was pitch black like ink, its claws as sharp as daggers, gleaming coldly. Gue Dongi abandoned his earlier humility and burst into maniacal laughter. "Haha, fool." The ghost struck with incredible speed, launching a close-range sneak attack. He didn't believe Chen Fan could dodge it, but he miscalculated. Chen Fan's mental strength had surpassed 200, making his reactions exceptionally sharp. He had already sensed the abnormality behind him. Frowning, Chen Fan activated Thunder Flash, instantly leaping 5 meters away. "Brother, if you're going to play dirty, don't blame me for being ruthless." Chen Fan coldly eyed him, calculating how to teach him a harsh lesson. Gue Dongi hadn't expected his sneak attack to fail, but even facing Chen Fan, he remained unafraid. "So what if you dodged? You're strong, but I'm no weakling," Gue Dongi shouted. Nether Ghost Form. In the next moment, the vengeful ghost returned to his body, and the 2 fused together in a bizarre manner. Gue Dongi's strength surged instantly, releasing a dense ghostly aura, even showing signs of breaking through to mid-stage Tier 2. At the same time, his appearance transformed dramatically, becoming a 3-meter-tall, pitch-black monster that looked like it had crawled out of hell. "If it weren't for the issues with my body, How could the provincial champion of Tianfu province fall to someone else? Chen Fan, Bai Zun, they're nothing. I, Gue Dongi, am the strongest of this year's batch. Gue Dongi's voice, now transformed into that of a monster, was low and hoarse, like a demon from hell. At this moment, the surrounding crowd was overwhelmed by his imposing aura. Another dark horse emerges. This guy was hiding his true strength all along. This match just got interesting. It's hard to say who's stronger. For a moment, many teachers and students were astonished. But Chen Fan's expression remained calm. Although Gue Dongi was formidable now, he was still far from being a match for Chen Fan. Time to stretch a bit. Chen Fan gently rotated his neck, producing a cracking sound. Arrogant. Gue Dongi, seeing that Chen Fan still looked down on him, was instantly consumed by rage. The nether ghost form caused his emotions to spiral out of control, making him violent, but it also granted him terrifying power. He roared as he charged at Chen Fan with incredible speed, leaving afterimages in the air. Die! Gue Dongi, like a mad demon, unleashed a frenzied assault on Chen Fan with his nether ghost claws, attacking with unbridled ferocity. He struck with incredible speed, launching hundreds of attacks in just a few breaths. Yet Chen Fan's feet seemed rooted to the ground, completely unmoving. He countered Ghost Dongi's assault with only his thunderclap palms, his demeanor relaxed and unbothered. Die, die, die. Ghost Dongi's attacks grew increasingly frenzied, nearly driving him to madness. However, no matter how fiercely he attacked, Chen Fan effortlessly deflected every strike. If this is all the power you have, it's truly disappointing, Chen Fan remarked with a slight shake of his head. His movements suddenly accelerated as he delivered a powerful palm strike to Ghost Dongi's chest, sending him flying through the air. You, how are you this strong? Ghost Dongi climbed to his feet, his eyes bloodshot and brimming with fury. The surrounding crowd was utterly stunned. The speed at which the two had been exchanging blows was so fast that most of the new students couldn't even follow their movements. To them, it appeared as though a ferocious beast had been relentlessly attacking Chen Fan. Yet Chen Fan, like a consummate master, had effortlessly blocked every single strike. It was as if he could defeat Ghost Dongi with ease whenever he so desired. Who just said Ghost Dongi could hurt Chen Fan? This is like an adult playing with a child. Ghost Dongi is indeed strong, but Chen Fan is terrifying. The new students gathered around the training field were abuzz with chatter. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian, who had been observing Chen Fan the entire time, looked increasingly grim. Chen Fan's strength far surpassed his expectations. Zhao Qian had secretly arranged for Ghost Dongi to be in the same group as Chen Fan to test his limits. But Ghost Dongi, who was nearing the peak of the second tier, hadn't he even managed to shake Chen Fan. Useless, Zhao Qian muttered under his breath, his hand crushing the armrest of the wooden chair he was gripping. Beside him, Tian Xiong, however, was growing more and more impressed with Chen Fan. Glancing at Zhao Qian with a light smile, he said, "In terms of talent, strength, and composure, Chen Fan utterly outclasses Bai Zun. The title of king among the new students will undoubtedly belong to our military academy this time." Zhao Qian's expression twisted with hostility, and he replied coldly, "Let us see him defeat the red-armored heavenly bull before declaring victory." Back in the arena, Chen Fan walked towards Ghost Dongi, closing the distance step by step. The warm-up was over, and he found himself bored, ready to end the fight with a single punch. As punishment for ambushing me, breaking 10 of your ribs with this punch shouldn't be too excessive, right? Chen Fan said calmly. Blue and purple lightning coiled around his arm, forming a thunder dragon that spiraled around him, ready to unleash a devastating strike at any moment. At that moment, Ghost Dongi's bloodshot eyes burned with unwillingness. Chen Fan, don't think you've won. I've been deliberately suppressing the power of my nether ghost body. In that case, let me show you the true form of the nether ghost body. Rage mode demonic extremity. With a maniacal roar, Ghost Dongi abandoned the last shred of his sanity, replaced by boundless bloodlust and a desire for slaughter. His body darkened into a deep blood-red hue. Roar. Now incapable of human speech, Ghost Dongi emitted a beast-like growl. His ghostly claws exuded a chilling, sinister energy as he instantly lunged at Chen Fan. What a sinister and vile power. Chen Fan frowned, sensing the immense surge in Ghost Dongyi's strength. The two clashed again. After exchanging a few blows, Chen Fan unleashed a thunderous punch, the thunder dragon roaring as it shot forward, striking the red monstrosity head-on and sending it flying. However, Ghost Dongyi, now consumed by madness, felt no fear or pain. His body rebounded off the ground, launching himself at Chen Fan once more. Boom! Above Arena 8, blue-purple lightning clashed repeatedly with black, ghostly energy, the force of their collision nearly toppling the entire platform. The teachers responsible for maintaining the training field quickly used their abilities to reinforce the arena, preventing it from being completely destroyed. Within just a dozen breaths, Chen Fan relied on his immense strength to repel Gui Dongyi more than 10 times. However, he still couldn't completely subdue him. By this time, the outcomes of the other arenas had already been decided, and all eyes were now focused on arena number 8. The monster Gui Dongyi had transformed into his terrifying, but Chen Fan's power was even more fearsome to the extreme. Had enough fun, Chen Fan finally lost his patience and decided to hold nothing back. He unleashed the full force of the Nine Heavens' thunder power. The Thunder Dragon surged with immense strength, and with a single punch, he sent his opponent flying. In the next moment, Chen Fan activated Thunder Flash and charged forward at lightning speed. You think you're so wild? Chen Fan grabbed Gui Dongyi by the ankle and lifted him up. Then, with a series of loud cracks, Chen Fan swung Gui Dongyi's body like a whip and slammed him forcefully into the ground. Boom! Boom! Chen Fan's attacks were ferocious, and within seconds, Gui Dongyi's body was almost reduced to a pulp, leaving him completely unconscious. Chen Fan wins. The referee's announcement finally made Chen Fan stop. He casually tossed Gui Dongyi to the ground. Chen Fan won way too easily, didn't he? The teachers and students in the audience exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Gui Dongyi had already demonstrated the peak strength of the second tier, yet Chen Fan defeated him effortlessly. Is Chen Fan really an SS-level genius? His strength is far beyond even S-level. Everyone was in awe. Huang Fu Chung narrowed his eyes, carefully observing Chen Fan. The power Chen Fan had displayed far exceeded the scope of an ordinary SS-level genius. Could this kid be an SSS-level ability user? Or does he possess dual abilities? Huang Fu Cheng's heart trembled. His gaze was filled with anticipation. If that were the case, the National Freshman Tournament in 3 months could very well see Guowu Academy claiming the championship. Thinking of this, he quickly turned to Dai Jiangshan, the dean of the military academy, and said, Jiangshan, your military academy really struck gold this year. This kid's talent surpasses even your junior brother Luo Chongqing. Indeed, Guowu really picked up a treasure this time. Dai Jiangshan looked at Chen Fan, his eyes gleaming. Huang Fu Chung tentatively suggested, Jiangshan, if there's a chance, introduce him to Chongqing. Their abilities are quite similar. I think this kid would make a great disciple for him. All right, Dai Jiangshan nodded firmly. As the two spoke, the matches on the 16 arenas had mostly concluded. Chen Fan glanced around. Both Gao Yuan and Zhao Mingze had advanced smoothly and were in good condition, indicating that their opponents weren't too strong. The ones he had been keeping an eye on, Yi Qingling and Wu Yu, had also made it to the next round, which pleased him. Before anyone had time to rest, the second round of the advancement matches was about to begin. Beasts on the battlefield never give us a chance to catch our breath, so there will be no breaks between advancement matches. The competition will continue until the final Rookie King is decided. In a moment, the top 16 to top 8 advancement matches will begin. I will now announce the groupings. A teacher holding a list announced loudly. Group 1, Chen Fan vs. Yi Qingling. Group 2, Baizun vs. Zhao Mingze. Group 3, Gao Yuan vs. Wang Yiren. Chen Fan was a bit surprised. The only girl on the field had been placed in the same group as him, and she was also one of the teammates he had high hopes for. Testing her strength in advance isn't a bad idea, he thought to himself. But Mingze and Baizun being in the same group is a bit concerning. Thinking of this, he quickly instructed Zhao Mingze, be careful, just do your best. If there's danger, surrender immediately. Zhao Mingze shrugged and said boldly, don't worry, Fan, I still have to avenge Wenhua. My pair of unparalleled flying swords aren't just for show. I must stab a hole in that white-haired guy's chest to let him know our brotherhood isn't to be trifled with. Your safety comes first. I'll take care of avenging Wenhua. Chen Fan patted his shoulder. The referee urged the contestants to enter the arena, and Chen Fan said no more, stepping forward and instantly leaping onto arena number 1. Yi Qingling was already waiting on the stage. She was dressed in a tight purple combat suit, her figure graceful, and every movement captivating. Her chest was full, and with every motion, it rippled like waves. Wow, this girl is truly a lethal presence. Chen Fan marveled inwardly. Yi Qingling looked at Chen Fan and said coldly, Chen Fan, you've already looked at me no less than 5 times this morning. You seem quite interested in me, don't you? This girl's observation skills are sharp, Chen Fan thought, surprised. He hadn't expected her to notice every time he secretly glanced at her. He smiled, not the least bit embarrassed. If you can show even greater strength in this match, I'll be even more interested. Ugh, pervert. Yi Qingling snorted coldly, glaring at Chen Fan with fierce eyes. I have absolutely no interest in men. With that, her figure suddenly dispersed like smoke. In the next moment, she appeared right in front of Chen Fan, her dagger thrusting fiercely toward his eyes. Pervert, let's see if you dare to sneak a look at me again. Whoa! Chen Fan's eyes widened, not expecting this girl to be so fiery, igniting at the slightest provocation. Your strength isn't enough to hurt me. Chen Fan activated 9 Heavens Thunder movement, a thunder dragon coiling around his body. A curtain of lightning blocked Yi Qingling's dagger. Yi Qingling hadn't expected Chen Fan to react so quickly. Her move changed, and she softly shouted, Night piercing. In the next moment, Yi Qingling's dagger effortlessly penetrated Chen Fan's defense. Chen Fan was shocked and immediately used Thunder Flash, his figure instantly leaping 5 meters away. Wow, this girl's ability, Night Phantom, is truly unique. It can directly bypass my defenses? Chen Fan couldn't help but marvel. Seeing Chen Fan sizing her up again, Yi Qingling's face turned red with anger, and she shouted furiously, Pervert, take this. Her body, like a phantom, could traverse the void, so when her attack missed, she immediately vanished into the air. After dodging her attacks several times, Chen Fan grew increasingly impressed with Yi Qingling. Her survival skills and assassination techniques were strong, and even top-tier geniuses of the same level might not escape her grasp. However, Yi Qingling's weakness was also evident. Her body was too fragile to withstand even a regular punch from Chen Fan. Thus, she acted with extreme caution, retreating into the void at the slightest sign of danger. As a result, for most of the time on arena number 1, only Chen Fan's shadow could be seen. After several breaths, Yi Qingling reappeared 10 meters away from Chen Fan, shouting angrily, Hey, pervert, dodging all the time, what kind of man are you? If you have the guts, let me cut you once. Heh. Chen Fan almost laughed in exasperation, thinking, aren't you dodging all the time too? All right, I figured out your ability. From now on, I won't hold back. Chen Fan smiled faintly. His speed suddenly increased, and in an instant, he charged in front of Yi Qingling, throwing a fierce punch. Yi Qingling showed no fear. Her figure flickered, and she vanished into the void. Seconds later, she reappeared behind Chen Fan. But before her attack could begin, Chen Fan abruptly turned around and punched her directly in the chest. Ah! Yi Qingling exclaimed in shock and immediately disappeared to escape. When she reappeared, her face was pale, her chest heaving violently, clearly terrified. Chen Fan's mental strength far surpassed hers, and his reaction speed was astonishing. She finally realized she was no match for him. Yi, just surrender obediently. If you keep dragging this out, your abilities will be completely drained, Chen Fan said with a cheerful smile, showing no concern that she might counterattack. I admit defeat. Yi Qingling gritted her teeth in frustration, but had no choice. She couldn't possibly defeat Chen Fan, and his abilities were far stronger than hers. Dragging it out would only lead to her complete collapse. It was better to surrender voluntarily and conserve her strength. After all, this round of the competition was to select the 2 strongest individuals to join the school team. After winning the match, Chun Fan turned his gaze to the adjacent arena. Zhao Mingze was locked in an intense battle with Bai Zun, the situation critical. This is the Ice God domain. I am the ruler here, and all ice-based powers obey my command. How can you possibly defeat me? Bai Zun arrogantly declared. The arena was covered in a thick layer of ice, transforming the entire area into a world of frost. Zhao Mingze, caught off guard, had his feet frozen to the ground. Bai Zun had already summoned over a dozen ice dragons, which charged at Zhao Mingze with ferocity. Mingze, watch out! Chun Fan shouted in alarm. Watch my twin dragons play with the pearl. Zhao Mingze roared, showing no fear. His two unparalleled flying swords transformed into streaks of light, engaging in a fierce struggle with the ice dragons. Bai Zun was somewhat surprised, not expecting Zhao Mingze to be so powerful. Looks like I underestimated you. Bai Zun sneered coldly. The next moment, he waved his hand, summoning over a dozen ice spears behind him, which shot toward Zhao Mingze with relentless force. At this moment, Zhao Mingze's swords were entangled with the ice dragons, and his feet were still frozen, leaving him in a perilous situation. Fortunately, he gripped his sword sheath and struck the ground, shattering the ice layer and leaping 5 meters away, narrowly avoiding the ice spears. But Bai Zun's assault did not stop. With a snap of his fingers, within the Ice God domain, a massive ice lion over 10 feet long materialized. The ice lion roared and lunged at Zhao Mingze. Zhao Mingze's physical body was extremely weak, and after a few moves, he was knocked down by the ice lion, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Is this your strength? Even weaker than that guy named Wenhua, Bai Zun said as he walked over, stepping on Zhao Mingze. He then looked up at Chun Fan and mockingly said, Chun Fan, it will soon be your turn. Just like this, I will crush you underfoot too. Bai Zun's eyes were filled with malice, and he continued to grind Zhao Mingze's face under his foot. Watching this scene, Chun Fan's gaze turned icy cold. For the first time, he felt such intense killing intent toward someone. Mingze, surrender. Chun Fan commanded, while coldly saying to Bai Zun, while a transparent dagger appeared in Bai Zun's hand as he sneered at Chun Fan in the distance. The dagger pierced through the ice and plunged fiercely into Zhao Mingze's abdomen. Chun Fan, this is the price you and your brothers pay for offending me. Zhao Mingze was trapped within the ice prison, unable even to open his mouth to admit defeat. Bai Zun, don't test my patience. Chun Fan's voice was as cold as the ice itself. Bai Zun had completely crossed the line this time. By this point, Gao Yuan had finished his battle as well. He stood beside Chun Fan, glaring angrily at Bai Zun on the stage. Bastard, touch my brother again, and I'll smash you to pieces. Big fool, don't rush. Your turn for punishment will come soon enough. Bai Zun's lips curled into a wicked smile. He saw these actions as a form of punishment. He glanced at the blood-stained dagger in his hand and, without hesitation, plunged it again into Zhao Mingze's abdomen. Chun Fan nearly lost control and charged onto the stage. Teacher, Zhao Mingze has already lost. Stop the match now, he shouted to the referee overseeing the fight. Do you need to teach me how to do my job? The referee cast a cold glance at Chun Fan and said indifferently, he hasn't admitted defeat, and his life isn't in danger. The match cannot be stopped. What kind of rule is that? Chun Fan's face darkened like the bottom of a pot as he struggled to suppress his fury. He added, Teacher, do you think Zhao Mingze is even capable of admitting defeat right now? I don't care. The referee replied coldly, turning away and ignoring Chun Fan entirely. Damn it. This referee is so biased toward Bai Zun, he must be from the Magic Academy. Chun Fan growled, his face livid. Seeing the referee's hardened stance, Chun Fan prepared to rush to the stage to save his friend. But just as he took 2 steps, the teacher stopped him with a firm grip. Only the referee is allowed to intervene in the match. Chun Fan was boiling with rage. Meanwhile, on the stage, Bai Zun had already stabbed Zhao Mingze's abdomen 5 times. Zhao Mingze's entire body trembled slightly within the ice prison from the pain. But Bai Zun wasn't satisfied yet. He picked up a peerless flying sword from the ground, a playful look on his face. This flying sword is quite nice, but now it's useless. Bai Zun sneered wickedly and, with a loud snap, broke the sword into two pieces. Zhao Ming's pupils suddenly dilated within the ice prison, his eyes blazing with boundless fury. This pair of peerless swords had been a treasure given to him by a loved one on their deathbed. He had cherished them as if they were his life, and now Baizun had destroyed one right before his eyes. And this one? I'll break it too. Baizun picked up the other flying sword, just as he was about to snap it. No, Zhao Mingzi could no longer contain the fury in his heart. He erupted with unprecedented strength. The ice prison cracked and, in the next moment, shattered with a thunderous crash. Electromagnetic storm. His eyes turned blood red as an overwhelming surge of mental power burst from the center of his brow. The space around him erupted into chaos, a tornado-like energy sweeping outward in all directions. Nothing could withstand the storm's passage. Baizun was sent flying, and even his ice god domain was torn apart, nearly collapsing. Not good. Baizun was shocked. He quickly stabilized his domain and summoned over a dozen ice dragons to attack Zhao Mingzi. Facing the ferocious ice dragons, Zhao Mingzi no longer felt fear. With a thought, the peerless flying sword on the ground rose and hovered above his head. He poured all his mental energy into the sword, which now radiated an overwhelmingly sharp aura. Break! Zhao Mingzi roared. A massive sword energy erupted from the peerless sword, sweeping across the heavens and earth with an earth-shaking momentum. In the next instant, the dragons in the sky were reduced to fragments, and the ice god domain was split in two. Mingzi's swordsmanship has reached a new height. Chen Fan's heart surged with excitement. This strike had already achieved second-tier peak combat power. However, Zhao Mingzi's mental energy was completely exhausted. This was the last strike he could muster. You broke one of my unparalleled swords. This debt isn't settled. He stared coldly at Baizun and voluntarily jumped off the arena. Blood gushed wildly from the 5 holes in his abdomen, creating a gruesome scene. He approached Chen Fan and said with a bitter smile, "Brother Fan, I broke through this damn domain with one strike." "Well done." Chen Fan patted his shoulder and quickly supported his staggering body. Thunderous applause erupted from the stands. Almost everyone was clapping for Zhao Mingzi. Baizun's cruel treatment of Zhao Mingzi had left people both angry and disheartened. Zhao Mingzi's final strike was exhilarating. What's wrong with Baizun? It's one thing to defeat someone, but why torture them? I really misjudged him. I can't believe I supported this psycho. Who can beat him? Honestly, he's so annoying. I hope someone gives him a good thrashing. The newcomers were abuzz with discussion. Even Baizun's female fans fell silent, no longer defending their idol. Baizun's actions had indeed made him detestable, but he didn't care about the surrounding chatter. Now, he had become frenzied and aggressive. He had abandoned Jing University and chosen National Martial Academy solely to obtain the Dragon Egg. As long as he got the Dragon Egg, his talent and strength would skyrocket. He couldn't afford to lose. If I can't succeed, I'll fight to the death. Once I get that Dragon Egg, everyone will have to bow down and admit defeat. Baizun touched the blood-boiling pill in his pocket, brimming with confidence. At this moment, Chen Fan and Gao Yuan helped Zhao Mingzi to the stands, where Wen Hua quickly came forward to meet them. Zhao Mingzi grinned and said, "Wen Hua, your brother was useless. He couldn't avenge you." Wen Hua felt both moved and helpless seeing him still joking despite his injuries. He sighed, placing his palm on Zhao Mingzi's pierced abdomen. A vibrant green energy surged from his hand, directly entering Zhao Mingzi's wound. What? Everyone's eyes widened as Zhao Mingzi's wound visibly began to heal. Before anyone could ask questions, Wen Hua proactively explained, "My ability, Heart of Nature, not only allows me to control plants and communicate with nature, but also carries potent life energy that can help others recover from injuries quickly." "That's incredible," Chen Fan exclaimed, amazed. Wen Hua was practically a budding miracle doctor. The green energy enveloped Zhao Mingzi's abdomen, and his face showed a relaxed expression, clearly feeling much better. Within just a dozen breaths, the wound had completely healed. However, Wen Hua's face turned pale, his body swayed, and he nearly collapsed. "Are you okay?" Chen Fan quickly supported him. Wen Hua, slightly weak, replied, "Don't worry, I just overused my ability. I'll be fine after resting for a night." "Good brother." Zhao Mingze threw an arm around Wan Hua's shoulder, deeply moved. Yet his face still showed a hint of frustration and unwillingness. If my swordsmanship had broken through earlier, the outcome of this battle might have been different. He wasn't wrong. Swordsmanship, unlike other abilities, could lead to significant power increases as it advanced. In his anger and impulsiveness, Zhao Mingze had comprehended a sword momentum unstoppable. This had brought a qualitative leap to his swordsmanship. Chun Fan patted his shoulder and smiled. Mingze, do you want to join the school team? Zhao Mingze froze for a moment, then replied, Of course I do. However, my mental energy is depleted, and I can't control my sword for a short time. I'm afraid I won't be able to secure the 9th or 10th place. Chun Fan took out a pill from his pocket and handed it to him. This is a spirit-nourishing pill. Teacher Tian Xiong gave me 2, I only used 1. If you take it, your mental energy will recover within 10 minutes. Really? Zhao Mingze was so happy he almost cried. He took the spirit-nourishing pill and said excitedly, Brother Fan, Gao Yuan, we brothers must form our own battle team. Soon, the quarterfinals began. The layout of the field changed again as 4 arenas rose from the ground, dividing the field into 4 sections. Each arena covered over 10,000 square meters, giving the ability users more space to perform. Chun Fan leaped onto the arena. This time, his opponent was Feng Wuyo, a second-tier early-stage ability user from the Magic Academy. This person was strong, second only to Bai Zun in the Magic Academy. His ability was wind-related, and his movements were as fast as the wind, agile and elusive. The wind blades he unleashed were unpredictable and difficult to track. But in front of Chun Fan, they were nothing. In this battle, Chun Fan defeated Feng Wuyo with just 3 punches, knocking him off the arena and leaving him motionless on the ground. The matches on the other 3 arenas were also one-sided, with the winners being Bai Zun, Jiang Chun, and Gao Yuan. Bai Zun and Jiang Chen's strength went without saying, but Gao Yuan's performance surprised many. In this match, Gao Yuan used weapons for the first time, 2 massive battle axes. Standing over 2 meters tall, with a burly and robust physique, he wielded 2 axes, each 1.5 meters long, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. His indestructible Vajra body granted him a powerful physique, and each swing of his axe carried the weight of 10,000 pounds. His opponent was Hu Jing from the Magic Academy. Gao Yuan had a strong dislike for people from the Magic Academy and showed no mercy in this match. His giant axes swung with immense force, and after a few rounds, it seemed as though he was about to cleave Hu Jing in half. If the referee hadn't intervened to block the final strike, Hu Jing would have undoubtedly spilled blood on the arena today. Chun Fan nodded in approval. Gao Yuan's combat strength had already surpassed the late second tier and barely touched the threshold of the peak. This performance was already quite impressive. However, in the upcoming matches, Gao Yuan was unlikely to make it to the top 2. After all, the remaining 3 were all at least peak second tier in strength. Gao Yuan, you might face Bai Zun in the next match. Be careful, and if the situation looks bad, surrender immediately. I'll take care of him. Chun Fan patted Gao Yuan's shoulder as a reminder. He clearly remembered that when Bai Zun tormented Zhao Mingze, he hinted that he would be grouped with Jiang Chun in the next match, while Gao Yuan would face Bai Zun. The Magic Academy will do anything to win. Chun Fan felt disgusted by this, but didn't dwell on it. Whether it was Jiang Chun or Bai Zun, he wouldn't let them off easily today. Sure enough, the referees soon announced the groupings. Group 1, Gao Yuan versus Bai Zun. Group 2, Chun Fan versus Jiang Chun. The field was divided into 2 large arenas, and the matches officially began. Please step onto the arena. The chief referee shouted loudly, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the scene. Chun Fan and Gao Yuan nodded to each other and quickly headed to their respective arenas. The students in the stands were all incredibly excited. Although this wasn't the championship match, its importance was no less significant. On Arena 2, Chun Fan and Jiang Chun stood dozens of meters apart, staring at each other from a distance. Beside Jiang Chun, a 5-meter-long creature covered in blood-red armor stared at Chun Fan, letting out a low growl. This was the infamous crimson armored beetle that struck fear into the hearts of new students. Chun Fan, I'll give you one more chance. Surrender voluntarily, and the conditions I promised earlier will still stand. Otherwise, Jiang Chun stroked the crimson armored beetle, a confident smile playing on his lips. He had every reason to be confident he was an SS-level early-stage Tier 2 ability user, with strength equivalent to a peak Tier 2 beast. Although his Tier 3 early-stage crimson armored beetle was somewhat unstable, defeating Qin Fan would be no problem. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Qin Fan sneered coldly, showing no fear. To be honest, Qin Fan was extremely arrogant by nature. He had been underestimated multiple times in competitions, and this time, he was utterly enraged. Moreover, he had a system task. He had to kill this crimson armored beetle today. The tension between the two was palpable, and all the teachers and students had their eyes fixed on them. All right, both of you get ready. The match begins. The referee blew the whistle. Qin Fan, I already gave you a chance, but it's a pity you don't know how to cherish it. Jiang Qin's face was full of a cold, controlling smile. Since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me. The crimson armored beetle seemed to sense its master's intent, and its aura surged instantly, becoming terrifying. The new students in the stands swallowed nervously, trembling in fear. Beetle, kill him, Jiang Chun ordered coldly. The crimson armored beetle obeyed, slowly retreating to create distance before gathering its strength and charging ferociously at Qin Fan. Its massive body resembled an armored vehicle, and the entire arena trembled as it ran. The two blood-red horns on its head aimed directly at Qin Fan, its goal to ram him to death. But on the other side of the arena, Qin Fan stood motionless, not dodging at all. The spectators thought he was paralyzed with fear, frozen in place. Qin Fan, dodge. You'll die if it hits you. Someone shouted anxiously, trying to snap him out of it. Die? That won't be me. Qin Fan sneered inwardly. Suddenly, an incomparably powerful aura erupted from his body, completely overwhelming the crimson armored beetle's momentum. All the teachers and students were stunned. Is this his true self? Everyone stared in shock at arena number 2, unable to help but swallow nervously. They had all underestimated Qin Fan's strength. Lightning danced wildly around Qin Fan, and two blue-purple thunder dragons coiled around him, making him look like a war god descending to the battlefield. Sky-shattering strike. Qin Fan gathered all the lightning into his fist and charged toward the oncoming crimson armored beetle. Boom! His fist collided with the giant horns, and the immense impact force tore up the ground. Qin Fan stood firm, while the crimson armored beetle was sent flying 10 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Gulp! The new students couldn't help but swallow hard. Qin Fan's strength was far beyond their imagination. Is he really just an early-stage Tier 2 ability user? They exchanged incredulous glances. Even Jiang Chun was stunned. The scene before him was completely unexpected. You? How? Jiang Chun stared at Qin Fan with wide eyes. Do you want to know why I'm so strong? Qin Fan responded coldly. I've already sentenced your crimson armored beetle to death. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunder dragon shot out from his arm, blasting the crimson armored beetle, which had just struggled to its feet, flying once again. What followed was a relentless onslaught. For 2 minutes straight, Qin Fan unleashed a furious barrage, mercilessly pummeling the crimson armored beetle. But to his surprise, the blood armor of the crimson armored beetle was extraordinarily tough. Apart from leaving countless scratches, it showed no signs of substantial damage. Jiang Chun snapped out of his shock and, seeing that his beast pet's defense remained unbroken, was overjoyed. Haha, Qin Fan, so what if you're strong? This crimson armored beetle's blood armor is indestructible. At most, you can push it back, but you can't harm it at all. Qin Fan frowned slightly. He had originally planned to win the match easily, first suppressing the crimson armored beetle and then finishing Jiang Chun with a single punch. But his real goal was to complete the system's task. He had to kill this guy today. Jiang Chun was clever too. Although Qin Fan hadn't attacked him, he kept a safe distance at all times. Can't break its defense. Qin Fan pondered for a moment, and in an instant, a pair of thunder wings sprouted from his back. Thunder wing slash. With a thought, 2 thunder dragons merged into the wings on his back. In the next moment, the thunder wings transformed into sharp blades, slicing through 10 meters of space like a curtain of lightning, slashing fiercely at the crimson armored beetle's blood armor. However, the previously unstoppable thunder wings failed this time, leaving only faint cracks on the blood armor. Chen Fan, stop wasting your energy. I admit I underestimated you, but there's no way you can beat me. Jiang Chun burst into laughter. Shut up, Chen Fan snapped, pushing out with his hand. A thunder dragon shot out over 30 meters, exploding beneath Jiang Chen's feet and sending him flying. If Chun Fan hadn't deliberately avoided eliminating him outright, that thunder strike wouldn't have landed on the ground. Cough, cough. Jiang Chun, though injured, managed to hold on. He looked at Chun Fan, a trace of fear in his eyes. Now he understood if Chun Fan wanted to win, his crimson-armored beetle wouldn't be able to stop him. Beetle, protect me, Jiang Chun shouted. The crimson-armored beetle immediately rushed over, shielding him behind it. Its blood armor on its abdomen automatically opened, revealing a space large enough to accommodate a person. Jiang Chun shot Chun Fan a fierce glare before crawling inside. The blood armor slowly closed, completely protecting him. Chun Fan was momentarily stunned. The intelligence of the ability users in this world far exceeded his expectations. He had read online before that beast-taming ability users wouldn't foolishly stand around waiting for victory or defeat. To protect themselves, they either chose special beasts or modified their beasts' bodies from a young age, granting them unique abilities. Clearly, the abdomen of this crimson-armored beetle had been modified. As Chun Fan was contemplating, Jiang Chen's voice came from within the crimson-armored beetle, arrogant and infuriating. Chun Fan, what can you do to me? Once your abilities are exhausted, victory will be mine. The space inside the crimson-armored beetle's abdomen was cramped and uncomfortable. Normally, Jiang Chen wouldn't hide in there, but now it felt particularly safe and cozy. Chun Fan, just admit defeat. You can't possibly beat me. Jiang Chen laughed, commanding the crimson-armored beetle to charge at Chun Fan. Ridiculous. Chun Fan leaped like lightning, landing a kick on the crimson-armored beetle's jaw and sending it flying. The beetle crashed to the ground, exposing its abdomen to Chun Fan. Chun Fan struck again, punching its abdomen fiercely. But the blood armor on the beetle's abdomen was just as tough and remained undamaged. In the next moment, the crimson-armored beetle's limbs, covered in serrated edges, kicked violently at Chun Fan. Activating Thunder Flash, Chun Fan instantly dodged 5 meters away. He stopped in his tracks and began to think. Right now, he had several ways to break through the crimson-armored beetle's defense. If the Thunder God Spear charged to full power, it could pierce through it in one strike. With an abundance of thunderstorm seeds, they could explode into fragments. The system even gifted him a power multiplier card, which could punch through with a single strike. But he didn't plan to use any of these, because he had an even more effortless method: his skill, Aurora Whirlwind Break. Aurora Whirlwind Break could easily tear through defenses. The principle was simple: lightning spinning at high speed generates intense tearing force. Just like a drill can easily pierce through steel plates, even the toughest defense couldn't withstand such high-speed rotational power. Aurora Whirlwind Break was specifically designed to break defenses. Chun Fan had previously used it to effortlessly tear through the supposedly invincible shell of the Mystic Turtle. The spectators in the stands, seeing Chun Fan stop his attack, felt regretful for him. What a pity. Although Chun Fan's South strength is already close to the early 3rd stage, the defense of the red-armored beetle is too strong. If this drags on, he'll lose sooner or later. Jiang Chun's face was full of smugness. He believed the match was already won. Chun Fan, just admit defeat. A mocking yet excited voice came from the abdomen of the red-armored beetle. Chun Fan suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with lightning. Admit defeat? You must be dreaming. His figure moved. Thunder exploded beneath his feet, and his silhouette soared into the air with a flying kick. At this moment, 2 thunder dragons swirled around him, accelerating countless bolts of lightning in rotation. In an instant, the lightning at the center of Chun Fan's soul began to spin wildly, resembling a thunderstorm or a sharp lightning drill, carrying immense tearing force. Aurora Whirlwind Break. Chun Fan sneered inwardly, his foot wrapped in a lightning storm. fiercely kicking the blood armor on the back of the red armored beetle. The next moment, with a crack, the blood armor shattered. Then, the violent lightning, like a drill, instantly tore open a large gap. Simultaneously, Chun Fan's foot plunged into the flesh, wreaking havoc inside. Roar! The red armored beetle collapsed in pain, letting out a tragic howl. Jiang Chun was also affected. The lightning arcs from the beetle's body spread out, electrocuting him into agony. The defense is broken, and the beast deserves to die. Chun Fan sneered coldly. The lightning wings behind him slashed horizontally, transforming into dazzling light that cut through the gap in the blood armor, slicing the red armored beetle's body in two. The beetle let out its final wail, its eyes dimming as it died completely. Jiang Chun slid out of the blood armor's abdomen in a disheveled state. He stared blankly at the corpse of the red armored beetle, which had been split into two halves beside him. He had actually lost. His early third-stage beast pet hadn't even injured Chun Fan, but was instead effortlessly cut down. Slowly, he turned to look at Chun Fan, his eyes filled with fear. Chun Fan heard the system's notification in his mind that the task was completed and revealed a cold smile. His figure flashed, instantly appearing beside Jiang Chun. He grabbed Jiang Chun by the neck and lifted him directly. I despise people who put on airs in front of me. Chun Fan stared at him coldly. Jiang Chun's face turned purple, his hands desperately clutching Chun Fan's arm, struggling frantically. As a beast master, his body was weak, and he knew that if Chun Fan exerted force, he could easily snap his neck. His eyes were filled with panic, and he couldn't even manage to utter a surrender. At this moment, the eyes of all the teachers and students in the school were focused on Chun Fan. At this moment, Chun Fan had conquered everyone with his strength. Zhao Mingze and Wen Hua shouted Chun Fan's name excitedly, their faces full of pride. Almost all the girls looked at Chun Fan with eyes full of admiration. Strength, talent, and handsome looks combined. This was the perfect Prince Charming in everyone's eyes. The referee at Arena Number 2 knew Jiang Chun had completely lost the match but had yet to announce the end. After all, according to the competition rules, the loser had not officially admitted defeat. Moreover, he was willing to give Chun Fan some face, as it was evident to everyone now how terrifying Chun Fan's talent would be in the future. When you see me in the future, you better kneel and bow, Chun Fan said, and then smack, delivered more than a dozen fierce slaps to Jiang Chun, swelling his face completely. Jiang Chun was so terrified that he wet his pants. His arrogance was utterly crushed, leaving only fear and shame in his eyes. Trash, Chun Fan said with disdain, his face full of contempt. Get lost. Losing interest, he kicked Jiang Chun off the stage with a single, merciless strike. This kick, imbued with thunderous force, directly broke over a dozen of Jiang Chun's ribs. Jiang Chun spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out. Thunderous applause and countless screams from female spectators erupted from the stage. On the main podium, Huang Fucheng and Dai Jiangshan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Chun Fan's talent was something they were determined to nurture with all their effort. Chun Fan walked off the stage amidst the applause, his face expressionless, and returned directly to the viewing platform. Zhao Mingze and Wen Hua's admiration for him was written all over their faces. Especially Zhao Mingze. He knew deep down that even though his swordsmanship had recently broken through, he was still no match for Chun Fan. Brother Fan, be honest. Is your thunder-devouring sacred physique a top-tier ability? Yes. Chun Fan replied with a mysterious smile, saying no more. He ignored the two of them and began checking his system. Killing the red armored heavenly bull was an E-level mission, so he could spin the blue roulette wheel twice. Without hesitation, Chun Fan decisively clicked to draw. The wheel spun and finally rewarded him with an E-level physique enhancement card and a new combat skill called Falling Thunder Technique Divine Punishment. Chun Fan was overjoyed and quickly checked the skill's effects. Falling Thunder Technique. The host can summon lightning to strike enemies within a 50-meter radius. The lightning descends from the heavens, hence the name Divine Punishment. Great skill. Chun Fan was very satisfied. This skill would further enhance his strength. After his excitement subsided, He used the E-level physique enhancement card and felt a surge of comfort. His physique increased from 212 to 222. After equipping himself, Chun Fan turned to look at arena number 1. At this moment, Gao Yuan was still holding his ground. Gao Yuan was extraordinarily fierce, effortlessly tearing apart ice beasts within the ice god's domain with his 2 massive battle axes. Yet Baizun had not exerted his full strength. Earlier, Baizun had been almost entirely focused on watching Chun Fan and Jiang Chen's fight. Now, his mind was churning like turbulent waves, unable to calm down. He hadn't expected Chun Fan to win, and to win so effortlessly. This level of talent can rival top-tier geniuses. Why would he choose National Martial University? Baizun was filled with regret at this moment. He regretted clashing with Chun Fan, and even more so regretted giving up on Capital University to choose National Martial University. No, I can't lose. I still have the boiling blood pill. I still have a chance. Baizun's thoughts were in turmoil as he fought Gao Yuan while mentally simulating a battle against Chun Fan. From the stands, Zhao Qian noticed Baizun's unstable mindset and quickly sent him a mental transmission. Baizun, don't underestimate the power of the boiling blood pill. Based on Chun Fan's earlier performance, you have a 70% chance of defeating him. Baizun was stunned at first, but soon became overjoyed. Zhao Qian wouldn't lie to him. The two shared their fortunes and misfortunes. With this thought, his mood lightened, and he looked at Gao Yuan, who was currently battling several ice dragons, his face brimming with excitement. Idiot, this fight is just about over. Time to end it. He suddenly activated the ice god's domain with full power. The several ice dragons in the air instantly doubled in size, completely overwhelming Gao Yuan. A massive tail of an ice dragon struck Gao Yuan, sending him flying. But Gao Yuan quickly got back on his feet, completely unharmed. In the next moment, a bronze glow emanated from his body, making him appear as if forged from iron. He leapt into the air, soaring 10 meters high, and brought down his colossal axe with a thunderous blow, shattering an ice dragon in midair into pieces. However, just as he landed, an ice spear shot toward him from afar, aiming directly at his chest. Gao Yuan showed no fear after all. The indestructible Vajra body was widely recognized as the strongest physical ability, boasting incredible defense. He didn't bother dodging, allowing the ice spear to collide with him. In the next second, the ice spear struck his body as if hitting solid black iron, shattering instantly into icy fragments. Gao Yuan let out a cold laugh and charged fiercely toward Baizun. Baizun had clearly underestimated Gao Yuan and hurriedly unleashed a torrent of ice energy, attempting to freeze him in place. But Gao Yuan's physical strength was overwhelming. With a sudden burst of power, the ice encasing him shattered with a deafening crash. Try my axe. Gao Yuan charged forward, swinging his massive battle axe down toward Baizun's head. Fortunately, 3 ice dragons in the air arrived just in time, colliding with Gao Yuan and forcing him back. Baizun's eyes burned with fury. He had nearly lost again. He was deeply envious, wondering why everyone around Chun Fan seemed so gifted and powerful. He dared not hold back any longer and pushed himself to the limit, activating the ice god domain. Ice dragons roared in the sky, and ice lions bellowed on the ground. At that moment, Baizun summoned over 40 late-stage, second-tier ice beasts. Charge! He shouted. The 40-plus ice beasts surged toward Gao Yuan, intent on tearing him to shreds. Mad Demon Battle Technique. Gao Yuan showed no fear, his body radiating a feral, savage aura, as if he had gone berserk. The handles of the 2 battle axes in his hands lightly aligned, producing a click-click sound as they rotated. The 2 axes merged into a single, 3-meter-long colossal weapon. Come and die. Gao Yuan swung the giant axe into a whirlwind, effortlessly smashing the charging ice beasts into icy debris. Chaos erupted within the ice god domain. These ice beasts were formed by Baizun's abilities, and as long as he had energy, the beasts could endlessly regenerate. During this time, Baizun also attempted sneak attacks on Gao Yuan using ice spears and ice spikes. But Gao Yuan's defense was too strong. Baizun could only push him back without inflicting any real harm. The two fought fiercely for half an hour, Yet Baizun still couldn't defeat Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan was like an indestructible cockroach, his mad demon battle technique utterly relentless. The spectators, both teachers and students, were stunned by Gao Yuan's terrifying strength. Many instructors from the Weapon Academy were eager to take him on as a disciple. On the arena, Baizun was growing increasingly anxious, feeling utterly humiliated. Both were S-class geniuses, yet he couldn't defeat his opponent in a short time. Fortunately, his level was slightly higher than Gao Yuan's, and his abilities were stronger. If the battle dragged on, Gao Yuan would inevitably lose. Finally, after another 10 minutes, Gao Yuan began to falter. The bronze glow on his body flickered intermittently, clearly showing he was nearing his limit. He unleashed his last ounce of Baizun gasped, touching his injured face, his anger surging. "You're dead. I won't let you off." He looked up, ready to vent his fury, only to find that Gao Yuan had already disappeared. Gao Yuan, having exhausted his last bit of supernatural power through his battle axe, decisively jumped off the ring and voluntarily conceded defeat. Ring number 1, Baizun wins. The referee decisively blew the whistle. Baizun roared to the sky, his anger having nowhere to go, feeling deeply unwilling. This match felt worse than losing. In the stands, Chun Fan and his companions exchanged glances, unable to resist giving a thumbs up. Gao Yuan, though simple-minded, wasn't foolish. He knew to retreat after gaining an advantage. Baizun stood on the stage, roaring wildly, clamoring for another match with Gao Yuan. The referee ignored him and directly pushed him off the stage. 2 rings were merged into one, forming a large stage of 20,000 square meters. "Will Baizun and Chun Fan please come to the stage? The match is about to begin," the chief referee announced loudly. "What?" Baizun calmed down, his face showing a hint of panic. His supernatural power was already mostly depleted. Continuing to fight would make it impossible to defeat Chun Fan. Zhao Qian's expression also darkened, and he quickly sought help from a middle-aged man from the Medicine God Academy nearby. "Pharmacist Zhang, could you lend me a pill to restore supernatural power?" The middle-aged man replied coldly. "I remember that in the first elimination match, Baizun almost killed our academy's genius, Wenhua, so I won't lend it." "You?" Zhao Qian's face turned livid with anger. He sought help from several other teachers of the Medicine God Academy, but ultimately failed to obtain a pill. At this moment, Chun Fan stood alone on the stage, quietly watching Zhao Qian's predicament. "Teacher Zhao, if you beg me, I might lend you one." Chun Fan shouted loudly. He revealed a devilish smile, pulling out a small red pill from his fingers. It was the Great Sun Pure Yang pill. After consumption, it could sustain supernatural power for 3 days without diminishing, but the price was 3 months of inability to recover physical strength. But for Zhao Qian to beg Chun Fan, that was absolutely impossible. "If you don't want it, forget it. I'll save it to feed the dogs," Chun Fan sneered, casually stuffing the pill back into his pocket. Zhao Qian and Baizun were seething with anger, but they were utterly helpless against Chun Fan. "Student Baizun, please come to the stage immediately. If you don't come within 1 minute, you will be directly disqualified," the chief referee reminded again. This was the rule of the competition. Starting from the top 32, there was no mid-match break. Of course, exceptions were made for players like Chun Fan, who finished their matches early. The dean of the Magic Academy also looked displeased. His student was delaying going on stage, embarrassing him in front of everyone. He handed Zhao Qian a pill and whispered, "This match must be won. Losing is not an option." "Yes, Dean," Zhao Qian replied respectfully. He handed the pill to Baizun, his voice icy. "Swallow it quickly." Baizun nodded and hurriedly swallowed the pill. Instantly, a warm current surged through his body, and his supernatural power was restored even stronger than before. "Chun Fan, today you humiliated me, and I will make you pay 100-fold," he shouted confidently as he rushed onto the stage. "Then show me your pathetic domain." Chun Fan sneered, glancing at him disdainfully. "As you wish," Baizun shouted, and the scenery within 50 meters around him instantly changed. Ice covered the ground, and snowflakes began to fall. Soon, the entire arena transformed into a world of ice. Chun Fan carefully observed, sensing the extreme cold within the ice god domain. If an ordinary person entered, they would likely freeze into an ice sculpture immediately, but Chun Fan's strong physique remained unaffected. At the referee's command, Baizun launched the first attack. He stuck to his old tactics, conjuring several ice dragons in midair that lunged at Chun Fan. Standing within the ice god domain, Chun Fan showed no fear. He threw a punch, and the force of his fist transformed into a thunder dragon that swiftly shattered one of the ice dragons with ease. He followed up with several punches, causing the ice dragons in the air to crumble into shards. The late-stage second-tier ice beasts couldn't withstand his punch power at all. "If this is all you've got, I really feel like finishing you off right now," Chun Fan said with a meaningful smile. Baizun's face darkened. Although he had advanced to the mid-stage of the second tier, the gap between him and Chun Fan was still too vast. He unleashed an ice element torrent aimed directly at Chun Fan. Chun Fan sneered, and the third eye on his forehead opened, radiating a divine aura. With a thunderous roar, a blue-purple lightning bolt shot out from his eye, instantly dispersing the ice torrent. Too weak, utterly incapable of putting up a fight, Chun Fan coldly stared at him, exuding the presence of a god in this domain. Baizun roared in fury, and amidst his rage, over 40 late-stage second-tier ice beasts appeared within the ice god domain, charging at Chun Fan in unison. Chun Fan activated 9 Heavens Thunder Motion, releasing 2 thunder dragons from within his body that instantly shattered all the ice beasts into fragments. These low-tier, exotic beasts couldn't even get within 5 meters of him. Fear flashed in Baizun's eyes. Only by facing Chun Fan directly could one truly understand the suffocating sense of oppression he exuded. "Chun Fan, don't get too cocky." Baizun hadn't yet consumed the boiling blood pill. He still believed he could put up a fight against Chun Fan. 1,000 spears unleashed, he began preparing to attack Chun Fan. But Chun Fan suddenly accelerated, appearing beside Baizun in the blink of an eye. His thunder-covered palm slapped Baizun's face hard, sending him flying 10 meters away. Baizun's left cheek split open on the spot, leaving him severely injured. Immediately after, Chun Fan unleashed a series of thunderous slaps, smashing Baizun's face into a bloody mess, with teeth scattering all over the ground. The spectators in the stands were stunned. The once arrogant Baizun seemed so fragile under Chun Fan's hands. "Show some real skill, or this is just too boring," Chun Fan taunted, kicking Baizun another 10 meters away before standing there mockingly. Baizun climbed to his feet, his face twisted like a wild beast. "As you wish." He secretly swallowed the boiling blood pill hidden under his tongue. Instantly, his aura transformed, reaching the early stage of the third tier. The ice god domain rapidly expanded, with a radius of a full 100 meters. The spectators in the stands were shocked. Could it be that Baizun has been hiding his true strength all along? Is this his real level? But soon, someone noticed something unusual. "Look, the blood vessels on Baizun's neck are pulsing constantly, clearly indicating his blood is boiling. He must have taken some kind of drug. That's just too shameless." The freshmen began discussing fervently. The teachers frowned and collectively looked toward Huangfu Cheng on the podium. Huangfu Cheng's expression was grim regardless of the outcome of this match. Baizun had already lost in his eyes. However, the dean of the Magic Academy, a short elderly man, chuckled lightly. "Vice Principal Huangfu, we've never stipulated that students can't use pills. Besides, resources are crucial for the future development of students." Huangfu Cheng's face darkened, but he didn't intervene. On one hand, he wanted to see Chun Fan's true strength. On the other hand, the freshman competition indeed hadn't prohibited the use of drugs. After all, the National Martial Arts freshman competition had never been this lively before, especially since this was the first appearance of the Dragon Egg. On the arena, Baizun coldly stared at Chun Fan, his face devoid of any trace of fear. He was brimming with confidence in his own strength. "Chun Fan, in my ice god domain, I am the god." With a wave of his hand, the winds and clouds within a 100-meter radius shifted, and the sky was filled with strange phenomena. His body began to levitate, looking down at Chun Fan with an air of arrogance. "God? Who isn't a god?" Behind Chun Fan, magnificent wings of lightning unfolded, mysterious and powerful like a dazzling starry sky. In the next moment, he leapt 10 meters into the air, locking eyes with Baizun, resembling a young divine lord. "You dare to challenge me?" Baizun roared, and within the ice god domain, countless sharp ice crystals formed. With a single thought, the ice crystals surged toward Chun Fan like frenzied gears. Facing the overwhelming attack, Chun Fan remained fearless, wielding lightning in his hands and instantly shattering all the ice crystals in the air. Rampaging dragon at sea. A thunder dragon shot out from Chun Fan's palm, charging straight at Baizun. "Just a petty trick," Baizun sneered, his confidence soaring with his increased power. With a thought, an ice shield appeared before him, blocking the thunder dragon's assault. The two clashed fiercely in mid-air, each move countering the other, evenly matched. The onlooking freshmen raised their heads to watch the battle, too stunned to speak. Their strength had already surpassed that of ordinary freshmen. Within the ice god domain, Baizun's condensed ice jiao reached the peak of the second tier. Over a dozen ice jiaos surrounded Chun Fan, attacking wildly. Chun Fan fully activated his Nine Heavens Thunder movement, fighting barehanded as two thunder dragons coiled around him, battling the dozen peak-tier beasts without losing ground. Baizun, clad in ice armor and wielding a massive ice sword, joined the fray. Chun Fan fought like a war god, thunder roaring as he blocked every attack. "Now this is exhilarating." Chun Fan laughed boldly, fearless in the face of danger. He craved battle, knowing that only through constant fighting could he overcome the weaknesses brought by directly enhancing his physique with stat cards. After several minutes of intense combat, Chun Fan unleashed a newly acquired skill for the first time. Falling Thunder Technique Divine Punishment. With a single thought, a blue-purple heavenly thunder descended from the sky, striking Baizun's head with a deafening crash. Baizun was knocked to the ground, struggling to stand, visibly dazed. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated an attack from above. "What kind of trick is this?" Baizun asked coldly. Chun Fan smirked devilishly, the lightning wings behind him transforming into two streams of light, slicing through the ice jiao before him. He looked down at Baizun, his face mocking. "I am also a god. Heavenly thunder punishes despicable creatures like you." Chun Fan sneered. With a casual gesture, another bolt of heavenly thunder struck, knocking Baizun down again. Then, thunder after thunder rained down, leaving Baizun battered, scorched, and blackened. However, the powerful effects of the boiling blood pill kept Baizun's vitality surging, preventing him from falling easily. "Ice Giant, arise." Seizing the opportunity, Baizun shouted. A towering 7-meter colossus appeared, wielding a 5-meter-long ice sword, slashing fiercely at Chun Fan. Startled, Chun Fan immediately activated Thunder Flash, dodging the attack. The giant sword struck the ground, carving out a massive fissure. Impressive. Chun Fan was shocked this ice giant was undoubtedly a third-tier early-stage powerhouse. Chun Fan soared into the air, delivering a flying kick to the giant's head, but it only caused minor surface damage. "So tough," Chun Fan exclaimed in surprise. After exchanging over a dozen moves, Chun Fan unleashed his Aurora Whirlwind Break, delivering a kick to the giant's chest. The spinning thunder pierced a 1-meter-wide hole through its chest. But before Chun Fan could celebrate, the ice-soul giant instantly recovered, remaining as fierce as ever. "Chun Fan, stop wasting your energy. The ice-soul giant and my ice god domain share the same origin. As long as the domain exists, you can't kill it." Baizun mocked smugly while using his thunder spear to disrupt Chun Fan. Chun Fan frowned, merging Nine Heavens Thunder movement with Thunder Wings. The Thunder Wings turned into a streak of light, slicing off the Ice Soul Giant's head in one swift motion. Yet, it still regenerated. Chun Fan, just admit defeat. Baizun, clad in ice armor, charged at Chun Fan with his sword. Chun Fan was holding his ground against two opponents, but he knew he couldn't last forever. His mind raced, and he finally came up with a solution. "If I can't kill this giant, then I'll destroy this damned domain." Chun Fan sneered, preparing to use another skill thunderstorm. As he attacked, he scattered 108 thunder seeds throughout his body. After advancing to the second tier, the number and power of his thunder seeds had greatly increased. A few minutes later, The 108 Thunder Seeds were spread across the Ice God domain. With just a single thought, the Thunder Seeds would trigger a chain explosion. The power of this explosion wouldn't just destroy the Ice God domain, it would even tear apart the ground beneath the arena. Chun Fan smirked coldly, raising his fists as two thunder dragons simultaneously struck the Ice Soul Giant and Baizun. The violent thunder temporarily forced them back. Baizun, today I'll show you that no scheme can stand against overwhelming power. I will use the power of thunder to destroy your Ice God domain. Get ready for a spectacular lightning show thunderstorm. As Chun Fan's voice fell, the first thunder seed exploded. Bang! The initial blast wasn't very powerful, merely shattering the ice layer on the ground. Baizun froze for a moment, about to mock him, but his expression suddenly changed drastically. At that moment, the true chain reaction of the thunderstorm began. The remaining thunder seeds instantly emitted dazzling lightning, followed by a series of deafening explosions. Boom, boom. The arena was instantly transformed into a hellish scene, the ground rolling and shaking as if an earthquake had struck. It was nothing short of earth-shattering. The shockwaves from the explosions swept across the entire arena, leaving devastation in their wake. The so-called Ice God domain was utterly destroyed in an instant. Baizun glared angrily, hastily using his thick ice armor to withstand the shockwaves. But in a split second, his ice armor shattered, leaving his body bloodied and mangled, with nearly all his bones broken. The spectators in the stands were so shocked that they stood up, unable to believe the horrifying scene before them. The referee by the arena snapped out of his daze and rushed onto the stage, carrying the nearly unrecognizable Baizun out. Quick, his life force is plummeting. If we don't save him now, he won't make it, the referee shouted urgently. Zhao Qian hurried over, panic-stricken. Someone please help. I beg you to save my student. He looked around desperately at the people nearby, but the teachers from the Medicine God Academy all remained indifferent, clearly unwilling to help. In the end, it was Huang Fucheng who personally stepped in. A 7th-tier grandmaster reluctantly took action, barely managing to stabilize Baizun's life. After the treatment, the grandmaster coldly said to Zhao Qian, "He's alive, but his talent is gone." With injuries this severe, combined with the side effects of the boiling blood pill, his cultivation will likely drop back to the 1st tier. Whether he can ever advance again is uncertain. What? Zhao Qian was struck as if by a heavy blow. He had staked everything, only to face such a devastating outcome that he suddenly looked at Chun Fan on the stage, who remained calm, and killing intent surged. Chun Fan, Baizun has been crippled. Tell me, what price should I make you pay? Zhao Qian stared coldly at Chun Fan, his gaze fierce. Huh. Chun Fan sneered and said indifferently, Baizun has done so many bad things, everyone hates him. He deserved this calamity. The fact that I didn't kill him outright just now is already his good fortune. You're courting death. Zhao Qian finally couldn't hold back. He stood up and approached Chun Fan aggressively, exuding murderous intent. Enough. A loud voice rang out. It was Huang Fucheng. He cast a cold glance at Zhao Qian and said, "If you dare touch Chun Fan, I'll kill you with one strike." This statement was not only a warning to Zhao Qian, but also a clear message to all the teachers of the Magic Academy present. The potential Chun Fan had displayed was enough to rival top-tier geniuses. As long as there were no accidents, he was destined to reach the martial saint realm in the future. Therefore, he must not be allowed to fall. Faced with Huang Fucheng's threat, Zhao Qian broke out in a cold sweat. He had just felt the genuine killing intent. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately adjusted his attitude, bowing to Huang Fucheng. I was too worried about my disciple and lost my composure. Humph. Huang Fucheng snorted coldly and said indifferently, "Take Baizun away." Zhao Qian quickly responded, picked up Baizun, and left, his heart filled with extreme unwillingness. Huang Fucheng scanned the surroundings and announced loudly, "I hereby declare that Chun Fan has won 1st place in this year's freshman competition. After the competition, you may come to me to claim a dragon egg. Additionally, Chun Fan will serve as the captain of a school team and has the right to select 4 teammates to form a battle squad." The freshmen in the stands shouted Chun Fan's name in unison, their enthusiasm soaring. Chun Fan had earned everyone's recognition with his strength. He didn't say much, merely listening to the task completion notification in his mind, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The E-level task was easily completed. He could now draw twice from the blue reward pool. Huang Fuqing admired him even more for his modesty and low profile. He patted Chun Fan's shoulder like a kind elder and said, "Student Chun Fan, the competition for the 9th and 10th spots is still ongoing. You can rest on the stage for now. Once the top 10 are determined, you can select your teammates." Understood, Principal Huangfu. Chun Fan naturally agreed. After all, he was still waiting for Zhao Mingze and Yi Qingling to make it into the top 10. Chun Fan returned to the stands, and Zhao Mingze said excitedly, "Brother Fan, I'm definitely going to be in the top 10. I'll go fight now, and remember to pick me as your teammate later." "Don't worry." Chun Fan patted his shoulder, signaling him to hurry up. The remaining 2 spots in the top 10 were determined through a group battle. The 8 previously eliminated contestants simultaneously took the stage, and the last 2 standing would advance. The match began quickly. The contestants exchanged glances and decided to team up against Zhao Mingze first. The reason was simple. Zhao Mingze had mastered sword momentum, greatly enhancing his strength, so naturally, they joined forces to take him down first. Zhao Mingze was very clever and had anticipated this. He summoned his flying sword, its momentum like a storm, and combined it with his skillful flying sword techniques, unleashing ferocious attacks. Despite being outnumbered, he showed no signs of defeat. After several minutes of intense battle, Zhao Mingze seized an opportunity and unleashed an electromagnetic storm that swept across the arena. The weapons in everyone's hands were mercilessly lifted into the air, suspended. In the next moment, the weapons turned into attackers under Zhao Mingze's control, striking back at their respective owners. Simultaneously, a massive sword aura swept across the stage, nearly slicing 2 freshmen in half, eliminating them directly on the stands. Chun Fan nodded repeatedly. Zhao Mingze's strength now ranked just below his. After all, Jiang Chen's scarlet-armored beetle had been defeated, and Bai Zun's power had significantly diminished. On the field, Yi Qingling was no weakling either, but after witnessing Zhao Mingze's might, she simply concealed herself in the void, quietly waiting for the match to end. After all, as long as Zhao Mingze defeated everyone, she would naturally advance. The battle continued for another 10 minutes, and Zhao Mingze eliminated all his opponents without suspense. Looking around, he shouted loudly, "Miss Yi, come out, there's no one left on the field." He added, "Brother Fan instructed me not to harm you." Zhao Mingze deliberately raised his voice, and everyone on the field was astonished upon hearing it. Could it be that Yi Qingling has caught Chun Fan's eye? Then she'll be our sister-in-law in the future, we better keep our distance. Chun Fan looked at Zhao Mingze on the stage and couldn't help but feel speechless. Yi Qingling already had misunderstandings about him, and now it would be even harder to explain. On the stage, a captivating figure appeared. It was Yi Qingling. She was tall, with long, straight legs, a full and perky chest, a sensuous curve to her hips, and a waist so slender it seemed one could wrap their hands around it. She was the epitome of a perfect figure straight out of a comic book. At this moment, her cheeks were slightly flushed, her chest heaving, and her impression of Chun Fan's improper image deepened even further. "I only like women." Yi Qingling snorted softly, crossing her arms over her chest, deliberately pressing her chest into an exaggerated shape. She looked particularly alluring. The top 10 freshmen were finally confirmed. They were Chun Fan, Bai Zun, Jiang Chun, Gao Yuan, Zhao Mingze, Yi Qingling, Wu Yu, Feng Qingyang, Hu Jing, and Li Zijian. Considering Bai Zun's diminished strength, he was deemed unsuitable for the school team. After deliberation, the teachers decided to have Gue Dongi replace Bai Zun. Chun Fan, you can prioritize selecting 4 teammates to form the school team. Just call out their names, Huang Fucheng said kindly. Understood, Principal Huangfu. Chun Fan nodded in response. He scanned the group, and apart from Gue Dongi, Jiang Chun, and Yi Qingling, the others all looked eager. Without hesitation, Chun Fan said directly, "Zhao Mingze, Gao Yuan, Wu Yu, and Yi Qingling, let's form a team." As expected, it's me. Yi Qingling's heart trembled when she heard her name called. She felt as though she had fallen into Chun Fan's grasp, like a lamb in a tiger's den. I only like women. Really, she kept reminding herself. Good. Huang Fu Chung laughed heartily, very satisfied with Chun Fan's choices. Zhao Mingze and Gao Yuan were strong and had a good relationship with Chun Fan, ensuring mutual trust on the battlefield. Wu Yu's Earth Child ability could provide defense and control for the team, making him an excellent fit. As for Yi Qingling, having a female in the team could liven up the atmosphere, and her combat prowess as a top-tier assassin was undeniable. Wu Yu, upon hearing he was chosen, broke into a joyful smile. Everyone knew that following Chun Fan promised a brighter future. He quickly bowed respectfully to Chun Fan. Thank you, boss. Chun Fan was momentarily stunned, then patted Wu Yu's shoulder, looking at him like an older brother would at a younger one, his eyes full of encouragement and camaraderie. No need to call me boss, just call me Brother Fan. Yes, Brother Fan. Wu Yu nodded emphatically, instantly adopting the role of a loyal follower. After Chun Fan selected his teammates, the remaining 5 could only form the other team that on the podium. After discussing among themselves, the teachers decided to appoint Gui Dongyi as the temporary captain of the second team, as Jiang Qin's declining abilities made him unsuitable for the role. Huang Fu Chung quieted the commotion and announced to all the teachers and students, the 2 school teams are officially established. Team 1 is codenamed Thunder, and Team 2 is codenamed Ghost Cry. The captains are Chun Fan and Gui Dongyi, respectively. The freshman competition lasted for half a day and finally concluded, with teachers and students gradually leaving. However, Chun Fan and the other top 10 freshmen were asked to stay behind. Huang Fucheng looked at them and explained seriously. The school is forming battle teams for 2 reasons. First, to concentrate resources on nurturing you and maximize their utilization. Second, to prepare for the National College Freshman League 3 months from now. The format of the league changes every year, and it's rumored that this year's competition might take place in an alternate dimension. The competition will not only test individual abilities, but also your wisdom, decision-making, and teamwork. The Ministry of Education allocates resources to universities every year based on the results of this competition. Therefore, the school hopes you will prepare earnestly over the next 3 months and help achieve a good result for the school. As Huang Fu Chung spoke, his gaze fell on Chun Fan, full of expectation. With Chun Fan, the Guowu team might have a chance to claim first place. Of course, the rewards for the competition are also quite generous, Huang Fu Chung continued. U10 will be divided into 2 school teams, and professional coaches will train you. For the first 3 days of each week, you will attend elective courses like other freshmen, such as fundamentals of abilities, identification of spiritual medicines, principles of abilities, and so on. You can freely choose courses based on your needs. From Thursday to Saturday, the coaches will lead you in special training, including physical fitness, mental resilience, tactics, and teamwork. Most of the training will take place in the alternate dimension. Sunday is your rest day balancing work, and rest will help you improve your abilities faster. After finishing his explanation, Huang Fu Chung called in the coaches for the 2 teams. He handed Chun Fan their contact information before leaving. To Chun Fan's surprise, his team's coach turned out to be Tian Xiong, while the other team's coach was Zhao Qian. The 2 were now completely at odds. Zhao Qian cast a cold glance at Chun Fan and Tian Xiong, his tone icy. The 2 teams will have a sparring match every month. Don't let our second team defeat you then. Keep dreaming. Tian Xiong retorted bluntly. Just wait and see. Old grudges and new scores will be settled sooner or later. Zhao Qian snorted coldly and left hurriedly with the 5 members of the Ghost Cry team. Chun Fan looked at Tian Xiong, somewhat surprised. Teacher Tian, aren't you the director of education? How do you have time to be a coach? Tian Xiong laughed heartily, his excitement evident. Of course, it's to personally train you all. I've already discussed it with senior brother Dai and resigned as director to focus solely on your training. Chun Fan felt helpless, thinking, if I don't formally acknowledge you as my teacher, you still find ways to manage me. Zhao Mingze and Gao Yuan, having interacted with Tian Xiong before, were relatively familiar with him. Wu Yu and Yi Qingling, on the other hand, were still a bit reserved in front of the new coach. Tian Xiong patted Chun Fan's shoulder and called out, "Let's head to my office for a meeting. I'll explain the course selection process to you." Chun Fan and the others had no choice but to comply. While the other freshmen had already left, they had to endure the torment of their new coach. 10 minutes later, everyone arrived at Tian Xiong's office. After seating them, Tian Xiong began to critique their performance in the competition, pointing out numerous shortcomings. Take Xiao Zhao as an example. After your breakthrough in swordsmanship, your lethality has indeed improved significantly, Tian Xiong said. But your mental strength isn't strong enough, and your willpower isn't firm enough. After using a powerful sword move 10 times, your mental energy will be exhausted. Moreover, your physical body is fragile, and your close combat skills are lacking. These are all areas that need improvement. When selecting courses, choose more related ones. Tian Xiong spoke with great clarity, and everyone listened attentively, gaining a lot. The meeting lasted for over an hour. Everyone had a clear direction for course selection. For instance, Chun Fan, who hadn't joined the martial arts class in high school, lacked a lot of basic knowledge about supernatural abilities. This was something he had to make up for. So he decided to take courses on spiritual plants and medicines, as well as the Encyclopedia of Exotic Beasts. Weaponry refinement was also a priority. Tian Xiong suggested he choose the war halberd, battle blade, or spear. After some thought, Chun Fan ultimately chose the spear. After all, the spear was the most suitable for his thunder-based ability. The spear, like a dragon, was fierce and majestic. Who hasn't dreamed of being a hero with a silver spear and a white horse? However, spear training was notoriously difficult. As the saying goes, a month for the staff, a year for the blade, and a lifetime for the spear. This showed just how challenging the spear was. Tian Xiong also recommended he take the Basic Spear Techniques course taught by Professor Zhang Shiyuan from the Weaponry Academy. After the meeting, Chun Fan stayed behind to ask Tian Xiong privately, "Teacher Tian, you must have guessed that I'm a dual ability user, right?" "Yes," Tian Xiong nodded. Chun Fan didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "My other ability is Beast Transformation." Of course, he didn't reveal his true second ability, as the ability to mimic others' appearances was better kept secret for certain purposes. Beast Transformation? What a coincidence. We really are fated. Tian Xiong raised an eyebrow and quickly asked, "What do you transform into?" Chun Fan smiled mysteriously. "My beast transformation is quite special. I can transform into several types of exotic beasts." Tian Xiong almost spat out the tea he was drinking. "What? There's such a beast transformation ability in the world." He stared at Chun Fan, curiosity written all over his face. "What exactly can you transform into?" "Right now, I can transform into a thundercloud leopard, a thunder falcon, and a three-eyed thunder ape. As for what I can transform into in the future, that's hard to say. Right now, only these?" Tian Xiong couldn't believe it and confirmed again. Chun Fan scratched his head and casually said, "My beast transformation ability is quite unique. After a while, I'll gain another form. I can't help it." "All right, you're unbelievably impressive." Tian Xiong was so shocked he was at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "The exotic beasts you transform into may not be individually strong, but their versatility and variety are your strengths. Are you asking me which beast transformation combat technique suits you best?" "Yes," Chun Fan nodded shyly. After some serious thought, Tian Xiong said, "There is indeed a combat technique that suits you. It's called the 12 Paths of True Spirit. The creator of this technique is Yi Wentian, also known as Martial Saint Yi. His close combat skills were top-notch in his time. This technique was developed after he observed the combat styles of 12 different types of exotic beasts and spent over a decade summarizing them. They correspond to the tiger, leopard, bear, elephant, lion, monkey, ape, eagle, sparrow, roc, crocodile, and snake 12 distinct styles. That's why I think this technique is perfect for you. Once mastered, you'll be nearly invincible in unarmed combat. More importantly, your beast transformation will make it easier for you to master it." 12 Paths of True Spirit. A technique by Martial Saint Yi? Chun Fan's heart surged with excitement. He was certain this was the combat technique he had been searching for all along. The mimetic superpower is very special as long as he has absorbed a beast, he can transform into it. This set of 12 true spirit techniques almost covers all types and suits him best. Teacher Tian, does the school library have books on this combat technique? Chen Fan asked eagerly. Tian Xiong shook his head. The library only has a reproduced version. Although the content is the same, you can only grasp the basics. Only by seeing the original work of the founder can you truly master its essence. Why? Chen Fan was puzzled. Tian Xiong explained. Some things can only be understood intuitively and cannot be expressed in words. The original work contains the author's spiritual imprint, which will subtly help you grasp its true meaning. Is that even possible? Chen Fan finally understood why a single technique book online could cost tens or even hundreds of thousands. It turned out that the author had painstakingly written it stroke by stroke. Then where can I find the original work? Chen Fan asked helplessly. Tian Xiong stroked his chin, recalling, I once saw a copy in my teacher's study. Your teacher has it. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Yes. Tian Xiong nodded. But a few years ago, he said he found the key to breaking through to Martial Saint and then disappeared. Sigh, what a letdown. Chen Fan was frustrated. Seeing his gloomy face, Tian Xiong unexpectedly felt cheerful. Don't worry, I was just joking. Although my teacher left, the book is still here. The key to his study is with senior brother Dai Jiangshan. I'll help you look for it in his room. Isn't it inappropriate to take something without permission? Chen Fan was a bit worried. It's fine. We're all on the same side in the future, he won't mind. Tian Xiong laughed heartily. After leaving Tian Xiong, Chen Fan didn't return to his dorm, but went straight to Huang Fucheng's villa, a villa in the school's backyard. When Chen Fan arrived, Huang Fucheng was very pleased. Come, I'll show you the dragon egg. In private, Huang Fucheng was very easygoing with Chen Fan, completely lacking the airs of a grandmaster. Of course, this was only towards Chen Fan. I knew you'd be eager to get the dragon egg from me. I've been waiting for you all day. Chen Fan scratched his head awkwardly and followed him to the second floor of the villa. Huang Fucheng opened a door, revealing a high-tech secret room. Chen Fan saw a dark blue dragon egg, about the size of a basketball, quietly lying on a marble platform. Is this the dragon egg? Chen Fan asked curiously. Yes. Huang Fucheng nodded. Chen Fan, let me make it clear first. We've examined this dragon egg. The life force inside it is very weak. Even if it hatches successfully, it won't grow to be very strong. Chen Fan was a bit disappointed. The dragon egg seemed like a letdown. Huang Fucheng, feeling a bit awkward, explained, a month ago, I led a team exploring a newly opened dimensional space in northern Shaanxi. We found a dragon corpse on a cliff that had just recently died. Underneath the corpse were 2 dragon eggs, likely laid just before its death. We thought there were only those 2, but it turned out there was one more inside its body that hadn't had the chance to hatch. And that's the one in front of you. This dragon egg has congenital issues? Chen Fan asked. Huang Fucheng nodded. Yes, it wasn't meant to be born, we forcibly extracted it from the mother. What about the other 2? Chen Fan asked, puzzled. Huang Fucheng replied. One was handed over to the state, and the other is with the dean of our school's beast-taming academy. Now the dean has already hatched a deep blue baby dragon. Very cute. All right, let's go with this one. Chen Fan stepped forward and gently touched the eggshell, as if he could feel the faint heartbeat of the little life inside. Huang Fucheng comforted him. Chen Fan, if the hatching fails, don't be upset. I'll compensate you with equivalent resources. Thank you, Principal. Chen Fan was sincerely grateful. Huang Fucheng had a good character, and there wasn't a trace of displeasure in his heart. Haha, good lad. Huang Fucheng saw the clarity in his eyes and smiled even more contentedly. Come, let me show you my collection over the years. You can pick any weapon you like. Huang Fucheng laughed heartily, patted Chen Fan on the shoulder, and led the way out of the secret chamber. Chen Fan held the dragon egg and followed him to another massive collection room. The room was filled with various weapons, all top-tier masterpieces crafted by renowned artisans. See if there's anything you like, Huang Fucheng said straightforwardly. Chen Fan had exceptional talent and a likable personality, so Huang Fucheng held this junior in high regard. Chen Fan looked around and unexpectedly spotted an SS-grade battle weapon, which left him amazed. It was a long sword, and just sitting there, the cold aura it emitted made his skin sting. This sword was forged from a meteorite from beyond the heavens. It's the top masterpiece of the swordsmith master Ouyang Huang Fu Chung introduced from the side. Chun Fan was tempted, but knew his limits. He wouldn't dare take something so precious. He continued looking and discovered that the room contained not only high-grade weapons. His gaze finally settled on a purple spear. Huang Fu Chung said, "This spear is called Chasing Lightning, and it's only D-grade. It's here because the person who forged it was once a good friend of mine. I originally wanted to find it an owner, but unfortunately, I never found the right person." What Huang Fu Chung meant by not finding the right person was that he hadn't taken a liking to any of the juniors. "Senior, overly advanced weapons aren't suitable for me right now. May I choose this spear? I've been planning to practice spear techniques recently." Huang Fu Chung was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Chun Fan to choose the lowest grade weapon. He had assumed Chun Fan would take one of the high-grade weapons, but instead, he chose this spear. "Chun lad, you need to think carefully. This opportunity comes only once. If you want to take something later, who knows when you'll get the chance again," Huang Fu Chung said seriously. "This is the one Chasing Lightning. I like the name." Chun Fan smiled and took the spear down from the wall. The spear was heavy, about 200 pounds, just right for his strength. When Chun Fan left Huang Fu Cheng's place, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Back at the dormitory, everyone curiously looked at the dragon egg in his arms. Hearing that the dragon egg might not hatch, the group sighed. "Ah, Brother Fan, I thought I could ride your coattails and become a dragon knight, but it turns out to be a dead egg," Zhao Mingze said regretfully. Wenhua gently touched the eggshell and looked at Chun Fan in surprise. "Brother Fan, it seems like it can absorb the life energy generated by my nature's heart." "It can absorb your life energy?" Chun Fan was shocked and looked at Wenhua for confirmation. "Brother Fan, let me try again." Wenhua's fingers emitted a green energy orb the size of an egg, which slowly approached the dragon egg. Sure enough, as soon as the energy neared the eggshell, it transformed into tiny energy streams and was absorbed into the dragon egg. After absorbing the energy, the previously motionless dragon egg suddenly stirred, trembling slightly. The next moment, it floated up and actively pressed against Wenhua's palm, gently rubbing it like a child asking for candy. "This." Everyone exchanged glances. As expected, the dragon was a legendary divine beast, so extraordinary even before hatching. "Wenhua, it seems to really like this energy and is treating you like its nanny." Zhao Mingze joked as he curiously observed the dragon egg. Wenhua scratched his head awkwardly and said, "But my powers are already exhausted for today. I can't provide it with any more life energy." Chun Fan had a bottle of Great Sun Pure Yang pills in his hand, which could accelerate the recovery of abilities. However, once consumed, the user couldn't work for 3 months, and he didn't want to put Wenhua in such a predicament. The dragon egg seemed to understand Wenhua's words and stopped pestering him. It floated in the air, circling a few times as if observing everyone, and finally flew toward Chun Fan. It flipped and spun in front of him, and Chun Fan felt as though the little creature was carefully examining him. A few seconds later, the dragon egg became excited and pressed against Chun Fan's cheek, showing even more affection than when it sought life energy from Wenhua. Everyone was stunned. Chun Fan was also surprised, feeling as though the little creature was playing with him. But he couldn't tolerate a dragon egg the size of a head rubbing against his face, so he had to reach out and push it away. "Enough, stop messing around." The dragon egg obediently settled in Chun Fan's hand and quieted down. Nearby, Chun Fan's roommates were already dumbfounded. Swallowing hard, one of them curiously said, "Brother Fan, it seems like this little guy has chosen you as its master. Brother Fan, did you use one of those blood-binding rituals on it?" Chun Fan replied helplessly, "That's all superstition. Don't believe in that nonsense." He stroked his chin and speculated, "Maybe I'm just too charming, and this little guy decided to recognize me as its master on its own." Zhao Mingze, Gao Yuan, Wenhua. Everyone stared at Chun Fan in astonishment, speechless for a long time. After chatting for a while, Chun Fan carried the dragon egg back to his room. Locking the door, he stared intently at the dragon egg. Be honest, what exactly attracted you? The reason Chen Fan asked this was not only because the dragon egg gave him a particularly close feeling, but also because his system had quietly changed. The system had actually notified him that the dragon egg had voluntarily recognized him as its master. And it happened the moment the dragon egg saw him. At this point, a new section had appeared on the system panel alongside his attributes. Battle Pet. Azure Dragon Primordial Ancestor of Water Level. Unhatched Hatching Progress. 20% abilities. Summon Wind and Rain Unawakened. Extreme Een Water Unawakened. Mystic Ice Body Unawakened. Cloud Shadow Flying Dragon Unawakened. Dragon's Gaze Unawakened. Icy Breath Dragon Roar Unawakened. Azure Dragon Battle Chant Unawakened. Dragon Seal Space Time Unawakened. Dragon Roar Shatters Void Unawakened. Looking at the dozen or so powerful abilities listed in the system panel, Chen Fan couldn't help but be stunned. As expected of a legendary divine beast, so many heaven-defying abilities, it's truly incredible. But this only deepened his confusion. He couldn't understand why such a powerful divine beast would voluntarily recognize him as its master, especially since he had originally prepared a set of coercive and persuasive tactics. After all, just an hour ago, Huang Fucheng had told him that getting a divine beast to recognize a master was extremely difficult. Their Beast Taming Academy's dean, Mo Jingtian, is an 8th-tier grandmaster of beast taming. It is said that he spent an entire month accompanying a young dragon before earning its initial approval. Come on, little one, I'll ask you a few questions. You just need to nod or shake your head to answer. Nodding means yes, shaking means no, Chen Fan said, placing the dragon egg on the table and adopting an interrogative posture. He then asked his first question. Little one, are you very familiar with me? The dragon egg wobbled back and forth on the table, clearly indicating yes. So you know me? Chen Fan asked in surprise. This time, the dragon egg shook side to side, indicating no. Chen Fan was instantly baffled. Familiar with me, but don't know me? What on earth is going on? He frowned and fell into deep thought. These questions weren't random, they were tied to the mysteries hidden within him. Mysteries he couldn't unravel. Chief among them was the secret of his soul transmigration to Blue Star. Chen Fan had discovered that his memories of his past life on Earth were gradually fading. He was already starting to forget his previous experiences. At present, he could still vaguely recall that he had been a newly graduated police academy cadet, just starting his job at the police station. During his first operation to apprehend a tomb raiding gang, he was struck on the head with a blunt object and lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself in the classroom of Blue Star's Grade 12, Class 6. Maybe in another month, I'll forget everything about my past life. Chen Fan felt a pang of sadness after all. It was a part of his life. He couldn't understand why the memories in his mind were fading bit by bit, as if things that didn't belong to this time and space were being slowly erased. However, he had prepared for this. He had recorded some of his past experiences in a thick notebook stored in his spatial ring, which he occasionally took out to review. There must be secrets hidden within me. Why did I transmigrate? Why do I have a system? Why is the dragon egg naturally close to me? Chen Fan was utterly perplexed. He asked again, Little one, do you know what the system is? The dragon egg wobbled slightly, indicating it didn't know. Chen Fan sighed helplessly and temporarily set aside his questions. These matters would eventually be revealed with time. For now, his priority was to keep growing stronger. The little one seemed to sense his mood and proactively leaned against his palm, gently rubbing against it. Chen Fan sighed and changed the topic. Little one, can the energy you absorbed earlier help you fully hatch? This time, the dragon egg hesitated, wobbling a few times before firmly shaking its head, indicating it couldn't. You're saying something is still missing? What's lacking? Chen Fan was stumped and began another round of one-on-one questioning with the dragon egg. 10 minutes later, he finally understood. It turned out the little one couldn't hatch, not because of any physical issues, but because it didn't want to break out of its shell. Its dragon soul was far stronger than its two older siblings, and its body needed more time to grow. Otherwise, if it hatched prematurely, its body might collapse instantly, making survival impossible. So it had no choice but to stay inside the eggshell and continue nurturing itself. This is tricky, Chen Fan was momentarily at a loss. Forget it. I'll let Wenhuan nourish it more for now, he said, adjusting his mood. Afterward, Chen Fan made a video call to Wang Yinran and Tong Tong. As soon as Wang Yinran answered, she eagerly asked about his experiences over the past 2 days. Feeling Wang Yinran's concern, Chen Fan's heart warmed. Even though he had forgotten his memories of Earth, Blue Star was still his safe harbor. Tong Tong, have you been naughty these past 2 days? Did you make Sister Yinran angry? Chen Fan teased his adorable little sister after sharing the fun stories of his college life with Wang Yinran. On the other side of the video, Tong Tong almost pressed her face against the camera, her little brows furrowed in protest. Brother, I didn't make Sister Yinran angry. And also, brother, you lied to me. I lied to you. Lied about what? Chen Fan asked, puzzled. I saw it. Sister Yinran's chest is all puffed up. Doesn't that mean she's hiding snacks there? Really? I don't believe it. Chen Fan pursed his lips, deliberately showing doubt. Sister Yinran, can you come over here and prove to me that you're not hiding snacks? Chen Fan, Wang Yinran. Even through the video, the two could feel each other's embarrassment. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, the dragon egg suddenly flew over, barging into the video frame and instantly easing the tension. Wang Yinran and Tong Tong's eyes widened in surprise. Brother, that flying big duck egg behind you. It's amazing. Tong Tong excitedly pointed at the screen, as if she'd discovered a new world. That's not a duck egg, it's a dragon egg. Chen Fan corrected helplessly. He called the dragon egg over and gave them a small demonstration. Tong Tong, Sister Yinran, one day when I hatch the dragon egg, I'll definitely take you both to Qingqing City to see the night view while riding it. Okay. Tong Tong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wang Yinran's cheeks flushed, and she quickly moved away from the camera. As the video call was about to end, Chen Tong Tong whispered to Chen Fan, Brother, don't fall for other girls in college, or Sister Yinran will be sad. Such a little schemer. Chen Fan chuckled bitterly as he hung up the call, tossing his phone aside and continuing to look at the system panel. At that moment, he noticed there was still an unfinished task helping Yang Chuchu apprentice under that prospective martial saint. Chen Fan couldn't think of a solution for now, but fortunately, the task had no time limit, so he could take his time. What a headache. Chen Fan rubbed his temples and decided to set it aside for now. He chose to first claim the reward for winning first place in the freshman competition. System, draw the prize. Chen Fan shouted at the system panel. The blue roulette spun rapidly, and the 2 draws for the E-level reward quickly concluded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 speed multiplier card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Thunder Shadow clone technique. Speed multiplier card. Chen Fan's eyes lit up upon hearing this and quickly checked its usage. Speed multiplier card. After use, speed doubles for 5 minutes. Great stuff. Chen Fan was very satisfied. He already had a strength multiplier card, and now with the speed multiplier card, his survival strategies were even more diverse. Next, he checked the skill Thunder Shadow clone technique. Thunder Shadow clone technique. The host can summon a shadow identical to themselves within a certain range. The Thunder Shadow is merely a projection, without a physical body, and cannot attack, but it can confuse enemies. After hearing this, Chen Fan frowned. The skill was somewhat useful but had limited effectiveness. This skill seems like it could attack enemies twice simultaneously, but since the Thunder Shadow has no physical body, it would be discovered quickly. He fell into thought, but soon, he came up with a new idea. If I combine Thunder Flash with the Thunder Shadow clone technique, I can switch the positions of my real body and the Thunder Shadow during battle. This way, I only need a single thought to make the enemy unable to distinguish between real and fake. When the enemy discovers my true body, I can use Thunder Flash to swap places and give them a big surprise. Haha, what a brilliant idea. Chen Fan was thrilled and couldn't wait to try out this combo technique. Unfortunately, he was in the dormitory and couldn't practice properly. It's only 4 o'clock, still early. I'll head to the school's training room to practice and test its power. He was itching to get started. Just as he was about to open the door, the dragon egg followed him on its own. Little guy, I'm heading out. You can't come with me. Chen Fan patted the smooth eggshell, trying to persuade it. The dragon egg was relentless, sticking close to him no matter what he said. If I take you out, and people see a flying egg, it would look way too strange. Chen Fan was helpless. His spatial ring could only store inanimate objects and couldn't hold the dragon egg. At that moment, a system notification sounded in his mind. Attention, host. System notification. As the host's pet, it can be stored in the system's built-in pet space. What? Chen Fan was surprised. The system had this function? He immediately tried commanding the system. System, store the dragon egg in the pet space. Sure enough, the dragon egg turned into a streak of light and flew into his forehead, reappearing on the system panel. Chen Fan's system panel already had an independent item slot where power multiplier cards and speed multiplier cards were stored. Now, the dragon egg occupied one of the slots. Curious, he released the dragon egg again. Little guy, do you know where you just were? The dragon egg wobbled, looking confused. What was the place like? A room? A sealed box? Or just emptiness? Chen Fan asked many questions, hoping to learn about the system through the dragon egg. But communication was difficult, and after a few minutes, he had to give up. I'll ask it properly once it hatches, Chen Fan decided, placing the dragon egg back into the system's pet space before opening the door and leaving the bedroom. In the living room, Zhao Mingze and Gao Yuan were still chatting, but when Hua was nowhere to be seen, probably resting in his room after overusing his abilities. Zhao Mingze noticed Chen Fan rushing out and asked curiously, Fan, where are you off to in such a hurry? Training. Want to come along? Chen Fan couldn't wait to test the combo technique he had just thought of. Training. Zhao Mingze and Gao Yuan exchanged glances, their expressions odd. Big bro, we just risked our lives out there, and now that we finally have a chance to rest, you're going to train? Zhao Mingze was baffled. Boss, we're not machines. We can't just keep going endlessly, Gao Yuan chimed in. Chen Fan rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. I just had a sudden inspiration for a new skill and couldn't resist trying it out. The two were stunned, their eyes wide with admiration. You're the real deal, boss. Skills usually take repeated practice to learn, and you just come up with one on a whim. 10 minutes later, the three arrived at the northern part of the school. Here stood a dozen grand buildings, each representing a martial arts academy. The top 10 martial arts academies in Daxia had all set up branches at the National Martial University, specifically to serve college students. Each of these buildings costs at least several billion to construct. Zhao Mingze marveled. Absolutely. The alloy materials used here are incredibly abundant otherwise. It wouldn't withstand the energy bursts during ability training. Chen Fan patted Zhao Mingze on the shoulder and walked toward the War Wolf Martial Arts Hall. The War Wolf Martial Arts Hall spans over 10,000 square meters and stands more than 40 stories tall, resembling a super luxurious hotel from afar. The first floor lobby was bustling with people, mostly students coming here to train. At National Martial Academy, the martial arts hall fees are based on the permissions of the students' campus cards. The higher the permission level, the lower the fees, with the school covering the difference. Chen Fan had SS-level permissions, granting him free access to all facilities and equipment in the martial arts hall, with the school paying regularly. However, weapons, medicinal materials, and elixirs still had to be purchased at full price. After all, no matter how talented a student was, they couldn't just take things for free. The three of them stood in the lobby, which was modern in design with a bright white color scheme. They took a tour to familiarize themselves with the layout. The second and third floors were rest areas, offering tea, coffee, and even alcohol and meat to meet post-training needs. The training areas started from the third floor upward, featuring facilities like gravity adjustment rooms, mental training rooms, speed resistance rooms, weapon training rooms, and combat practice rooms, everything one could need. They rented a combat practice room that spanned over 200 square meters, providing ample space for movement. Chen Fan went to a corner, eager to test out a combination technique he had just conceived: Thunder Flash combined with Thunder Shadow clone technique. With a single thought, he first performed the Thunder Shadow clone technique, and an identical figure appeared beside him. Chen Fan turned to look. The Thunder Shadow was so lifelike that it was impossible to distinguish between real and fake. He threw a punch, and the Thunder Shadow mirrored his movements. At this moment, Zhao Mingze and Gao Yuan, who were training nearby, noticed and were astonished. Wow, Brother Fan, how are there two of you? Is this the skill you just created? The two hurried over, nearly dropping their jaws in shock. Guess which one is the real me? Chen Fan said with a smile, both figures speaking simultaneously. Of course, it's the one on the right. Zhao Mingze answered without hesitation. Correct. Chen Fan smiled and withdrew the thunder shadow. Gao Yuan, however, looked a bit confused and scratched his head. Why can't I tell which one is real? Hey, old Gao, Brother Fan's thunder shadow can fool our eyes, but it can't fool our ears. The sound came from the one on the right, so obviously, the real body is the one on the right. Smart. Chen Fan patted Zhao Mingze on the shoulder, praising his cleverness. My thunder shadow has no physical form and can't make sounds, so you can distinguish it by listening. All right, you guys go ahead and train. I have some other ideas I want to try out. Chen Fan let the two of them continue their practice while he used Thunder Flash to attempt switching positions between the thunder shadow and his real body. Initially, the switches were inaccurate, and the positions of the thunder shadow and his real body didn't align. After an hour of practice, he finally managed to perfectly swap the positions of his real body and the thunder shadow. He called Zhao Mingze and Gao Yuan over again. Mingze, old Gao, guess again which one is the real me. The two spoke in unison, pointing to the Chen Fan on the left. Brother Fan, it's definitely this one. Is that so? So confident. Chen Fan chuckled. Of course, Gao Yuan replied, full of confidence. However, when he reached out to touch the Chen Fan on the left, he felt nothing. Huh? This one's fake. Gao Yuan and Zhao Mingze were both stunned. Haha, the real me is right here. The voice came from the right. The two were completely dumbfounded. This had entirely overturned their understanding. Brother Fan, how did you do that? Zhao Mingze asked excitedly, his face full of curiosity. Haha, it's a secret. Chen Fan smiled mysteriously. But to truly unleash its combat power, there's still a long way to go. He wasn't wrong. At present, he could barely use Thunder Flash to switch his body and perfectly align with the Thunder Shadow while stationary. However, in real combat, achieving perfect alignment between body switching and Thunder Shadow would require much more practice. Brother Fan, this skill of yours is incredible. You can use it to confuse opponents. Zhao Mingze exclaimed. Chen Fan nodded lightly. However, he didn't just want to use it to confuse enemies. More importantly, he wanted to enhance his combat power. He aimed to attack enemies simultaneously with two figures, switching between real and fake, creating a unique fighting style to elevate his strength. The only issue was that Thunder Flash consumed a significant amount of energy. Currently, his energy was down to just 30%, so today's combo training had to end here. He hadn't used up all his energy because he needed to stay vigilant against another potential attack from the imposter. He definitely didn't want to be ambushed when his energy was depleted. After retracting the Thunder Shadow, Chen Fan flexed his wrist and looked at Gao Yuan. Old Gao, it's still early. How about we spar a bit? No energy powers, keep strength under 1,000 kilograms, and just compete in techniques. Gao Yuan was no slouch either. Sparring in close combat with him would be very beneficial for improving himself. Sure thing, Brother Fan. Gao Yuan responded excitedly. He was a battle enthusiast by nature, and after witnessing Chen Fan's skills, he'd been itching to spar with him. Brother Fan, barehanded, no one can last 10 rounds against me. Gao Yuan struck a pose, eager to begin. Haha, the show is starting. I'll be the referee. Zhao Mingze was equally excited and quickly stepped aside to make room. Watch out, old Gao. Seeing Gao Yuan ready, Chen Fan launched the first attack. His right leg shot out like a bullet, and even without using energy powers, it broke through the air with a sharp snapping sound. Gao Yuan was equally formidable, using his iron fists to counter Chen Fan's swift kicks, resulting in a stalemate. At that moment, in the training room, the two figures exchanged blows rapidly, relying solely on their fists and feet to counter each other's moves. The fight was intense and evenly matched. Zhao Mingze cheered enthusiastically from the sidelines, clapping and shouting in excitement. Over the course of 10 minutes, Chen Fan unleashed over 20 techniques, including Empty Fist, Bagua Palm, Wind-Cutting Kick, and Shadowless Kick, all of which Gao Yuan skillfully neutralized. Both were martial arts prodigies, evenly matched in hand-to-hand combat. However, Chen Fan's leg techniques were slightly superior. A few minutes later, he suddenly struck, landing a kick on Gao Yuan's chest and forcing him to stagger backward. Careful, Chun Fan warned, then followed up with the 18-linked Mandarin duck kicks, delivering a series of tightly connected kicks. Gao Yuan could only defend passively, using cloud-shifting hands to block while retreating, managing to fend off several of Chun Fan's kicks. But each successive kick was faster and fiercer than the last, and by the 10th kick, Gao Yuan began to show openings. Just as Chun Fan thought victory was within reach, Gao Yuan suddenly stepped aside, using both hands to leverage Chun Fan's airborne kicks and tossing him away. Chun Fan was flung into the air, his heart tightening as he quickly performed several backflips to adjust his balance. His figure landed gracefully like a swallow, completely unharmed. Impressive move, old Gao. Chun Fan stopped and looked at Gao Yuan, genuinely surprised. Moments ago, he had thought he was about to win. But Gao Yuan's brilliant counter had instantly dismantled his offensive. Old Gao, what was that move you just used? I've never seen it before. Chun Fan asked excitedly. Gao Yuan scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Brother Fan, that's the Dragon Sparrow hand from Taiji Combat Techniques. It emphasizes using the opponent's force against them and pushing them away with the flow. Taiji Combat Techniques. Chun Fan muttered to himself. I'll have to learn more from you in the future. Gao Yuan also admired Chun Fan. In terms of martial arts, this was the first time he had encountered such a strong opponent. Brother Fan, I'll need to study your leg techniques more in the future too. For a moment, the two felt a mutual sense of appreciation. Zhao Mingze, who had been immersed in their impressive sparring, finally snapped out of it. Brother Fan, old Gao, your skills are incredible. I probably wouldn't last 3 moves against you barehanded. Your task is to master the sword. Of course, if you want to learn martial arts, I can teach you too, Chun Fan said with a smile. Forget it, practicing swordsmanship is already exhausting enough. Zhao Mingze shrugged, then curiously asked, Brother Fan, old Gao, how did you develop such skills? I had to support myself and my younger sister, so I spent years fighting in martial arts gyms. Over time, I naturally honed my skills, Chun Fan replied simply, then turned to Gao Yuan. What about you, old Gao? I've been an orphan since I was young, growing up in the village by eating at other people's homes. Without parents, I was bullied a lot as a child, so I started practicing martial arts and gradually developed some fighting skills. When I was 14, a first-tier scarlet-tailed tiger suddenly broke into the village and killed dozens of people. In a moment of desperation, I grabbed an axe and charged at it, using all my strength to kill the beast. When the news reached the city, they said I was born with divine strength and exceptional talent, so they brought me to a school in the city. My homeroom teacher was a martial arts master from a family of fighters. After learning martial arts from him for 3 years, my combat style finally became more structured, unlike the chaotic brawling I used to do. Chun Fan and Zhao Mingze listened to Gao Yuan's story, feeling deeply moved. So Gao Yuan was an orphan, no wonder he had been the first to stand up and angrily rebuke Bai Zun in the cafeteria when Bai Zun froze everyone's food into ice blocks. Gao Yuan had said he hated wasting food the most. Chun Fan had initially thought it was just because of his fiery temper, but now he realized Gao Yuan had experienced real hunger and hardship, which made him value food so much. The two were also astonished. A mere 14-year-old child had managed to kill a scarlet-tailed tiger with a simple wood-cutting axe. This was almost unbelievable. After all, it wasn't an ordinary tiger, but a beast. Even though it was only a first-tier beginner, it was still extremely ferocious. Zhao Mingze couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Old Gao, with your grades, you could have gone to Jing University. Why did you choose Guowu instead? Gao Yuan answered without hesitation. I ranked 2nd in Yuzhou province. I chose Guowu because I want to join the military. Besides, I don't like the capital, it's too noisy. Chun Fan and Zhao Mingze nodded in understanding. Everyone has their own preferences. Chun Fan then turned to Zhao Mingze. Mingze, what about you? Why did you choose Guowu? Zhao Mingze shrugged, fiddling with the slightly worn wuxuang sword at his waist. I came to Guowu to follow in my grandfather's footsteps. He was a graduate here. My grandfather has been my idol since I was young and is the person I admire most. He is the first person in the history of superpowers to kill a 9th-tier exotic beast with the strength of an 8th-tier grandmaster. Could it be that your grandfather is the legendary sword master, Zhao Qixin? Chen Fan blurted out in surprise. It was widely known that the gap between the 8th and 9th tiers was as vast as heaven and earth. When superpowered individuals first start out, they can indeed easily defeat lower-tier exotic beasts with higher-tier abilities. But those exotic beasts that grow to the 9th tier have extremely strong bloodlines, making cross-tier battles almost as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yet, someone in history had achieved it. The first to create such a miracle was Zhao Qixin. His name was remembered alongside Sage and even printed in textbooks. That's right, Zhao Qixin is my grandfather. Zhao Mingzi nodded solemnly. Upon hearing the confirmation, Chen Fan was even more shocked. The books say that Sword Master Zhao sacrificed himself 3 years ago to stop 2 9th-tier exotic beasts from breaking out of the other dimension. Yes, he killed one and severely injured the other, Zhao Mingzi said, his tone tinged with sadness but his eyes full of pride. The unparalleled sword was the one he gave me before his final battle. Although its tier isn't high, it was the first sword he used when he practiced as a child. He hoped I could inherit his swordsmanship and become unparalleled in the world. Unfortunately, only this sword remains now. Zhao Mingzi looked at the flying sword in his hand, feeling a pang of sorrow. Mingzi, those who have passed are gone, but the living must keep striving. Mastering swordsmanship is the best way to honor him, Chen Fan comforted. Zhao Mingzi gripped the sword hilt tightly and nodded resolutely. Mingzi, I remember you always wanted to apprentice under Zhang Kuan of the Sword God Academy. Why not tell him about your grandfather's identity? He definitely wouldn't refuse, Chen Fan asked, puzzled. Brother Fan, I don't want to rely on my grandfather's reputation. I want to be recognized for my own strength. Zhao Mingzi's eyes were firm. I don't want to live under my grandfather's shadow. Chen Fan looked at him with newfound respect. Though Zhao Mingzi usually acted carefree and a bit unserious, he was actually very ambitious. After chatting for a while, Chen Fan and Gao Yuan resumed practicing their martial arts, while Zhao Mingzi focused on studying sword techniques. As the sky gradually darkened, all three showed signs of fatigue. Just as they were about to wrap up their training, a message from Tian Xiong popped up in their group chat. Special team, training tomorrow. Instead of leaving immediately, the three headed to the dining area on the 2nd floor of the War Wolf Martial Hall. This area housed several high-end specialty restaurants, with prices that were not cheap and ingredients sourced entirely from the other dimensional space. Chen Fan gathered Yi Qingling, Wu Yu, and Wen Hua to organize a team dinner, aiming to strengthen their bond in preparation for tomorrow's special training. When they met again, Wu Yu was still shy, his chubby appearance making him seem honest and endearing. Yi Qingling had changed out of her tight combat suit and was now wearing a simple white t-shirt and an elegant short skirt, exuding youthful energy. Beneath the skirt were a pair of straight, slender legs, fair and smooth, as if she had stepped out of a comic book, drawing the attention of many. Yi Qingling wrinkled her nose and let out a soft snort, pretending to be annoyed. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? And for the record, I only like women. Though her tone was fierce, she wasn't truly angry. Haha, got it, classmate. Everyone responded with laughter, not taking her seriously. Such a beautiful girl, liking women? No one believed it, that Wu Yu quietly squeezed next to Chen Fan, first sneaking a glance at Yi Qingling to confirm she wasn't paying attention to them, then whispered to Chen Fan, Boss, don't worry. Both Yi Qingling and I graduated from the Qianlong class. She has been saying for 2 years that she likes women, but I've never seen her actually like one. Chen Fan nodded. As expected, it was just an excuse Yi Qingling used to avoid trouble. But he quickly realized, what do you mean by don't worry? And why are you, this chubby guy, telling me this? I only admire this girl. I'm not interested in her. Got it. He turned his head to look, and sure enough, Wu Yu was still winking at him. Boss, do you want to know about Yi Qingling's past? I can tell you. Chen Fan was momentarily stunned. This chubby guy didn't seem as honest as he appeared. He laughed loudly, deliberately raising his voice. What did you say? You want to spill gossip about Yi Qingling? As soon as the words left his mouth, a cold gaze locked onto them. Yi Qingling had already drawn the dagger from her waist, her eyes icy and piercing. "Wu Yu, if you dare say one more word, I'll cut out your tongue." Wu Yu shrank his neck and quickly shut his mouth, clearly terrified. Everyone who witnessed the scene couldn't help but burst into laughter. Dinner was sumptuous, and they even specially ordered a bottle of white wine made for ability users. The wine had a strange, fruity aroma, clearly brewed from spiritual fruits from some other proud chest, flat abdomen, slender waist, straight legs, skin as white as snow. Simply perfection. Gulp. The sight made Chun Fan involuntarily swallow, the sudden weight catching him off guard. His hands happened to land on the cat girl's ample chest. So soft, Chun Fan instinctively gave a slight squeeze, the texture smooth and tender. But he quickly realized what he was doing. His cheeks flushed red, and he hurriedly let go. The cat girl's smooth body slid directly to the ground. Phew! Chun Fan was startled, his breathing a bit rapid. He quickly calmed himself and checked on the cat girl. Fortunately, she was still unconscious, and he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it wasn't intentional on my part, but the feel was indeed nice. Chun Fan reminisced for a moment before shaking off the inappropriate thoughts in his head. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the cat girl from the ground and gently placed her on the bed. After all, he couldn't just leave her lying on the floor. The cat girl was stunningly beautiful, alluring, and captivating. Chun Fan, young and full of vigor, couldn't help but react. But he wasn't a bad person and would never take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. Besides, the cat girl had helped him before. This little enchantress is really hard to resist. Chun Fan quickly covered her with a blanket to hide that perfect figure, lest he lose control. It took Chun Fan over 10 seconds to dispel the wicked thoughts in his mind. Alcohol really is a bad thing, it makes people lose control. I'd better drink less in the future. Chun Fan shook his head and sighed. Having a beauty on the bed, if my roommates walk in, that would be truly awkward. Feeling a pang of anxiety, Chun Fan quickly moved to the door and locked it. He plopped down on a chair, his gaze falling on the beautiful woman sleeping soundly on the bed, lost in thought. Chun Fan hesitated, wondering if he should find some clothes for the cat girl. After all, if she woke up and found herself naked in bed with him, she would definitely misunderstand and think he had done something inappropriate. After pondering for a while, he finally decided to take out an F-grade ice silk nightgown from his spatial ring and put it on the cat girl. Oh, cat girl, a righteous man like me is truly one of a kind in this world. Chun Fan looked at the cat girl now dressed in the nightgown, his face full of pride. This nightgown was originally a gift he had prepared for Wang Yanran, but fearing she might kill him on the spot, he had kept it hidden in the ring. The sexy nightgown paired with the cat girl's fiery figure was even more alluring than her being naked. When the cat girl wakes up and sees herself dressed, at least it won't be too awkward. Chun Fan comforted himself as he lay down on the other side of the bed. The night passed in silence, though Chun Fan tossed and turned, unable to sleep soundly. After all, he had to remain vigilant against the potential threat of imposters. Fortunately, the night was uneventful. At 5 o'clock the next morning, Chun Fan woke up slowly. He first glanced at the cat girl beside him, and, seeing that she was still asleep, quickly got up to tidy himself. Today was the official training day for the Thunder team. Tian Xiong had specifically emphasized that no one was allowed to be late, and the consequences of tardiness would be severe. At 5 in the morning, the first light of dawn illuminated Chang'an City. Apart from Chun Fan and a few others, only a handful of senior students were leaving their dorms to begin a new day of training. Outside dormitory building number 5, the 5 members of the Thunder team had already gathered. After yesterday's dinner, the group's bond had noticeably strengthened. Not long after, Tian Xiong appeared before them, carrying a large army green duffel bag. He threw the bag heavily onto the grass, creating a deep pit in the ground. Everyone's here, not bad. He looked at the group, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Everyone felt a twinge of unease, sensing that today's special training wouldn't be easy. Coach, what is this? They curiously eyed the cloth bag on the ground. A gift I prepared for you. Take a look for yourselves, Tian Xiong said with a mischievous grin. A gift? They were half skeptical. Zhao Mingzi couldn't resist stepping forward and untying the bag, revealing a pile of metal armor inside. What on earth is this? They asked curiously. This is the Xian heavy armor, weighing 1,000 pounds. I specifically borrowed it from the military. Wearing it will greatly enhance your physical strength. Tian Xiong explained. After speaking, he dumped all 5 sets of Xian heavy armor out of the bag, exactly 5 pieces. Your first task today is to wear the Xian heavy armor and walk all the way to the top of Fengming Mountain. No using any special abilities along the way. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Fengming Mountain was located on the outskirts of Chang'an, dozens of kilometers away. Climbing it while carrying 1,000-pound armor was an incredibly daunting task. Ignoring their reactions, Tian Xiong picked out the lightest piece of Xian heavy armor from the ground and tossed it in front of Yi Qingling. Even though you're on the assassin path, your body is too weak. If an enemy catches you off guard, the consequences could be severe. You need to build up your stamina. This 800-pound Xian heavy armor is just right for you. Put it on. Although Yi Qingling was a girl, she wasn't delicate. After much effort, she finally managed to put on the Xian heavy armor. The once graceful and agile young woman instantly transformed into a fully armored female warrior. Yi, how does it feel? The group asked. Yi Qingling tried moving her body, feeling as though the Xian heavy armor was an iron cage locking her entire body in place. Every movement was incredibly strenuous. Coach, this is much heavier than I imagined. It feels like my whole body is sealed. Sweat was already forming on her neck. Heavy is the point. Tian Xiong said sternly. This is specifically designed to train the bodies of those with special abilities. With that, he began distributing the remaining Xian heavy armor. He tossed a 1,200-pound set to Zhao Mingze. Zhao Mingze, even though you're a sword master who can control flying swords from a distance, you still need to rely on your physical body in close combat. If your body is weak, your swordsmanship is just an empty show. You'd struggle to even kill a chicken. Put this on and start training. Zhao Mingze's face flushed, his heart racing, but he didn't dare argue. He struggled to put on the Xian heavy armor. Damn, you want me to climb a mountain wearing this thing? He felt a wave of despair. Tian Xiong turned to Wu Yu. Wu Yu, your Earth-child ability is a top-tier Earth-based power, but your body is too weak, completely wasting your potential. It's a disgrace to your talent. From now on, you're the team's tank, responsible for taking damage. With your current physique, you'd crumble at a single touch from the enemy. How can you protect your teammates? This 2,000-pound Xian heavy armor is yours. Tian Xiong casually tossed the 2,000-pound armor to Wu Yu, as if it were a sandbag. However, Wu Yu hadn't expected Tian Xiong to throw the armor directly at him. He hurriedly caught it in a panic, nearly having his foot crushed. Wu Yu didn't dare utter a single complaint and quickly put on the armor obediently. Although his build was much stronger than Zhao Mingze's and Yi Qingling's, the 2,000-pound Xian heavy armor still left him gasping for breath. At this moment, Tian Xiong's gaze shifted to Gao Yuan. The indestructible Vajra body is the strongest physical superpower. It can endure and fight, and when trained to its peak, the body becomes nearly impervious to blades and bullets, achieving immortality. In the country of Tianzhu, this superpower is called Holy Power. Their king possesses this ability and is known as the Undying Ming King and a martial saint powerhouse. It's said that this superpower has infinite potential, but to push it to its limits requires the courage to risk everything. So, my demands on you will be stricter. Here, take this Xian heavy armor weighing 3,000 pounds. Gao Yuan nodded heavily without any hesitation, picked up the armor from the ground, and put it on. Coach, this feeling of being completely oppressed makes me especially excited. Gao Yuan waved his fists, utterly thrilled. Oh, excited? There's even more thrilling stuff to come. Tian Xiong chuckled, specifically targeting those who were defiant. At this moment, only a 4,000-pound Xian heavy armor remained on the ground, clearly reserved for Chen Fan. Chen Fan sighed helplessly and, without waiting for Tian Xiong to say more, put it on. Only after wearing it did Chen Fan truly understand what Yi Qingling meant by the feeling of being sealed all over. He felt as if he were filled with lead, and every movement became extraordinarily strenuous. Seeing Chen Fan's struggling appearance, Tian Xiong was secretly pleased and deliberately laughed. Haha, Chen Fan, as the captain, this is your privilege. A 4,000-pound load shouldn't be a problem for you, right? What do you think? Chen Fan rolled his eyes helplessly. Couldn't you see I'm almost out of breath? But he still gritted his teeth and said, no big deal. Haha, gutsy. Tian Xiong gave him a heavy pat on the shoulder, nearly knocking him over. He turned to look at the others. Although you all have decent talent, your control over your bodies is far from adequate. When attacking, your muscles are like scattered sand, and your strength can't focus on a single point. Your explosive power is much weaker than you think. If it were me, with your physiques, your explosive power could be at least 3 times stronger. 3 times? Impossible. The group was shocked, their voices rising a few notches. If he had said twice as strong, they might have accepted it, as the gap in body control between them and a master-level expert was evident. Master-level experts could mobilize every muscle and bone in their bodies, naturally resulting in greater explosive power. But a threefold difference was hard to believe. The human body is like an untapped treasure. Once you master it, you'll gain incredible strength. Train with me, and while I won't make any wild promises, within a month, your explosive power will at least double. Tian Xiong swept his gaze around and said calmly. The group was dumbfounded, especially Gao Yuan, whose eyes burned with eagerness, almost kneeling to acknowledge him as a master. Tian Xiong continued, if you want to get stronger quickly, be prepared to endure hardship. Starting today, you'll wear the Xian heavy armor every day to travel back and forth to Fengming Mountain, rain or shine. Even on class days from Monday to Wednesday, it'll be the same. The group exchanged glances, their helplessness barely concealed. On the first day of training, they already felt the coach's iron grip. All right, Tian Xiong clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. It's now 5:30 in the morning. Everyone, start running. I want to see you at the top of Fengming Mountain before the sun rises. During this time, no superpowers are allowed. Violators will bear the consequences. If you can't even complete this challenge, don't even think about participating in team missions. Just get out of here. Tian Xiong scanned the crowd, his warning tone evident. Good luck to you all. I'll be waiting for you at Fengming Mountain. With that, Tian Xiong strode off. After Tian Xiong left, Zhao Mingze immediately approached Chen Fan, handing him a phone and saying, Brother Fan, look, it's 30 kilometers from here to Fengming Mountain, and there's only an hour and a half left until sunrise. Wearing this gear, it's going to be really hard to complete the task. 30 kilometers is manageable, but climbing the nearly 4,000-meter high Fengming Mountain is absolutely impossible. Wu Yu added from the side. Yeah, I've climbed Fengming Mountain once before. The mountain paths are really tough. Yi Qingling frowned. If they were traveling light, they could easily complete the challenge. But now, burdened with heavy armor and unable to use their abilities, it was an almost insurmountable task. Run. Every second counts. No more talking. Chen Fan took the lead and started jogging. No matter how heavy the armor was, it couldn't stop his determination to grow stronger. Brother Fan, wait for us. The others gritted their teeth and followed. The 5 of them formed a line, their steps synchronized, resembling a military drill. From Guwu University to Fengming Mountain, they had to cross half of Chang'an City, then follow the Fun River northward for over 10 kilometers to reach the foot of the mountain. Along the way, everyone remained silent, the air filled only with the sound of heavy breathing and footsteps. 20 minutes later, they exited the city. Beneath their feet, the smooth concrete roads gave way to uneven mountain paths, significantly increasing the difficulty of their progress. At this point, someone in the group finally couldn't hold on any longer. Yi Qingling tripped over a protruding rock and nearly fell into the rushing Fun River beside her. Yi, are you okay? Everyone quickly stopped and helped her up. I'm fine. Yi Qingling's face was pale, her hair soaked with sweat. She panted heavily, struggling to speak. Brother Fan, let's take a break. I can't hold on anymore, Zhao Mingze said, barely managing to stand, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he looked at Chen Fan with a face full of hope. What about you two? Chen Fan didn't immediately agree, but instead looked at Gao Yuan and Wu Yu. We can't run anymore either. Let's rest for a bit. The two responded with difficulty. No. Chen Fan's voice turned stern, exuding the authority of a leader. The heavy armor not only trained the body but also tested their willpower. Only by continuously pushing their limits and challenging themselves could they unlock its true potential. Giving up easily would be a waste of effort, and there was no way to grow stronger quickly with such an attitude. Do you still remember what Teacher Tian said? If we fail the challenge, I won't say a single good word for you. Chun Fan coldly stared at everyone. Their faces turned pale. It was the first time they had seen Chun Fan so strict, and they were a bit scared, not daring to talk back. Brothers, don't blame me for being harsh. If you slack off, there's no way we'll complete this challenge. Do you want to be strong? Can't even endure this bit of hardship? Start running. With that, Chun Fan punched a nearby tree, breaking it in half. The scene fell into an eerie silence, and it was as if everyone's breathing had stopped. Gao Yuan and Zhao Mingze exchanged glances, immediately got up from the ground, and silently charged forward. Wu Yu glanced at Yi Qingling, who was still sitting on the ground, and dared not hesitate. He adjusted his breathing and resumed running. Miss Yi, what about you? Are you running or not? Chun Fan stared at her, his voice icy. Your physical condition may be the weakest, but the heavy armor you're wearing is the lightest. In your state, you shouldn't have been tripped by a rock. You were the first to fall because your heart isn't steadfast enough, and your willpower is the weakest. Yi Qingling never expected that Chun Fan, who usually joked around with everyone, would be so stern. What does it have to do with you? She had never been reprimanded like this by a boy before, and feeling aggrieved, her nose tingled, almost bringing her to tears. Chun Fan ignored her and said indifferently, Miss Yi, you've never been on a real battlefield, have you? What do you mean? Yi Qingling raised her head, unconvinced. Although our Qianlong class didn't take the martial arts exam, we fought hard in the graduation tests and even battled exotic beasts. Chun Fan sneered dismissively. I'm talking about a real battlefield, where thousands of beasts roar, corpses lie everywhere, and blood stains the sky red. Have you been there? Yi Qingling asked skeptically, humming lightly in disbelief. Of course, more than once, Chun Fan replied calmly. His thoughts the weight of the heavy armor made every step they took incredibly strenuous. 10 minutes passed, and they had only climbed a few hundred meters. Chun Fan looked toward the east, frowning. At this pace, we won't make it to the summit before sunrise. Everyone, pick up the pace. He charged ahead, moving like an agile monkey, using both hands and feet to leap through the mountains. But soon, an urgent shout came from behind him. Brother Fan, Yi Qingling seems to have fallen behind. What? Chun Fan's heart tightened as he turned to look back. The team had stretched out into a long line, and Yi Qingling was nowhere to be seen. She wouldn't have gotten into trouble, would she? If she accidentally fell, it could be life-threatening. The group stopped nervously, all eyes on Chun Fan, waiting for his decision. You all keep going up, I'll go back to find her. Chun Fan gritted his teeth and immediately ran downhill. We'll go with you. Zhao Mingze and a few others were also uneasy. No need. There's only one path up the mountain. I'll go alone. You all continue to complete the mission. Chun Fan's tone was resolute. He dared not delay. His knees bore the brunt of the impact, but he didn't slow down. A few minutes later, he finally found Yi Qingling. She could no longer stand, lying on the stone steps and crawling with difficulty, looking utterly disheveled. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but she stubbornly refused to cry out loud. Seeing that she was unharmed, Chun Fan let out a small sigh of relief and stopped in his tracks, thinking that his earlier words might have been too harsh. Miss Yi, take a break. He walked over, intending to help her up, but she refused. Go away. Yi Qingling panted heavily, trying to push him away, but Chun Fan could feel her weakness. If you keep going like this, you won't be able to complete the mission. Take a break. You've already done your best. I'll explain the situation to the coach. None of your business. Yi Qingling struggled desperately, continuing to crawl, her palms scraped raw and her fingertips bleeding profusely. I'll carry you. Chun Fan felt a pang of guilt, realizing he might have been too harsh on his teammates. After all, they weren't like him, someone who had lived through 2 lifetimes and possessed extraordinary mental resilience. They hadn't experienced real life and death battles or witnessed true madness. Without hesitation, he picked Yi Qingling up and slung her over his shoulder. The bird, Captain, why didn't you give up on me? Yi Qingling's voice was low, and Chun Fan couldn't understand her thoughts. But he didn't answer, his throat was already hoarse. He cast aside all distractions, with only one thought in his mind: charge. Finally, when 7 o'clock arrived, Chun Fan, who had just been deemed incapable of completing the challenge, appeared at the mountaintop. He fell to his knees with a thud, almost fainting. It's the boss. Brother Fan is here. The few people on the ground were so overwhelmed with joy that they burst into tears. Tian Xiong also showed a look of surprise, glancing at Yi Qingling, who had slid off Chun Fan's back, and then at Chun Fan, the corners of his mouth slightly curving upward. The summit of Fengming Mountain was unexpectedly flat, as if it had been cleaved by a blade, clearly having been deliberately leveled. At the center of the mountaintop was a spring, its water extremely hot, with steam rising from the surface. Under the morning light, it resembled a fairyland. Tian Xiong began tossing the exhausted, mud-like individuals into the spring one by one. Fengming Mountain is an extinct volcano. This spring is connected to the underground, with very high temperatures and containing special substances. Soaking for half an hour can eliminate all your physical fatigue. Chun Fan and the others struggled to remove their heavy black armor and leaned against the edge of the spring, leaving only their heads above the water. At that moment, a comfortable sensation washed over them. Chun Fan noticed that energy was quietly seeping into his body from the water, gradually dissipating his fatigue. Is it really this miraculous? The group exchanged glances, pleasantly surprised. This spring only has this effect during the half hour after sunrise. Focus your minds and don't resist the energy entering your body, it can strengthen you. Really, the group happily emptied their minds. Their bodies, like sponges, eagerly absorbed the mysterious energy from the spring. Unknowingly, the 5 of them, exhausted, fell into a deep sleep, while Tian Xiong quietly stood guard nearby. Half an hour later, the group woke up, completely free of fatigue, their bodies noticeably stronger. The 5 of them leaped to their feet, jumping onto the ground, feeling light and agile. How do you feel? Satisfied? Tian Xiong smiled and said, the training with the heavy black armor, combined with the help of this hot spring, has greatly enhanced your physical strength. But if you want to improve your explosive power, this is far from enough. Tian Xiong looked at everyone and said, your lack of explosive power has another key reason. Your usual training focuses only on muscles, not tendons. Tendons? Chun Fan asked curiously, hearing this for the first time. Exactly, Tian Xiong nodded. The human body has 12 major tendons and 473 minor tendons. The 12 major tendons, also called the 12 power tendons, are the key pathways for transmitting strength throughout the body. If you train the 12 major tendons well, your explosive power can easily double. If you can also train the 473 minor tendons, your explosive power could increase threefold. The group listened, their breathing quickening. A threefold increase in explosive power meant they could easily defeat higher-level opponents. Chun Fan recalled the time at the Bohai Bay port when he used a power-boosting card to kill a second-tier peak enemy with a single strike, despite being at the first-tier peak himself. Doubling his strength had significantly enhanced his combat ability. With his current strength, Chun Fan could barely suppress a third-tier early-stage beast with weak talent. If his explosive power doubled, he could easily kill it. If it tripled, he might even suppress a third-tier mid-stage beast. Just as everyone was calculating in their minds, Tian Xiong poured cold water on their excitement. Training tendons is extremely time-consuming and labor-intensive. If you don't plan to specialize in close combat, I don't recommend training the small tendons. Just focus on training the 12 major tendons, and the benefits will be significant. Most physical techniques on the market only train muscles, not tendons. Techniques that can strengthen the power tendons are extremely rare, and without professional guidance, injuries like torn tendons and broken bones are common. Next, I'll teach you a unique physical technique called the tendon stretching and pulse strengthening method. This is something I developed after becoming a master, and it can train your 12 power tendons. But remember, without my permission, you must never pass it on to others. Yes, coach. Everyone nodded quickly, knowing this was Tian Xiong's painstaking creation. Without waiting for them to urge him, Tian Xiong began demonstrating. This technique consists of 118 moves, and I will demonstrate each one for you. Everyone focused intently, afraid to miss any detail. Tian Xiong moved slowly, explaining as he demonstrated, and it took him a full 2 hours to finish. Now let's start with the first move and practice together. Tian Xiong led everyone in practice. Chun Fan eagerly tried it out, feeling his tendons and bones stretch with each move, a mix of soreness and exhilaration. After half an hour, Chun Fan had memorized all the moves and could mimic them fairly well. Tian Xiong couldn't help but marvel at his exceptional talent. Gao Yuan's talent for physical training was equally impressive, on par with Chun Fan. Zhao Mingze and the others were noticeably weaker, but by the end of the morning, they had also memorized all the moves and the key points of exertion. Tian Xiong was very pleased with everyone. Practice this technique 7 to 8 times a day from now on, and with my special training methods, you'll have your 12 power tendons fully trained within a month. Thank you, Teacher Tian. Everyone was thrilled. This meant that in a month, their abilities would be completely transformed. Next, Tian Xiong gave them a half-hour break to prepare for the second challenge of the day. Hiking down the mountain while wearing heavy black armor, and then swimming upstream back to Chang'an City after reaching the foot of the mountain. Everyone was stunned. Wearing armor weighing thousands of pounds, they feared they would sink to the bottom of the water immediately, and swimming upstream seemed utterly impossible. Seeing their hesitation, Tian Xiong calmly explained, "Wearing heavy armor requires you to be as agile as a fish in water, and your limbs must have immense explosive power. With your current physical condition, you're still far from ready. I will allow you to use your special abilities for the next month. But after a month, that's no longer allowed. You'll have to rely solely on your physical strength to cross the river. If you fail to complete the challenge, I will still kick you out of the team." Everyone was incredulous, but no one dared to question him. "Brother Fan, is this challenge even doable? The Fun River's current is too strong. Swimming upstream is simply impossible." During the break, Zhao Mingze whispered to Chen Fan, full of doubt, "It does seem unbelievable, but according to the coach's plan, as long as our explosive power doubles, we should be able to complete this challenge." Chen Fan also thought the task was daunting, but he believed Tian Xiong would never assign them an impossible mission. So, completing the training of the 12 power tendons as soon as possible is the key. Gao Yuan added from the side. Gao Yuan was completely convinced by Tian Xiong. Since he was on a pure physical training path, Tian Xiong's methods seemed tailor-made for him, and he benefited the most. As soon as the half-hour break ended, no one waited for Tian Xiong's orders. They automatically put on the heavy black armor and prepared to descend the mountain. Climbing up a mountain is easy, descending is hard. The weight of their bodies put immense strain on their knees and calves. It took the group a full 40 minutes to return to the foot of Fengming Mountain and see the surging Fen River. Standing before the 100-meter-wide river, they hesitated. "What's the matter? Scared?" Tian Xiong stood behind them, his tone full of disdain. "Back when I was in the army, I conquered the Yangtze River swimming upstream. Don't tell me you're afraid of crossing this little river." "Little river?" Chun Fan and the others were speechless. The river was astonishingly wide, with turbulent currents and terrifyingly high waves. Wearing iron armor, they feared they wouldn't survive if they fell into the water. Tian Xiong patted Chun Fan on the shoulder and said with a laugh, "The captain has to take the lead." Chun Fan had no choice but to leap into the river. As he expected, his body sank rapidly, quickly reaching the riverbed. "Use your hands and feet together. Push yourself up." Tian Xiong's voice, like a bell, penetrated the 20-meter depth and reached Chun Fan's ears. Chun Fan remained calm, frantically paddling the water and using explosive force to propel himself upward. Just as his head broke the surface, his body quickly sank again. The buoyancy of the water seemed to have no effect on him. Control your paddling frequency. Once you surface, you need to paddle at least 50 times per second to stay afloat. Tian Xiong reminded him again. Chun Fan tried desperately, his limbs aching, but just as Tian Xiong said, he managed to keep his head above water. "Coach, I can't last a minute." Chun Fan shouted to Tian Xiong on the shore. "Then use your abilities to assist." Tian Xiong replied, "I'll give it a try." Chun Fan shouted, and the dragon along his spine emitted a powerful energy that quickly filled every cell in his body. His strength surged instantly, making swimming much easier, though reaching Chang'an City was still a daunting task. This kind of training is excellent for building physical endurance. Stick with it, and the benefits are immense, Tian Xiong said, urging the others to jump into the river. Without hesitation, they all leaped in. Let us go. Cover 15 kilometers in half an hour. Tian Xiong's voice was firm. In the water, the 5 of them formed a line, twisting their bodies and swimming upstream with all their might. After the previous training, their determination was stronger, and they gritted their teeth, moving like 5 large fish at a speed comparable to the sprinting limits of ordinary people. Tian Xiong didn't join them in the water but strolled leisurely along the shore, keeping a close eye on their progress. Before long, Fatty Wuyu suddenly let out a scream and sank beneath the water. The group panicked, only to see a 10-meter-long giant crocodile biting Wuyu's legs and dragging him toward the riverbed. A copper-toothed crocodile? Be careful. Chun Fan turned back, lightning gathering in his hands as he prepared to rescue him. Tian Xiong, however, stopped him. It's just a low-level beast. If he can't handle it himself, he might as well die. Chun Fan had no choice but to hold back. Wu Yu quickly regained his composure, unleashing his energy. 2 thick streams of mud surged from the riverbed, entangling the crocodile. A fierce underwater battle ensued. The crocodile was highly adept in water and had formidable combat strength, making them evenly matched. On land, Wu Yu could contend with an ordinary late-stage second-tier beast, but in water, his earth-based abilities were limited, and his heavy armor further hindered him. Fortunately, ability users could hold their breath underwater for several minutes. With his legs caught in the crocodile's jaws, Wu Yu couldn't break free. Thinking quickly, he used the mud streams to drag the crocodile toward the riverbed. As soon as he touched the ground, his strength surged, the earth churning beneath him. Empowered by the soil, he pried open the crocodile's jaws with sheer force. Wu Yu escaped, and 2 earthen spikes shot up from the ground, piercing the crocodile's heart directly. The giant crocodile stopped struggling. Wu Yu used a pillar of mud to lift it out of the water, gasping for breath. It was clear that the earlier battle had taken a huge toll on him. Not bad, Tian Xiong calmly commented, then addressed the group. This river connects to Jufeng Pass upstream and Wanggu Pass downstream, both of which are dimensional gateways. A beast tide broke out at Jufeng Pass half a month ago, so it's inevitable that some exotic beasts are lurking in the river. But don't worry, the powerful ones have been cleared out several times already. What's left are just small fry. As long as you stay a bit more vigilant, you won't get caught off guard like Wu Yu. Hearing his name mentioned, Wu Yu's face turned red. Everyone had been paddling desperately earlier who would have noticed what was happening behind them. He didn't dare to argue and could only lower his head silently. All right, let's move on, Tian Xiong ordered again. With Wu Yu's warning in mind, everyone began paying more attention to their surroundings, but this also made swimming more difficult. In less than 10 minutes, the team encountered 3 exotic beasts. Fortunately, they weren't very strong and were quickly dealt with. Just as they were halfway across the river, a massive wave suddenly surged ahead. Roar! A deep growl broke through the surface of the water as a silver beast leapt into the air. Everyone was stunned. The creature had a pair of fleshy horns on its head, its body covered in silver scales. Its ferocious aura was overwhelming, and the pressure it exuded made it hard for Chun Fan and the others to breathe. What is this monster? How could something so terrifying be hiding in the river? The group trembled in fear, their spines tingling. Even Tian Xiong on the shore was shocked. This creature didn't resemble a dragon or a snake, it looked more like the legendary flood dragon, a 7th-tier exotic beast. The people at Jufeng Pass are getting more and more unreliable. How dare they hide the existence of such a monster from us? Tian Xiong's face darkened, clearly furious. At that moment, the flood dragon's eyes locked onto Tian Xiong, brimming with killing intent. Protect yourselves, Tian Xiong shouted, his aura surging as he instantly transformed into a 10-meter-tall demon bear, his S-class beast transformation ability, the Devouring Heaven Demon Bear. Beast. The Devouring Heaven Demon Bear roared, charging forward. Its fist, nearly a meter in diameter, carried an immense force as it smashed toward the silver flood dragon in the water. The flood dragon showed no fear, swinging its massive tail fiercely through the air. It collided with the bear's fist, and the resulting shockwave created towering waves. "Everyone, get to the shore!" Chun Fan shouted decisively as the churning river water battered the group, leading them toward the bank. However, before they could act, the water suddenly surged with countless silver sword-like projectiles shooting toward them. The group was startled. As the projectiles drew closer, they realized they were actually silver water snakes. Most of these water snakes were first-tier exotic beasts, not very strong, but they were incredibly fast, darting toward them like arrows. "This is bad. Did we anger the snake swarm?" Zhao Mingze, who was closest to the water snakes, was in the most danger. Without a weapon in hand, he felt uneasy and quickly used his magnetic field ability to lift his heavy armor, attempting to rise into the air to evade. But the water snakes shot out of the water like sharp swords, their pointed heads aiming straight for Zhao Mingze in midair. Damn it! Zhao Mingze was alarmed. His heavy armor was cumbersome and difficult to control, making it impossible to dodge the snakes. "Watch out!" Chun Fan acted quickly, releasing a bolt of lightning that struck the water snakes in front of Zhao Mingze, knocking them back into the water. "Hurry, retreat to the shore." Chun Fan activated the Nine Heavens Thunder movement, causing lightning to spread through the water, stunning all the approaching water snakes. Wu Yu manipulated the mud flow to lift his body and quickly moved toward the shore. Yi Qingling, on the other hand, concealed herself in the void and instantly returned to the shore. Gao Yuan, however, could only swim desperately in the water, making him the primary target of the water snakes. Chun Fan leaped out of the water, unfolded his thunder wings, grabbed Gao Yuan, and rushed toward the shore at high speed. Just as they landed, the water snakes didn't give up and continued to leap out of the water, madly lunging at them. "Are these guys crazy?" Zhao Mingze cursed, grabbing one of the attacking water snakes. The snake was exceptionally fierce, fearlessly opening its mouth to bite his neck. Disgusting. Zhao Mingze snapped its neck and casually tossed it aside. Gao Yuan was also enraged. While he couldn't deal with these creatures in the water, on land, the water snakes couldn't withstand a single punch from him. Within half a minute, they had eliminated all the water snakes. Just as Chun Fan thought the danger had passed, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. System task: lead your teammates to escape the killing trap. Task level: D. Completion rewards include a chance to participate in a lottery. What? A D-level task. Chun Fan was shocked. The highest task level he had encountered before was E-level, and now it had jumped directly to a higher difficulty. He quickly looked into the distance and saw that Tian Xiong had been lured away by the white flood dragon and was far away. A sense of unease rose in his heart. "Quick! Ditch the Xian heavy armor and retreat to Chang'an City immediately." Chun Fan shouted urgently, swiftly removing his Xian heavy armor. The others were puzzled. "Captain, aren't all the water snakes dead? Shouldn't we wait for Coach Tian?" "Stop talking and take it off now." Chun Fan didn't have time to explain. His body tensed up, sensing that some monster was watching him. He scanned the surroundings, but couldn't spot any enemies. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shook, and a massive claw burst out from underground, lunging straight at him. Thunder flash. With a thought, Chun Fan instantly teleported 5 meters away. The ground then exploded with a thunderous roar as a colossal creature emerged from the earth, opening its bloody maw and biting fiercely at Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan didn't even have time to react before he was caught in the beast's jaws, his upper body clamped in its mouth. The Xian heavy armor shattered with a loud crack. Fortunately, Gao Yuan had already activated his special ability, causing his entire body to emit a dark iron glow. Like an indestructible metal, he managed to withstand the beast's bite force, which weighed tens of thousands of pounds. Everyone was stunned, their hearts pounding. The monstrous beast was over 10 meters long, with a slender head and a body covered in black scales. It was a 4th-tier armored earth dragon beast. Although Gao Yuan wasn't bitten in half, the scales on his body were deeply dented, and the excruciating pain made him let out a series of harrowing screams. "Quick, save him!" Chun Fan snapped out of his shock and, without hesitation, pulled a battle blade from his spatial ring. He leaped up and slashed fiercely at the armored Earth Dragon Beast's head. Clang! A loud collision rang out as sparks flew from the impact. Wu Yu struck the ground with his palm, and sharp earth spikes burst forth, aiming straight for the armored dragon beast's abdomen. A ball of black energy appeared in Yi Qingling's hand, instantly transforming into a dagger. Her figure flickered, and she appeared in front of the armored dragon beast, the dagger stabbing directly at its eye. The group moved quickly, but against a fourth-tier mutant beast, their efforts were futile. None of their attacks managed to harm it in the slightest. What do we do? Fan, this thing's scales are too tough, we can't hurt it at all. Gao Yuan can't hold on much longer. Zhao Mingzi was frantic. Attack its head together. Find a way to make it let go. Chun Fan pulled a long sword from his spatial ring and tossed it to Zhao Mingzi. Gripping his own blade, he charged at the armored pangolin beast. Zhao Mingzi caught the sword, surprised, but he knew now wasn't the time to hesitate. He immediately used his flying sword technique and rushed forward. Wu Yu and Yi Qingling didn't back down either, continuing to join the fight. Wu Yu controlled the earth, locking the beast's limbs tightly to buy time for the others. Yi Qingling moved like a ghost, searching for an opportunity to strike at its eyes. The four worked in perfect coordination. Though they hadn't managed to injure the beast yet, they successfully prevented it from further harming Gao Yuan. A few minutes later, the giant beast lost its patience entirely. It stopped chewing and simply swallowed Gao Yuan whole, focusing its attention on the ants in front of it. It swallowed Gao Yuan. The group was stunned. Is Gao Yuan dead just like that? Zhao Mingzi stared blankly at the beast, unable to accept it. Chun Fan felt a pang of sorrow, but he quickly calmed down. Since the system hadn't declared failure, it meant Gao Yuan wasn't dead yet. Gao Yuan has an indestructible body, he won't die so easily. Kill it, cut open its stomach, and save Gao Yuan. Chun Fan's voice was icy, lightning crackling around him. Two thunder dragons coiled around him as he stepped closer to the armored pangolin beast. Chun Fan's strength was enough to contend with an early third-tier mutant beast, but against a fourth-tier armored dragon beast, he stood no chance. Yet Gao Yuan had to be saved. System: use the Strength Multiplier card. System: use the Speed Multiplier card. Chun Fan issued two commands in his mind, knowing that one trump card wouldn't be enough. Today, either it dies or I do. Chun Fan felt the surging power within him and the heightened reaction speed, his confidence soaring. Doubling his strength alone wasn't enough, but doubling his speed changed everything. The combined effect of the two far exceeded a simple addition. His current attack power was at least 4 or 5 times what it had been before. Thunder Wings, Chun Fan silently chanted, and lightning wings appeared behind him. His speed reached its peak, leaving only afterimages as he easily dodged the armored pangolin beast's attacks. Furious Dragon Slash. Chun Fan evaded the beast's claws, his blade sweeping horizontally and striking the beast's head with a fierce slash. Clang! A loud crash echoed. Though the strike didn't shatter the beast's tough scales, it slammed its head down hard, causing it to grimace in pain. Again, Chun Fan relied on his speed advantage to engage in a fierce battle with the beast. For a moment, he was able to fight it evenly. The three onlookers were dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how Chun Fan's strength had suddenly increased so dramatically. Don't just stand there. Join in. I can't hold out for long. Chun Fan grew increasingly anxious. The multiplier cards only lasted 5 minutes. Once the time was up, he'd revert to his original state. The three snapped out of their daze and quickly rushed forward to help. Wu Yu, make the ground muddy to restrict its movements. Cover its eyes with dirt to blind it. Mingzi, find its weak spots and use your flying sword to attack them. Yi Qingling, cooperate with me to distract it and find a way to make it lose focus. All right, the three of them divided their tasks and quickly sprang into action. The armored pangolin beast soon fell into a disadvantageous position, allowing Chun Fan to finally concentrate his strength on attacking a single point. His blade technique was extremely precise, with every strike landing on the same spot on the beast's neck. As time ticked by, Chun Fan lost count of how many strikes he had delivered. The battle blade in his hand was now full of cracks, as if it would break at any moment. Finally, a tiny crack appeared on the beast's tough scale armor. It's almost there. Chen Fan tossed aside the damaged blade. The next strike should be enough to break through that piece of armor. He leaped into the air and delivered a spinning kick, carrying thunderous force. The impact shattered the scale, leaving a basin-sized bloody hole on the armored pangolin beast's neck. However, it was not enough to be fatal. Just as Chen Fan was about to follow up with another strike, he suddenly felt his strength drain away. His speed and reflexes dropped significantly, and his body faltered, leaving him unable to dodge the beast's charge. Ugh! Blood spurted from his chest as he was struck, his body sent flying over 30 meters. His internal organs throbbed with pain and began to bleed. Damn it, Chen Fan thought anxiously. With him incapacitated, the armored pangolin beast immediately, however, Gao Yuan did not run away. He flipped over and leapt onto the head of the armored pangolin beast, punching wildly like a madman. The armored pangolin beast roared in fury, its claws gripping Gao Yuan tightly, trying to pull him off. Gao Yuan clamped its head tightly with his legs, his fists pounding down relentlessly. The two were locked in a fierce stalemate. A great opportunity. Chen Fan's heart stirred. With thunder wings carrying him, he soared into the sky, circling to quickly find the best sniping position. He aimed the Thunder God rifle at the blood wound on the armored pangolin beast's neck. This time for sure. Without hesitation, Chen Fan poured all his abilities into the Thunder God rifle and pulled the trigger. Bang! A low, muffled explosion sounded as a blue-purple lightning bullet shot swiftly into the blood wound. In an instant, flesh and blood exploded, and the armored pangolin beast let out a brief, tragic wail before completely ceasing to move. It collapsed with a thunderous crash, its neck fully pierced through. Gao Yuan was thrown to the ground, his willpower exhausted, and he instantly fell unconscious. Chen Fan let out a sigh of relief. His abilities were completely drained, and even the thunder wings could no longer hold on. He fell straight to the ground, but, thanks to his strong physique, was unharmed. Just as Chen Fan thought everything was over, applause echoed from the nearby dense forest, followed by a piercing voice. Brilliant, truly brilliant. As expected of an SS-level genius, your methods are truly eye-opening. Chen Fan looked in the direction of the voice and saw 5 people emerging from the forest. They exuded a powerful aura, each riding at least a 4th-tier exotic beast, forming a surrounding formation that encircled Chen Fan and Gao Yuan. Wu Yu and Yi Qingling had been captured by them and were now unconscious. Leading the group was a middle-aged man, beside whom crouched a massive black fire-eyed tiger over 5 meters long. Are you people from the beast worship cult? Chen Fan's heart sank. The system had not indicated the mission was complete, which meant these people harbored hostility toward him. Beast worship cult. The middle-aged man's eyes were full of disdain. He first glanced at the corpse of the armored pangolin beast, a look of admiration appearing on his face. Young people these days are truly remarkable. With only 2nd-tier strength, you managed to kill a 4th-tier exotic beast. Unheard of. If you were to grow stronger in the future, you could undoubtedly stir up chaos in Xia. His tone suddenly shifted, his gaze turning icy as he drew a long blade and pressed it against Chen Fan's neck. What a pity. You killed my beast companion, so your only path is death. Chen Fan had no idea what these people wanted or who they were. But since they weren't from the beast, the middle-aged man sheathed his blade and ordered a man behind him. Lei Laosan, tie them all up, feed them the sealing spirit pill, and take them to see the young master. Got it, boss you? The skinny man, Lei Laosan, leapt down from the back of a strange beast, forcibly pried open Chen Fan's mouth, and shoved a black pill inside. Kid, behave, and you'll suffer less. He sneered as he tied Chen Fan up and threw him onto the back of an electric light unicorn rhinoceros. Gao Yuan and Zhao Mingzhou were also bound and tossed onto the rhinoceros. Chen Fan had no idea what the sealing spirit pill was, but he felt his recently recovered powers suddenly fall silent. Let's go. The young master is waiting for our report. This group moved cautiously, traveling for more than 10 minutes before arriving at a cave hidden deep in a dense forest. Young Master Jiang, we've brought the people you wanted, boss, you said respectfully. Chun Fan and the others were thrown to the ground. Struggling to turn over, Chun Fan managed to see the young man before him. It was Jiang Chun. At this moment, Jiang Chun's face was cold and ruthless, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Chun Fan, bet you didn't expect it to be me. I guessed, Chun Fan replied calmly, leaning against the cave wall. I'm usually kind and don't offend many people. You being able to command so many strange beasts, if not the beast worship sect, then it must be your Jiang family's beast-taming clan. Jiang Chen's fury flared when he saw Chun Fan's unyielding demeanor. He suddenly punched Chun Fan in the face, grabbed him by the neck, and said coldly, "Hand over the dragon egg, and I'll let you die quickly." Dragon egg? I already cooked it and ate it, Chun Fan said with a disdainful expression. Don't give me that nonsense. Jiang Chun roared in rage, raining punches and kicks on Chun Fan. Do you know how important that dragon egg is to my Jiang family? With it, our heaven-devouring Crimson Jiao can smoothly advance to the 9th rank. At that point, my Jiang family can become the #1 clan in the capital. And yet you came to mess everything up. I even promised you benefits, but you just don't know what's good for you. So, you want the dragon egg not to tame the dragon, but to have the heaven-devouring Crimson Jiao consume it and purify its bloodline? Chun Fan asked. Jiang Chen sneered. Only ignorant commoners like you would foolishly think that was a viable dragon egg. My Jiang family has long known it's just a dead egg. Its only value is as a stepping stone for my family's rise. He laughed maniacally, as though envisioning the Jiang family dominating the nation. So, hand over the dragon egg obediently, and I'll make your death a little more dignified. Chun Fan stared into his eyes. The dragon egg isn't with me. Let them go, and I'll return to my dorm to get it for you. You think I'm stupid? Jiang Chen snapped, delivering another punch. He snarled. Let them go, and you'd actually cooperate? Tell me what kind of restriction you've set up in your dorm. Why can't my men get in? Chun Fan was shocked. Jiang Chun had truly used every means necessary, even trying to infiltrate his dorm to steal the dragon egg. But Chun Fan himself was clueless about any restriction. Could it be something the dorm supervisor senior set up? Chun Fan thought to himself. Looking at Jiang Chun, he said, I did set up a restriction. Only I can enter. Let them go, and I promise to give you the dragon egg. After all, you said it yourself, it's just a dead egg, no use to me. Let them go? No way. Jiang Chun sneered. I'll send someone to escort you back to get the dragon egg. Only after I have the egg will I let them go. How can I trust you'll release them then? Chun Fan coldly retorted. You have no choice. Jiang Chun barked. Jiang Chun roared angrily and turned to the people behind him, commanding, hang the rest of them up and slowly drain their blood. Understood, young Master Jiang. Boss Yu and his men, with ruthless expressions, immediately hung Zhao Mingze and the others upside down from the cave ceiling, their heads facing downward. Their wrists were slashed open, and blood dripped down drop by drop. Chun Fan was shocked. These people were unbelievably cruel. Jiang Chun, looking as smug as a demon, said, Chun Fan, their blood will only last for an hour. If you bring the dragon egg within that hour, they can live. Otherwise, they will watch their blood drain away and die in despair. You beast! Chun Fan spat blood onto Jiang Chun's face and cursed him furiously. Ha! Jiang Chun was not angered. Instead, he laughed maniacally. The real fun begins now. Wake them up and let them watch their own lives slipping away. Understood, young Master Jiang. Boss Yu and his men quickly acted, splashing a basin of ice-cold water onto the faces of the group to wake them up. Seeing the scene, everyone's faces turned ashen. Jiang Chun, what exactly do you want? Zhao Mingze roared. What do I want? To drain your blood, of course. Jiang Chun sneered at him, kicking Zhao Mingze in the face and coldly saying, if you want to live, tell your captain to bring the dragon egg quickly. Zhao Mingze's face darkened. Aren't you afraid my Zhao family will come after you? After Zhao Qixin's death, what is your Zhao family worth? Without even an 8th-tier grandmaster, you are no match for my Jiang family. Jiang Chen mocked, clearly familiar with Zhao Mingze. You dare insult my grandfather. Zhao Mingze was furious. Bah, you beast. Let me down, and I won't hesitate to fight you to the death. Gao Yuan struggled desperately, only to find that his abilities were completely unusable. Struggle all you want. The harder you struggle, the faster your blood flows. Jiang Chun laughed loudly, punching Gao Yuan in the face and shouting, I despise bumpkins like you with your thick rural accent. Whip him 100 times first. Jiang Chun walked over to Yi Qingling, touched her face, and sneered, Chen Fan, I've changed my mind. The time is now reduced to 40 minutes. If you don't bring the dragon egg within 40 minutes, I'll torture her first and then watch her die slowly. Yi Qingling trembled in fear, her face pale. Jiang Chun, I'll give you the dragon egg within 40 minutes. Release my brothers, Chen Fan said solemnly. Humph. Jiang Chun snorted coldly and ordered, Lei Laosan, take him to Guowu to fetch the dragon egg. Make sure he doesn't try any tricks. Understood, young Master Jiang. Lei Laosan bowed respectfully, grabbed Chen Fan, and headed out of the cave. Kid, let's go. Lei Laosan placed Chen Fan on the back of the electric horned rhino, mounted it himself, and quickly departed. The electric horned rhino was incredibly fast, and within minutes, they were far from the cave. Chen Fan tried to calm himself and began thinking of ways to resolve the current predicament. He knew that even if he handed over the dragon egg, Jiang Chun would not spare them. Killing them to silence them would be the most thorough solution. He couldn't count on Tian Xiong for help either. If he were Jiang Chun, he would definitely assess Tian Xiong's strength to ensure he couldn't easily escape from the silver flood dragon. After calming down, Chen Fan tentatively said, Big brother, you've seen my talent. Achieving the rank of martial saint in the future won't be difficult. I can tell you're not part of the Jiang family. If you let me go, you'll be the greatest contributor when I succeed. Stop talking nonsense, Lei Laosan sneered, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. First, it's uncertain whether you'll remember my kindness. Second, we cannot betray the Jiang family. Hand over the dragon egg obediently and die quickly. That's your best choice. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Laosan's expression changed drastically. A golden arrow shot straight toward his brow. He snorted coldly, stretched out his hand, and instantly a thunderous net appeared, trapping the arrow tightly. Who? Show yourself. Lei Laosan warily scanned his surroundings. Soon, more than a dozen figures wearing ghost face masks emerged. The leading man wore a mask of the green-faced night wanderer. His gaze was icy, filled with killing intent, as he stared at Lei Laosan and said, The young man in your hands is Chen Fan, isn't he? Hand him over to me for disposal. Ghost Fiend Mercenary Group? Lei Laosan glanced at them, his expression immediately tense. The Ghost Fiend Mercenary Group was an infamous underground mercenary organization active in the northwest region of Daxia. These people had a notorious reputation, and their leader was a peak 4th-level ability user known as the Green-Faced Ghost, who wore the Night Wanderer mask. He drew his battle blade and pointed it at Lei Laosan. Since you know who we are, hand him over obediently, or I'll kill you too. Lei Laosan's expression grew tense. Although the group's strength varied, there were 4 or 5 4th-level ability users among them. He alone, with his Thunderhorn Rhino, was no match for them. However, he gritted his teeth and asked in a deep voice, Since you're mercenaries, you should be open to negotiation, right? Name your price. How much for you to back off? Price. The man wearing the Night Wanderer mask spoke mockingly, his voice low. The employer offered me 800 million to bring back this kid's head. How much can you offer? Lei Laosan was momentarily speechless. Spending 800 million to kill a 2nd-level ability user wasn't a joke. It meant there was a deep grudge behind it. Chen Fan's heart sank as well. Today's killing trap was far more complicated than he'd anticipated. However, he felt a bit fortunate. The more chaotic it became, the greater his chance of escape. He decided to stir things up even further. He quickly shouted, I have a dragon egg in my hands. Who's interested? Shut up. Lei Laosan suddenly grabbed Chen Fan's neck, stopping him from saying more. However, Chen Fan's words were like a thunderclap, exploding within the mercenary group. In the northwest region, who didn't know that Guowu had recently discovered 3 legendary dragon eggs? The green-faced ghost burst into laughter and shouted, Brothers, what a surprise today. Charge forward and seize this kid. This time, I want to return alive. The Ghost Fiend Mercenary Group moved swiftly, using their abilities to surround and attack Lei Laosan. Lei Laosan's eyes turned fierce. He wished he could strangle Chen Fan on the spot, but he dared not. He still had the Jiang family's mission. The dragon egg had to be brought back. With a thought, he mounted the electrified Thunderhorn Rhino, which shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Several third-level ability users were knocked flying, breaking a gap in the encirclement. Trying to stop me? Dream on. Wait for the Jiang family's revenge. Lei Laosan laughed loudly as the Thunderhorn Rhino carried him and Chun Fan away at high speed. You won't escape. Several figures from the Ghost Fiend mercenary group shot forward like arrows, quickly breaking away from the main force to pursue them. Wind ability users? Lei Laosan's heart tightened, and he urged the Thunderhorn Rhino to go faster. Lightning Bolt Thunder Technique. Lei Laosan commanded, and the Thunderhorn Rhino's speed surged, instantly leaving several pursuers behind. The Thunderbolt technique is the innate ability of the electric light unicorn rhino, allowing it to transform into a streak of light and sprint for 5 kilometers. However, after 5 kilometers, its internal electricity is depleted, its speed plummets, and it becomes extremely slow. Lei Laosan was well aware of this. He grabbed Qin Fan and jumped off the unicorn rhino. Several kilometers behind them, the Ghost Fiend mercenary group was still in hot pursuit. With the temptation of the dragon egg, they would never let Qin Fan go easily. Brothers, kill that old man and take back Qin Fan. With the dragon egg, we'll live in luxury and never have to do this kind of bloody work again. The shouts of pursuit were deafening. Even from several kilometers away, Qin Fan and Lei Laosan could faintly hear them. These lunatics. Lei Laosan cursed under his breath, his eyes filled with ferocity. Old friend, hold them off and buy me some time. Lei Laosan patted the electric light unicorn rhino on the head, his voice cold. The unicorn rhino's eyes were filled with grief and determination, but it obeyed the command, letting out a piercing roar before turning to charge at the Ghost Fiend mercenary group. Lei Laosan carried Qin Fan and fled at full speed. Kid, you've made me lose my beloved pet. I'd love nothing more than to crush you to death. Lei Laosan was seething with anger. Pet. Qin Fan sneered and said calmly. If it's a pet, why give it up so easily? You could have handed me over and perhaps gotten your pet back. Kid, stop dreaming. This dragon egg, whether I want to or not, has to be handed over. Lightning flickered under Lei Laosan's feet as he moved swiftly, but they hadn't run far when screams echoed from behind. They knew the electric light unicorn rhino had been killed. Lei Laosan's expression changed as the murderous intent behind them grew closer. Qin Fan, being carried, didn't resist but kept mocking Lei Laosan with biting sarcasm, disrupting his judgment. No matter how fast you are, carrying me will slow you down. They'll catch up to you within 5 minutes, and then you'll die along with that stupid rhino. Shut up, Lei Laosan roared, his heart frantic with urgency. He forcibly channeled nearly 30% of his internal lightning energy into Qin Fan's body, sealing his brain and spine. Qin Fan couldn't move at all. As the lightning surged into his body, he lost control, the electricity coursing through him like countless ants burrowing into his flesh and soul, tormenting him. Pain. Excruciating pain. He wanted to scream, but couldn't make a sound. He wanted to struggle, but even his fingers wouldn't move. Lei Laosan sneered, darting into the nearby dense forest. Kid, enjoy the taste of the 10,000 Thunder Soul Devourer. Once I shake off those people, I'll come back to deal with you properly. With that, he threw Qin Fan to the ground, hastily covered him up, and quickly ran off into the distance. Lying on the ground, Qin Fan's entire body was corroded by lightning, a mix of agony and numbness coursing through him. Yet, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. His plan had worked. As long as my thunder-devouring sacred body can withstand this lightning energy, I'll be able to escape. The spirit-sealing pill could indeed block abilities, but for someone like Qin Fan with SS-level abilities, its effect was far from sufficient. Not to mention, he was a dual ability user, and the spirit-sealing pill couldn't completely suppress his powers. With a thought, Qin Fan activated his thunder-devouring sacred body, which began to operate slowly, quietly absorbing the lightning energy within him. The lightning energy released by a 4th-tier ability user was incredibly powerful, far stronger than any lightning he had absorbed before. Even just a small amount of energy was overwhelming for him, but Qin Fan couldn't slow down. He knew very well that if he didn't hurry back to the cave, Yi Qingling would definitely be the first to suffer. Let's do this. Chen Fan's mind raced as he quickly summoned the system. Just moments ago, he had killed a 4th-tier armored tunnel dragon, earning 1,000 slaughter points. Now, the system interface showed that his total slaughter points had reached 1,206. Without hesitation, he exchanged all the points for F-grade lottery chances. System, give me a 12-draw combo. Chen Fan silently prayed. What he needed most right now was a physique enhancement card. As long as his physique improved by even 1 point, his speed in absorbing thunder energy would increase slightly. The lottery will quickly stopped, and the 12-draw combo was complete. This time, his luck was off the charts. He obtained 6 F-grade physique enhancement cards, 4 F-grade mental strength enhancement cards, 1 F-grade battlesuit, and 1 F-grade vitality pill. Amazing! Chen Fan was overjoyed and immediately used all the physique and mental strength enhancement cards. A comfortable sensation surged through his body, even alleviating the pain caused by the electric current's erosion. His physique jumped from 222 to 244, and his mental strength increased from 209 to 221. My physique is almost at the mid-second tier, Chen Fan exclaimed excitedly. He immediately controlled his abilities to continue absorbing the thunder energy within him. The process was excruciating. The energy was several levels stronger than him, but Chen Fan gritted his teeth and persevered. Sweat dripped like rain, veins bulged on his forehead, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. 10 minutes later, the stimulation from the thunder energy pushed his physique to the peak of the early second tier, with a physique value of 249. However, the thunder energy within him still surged like an ocean, locking down his entire body. If I don't succeed, I'll fight to the death. Chen Fan roared inwardly, fully unleashing the most powerful devouring force of the thunder-devouring sacred body. This also meant he endured immense pain. His soul felt as if it were being ground by a millstone, on the verge of shattering at any moment. But this didn't break him. Chen Fan's greatest strength wasn't his talent, it was his willpower. Under this inhuman torment, his mental strength began to grow slowly instead. Finally, after another 10 minutes, his mental strength also reached the peak of the early second tier. In the next moment, the bottleneck of the mid-second tier shattered, and the abilities within him erupted like a flood breaking through a dam. I've broken through. Chen Fan's eyes snapped open. The thunder-devouring sacred body acted like a massive vortex, instantly absorbing all the residual sealing energy within him. His body rose into the air, radiating terrifying lightning. It's time to go back and save them. Chen Fan's gaze was resolute as he pulled out his phone from his spatial ring. The screen still showed no signal, clearly indicating that the area had long been jammed. He didn't plan to seek help from the National Martial Force. There simply wasn't enough time. Now, he could only rely on himself. With a single thought, Chen Fan activated his mimicry ability, instantly transforming his appearance into that of Lei Laosan. "Jiang Chen, here I come." Chen Fan sneered coldly, lightning flashing beneath his feet as he sped toward the cave. On his way, he kept simulating in his mind what he would say. His plan was simple. Since both factions wanted to kill him, he would make them fight each other to the death. Then, he would take the opportunity to escape with his teammates. Arriving outside the cave entrance, Chen Fan took a deep breath and struck his chest with his palm, causing a trickle of blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. He cleared his throat and deliberately imitated Lei Laosan's voice, pretending to speak anxiously. "Something's wrong. Chen Fan has been captured by the Ghost Fiend mercenary group." The people inside the cave heard this and immediately rushed out. Seeing Lei Laosan looking disheveled, they asked anxiously, "Laosan, how did you get so badly injured? Where's Chen Fan?" Chen Fan deliberately collapsed to the ground, his voice weak as he said, "Quick, go after the Ghost Fiend mercenary group. If you're late, the dragon egg will fall into their hands." "What?" Everyone was shocked, and Jiang Chen's face instantly turned pale. They wanted to ask more questions, but Jiang Chen didn't wait. He grabbed Boss Yu's arm, his tone urgent and commanding. "A mere mercenary group dares to steal from me? Set out immediately, annihilate the Ghost Fiend, and retrieve the dragon egg." "This." "Understood, young Master Jiang." The group had no choice but to abandon their questions and return to the cave to fetch their weapons. Lao-san, which direction did they go? Bossy remained calm. That way, hurry. Chun Fan pointed behind him with difficulty, then tilted his head and pretended to faint. His acting was impeccable, and no one noticed any flaws. Follow me to charge and kill the enemy, Jiang Chen shouted, taking the lead in pursuing the direction Chen Fan had indicated. Boss Yu quickly tried to dissuade him. Young Master Jiang, I heard the Ghost Fiend Mercenary Group is a renowned underground organization in the Northwest, very powerful. You better not go. We're worried we won't be able to ensure your safety. Jiang Chen's face twisted, clearly unwilling to listen. I am a member of the Jiang family. A mere underground organization dares to lay hands on me. Young Master Jiang. The group hurriedly tried to persuade him. This isn't the capital, after all. These wild men in the Northwest Mountains aren't afraid of death. You really shouldn't go. They pleaded repeatedly. Seeing Jiang Chun unmoved, Boss Yu quickly changed tactics. Young Master Jiang, you have more important matters to attend to. These students still need your supervision. What if they escape? True. Jiang Chen finally nodded reluctantly. After the group left, Jiang Chen calmed down and suddenly glared at Lei Laosan lying on the ground, his anger surging. You can't even guard a hostage properly. My Jiang family has wasted resources raising a dog like you. Jiang Chun cursed under his breath, then abruptly drew his sword and stabbed fiercely toward Chen Fan's back. But a thunderous hand suddenly reached out, firmly gripping the blade. Chen Fan sat up, looking mockingly at Jiang Chun. I've served your Jiang family for years, and this is how you repay me. Jiang Chun hadn't expected Lei Laosan to wake up, but he showed no fear, his voice arrogant. My Jiang family never keeps useless trash. Chen Fan sneered as he stood up and kicked Jiang Chun in the abdomen, sending him flying 10 meters away. You dare lay hands on me? Jiang Chun scrambled to his feet, trembling with rage. Unforgivable, unforgivable, Jiang Chun roared. Lei Laosan, how dare you betray me? Betray you? So what? Chen Fan stared coldly at him. Jiang Chen's face contorted as he shouted. Don't forget, without the antidote my Jiang family provides regularly, you'll slowly rot into a pile of flesh and die in endless agony. And the lives of your entire family, 12 people, are in my Jiang family's hands. Jiang Chechen Fan gently shook his head, stared at Jiang Chun, and asked calmly, I just want to know, what difference is there between your Jiang family, which treats human lives like grass, and that cult? My Jiang family is the guardian of the great Xia. Jiang Chun responded arrogantly. Kneel down now. Kneel to you? Are you worthy? Chun Fan no longer pretended, his expression gradually returning to its original form. At the same time, lightning gathered in his palm, exuding a murderous aura. Jiang Chun was stunned on the spot, his eyes wide with disbelief. You're Chen Fan. The subordinate he once commanded had now become his greatest enemy, leaving him in shock. Killing you? I have no regrets at all. Chen Fan approached, his gaze icy. Someone like Jiang Chun, he would never spare. Jiang Chun snapped out of it, trembling as he retreated. Chen Fan, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the Jiang family will definitely retaliate against you, making your life a living hell. Retaliation? I don't care. Chen Fan sneered coldly. Besides, your death has nothing to do with me. It was Lei Laosan who killed you. Or perhaps the Ghost Fiend Mercenary Group. Jiang Chun was so overwhelmed by Chun Fan's presence that he couldn't speak. He turned to flee, but he couldn't escape Chen Fan. With a flash of lightning, Chun Fan instantly appeared in front of him. In the next moment, a hand reached out, gripping Jiang Chen's neck and lifting him into the air. Tell me, how do you want to die? Chun Fan's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Jiang Chun struggled desperately, his face turning purple as he gasped for air. Just as he was about to pass out, Chun Fan released his grip. Jiang Chun collapsed to the ground, the threat of death jolting him awake. He knelt and cried, begging for mercy. Chen Fan, Brother Fan, I was wrong. Please spare me, spare me. I can give you more money than you could spend in 10 lifetimes. I can give you enough. Chun Fan roared, slapping him to the ground. His voice was as cold as ice. Spare you? Do you think that's possible? Did you ever think about sparing me? Sparing my brothers? Chen Fan kicked Jiang Chun in the stomach. Jiang Chun spat blood, struggling to get up, kowtowing repeatedly as he admitted his mistakes. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please spare me. Spare me. Spare you? Who spared me? A dagger flashed in Chen Fan's hand. In the next second, the blade pierced Jiang Chen's abdomen. Don't you like spilling blood? I'll grant your wish. Chen Fan stabbed him several times. In just a few seconds, Jiang Chen's body was riddled with over a dozen wounds. The injuries weren't fatal, but blood flowed incessantly. Jiang Chun screamed in agony, unable to resist, lying on the ground wailing in pain. Come, apologize to my brothers. Chen Fan grabbed him by the hair and dragged him toward the cave. But soon he stopped. After all, Jiang Chen's death was a burden he alone would bear. Chen Fan crouched down, coldly staring at Jiang Chun, his voice icy. In your next life, remember to be a good person. He covered Jiang Chen's mouth, pressing the dagger against his chest, and slowly pushed it in. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in terror, sweat dripping from his forehead as he felt the blade inching closer to his heart. The threat of death filled him with extreme fear. He struggled desperately, but Chen Fan held him firmly. No, don't, he screamed in his heart. But in the next moment, the dagger mercilessly pierced his heart, going straight through. Jiang Chen's heart abruptly stopped beating, and his life force quickly drained away. He finally gave up struggling, quietly awaiting the end of his life. He closed his eyes tightly, memories of all the sins he had committed flashing through his mind. At the same time, Chen Fan slowly closed his eyes as well. A few seconds later, he finally calmed the fury in his heart, killing Jiang Chun. He felt no remorse. Even in the face of the Jiang family's frenzied retaliation, he did not retreat. What happened outside the cave was invisible to those inside, but they heard Jiang Chen's screams and Chen Fan's fury. They knew Jiang Chun was dead, and it was Chen Fan who killed him. The group felt both relieved and oppressed. They were grateful that Chen Fan had come to save them, but they also understood that Chen Fan had now incurred the Jiang family's blood feud. Chen Fan entered the cave. Several people were still hanging upside down from the cave ceiling, blood dripping continuously from their wrists, pooling on the ground below. With a wave of his hand, Chen Fan drew an arc, and lightning instantly transformed into a sharp thunder arc, cutting through several meters to sever their ropes. At the same time, he gently twisted his palm, and several strands of lightning coiled around their waists like agile snakes, steadily lowering them to the ground. Brother Fan, Captain, they didn't say thank you, but their tone conveyed all their gratitude. They understood that Chen Fan could have easily escaped alone back to National Martial University, reported everything to the school, and let the school deal with the Jiang family, avoiding the guilt of killing Jiang Chun. But if he had done that, the four of them would have died from blood loss. Chen Fan had taken a great risk, choosing the option most disadvantageous to himself, just to save their lives. How could they not be moved? Captain, Yi Qingling said tearfully. From carrying her up Fengming Mountain to now rescuing her from danger, she had completely accepted Chen Fan's leadership in her heart. Chen Fan patted everyone's shoulders as a gesture of comfort. Let's leave here first. If Boss Yu and his men return, we're finished. The group knew the urgency of the situation and quickly followed Chen Fan out of the cave. Outside, Jiang Chen's corpse lay face up on the ground, riddled with over a dozen bloody holes, his death gruesome. Brother Fan, Zhao Mingze and the others wanted to say something, but Chen Fan interrupted them. His death has nothing to do with you, I did it alone. Chen Fan waved his hand, unconcerned. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan and his group had distanced themselves from the cave and were heading toward Chang'an City. Along the way, Chen Fan remained silent, lost in thought. Zhao Mingze, walking beside him, couldn't help but ask, Brother Fan, what are you thinking about? Chen Fan thought for a moment and said, Don't you think all of this is too coincidental? This was our first training session. How did the Jiang family know in advance and prepare? And how did the Ghost Fiend mercenary group also know we were nearby? The group hadn't thought much about it earlier, but now that they did, a chill ran through them. Could it be Coach Tian trying to harm us? Someone speculated. Impossible. Chen Fan shook his head. If he really wanted to harm us, there would have been plenty of opportunities. There's no need for such trouble. Then who could have known our training plan in advance? Zhao Mingze asked, puzzled. As the group speculated, a thunderous sound of battle erupted in the distant screams, the clash of weapons, all mixed together. What is going on? The group exclaimed in surprise. Chun Fan's eyes lit up as the scene in the distance gradually became clear. The Jiang family's forces were fiercely battling the Ghost Fiend mercenary group. The Jiang family members were powerful, each a fourth-tier ability user, but the Ghost Fiend mercenary group had superior numbers. The two sides were evenly matched. After some thought, Chun Fan said, "You all head back to National Martial University in another direction. I'll go take a look alone." As the saying goes, when two tigers fight, the third party benefits. Today, Chun Fan was that third party. "Brother Fan, don't take such risks," Zhao Mingze said, seeing through Chun Fan's intentions and trying to dissuade him. "These people are all hidden dangers. If we don't deal with them, we won't feel safe during future training," Chun Fan said calmly. He then reminded everyone, "Don't tell outsiders about today's events. Wait for me to return, and we'll go find Tian Xiong together." Everyone nodded solemnly. They weren't fools. Although Jiang Chun had made mistakes, they would never voluntarily bring up the matter of killing him. The best approach was to pretend nothing had happened. After sending everyone away, Chun Fan cautiously headed toward the battlefield. His goal this time was not only to eliminate the enemy, but also to earn kill points. For the system, whether it was a beast or a human, as long as it was killed, it would yield kill points. A fourth-tier beast was worth 1,000 kill points, and a fourth-tier ability user was also worth 1,000 points. On the battlefield, there were at least 8 fourth-tier ability users and 4 fourth-tier beasts among the enemy. If he could harvest 1 or 2, the rewards would be immense. "In my eyes, you're no different from those beast cult scum." Chun Fan lay hidden in the grass, quietly waiting for the battle to unfold. After about 10 minutes, the enemy's abilities were exhausted, and corpses were scattered everywhere. During this time, Chun Fan used the Thunder God gun to remotely finish off several dying third-tier ability users, accumulating 406 kill points. The battlefield was extremely chaotic, with abilities intertwining and colliding. Chun Fan was far from the battlefield, and no one noticed his covert actions. As he focused on observing the battle, 2 figures suddenly appeared beside him. One was Lei Laosan, and the other was the mastermind behind the Qingqing conspiracy Double Face. Chun Fan broke out in a cold sweat, but fortunately, Double Face kept his eyes fixed on the battlefield and didn't notice him hiding in the bushes. "This guy has grown even stronger. Why is he here in Chang'an City? Is it because of me? Choo-choo. Or the dragon egg?" Countless speculations flooded Chun Fan's mind. He carefully observed the 2 men. Lei Laosan had a relaxed smile on his face, clearly in high spirits. Double Face silently watched the battlefield and slowly spoke. "The poison from the Jiang family on you should be cleared by now, right?" Lei Laosan immediately replied respectfully. "It's cleared. I feel much better now, and my cultivation has even broken through to mid-4th tier." Lei Laosan asked curiously with a smile. "Brother, what's the name of this pill? How is it so miraculous?" Double Face, expressionless and still staring at the battlefield, replied indifferently with 3 words, "Beast God Pill." "Beast God Pill." Lei Laosan nearly fainted, his face pale and his body trembling as he fell to the ground. The Beast God Pill, also known as the Ascension Pill, was a secret weapon used by the Beast Cult to control its followers. You're from the Beast Cult?" Lei Laosan looked at Double Face in disbelief. "Yes." Double Face nodded, his gaze deep. Lei Laosan's face turned grim. He hadn't expected his savior to be from the Beast Cult, nor that he had unknowingly consumed the Beast God Pill. "Once you take the Beast God Pill, you can never betray our cult." Double Face turned to Lei Laosan, his voice cold. "On July 15th, our cult will launch a major operation here. I need you to provoke a conflict between the Jiang family and Guowu University to draw the high-ranking officials of Guowu away." "This, all right." Lei Laosan had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Chun Fan listened to their conversation, feeling as if he'd been struck by lightning. He didn't know the specifics of the Beast Cult's operation, but he was certain that Chang'an City was about to face a major disaster. Double Face observed the battlefield for a few more minutes before leaving with Lei Laosan. Chun Fan let out a sigh of relief. But his unease only grew stronger. July 15th, just 12 days away. Danger is imminent. These people are too powerful, and as a mere second-tier thug, he couldn't change anything. The only thing he could do now was to quickly improve his strength. Of course, he would also report this information to the senior officials of Guowu, though he had no way of knowing how effective it would be. Chen Fan waited a few more minutes. In the distance, the battle finally reached its conclusion. The Ghost Fiend mercenary group was almost completely annihilated, and most of the Jiang family members had fallen to the ground, blood covering the ground as they lay dying. However, one strong fighter remained on the battlefield, Boss Yu. The Black Tiger under Boss Yu had already collapsed in a pool of blood, but Yu himself was still fighting with undiminished strength. On the other side, the leader of the Ghost Fiend mercenary group was struggling to hold on, his situation dire. I can't wait any longer. If this drags on, that Yu guy will become invincible. Chen Fan got up and walked toward the battlefield. At the same time, he activated his mimicry ability, his figure slowly transforming until he took on the appearance of Jiang Chun. He decided to take matters into his own hands and eliminate both the Jiang family's lackeys and the Ghost Fiend mercenary group in one fell swoop. His appearance immediately caught the attention of the two combatants. Boss Yu, slicing through the green-faced ghost with a single strike, looked at Chen Fan in surprise. Young Master Jiang, why are you here? What about those students? Chen Fan imitated Jiang Chen's arrogant tone and said, Lei Laosan has woken up, and he's watching over those students. I came to see which blind fools dared to provoke my Jiang family. Boss Yu nodded, cautiously shielding Chen Fan as he respectfully said, Young Master Jiang, please stay back so you don't get splattered with blood. I'll give you 10 seconds. Finish them within 10 seconds. Chen Fan ordered imperiously. Rest assured, Young Master Jiang. Boss Yu responded, raising his blade and charging at the green-faced ghost again. This time, he went all out, unleashing all the abilities within him without reservation. The green-faced ghost, pale-faced and bleeding from multiple wounds on his chest, roared as he squeezed out the last of his strength. The two fought desperately, while Chen Fan stood to the side, sneering. This was exactly the kind of life and death struggle he wanted, draining their abilities so he could take them all down in one sweep. 10, 9, 8. Chen Fan crossed his arms and loudly counted down, putting pressure on Boss Yu. Anxious, Boss Yu abandoned defense entirely and focused solely on attacking. In the end, he sacrificed half his life to cleave his opponent in two at the waist. The green-faced ghost fell to the ground, his body severed, but the powerful vitality of a fourth-tier ability user kept him alive. His mask fell off, revealing an extremely hideous face, wrinkled skin like tattered cloth, a collapsed nose forming a bloody hole, and a terrifying appearance. He lay on the ground, his intestines spilling out, his body convulsing in agony. Young Master Jiang, the task is complete. Boss Yu limped forward, raising his blade to decapitate the green-faced ghost. However, just as his blade was about to strike, Chen Fan's voice rang out from behind, stopping him. Hold on, let me take his life. Huh. Boss Yu barely managed to halt his blade, but the effort caused his blood to flow backward, worsening his injuries. Chen Fan stepped forward, snatched the blade from his hand, and in the next moment, the blade flashed. The green-faced ghost's head flew into the air. He was dead. Chen Fan glanced at the system panel, where his kill points had surged by 1,000, and he was in an excellent mood. Boss Yu quickly flattered him. Young Master Jiang, you're truly awe-inspiring. Haha, don't say that. Chen Fan smiled faintly, but his face suddenly turned pale. His body staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Young Master Jiang. Boss Yu quickly stepped forward to support him. The next second, a dagger was ruthlessly plunged into Chen Fan's heart. You. Boss Yu stared in disbelief and swung his palm at Chen Fan, intending to strike. But Chen Fan had anticipated this. After stabbing with the dagger, he immediately activated his Thunder Flash technique. Boss Yu's palm hit nothing but air. Glaring angrily at Chen Fan, he shouted, Young Master Jiang, why are you trying to kill me? Do I need a reason to kill you? Chen Fan replied coldly. Boss Yu had an incredibly strong life force. Even with a wound to his heart, he didn't die on the spot. His eyes filled with ferocity as he charged towards Chen Fan. But after taking just 2 steps, he suddenly halted. His face was filled with struggle as he slowly knelt down. Young Master Jiang, I shouldn't have tried to harm you. Chun Fan froze in place, bewildered by the sudden act of kneeling. He instinctively stepped back, maintaining his vigilance. Boss Yu's face turned pale, his eyes filled with reluctance. Tears mixed with blood streamed down his face as he pleaded, "For the sake of my 28 years of loyalty to the Jiang family, please spare my family. Let them go free, I beg you." His eyes, red as if bleeding, locked onto Chun Fan with a desperate hope, yearning to hear Chun Fan's promise before his death. Chun Fan's heart wavered. For a moment, he didn't know how to judge the man before him. Life was precious, and so were family ties. Perhaps without the Jiang family's oppression, this man might have truly been a good person. Chun Fan sighed silently and solemnly vowed, "I promise, your family will be spared." Though his words weren't cruel or cutting, the weight behind them was undeniable. Thank you, thank you." Boss Yu let out a breath of relief. Kneeling, he no longer resisted the pain, allowing blood to gush out. At this moment, for him, it might have been a release. Chun Fan's heart turned cold. "Jiang family, I will utterly destroy you." These wolves in sheep's clothing were even more terrifying than the beast-worshipping cult. With a flick of his hand, lightning crackled from his fingertips, and a long blade flew into his grasp. "Don't blame me for being ruthless. Reality is just this cruel." Chun Fan walked coldly towards the groaning crowd on the ground. A few minutes later, no one but him was left alive. The system's slaughter points skyrocketed to 11,186. Looking at the soaring number, Chun Fan felt some of the tension in his heart ease. This was the foundation of his growing strength. At the same time, the system's notification sounded. "Congratulations, host. D-rank mission completed. You may now participate in a double draw from the white reward pool." Chun Fan let out a breath of relief, but didn't immediately draw. He was too exhausted today, more fatigued than ever before. The entire day, he had been dancing on the edge of a blade. One misstep, and he would met his end. Fortunately, he survived, and his enemies had all been sent to hell. He picked up the most valuable weapons on the ground and stored them in his spatial ring before slowly heading towards Chang'an City. By 5 in the afternoon, Chun Fan returned to the National Martial Academy. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him safe and sound. "Brother Fan, we still haven't been able to contact Coach Tian. His phone's turned off. Could it really be him behind all this?" Zhao Mingzhe muttered in frustration, shutting off his phone. The group's mood was heavy. Encountering such an incident on the first day of training was a severe blow. Coach Tian Xiong's continued absence naturally raised suspicions. "Trust me, it wasn't him. His phone might have been damaged during the battle." Chun Fan quickly reassured them. "If we don't hear anything by tomorrow, I'll seek an explanation from Vice Principal Huangfu." After calming everyone down, Chun Fan was about to dismiss the group when he received a call from Huangfu Cheng. 10 minutes ago, Tian Xiong returned to Guowu severely injured. Now, his life is hanging by a thread, and he is undergoing emergency treatment. Chun Fan felt a heavy weight in his heart as he put down his phone, his face grim. "Teacher Tian is in trouble. Vice Principal Huangfu wants us to go over immediately." "What?" Everyone was shocked and quickly asked for details. He said Teacher Tian is already unconscious, and the rescue is very critical. Everyone felt distressed and hurriedly followed Chun Fan toward the school's backyard. 5 minutes later, they arrived at a villa called Qingyuan Residence. This was the home of Qing Wuya, the dean of the Medicine God Academy. Inside, Tian Xiong was immersed in a semi-transparent liquid, barely clinging to life. Qing Wuya was continuously pouring a specially formulated lotion into the water. Huangfu Cheng stood nearby, his face dark. "How is Teacher Tian?" Chun Fan walked up to Huangfu Cheng and asked anxiously. Huangfu Cheng sighed and said, Tian Xiong's heart was pierced. Dean Qing is performing emergency treatment, hoping he can pull through. This. Chun Fan was momentarily speechless, feeling deeply distressed. He had never imagined that Tian Xiong's injuries were this severe. Fortunately, the heart was only pierced and not completely ruptured. Dean Qing is doing his utmost to save him, but the survival rate is less than 30%. Less than 30%. Everyone's faces immediately darkened and their eyes reddened. Zhao Mingze even slapped himself hard. Just a few minutes ago, he had been doubting Tian Xiong. Huang Fucheng pulled Chun Fan aside and sighed. Tian Xiong returned with his last breath and passed out as soon as he arrived. Do you know exactly what happened? At this point, Chun Fan dared not hide anything. He recounted the appearance of the white flood dragon that lured Tian Xiong away, the Jiang family's conspiracy, and everything they had experienced. Huang Fucheng listened, suppressing his anger. He hadn't expected that the strongest freshman this year had almost been wiped out. Your training plan was pre-arranged by Tian Xiong and finally approved by the school's senior management. This information is absolutely confidential. Only the school's top officials know about it, Huang Fucheng said gravely. What about Zhao Qian? Does he know about our training plan? Chen Fan asked. His biggest suspect was Zhao Qian. I know what you're thinking. He was indeed involved in the discussions, but without evidence, I don't want to suspect a teacher lightly, Huang Fucheng sighed. But rest assured, I will give you an explanation, and I will also give Tian Xiong an explanation. Huang Fucheng solemnly added. As for the Jiang family, the school will demand an explanation. Jiang Chen's death is the fault of their Jiang family. Thank you, Teacher Huangfu. Chun Fan nodded, suddenly recalling the conversation between Shuangmian and Lei Laosan. He quickly reminded, the beast worship cult might take this opportunity to provoke conflict between us and the Jiang family. Shouldn't we hold off on questioning the Jiang family for now? The Jiang family had 3 8th-rank grandmasters. Although they couldn't rival Guowu, if too much attention was diverted, it would give the beast worship cult an opportunity to exploit. Huang Fucheng gently shook his head and said, the wound on Tian Xiong's heart was caused by a sharp weapon, not just a beast's attack. Tian Xiong must have gone through something else. If the Jiang family set up a trap to kill a Guowu grandmaster, even if it escalates to the higher-ups of Daxia, I will seek justice for Tian Xiong. Vice Principal Huangfu, I think the person who severely injured Tian Xiong might not be from the Jiang family. Chen Fan thought for a moment and continued. The Jiang family acted secretively during this operation, trying to use the ambush by the exotic beast to cover up the truth. They don't want the matter to escalate unnecessarily, and there's no need to actually kill Teacher Tian. Oh, what you said makes sense. Huang Fucheng's eyes lit up. So, behind the severe injury of Tian Xiong, there's a third-party force involved. Who could it be? Huang Fucheng frowned in thought. It could be the beast worship cult, or someone who leaked our training plan. Chen Fan asserted. The beast worship cult has sufficient reasons to kill Tian Xiong. First, it could intensify the conflict between Guowu and the Jiang family. Second, it could weaken Guowu. If it's an insider leaking information, it means this person has a grudge against Tian Xiong and wants to eliminate him. I see. You're still suspicious of Zhao Qian. But analyzing it this way, his motive does seem significant. Huang Fucheng nodded and said, whether it's Zhao Qian or not, we'll find out soon enough. I'll announce shortly that Tian Xiong's condition has stabilized and that he'll wake up soon. If Zhao Qian is indeed the culprit, he'll likely take the risk to sneak in here and kill Tian Xiong to avoid being identified. The two finalized their plan, and Huang Fucheng added, with Tian Xiong injured, your training can't stop. Starting tomorrow, Zhang Kuan from Sword God Academy will temporarily act as your coach. He's familiar with you, so I feel reassured. All right, Chen Fan nodded solemnly. After returning to the dormitory, Chen Fan immediately sought out Wen Hua to find out if the Nature's Heart ability could help repair Tian Xiong's heart. Wen Hua apologized, saying, my ability level is too low. The life energy I can provide is almost useless for a 7th-tier master. I can't help Teacher Tian. Chen Fan sighed, feeling a bit disappointed, though he had already anticipated this result. But Wen Hua's next words reignited his hope. Brother Fan, I know of a senior whose ability is also Nature's Heart and who is very powerful. If we can invite him, he should be able to help heal Tian Xiong. Oh, who is it? Chen Fan's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked. An elder from the Miao ethnic group, with the surname Mo. I don't know his exact name. Can you find him? Chen Fan asked urgently. When I first awakened my ability, this elder came to find me, wanting to take me as his apprentice. But he required me to live with him in the deep mountains and forests, so I refused. After that, We lost contact. When Hua said apologetically, "This clue is very important. I'll call Vice Principal Huangfu right now and ask him to help track down this elder." Chen Fan was filled with hope, and his mood improved significantly. After finishing the call with Huangfu Chang, he walked toward his bedroom. As soon as he opened the door, a wave of intense heat surged toward him, almost forcing him back. "What is going on?" Chen Fan exclaimed in shock. Inside, flames were blazing. Could this be the restriction Jiang Chen mentioned? Chen Fan endured the scorching heat and peeked inside. Amid the flames, two figures appeared. One was the cat girl, and the other was the fierce dormitory supervisor. This. Chen Fan was so shocked he couldn't speak. The cat girl was still unconscious, her entire body engulfed in golden flames, resembling a saint surrounded by a sea of fire. Beside her, the dormitory supervisor sat cross-legged, her palms pressing against the flames, slowly absorbing them. "Big sister, senior, what are you doing?" Chen Fan quickly closed the door, asking curiously yet nervously. But the dormitory supervisor completely ignored him, focusing solely on absorbing the flames. Chen Fan dared not move recklessly and could only stand cautiously to the side. After all, she was a quasi-martial saint with formidable strength. It wasn't until the flames on the cat girl were completely absorbed that the dorm supervisor stood up, teasing Chen Fan with a smile. "You're quite something, kid. A 16-year-old girl and a 28-year-old mature woman, you're not letting either go, huh?" Chen Fan was speechless and quickly changed the subject. "Senior, what exactly happened just now?" The Nanmingli fire inside her went out of control. If I hadn't noticed it early, the entire dormitory building might have been burned down. Nanmingli fire out of control? What's going on? Chen Fan asked nervously. "I'm not sure either." The dorm supervisor glared at him, then thought for a moment. "It probably has something to do with the conversion of her abilities." "Will her life be in danger?" Chen Fan asked urgently. "No, it won't. It's just that during the conversion process, her body hasn't fully adapted yet, so her abilities are unstable. For the next few days, let her stay here with me. If the Nanmingli fire runs wild again, it won't be a joke." "Thank you for your trouble, senior." Chen Fan quickly expressed his gratitude. The dorm supervisor waved her hand and reminded him. The 9 Lives Illusion God's ability is unstable. She was lucky this time, reviving with a top-tier S-level ability, the Golden Flame Sacred Sparrow. But no one can predict what she'll get next time. When she wakes up, she needs to cherish this life. Of course, Chen Fan nodded solemnly. He had been feeling guilty all along. The cat girl had suffered the backlash of the Beast God pill while helping him save Li Ji. He had promised to help her deal with the doppelganger, but hadn't taken action yet. The dorm supervisor no longer paid attention to him, turning her gaze to the still unconscious cat girl and sighing, "What a pity. She's a bit older, with weaker adaptability. Otherwise, I could have passed on my legacy to her." Chen Fan raised his eyebrows, surprised that this expert was considering taking on a disciple. He quickly said, "Senior, if you're thinking of taking a disciple, you could consider Yang Chu-Chu. She's still young." But the dorm supervisor sighed. "Forget it. Taking her as a disciple would involve too many complications. With her true phoenix physique, the beast worship cult is determined to have her. I don't want to get entangled in that." "Senior." Chen Fan tried to persuade her, but was interrupted. "She can't reach martial saint level, and I can't protect her. It would only affect me. As for advancing to martial saint Sai," Chen Fan had no choice but to give up. The matter of Yang Chu-Chu becoming a disciple would have to wait. However, he began to feel uneasy. The beast worship cult's actions were likely targeting Yang Chu-Chu. The dorm supervisor spoke again. "You're not simple, kid. You saw through my identity the first time we met. But don't inquire about me or mention me to anyone. It won't do you any good." With that, she picked up the cat girl, and in the next moment, a flash of light and shadow, both of them had disappeared. If the door hadn't suddenly opened, Chen Fan might have thought she had teleported. A quasi-martial saint's speed is truly fast. My eyes couldn't even keep up. Chen Fan sat on the chair, his emotions complicated. The oppressive feeling before the storm made him increasingly anxious. "Forget it. Let's draw the lottery first," he said, activating the system panel. D-level mission reward. White prize pool. There's bound to be a surprise. Chen Fan was full of anticipation. The roulette spun quickly, and the 2D level rewards were soon drawn. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Beginner Thunderstorm Domain. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Master Level Gun Technique Inheritance. Chen Fan quickly checked the details. Primary Thunder Domain. A thunder domain forms within a 10-meter radius around the host, with arcs of electricity filling the space. The ability user can sense electric ions and possesses 360-degree vision without blind spots. Upon activating the domain, the host's physical functions double, and enemies within the domain are paralyzed by the thunder, reducing their combat effectiveness. Note: lasts for 5 minutes. After use, it causes fatigue, and the longer it is used, the more severe the fatigue. Chen Fan was shocked after reading this. Doubling all physical functions meant both strength and speed were doubled, with no usage limit. However, the side effects were significant, making it suitable only for desperate situations. This D-level reward is amazing. Chen Fan then turned his attention to the Master Level Gun Technique Inheritance. Master Level Gun Technique Inheritance. Gun techniques are categorized into basic, beginner, proficient, master, peerless, and divine levels. Master level gun techniques have reached perfection, with seamless execution and no flaws. Even an ordinary shot carries the force of the gun. Upon receiving the inheritance, the host instantly comprehends master level gun techniques, significantly enhancing their strength. Fantastic! Chen Fan was ecstatic. He had originally planned to switch from blade techniques to gun techniques, as guns paired better with his thunder abilities, allowing him to maximize his potential. Now, drawing a gun technique inheritance card saved him a great deal of practice time. Everyone knows that mastering gun techniques typically requires 2 years to build a foundation, 5 years to reach beginner level, and 20 years to achieve proficiency. As for master level gun techniques, they are exceedingly rare and cannot be learned through time alone. Suppressing his excitement, Chen Fan quickly said to the system, "System, accept the gun technique inheritance." As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of memories flooded his mind. It felt as though he had personally experienced it holding an 8-foot-long spear, thrusting, stabbing, slashing, chopping, sweeping. Every movement was practiced millions of times in his mind. After mastering the basic moves, he began practicing gun technique combos. It was unclear how much time had passed when Chen Fan suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a golden spear, striking fear into anyone who saw it. After receiving the master level gun technique inheritance, a wave of mental exhaustion washed over him, and he fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. At 3 o'clock the next morning, he woke up from a nightmare. In the dream, he saw the beast cult's conspiracy succeed, with hundreds of thousands of casualties in Chang'an City, rivers of blood, and a scene like hell. Yang Chuchu had also been captured. Chen Fan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, the unease in his heart making it impossible to fall back asleep. He glanced at his phone but had not received any messages. This meant that Zhao Qian had not yet infiltrated Qingyuan residence to assassinate Tian Xiong. Chen Fan understood that in such a contest, Zhao Qian might not necessarily fall for the trap, but how would they know without trying? What if it yielded results? After a quick cleanup, he left the dormitory and headed to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. At this moment, only relentless training could suppress the pressure in his heart. In life, there is never a shortage of hard-working people, and the path of cultivation is no different. At this moment, the Warwolf Martial Arts Hall was already brightly lit. Chen Fan rented a standard training room and went upstairs. Gripping the chasing lightning spear, he prepared to test his master-level gun techniques. As his thoughts moved, a semi-transparent layer of energy quickly enveloped the spear, with the tip glowing more prominently. This energy was the gun force, intangible and invisible, yet capable of greatly enhancing the weapon's lethality. Unable to contain his excitement, Chen Fan began to demonstrate. In his hands, the chasing lightning spear seemed to become an extension of his body. With a single thought, the spear moved like a dragon emerging from the water, unstoppable. Even without using his abilities, the gun force could be unleashed to attack enemies. Chen Fan felt that as long as he held the long spear, he could be invincible even in the midst of a hail of bullets. Is this master-level spear technique so powerful? After a simple trial, he began practicing the basic thunder domain. Instantly, the area within a 10-meter radius around him transformed into a thunderous domain. He could perceive everything within it clearly, knowing what was happening behind him without turning around. At the same time, his speed and strength doubled, making him terrifyingly powerful. Standing in the domain with the long spear in hand, Chun Fan felt invincible. He stopped after a few seconds, as the side effects of the basic thunder domain were too severe. Then, he started training the combination skill of Thunder Shadow Clone and Thunder Flash. If this combination could be used perfectly, his strength would increase significantly. At 5 in the morning, Chun Fan finished his training and rushed back to the dormitory building. The members of the Thunder Squad were already waiting. Although it was Monday and everyone had classes, their daily training of hiking up Fengming Mountain continued as usual. Downstairs, Zhang Kuan approached, carrying a flying sword in one hand and a large cloth bag in the other. The bag contained 5 sets of Xian heavy armor. Although Tian Xiong was down, the training plan he had set still had to be carried out. At 7, the Thunder Squad climbed Fengming Mountain again. Zhang Kuan followed cautiously with his sword in hand. By 9, they completed Tian Xiong's training plan perfectly for the first time and returned smoothly to Chang'an City. The atmosphere on the way back was heavy. Tian Xiong's severe injury weighed on them, and no one complained of fatigue. Upon returning to Guowu, their first stop was Qingyuan residence to visit Tian Xiong. Tian Xiong had not yet woken up, and his chest was wrapped in a mass of cyan energy, a life-sustaining method used by Qing Wuya. Beside him, Du Huajun sat silently, keeping watch. He was Tian Xiong's only disciple and had once delivered a spirit-nourishing pill to Chun Fan. Meeting him briefly, "Senior, I'm sorry Chun Fan felt guilty, believing that Tian Xiong's misfortune was all because of him. "This has nothing to do with you." Du Huajun's voice was hoarse, clearly from crying all night. He looked at Chun Fan, his eyes red, and poured out everything in his heart. "Junior, do you know? Although Teacher Tian is strict and seems rough on the surface, he is incredibly meticulous at heart. In my sophomore year, I encountered a beast tide while on a mission in a different dimensional space. Everyone thought I was dead, but only Teacher believed I was still alive. He searched for me in that space for 7 days and nights before carrying my near-dead body back. Last year, I lost a leg to a ferocious beast. Teacher Tian didn't want me to be affected, so he found the best prosthetic master to make me a mechanical leg. For this, he, a grandmaster, stood at that person's door begging for several days. As Du Huajun spoke, he rolled up his pant leg, revealing a pitch-black mechanical prosthetic. Chun Fan was deeply moved by what he heard and was speechless for a long time. After leaving Qingyuan residence, Chun Fan headed straight to the teaching building. It was Monday, and he had a class at 10 in the morning called The Construction of Thunder Skills. Although he could acquire skills through the lottery, he still wanted to understand the principles behind them. He listened to this class particularly attentively, as his thirst for knowledge had reached its peak. University life was gradually getting back on track. The 5 members of the Thunder Squad became much more low-key, training desperately in their spare time. They all shared a common goal: to make the Thunder Squad stronger by the time Tian Xiong woke up. During this period, Dai Jiangshan, the dean of the military academy, came to see Chun Fan once. Not only did he inquire about Tian Xiong's situation, but he also brought a booklet. Chun Fan had always wanted the beast transformation combat technique, 12 Paths of True Spirit Destruction. Dai Jiangshan, with noticeably more gray hair at his temples, sighed and said, "Chun Fan, junior brother Tian came to me before the incident and asked me to find this for you. This is the authentic work of Marshal Saint Yi, a rare treasure. You must take good care of it." Thursday, July 7th. Chun Fan finally received good news. Huang Fucheng had found a lead on the mysterious doctor with the surname Mo. In Qingyuan residence, the 5 members of the Thunder Squad gathered, along with Wen Hua, who had also come. Huang Fucheng held a photograph in his hand, showing an elderly man around 70 years old. He handed it to Chun Fan. "I had someone check the official database and found this divine doctor. His name is Mo Chen, an 8th-tier grandmaster who has been living in seclusion near the Taishu mountain range in Kunjiang province for years. However, he has a peculiar personality, and people call him the Evil Doctor." "Evil Doctor?" Everyone was momentarily stunned, their hearts filled with doubt. They hadn't expected this senior, who possessed the ability of the heart of nature, to be referred to as the evil doctor. Huang Fu Chung explained, "He's called the evil doctor because of his eccentric nature. If you want him to treat you, you must engage in equivalent exchange." Equivalent exchange? No one understood. Huang Fu Chung sighed and said, "For example, if you want him to treat a heart condition, you must give him a living heart, and it has to be from someone of the same level of strength as the patient." Everyone frowned. So, to have him help Teacher Tian, we would need to provide him with the heart of a Grandmaster-level expert? Exactly. Everyone's hearts sank. How could they possibly obtain the heart of a Grandmaster-level expert in such a short time? Wouldn't that mean trading one life for another? Huang Fucheng looked at Wenhua. "That's also why I asked her to come. Wenhua, you should go with them. Perhaps he might be willing to help because of your influence." Wenhua nodded without hesitation. Huang Fucheng continued, "The situation in Chang'an City is tense right now, and we can't leave. This task is up to you." Kunjiang Province is located in the far northwest of the Great Xia Kingdom, bordering foreign nations. The Taishu Mountain Range serves as the boundary between Great Xia, Russia, and the Stan Federation. Few dare to venture there, not only because of its remote geography, but also due to the many exotic beasts that emerge from interdimensional spaces. Finding Moe Chen was no easy task. That afternoon, under Huang Fucheng's cover, Chun Fan and his group quietly boarded a high-speed train bound for Kunjiang Province. Du Huajun accompanied them as well. After the ambush last time, the Thunder Squad was particularly discreet in their actions this time. Within the entire National Martial Arts University, only Huang Fucheng, Dai Jiangshan, and Zhang Kuan knew about this mission. The high-speed train sped along like a white ghost cutting through the wilderness. Chun Fan gazed at the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window, recalling the time he was attacked by the imitator. "I still don't know when that thing will come after me again," he thought to himself. But he wasn't worried. His current strength was enough to take on exotic beasts below the 4th tier head-on. Moreover, he had the assistance of Du Huajun, a 4th-tier beginner-level expert. Chun Fan collected his thoughts and took out his phone to focus on researching information about Tianshan City. Tianshan City was the final stop of this train and the city in Great Xia closest to the Taishu mountain range. Being near the border, it was loosely governed, with rampant violence and crime. "Junior, once we arrive in Tianshan City, I'll leave all the arrangements to you," Du Huajun, sitting next to Chun Fan, said. Though his face looked a bit haggard, his spirits had improved significantly. After learning about Moe Chen's whereabouts, he actively requested to join this operation. Huang Fucheng initially disagreed, but was eventually persuaded. However, he emphasized that all actions must follow Chun Fan's command. Logically, with Du Huajun's strength, he should have been in charge of this operation. But his temper was too volatile, which had already cost him a leg. "Senior Brother Du, the Taishu mountain range stretches for thousands of kilometers. Finding someone is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Let's first head to Tianshan City to gather information about Senior Mo. If we can't find anything, then we'll enter the mountains," Chun Fan reminded him, worried he might lose his temper. "Don't worry, Junior. This time, I'll listen to whatever you say. But how do we gather information? Do you have a plan? After all, we're unfamiliar with this place, and it's not easy to get information," Du Huajun asked. "Vice Principal Huang Fu gave me a contact. We'll reach out to him once we get there," Chun Fan said, taking out a slip of paper and handing it over. "Xia Zhiqiu." Du Huajun glanced at the name and asked in surprise, "Who is this?" "An old senior, a former student of Vice Principal Huang Fu, now teaching at Kunlun University of Supernatural Abilities," Chun Fan explained. "A teacher at Kunlun University? We have such an impressive senior." Du Huajun raised an eyebrow. Kunlun University of Supernatural Abilities was located in Tianshan City and ranked first in supernatural universities in Kunjiang Province, even making it into the top 50 nationwide. Although it wasn't as prestigious as the National Martial Arts University, it was still a top-tier institution. Being a teacher there indicated that this senior was exceptionally strong. "I heard he graduated 7 or 8 years ago and has already reached the 6th tier," Chun Fan replied simply, then closed his eyes to rest. The journey from Chang'an City to Tianshan City took 8 hours by high-speed train. By the time they arrived in Tianshan City, it was already 7 p.m. However, since this city was located in the far northwest of Daxia, it was 4 hours behind the capital, and the sun was still high in the sky. As the train slowly came to a stop, the group of 7 exited the station. Senior Xia is already here, waiting at the exit. Chen Fan checked his phone messages and quickened his pace. At the exit stood a man in his 30s with a resolute appearance, clean and neat short hair, and an energetic demeanor. This was none other than Xia Zhiqiu. As Huang Fucheng's disciple, he took the task of receiving them very seriously. Meeting his juniors in a foreign city also brought him joy. As soon as Chen Fan and the others stepped out of the station, Xia Zhiqiu greeted them with a smile. "Welcome to Tianshan City, juniors." "Hello, senior." Everyone quickly greeted him respectfully. Xia Zhiqiu's gaze fell on Chen Fan, and he said in surprise, "You must be Junior Chen Fan. No wonder the teacher kept praising you over the phone. Reaching mid-second tier at such a young age is far better than we were back then. Boss is already at mid-second tier?" Everyone was shocked upon hearing this, especially Zhao Mingze, whose eyes were filled with excitement. "Boss, when did you break through?" Chen Fan ignored him and humbly said, "Senior, you're almost at the Grandmaster level. I'm still far behind." "Haha, Grandmaster is still a long way off." Xia Zhiqiu laughed. "Come on, I know you're all anxious. Let's first gather information about Divine Dr. Mo, and then I'll take you to Kunlun University to settle in." The group chatted as they boarded a bus heading toward the city center of Tianshan City. Tianshan City had poor public security, and along the way, Chen Fan witnessed 7 or 8 violent altercations. However, no one dared to provoke their bus, which bore the Kunlun University logo. Tianshan City has over 1,000 mercenary organizations, which is the root of its chaos. Xia Zhiqiu explained. "So many mercenary organizations?" Everyone was surprised. The Taishu mountain range is very special. It's one of the rare primeval forests, containing many precious medicinal herbs that are highly beneficial to ability users. Additionally, the exotic beasts themselves are valuable resources. This place isn't a dimensional space, so entry and exit aren't controlled by the military, which is why the number of mercenary organizations keeps increasing. "I see." Everyone understood. Xia Zhiqiu continued. "To gather information about Dr. Mo, we need to start with these mercenary organizations. They frequently enter and exit the Taishu mountain range and are well informed." The bus soon stopped at the entrance of an alley. "Let's go." "This alley is too narrow for the bus to pass through, so we'll walk from here." Xia Zhiqiu took the lead, and everyone got off the bus one after another. Walking to the end of the dim alley, they turned right and arrived at an old courtyard with a sense of history. Xia Zhiqiu said, "This is just a front. In reality, this is the black market where mercenaries take on tasks and conduct trades." "Black market?" Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. A black market was an illegal trading venue. He had heard of it, but had never been to one. 2 burly men stood at the entrance of the courtyard, looking fierce and intimidating, like statues blocking the way and deterring anyone from approaching. As soon as they appeared, they were stopped. "Do you have a pass?" one of the men asked coldly. Xia Zhiqiu was prepared and took out a specially made black card with gold edges, handing it over. After confirming its authenticity, the 2 men allowed them to pass. Following Xia Zhiqiu into the courtyard, they were greeted by a large square with a row of shops at the back. Many mercenaries were trading here. "This is the black market." Everyone curiously looked around. The shops were diverse, selling weapons, pills, and even processing exotic beast carcasses, everything one could imagine. The square was bustling, with many people conducting private trades, but everyone had to follow the rules, with 20% of the transaction value handed over as a fee. "This place isn't as chaotic as I imagined," Zhao Mingze said in a low voice. "There's a grandmaster behind this black market, so no one dares to cause trouble here. But once you leave, you need to be careful," Xia Zhiqiu warned. "These mercenaries live on the edge of danger year-round, with no moral boundaries. They bully the weak and fear the strong, and they wouldn't hesitate to kill or commit arson. You should try to avoid coming here and make sure not to attract attention, or you'll be in big trouble." Chen Fan glanced around and noticed quite a few mercenaries secretly observing them. Du Huajun, however, Didn't he care, letting out a cold snort and glaring back fiercely. Most of these people were around the third or fourth tier, while Du Huojun himself was at the early stage of the fourth tier, with combat power close to the late stage of the fourth tier. His strength was formidable, so he wasn't afraid of them at all. Chen Fan felt a bit helpless. This senior really had too quick a temper. He tugged on Du Huojun's arm, signaling him not to act impulsively. After all, they had more important tasks to focus on this time, and these small fry weren't worth wasting too much energy on. Xia Zhiqiu pointed to the shop in the center of the square and said, "The mission pavilion specializes in issuing tasks. I posted a task this morning to find information about Dr. Mo. Let us go check if there's been any progress." The group entered the shop, which was very quiet. Behind the counter sat a short, elderly man with his eyes closed, seemingly resting. The wall behind him was covered with long plaques listing various tasks and their corresponding rewards. Xia Zhiqiu knocked on the table in front of the old man to wake him up. "Bossly, has anyone taken up the task I posted?" The old man initially looked a bit impatient, but upon seeing Xia Zhiqiu, his expression immediately changed. "Haha, so it's the esteemed Mentor Xia. My apologies." He spoke politely, then pointed to a wooden sign behind him. "This mysterious Dr. Mo is elusive. Everyone wants to track him down, but very few succeed." "Really, no one has inquired?" Xia Zhiqiu was unwilling to give up. The reward for this task was exceptionally high, providing a clue earned 200,000, and directly revealing the location fetched 2 million. It's not that no one has asked. A young girl did come by with a few questions. The old man lit a cigarette and spoke leisurely. "What did she ask? Did she provide any clues?" Du Huojun, impatient by nature, squeezed to the counter and asked eagerly. "She was just curious about who issued the task, nothing more." The crowd felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this, but Chen Fan began to ponder. He thought the girl wasn't just asking casually. After all, in today's fast-paced society, people generally don't concern themselves with matters unrelated to them. Of course, this didn't necessarily mean she knew something. Perhaps she was just one of Mo Chen's followers. "Boss, do you know her name?" Chen Fan asked politely. The old man flicked the ash from his cigarette and hesitated deliberately. "Young man, you're putting me in a tough spot. Protecting client privacy is a rule in the black market. You're asking me to break the rules." Chen Fan understood immediately and said directly, "Just tell me, how much?" "Smart lad. A flat rate 200,000. 200,000. Why don't you just go rob someone?" Du Huojun exploded with anger before Chen Fan could respond. "Well, you don't have to ask then." The old man sneered disdainfully, unfazed by the outburst. "Looks like you need a beating." Du Huojun shoved the counter aside and grabbed the old man's collar. The crowd was shocked, and Xia Zhiqiu quickly pulled him back. "Junior, you can't cause trouble here." The old man stubbed out his cigarette, stood up, and pointed angrily at Du Huojun. "What? You want to hit me? Do you believe you won't make it out of Tianshan City alive?" Xia Zhiqiu hurriedly apologized and whispered to the group, "This old man is the direct uncle of the master behind the black market. We'd better not stir up trouble. No wonder he can act so arrogantly in a mercenary hub." The group suddenly understood. Xia Zhiqiu took out a card and handed it over. "Boss Zhang, don't be angry. Here's 200,000. Please share the details about that girl. On account of Mentor Xia, I'll let it slide this time. But don't let me see that rude kid again." The old man took the card. Though displeased, he knew Xia Zhiqiu's status, Kunlun University's most promising teacher, almost guaranteed to ascend to the rank of master in the future. He dared not push too far. "Gao Yuan, Mingze, you guys take senior brother Du for a stroll. Senior brother Xia and I will stay here." After arranging for the others, Chen Fan politely asked, "Boss Zhang, please tell us more about that girl." The old man pointed to a wooden sign behind him. "She posted that task. The name she left was Lin Xiyu, probably an alias. She looked lively, wore twin ponytails, and was about your age. She should be easy to find." Lin Xiyu. Chen Fan pondered for a moment, then looked up at the wooden sign. The task was to find a plant called the purple spider flower, with a reward of 1 million. What is the purple spider flower? Chen Fan was puzzled, hoping to find clues about the girl from the task. Du Huojun explained, "The purple spider flower looks like a spider. It's a highly poisonous flower. Any beast below the fourth tier that eats it will die. It has no medicinal value. If it's useless, why is she looking for it? While Chen Fan was pondering, the old man spoke again. By the way, she just left here. If you hurry, you can still catch up. Chen Fan and Xia Jiqiu had just stepped out of the shop when the crowd immediately surrounded them. Boss, senior brother Xia, any news? Chen Fan nodded. That girl is called Lin Shiyu. She left not long ago. Let's split up and search, we might still catch up. Just left. The crowd hurriedly rushed outside to pursue her. Wenhua, your strength is a bit weak, not suitable for acting alone. Come with me. Chen Fan took Wenhua and chased in one direction. Tianshan City was very different from other cities. It was extremely chaotic. Although the sun had not yet set, most of the shops on both sides of the street were already closed, and the streets were almost deserted. The two walked along the street for nearly a kilometer and finally saw a shop that was still open. It was a small restaurant called Veteran's Bun Shop. The shop no longer had any customers, only the owner was cleaning up, clearly preparing to close. Chen Fan and Wenhua pushed open the half-closed glass door and walked in. The owner was a middle-aged man who walked with a limp, clearly having difficulty with his legs. He put down the steamer in his hands and apologized to Chen Fan. Sorry, young man, the buns are sold out. Come back tomorrow, I'm about to close. Although his legs were inconvenient, the man stood straight, carrying the demeanor of a soldier. No wonder it's called Veteran's Bun Shop, Chen Fan thought to himself. He recalled the retired soldiers outside, Qingcheng, who bravely resisted the beast tide, and he couldn't help but feel respect. He politely said, Uncle, we're not here to buy buns. We just wanted to ask if a girl with twin ponytails passed by here recently. The owner paused his work, his expression turning cautious. Why are you asking about her? Chen Fan had already prepared an explanation. She's our friend. We got separated just now and wanted to ask if you've seen her. Oh, I see. The owner sized up the two, seeing that they were young and polite and relaxed. That girl just bought a few buns from me and left not long ago. Found the right place. Chen Fan and Wenhua were delighted, quickly thanked him, and prepared to chase after her. However, just as they stepped out the door, the owner called out again. Young man, wait a moment. Help me give this to that girl. As he spoke, he handed Chen Fan an old envelope. What is this? Chen Fan was a bit surprised. He opened it and saw a few scattered bills inside. The owner sighed and said, That girl has a kind heart. Every time she buys buns, she gives me extra money. My legs are inconvenient, so I couldn't refuse her, but I've been saving the extra money she gave me. Please return it to her for me and thank her on my behalf. Don't worry, uncle. Chen Fan pondered for a moment, then tucked the envelope into his coat. Feeling touched, he secretly took out a few hundred-yuan bills from his spatial ring and quietly slipped them into the veteran's pocket before leaving with Wenhua. That girl is really kind, Wenhua remarked, filled with curiosity about her. Chen Fan said nothing, feeling puzzled about how a retired soldier had ended up in such circumstances. The government should have taken good care of veterans. Their lives should be carefree. The two walked along the alley for a few more minutes when the quiet street was suddenly filled with noise. Stop her. Don't let her escape. Today, we'll skin her alive. Little girl, you dared to poison us last time. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, he won't be able to save you. The voices were filled with anger, and the commotion indicated there were quite a few people. Let's go and check it out. Chen Fan and Wenhua exchanged a glance and quickly headed toward the source of the noise. Not far down the street, a young woman was running frantically, with several men wielding weapons chasing closely behind her. She had her hair tied in twin ponytails. Her appearance was ordinary, but her bright and lively eyes matched the description of the girl Chen Fan was looking for. She ran desperately toward Chen Fan, her buns scattering all over the ground. Move aside. Don't block the way. The girl looked anxious, afraid that Chen Fan might obstruct her escape route. The men behind her shouted, Hey, pretty boy up ahead, stop her for us, or you won't leave here alive. Pretty boy. Chen Fan's mouth twitched. Both he and Wenhua had delicate features, but being called pretty boy made Chen Fan furious. He silently took down the weapon strapped to his back, chasing lightning, and thought coldly to himself, Don't blame me for being rude. Miss, hide behind me. I'll deal with them first, then we'll talk. Chen Fan said calmly. The girl looked surprised. She had assumed Chen Fan was going to harm her when he took out his weapon. She couldn't gauge Chen Fan's strength, but since they were of similar age, he certainly couldn't be stronger than the mercenaries chasing her. Run quickly. 3 of them are third-tier ability users, the girl warned nervously. Third tier. Chen Fan glanced at the group and smirked disdainfully. Just some beginners. He planted his spear firmly into the ground, adopting a defensive stance. If you retreat now, you might still escape with your lives. The mercenaries, all at least second tier, wouldn't be intimidated by this young man. They sneered and charged forward with their weapons. Brat, stop showing off. Check if you even have the guts to fight. Trying to play the hero? Let's teach him a lesson. One of the third-tier beginners leaped forward in 3 quick strides, his long blade igniting in flames as he slashed fiercely at Chen Fan. Chen Fan focused his mind, gripping his spear with one hand, and struck precisely at the edge of the blade. Clang! The flames were instantly extinguished, and the blade emitted a crisp sound. What? The man was utterly shocked, but it was too late to retreat. In the next moment, the spear moved like a serpent emerging from its hole, unpredictable and swift. The tip of the spear pierced his chest, leaving a bloody hole, and his body was sent flying 10 meters away. Yuan Kue. The others cried out in alarm, watching as the man spat blood and collapsed, his fate uncertain. Kid, how dare you hurt my brother? You're dead. Another man roared, a tiger-shaped shadow appearing behind him as he threw a powerful punch at Chen Fan. Chen Fan sneered, easily dispersing the force of the punch with his spear, then swiftly thrust the weapon toward the man's head. Bang! The man was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground, motionless. Chen Fan's 2 moves stunned everyone. They couldn't believe that such a young man possessed such formidable strength. Chen Fan looked down at the spear in his hand, chasing lightning, and felt a surge of awe in his heart. Is this the power of master-level spear techniques? But the mercenaries quickly recovered from their shock. Everyone attacked together. No matter how skilled this kid is with his spear, he can't fend off all of us. The mercenaries surged forward like a tide, instantly surrounding Chen Fan. They showed no mercy, unleashing their strongest moves. Tyrannosaurus Fist, Divine Wind Slash, Shadow-Seeking Technique. On the street, over a dozen beams of supernatural energy tore through the air, streaking toward Chen Fan like meteors. Chen Fan remained fearless, spear in hand, as if he were the master of the battlefield. Facing the onslaught, he didn't even need to use his supernatural powers. His master-level spear techniques were enough to handle them with ease. Spear technique Rain of Myriad Rays. As his spear danced, countless spear shadows exploded around him, turning a 3-meter radius into a forbidden zone where all attacks were blocked. The street became a chaotic battleground, with Chen Fan single-handedly holding off over a dozen opponents with just one spear. Lin Xiyu was stunned, her face full of disbelief. She hadn't expected the young man before her to possess such formidable combat prowess. She had initially planned to escape amidst the chaos, but was captivated by the scene and stopped to watch. Master-level spear techniques, your friend, is incredible. Lin Xiyu marveled to Wen Hua beside her. Of course, Wen Hua replied, a sense of pride welling up on his face at the compliment. He glanced at Lin Xiyu's arm and noticed a distinct wound, with blood faintly seeping out. He reminded her, you seem to be injured. Lin Xiyu looked down at her arm. In her rush to escape earlier, she noticed the pain. She stuck out her tongue and said nonchalantly, it's just a scratch, no big deal. But then her expression changed drastically. Oh no, my medicine pouch is gone. She frantically searched herself, but the small pouch that had been hanging at her waist was nowhere to be found. At this moment, the wound on her arm deepened, and dark brown blood dripped to the ground, emitting a sizzling sound. Why is your blood corrosive? Wen Hua exclaimed, seeing a shallow pit corroded into the stone pavement. Lin Xiyu had no time to explain and anxiously rushed toward the battlefield. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Wen Hua reacted quickly, grabbing her. Let me go? My medicine pouch is over there. Lin Xiyu shouted in panic. Without the medicine, my wound will worsen and the bleeding won't stop. But with swords and blades flying, going there is suicide. Wenhua held onto her arm tightly, refusing to let go. Then what do you suggest? Lin Xiu calmed down slightly, but was on the verge of tears as the wound on her arm deepened, and blood flowed in a steady stream. Let me try, I might be able to help you. Wenhua said hurriedly, channeling the power of the heart of nature. A gentle white light enveloped Lin Xiu's wound. The black blood, like a mouse encountering its natural predator, began to retreat, slowly flowing back into her body. Wenhua increased the output of his supernatural power, and the wound finally stopped spreading and gradually healed. Lin Xiu looked at Wenhua in astonishment, her mouth slightly open in disbelief. Your supernatural power is the heart of nature. Meanwhile, Chun Fan remained unaware of what had just happened. He was still immersed in the beauty of his spear techniques. With his powerful physique and master-level spear skills, he easily suppressed the group of early-stage, third-tier superhumans. The battle continued for a while before Chun Fan decided to get serious. Enough. I've played with you long enough. His voice was deep and commanding. In the next moment, the thunderbolt spear in his hand crackled with lightning, perfectly merging his supernatural power with his spear techniques. Dragon soars in the wild. With a thrust of his spear, a blue lightning bolt shot out from the tip, resembling a divine dragon descending, instantly blasting several enemies away. The encirclement collapsed in an instant as Chun Fan's moves continued to evolve. Dragon roars across the 9 provinces. He swept his spear horizontally, and a dragon's roar emanated from the weapon. Wherever the thunder passed, enemies spat blood and fell to the ground, their fates uncertain. Chun Fan retracted his spear and stood upright, feeling very satisfied with this battle. Lin Xiu stared at Chun Fan in a daze, her mouth slightly open, her eyes full of shock. Wenhua let out a long breath, walked over to Chun Fan, and said admiringly, "Brother Fan, I never expected your spear skills to be this powerful." Chun Fan nodded slightly without saying much, then turned his gaze to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu finally snapped out of her shock and smiled, saying, "Thank you for helping me. Otherwise, I would have been done for today." She patted her chest in fear. Chun Fan had a good impression of this girl who had voluntarily helped a disabled veteran and politely said, "No need to thank us, miss. We just want to ask you something." "Oh, what do you want to ask?" Lin Xiu looked a bit surprised. "Miss, do you know where Emoe-chen is?" "Emoe-chen?" Lin Xiu was startled, then shook her head and said, "Sorry, I don't know." "You don't know?" Chun Fan frowned slightly. Wenhua said anxiously, "We issued a task to find Senior Emo, and the black market boss said you had asked him about it. But I really don't know. Of course, if you find him, please let me know too. I want to find him as well." Lin Xiu playfully stuck out her tongue. This. Wenhua was momentarily speechless. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." Lin Xiu, like a happy little deer, skipped over the fallen mercenaries, picked up a delicate little bag, and was overjoyed. "Phew, luckily I found it." She let out a sigh of relief, turned back to wave at Chun Fan and the others, and said, "Of course, thank you as well." With that, Lin Xiu quickly disappeared at the end of the alley. "Brother Fan, why did you let her go? That girl is clearly hiding something." Wenhua said indignantly. He thought that after helping her, she would speak honestly. "She is indeed hiding something. That girl is very clever. I suspect that even if we hadn't shown up, those mercenaries wouldn't have been able to harm her," Chun Fan said with a frown. "Why?" Wenhua didn't understand. "Those mercenaries were poisoned, and their strength was weakening. I guess even if I hadn't intervened, they would have collapsed within a few minutes. That girl is that capable?" Wenhua was surprised. "She's definitely special." Chun Fan patted Wenhua on the shoulder, signaling him to follow. "Let us go?" We've found the person call everyone to gather. "But didn't she already run away?" Wenhua was confused. "She can't escape." Chun Fan smiled faintly. "I caught up just to confirm whether the black market boss was lying. Now I'm sure. Such a girl does exist. Next, we'll leave it to senior brother Xia to handle. He's about the same age as us and should be a student at Kunlun University." Kunlun University of Supernatural Abilities was completely different from the National Martial Arts Academy. Its architecture resembled the gardens of ancient Rome. The campus was adorned with many massive sculptures of mythical beasts, giving the entire school a tense atmosphere. Chun Fan and his group stayed at the school's guest house that night. After dinner, Xia Zhiqiu brought information about Lin Xiyu. This girl is indeed a student at Kunlun University, but her name isn't Lin Xiyu, it's Luo Yao. She is a freshman with early-stage, second-tier cultivation and is one of the most talented students in the school. Luo Yao. The group murmured among themselves. Yes, the records show she is from a small village at the foot of the Taishu Mountains and has no connection to Moe Chen. This news left everyone a bit disappointed, but Xia Zhiqiu suddenly changed the topic. However, there are indeed some suspicious points about her. What suspicious points? Everyone was curious. Her ability is the body of 10,000 poisons. This kind of ability has only appeared about 100 times on Blue Star. Except for her, everyone else with this ability died within a year of awakening. The body of 10,000 poisons not only poisons enemies, but also harms the user, essentially an incurable condition. Wenhua nodded. No wonder her blood is so potent it can corrode marble when it drips on the ground, and her wounds can't heal. Now that's interesting, Chen Fan chimed in. How is she able to live so well? Given her age, her ability should have awakened over 2 years ago. The group exchanged glances, already forming a hypothesis in their minds. This girl named Luo Yao must have some deep connection with Moe Chen. After all, only a divine healer like Moe Chen could possibly control the body of 10,000 poisons. Senior brother Xia, is there a way to get her to come out? We'd like to talk to her face to face, Chen Fan pondered. Xia Zhiqiu nodded. It's too late today. Tomorrow will be better. Tomorrow happens to be the school's monthly team championship competition, and she should participate. We can find her at the field then. Team championship competition? The group was puzzled. Xia Zhiqiu explained. The students at Kunlun University are influenced by the mercenary spirit and have formed many teams. The school holds a monthly competition where teams compete, and the top-ranked ones receive generous rewards. The team Luo Yao formed is called the Luo Shin team. They're very strong and have a good chance of winning the championship, so she'll definitely participate tomorrow. The next day, July 8th, when Chun Fan and his group arrived at the field, it was already packed with people. The stone steps were completely filled, and the students were all excited, clearly showing how popular the team championship competition was. Boss, there are way too many people. Did the entire Kunlun University show up? How are we supposed to find her? Zhao Mingzhen nudged Chen Fan's shoulder. Chen Fan was also a bit troubled and pondered. Let's find a seat first. Once she's on stage, we'll naturally spot her. After sitting down, they began to watch the matches. The Kunlun University Team Championship started with the freshmen, followed by the upperclassmen's matches. Chen Fan quickly lost interest. After all, Kunlun University's abilities were still no match for the National Martial Arts University, and there were almost no second-tier ability users among the freshmen. Just as everyone was about to lose patience, a voice from the field finally caught their attention and lifted their spirits. Next up is the Luo Shin team versus the Qing Ci team. As soon as the referee's voice fell, the 10 members of the two teams quickly stepped onto the stage. Is it starting? Chen Fan looked up. On either side of the stage stood a team, and at the forefront of one team was the girl with twin ponytails they had seen yesterday, Lin Xiyu, also known as Luo Yao. Is this the person we're looking for? Zhao Mingzhe and the others curiously observed her, while the surrounding crowd had already erupted into cheers. These are the two strongest teams among the freshmen. I wonder who will win. It has to be the Luo Shin team. Their captain, Luo Yao, just advanced to the second tier. Don't be so sure. I heard that Lin Qingzi from the Qing Ci team also advanced to the second tier a few days ago. Really? Then this match is bound to be exciting. While the students around them were enthusiastically discussing, Luo Yao and Lin Qingzi on the stage were already brimming with hostility, clearly harboring long-standing grievances. Lin Qingzi was quite attractive, her hair styled high, wearing a black tight-fitting battle suit that accentuated her figure. She held a thorny whip about 4 or 5 centimeters thick in her hand, staring coldly at Luo Yao as she said disdainfully, "Luo Yao, I advise you not to fight stubbornly. Just admit defeat and get off the stage. I've already advanced to the second tier. This championship is mine, and you can't win." In contrast to the aloof Lin Qingzi, Luo Yao appeared much more playful. She patted her small chest, pretending to be scared as she said, "Wow, second tier. I'm so scared." Then, she made a fist at Lin Qingzi and said, "When the fight starts, I won't hold back." To be honest, Luo Yao didn't take Lin Qingzi seriously at all. Not only was she stronger than her opponent, but her teammates were also far superior to the members of Qingzi's team. Lin Qingzi sneered, "Luo Yao, I warned you, but you didn't listen. Don't blame me for what happens next." The referee, seeing the tension rising, immediately shouted, "Enough talk. The match is about to begin. Both teams, get ready." The students around the field cheered loudly for their respective teams before falling silent. Luo Yao put away her dismissive attitude and assumed an attack stance. At this critical moment, a voice suddenly came from within the Luo Shin team. "I forfeit this match." What? Someone forfeited? The words caused an immediate uproar. How could someone quit in such an important match? The students around the field began whispering to each other. Luo Yao was stunned. She turned to look at the teammate who had spoken, her face full of disbelief. "Zhang Kai, what nonsense are you talking about?" Zhang Kai offered no explanation. He walked straight out of the team and over to Lin Qingxi's side. "I'm not talking nonsense. I've decided to leave the Luo Shin team. So naturally, I can't participate in this match." "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" Luo Yao's face turned ashen. Lin Qingxi stepped in front of Zhang Kai, a slight smirk on her lips. "From now on, he's a member of the Qingxi team." "You." Luo Yao was furious. Watching the two exchange glances, she realized this was a calculated move against her. Otherwise, why would Zhang Kai wait until the match to announce his departure? Suppressing her anger, Luo Yao said coldly, "Lin Qingxi, don't get too smug. The four of us left can still defeat you." "Oh, really?" Lin Qingxi sneered, her eyes full of mockery. At that moment, another voice spoke up from the stage. "Sister Luo Yao, sorry, but we've also decided to leave the Luo Shin team." The speakers were twin sisters, Su Qianyu and Su Qianxuan. A trace of guilt flickered in their eyes. Luo Yao stared at them in shock, unable to believe her ears. "Qianyu, Qianxuan, why? Haven't I always treated you well?" Her voice trembled, her lips pale, her eyes filled with disappointment. "Sister Luo Yao, you've always been good to us, but..." The sisters hadn't finished speaking when Lin Qingxi interrupted. They were incited by Lin Qingxi. "I originally planned to discuss quitting with you after playing a match." These words hit Luo Yao like a heavy blow. No one could understand the pain in her heart. She hated her own abilities, wishing she were just an ordinary person. Although she survived the curse of the venomous body, the cost was immense. Her body constantly emitted colorless, odorless, invisible, and intangible toxins. These toxins were imperceptible to others but would slowly harm their bodies with prolonged exposure. Since awakening her abilities, she had no playmates and couldn't even keep ordinary pets like cats or dogs. The only companions she had were some naturally venomous insects. She was not selfish, on the contrary. She was kinder than anyone else. On the first day the team was formed, she shared this secret with her teammates. Of course, she could have chosen not to tell anyone. With the level of toxins she emitted now, they had almost no effect on her teammates, who were at the peak of the first tier. Yet, Luo Yao still chose to reveal this secret to them. To compensate, she shared many of the resources she had fought hard to obtain with her teammates. However, today, what she received in return was betrayal and humiliation. They joined forces to publicly humiliate her. Those teammates who once claimed not to mind her condition now united to shame her in front of the entire school. "Luo Yao, since you have the venomous body, you should be mentally prepared to fend for yourself. Don't come to Kuan University to harm others." Lin Qingxi mocked loudly. "I've never harmed anyone," Luo Yao said, enunciating each word, her voice almost squeezed out through clenched teeth. "Whether you've harmed others isn't for you to decide." Lin Qingxi scanned the crowd, her voice sharp. "Classmates, you might not know this, but as Luo Yao's strength increases, her venomous body will make those around her worse off. Here's a piece of advice. Don't get too close to her, or you'll be the ones to suffer." The playground erupted in an uproar, with everyone discussing and their gazes turning cold. "Don't listen to her nonsense." Luo Yao panicked, her voice becoming hysterical. "I've already learned to slowly control the toxins. As long as your strength isn't much weaker than mine, there won't be any problems. Besides, I've been working hard to suppress my cultivation and stop leveling up. By the end, her eyes were moist, and she was on the verge of tears. At this moment, she felt the hostility from the entire Kuan University. Who knows if what you're saying is true or not? Lin Qingxi shouted harshly. Luo Yao, get out of here, leave Kuan University. You're just a poisonous girl, no one wants to be your teammate. The students in the stands joined in the jeering. Kuan University doesn't welcome you. Hurry up and leave. Yeah, I've been feeling unwell lately. Turns out there's a toxic monster at school. Luo Yao lowered her head, trembling all over, her heart filled with despair. Maybe I shouldn't have left the mountains. Maybe I'm destined to be alone. Goodbye, my university. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she turned and slowly walked off the stage, her eyes devoid of any light. Wait. At that moment, a voice rang out, like a bolt of lightning on a clear day, drowning out all the ridicule on the playground. Who said she doesn't have teammates? I am her teammate. Me too, me too, me too. Voices echoed one after another, coming from a corner of the playground. Several young figures emerged from the crowd, led by the extraordinary Chen Fan. Who is that? I've never seen him before, murmured the students on the playground. Using foul language and hurtful words, is this the way Kuan University teaches you to conduct yourselves? Chen Fan scanned the crowd, his tone resolute. The next moment, Lei Yi appeared behind him, leaping into the air and landing on the arena 100 meters away. Don't be afraid. I'll help you vent your anger today. Chen Fan looked at the bewildered Luo Yao, his voice gentle. If it weren't for the incident at the veterans' bun shop that day, he might not have intervened. But he wouldn't allow kind-hearted people to be harmed. Who are you? Meddling in other people's business. Lin Qingxi glared at Chen Fan, her face full of displeasure. Yes, I am meddling. What of it? Chen Fan responded coldly. Lin Qingxi sneered. I advise you to leave obediently, or you'll be the one suffering later. Humph, who can't boast? Your arrogance is truly impressive. At this moment, Zhao Ming's cocky voice rang out. He and the other 3 members of the Thunder Squad also stepped onto the arena. Zhao Mingze pointed his sword at the Qingxi squad. You trash dare to challenge our boss? Who are you calling trash? Lin Qingxi was furious. She had just advanced to Tier 2 and was an A-level ability user. She would never accept such an insult. Zhao Mingze stood holding his sword, speaking indifferently. Of course, I'm talking about everyone here. You. The Qingxi squad members were enraged, pulling out their weapons, ready to fight at any moment. What? Not convinced? If you're not, come and try. I'll take you all down with one sword. No one dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Lin Qingxi. Lin Qingxi shouted angrily, her iron whip striking the ground, instantly leaving a crack. Today, no matter who you are, I'll smash your mouth and let everyone know the consequences of offending me. Lin Qingxi. On the arena, Lin Qingxi swung her iron whip, her voice icy. How do you want to fight? 1-on-1 rounds or a 5-on-5 brawl? What a say brawl. Didn't I make myself clear earlier? I'll take on all of you alone, including those who just quit the Luo Xin squad. Zhao Mingze sneered. Arrogant. Lin Qingxi was livid. Come on, I want to see how strong you really are. Serpent frenzy. She roared, attacking without reservation. The thorny iron whip in her hand danced like a black snake in the air. As she swung the whip, the next moment, shadows shot toward Zhao Mingze like countless black snakes. This move, called Chaos Shadow Technique, was a whip technique fused with illusion, not only confusing the enemy, but also highly lethal. If you can't withstand even one whip, stop shouting here. Lin Qingxi's voice was sharp. Zhao Mingze snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. His mental strength far surpassed Lin Qingxi's, and he saw through the illusions instantly. All show, no substance. Without even unsheathing his unparalleled flying sword, he lightly flicked the hilt. A burst of sword energy shot out like thunder, instantly colliding with the real whip in the air. Clang! A crisp sound echoed, and Lin Qingxi staggered back 3 steps, her face changing dramatically. Impossible. She was utterly shocked her proud ultimate move had been easily blocked. With such limited skills, you dare challenge our boss? Believe it or not, he could crush you with just one finger. Zhao Mingzi mocked. After the battle with the armored tunnel dragon beast, his admiration for Chen Fan had become almost blind. Crush me with one finger? Do you think I'm some kind of bug? How dare you insult me like this? The blow to her pride made the arrogant woman even more unhinged. Lin Qingxi's chest heaved violently, her eyes blazing with fury. I'll tear your mouth apart. Serpent dance frenzy, she screamed shrilly, her long hair flying wildly as if caught in a storm. The thorned whip in her hand was enveloped by a layer of pitch-black energy, its destructive power significantly amplified. Umph, still so pathetically weak. Zhao Mingzi sneered, lightly swinging his sword. A streak of sword energy shot out like a silver ribbon, instantly slicing through the distance of several yards, severing the black whip into two halves. The sword light did not lose its momentum, heading straight for Lin Qingxi's throat. The white sword light was as fast as lightning, far beyond what Lin Qingxi, who had just entered the early stage of the second tier, could defend against. She felt her scalp tingle as the sword light grew larger in her vision, ready to sever her head in the next second. No, no, she screamed internally, wanting to dodge but completely unable to move. The sword light seemed locked onto her throat, determined to end her life today. However, just when she thought certain death awaited her, the sword light veered away from her neck and merely sliced off a strand of her hair. With a thud, Lin Qingxi collapsed to her knees, her face pale as she gasped for air, utterly terrified. I'll spare you for today, you worthless trash. Zhao Mingzi's voice rang out coldly. He knew better than to actually kill her in front of so many witnesses, but the lesson had to be taught. At this moment, Lin Qingxi was overwhelmed by humiliation and rage, yet she lacked the strength to retaliate. She couldn't accept the fact that she had been defeated in a single move by Zhao Mingzi, someone of the same tier. The other 4 members of Qingxi's team, oblivious to the danger, thought they could resist Zhao Mingzi if they joined forces. They immediately unleashed their abilities and launched a coordinated attack. Weaklings from the first tier dare to challenge me. Zhao Mingzi scoffed disdainfully, swinging his sword. The white streak of sword energy traveled several yards before splitting into 4, shooting toward the 4 members of Qingxi's team in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. 4 explosive sounds echoed as all 4 were simultaneously sent flying, spitting blood. Gulp! The entire arena fell so silent that even the sound of swallowing could be heard clearly. The tension was palpable, with only anxious breaths filling the air. Zhao Mingzi's overwhelming strength had left everyone in shock. His swordsmanship was unlike anything they had ever seen, simply too powerful. Who else was trying to drive Luo Yao away earlier? Do you dare step forward for a duel now? Zhao Mingzi's voice boomed as he swept his gaze around, his tone fierce. He was far from satisfied, his anger still burning. Last night, Chen Fan had told him about finding Luo Yao and mentioned the encounter with the disabled veteran. In this world, individuals like Luo Yao, who were willing to help the weak, were incredibly rare. Zhao Mingzi, much like Chen Fan, couldn't stand to see good people being bullied. His fury had long since reached its peak. The crowd around the arena broke into hushed discussions, but no one was foolish enough to step forward and challenge him now. Just as everyone thought the matter was settled, a voice suddenly rang out, reigniting the atmosphere. They're not students of Kuan University. The leader among them is someone I know, Chen Fan, the martial arts champion of Shannon Province. I heard he's planning to apply to the National Martial Arts University. The arena erupted into chaos. No wonder we haven't seen them before. They're from the National Martial Arts University. What are they doing at Kuan University? Are they here to challenge us? Even if it's not a challenge, they're definitely here to show off. Who would let these guys cause trouble at Kuan University? This is our school's business. Outsiders aren't welcome to interfere. The students surrounding the arena were furious, viewing Chen Fan and his group as nothing more than troublemakers. At that moment, a student stood up and shouted, "Hey kid, don't think you can strut around Kuan University just because you know some swordsmanship. I'll take you on." He was a sophomore student, at the mid-second tier, with green wind wings on his back that granted him exceptional speed. He flew straight to the stage. "You're not worthy. Get lost," Zhao Mingzi said coldly, casting him a glance. Without hesitation, his peerless flying sword emerged from its sheath, unleashing a sharp streak of sword energy that shot straight at the challenger. The man with wind wings desperately dodged in the air, but Zhao Ming's sword energy was unpredictable, like a rootless duckweed, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Ah! A miserable scream echoed as the man with wind wings was struck down from the air by a single sword strike before he could even approach the arena. A single sword strike to defeat a mid-stage Tier 2 ability user? The students of Kunlun University collectively gasped. Is there anyone stronger? Zhao Mingze arrogantly scanned the surroundings, shouting loudly. He wasn't afraid of escalating the situation after all. He had Chun Fan and Du Huajun backing him up. The field buzzed with discussions, and after a while, a young man holding a long sword stepped out from the crowd. His appearance immediately ignited the enthusiasm of the Kunlun University students. It was clear he was very well known here. Who would have thought Xiao Yang would step in personally? He's one of the top experts among our sophomore students. That guy is in for trouble. Xiao Yang is already at the late stage of Tier 2 and is an A-level ability user. Defeating him will be a breeze. A late-stage Tier 2 ability was already considered the pinnacle of strength among Kunlun University's sophomore students. Xiao Yang's ability, the A-level Kanglin Cold Water, combined with his extraordinary swordsmanship, made him the undisputed leader among the sophomore students of Kunlun University. Amid the cheers, he walked onto the arena, his gaze as sharp as a blade. This farce ends now. He pointed his sword at Zhao Mingze, his voice icy cold. Your swordsmanship is decent, but you're far from being a true master. Today, I'll teach you how to wield a sword. Teach me how to wield a sword. Zhao Ming's expression was intriguing. Among his peers, he had never encountered anyone who could surpass him in swordsmanship. What? You don't believe me? Xiao Yang snorted coldly, exuding an unstoppable aura, like a peerless sword ready to be unsheathed at any moment. I started practicing swordsmanship at the age of 8, reached the foundational level at 9, entered the beginner level at 12, and achieved proficiency by 18. Do you think I can't teach you? His confidence was unshakable. After awakening his ability, he integrated water-based powers into his sword techniques, and his self-created Kanglin swordsmanship had been recognized by many swordsmanship masters. In his eyes, no matter how skilled Zhao Mingze was, he could never surpass him. However, Zhao Mingze couldn't help but sneer at these words. He was also 18 years old, but his swordsmanship had already reached the master level. Why was it considered master level? Because he had mastered the sword momentum of unstoppable advance. This was clearly a master level realm. Although his swordsmanship wasn't as formidable as Chun Fan's spear techniques, having master-level swordsmanship at the age of 18 was already enough to shock everyone. Proficient swordsmanship, huh? Sounds impressive. Come on, let me see just how good this so-called proficient swordsmanship really is. Zhao Mingze crossed his arms, his expression relaxed and confident. Such arrogance. Xiaoyang finally lost his temper. Water energy instantly gathered on his sword, and in the next moment, the blade gleamed with a chilling light. Defeating you will only take one move, he shouted. Wave-cutting strike. The Kanglin swordsmanship unfolded, pale blue energy entwining the blade as a massive sword energy slashed directly at Zhao Mingze. Flying sword technique, soaring dragon. Zhao Mingze didn't dare to be careless. Although his opponent's swordsmanship was inferior to his own, Xiao Yang's strength was 2 minor realms higher. He immediately unleashed his ultimate flying sword technique. The unparalleled flying sword shot out with immense sword energy, tearing through the air like a dragon charging toward Xiao Yang's sword strike. With a thunderous boom, the two forces collided, instantly neutralizing each other. However, the unparalleled flying sword spun in the air, its sword energy reigniting as it shot straight at Xiao Yang. What? Xiao Yang panicked slightly and quickly swung his sword to block. Clang, clang, clang. The peerless flying sword clashed fiercely with Xiao Yang's sword in midair, locked in an intense battle. This guy is using the art of the flying sword. The students from Kunlun University in the stands were all stunned. The art of the flying sword stands out uniquely in swordsmanship, known as the strongest offensive technique. When mastered to the extreme, it can kill opponents from thousands of miles away. However, The art of the flying sword is rarely passed down, and only the National Martial Academy in Daxia offers related courses. On the arena, Zhao Mingzi distanced himself from the battlefield, arms crossed, looking completely at ease. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang was drenched in cold sweat. The flying sword was exceptionally agile, far more difficult to deal with than he had imagined, leaving no room for carelessness. Let my flying sword play with you. Master-level swordsmanship? Haha, how amusing. Zhao Mingzi sneered from afar. Xiao Yang burned with rage and shouted, "The art of the flying sword consumes an immense amount of mental energy. I don't believe you can last more than 5 minutes. Why don't you try and see for yourself?" Zhao Mingzi responded calmly. The grueling training over the past few days had significantly increased the resilience of his mental energy. While it hadn't improved drastically, it was more than enough to outlast Xiao Yang, and he was brimming with confidence. Xiao Yang is struggling more and more. The Kuan University students, who had been cheering earlier, gradually fell silent. A sophomore defeating a freshman was already embarrassing, let alone losing to their strongest fighter. "Kid, you've successfully angered me." After prolonged defense, Xiao Yang was entangled by the flying sword, forced into a passive position, his anxiety mounting like ants on a hot pan. "Watch my triple wave slash." Xiao Yang erupted with fury, channeling all the power of the azure cold water into his sword. Layers of water energy rippled through the air, forming wave after wave. "Get out of my way." The attack surged forward like relentless ocean waves. The peerless flying sword was knocked into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yang closed in, unleashing a water element sword aura straight at Zhao Mingzi's head. "Without your weapon, let's see how you block me." He was brimming with confidence. "Block you? Do I even need a weapon for that?" Zhao Mingzi gripped the sheath of the flying sword and slashed horizontally through the air. A streak of sword light shot out, heading straight for Xiao Yang. Though the sword light appeared simple, it carried an overwhelming sword momentum unstoppable. Xiao Yang was shocked and desperately tried to defend, but he was sent flying with a single strike. He crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to get up, his face filled with disbelief as he stared at Zhao Mingzi. Sword momentum? How is this possible? With a single thought, Zhao Mingzi directed the peerless flying sword to hover silently behind Xiao Yang's back. One move, and Xiao Yang would be dead without a doubt. "Do you still need me to teach you how to wield a sword?" Zhao Mingzi looked at him coldly, his tone dripping with mockery. With a clang, Xiao Yang's treasured sword fell to the ground. His face turned as red as a ripe apple, full of shame. He looked at the young man before him, unable to calm his shock. That was master-level swordsmanship. And this young man, so young, had already mastered such a technique. The achievement was nothing short of astonishing. His expression was pained, his body trembling, as if his entire worldview had been overturned. After a long time, he bent down deeply and bowed to Zhao Mingzi. "I lost, and I admit defeat wholeheartedly." Master-level swordsmanship at the age of 18, Xiao Yang concedes willingly. Xiao Yang's words were like a thunderclap, causing an uproar among the surrounding students. Xiao Yang actually lost. How is that possible? He's at the late stage of the second tier, and that guy is only at the early stage of the second tier. How did he do it? Didn't you hear what Xiao Yang said? Master-level swordsmanship, huh? It's really hard to imagine he's so young. Is the gap between us and the geniuses of Guowu really this vast? Everyone was dejected. To be honest, every student who got into Kunda was a top talent in their high schools, but the impact Zhao Mingzi brought them today was overwhelming. The moment the sword aura appeared, not only were the students shocked, but even the teachers at Kunda were stunned. Many teachers gathered around. "Teacher Xia, what on earth is going on?" Several teachers questioned Xia Zhiqiu, their tone filled with dissatisfaction. Xia Zhiqiu helplessly looked at an elder in the crowd and apologized. "Principal, they are my juniors. How about I go and persuade them?" "No need. Let them be." The elder shook his head, his gaze calm. "They're all young people with tempers, all good kids. What they're doing can also help our students realize that there are stronger people out there. Don't get too arrogant." The farce on the field was far from over. Zhao Mingzi's dominant performance had completely ignited the fighting spirit of Kunda's students. "You can't leave. You think you can just walk away after hitting someone? No way. Yeah, showing off and then trying to slip away? Dream on. Today, you'll have to crawl out of Kunda. Chun Fan thought the matter was over, but to his surprise, Kunda's students surrounded the ring, refusing to let anyone leave. Zhao Mingze immediately flew into a rage, cursing, "I called out for so long earlier, and no one dared to step up. Why are we still here? Who said no one from Kunda dares to step up? Our guy is on his way. Don't even think about leaving." Kunda's students angrily retorted, "I'll give you a few more minutes. If no one steps up, then get lost and stop blocking me." Zhao Mingze snapped. A few minutes later, the crowd parted, and a young man holding a long spear leaped onto the ring. His appearance brought a sigh of relief to the Kunda students and teachers watching. Lei Shuai from 3rd year is here. Finally, someone can teach these guys a lesson. Lei Shuai is at the early stage of the 3rd tier. He'll probably beat this arrogant group to a pulp. Let them be cocky. They even dared to challenge all of Kunda's students. If we don't teach them a lesson, how will they understand their place? Haha, exactly. Lei Shuai lived up to his name handsome, but with a cold, venomous gaze, like a snake ready to strike at any moment. Stop wasting time. I'll take on all of you by myself. Come at me together. If I can't take you down in 10 breaths, I'll consider it my loss. Lei Shuai arrogantly beckoned with his finger. TCH. Zhao Mingze sneered in response. What are you so cocky about? You're just 2 years older than us, and you think being at the early stage of the 3rd tier makes you impressive in front of me? Watch your mouth. Lei Shuai's gaze turned icy as he locked onto Zhao Mingze. The next second, without waiting for further words, he struck directly. The long spear sliced through the air, aiming straight for Zhao Mingze's heart. Zhao Mingze hadn't expected Lei Shuai to disregard the rules so blatantly and hurriedly swung his sword to block. But compared to Lei Shuai, who was at the early stage of the 3rd tier, he was still a bit lacking in skill. After a few exchanges, the situation became precarious. Kunda's students finally felt a sense of satisfaction. Haha, sword boy, still feeling cocky now. Weren't you so impressive just a moment ago? The crowd's SP just as everyone thought Zhao Mingze was about to suffer a serious injury and collapse. A thunderous palm suddenly appeared, firmly gripping the unstoppable spear. Who? Lei Shuai was shocked. He looked up and saw another person standing before him. Let go. Lei Shuai tried to pull back the spear with all his strength, but it didn't budge. In the next moment, the man's other palm struck directly at Lei Shuai's chest. Lei Shuai was startled and hurriedly freed one hand to block. However, in close combat, he was far outmatched. After a few moves, he was struck in the abdomen and sent flying backward. The spear was also snatched away by the man. Wow! The crowd was utterly stunned. The tables had turned in an instant, the change happening too quickly. It's their captain, Chun Fan, who made a move. Disarming someone barehanded. This guy's skills are incredible. The onlookers were so awestruck by Chun Fan's imposing presence that they were left speechless. Chun Fan patted Zhao Mingze on the shoulder, signaling that he could rest for now. Leave the rest to me. These simple 6 words were filled with absolute confidence. Lei Shuai stood up, glaring at Chun Fan with a cold and fierce expression. Just now, you only succeeded because you ambushed me. Is that so? Then I'll give you a fair chance now. Chun Fan tossed the spear back to him, clasped his hands behind his back, and stood calmly. Courting death. Lei Shuai was completely enraged and thrust the spear at Chun Fan with all his might. Chun Fan stood his ground, not moving an inch, countering with only his 2 palms, which crackled like thunder. Bang! 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 Sparks of lightning flew as the two engaged in an intense battle. Lei Shuai, however, grew more and more anxious as the fight went on, his heart pounding wildly. Waves of shock surged within him. Lei Shuai was an A-rank ability user, with combat power equivalent to a mid-tier 3rd-level beast. Yet the young man before him, only at mid-tier 2nd level, was displaying strength on par with a mid-tier 3rd level, practically crossing an entire major realm. What did this mean? It likely meant he was an SSS-rank ability user. Not only was Lei Shuai astonished, but the sharp-eyed students and teachers around them were also regarding Chun Fan as a monster. Is this the strength of the martial champion? It's incredible. But what exactly is his ability? An SSS-rank genius, how have we never heard of him before? Yeah, I heard that Jing University has an SSS-rank genius this year. I didn't expect Guo Wu to have one too. The crowd buzzed with speculation, while Lei Shuai had completely lost control. Failing to defeat Qin Fan after so long had cost him his dignity. No matter how strong your talent is, it still takes time to grow. Furious thunder technique, he roared, his entire body surging with lightning, which he channeled entirely into his spear. The spear became enveloped in violent thunder as he thrust it fiercely at Qin Fan. Enough. I've played with you long enough, Qin Fan sneered coldly. His thunder-wrapped palm shot out like a dragon diving into water, firmly grasping Lei Shuai's spear. In the next moment, the devouring thunder's sacred body activated, and a powerful suction force rapidly drained Lei Shuai's lightning energy. Not bad. Qin Fan smirked devilishly. The sensation of absorbing the lightning was exhilarating, aiding him in breaking through quickly. You. Lei Shuai's eyes widened in terror. His entire energy had just been completely drained, leaving him no chance to resist. Off you go. Qin Fan stepped forward and struck Lei Shuai's chest with a palm, sending him flying out of the ring. The surroundings fell silent, with only the sound of people swallowing nervously. Everyone finally understood why this group was so arrogant. They were simply too strong. Now you see the strength of my boss, don't you? Crushing you might only take a single finger. Zhao Mingzi looked at Lin Qingxi in the audience and mocked her. Lin Qingxi's face alternated between pale and flushed as she quickly lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Even Lei Shuai, a third-year student, isn't a match for this guy. Who else in the school can suppress him? The teachers and students of Kuan University were red-faced with anger, unable to calm down. Call Chu Kuang, the fourth-year student, to try. If he steps in, he can definitely suppress this guy. Yes, quickly call Chu Kuang. Although it might not sound good to bully the younger students, it's better than letting people know that Kuan University was defeated by a freshman. Chu Kuang is here. Not long after Lei Shuai's defeat, the teachers suggested calling Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang was a fourth-year student at Kuan University, with late-stage third-tier cultivation, representing the highest combat strength among the students of Kuan University. His arrival brought a sigh of relief to the crowd. Standing over 2 meters tall, with a burly figure, he carried a massive golden-patterned coiling dragon blade. With a loud boom, the giant blade smashed into the ground. He fixed his gaze on Qin Fan, his voice steady and powerful. Having me step in does seem like bullying the younger generation. I'll only use 3 strikes. If you can withstand them, I'll consider it my loss. Qin Fan shook his head lightly. No need to be so polite. Go all out. Chu Kuang, with his formidable strength, was the perfect opponent for Qin Fan to test his thunder domain. Ha ha ha, kid. You're quite arrogant. Chu Kuang's sharp eyes gleamed like a tiger unleashed. In that case, don't blame me if I accidentally kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Kuang's aura surged, raising the giant blade high. It seemed as though he was about to split the heavens and earth. Take this strike. A violent force erupted around him. The arena groaned under the pressure, and the ground cracked. Overlord slash. A massive blade aura tore through the air, as if splitting space itself. The spectators quickly retreated, while the weaker students turned pale, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure. On the stage, Qin Fan unleashed his thunderous power. 2 blue-purple divine dragons coiled around him, resembling the descent of a thunder god. His hand gripped the thunder-chasing spear, crackling with lightning, as if a divine dragon encircled it. Dragon roars across the heavens. Break. A master-level spear technique unfolded. The spear's momentum was like a dragon, the lightning like a dragon, and even his body seemed dragon-like. A dragon's roar shattered the void as the spear's momentum, carrying thunder, transformed into a giant dragon that clashed fiercely with the blade aura in the air. Boom! The deafening explosion shook the heavens, causing the entire space above the arena to tremble. The immense energy released from the collision sent the students who hadn't retreated in time flying. Cough, cough. Everyone scrambled to their feet in disarray, quickly looking toward the stage. Who won this duel? As the dust gradually settled, the figures of the 2 combatants came into view. It was a draw. These 2 are incredible. What's truly amazing is Qin Fan. He is only at the mid-stage of the 2nd tier. The crowd buzzed with discussion. On the stage, Chu Kuang, faced with the situation, curved his lips into a smile. That was just a casual strike from me earlier. Since you could withstand it, I can now use my true skills without worry. Ive already said, give it your all. Chen Fan also smiled. Ha ha ha, you're bold, I like it. Win or lose, I'll consider you a friend. Chu Kuang laughed heartily. His entire body was suddenly enveloped in a dark energy. My ability is the A-rank Tyrant power. Be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura became overwhelmingly oppressive. The first move of the heaven-defying 7 styles. Mountain Cleaving Strike. The blade technique was heavy and fierce, carrying the force of 10,000 pounds. Its momentum was as majestic as a mountain, as if it could truly cleave mountains apart. Chen Fan was locked in by this imposing aura, and an irresistible pressure arose in his heart. This blade technique is too domineering. Chen Fan's heart trembled. The power of this move had already reached the peak of the 3rd tier. Thunder Flash. With a thought, his figure instantly escaped the blade's momentum, narrowly dodging it. Chu Kuang missed his strike, and the blade's momentum immediately shifted. The second move of the 7 styles against heaven, Earth-Splitting Style. The blade did not slash at Chen Fan, but struck the ground instead. With a thunderous boom, the arena was split in two. Rubble flew everywhere, instantly covering a 20-meter radius around Chen Fan. Hidden within the stones was a deadly intent, as dense blade energy weaved through the debris, launching an indiscriminate, overwhelming attack. What a move! Chen Fan was startled. Countless spear shadows appeared around him, blocking the blade energy from all directions. This time, he gave it his all. Without activating the Thunder Domain, even the attack power of his master-level spear technique couldn't reach the peak of the 3rd tier. If you don't go all out, you won't block the next move, Chu Kuang said calmly. He could tell that although Chen Fan was composed amidst the chaos, he still had confidence. All right, Chen Fan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his aura had completely changed. Beginner Thunder Domain, activate. With a low shout, a thunderous domain formed within a 10-meter radius around him, bringing everything within it under his control. At the same time, his abilities surged, and both his strength and speed doubled. Come on, let me see your 3rd strike, Chen Fan said calmly. Now that's more like it. Chu Kuang licked his lips, raising his massive blade high once more. The 3rd move of the 7 styles against heaven, Wind-Breaking Style. A fierce wind arose, and the blade seemed to merge with the wind, becoming elusive. The blade energy was as fast as lightning, tracing a trajectory and appearing in front of Chen Fan in an instant. Chen Fan smiled, his figure flickering as he easily dodged. Now that his speed had doubled, evading the blade energy was effortless. But the wind-breaking style was not just one strike. Although Chu Kuang appeared to slash only once, he had actually unleashed dozens of consecutive strikes. Dense wind blades came one after another, surrounding Chen Fan. Chen Fan simply closed his eyes. Within the Thunder Domain, everything was crystal clear. Holding his spear, he moved with ease. No matter the direction, as long as the attack was within the domain, he could sense it immediately. All the wind blades were effortlessly deflected by him. Do you have any stronger blade techniques? Bring them all out. Chen Fan confidently stared at Chu Kuang. I've only mastered the first 4 moves of the 7 styles against heaven, but the power of the 4th move is already close to the 4th tier. If you can still block it, I'll admit defeat. Bring it on. All right, Chu Kuang roared. The 4th move of the 7 styles against heaven, Mad Demon Style. Chu Kuang's eyes turned pitch black, as dark as ink. His long hair danced wildly, making him look like a madman. Die, die, die. This move was completely different from the others. The user lost all reason, becoming a tool of the blade. It seemed as though the person controlled the blade, but in reality, the blade controlled the person. Chu Kuang charged at Chen Fan, his blade flashing like lightning with immense destructive power. Each strike carried the force of the previous 3 moves combined. The golden pattern blade turned pitch black, slashing at Chen Fan with madness. Every strike carried the weight of 10,000 pounds, with an attack power far surpassing the peak of the 3rd tier. In contrast, Chen Fan stood within the Thunder Domain, appearing invincible. Surrounded by thunder, His spear clashed with Chu Kuang's blade without faltering. The crowd watching from afar had already retreated 100 meters away, as this battle completely shattered their understanding. How could Qin Fan possibly be this strong? Mid-stage Tier 2 surpassing peak Tier 3, this is simply unbelievable. Even the senior members of Kuan University widened their eyes in astonishment. Qin Fan's strength far exceeded their imagination. Everyone turned to Xia Zhiqiu, no longer questioning her as before, but now filled with curiosity and envy. Teacher Xia, who exactly is this junior brother? What is his ability? Xia Zhiqiu shifted her gaze away from Qin Fan, her mouth agape. It took her several seconds before she finally spoke. To be honest, I don't know either. My teacher only told me that he has exceptional talent. I never expected him to be this powerful. On the arena, the duel between Qin Fan and Chu Kuang was nearing its end. Chu Kuang's frenzied blade techniques, after 2 minutes of relentless assault, were beginning to falter. In contrast, Qin Fan remained in excellent condition. His beginner-level Thunder Domain could still last for another 5 minutes. At this moment, he had plenty of energy to continue fighting. A few seconds later, Chu Kuang was sent flying, completely losing his ability to fight. His frenzied blade techniques came to an automatic halt. Once he regained clarity, he struggled to stand, his eyes filled with admiration, as if Qin Fan were a monster. Old Chu, admit defeat. Your blade techniques are truly extraordinary. If there's a chance in the future, I must witness your final 3 moves. Definitely. For a moment, the two couldn't hide their mutual respect. The surrounding crowd dared not utter a single word. Qin Fan had single-handedly defeated the strongest combatant of their school, silencing everyone with his sheer strength. By now, the anger in their eyes had dissipated, replaced by reverence for the strong. They understood that for someone at mid-stage Tier 2 to defeat a late-stage Tier 3, this was not something an ordinary SSS-level ability user could achieve. In the years, perhaps decades, or even centuries to come, Qin Fan would dominate this world. Miss Luo, may I have a word with you? Qin Fan ignored the crowd and turned his gaze to Luo Yao, who had been watching from below the stage. Luo Yao, still in a state of shock, finally came to her senses and nodded gently. Just as Qin Fan was about to leave with her, several teachers with smiling faces approached, looking at him amicably. Hello, Qin Fan. I have a good relationship with your school's teacher Su Chun. My name is Hong Chong. If you have the chance, do visit Kuan University more often. That's right, Qin Fan. Do you know your school's teacher Mu Qing? She's my junior sister, and we're very close. Coming to Kuan University is like coming home, so don't be shy. If you need anything, just let us know. Qin Fan, these kids just need a good lesson. Feel free to come and teach them a few more times in the future. These teachers were well aware that no one dared to provoke Qin Fan now. After all, he was a peerless master who, in a few years, might trample everyone underfoot. Qin Fan smiled helplessly, exchanged a few polite words, and then left with his group. 10 minutes later, they arrived at Xia Zhiqiu's office. Luo Yao had already recovered from her earlier despair. Looking at the members of the Thunder Squad, her eyes were filled with gratitude. In the darkest moments of her life, it was these people who stepped forward, bringing her hope and warmth. She turned to Qin Fan, her eyes filled with doubt. I want to know, why did you help me? Qin Fan looked directly into her eyes and said sincerely, First, I couldn't stand what those people were doing. Second, you helped those who deserved help. Third, I do have something I want to ask for your help with. He did not hide his intentions. Luo Yao nodded gently, seemingly unsurprised by Qin Fan's honesty. After a moment of silence, she softly asked, Are you investigating Moe Qin? Qin Fan raised an eyebrow, not expecting Luo Yao to bring up that name. He quickly explained, To be honest, the heart of one of our mentors was pierced, and his condition is critical. We had no choice but to seek help from the legendary divine doctor, Moe Qin. Luo Yao nodded. I know where Moe Qin is. I can take you to him. Really? Everyone gathered around excitedly. Tian Xiong's situation had been weighing on their minds, and at this moment, they finally saw a glimmer of hope. Really? You should go back and pack your things first. We'll set off shortly. Miss Luo Yao, you don't look too well. Why don't you stay at the school to rest, and just tell us where Moe Qin is? We can go find him ourselves, Zhao Mingzi said with concern. Luo Yao shook her head. Without me leading the way, you won't be able to get there. Besides, I've decided to leave this place and never return. By noon, Chun Fan and his group of 9 arrived at the gates of Kuan University. Xia Jiqiu had already arranged for a vehicle to take them away. He looked around at everyone, patted Chun Fan on the shoulder, and said, "Take care, juniors. I still have classes these days, so I can't see you off. Thank you for all the trouble, Senior Xia." Everyone quickly expressed their gratitude, reluctant to part. The bus carrying Chun Fan and the others left Tianshan City, heading west. After passing through a vast expanse of desert and traveling for 4 hours, they finally arrived at the foot of the Tai Su mountain range. The Tai Su mountain range was massive and treacherous, stretching over 1,000 kilometers. The group got off the bus and looked up at this masterpiece of nature, all struck with awe. From here on, we can only proceed on foot, Luo Yao reminded them, leading the group into the mountains. From this point, it will take us 2 days and 2 nights of walking to reach our destination. Since leaving the gates of Kuan University, Luo Yao's spirits had noticeably improved, and she had become more agile. "Luo Yao, do you want me to carry your luggage?" Zhao Mingze asked with concern. "No need, I'll carry it myself." Luo Yao firmly refused, giving him no chance at all. Zhao Mingze could only retreat dejectedly, walking over to Chun Fan and quietly seeking comfort. "Brother Fan, I'm quite charming too, right? Why doesn't Luo Yao show any interest in me?" "What? You like her?" Chun Fan teased with a smile. "Haha, is it that obvious?" Zhao Mingze laughed awkwardly, trying to cover it up. "Of course. How many times have you tried to please her on this trip?" Chun Fan said helplessly. Zhao Mingze whispered, "Brother Fan, this girl has a good heart and is exactly my type. Then I can only wish you good luck. This girl has quite an extraordinary background." While the group was venturing into the Tai Su mountain range in search of Moe Chen, the situation in Chang'an City, thousands of miles away, was growing tense. Rumors about the beast worship cult attacking the city were spreading like wildfire, leaving everyone in Chang'an on edge and the atmosphere heavy with anxiety. At the same time, the Jiang family, in collaboration with the 4 major families of the capital, was pressuring National Martial University to provide a resolution for Jiang Chen's death. They insisted that Jiang Chen's death was connected to Chun Fan. The Ministry of Education was also paying close attention to the matter and had sent an official letter to National Martial University, demanding an investigation into Chun Fan. In a conference room at National Martial University, nearly all the 8th-tier grandmasters were present, 12 in total. Huang Fucheng sat at the center of the round table, his brows tightly furrowed. "I've been entrusted by the principal to chair today's meeting. Regarding the letter from the General Education Bureau, what are your thoughts?" The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy, and everyone remained silent. Huang Fucheng tapped the table and said, "Speak up. We can ignore the Jiang family, but we must respond to the General Education Bureau's letter." Dai Jiangshan let out a cold snort and was the first to speak. "The Jiang family in the capital such high-level tactics. They can even leverage connections with the Bureau." After he finished, he added indifferently, "This matter is simple. I'll say I'm the one who killed him. Whatever the Bureau decides to do, let them." "Nonsense." A stern rebuke immediately came from beside him. Opposite him sat Gongsun Ligong, the dean of the Law Academy. "Dai Jiangshan, do you think this is a joke? If the Bureau handles this poorly, next year our National Martial Academy won't receive a single penny in funding. What about the students then?" "Humph. I've heard that Jiang Chun was secretly plotting to frame Chun Fan. He got himself killed and deserved it." Dai Jiangshan retorted fiercely, showing no signs of backing down. Before long, the room devolved into chaos. Dai Jiangshan, leading a group of supporters, insisted on protecting Chun Fan at all costs, while Gongsun Ligong, leading another faction, advocated handing over Chun Fan to defuse the situation. "Gongsun Ligong, don't mix up the old grudges between our 2 academies with this child. Let me ask you, if Chun Fan had chosen your law academy, would you still be so eager to hand him over?" Dai Jiangshan slammed the table and loudly refuted Gongsun Liegong's questioning. "Dai Jiangshan, this isn't about personal bias. Can you guarantee that Jiang Chen's death has nothing to do with Chun Fan? With all the supernatural methods available, the Jiang family must have thoroughly investigated. Chen Fan didn't kill just anyone. He killed the heir of the Jiang family in the capital. Can we suppress this? Is it worth angering the Bureau over one Chen Fan? Gongsun Liagong's impassioned speech gradually won over some of the previously silent attendees. Dai Din, don't be so stubborn. Chen Fan is quite talented, and I estimate the Bureau won't sentence him to death at most. They'll give him some form of punishment. Others began persuading Dai Jiangshan. At this moment, Huang Fucheng tapped the table again. The discussion is about over. Before we vote, let me show everyone a video. He turned on the screen at the front of the conference room. Everyone's attention focused on the screen. The video showed a match between Chun Fan and Kwang Chu of Kunlun University. This was sent to me by my former student, Xia Zhiqiu. Before making a decision, take a look, Huang Fucheng said without adding further explanation. Although the battle seemed minor to these grandmasters, they watched intently, their eyes lighting up with excitement, occasionally letting out exclamations. When the video ended, the screen froze on the moment Kwang Chu fell to the ground. Everyone exchanged glances, shock written all over their faces. With mid-second tier cultivation, he has combat power close to the 4th tier. Even top-tier geniuses can't reach that level. To recruit such a student National Martial Academy is truly fortunate. Even Gongsun Liagong's attitude shifted subtly. Huang Fucheng turned off the screen and looked around. Now let's vote. Those in favor of handing over Chen Fan, raise your hand. The room was so quiet that only the sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone looked at one another, but not a single hand was raised. Huang Fucheng smiled and took out a prepared response letter, handing it to everyone. The letter contained just a few dozen words, but its stance was clear. Chen Fan is a student of our academy. He has committed no wrongdoing, bears no responsibility, and has engaged in no improper conduct. If there are objections, all grandmasters of our National Martial Academy are willing to personally visit the General Education Bureau to explain the matter face to face. After reading the letter, everyone nodded in agreement. This was no longer just a simple response, it was a countermeasure to exert pressure on the other side. The so-called explaining in person means that if the other party continues to pester endlessly, all the grandmasters of Guowu will take action together and directly confront them at their doorstep. Since there are no objections, everyone, please sign to confirm. I will have this receipt sent to the capital overnight. All right, everyone agreed without hesitation. At this moment, Dai Jiangshan looked at Gongsun Liaguang, and for once, his gaze lacked hostility, though his tone still carried a hint of teasing. Dean Gongsun, are you no longer worried about next year's funding issues? Gongsun Liaguang met his gaze, his tone tinged with a bit of emotion. With him here, this year's national freshman competition, Guowu is definitely the champion. The headquarters won't be able to reward us fast enough. After speaking, he looked at Dai Jiangshan again, with a trace of envy. Old Dai, your military academy really struck gold this time. However, the dual cultivation of military strategy is still the most suitable path for Chen Fan. When he returns, tell him that if he has any questions about lightning-based abilities, he can come to me anytime. Chen Fan was completely unaware of everything happening in the Guowu conference room. At this moment, he and 7 others had been trekking through the Taishu mountain range for 2 full days and nights. They had already ventured several hundred kilometers deep into the range. With Luo Yao leading the way, they easily avoided the overly powerful exotic beasts. The strongest exotic beast they encountered along the way was only a mid-4th tier rock-fire giant lizard. With Du Huajun, a 4th tier expert, in their group, everyone remained safe and sound. After spending the past 2 days together, Luo Yao had already become close with everyone. She and Yi Qingling were even walking hand in hand, inseparable. The group also learned about the relationship between Luo Yao and that mysterious Dr. Mo Chen was actually her biological grandfather. My grandfather doesn't like being disturbed, so he chose to live in seclusion here. Another 20 kilometers, and we'll reach the Misty Forest. Beyond the Misty Forest lies Yulon Valley. My grandfather lives there. As they got closer to home, Luo Yao's previous gloom lifted, and a rare smile appeared on her face. Just then, a sharp, piercing screech tore through the void. The sound carried an intense penetrative force, directly impacting everyone's souls. Everyone felt as if their heads were splitting, their faces pale, and they were on the verge of fainting. Fortunately, the sound didn't last long otherwise. Their souls might have been completely shattered. Even so, Zhao Mingze and a few others had blood streaming from their noses, creating a terrifying scene. Wen Hua even fainted outright. At this moment, only Chen Fan and Du Huajun were in slightly better condition. What happened? As everyone was still in shock, a rumbling noise came from the distant forest. Chen Fan and the others looked over to see that, about a few hundred meters away, rocks were collapsing and debris was flying in the forest. Two terrifying exotic beasts were engaged in a fierce battle. One of the beasts resembled a tiger, its entire body covered in dragon scales, and it was over 7 meters long. This was a 5th-tier dragon-scaled thunder tiger. It was said that this type of exotic beast carried a trace of dragon blood, had exceptional talent, and possessed strength equivalent to an S-class human ability user. The other beast was even stranger. It looked like a giant moth, its entire body pitch black like ink, but its face was eerily white, resembling a ghostly mask from afar. What kind of monster is that? No one recognized it. Luo Yao's face turned pale, and she said tremblingly, "That's a ghost-faced moth, a type of psychic exotic beast. Its screech carries a built-in mental attack. We have to take a detour if we get close. We'll be utterly annihilated." The group dared not delay and quickly carried Wenhua on their backs, retreating swiftly. However, after traveling less than 2 kilometers, a system notification suddenly echoed in Chun Fan's mind. System task: help the dragon egg absorb the dragon bloodline from the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast. Task difficulty: D. What the? Chun Fan almost cursed it out loud. The dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast was a top-tier 5th-rank exotic beast. Forget about him, even Du Huajun would have to tread carefully if he encountered it. But since the system had issued the task, it meant that the beast's blood was crucial for the dragon egg's incubation. Perhaps this was the key step to breaking the egg's shell. As Chun Fan traveled with the group, he racked his brain for a solution. Facing the beast head-on was a death wish. His only option was to wait for the two exotic beasts to fight each other to the point of mutual destruction. But the likelihood of that happening was slim. Even if they did end up severely injuring each other, the strength of a top-tier 5th-rank exotic beast was still beyond his ability to handle. He kept pondering how to trap and kill the beast, but he was completely at a loss. With his current strength, it was utterly impossible. Just as he was at his wit's end, they arrived at the edge of the misty forest that Luo Yao had mentioned, and an idea finally struck him. The mountain forest scenery before them suddenly changed. Thick fog enveloped the area, and from a distance, it looked like a sea of mist. The group stopped outside the mist, not daring to enter recklessly. Luo Yao took out a few pills and handed them to everyone. "The mist is poisonous. Take the antidote first. Once inside, you must stay close to me, or you'll get lost. How can there be such thick fog on such a clear day?" Chun Fan looked at the misty forest, his vision barely extending beyond a dozen meters. Luo Yao explained, "This fog is produced by a plant called the Misty Sea Demon Vine." The Misty Sea Demon Vine. The group was puzzled. It's a 7th-rank exotic tree. This so-called misty forest is actually just this one tree. Its roots and branches are incredibly vast, covering an area of over 10 kilometers. That big. The group stared in astonishment at the scene before them. "Yes, my grandfather transplanted it here from another dimension. Back then, it was only a 6th-rank tree, but under my grandfather's nurturing abilities, it advanced to the 7th rank." The group gave her a thumbs up, utterly impressed and in awe. Indeed, the heart of nature ability was unimaginably powerful. This misty forest was truly intimidating. As soon as they stepped in, hundreds of branch-like tendrils, resembling demonic claws, suddenly lunged at them. These tendrils seemed alive, automatically avoiding Luo Yao and targeting only Chun Fan and the others. The speed of these claw-like tendrils was astonishing, moving as fast as lightning. The group turned pale with fright. Such terrifying things were impossible to dodge. At this critical moment, Luo Yao called out sweetly, "Xiao Wu, don't hurt them. They're my friends." The withered, claw-like tendrils immediately stopped and slowly retreated. Once an exotic tree surpasses the 7th rank, it gains intelligence. "Xiao Wu is very smart. Isn't that right, Xiao Wu?" Luo Yao said with a face full of joy. The misty sea demon vine seemed eager to show off. Dozens of tendrils quickly intertwined, forming a swing beside Luo Yao. She sat on it, playing like a carefree child. The group watched in amazement, but Chun Fan alone furrowed his brows, deep in thought. After a few seconds, he asked, Luo Yao, can your misty sea demon vine handle a 5th-rank exotic beast? Luo Yao was slightly taken aback, then quickly understood his meaning. Chun Fan, you're thinking of dealing with those 2 exotic beasts from earlier, aren't you? Exactly, Chun Fan nodded. That dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast is very important to me. I want to use the mist sea demon vine to take it down. Grandfather said that Xiao Wu's strength is no less than that of an ordinary 7th-tier exotic beast. Dealing with the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast won't be a problem, but we need to lure that creature here because Xiao Wu can't move. Chun Fan pondered for a moment and said, I'll figure out a way to attract the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast. When the time comes, let Xiao Wu help me deal with it. Brother Fan, luring that creature is too dangerous. Everyone expressed their concern, urging him not to take the risk. But Chun Fan firmly said, its blood is especially important for the dragon egg's incubation. I must obtain its blood. Junior Chun, how about this? I'll help you lure that creature over. Du Huajun offered proactively. Chun Fan naturally refused. This matter was too dangerous, and he didn't want to drag other. What was expected did not happen. The dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast stopped 100 meters away from the misty forest, staring alertly but not daring to step in. By this time, everyone had gathered around Chun Fan. Why isn't this guy coming in? Chun Fan frowned and asked. Luo Yao replied, beasts of this level have very keen senses. It must have sensed Xiao Wu's presence, so it doesn't dare to approach. Can the misty sea demon vine attack it from a distance? Chun Fan asked, still unwilling to give up. The attack range of the misty sea demon vine is only 50 meters, but it's staying 100 meters away. Luo Yao said apologetically. Chun Fan calculated in his mind, preparing to take another risk and provoke it. However, his abilities were already exhausted, and the side effects of the thunder domain were beginning to show. His entire body was weak, almost unable to move. The beginner-level thunder domain lasted for 5 minutes, and the longer it lasted, the stronger the feeling of exhaustion. Chun Fan nearly collapsed to the ground. Du Huajun quickly supported him, his gaze firm. Junior, let me handle this. I'm confident I can lure it within 50 meters. Senior Du. Chun Fan wanted to say something, but Du Huajun had already stepped out of the misty forest. At that moment, his abilities surged uncontrollably, instantly transforming him into a black roaring sky demon tiger. Simultaneously, his mechanical prosthetic quickly transformed, turning into a mechanical tiger claw in the blink of an eye. This mechanical prosthetic was specially crafted by the top prosthetic master in Xia at Tian Xiong's request, designed not to hinder Du Huajun's combat abilities after beast transformation. The roaring sky demon tiger that Du Huajun transformed into was over 5 meters long and charged at the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast. The 2 tigers immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Although the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast was covered in wounds, it was still not something Du Huajun could easily handle. After several rounds, Du Huajun also found himself in danger. Though impulsive, he wasn't foolish. He knew his task was to lure the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast within 50 meters of the misty forest. So he fought while retreating. Sure enough, the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast fell for the trap. When it stepped into the 50-meter restricted zone, a vine shot out like black lightning, instantly piercing through its body. The dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast roared in fury, struggling desperately, but it was futile. Soon, it was tightly bound by the vine and dragged into the misty forest like a bundled-up package. Everyone watched in stunned silence. The power of the misty sea demon vine was truly terrifying. Du Huajun reverted to his human form, staggering back into the misty forest with a grin. All along, it had been Chun Fan fighting desperately, and he hadn't been able to help, which made him feel guilty. Now, having helped Chun Fan capture this beast, he was genuinely happy. Thank you, Senior Du, Chun Fan said sincerely. He was in poor condition at the moment, stumbling as he approached the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast. Up close, the beast looked even more terrifying. Its entire body was covered in dense scales that shimmered with a metallic luster, resembling dragon scales. Its claws were equally extraordinary when its 5 claws spread out. They looked exactly like the legendary dragon claws. This creature is truly a combination of a dragon and a tiger, Zhao Mingzi exclaimed. Chen Fan observed for a moment, then focused his thoughts. A dragon egg, as large as a head, appeared in his hand. At this moment, the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast's blood was rapidly draining, and Chen Fan didn't have time to extract the blood manually, so he let the dragon egg absorb it on its own. Chen Fan's ability to summon objects out of thin air was something the Thunder team had long grown accustomed to, but Du Huajun and Luo Yao were still surprised. Chen Fan didn't explain, and everyone assumed it was simply a characteristic of his abilities. The dragon egg was extremely excited, landing on the corpse of the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast and absorbing the dragon's bloodline from its blood. A few minutes later, the dragon egg finished absorbing, but it did not hatch. Clearly, the dragon blood within this beast was not enough to make it hatch. It seems I need to find more dragon bloodlines, Chen Fan thought to himself. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, D-level mission completed. You can participate in the system lottery. Chen Fan didn't hesitate and directly chose to draw. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a D-level spatial ring. Spatial ring? D-level. Chen Fan quickly checked it. This spatial ring had a larger capacity, with 10 cubic units. The spatial ring is good. The previous one, with only 3 cubic units, was indeed too small. Chen Fan was very satisfied. He quietly transferred the ring to his hand and wore it, while the previous ring was placed in his pocket. Previously, his long spear, chasing lightning, was too long and could only be carried on his back. Now, he could store it in the spatial ring. Chen Fan, do you want the corpse of this dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast? Luo Yao asked. No, I only need its dragon bloodline. Chen Fan gently shook his head. Then let's give it to Xiao Wu. As she finished speaking, the vines of the mist seed demon vine extended and directly absorbed the corpse of the dragon-scaled thunder tiger beast into a dried husk, completely turning it into its nutrients. The group set off again and quickly passed through the misty forest. The scenery before them suddenly opened up to reveal a verdant valley with a crystal-clear blue lake at its center. The place was picturesque, like a paradise hidden from the world. Luo Yao spoke again. This is Yulan Valley. My grandfather lives here. The group entered the valley, surrounded by fresh air that was invigorating and refreshing. At the center of the valley was a curved lake called Yulan Lake, with a few wooden houses by its shore, creating a very elegant environment. At this moment, an elderly man stood in front of one of the wooden houses, watching the group. Grandfather, Luo Yao called out happily and immediately ran toward the old man. Chen Fan and his group dared not be careless, knowing that the elderly man before them was the person they were looking for. They quickly walked over and respectfully greeted him. Moe Chen ignored the others, gently patting Luo Yao's little head, his eyes full of affection. Yao Yao, why have you come back? Luo Yao thought of her experiences at Kunda and felt a pang of sadness, saying, Grandfather, I will stay in Yulan Valley with you from now on and won't go anywhere else. Who made you suffer? Moe Chen's face darkened, and a flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Luo Yao recounted her experiences at Kunda to the old man, and Moe Chen was furious after hearing them. Later, grandfather will accompany you to Kunda. I must have a good talk with their principal. Forget it, grandfather. Luo Yao, kind-hearted, tried to dissuade him. Moe Chen calmed down, then turned to look at Chen Fan and the others. Why have you come here? Chen Fan quickly bowed respectfully. Senior Mo, we would like to ask for your help to save our teacher. Chen Fan quickly explained their purpose. Oh, Moe Chen's face remained expressionless. Do you know my conditions? The group's expressions changed. Moe Chen's condition was that they must exchange for a heart of a 7th-tier grandmaster. Senior Mo, saving lives is urgent, and time is tight. We truly cannot obtain the heart of a grandmaster right now, but we promise to repay you with a healthy heart in the future, Du Huajun said anxiously, his tone full of pleading. Then come back to me when you can get it. Moe Chen snorted coldly, preparing to dismiss them. Grandfather, Luo Yao hurriedly tried to persuade him. Mo Chin's gaze shifted to Wenhua, who had just woken up, and he said indifferently, "It's not impossible for me to save him, but this boy must stay." Everyone immediately looked troubled. "Senior Yu." Wenhua naturally was unwilling. Mo Chin continued, "2 years ago, I sought you out. If you are willing to stay and become my disciple, I will help you save him." Wenhua was momentarily speechless. Trading his freedom for Tian Xiong's life left him conflicted, especially since he had no real connection to Tian Xiong. Luo Yao anxiously asked, "Grandfather, why must he stay?" Mo Chin did not explain, his voice turning stern. "What? Unwilling? If you're unwilling, then get out of here." After speaking, he threw out a bottle of pills. "This is a bottle of 4th-grade spirit-nourishing pills. Consider it a token of gratitude for helping Yao Yao. Take it and leave. My Yulon Valley has never welcomed outsiders." Mo Chin's attitude was resolute, and he directly drove everyone out of Yulon Valley. "Wuhai, do not let them enter Yulon Valley." Mo Chin stood at the edge of the misty forest and gave a strict order. The Wuhai demon vine transformed into a large net, blocking the group. "What should we do now?" Everyone was at a loss. "Let's wait a bit longer. There might still be a chance," Chen Fan said in a deep voice. They had no choice but to stay in the misty forest and not leave. Inside Yulon Valley, the departure of the group left Luo Yao feeling downcast. She looked at Mo Chin, almost in tears. "Why won't you help them? Why must Wenhua stay?" Mo Chin looked at her, sighed, and lightly traced her wrist with his finger, extracting a drop of blood. This drop of blood was unusually strange, struggling incessantly at his fingertips. Those with strong spiritual power could even hear a faint hissing sound coming from it. "Its toxicity is growing stronger," Mo Chin muttered to himself. "This is a type of cursed ability. The longer the blood is stored, the more potent the toxicity becomes." He looked at Luo Yao, his eyes full of helplessness and affection. "Yao Yao, grandfather has no choice. I've been searching for a solution for the past 2 years, but I haven't found one. You've suffered so much." Luo Yao's nose tingled, and tears rolled down her cheeks. "I don't blame you, grandfather." Over the past 2 years, Mo Chin had conducted numerous live experiments in an effort to find a cure for the curse. To this end, he had collected many organs from powerful individuals, earning him the title of the Evil Doctor. "Yao Yao, it seems now that only the heart of nature ability can suppress this curse. But grandfather is old and doesn't have many years left." Hearing this, Luo Yao cried even harder. After a long while, she sobbed and said, "So that's why you want Wenhua to stay, isn't it?" "Yes," Mo Chin sighed deeply. "But everyone has their own life. We can't make decisions for others." Luo Yao wiped her tears and said stubbornly, "Grandfather, if my life is only 20 years long, then let the beautiful moments remain within those 20 years. I won't force others." Mo Chin fell silent. He had raised Luo Yao since she was a child and knew she was a kind-hearted person. Forcibly detaining Wenhua would only make Luo Yao feel worse. Sigh. Mo Chin sighed again and finally said, "Yao Yao, go and bring them back." Mo Chin knew very well that since things had come to this, he might as well do Chun Fan and the others a favor. Perhaps in the future, Luo Yao would have to rely on them. When the group returned to Yulon Valley, Mo Chin examined Tian Xiong's injuries and nodded in agreement to their request. For him, it was no difficult task at all. But he did not immediately set out to rescue people in Guwu. Instead, he led everyone to another wooden cabin. The moment the door was pushed open, everyone's eyes widened inside the cabin. Ripples shimmered, revealing an entrance to an interdimensional space. Mo Chin looked at the group and said, "This is an interdimensional entrance that hasn't been discovered by the authorities yet. Before heading to Guwu to save people, I need your help with something." "What is it?" "Please instruct us, Senior," Chun Fan immediately responded. "I need you to help me awaken someone." "Awaken someone? Where is this person?" Everyone was surprised. "Come on, the person is inside this interdimensional space." After speaking, Mo Chin took the lead and stepped inside. The group followed closely and entered the interdimensional space, where a small island appeared before them. The island was not large, resembling a small village surrounded by an endless ocean. It was incredibly quiet, with no signs of any strange beasts. At the center of the island stood a hemispherical barrier. Though small, its surface resembled a dreamy curtain woven from countless strands of light. What is this? The group was puzzled. This is a barrier formed by mental power. The person I want you to awaken is trapped inside, Imo-chan explained. Senior, who exactly do you want us to awaken? With your strength, do you really need our help? Chen-fan frowned and asked. Imo-chan sighed, not answering immediately, but instead looking at Luo Yao. The person I want you to awaken is Luo Yao's mother. Luo Yao's mother. Everyone was shocked. Yes, this barrier is actually a dream barrier, formed by Luo Yao's mother's dream, Imo-chan said, recalling the past as he slowly began to explain. It turned out that Imo-chan had discovered this interdimensional space. Because of its excellent environment and lack of disturbances from strange beasts, he brought Luo Yao's mother, Imo Yulan, here to live. Imo Yulan was an SS-level ability user, possessing immense talent and beauty, and had been pursued by many geniuses of her generation. However, her proud personality meant that none of her peers could catch her eye. After living here for a long time, she developed a desire to explore the outside world. Initially, Imo-chan disagreed, but when she broke through to the 7th-tier master level, he finally felt reassured and stopped restricting her. However, she set sail and left, only to never return. A year later, Imo Yulan returned to the island, pregnant. Imo-chan was both happy and angry. Happy that his daughter had returned safely, but angry that she was pregnant and refused to explain what had happened, spending her days in tears. Imo-chan was utterly helpless. After Luo Yao was born, Imo Yulan fell into an endless sleep. As Imo-chan finished recounting the story, his face appeared even more aged. Why has she been unable to wake up? The group was puzzled. Imo-chan explained. She created this dream herself and is trapped within it, unable to wake up. I hope you can enter the dream barrier and wake her up. Senior, haven't you tried waking her yourself? Chen-fan asked in confusion. Of course I've tried, but the barrier prevents both me and Luo Yao from entering. Unless I forcibly destroy the barrier, but doing so would mean Yulan would never wake up. If even you can't enter, how can we? Chen-fan and the others were perplexed. I don't know either. Let us give it a try. Perhaps you can pass through the barrier and enter her dream. All right. Although everyone didn't have high hopes, they still gave it a try. Surprisingly, when they touched the barrier, there was no resistance, and they easily passed through. As soon as they entered the barrier, the surrounding environment changed instantly. They found themselves outside an ancient city. 4 large characters were engraved on the city gate, City of Hope. While everyone was still in shock, a crisp voice rang out. Hey, hurry up and come in. The beast tide is coming, and the gate is about to close. Startled, everyone looked up to see a lively and spirited girl of about 17 or 18 standing on the city wall, her ponytail swaying. It was Luo Yao. Luo Yao made it in 2. Everyone exchanged glances, surprised. After all, Imo-chan had said that the barrier wouldn't allow him or Luo Yao to enter. But the Luo Yao on the city wall seemed not to recognize them and cheerfully called out. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and come in. She seems to have forgotten us. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. At the same time, beastly roars came from behind, as if thousands of ferocious beasts were charging forward, causing the ground to tremble. Is this really a dream? It's too realistic. Zhao Mingzer exclaimed. If we die here, will we really die? Everyone's expressions suddenly turned serious and tense. Let's get into the city first. What if we get trampled by the beast horde? Chen-fan decisively suggested. Everyone quickened their pace and rushed through the city gate. By now, the gate and walls were crowded with people, at least tens of thousands. Everyone looked tense, gripping their weapons and ready for battle. Hey, you all look familiar. Are you from the City of Hope? Luo Yao jumped down from the city wall, walked up to the group, placed her hands on her hips, and asked directly. Seeing their hesitation, Luo Yao raised her voice again. Hey, I'm talking to you. The group exchanged glances, already reaching a conclusion in their hearts. This person was definitely not the Luo Yao from outside. Chen-fan quickly made up an excuse, saying, We got lost and accidentally ended up here. Accidentally ended up here? Luo Yao was momentarily stunned, then unexpectedly burst into laughter. You wouldn't happen to be from Blue Star, would you? She stared at the group, her eyes full of curiosity. Yes. Chen Fan, feeling a bit awkward under her gaze, scratched his head and replied. That's great. I heard the City of Hope hasn't seen outsiders in almost 20 years. The last time someone accidentally came here, it was my mom. She'll definitely be thrilled to meet you. Luo Yao's eyes softened with warmth. Before she could finish speaking, a horn suddenly sounded from the city wall, followed by a stern command. The first wave of the beast tide is here. Warriors, prepare for battle. Luo Yao's expression tightened, and she quickly said to the group, the beast tide is very dangerous. Stay close to me. Don't get separated. The group followed Luo Yao up the city wall. By now, the long-range warriors had already started attacking the beast tide army. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of exotic beasts fell to the ground. But the beast horde was overwhelmingly massive, densely packed, with an estimated number of over 10,000. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Luo Yao pulled out a bow from her back, drew the string, and a golden arrow formed from her unique energy automatically appeared. In the next moment, the arrow whistled through the air, piercing the head of a mid-second-tier exotic beast in the distance. Chen Fan was dumbfounded. The Luo Yao here didn't use poison-based abilities, but some kind of gold-based ability. He looked around. The humans here were incredibly brave, clearly accustomed to the attacks of beast tides. Outside the city walls, more and more exotic beasts surged forward, and close combat ability users joined the fray. The battlefield instantly descended into chaos. Luo Yao kept her bow drawn, protecting Chen Fan and the others. Don't be afraid, my archery was taught by my father, and it's really good. I'll protect you. As soon as she finished speaking, a bone-armored berserk ape at the early stage of Tier 3 leaped up from below the city wall, targeting Luo Yao directly. She hurriedly shot an arrow, but the ape's tough bone armor remained unscathed. The berserk ape moved with incredible speed, bounding a few times to reach her, opening its bloodthirsty maw to bite down on her head. Luo Yao, weak in close combat, couldn't dodge in time, and her face turned pale. At that critical moment, Chen Fan acted decisively. Just as the berserk ape was about to bite Luo Yao, Chen Fan swung his fist, enveloped in thunderous power, and smashed the ape's skull to pieces. Luo Yao was stunned, staring at Chen Fan in shock. Chen Fan frowned. Killing the bone-armored berserk ape hadn't earned him any kill points, indicating that this place was definitely not the real world. Help kill the enemies, he instructed the others behind him after some thought. Since this wasn't the real world, it wouldn't hurt for everyone to get some practice. Yes. The group immediately activated their abilities and charged at the nearby exotic beasts. Luo Yao finally snapped out of her daze, gave Chen Fan a deep look, and then joined the battle. The fight was extraordinarily fierce, but the warriors of Hope City held the walls steadfastly, not allowing any exotic beasts to breach the city. The beasts, however, came in waves like a tide, growing stronger and stronger. Half an hour later, Tier 5 and Tier 6 exotic beasts were everywhere. On the human side, several powerful ability users had also joined the battlefield. Chen Fan and his companions had already retreated to a safe zone, as the battle had escalated beyond their ability to participate. The great battle raged on for another half hour, and Tier 7 exotic beasts began to appear among the beast horde. Although human grandmasters joined the fight, their numbers were far fewer than the Tier 7 beasts. Just as Chen Fan thought Hope City was on the brink of destruction, a melodious flute sound suddenly rang out. Amid the clamor of battle cries, the flute's tune was particularly distinct. As the sound of the flute spread, the human warriors became invigorated, their combat effectiveness increasing by 30%. In contrast, the exotic beasts grew sluggish, with weaker ones even collapsing to the ground. It's my mother taking action, Luo Yao exclaimed excitedly, pointing to a graceful and extraordinary woman on the battlefield. Chen Fan followed her gaze and saw a woman in her 30s with an outstanding demeanor, bearing a striking resemblance to Luo Yao. Could this be the person we're looking for? Chen Fan wondered. Is your mother named Mo Yulan? He asked Luo Yao. Luo Yao was surprised. How do you know my mother's name? Chen Fan understood, but said no more. Cheers erupted again from the rear of the battlefield. The city lord has arrived. Chen Fan turned to see a man in his 30s appear. Holding a black bow, he drew the string, and a golden arrow sliced through the air, instantly blasting apart the head of a Tier 7 exotic beast. He then fired several more arrows in quick succession, killing over a dozen Tier 7 beasts in an instant. The city lord is mighty, the crowd cheered in unison. Luo Yao was equally thrilled, grabbing Chen Fan's arm and saying, "That's my father. Your parents are incredibly strong." Zhao Mingzi couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Of course, they're both Tier 8 Grandmasters and the Guardians of Hope City. The two joined forces and quickly ended the battle. The strong retreated, while those with weaker abilities were sent outside the city to clean up the scattered corpses. Chen Fan and his group followed Luo Yao to the outskirts. Luo Yao remained kind-hearted, and since Chen Fan had just saved her, she had a favorable impression of him and his companions. After a brief interaction, Chen Fan learned that this city of hope was actually built in an alternate dimension, and the ancestors of the people here originally came from Blue Star. Luo Yao explained to everyone, "The city of hope has existed for over 100 years. Our ancestors said that when the entrance to the alternate dimension first appeared on Blue Star, the nation sent people to investigate. However, the entrance was unstable, and the passage collapsed, trapping our ancestors here with no way to return home. So, they had no choice but to build a city here and struggle to survive." The group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with complex emotions. According to the historical records of Dexiao, 100 years ago, there was a legion called the Brave Warriors. Due to the collapse of the entrance, they became lost in the alternate dimension. The people of the City of Hope were likely descendants of the Brave Warriors. After chatting for a while, Chen Fan shifted the topic to the main matter at hand. "Luo Yao, can you take us to meet your mother? We have something we need to discuss with her." "What do you want to see my mother for?" Luo Yao asked innocently, without any wariness, only curiosity. Chen Fan made an excuse, saying, "Didn't you mention that, in the past 20 years, apart from us, only your mother has come from Blue Star? We want to meet her and ask if there's any way to return to Blue Star." "You can't go back." Luo Yao shook her head and said, "Our ancestors searched for many years but never found a way. However, since you want to meet her, I can take you. My mother will surely be happy to see people from Blue Star." After Luo Yao agreed, within half an hour, they returned to the city and arrived at the largest manor in the city center, where they met Mo Yulan. "Mother, these are my friends. They're all from Blue Star." Luo Yao stepped forward and hugged the beautiful woman, acting affectionately. Mo Yulan was not surprised by their arrival. After sending Luo Yao away, she slowly spoke, "You are not from here. What brings you to this place?" Chen Fan and the others quickly bowed and explained their purpose in detail. Mo Yulan remained silent, prompting Chen Fan to muster his courage and ask, "Senior, why do you remain immersed in a dream and refuse to wake up? You know that Senior Mo and the real Luo Yao are waiting for you outside." Mo Yulan sighed and pointed to the sky, where a segment of her life story appeared in everyone's minds. It turned out that years ago, Mo Yulan had crossed the sea by ship and accidentally arrived at the City of Hope, where she met a man of extraordinary talent, Luo Jingyan, the city lord at the time. The two quickly fell in love. After learning about the origins of the City of Hope, Mo Yulan and Luo Jingyan planned to lead the people back to Blue Star via the route she had taken. When the news spread, the residents cheered with joy. After all, they were frequently attacked by alien beasts, living in constant danger, and had long grown weary of it. However, during the migration, countless terrifying sea beasts appeared in the ocean. All 80,000 residents of the City of Hope perished, without a single survivor, buried in the depths of the sea. To protect Mo Yulan, Luo Jingyan was also swallowed by the beast tide and could not escape. This experience left Mo Yulan heartbroken, as she always felt responsible for everyone's demise. After returning to Yulan Valley and giving birth to Luo Yao, she sank into a dream, sleeping for 18 years. The City of Hope is gone. This city is merely a phantom in my dream. I don't want to wake up, nor do I want hope to completely disappear. 2 streams of tears slid down Mo Yulan's face, her voice filled with pain. The group, who had initially intended to persuade her, fell silent. To Mo Yulan, this world was perfect, she had no reason to wake up. After a moment, Chen Fan spoke. Senior, I have a question. Why did you stop Luo Yao and Senior Mo from entering this dream? Wouldn't it be better for them to meet here in the dream? Sigh. Mo Yulan let out a long sigh. It's not that I don't want to, but there is already a Luo Yao here. The rules don't allow for a second one. As for my father, his power is too strong. My dream cannot contain him unless one day I surpass him. I see, the group nodded. Mo Yulan looked at Chen Fan. I want to know, how is Luo Yao outside? Luo Yao is doing well, but she has awakened the ability of the 10,000 poison physique, which causes her great pain. Chen Fan thought for a moment and decided not to hide the truth. But rest assured, with Senior Mo around, she will definitely be fine. We will also continue to help her. Seeing her worry, Chen Fan quickly added, Thank you all. I owe Luo Yao, and I owe my father. But I really can't bear to give up this city of hope. Mo Yulan's voice was weak. When you return, tell my father that Yulan is sorry. The group sighed inwardly, knowing that this was already the best outcome for Mo Yulan. After all, she was happy here. Before I send you out, I will prepare a test for you. I hope you can help Luo Yao more in the future. After speaking, Mo Yulan gently waved her hand, and the group was immediately plunged into endless battles. Her voice echoed again. This is an illusion I created. In 2 hours, you will truly wake up. By then, your strength should have improved by 1 level. Using her powerful dream origin ability, Mo Yulan brought everyone into an illusion. They were swept into countless waves of beasts, with only killing and being killed before them. In just 2 hours, they experienced countless deaths. Chen Fan was no exception. After experiencing the fear of death several times, he began to adapt, practicing the combination of Thunder Flash and Thunder Shadow clone techniques during the battles. In the illusion, he didn't have to worry about energy consumption. As a result, this skill improved rapidly, even becoming initially integrated into his combat style. During the 2 hours, Chen Fan died 38 times. When he woke up, he was already standing outside the barrier. Having undergone the baptism of facing death directly, his mental strength had greatly improved, and his cultivation had reached the threshold of the late 2nd tier. With the absorption of the thunder power of one more 3rd-tier exotic beast, he could immediately advance. Zhao Mingze and the others, who had fewer restrictions, all improved by a small level, reaching the mid-2nd tier. Wenhua advanced to the early 2nd tier. Only Du Huajun, whose level was higher, did not advance, but his mental strength had also improved significantly. Such an opportunity was rare, and everyone was extremely excited. This meant they were 1 step closer to winning the National College Freshman Championship. Nearby, Mo Chen saw that everyone had woken up and quickly stepped forward to ask about the situation. Chen Fan, without reservation, recounted the experiences in the illusion in detail. After listening, Mo Chen remained silent for a long time. Finally, he said, It's fine, it's fine. Since Yulan is happy in the dream, I can rest assured. Beside him, Luo Yao was in tears. Over the years, she had always resented her mother for abandoning her. Now, knowing the truth, the suppressed emotions in her heart finally erupted. It turned out her mother loved her otherwise. She wouldn't have existed in the illusion. Don't be sad. Zhao Mingze comforted. Your mother doted on you there. We even met your father, he's a great hero. Guarding a city, truly remarkable. I've memorized your father's appearance, I'll draw it for you later. That afternoon, Mo Chen instructed the Mist Sea Demon Vine to guard Yulan Valley, then led the group away. In the Taishu mountain range, their progress was swift. With Mo Chen, an 8th-tier Grandmaster, among them, they didn't have to worry about ambushes from exotic beasts. When they reached a canyon, Mo Chen raised his hand to stop everyone. Chen Fan, kid, haven't you always wanted to find a thunder element exotic beast? Now's your chance. Oh, where is it? Chen Fan's eyes lit up. He was just a step away from advancing to the late 2nd tier, needing only a bit more thunder energy, and had been searching for clues along the way. Down in the canyon. But that fellow is late 3rd tier, and I won't be helping you. Mo Chen said indifferently, hands behind his back. Chen Fan looked down into the canyon and indeed spotted a late third-tier purple Thunder Berserk Lion. He smiled confidently. "No need to trouble you, Senior. I'll take care of it in 1 minute." With that, he leapt down, his thunder wings unfolding behind him as he swiftly approached the purple Thunder Berserk Lion. He didn't bother concealing his aura, and the violent energy quickly alerted the resting exotic beast. The purple Thunder Berserk Lion roared furiously, its body emanating purple lightning as it leapt toward Chen Fan. Thunder Battle Domain Activate. Chen Fan roared inwardly, unleashing his strongest attack. Violent thunder gathered in his fist, striking the purple Thunder Berserk Lion squarely on the head. The massive beast, weighing several tons, was sent flying over 10 meters. Before it could regain its footing, Chen Fan's hand, sharp as a blade, pierced its heart. With a thought, Chen Fan activated the thunder-devouring sacred body, and the immense thunder energy surged into his body. Soon, the barrier blocking his advancement shattered, his aura soared, and he successfully ascended to the late second tier. Feeling the significant increase in his abilities, his heart was filled with joy. In just 10 days, he had broken through 2 minor levels of speed unprecedented for him. Excited, he quickly checked his system panel. Host, Chen Fan abilities, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body SS, Mimicry F level, late second tier physique, 320 mental power, 342 slaughter points, 11388 skills, 9 heavens thunder movement, thunder flash, thunder palm, thunder wings, thunderstorm, aurora whirlwind break, thunder shadow clone technique. Evaluation: a wild wolf beginning to showcase its attack power. Current mission: help Yang Chuchu join the quasi-martial saint sect. Mission level: my physique and mental power have both surpassed 300. Chen Fan was so excited he nearly jumped for joy. In the distance, Moe Chen's expression was a mix of surprise and admiration. He had always thought Chen Fan was extraordinary, but he hadn't expected him to defeat a late third-tier exotic beast in a single move. Now, Chen Fan had even advanced to the late second tier. To reach this level at such a young age was something Moe Chen had never seen in his life. Zhao Mingze and the others were even more awestruck, practically worshipping him. They had initially thought their strengths were similar, but Chen Fan's rapid progress had left them far behind. "Brother Fan, I don't admire anyone, but I admire you. Your leveling up speed is like riding a rocket, shooting straight up." Zhao Mingze quickly offered his most sincere praise as he saw Chen Fan approaching. "Boss, don't just stand there, let me bow to you." Wu Yu pretended to kneel and mimicked a few slick phrases from Zhao Mingze. Yi Qingling's eyes flickered as she lightly bit her lip, appearing deep in thought. "Stop messing around. Let's get going," Chen Fan said, shaking his head helplessly. Zhao Mingze leaned in and asked, "Brother Fan, what do you think Vice Principal Huangfu's reaction will be when we return?" "I bet his jaw will drop," Wu Yu chimed in from Chen Fan's other side. Moe Chen smiled warmly at them, looking particularly approachable. Who would have thought that this feared, evil doctor could be so amiable at this moment? When they left Guowu University, everyone felt a bit heavy-hearted, but the atmosphere on the return journey was unusually lively. Not only had they managed to invite Moe Chen, but they had also broken through a minor cultivation level. However, upon returning to Tianshan City, a piece of news suddenly cast a shadow over their mood. Xia Zhiqiu informed everyone that all high-speed trains to Chang'an City had been suspended. "Senior brother Xia, what happened in Chang'an?" Chen Fan and the others immediately grew tense. Xia Zhiqiu solemnly replied, "The teacher sent word that there are rumors of the beast worship cult attacking Chang'an City. The situation is very tense, and the military has already taken control of the area. The teacher told me to inform you all to stay in Tianshan City for now and lay low." Chen Fan quickly called Huangfu Cheng and learned that the rumors about the beast worship cult's attack were not released by Huangfu Cheng. The mastermind behind the rumors remained unknown. The news had spread like wildfire, and the authorities were scrambling to respond, urgently deploying a large number of troops to guard Chang'an City. Huangfu Cheng repeatedly urged them to wait a few days before returning. However, after a group discussion, they unanimously decided to set out immediately, even if it meant driving back to Guowu. Chen Fan's reasoning was simple. First, he wanted to save Tian Xiong as soon as possible. Second, both Yang Chuchu and Catwoman were at Guowu, and he had to return. Xia Zhiqiu had no choice but to arrange for a bus to take them. Everyone was anxious. Chun Fan directly took over the steering wheel and floored the gas pedal. The Yutong bus sped down the road, reaching a speed of 160 miles per hour, leaving other vehicles far behind. The original driver was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Slow down, this is too fast." He clung tightly to the handrail, his voice trembling. As an ordinary person, he had never imagined a bus could go this fast. "Relax, this isn't even my limit, it's just the bus's maximum speed," Chun Fan said calmly, gripping the steering wheel with one hand. On the morning of July 14th, after driving through the night, Chun Fan finally arrived in Chang'an City. The main roads were heavily barricaded, with the military guarding them tightly and prohibiting anyone from entering. Chun Fan's bus was also stopped. "Turn around immediately. Chang'an City is currently only allowing people to leave, not enter," a soldier said sternly. "Why?" Everyone's expressions changed. "Apologies, but to prevent members of the beast worship cult from infiltrating, Chang'an City is under military lockdown, and no one is allowed to enter," the soldier explained. "Brother Fan, what should we do?" Everyone turned to Chun Fan. Mo Chin's expression darkened as he prepared to force his way in. Chun Fan quickly handed over a silver badge. "Comrade, we are definitely not members of the beast worship cult." The soldier took the badge and froze, his eyes widening in shock. "A silver star medal. This means that this young man made a great contribution in a massive rescue operation involving millions of people. Moreover, only one medal of this kind is awarded per battle." The soldier immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Greetings, Commander." The people behind Chun Fan looked puzzled, but when they saw the silver medal, their eyes widened in astonishment. The Silver Star Medal. Even Mo Chin's expression wavered slightly. The weight of this medal was immense. "Brother Fan, how did you get such a high-level medal?" Everyone asked excitedly. Chun Fan didn't say much and simply asked the soldier, "Comrade, can we enter Chang'an City?" Yes, you can." The soldier quickly stepped aside. "Thank you." Chun Fan put away the medal, called everyone onto the bus, and drove off. "Brother Fan, what great deed did you accomplish to earn this medal?" The people on the bus were still buzzing with excitement. Du Huajun also said enviously, "Many graduates from ability universities need to have medals. For example, at our National Martial University, one of the graduation requirements is to earn a bronze 2-star medal. Junior, you've already met the standard as a freshman, and you're far ahead." As they chatted, the bus headed straight for National Martial University. When they arrived at Qingyuan residence in the university's backyard, Huang Fucheng's face darkened. "Didn't I tell you not to come back?" But soon, his expression turned to surprise. "Your ability levels have all improved?" The joy and excitement on his face were unmistakable. Chun Fan had already reached the late stage of the second tier, and the other members of the Thunder Squad had advanced to the mid-stage of the second tier, which greatly delighted him. With this level of strength, they had far surpassed the geniuses of other schools. This year, winning the National Ability University Freshman Competition was no longer a dream for National Martial University. "Principal, this is Senior Mo." Chun Fan quickly introduced Mo Chin beside him. "Divine Dr. Mo, I've long admired your name." Huang Fucheng hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. After a few polite exchanges, Huang Fucheng led everyone to Tian Xiong's medicinal bath barrel. "Divine Dr. Mo, do you think his heart can be repaired?" Huang Fucheng asked with great anticipation. Mo Chin placed his palm over Tian Xiong's heart, carefully examined him, and solemnly said, "For someone to survive such severe injuries, it's not only thanks to your timely treatment, but also his strong willpower. An ordinary person would have long perished. Is there a way?" Huang Fucheng grew nervous. "For me, it's a piece of cake," Mo Chin said confidently. "Moreover, he's currently stuck at the peak of the 7th tier. After he wakes up, he might have a chance to break through and become a grandmaster." "Oh," Huang Fucheng's eyes lit up. "Then I'll leave it to you, Divine Dr. Mo." Repairing the heart of a grandmaster-level expert required time, so the others refrained from disturbing him and left the room with Huang Fucheng. After seeing everyone off, Huang Fucheng sat down with Chun Fan for a detailed conversation. After learning about Chun Fan's experiences over the past few days, Huang Fucheng sighed. The atmosphere in Chang'an City is tense, and everyone is on edge. The beast cult scum should be completely eradicated. Chun Fan nodded and tentatively said, the beast cult wouldn't come here for no reason. I think they might be targeting Yang Chu Chu. Possibly. Huang Fucheng frowned. There's always been a rumor in the beast cult that the offspring of the true phoenix and true dragon can inherit the will of the beast god and become the beast god's incarnation on Earth. If the beast god descends, it would spell disaster for humanity. Is that rumor true? Chun Fan originally didn't believe in the existence of the beast god, but the cat girl, as a former member of the beast god cult, insisted that the beast god was real. I'm not entirely sure, but the beast god cult is too mysterious. They are intricately connected to interdimensional spaces and have endless methods, so I guess the beast god is real, just beyond our understanding. But don't worry, I'll assign a Grandmaster-level teacher to secretly protect Yang Chu Chu and ensure her safety. Thank you, Principal. Chun Fan expressed his gratitude. After leaving Huang Fucheng, Chun Fan went to the first floor of the dormitory and encountered the intimidating dorm manager. This quasi-martial saint raised an eyebrow upon seeing Chun Fan. Not bad. A few days without seeing you, and your strength has already reached the late stage of the second tier. But let me remind you, advancing too quickly in strength isn't necessarily a good thing. An unstable foundation can lead to problems. I suggest you spend 10 days and nights honing your abilities in an interdimensional space. Thank you for the advice, Senior. Chun Fan quickly expressed his thanks. He then asked, how's the cat girl? Has she woken up? Not yet, but soon, in the next couple of days. The southern bright leaving fire within her has stabilized. Go take a look. Chun Fan carefully entered the room and saw the cat girl lying quietly on the small bed, like a sleeping beauty. Her ample chest rose and fell with her breathing, a breathtaking sight. Wow, her aura is several times stronger than before. Chun Fan exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, the dorm manager nodded and said, the Nine Lives Illusion God's ability is very unique. Awakening a higher level ability will cause a leap in strength. Awakening a lower level ability will result in a significant decline in power. She's now at the late stage of the third tier, and her cultivation is still rapidly improving. Reaching the fourth tier after waking up won't be a problem. This is a blessing in disguise, Chun Fan murmured. On July 15th, the entire Chang'an City was gripped by panic. Residents stayed indoors, not daring to step outside. The streets were deserted, with only tens of thousands of ability warriors standing guard, ready to respond to any emergencies. The atmosphere within Guwu was equally tense. Students rarely ventured out, staying within the campus. Guwu had over a dozen grandmasters stationed there, making it the safest place in the city unless a martial saint attacked. Chun Fan woke up in the morning and had just opened his eyes when he heard the system notification. Attention, host. Disrupt the beast worship cult's operation. Mission level, D+. Completing the mission grants a chance to participate in the lottery. Chun Fan, who had still been a bit drowsy, instantly became alert. As expected, the beast worship cult was planning something big today. The system only says to disrupt the beast worship cult's operation, but doesn't specify the details. Chun Fan was a bit annoyed. Sitting on the bed, feeling uneasy, he decided to organize his current survival tools. He looked at his spatial ring and quickly took out a wooden fish. This was a special item he had obtained through a lottery using slaughter points after the battle in Chang'an City. When struck, it would create a protective barrier within 100 meters, immune to all damage, but it only lasted for 10 seconds and could only be used once a month. When he first got it, he had impulsively struck it, resulting in a 1-month cooldown period. Now that a month had passed, its effect had been restored. A 10-second invincibility state could save my life at a critical moment, Chun Fan muttered to himself, carefully putting the wooden fish away. Now, in his spatial ring, this was the only usable item left. I'm so broke, Chun Fan lamented, then prepared to make a bold move and exchange all the over 10,000 slaughter points in the system for lottery chances. He had just completed his ability advancement, with his physique and mental strength reaching the late stage of Tier 2. He planned to train these two attributes to their limits first. System, spend 2,000 slaughter points for 20F level green draws. Chun Fan decisively ordered. System, please, Give me more physique and mental strength point cards. As Chun Fan silently prayed, the system quickly completed the 20 consecutive draws. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one nourishing pill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one F-level mental strength point card. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one strengthening fruit. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one F-level physique point card. Chun Fan quickly checked. Out of the 20 draws, he had obtained a total of 6 physique point cards and 7 mental strength point cards. Without hesitation, he immediately used them. As a wave of tingling sensation swept through him, his physique value rose to 338, and his mental strength increased to 363. Still quite far from the late-stage Tier 2 limit. Chun Fan frowned and continued drawing F-level prizes. When he had spent a total of 7,000 slaughter points, both his physique and mental strength reached 399, the late-stage Tier 2 limit. His strength had increased significantly. Amazing. Chun Fan carefully felt the changes and secretly rejoiced. With the remaining 4,000 slaughter points, exchange them all for E-level blue draws. With a major event approaching, enhancing his strength was the top priority, so he decided to use them all. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill Lightning Flash Thunder technique. Chun Fan's heart stirred. The name sounded very familiar. System, what is this skill? Lightning Flash Thunder technique. Upon use, the host's entire ability will be drained, transforming into a bolt of lightning to sprint a certain distance. The sprinting distance depends on the host's strength. Based on your current late-stage Tier 2 ability reserves, the maximum distance is 3 kilometers. Isn't this the signature move of that lightning-horned rhino from Lei Laosan? Chun Fan immediately understood. But I remember that rhino could sprint 5 kilometers in one go, while I can only manage 3 kilometers. I'm actually worse than that dumb beast. Chun Fan couldn't help but laugh. Still, it's already great for escaping. Chun Fan performed another E-level ability draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item Concealed Soul Orb. What is this? Chun Fan asked curiously. When worn, it can hide your aura, useful for evading tracking and concealing your whereabouts. Not bad, truly a great item. Chun Fan was delighted and quickly pocketed it. With this, even if he used the Lightning Flash Thunder technique and drained his abilities, he could rely on it to hide and shake off pursuers. One more draw. Chun Fan silently thought. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a pair of mother-child entwined pendants. What is this? Chun Fan asked curiously. The mother-child entwined pendants are a pair of jade pendants that can sense each other. No matter how far apart they are, the child pendant will automatically return to the mother pendant. Chun Fan took them out and tested them. He separated the 2 cookie-sized jade pendants, and sure enough, one would actively fly toward the other. I can give the mother pendant to Yang Chu Chu. That way, if anything happens to her, I can use the child pendant to find her. Chun Fan calculated carefully. The beast worship cult was targeting the true phoenix body, so they would need her alive, meaning Yang Chu Chu wouldn't be killed. After the final draw, I'll give the mother pendant to Chu Chu. With this decision made, he quickly exchanged the last 1,000 slaughter points for a draw opportunity. Final draw. Let's go. Congratulations, host. You've obtained a hidden reward from the blue prize pool, one ability replication card. What is an ability replication card? Chun Fan looked at the ordinary black card curiously and asked. The ability replication card can permanently replicate someone else's ability, but only abilities ranked S level or below. Chun Fan froze. What did this mean? It meant he would possess a second S level ability. Could it be that I, Chun Fan, am about to become a man with 3 abilities? His breathing grew heavier. System, I really love you so much. Chun Fan tightly gripped the ability replication card, unable to put it down. At this moment, images of people with S-level abilities flashed rapidly through his mind as he pondered which S-level ability would be the most suitable to replicate. Forget Zhao Ming's ability, I don't want to turn into Magneto. Not considering Gao Yuan's either. A body of iron isn't interesting, and besides, my thunder-devouring sacred physique already comes with a strong body enhancement. Wu Yu's earth-based ability doesn't pair well with my lightning-based one. Yi Qingling's ability, though, is pretty good. Night Phantom. If I could master it, I could disappear on the battlefield like a shadow. Who would dare touch me then? It's decided I'll take the Night Phantom ability. Just as Chen Fan was about to call Yi Qingling to meet up, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Attention, host. The ability can only be replicated if the other party is dead. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Fan felt awkward and helpless. He had to reconsider the other ability users around him. Who else is an S-level ability user? Should I take out Baizun? But that guy is already crippled, and I don't even know where he ran off to. Chen Fan thought for a moment and gave up on that idea as well. The Ice God domain didn't suit him. Summoning a bunch of ice blocks to fight was boring. He preferred close combat, fighting to the end directly. Forget it. I'll hold on to it for now. Isn't the Beast Cult planning something big today? Maybe I'll catch an S-level ability user. After the lottery draw, Chen Fan quickly freshened up and headed to the teacher's villa area in the school backyard. This time, he wasn't there to see Huang Fucheng, but to visit Yang Chuchu. Yang Chuchu was under special protection and currently living at a female teacher's house. This teacher, named Yi Shuang, was a 7th-tier master-level expert. Although she was over 40, she was well-maintained, still beautiful, and exuded charm. Standing next to Yang Chuchu, they looked like sisters. Hello, Teacher Yi. Chen Fan had already heard her name from Huang Fucheng, and upon meeting her for the first time, he quickly greeted her respectfully. Student Chen Fan, come in. Yi Shuang glanced at him with her beautiful eyes, sensing his late 2nd-tier cultivation level. She was secretly surprised, and her smile grew even brighter. She finally understood why the grandmasters at the school valued Chen Fan so highly. No wonder someone like Yang Chuchu, an SS-level genius, would be so infatuated with him, Yi Shuang thought to herself. A girl in love couldn't hide her feelings in her eyes. From the moment Chen Fan walked in, Yi Shuang could see Yang Chuchu's affection for him. You two chat. Yi Shuang smiled and tactfully left the living room to them, heading upstairs. Yang Chuchu's face lit up with joy. Senior, why are you here? She happily moved closer to Chen Fan, her cheeks slightly flushed. Chen Fan caught a faint fragrance from her and was surprised to find that, in just half a month, Yang Chuchu had already advanced to the mid-1st tier. Truly worthy of the SS-level ability, true phoenix physique, he marveled inwardly. Senior, where are you looking? Yang Chuchu noticed Chen Fan's gaze fixed on her chest, her face instantly turning red as she quickly lowered her head. Ahem, Chen Fan coughed awkwardly. In fact, he had just been wondering if it would be too conspicuous for Yang Chuchu to wear the mother-child pendant on her chest. After all, this item was completely different from an ordinary jade pendant. Anyone with a discerning eye could immediately tell it was extraordinary. It was only after Yang Chuchu reminded him that he noticed the alluring curve beneath her fair neck, more pronounced than before. Chen Fan rubbed his nose and took out the mother pendant from the mother-child pendant. Chuchu, wear this. What is it? Yang Chuchu asked curiously. This is the mother pendant, and the one in my hand is the child pendant. If you wear it, no matter where you are, I can use the child pendant to find you, Chen Fan explained. No matter where I am, you can find me. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Yang Chuchu's heart began to race. She obediently put it on, admired it for a moment, and then slightly pulled down the neckline of her t-shirt to tuck it into her chest. Because Chen Fan was taller than her and they were standing close, the moment she adjusted her neckline was fully visible to him. Inside the collar, a glimpse of fair, alluring curves flashed by, round and enticing, just beginning to take shape. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that this little girl must have done it on purpose. The two chatted for a while longer before Chen Fan left some of the rewards he had won in the lottery that day, which he didn't need, for Yang Chuchu, and then got up to leave. Back at the dormitory, Chen Fan began to conserve his energy, waiting for the beast worship cult to make their move. However, even as the sun set, Chang'an City remained calm, with no sign of the beast worship cult. In the dormitory, everyone had waited the entire day with nothing happening and was already bored out of their minds. Chen Fan, Gao Yuan, and Wenhua simply sat on the sofa playing cards. Zhao Mingzi paced back and forth anxiously. Could the news about the beast worship cult attacking the city be fake? If they don't come soon, it'll be dark. Wenhua played a card and looked up. I don't think the beast worship cult will attack the city today. If I were them, I would definitely launch a surprise attack when we're unprepared. But now, Chang'an City is guarded by an army of 10,000 with an ironclad defense. Who would be foolish enough to attack the city at this time? Wen Hua is right. I think so too. Gao Yuan nodded in agreement. No, the beast worship cult will definitely make a move today. Chen Fan placed his cards on the table, his tone resolute. Oh, brother Fan, why are you so sure? Zhao Mingze had just opened his mouth when the dormitory building suddenly shook violently. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Everyone was startled. Immediately after, a rumbling sound came from the distance. It's not an earthquake, it might be the beast worship cult. Quick, let's go check it out. Chen Fan decisively jumped out of the window and ran outside the dormitory. The campus was in chaos, with many students rushing out, almost everyone holding a weapon in their hands. Look over there, someone exclaimed. Chen Fan looked up and saw flames rising from the peak of a mountain on the outskirts of Chang'an City. The fire shot straight into the sky like a massive torch. It was already evening, and the darkened sky was illuminated red by the flames. The fire was incredibly spectacular, exploding like fireworks as it reached high into the air. That's Phoenix Crime Mountain, someone recognized it. Could it be that the volcano on Phoenix Crime Mountain has erupted? Is that lava spewing out? Someone asked in a trembling voice. Wasn't it said that Phoenix Crime Mountain is an extinct volcano? How could it suddenly erupt? And the fire is so fierce. Everyone was in a panic. As the volcano erupted, countless burning boulders shot toward Chang'an City like cannonballs. The citizens rushed out of their homes, staring at the sky in terror, as if the end of the world had arrived. Inside Guowu, top experts like Huang Fucheng's expressions changed drastically. If the incoming magma and boulders hit the city, it would cause massive casualties. It must be the beast cult. Setting the mountain on fire, someone roared. Stop those boulders. The Grand Masters exchanged glances and instantly soared into the sky to intercept the incoming fiery rocks. Mental secret art, 10,000 threads and 1,000 strands net. Huang Fucheng unleashed his mental power, forming a giant net that firmly trapped the flaming boulders mid-air. Dai Jiangshan swung his blazing green dragon crescent blade, each slash releasing 100-meter-long fiery blade aura, shattering large chunks of the incoming boulders. The Grandmasters gave their all to protect Chang'an City. However, the area was too vast, and a few boulders still managed to slip through, crashing into the city. In front of dormitory building number 5 at Guowu University, a 5-meter diameter boulder, trailing long flames, hurtled toward the lawn like a meteor. A few young people chatting on the lawn hadn't noticed the danger. Fortunately, nearby students spotted it. Get out of the way. The boulder is coming your way. Startled, the group looked up, only to see the boulder less than 100 meters away. It was moving so fast that they had no time to dodge. It's over, we're done for. They were terrified, bracing themselves for death. Chen Fan scanned the crowd and recognized Gao Wenba, a senior he had met during registration. You're really unlucky, but don't worry, I'll save you, Chen Fan said. The energy of this boulder was immense, and even he had to give it his all. Thunder Domain, activate. 9 heavens, thunder roar. Chen Fan made a throwing motion, hurling his thunder-chasing spear with immense power. With a dragon's roar, the purple spear, wrapped in blue-purple lightning, shot toward the flaming boulder like a swimming dragon. The purple lightning struck the boulder instantly, shattering it with a loud explosion. Chen Fan then leaped up and caught the spear steadily. The rescued group breathed a sigh of relief and quickly approached Chen Fan, who had just landed. Classmate, thank you for saving us. Chen Fan retracted his thunder ability and turned back with a smile. Gao Wenba recognized him and was stunned. Chen Fan, long time no see, Chen Fan replied with a smile. Gao Wenba was still in shock. He had thought a senior in their 4th year had saved them, but it turned out to be Chen Fan, who had been at the school for less than a month. Junior, your strength has improved so quickly, Gao Wenba exclaimed repeatedly. The others exchanged glances, thinking, is this really a junior? With this level of strength? Impossible. Gao Wenba quickly introduced Chen Fan to the group. When they heard the title Rookie King, they finally understood. I'd heard that the school had a newcomer whose strength surpassed many upperclassmen. I didn't believe it, but now I see it's true. What an eye-opener today. These people were Gao Wenba's roommates, all second-year students with mid-second tier cultivation. At this moment, they were all humble and respectful in front of Chen Fan. As they were talking, more flaming boulders fell from the sky. Although the boulders didn't hit anyone, they created deep craters upon impact. Initially, no one paid much attention, but when they heard a crackling sound coming from one of the craters, they all gathered around. They saw the boulder split open, revealing a curled-up figure inside. Its entire body was as black as ink, shaped like a human, but its skin was black rock. Its muscles were robust, and its 10 claws were astonishingly large, each half a meter long. What kind of monster is this? The onlookers were terrified. No one had ever seen such a creature. It looks like a demon crawling out of hell. The more timid students began to retreat. The monster slowly opened its blood-red eyes, looking extremely frightening. In the next moment, it suddenly leaped out of the pit, and the crowd instantly scattered. No one had ever seen anything like it, and their hearts were filled with fear. The monster was incredibly fast and agile. As soon as it reached the ground, it charged at a mid-second tier student. The student hurriedly swung his blade to defend himself, but the black claw grabbed him, and in the next second, his heart was forcibly ripped out by another claw. Gulp! The bloody scene made everyone swallow hard. Meanwhile, similar monsters began crawling out of other pits. Chen Fan and his group watched from a distance, their brows furrowed. Brother Fan, how could there be such things inside the rocks? Zhao Ming's voice trembled. These monsters were so menacing that even he dared not confront them lightly. Monsters hidden inside the rocks. How did the beast worship cult manage this? Could they have been placed there in advance? Everyone speculated. At this moment, Huang Fucheng, who was in the air fending off the flaming boulders, also noticed the situation. His brows knitted tightly, and after a moment of thought, his expression changed drastically. He quickly used his ability to amplify his voice. This is an SS-level ability called Ghostly Manipulation. It can temporarily grant life to certain objects. The creatures inside these rocks were created using ghostly manipulation and are called rock demons. Huang Fucheng's voice echoed across the skies of Guowu. Everyone was shocked. An SS-level ability, ghostly manipulation? Such a powerful skill. The beast worship cult was truly terrifying to have mastered such a unique ability. By now, more and more boulders were falling into Guowu, and rock demons were crawling out of them, attacking the surrounding students. The entire city of Chang'an was plunged into chaos. The flaming boulders raining from the sky had already caused massive destruction, and the appearance of the rock demons made the situation even worse. Moreover, the strength of the rock demons was proportional to the size of the boulders. From boulders with a diameter of over 20 meters emerged rock demons over 10 meters tall, with strength reaching the 7th tier. Quickly slay the rock demons. Defend Guowu. Defend Chang'an. Huang Fucheng's voice resounded across the sky. On Chen Fan's side, a 2-meter-tall rock demon charged at them. Gao Wenba and his roommates turned pale and instinctively stepped back. What are you afraid of? I'll handle it. Before Chen Fan could act, Gao Yuan took the lead and activated his ability. His body turned into a metallic sheen as he confronted the rock demon. The two were evenly matched in size and fought fiercely. This rock demon's skin is unbelievably tough, almost on par with Gao Yuan's, and its strength is close to the 3rd tier. Zhao Mingze said in astonishment. Mingze, go help him. Quickly take down these rock demons. Chen Fan ordered in a deep voice. In front of Building 5, 7 or 8 rock demons had appeared, causing over a dozen casualties in a short time. Most of the residents here were 1st and 2nd year students, too weak to fend off the rock demons. Chen Fan scanned the scene and saw that, apart from himself, the strongest person present was Zhao Mingze. Zhao Mingze responded immediately, unleashing his unparalleled flying sword at one of the rock demons. Chen Fan, on the other hand, charged toward the strongest rock demon in the area. This rock demon stood 3 meters tall, exuding a powerful aura. With strength at the late 3rd tiered eye in front of Building 5, the students saw the 3-meter-tall humanoid monster and scattered in terror. They had no intention of resisting. However, the rock demon was incredibly fast, and with a few leaps, it caught up to a female student. Her face turned pale as she looked back in horror, seeing the massive black claw reaching for her head, as if her life would end in the next second. "Someone, please save me." Tears welled up in her eyes as she desperately prayed in her heart. Just as the black claw was about to grab her, a purple spear suddenly appeared, firmly blocking the claw. In the next moment, Chun Fan's spear struck again, and with immense force, it sent the 3-meter-tall beast flying. The girl, who hadn't expected to survive, let out a sigh of relief. Her legs gave way, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Chun Fan reacted quickly, reaching out to catch her and holding her steady to prevent her from falling. "Are you okay?" Chun Fan's voice was calm, but to the girl, it sounded as gentle as a heavenly melody. Feeling the warmth of Chun Fan's hand around her waist and catching a glimpse of his handsome profile, her heart began to race uncontrollably. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me." She quickly pulled away from Chun Fan's embrace, her cheeks slightly flushed. "All right, since you're okay, let's leave this place quickly." Chun Fan didn't have time to dwell on what she was thinking. He grabbed his spear and charged toward the rock demon. These monsters were points for slaughter, and Chun Fan wouldn't let them go. The rock demon he had sent flying had already gotten back up and was charging at him in fury. Its speed was astonishing, and it appeared in front of him in an instant. Courting death, Chun Fan, now at the peak of the second-tier late stage, could easily defeat this third-tier late-stage rock demon even without using his beginner-level Thunder Domain. He displayed master-level spear techniques, effortlessly blocking the rock demon's frenzied attacks. The people who had been fleeing stopped to watch, amazed at Chun Fan's dominance. Chun Fan is incredible. That rock demon is probably close to the peak of the third tier, yet it hasn't even scratched him. His growth is insane. During the freshman competition, he was only at the early stage of the third tier. It's been just half a month, and he's already this strong. I think only a few third and fourth year students in the school can beat him. Even our second-year top student, Mu Yi, might not be his match. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and many girls' eyes sparkled with admiration. The girl Chun Fan had saved couldn't take her eyes off him. After exchanging dozens of moves with the rock demon, Chun Fan decided to stop holding back. His entire body surged with energy, and a thunder dragon coiled around his lightning spear. "I've figured out your weakness. You won't survive this." Chun Fan sneered, thrusting his spear forward. Blue-purple lightning roared out, shattering the rock demon's head into pieces. "Congratulations, host, for earning 100 slaughter points." Chun Fan then charged at the other rock demons in the area. The remaining ones were all second tier, and he easily took them down with a single strike each, swiftly clearing the field. The crowd erupted in cheers. "Mingza, Lao Gao, stay here and protect everyone. Make sure no boulders fall on them. I'm heading elsewhere to hunt more rock demons," Chun Fan instructed before pushing through the crowd and heading off. Inside the school, the teachers were busy dealing with high-tier rock demons, leaving the lower-tier ones for the students to handle. After some thought, Chun Fan decided to take out his Thunder God Spear. After all, when it came to stealing kills, this weapon was the most effective. Soon, a strange scene appeared in the dormitory area. Chun Fan strolled leisurely, holding a weapon that no one had ever seen before. As long as a rock demon appeared in his line of sight, even hundreds of meters away, he could accurately shoot and explode its head with one shot. Many people were still fighting fiercely with the rock demons when the head of the rock demon in front of them suddenly exploded. Within just 10 minutes, Chun Fan used the Thunder God gun to kill over 100 rock demons, causing his kill points to soar to 3,205. However, he found it awkward that while the Thunder God gun was great for stealing kills, it consumed a significant amount of energy. Just as he was about to put the Thunder God gun away, a strong and unyielding voice came from behind him. "Hey, classmate, what kind of weapon is that in your hand? Let me take a look." Chun Fan turned around and saw a young man holding a long spear, staring greedily at the Thunder God gun in his hand. "Sorry, it's a personal item and not convenient to show," Chun Fan replied coldly. Thinking to himself, "Show it to you? Who do you think you are?" The man's gaze gradually darkened. "My name is Mai. You should have heard of me. Hand over the weapon, and you can follow me from now on." "Mai? Never heard of you," Chun Fan replied indifferently, completely unconcerned. "Follow you? Not interested." He had just scanned Mai with his Thunder Vision and found that while Mai's strength was decent, at the early stage of Tier 3, it was nothing special. How arrogant. In that case, I'll take it myself. Mai's eyes turned icy as he stepped closer to Chen Fan. A faint sneer appeared on Chen Fan's face. He had been at the school for some time now, but he hadn't expected to encounter campus bullying today. Beating up a senior might be quite fun. Just as Chen Fan was about to make a move, a figure stepped in front of him. Mai, are you trying to bully someone again? The woman was slim, yet her chest was unusually full. Her features were delicate, and the tear mole on her face added to her charm. At this moment, she was holding a silver longsword pointed at Mai, her face filled with anger. By Mushi, it's you again. Get lost and stop meddling. Mai's face was full of impatience. Both of them were top students in their second year at the National Martial University and the only two early-stage Tier 3 ability users, but their personalities were completely different. Mai was arrogant and domineering, often bullying the weak. Bai Mushi, on the other hand, was gentle and always took care of her juniors. Mai, there are so many rock demons in the school right now, yet instead of protecting your classmates, you're here bullying others. Bai Mushi's face turned cold. Those weaklings aren't worth my protection. Bai Mushi, get out of my way. I've found something interesting, Mai said, gripping his spear tightly, his eyes full of conflict, ready to fight at any moment. The tension between the two immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding students. Aren't these the two strongest second-year students in our school? Why are they fighting again? Who's that guy next to them? He looks familiar, but I can't remember. Probably some guy who offended Mai. He's in for it now. Even though Bai Mushi is protecting him this time, Mai definitely won't let him off in the future. As everyone was discussing, a massive boulder with a diameter of 10 meters suddenly crashed in front of them. The boulder then cracked open, and a colossal creature nearly 4 meters tall emerged. This rock demon's strength has already surpassed Tier 3. Everyone stared at the towering black figure, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Bai Mushi and Mai's faces also showed shock. The aura emanating from this rock demon had already reached the early stage of Tier 4. It scanned the crowd, and finally, its gaze landed on Mai. After letting out a low growl, it leaped instantly, covering 20 meters in a flash. Mai had no time to dodge. His chest was torn open by the rock demon's sharp claws, and he was sent flying 20 meters away. The rock demon immediately turned toward Bai Mushi, moving so fast that it was almost impossible to see. Bai Mushi was terrified, knowing she couldn't escape. She quickly drew her sword, ready to fight to the death. At that moment, a gentle force pushed her several meters away. Chen Fan appeared, standing in front of her, his entire body enveloped in lightning. Within a 10-meter radius, blue-purple lightning flickered and danced. This was the beginner thunder domain. At this moment, only by going all out could there be a chance of victory. Bai Mushi stared at Chen Fan's lightning-clad back, her mouth agape in astonishment. The oppressive aura he exuded was like a mountain, forcing the rock demon to halt its steps. The rock demon looked at Chen Fan, clearly showing fear. Everyone, including the gravely injured Mai lying on the ground, was stunned. A late-stage Tier 2 ability user had such an overwhelming presence. It was shocking, almost unbelievable. Come on, let me test my ultimate combat strength on you. Chen Fan gripped his weapon, Zhuadian, his tone calm. Back when he was in the mid-stage of Tier 2, he had relied on the beginner thunder domain and his master-level marksmanship to hold his ground against the strongest peak Tier 3 beasts. Now that he had advanced to the late stage of Tier 2, still at the top of his class, he was confident in challenging this early Tier 4 rock demon. The rock demon roared and charged at Chen Fan. With a thought, Chen Fan summoned 2 thunder dragons from the 9 heavens thunder. One empowered himself, and the other empowered Zhuadian. His spear moved like lightning, and his battle with the Tier 4 rock demon was evenly matched. Bai Mushi, standing a dozen meters away, was dumbfounded. The person she had just been protecting turned out to be this powerful. She smiled bitterly, realizing that the one she had been protecting earlier might not have been Chen Fan, but Mai. Meanwhile, Mai, lying on the ground, looked pale. He had once considered himself an S-class ability user, the strongest genius in his sophomore year, yet he had been defeated by someone 2 levels below him. His heart was filled with both shock and despair. How strong is this guy? A late-stage Tier 2 can actually contend with an early Tier 4? During the battle, Chun Fan used the combination technique of Thunder Flash and Thunder Shadow Clone for the first time. His figure suddenly split into two, attacking the rock demon from both sides. The rock demon couldn't distinguish the real from the fake and was struck in the chest by Chun Fan's spear. However, this creature had no nervous system, no flesh, and no internal organs. It felt no pain, no fear, and its combat strength remained undiminished. But Chun Fan's combination technique gave it a headache. It couldn't figure out which was real. Chun Fan moved unpredictably left, right, up, down, his real and fake figures shifting in an instant. For the next minute, the rock demon couldn't touch Chun Fan even once, while its body was repeatedly pierced by his spear, leaving its surface shattered. That's enough. Time to send you on your way. The timing was perfect, and Chun Fan didn't want to overuse the beginner Thunder domain, as the skill had significant side effects. Spear technique, heaven-shattering strike. Lightning erupted from the spear's tip, streaking across the sky like a meteor. In the next moment, half of the rock demon's body was blasted into pieces by Chun Fan. Congratulations, host, for earning 1,000 kill points. The system's notification in his mind filled Chun Fan with joy. After this desperate battle, he could now contend with early Tier 4 beasts. The people around him stared at the lightning coiling around Chun Fan, completely stunned. So powerful. Incredibly powerful. I remember, now it's Chun Fan. A student suddenly recognized Chun Fan and exclaimed. Which Chun Fan? The surrounding crowd quickly asked. The one who just started as a freshman. The one who almost overturned the entire sports field during the freshman competition half a month ago, the freshman king. So it's him. In such a short time, his strength has already surpassed the two strongest sophomores. While everyone was discussing, Baimushi mustered up the courage to walk up to Chun Fan, extending a fair hand in a gesture of a handshake. Hello, Chun Fan. My name is Baimushi. Thank you for saving me. Would it be convenient to add me on WeChat? I'm the captain of the sophomore school team. Maybe we can hunt exotic beasts together in the dimensional space in the future. Baimushi blinked her big eyes, looking both sweet and adorable. Chun Fan smiled and shook her hand, saying, Of course, no problem. This interaction made the surrounding boys envious. They're already holding hands? Baimushi is famously aloof, and she was the one who initiated it? Oh my god, the sky is falling. Stop being jealous. Do you have Chun Fan's talent? If I were a girl, I'd throw myself at him too. With this talent, no one in the national martial arts scene will surpass him in the future. After adding Baimushi on WeChat, Chun Fan looked at the fallen Mai. Mai was trembling all over, unable to even feel the pain. Chun Fan grinned at him, and suddenly a Thor gun appeared in his hand. Baimushi's eyes widened again, summoning a weapon out of thin air. This guy was too mysterious. Chun Fan looked at Mai and asked, Do you still want to see this thing? No. Mai shook his head repeatedly. It's okay, take a look. Chun Fan smiled meaningfully. Big brother, I really don't want to see it. Mai quickly refused. Not looking is fine, but you have to slap yourself 100 times first, then I won't show it to you, Chun Fan said with a smile. Mai, being ruthless, immediately started slapping his face back and forth, shouting, Brother Fan, I was wrong. Remember, don't let me catch you bullying people again. Otherwise, next time won't be so simple. Chun Fan coldly left a warning and turned to leave. He still had to hunt rock demons and accumulate slaughter points. He couldn't be bothered with such small fry. Baimushi caught up to him. Classmate, can I join you? She was now full of curiosity about Chun Fan. Suit yourself, Chun Fan agreed indifferently. The two walked together, and wherever Chun Fan went, he fought. Baimushi hardly had any chance to make a move. Baimushi followed him like a sweet girlfriend. She was beautiful and had a great figure, attracting envious glances from many boys. Chun Fan, however, was focused on slaughter. At this moment, his points had already reached 6,000. He planned to accumulate 10,000 points to exchange for a D-level white lottery draw. But soon, the rock demons on campus were cleared out. Chun Fan simply headed off campus. Baimushi naturally followed him. With a beauty accompanying him, Chun Fan was in a good mood. However, Baimushi had too many questions. Chun Fan, Are you really an SS level ability user? Is summoning objects your ability? Or is it a space-related ability? Have you ever had a girlfriend? Along the way, Mushi asked dozens of questions. Senior, are you 100,000 wise? Chun Fan teased. After a brief interaction, Chun Fan learned about Mushi's ability, an S-level ice power called Ice Soul Abyss. Her attacks carried a strong freezing effect. Enemies felt as if they were trapped in an ice cave. Their movements slowed, and weaker individuals could even instantly turn into ice shards. Her strength was impressive, capable of reaching the late third stage when fully unleashed. Chun Fan and Mushi spent the entire night killing in the city. By the end, Mushi was utterly exhausted, but Chun Fan remained full of energy. His kill points surpassed 15,000. On the morning of July 16th, the chaos in Chang'an City gradually subsided. Among the 10,000 soldiers stationed in the city, over 2,000 were dead or injured. The death toll of ordinary citizens was still being counted, estimated to exceed 100,000. On a street in Chang'an City, Chun Fan and Mushi walked side by side. They looked at the devastated city and the scattered corpses along the roadside, their hearts heavy. In the ruins, a woman was clutching the body of a young child, crying hysterically, her emotions collapsing. Chun Fan couldn't bear to look directly. The child was only 7 or 8 years old, reminding him of Tong Tong. This damned beast cult. His heart was filled with anger, and he cursed under his breath. The beast cult is utterly despicable. Mushi frowned, her eyes moist. Weren't people living peacefully? Why did they have to turn the world into this? Her voice carried a hint of choking. They're nothing but scum. All of them deserve to die. Chun Fan's voice was cold and piercing. I swear, one day, I will completely eradicate them from this world. That day won't be far away. The beast cult had existed for years since the appearance of the interdimensional space, destroying countless countries and claiming countless lives, with the death toll possibly exceeding 1 billion. Yet, for all these years, no one dared to claim they could completely eliminate this evil cult. However, for some reason, Mushi particularly believed in Chun Fan's vow. After returning to Guowu, Chun Fan bid farewell to Mushi. Just as he reached the dormitory building, his phone suddenly vibrated. The caller ID showed Huang Fucheng. Chun Fan's heart tightened, his intuition telling him something was wrong. He quickly answered the call, only to hear Huang Fucheng's anxious voice. Chun Fan, come to my house quickly. Yang Chuchu is missing. What? Chun Fan panicked instantly and hurriedly ran toward the villa area behind the school. A few minutes later, he arrived at Huang Fucheng's house. By then, a crowd had already gathered there. How could Chuchu go missing? Chun Fan asked urgently. Huang Fucheng's face was grim as he replied in a deep voice. We don't know either. Teacher Yi Shuang was seriously injured and unconscious. Dr. Mo is treating her now. Once she wakes up, we might find out what happened. Chun Fan frowned deeply. As expected, the beast cult's actions were far from simple. Half an hour later, Mo Ichin appeared at the top of the stairs on the second floor. She's awake. If you want to ask anything, come upstairs. Everyone hurried upstairs to a room where Yi Shuang was sitting up against the headboard, her face pale. Teacher Yi, what exactly happened? Who hurt you? Where's Yang Chuchu? Huang Fucheng asked in a deep voice. Yi Shuang's face was filled with guilt, her voice weak. It was Zhao Qian. He ambushed me last night during the chaos and took Yang Chuchu away. Zhao Qian. It really was him. Anger immediately filled everyone's faces. After Tian Xiong's heart was pierced, Chun Fan had suspected Zhao Qian, but the man had always acted obediently, showing no signs of betrayal. That I never expected to do something so crazy today. Why did he take Yang Chuchu away? Could it be that he has truly defected to the beast worship cult? Dai Jiangshan's eyes were icy cold. The dean of the Magic Academy, Gongsun Liaguang, was also present. He had remained silent, but the anger in his eyes was no less than anyone else's. Zhao Qian, a teacher at their Magic Academy, had done such a thing today, utterly disgracing the academy. Rest assured, I will personally bring him back and give everyone an explanation. I, Gongsun Liaguang, failed in my duty to discipline him properly, and I apologize to you all. He bowed deeply to everyone. At that moment, he looked much older. Sigh. Huang Fucheng let out a sigh. The most difficult part now is that we have no idea where Zhao Qian has taken Yang Chuchu. Everyone's expressions were grim. No matter how capable they were, without knowing the location, what could they do? Teachers, I might have a way to locate Yang Chuchu. Chen Fan took out a jade pendant. The crowd, with their discerning eyes, immediately recognized that this jade pendant was no ordinary item. Chen Fan, what is this? Huang Fucheng asked. This is the sub-pendant of the parent-child entanglement pendant. I had already placed the main pendant on Yang Chuchu. As long as we follow the guidance of the sub-pendant, we can find her. Excellent. Chen Fan, you really planned ahead. Huang Fucheng praised him, then turned to the others in the room and said, there's no time to lose. Let's act together. I must see what Zhao Qian is planning. At this moment, on the outskirts of Chang'an, after 2 hours of eruption, Fengming Mountain had formed a massive internal space. The space was filled with numerous members of the beast worship cult. Leading them was a figure in a blood-red robe and a snake head mask, his true face obscured. However, his aura was overwhelming. Like a tidal wave, no one below the level of martial saint could possibly stand against him. He was one of the 12 archbishops of the beast worship cult, codenamed Snake Sovereign. In the power hierarchy of the beast worship cult, the leader was called the Holy Lord, the supreme figure of the cult, whose true identity was unknown to anyone. Below the Holy Lord were the 12 archbishops, named after the 12 zodiac animals. These individuals were all at least quasi-martial saints in strength. They were equally enigmatic, with their real-world identities shrouded in mystery. The one appearing in the underground space of Fengming Mountain was the Snake's sovereign archbishop, an SS-level ghostly manipulator. At this moment, standing before him was a man none other than Zhao Qian, who had abducted Yang Chuchu. As agreed, I have brought Yang Chuchu. Now, isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise to grant me the opportunity to advance to Grandmaster? Zhao Qian sneered. The man in the blood-red robe let out a strange laugh and took something out of his hand. Rest assured, Teacher Zhao, our cult keeps its promises. This is an 8th-tier spirit life pill. Swallow it, and you will successfully advance to the 8th tier. The spirit life pill was a unique treasure of the beast worship cult. It was said that refining one required draining the essence blood of 81 7th tier or higher exotic beasts, making it incomparably precious. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhao Qian's eyes. He had been stuck at the peak of the 7th tier for a full 10 years. For this spirit life pill, he was willing to betray the national martial order. However, just as he reached out to take the blood-red pill, the man in the blood-red robe closed his hand, leaving Zhao Qian grasping at air. What is the meaning of this? Zhao Qian's face darkened. Teacher Zhao, don't be hasty. To obtain this pill, you must first complete one more task. Speak. Zhao Qian's voice was hoarse. Swallow the beast god pill and become a member of the beast worship cult. Zhao Qian's expression turned grim. He remained silent for a moment, clearly struggling internally. Teacher Zhao, you have already betrayed the national martial order. There is no turning back for you. Why not completely join us and accomplish great things together? To be honest, without the guidance of the beast god's power, swallowing the soul pill will only cause your body to explode and die. The man in the blood-red robe spoke slowly, his tone filled with temptation. Explode and die? You're lying to me. I don't believe you. Zhao Qian glared at him angrily. Lying to you? Heh, if you don't believe me, then go ahead and try. The man in the blood-red robe casually tossed the soul pill to Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian caught the pill, his expression complex and his heart filled with unease. He didn't dare to easily trust the man's words. The man in the blood-red robe didn't rush him, simply standing quietly and waiting. 2 minutes later, Zhao Qian finally made up his mind. Give me the beast god pill. A wise choice. The man in the blood-red robe threw out another pill, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Swallow the beast god pill first, then take the soul pill. In 2 hours, you'll be able to break through to the 8th tier Grandmaster level. After speaking, he instructed the surrounding members of the beast worship cult. The time is almost here. I'm going to activate the secret technique. Guard this place and don't let anyone disturb us. Yes. The group responded swiftly. The man in the blood-red robe grabbed the unconscious Yang Chuchu from the ground and headed toward another underground space. At this moment, Chun Fan and his group, guided by the Jade Pendant, had left National Martial University. Accompanying them were Huang Fucheng, Dai Jiangshan, Gongsun Liaguang, and Zhang Kuan. Huang Fucheng hadn't brought more powerful individuals, as no one knew whether the beast worship cult would make a move on Chang'an City next. Huang Fucheng frowned. The Jade Pendant points to Fengming Mountain. It seems Zhao Qian has truly joined the beast worship cult. When I find that bastard, I'll burn him to ashes. Gongsun Liaguang gritted his teeth. The others said nothing, but their eyes were filled with killing intent, as if ready to fight at any moment. They traveled quickly, and shortly after leaving Chang'an City, a thunderous roar like a bull's bellow shook the heavens and earth. The sound was so powerful it caused ripples in the space around them. When Chun Fan heard it, his blood surged violently, nearly collapsing. Fortunately, Huang Fucheng reacted quickly, helping him stabilize his energy. Chun Fan gasped for air, and as he regained his composure, he found Huang Fucheng and the others standing in front of him, blocking his view. "What's going on, teachers?" Chun Fan asked curiously. When he peeked out, his pupils suddenly widened. 100 meters ahead, 8 exotic beasts stood in a row, each with a person on its back. Among them, 3 beasts exuded particularly powerful auras, clearly at the 8th tier. One of them was over 10 meters tall, covered in brown fur, with massive horns on its head, resembling a humanoid yak. A mountain-moving battle bull. Chun Fan couldn't help but swallow hard. He had seen this type of exotic beast in textbooks. It resembled a bull, walked upright, and possessed immense strength capable of shaking mountains, hence its name. This exotic beast was incredibly powerful, ranking among the top in the 8th tier. To the right of the mountain-moving battle bull was a 3-headed male lion, its body engulfed in flames, standing about 10 meters tall. Chun Fan couldn't identify it, likely a mutated exotic beast. The last one was the most terrifying, its aura reaching the peak of the 8th tier. It was the Jiang family's guardian beast, the heaven-devouring Crimson Jiao. The remaining 5 were all 7th-tier beasts, one of which Chun Fan recognized as the Silver Jiao dragon the Thunder Squad had encountered during their first training session against the Field Bear. Chun Fan's heart tightened. With this lineup, plus the appearance of the Silver Jiao dragon, he guessed the identity of these people. The Jiang family from the capital. At this moment, the middle-aged man standing on the heaven-devouring Crimson Jiao spoke first. "Vice Principal Huangfu, hand over your Chun Fan, and today our Jiang family will spare you." Huang Fucheng's gaze was grim, filled with murderous intent. "The Jiang family, you really are relentless. Chun Fan killed my only descendant, cutting off my family's bloodline. I will never let this grudge go." The middle-aged man's eyes were as sharp as knives, fixed on Chun Fan as if he wanted to devour him alive. Chun Fan couldn't help but shiver. These people were too powerful, and he had no way to resist. Fortunately, Huang Fucheng and his group would never abandon him. "Want to take Chun Fan? No way. Get lost and stop delaying our important matters. Otherwise, when our national martial army arrives, we'll treat you all as accomplices of the beast worship cult." Dai Jiangshan snorted coldly, his powerful aura spreading out and forcefully suppressing the opposing side. He deliberately acted tough, fabricating the illusion that reinforcements were just behind them, trying to force the Jiang family to retreat. After all, they were at a numerical disadvantage. "Ha ha! In this situation, does your national martial army dare to go all out?" Jiang Wei was sneered, clearly unconvinced. "Jiang family head, our operation this time is extremely important. Please step aside." Huang Fucheng's voice was as cold as a blade. "Hand over Chun Fan, and we'll retreat. Otherwise, we won't leave without a fight today." The Jiang family clearly had no intention of letting go easily. "In that case, I, Huang Fucheng, will see what the Jiang family is capable of." Huang Fucheng unleashed his full power, his aura overwhelming. Known for being difficult to deal with, he naturally wouldn't back down when provoked. "Prison of heaven and earth," he shouted, and a massive spiritual cage suddenly appeared, trapping the Jiang family members inside. Huang Fucheng was a top-tier spiritual ability user, and such powers became increasingly terrifying in later stages, capable of silently crushing enemies or even instantly destroying their brains. The prison of heaven and earth was his ultimate move. This cage, constructed with spiritual energy, suppressed the spirits of those inside, and those who couldn't withstand it would suffer brain death directly. Huang Fucheng's spiritual energy was like a mountain, firmly imprisoning the group. The Jiang family members' expressions changed slightly, and even Zhang Weiwa appeared somewhat tense. Don't be afraid. No matter how strong his spiritual energy is, it can't surpass all of ours combined. Everyone, focus your spiritual energy and break this cage. Jiang Weiwa quickly organized a counterattack. Under the continuous assault from the Jiang family's spiritual energy, the black spiritual cage began to waver. Huang Fucheng found it too difficult to suppress so many people alone. He quickly instructed those around him. Zhang Kuan, take Qin Fan and leave first. Jiang Shan, Lie Guang, prepare for battle. Understood. The three split up to act. Zhang Kuan wasted no time, grabbing Qin Fan's shoulder and retreating swiftly. Qin Fan didn't resist. He knew staying here would only be a burden. However, he was still worried and asked, Teacher Zhang, they have more people. Will the vice principal and the others be in danger? Don't worry. With the vice principal's strength, unless a quasi-martial saint-level expert appears, no one can kill him. Then I'm relieved. Qin Fan let out a sigh of relief. After the two had fled some distance, Huang Fucheng's spiritual cage finally couldn't hold up and was shattered by the Jiang family's spiritual attacks. The Jiang family's beast pets, like wild horses freed from their reins, roared and charged at Huang Fucheng's group. The battlefield instantly descended into chaos. Soon, a seventh-tier exotic beast broke away from the battle and chased in the direction where Qin Fan and Zhang Kuan were fleeing. It was the Silver Flood Dragon. Its speed was astonishing, like a streak of silver light rapidly closing in. Zhang Kuan sensed movement behind him, raised an eyebrow, and said to Qin Fan, Hold on tight to me. Today, I'll take you on a flying sword escape. Zhang Kuan quickly summoned his flying sword, grabbed Qin Fan, and leaped onto it. In the next second, the flying sword accelerated rapidly, carrying them 30 meters above the ground at high speed. 30 meters was just high enough to clear the treetops without being too exposed. It was Qin Fan's first time experiencing such high-speed flight, and his heart raced as the Silver Flood Dragon behind them was instantly left far behind. Flying on a sword was truly enviable. Before long, they arrived at the foot of Foaming Mountain. Zhang Kuan brought Qin Fan down from the flying sword and hid behind a large rock. Qin Fan looked at the fish-shaped jade pendant in his hand, frowning. The pendant indicates that Chu Chu should be captured nearby, but this area is barren and deserted. Let me investigate. Zhang Kuan placed 2 fingers on his forehead, and his mental energy quickly spread out. Soon, he found a clue. There's a large open space underground. What? It's hollow below? Qin Fan was surprised. Mr. Zhang, can you probe what's inside? No. Zhang Kuan shook his head. It's too deep. My mental energy can only reach the edges. Then let's look for an entrance. We should be able to find a way underground. Qin Fan suggested decisively. The two carefully searched the area. As a mental ability user, Zhang Kuan was highly efficient and soon found a clue at the foot of the mountain. He stopped in front of the mountain and whispered to Qin Fan. The entrance is right here. Here. Qin Fan looked around. This spot looked no different from the rest of the mountain. Where was the entrance? Your mental energy isn't strong enough to see the flaw. This place has been tampered with by an illusion ability user. It looks solid on the surface, but it's actually hollow, Zhang Kuan explained. Now that we've found the entrance, what's the next step? The two hid nearby and discussed in low voices. The underground situation was unclear, and rushing in recklessly could be fatal. How about we wait for the vice principal and the others? Zhang Kuan suggested. We can't wait. The longer we delay, the more dangerous it becomes. Mr. Zhang, I have an idea. Qin Fan leaned in and whispered his plan. What? You have another ability? Mimicry. Zhang Kuan was shocked. Shoo, keep your voice down, or we'll be discovered. Qin Fan quickly reminded him. Transform for me to see if I can spot any flaws, Zhang Kuan said curiously. All right. Qin Fan nodded. Watch closely. After speaking, he transformed directly into Zhao Ming's appearance. Huh. Zhang Kuen's eyes widened as his mental energy scanned Chun Fan back and forth, full of astonishment. Your ability is incredible. I can't detect a single flaw. Chun Fan also breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since he advanced to the second tier, his mimicry ability had upgraded. Not only could he imitate appearances, but even his aura was identical. Chun Fan, oh Chun Fan, how many more secrets are you hiding from me? Don't tell me you have a third ability. Zhang Kuan marveled. Take a guess, Chun Fan replied with a smile. Zhang Kuan was speechless. No wonder this guy was so formidable in battle. He was definitely more than just a dual ability user. In that case, I'll fight alongside you, Zhang Kuan said with determination in his eyes. Chun Fan hid behind a large rock and took out the stealth soul orb he had won in yesterday's lottery. In the next moment, his entire aura disappeared. Combined with his mimicry ability, he blended seamlessly into the surrounding environment. Seeing this, Zhang Kuan walked to the illusion-covered entrance and shouted loudly, "Beast cult members, you are surrounded by me. Surrender now." His words were incredibly arrogant, utterly overbearing. Then, the long sword on his back unsheathed itself, flying into the air. Under the control of his mind, a massive sword energy slashed toward the mountain. Boom! Rocks exploded everywhere. A hidden, enormous cave entrance was exposed. The members of the beast worship cult in the underground space immediately panicked. What? We've been surrounded. Could it be the National Martial Army has arrived? Everyone's expressions changed as they prepared for battle. Beast worship cult scum, why aren't you coming out to die? My treasured sword is almost rusting. Let's see how it feels against your necks. Zhang Kuan cursed loudly, his words growing increasingly offensive. Chun Fan could hardly believe it. The usually gentle and refined Zhang Kuan could actually be this wild. The faces of the beast worship cult members in the underground space turned green and purple in anger. After listening for a while, they finally understood only one person was shouting. Could it be that a single person had surrounded all of them? This is infuriating. Brothers, charge out with me and take down this arrogant brat. In an instant, 200 to 300 people rushed out. Zhang Kuan's expression shifted slightly when he saw the crowd. Among them were 3 7th-tier ability users. Leading the group was a bald man with a fierce gaze, staring intently at Zhang Kuan. You're so arrogant, I thought a martial saint had arrived. Turns out you're just a 7th-tier expert. You've got guts. Brothers, capture him, clean him up, and fry him in oil. The beast worship cult members charged at Zhang Kuan. Zhang Kuan cursed inwardly. He had expected a lot of people, but not this many. However, his face remained defiant, as he needed to create chaos to give Chun Fan an opportunity. He laughed loudly and took control of his flying sword to engage. Just what I wanted. Beast worship cult scum, taste the might of Master Zhang's flying sword. Zhang Kuan was outrageously arrogant, but he indeed had the strength to back it up. The Heavenly Gang sword formation quietly activated, with countless sword energies spinning rapidly around him. These sword energies could both attack and defend, and despite the beast worship cult's siege, no flaws were exposed. Kill him. The archpriest will surely reward us handsomely. Chaos erupted at the foot of Foaming Mountain. Zhang Kuan's Heavenly Gang sword formation was immensely powerful. The sword energy swept through the beast worship cult members indiscriminately, attacking everyone at once rather than focusing on a single target. Before long, the beast worship cult's formation was completely scattered by Zhang Kuan. Chun Fan, hiding in the shadows, observed for 2 minutes. Feeling the time was right, he transformed into one of the beast worship cult members on the battlefield. Amid the chaos, Chun Fan quietly blended into the crowd without drawing attention. He set his sights on a 4th-tier beginner-level beast worship cult member. You're the one. Amid the crowd, Chun Fan carefully approached. He had chosen this person for a reason. Observing the battlefield, he noticed that the beast worship cult member he had transformed into had charged out alongside this individual, indicating they had a good relationship. Moreover, this person had been lingering on the edge of the battlefield, barely contributing, clearly timid and afraid of being hit by Zhang Kuan's sword energy. As Chun Fan approached, the man was slowly forming a fireball, preparing to hurl it at Zhang Kuan. Chun Fan lightly patted his shoulder. The man was startled, nearly losing control of the fireball. Liang Shan, what are you doing? You almost scared me to death, he snapped, turning around angrily. Come with me. I found a stash of pills over there, Chen Fan said in a low voice. Pills? Really? The man was delighted but quickly grew suspicious. Liang Shan, why does your voice sound so strange? Though a flaw had been noticed, Chen Fan remained completely unfazed. He had already prepared a cover story. Although he could change his appearance and mimic others' voices, the prerequisite was that he had to have heard the person speak. Right now, he had no idea what Liang Shan's real voice sounded like. So, he could only imitate it with a hoarse voice, as if recovering from a cold. My throat was just injured, he said casually, then urged. Look, these are what I just picked up. There are plenty more over there. He opened his palm, revealing 4 or 5 Yang Yuan pills. Where? Is there really such a good thing? Take me to see. The man immediately showed a greedy expression. The two walked behind a large rock, and the man asked eagerly, Liang Shan, where exactly are the pills? They're right on the ground. Can't you see them? Chen Fan casually pointed to the ground, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. Oh, where? Why can't I see them? The man bent down to carefully inspect the ground. The next second, Chen Fan struck swiftly, and a blood-soaked head flew into the air. In your next life, be a good person, Chen Fan said softly, then decisively stored the corpse into his spatial ring. His E-grade spatial ring had a capacity of 10 cubic meters, so storing a corpse was no problem. With this, there's no chance of failure. Chen Fan emerged from behind the rock, his appearance once again transforming into that of the man he had just killed. He silently returned to the scene, where the beast worship cult members were in chaos due to Zhang Kuen's interference, and no one noticed anything unusual. Of course, Zhang Kuen saw through it all. He secretly admired Chen Fan's skill and proficiency. It seems this kid has used this trick more than once or twice, Zhang Kuen thought to himself. The next moment, he shouted, 10,000 swords returned to the sect. The sword energy in the air instantly condensed into a massive flying sword. At Zhang Kuen's command, the flying sword swept across, instantly defeating several of the strongest opponents in front of him. Then, he leapt onto the flying sword, his figure soaring into the sky, completely escaping the beast worship cult siege. Just wait. I'll return to Guowu to mobilize reinforcements, and then we'll take this place down completely. The people in the field gritted their teeth in anger, but were helpless. The speed of the flying sword was beyond their reach, even on horseback. Within the beast worship cult, a bald man of the 7th rank cursed a few times before instructing the group. Brothers, everyone retreat to the cave and hide. Once the bishop's ceremony is over, we'll deal with the Guowu people properly. Yes. The crowd responded in unison and retreated to the underground space. Chen Fan blended into the crowd, his brows furrowed. He had just heard 2 key words, bishop and ceremony. He was no longer a novice in the world of abilities and had some understanding of the hierarchy within the beast worship cult. A bishop was at least at the quasi-martial saint level. As for the ceremony, he had a bad feeling it might be related to Yang Chu-Chu. Chen Fan entered the underground space and began to observe carefully. The area was vast, with extremely high temperatures, and the entire place was bathed in a red glow. As he was surveying the surroundings, a member of the beast worship cult approached. It was none other than the Liang Shan he had initially impersonated. Liang Shan walked with a limp, his face full of complaints. Zhong Yuan, you're lucky you didn't get hurt. I was miserable. That swordsman seemed to target me specifically. His sword light chased me for 2 minutes. Chen Fan chuckled inwardly. It was clearly Zhang Kuen's deliberate doing. He also silently noted a name, Zhong Yuan. So, my identity is Zhong Yuan, he thought with a smile, then comforted. Liang Shan, surviving a disaster often brings good fortune. That's true. I feel like I'm about to break through to the mid-4th tier. Congratulations, congratulations. Chen Fan cupped his hands in congratulations, quickly steering the conversation toward the matter he was concerned about. Do you know when the Archbishop will finish the ritual? If the National Martial Army attacks, we'll be in big trouble. Indeed. Liang Shan also showed a worried expression. But I guess it won't be too quick. It's a blood transfusion ritual, where the blood of a phoenix corpse is injected into a little girl. Such a process must take quite some time, probably around half a day. What? blood transfusion. Chen Fan's heart trembled, almost revealing his emotions. A storm surged within him. A phoenix corpse? The body of a phoenix? Injecting the blood of a phoenix corpse into Yang Chuchu's body, what exactly is the beast worship cult trying to do? He adjusted his mood and feigned casualness. Liang Shan, do you know why the Archbishop wants to perform a blood transfusion on that little girl? I do know about that. Liang Shan revealed a smug expression. I overheard some deacons say the purpose is to forcibly enhance the girl's cultivation level. Enhance her cultivation level. Chen Fan was astonished. Liang Shan continued. I guess it's because our holy son's Azure Dragon physique has already reached the 8th tier and is about to transform into a dragon. But that little girl's true phoenix physique is only at the 2nd tier, which is too much of a gap. The two can't merge, nor can they produce offspring. So, they must forcibly enhance her cultivation level by infusing phoenix blood. The more Chen Fan listened, the more shocked he became. The methods of the beast worship cult were truly twisted. He pretended to remain calm. Our cult is truly formidable, even managing to obtain a phoenix corpse. I heard this phoenix corpse was brought out of an interdimensional space by the Holy Lord 100 years ago. To prevent its body from decaying, it has been sealed in this volcanic lava for a century. Chen Fan chatted with him a bit more, extracting key information from him before quickly finding an excuse to leave, afraid that saying too much might expose himself. After observing for a few minutes, he quickly pinpointed the location of Yang Chuchu's blood transfusion. The place was in the deepest part of the underground space, where the temperature was extremely high and faint phoenix cries could be heard. Summoning his courage, Chen Fan approached. Perhaps it was too hot here, as there were no other members of the beast worship cult in sight. He arrived at the entrance of the cave and looked inside. On the altar lay a golden phoenix, 20 meters long. Blood-red runes danced on the altar, and golden blood, like threads, connected one end to the phoenix corpse and the other to Yang Chuchu. Yang Chuchu was already unconscious, but her aura was continuously rising. She had now reached the 3rd tier. A man in a blood-red robe sat cross-legged nearby, controlling the operation of the altar. The entire space was filled with a violent and bloodthirsty atmosphere. Although Yang Chuchu was unconscious, her face was contorted in pain. The forced infusion of exotic beast blood could easily lead to her body exploding and dying. Chen Fan clenched his fists tightly, cursing in his heart, these beasts. Just as he was pondering how to rescue Yang Chuchu, footsteps sounded behind him. Cheng Yuan, what are you sneaking around for? Chen Fan's heart tightened. He quickly adjusted his expression and turned around. What he saw stunned him. It was Double Face. You're not Cheng Yuan. Who are you really? Double Face's gray eyes swept over Chen Fan, flashing with cold light. Chen Fan, it's actually you. Damn it, this guy can recognize me. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. Double Face's ability was the twin-headed serpent, giving him 2 pairs of eyes, one for the death gaze and the other for the void-piercing eye. The death stare can petrify people, while the eye of truth can see through illusions. Chen Fan originally thought his mutated ability could help him evade detection, but he hadn't expected the dual-faced eye of truth to be so powerful. Chen Fan, you're courting death. Dual Face roared. Die, death stare. A gray beam shot out from his eyes, heading straight for Chen Fan. Chen Fan was prepared. He pulled a corpse from his spatial ring and threw it toward the gray beam. The corpse instantly petrified, blocking Dual Face's death stare. The commotion quickly alerted the blood-robed bishop. What happened, Dual Face? The bishop's voice was stern. Rest assured, Bishop. A kid has intruded, but I'll handle it immediately. Dual Face replied respectfully. The blood-robed man responded briefly, saying no more. Dual Face glared coldly at Chen Fan, his face full of mockery. Chen Fan, how do you want to die? This old fox. Chen Fan cursed inwardly. In the underground space, more and more members of the beast cult gathered to surround him. Despite the crowd, Chen Fan remained calm, as he had already planned his escape. He was prepared to activate the lightning thunder escape technique by striking the wooden fish if danger arose. The wooden fish would grant him 10 seconds of invincibility, and the lightning thunder escape would allow him to flee 3 kilometers instantly. In fact, 3 seconds would suffice with this move. He could escape unscathed. Moreover, Zhang Kuan was waiting for him 3 kilometers away, ensuring a foolproof plan. This trip wasn't in vain. I've uncovered the beast cult's conspiracy. Next, I'll return and call for reinforcements. With a thought, a golden wooden fish appeared in his hand. Seeing Chun Fan's calm demeanor, Dual Face grew even more furious, his gaze as if he wanted to tear Chun Fan apart. Chun Fan, do you know the price I paid to reattach this head? Dual Face advanced step by step. He had once lost a head outside Qingcheng, but because his ability was the twin-headed serpent, he hadn't died. However, reattaching the head had come at a great cost. Chun Fan, today I'll devour you alive to vent my hatred. With that, Dual Face's body transformed into a twin-headed serpent. His eyes gleamed coldly, and his blood-red mouth lunged fiercely at Chun Fan. Want to kill me, Chun Fan? Dream on. Chun Fan showed no fear. Bang! The wooden fish was struck, and a deep, resonant sound echoed through the underground space. Immediately, an invisible barrier appeared around Chun Fan. The twin-headed serpent lunged forward, its blood-red mouth biting fiercely at the golden swastika shield, only to be repelled. Impossible! How do you have such a high-grade treasure? Dual Face was both shocked and enraged. His serpent eye shot out a destructive golden beam. This was another move of the Eye of Truth, immensely powerful, capable of instantly annihilating a 5th-tier beast. But when the beam hit Chun Fan, it left him completely unharmed. Dual Face said coldly, Chun Fan, don't get cocky. Having life-saving tools won't help you. This place is already sealed by the beast cult. You can't escape, you can only wait to die. Who said I can't escape? Chun Fan sneered, cursing inwardly. Watch me flee. Lightning thunder escape. In the next moment, his body transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly disappearing from the underground space. Old dog, die. Chun Fan didn't choose to flee immediately, but instead charged directly at Dual Face. At this moment, he had entered his lightning form and was in an invincible state, making his body the hardest weapon. His speed was so fast that only a streak of lightning remained in the space. Boom! Electric light struck the double-faced man, sending him flying as if hit by a cannonball, slamming him hard against the wall. The immense impact shattered all the bones in his body. In the next moment, the electric light shifted direction, actively charging toward a group of beast cult members. With the combined effect of the wooden fish and the thunderbolt technique, Chun Fan was in an absolutely invincible state. Wherever the electric light passed, beast cult members fell to the ground one after another. His figure instantly dashed out of the underground space. The electric light remained incredibly fast, heading straight for the agreed meeting point with Zhang Kuan. You can't escape. Behind him, beast cult members quickly gave chase. Catch that kid, and the Archbishop will surely reward us handsomely. The beast cult members pursued frantically. Among them, the fastest was a 7th-tier Grandmaster. His eyes flashed with golden light, instantly transforming into a golden-winged rock. The golden-winged rock was extremely fast, even surpassing Chun Fan's thunderbolt technique. Kid die. The golden-winged rock lunged at Chun Fan with its sharp claws, but in the next moment, its entire body was struck and sent flying by a swastika-shaped projectile. Unwilling to give up, it tried attacking several more times, but failed each time. Kid, I don't believe you can keep dodging my attacks forever. The golden-winged rock let out an angry roar. Chun Fan remained calm after all. His invincible state hadn't ended yet, and he had enough time to rendezvous with Zhang Kuan. 3 kilometers away from the underground space, in an open area, Zhang Kuan was pacing back and forth with his flying sword in hand. This kid is really bold, Zhang Kuan remarked. He had been waiting for 10 minutes, which felt like an eternity to him. Could it be that the kid has already died in there? Just as Zhang Kuan was about to go back and check, a humanoid electric light flew toward him from the distance, followed closely by a golden-winged rock. Zhang Kuan squinted and vaguely recognized it as Chun Fan. Goodness, this kid really has some skills to have escaped. Zhang Kuan breathed a sigh of relief, flicked his finger, and the flying sword instantly shot out, heading straight for the golden-winged rock hundreds of meters away. The flying sword was incredibly fast, as swift as lightning, far surpassing Chun Fan's thunderbolt technique. The golden-winged rock was startled by the sudden flying sword. hurriedly extending its claws to block, but nearly got them severed. The flying sword moved nimbly, turning back to strike again. The beast cult members were completely panicked and quickly used secret techniques to retreat. Zhang Kuan did not pursue them, as more beast cult members were approaching from the distance. By this time, Chun Fan had returned to his normal form, his internal energy depleted. He quickly took out a vitality pill and swallowed it. As the pill entered his mouth, his energy began to recover slowly. Teacher Zhang, I've basically figured out the situation in the underground space. Let's leave here first. All right, Zhang Kuan nodded and quickly left with Chun Fan. A few minutes later, the two had completely shaken off the beast cult members and arrived at a hidden location. Zhang Kuan eagerly asked about the situation in the underground space of Foaming Mountain. Chun Fan, how many beast cult members are there? Who is the strongest? Chun Fan recounted everything he had seen and heard to Zhang Kuan. Although Zhang Kuan had mentally prepared himself, he was still shocked. It really is him, one of the 12 archbishops of the beast cult, Serpent Sovereign. How strong is he? Chun Fan asked. Quasi-martial saint. Zhang Kuan replied solemnly. Quasi-martial saint. Chun Fan was puzzled and asked, how much stronger is a quasi-martial saint compared to an 8th-tier peak? Far stronger. A quasi-martial saint is already at the threshold of becoming a martial saint. Our vice principal Huangfu is at the 8th-tier peak, but against a quasi-martial saint, he wouldn't last more than 3 to 5 seconds. Then what's the point of saving anyone? Chun Fan couldn't help but curse, feeling a bit unwilling. Is there no one in our top universities who can defeat a quasi-martial saint? Zhang Kuan frowned and said, there is. The principal himself is a quasi-martial saint, but he's not in the country. He went to Tianzhu a few months ago. Then what about the many grandmasters in our national martial university? If they join forces, can they win? They can win, but the cost would be enormous. They might have to sacrifice half their lives to take down the Snake Sovereign. Chun Fan fell silent. The cost was indeed too high. After thinking for a moment, he said, when I was discovered by the double-faced, that person didn't act personally. Could it be because he was presiding over the blood exchange ceremony and didn't have time? Oh, Zhang Kuan raised an eyebrow. If that's really the case, our sneak attack might catch him off guard. But if you're wrong, or if he abandons the ceremony to deal with us specifically, we'll definitely suffer a huge loss. Just as the two were at a loss, Chun Fan suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and a person appeared in his mind, the dormitory supervisor lady. He slapped his thigh. I completely forgot about her. If we can get her to help, we can turn the tables. Seeing the excitement on Chun Fan's face, Zhang Kuan couldn't help but ask, you know someone who can rival a quasi-martial saint? Sort of, but she might not be willing to help. I have to give it a try. Chun Fan nodded. Where is she now? Is she far away? If she's too far, it'll be too late by the time she arrives. Not far. She's right here in our National Martial University. What? Who? I've been at National Martial for 20 years, and I've never heard of such a person. Zhang Kuan exclaimed in shock. A dormitory supervisor. A dormitory supervisor? Are you serious? Zhang Kuan almost dropped his jaw. Let's go, Teacher Zhang. We'll head back to National Martial first. I'll go ask her, and you contact the other teachers. The two quickly agreed and hurried back to National Martial University. Upon returning, they split up, and Chun Fan headed straight for dormitory building number 5. In the lobby on the first floor of the dormitory, he once again saw the quasi-martial saint and respectfully saluted her. Senior, I have a favor to ask. The dormitory supervisor lady glanced at him coldly and said, you brat definitely have no good intentions. I won't help. Chun Fan quickly organized his words. Senior, Yang Chu-Chu, the little girl you met a while ago, has been captured by the beast worship cult. The Snake Sovereign is performing a phoenix blood exchange on her. If he succeeds, our human race might face total annihilation. Wait. The dormitory supervisor lady's previously indifferent expression immediately turned serious. What did you just say? A phoenix blood exchange? Yes, is there a problem? Chun Fan was a bit puzzled. Are you talking about phoenix blood, as in the blood of a phoenix? The dormitory supervisor lady asked nervously. Yes, the beast worship cult obtained a 20-meter-long phoenix corpse. A phoenix, an actual phoenix. The dormitory supervisor lady's excitement caused her aura to explode, and an unfathomable presence radiated from her entire being. I never thought my chance to become a saint would truly come. Where is that phoenix corpse? She asked Chen Fan urgently. At the foot of Fengming Mountain. Chen Fan quickly replied. Good, good, good. The dormitory supervisor lady was overjoyed. Chen Brat, if I can use this to advance to Martial Saint, I'll owe you a tremendous favor. And as for that little girl Yang Chu Chu, I'll help you save her. Chen Fan was a bit surprised he hadn't expected her to agree so readily. Senior, we can't delay any longer. Shall we set off now? Chen Fan urged. You go ahead. I need to prepare some things. There are still some arrangements to make before heading to Fengming Mountain. Chen Fan was anxious but couldn't force the quasi-martial saint, so he had to bid farewell for now. After leaving the dormitory building, he immediately called Zhang Kuan. However, Zhang Kuan brought bad news. Just 20 minutes ago, high-level beast tides simultaneously erupted at Jufeng Pass and Wangu Pass, and most of the strong individuals in the school had rushed to these two-dimensional spaces. Chen Fan, it seems the beast worship cult had planned this all along. First, they used the eruption at Fengming Mountain to draw our attention, then took advantage of the chaos to abduct Yang Chu Chu. Now, through the Jiang family, they've triggered beast tides, leaving our national marshal unable to respond to everything at once. Zhang Kuan said in a heavy tone over the phone, his mood somber. Yang Chu Chu was a disciple he had recruited into national marshal. If anything happened to her, he would feel deeply guilty. Chen Fan, perhaps I should have let Yang Chu Chu join Jing University or Magic University back then. He sounded regretful. Chen Fan picked up on Zhang Kuan's remorse and comforted him. Mr. Zhang, the outcome isn't decided yet. Don't lose heart. I've already convinced that senior. Really? Zhang Kuan was instantly invigorated. He hadn't expected Chen Fan to be able to persuade a quasi-martial saint. Absolutely true. But the senior still needs some time to arrive, so delaying the blood exchange ceremony will depend on us, Chen Fan said solemnly. All right, I'll fight to the end with you. Zhang Kuan gritted his teeth and agreed. At that moment, a deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Fan, I want to join this battle too. Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Fan was thrilled. Mr. Tian, you're awake? Awake. Thanks to you all bringing in Dr. Mo, Tian Xiong replied. Mr. Tian, it's my fault for involving you, Chen Fan said, feeling guilty. Haha, kid, don't give me that, Tian Xiong laughed heartily. I'm with Zhang Kuan right now, and I'm aware of the situation. National Marshal truly has no one left to fight. Even Dr. Mo is too drained from treating me to join the battle. But don't worry, as your coach, I'll definitely help you. Thank you, Mr. Tian, Chen Fan said, his heart filled with gratitude. After agreeing on a meeting point, Chen Fan quickly hung up the phone. A few minutes later, at the entrance of National Martial University, Chen Fan met Tian Xiong and Zhang Kuan again. Tian Xiong patted Chen Fan's shoulder and said with a smile, Good kid, just a few days, and you've broken through 2 minor realms? I still think my progress is too slow. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to keep troubling others, Chen Fan sighed, feeling unprecedentedly powerless in the face of the current situation. Don't sigh. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Before you grow strong enough, we teachers are here to shield you from the storm. When the day comes that you can truly stand on your own, it might be your turn to protect us. That's the meaning of inheritance, Tian Xiong said confidently about Chen Fan's future. As the saying goes, you can see a person's future at 3 and their character at 7. The same applies to those with special abilities. The talent Chen Fan was showing now indicated that as long as nothing went wrong, he would undoubtedly ascend to Martial Saint in the future. Chen Fan nodded silently, keeping those words in his heart. 10 minutes later, the 3 arrived at the site of the battle between Huang Fucheng and the Jiang family. The originally dense forest had been almost leveled, and the fight was extremely intense. Huang Fucheng's side had 3 powerful individuals who showed no signs of weakness despite being besieged. Chen Fan and the other 2 hid in the distance, not revealing themselves, and whispered their plans. This battle won't be decided in a short time. If we rashly join in, we won't be of any help and might even get trapped. I suggest we head straight to Fengming Mountain, create some trouble, and delay the blood exchange ritual, Zhang Kuan said in a deep voice. Chun Fan shook his head. No, the three of us aren't strong enough. If Snake's sovereign targets us, we're doomed. I have an idea. I can transform into Jiang Chen's appearance, and you can hold a sword to my neck as we walk over together. That should create enough impact to distract the Jiang family. Then, the principal and the others can seize the opportunity to strike them hard. Not bad. That's a good idea, Zhang Kuan muttered to himself. But Tian Xiong shook his head. No need for such trouble. You two wait here, I'll go and come back. Before Chen Fan and Zhang Kuan could react, Tian Xiong had already strode out, his aura surging far beyond what it was before. 8th tier. Old Tian has broken through to the 8th tier. Zhang Kuan exclaimed in shock. Not far away, the people engaged in battle were also drawn to this aura and turned to look. Tian Xiong approached step by step, his body beginning to transform into a beast. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a heaven-devouring demon bear over 15 meters tall. The demon bear was surrounded by a terrifying force of blood energy, and its massive body exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Who dares to trouble Chen Fan? Tian Xiong roared, his voice shaking the heavens. With one step, he crossed 100 meters and charged at a 7th-tier exotic beast. He revealed a cruel smile and slammed his massive fist down. Blood energy surrounded his fist like 7 shining stars, its power unparalleled. With a thunderous boom, the 7th-tier exotic beast was instantly smashed into a mist of blood. Tian Xiong's figure disappeared in an instant and reappeared in front of another 7th-tier exotic beast. The beast couldn't move, firmly suppressed by the vast blood energy. Boom. The second exotic beast was also smashed into a mist of blood. Just as Tian Xiong was about to attack the third exotic beast, the Jiang family finally reacted. The 8th-tier mountain-moving battle bull charged at Tian Xiong, targeting him directly. Their fists collided, and the blood energy exploded, the strike evenly matched. Teacher Tian is incredible. He just broke through to the 8th tier and can already fight the mountain-moving battle bull to a draw. Chun Fan marveled from a distance. Zhang Kuan was equally shocked. Old Tian really turned misfortune into a blessing this time. After exchanging more than 10 punches, Tian Xiong and the mountain-moving battle bull each retreated. Tian Xiong walked over to Huang Fucheng and the other two, speaking up, Vice Principal, Senior Brother, Ding Gongsun, I'm here. Not too late, right? Tian Xiong, congratulations. Huang Fucheng and the other two looked at the massive heaven-devouring demon bear before them, delighted. The National Martial Arts Academy had gained another formidable warrior. Tian Xiong reverted to human form and stood shoulder to shoulder with Huang Fucheng and the other two. The combined aura of the 4 grandmasters suppressed the Jiang family and the other culprits on the opposite side. Jiang Weiwa stared at Tian Xiong in disbelief and asked, How are you still alive? Tian Xiong sneered, his killing intent surging. Surprised, aren't you? Not only am I alive, but I've also broken through to the 8th tier. Dai Jiangshan asked gravely. Junior brother, was the Jiang family involved in your severe injury? Tian Xiong nodded. Yes. When I was chasing the silver flood dragon into the red pine forest, I fell into an ambush by the Jiang family and Zhao Qian. If I hadn't temporarily broken through using the infinite demon sealing battle technique, I probably wouldn't have had the chance to escape. Dai Jiangshan's anger flared. It seems there's no choice but to fight the Jiang family to the death today. Huang Fucheng quickly transmitted a mental message. Jiangshan, the most important thing is to save Yang Chuchu first. Don't waste too much time here. Put dealing with the Jiang family on hold for now. Understood. Dai Jiangshan, aware of the priorities, nodded decisively. Huang Fucheng turned to Jiang Weiwa and asked coldly, Master Jiang, do you still want to continue fighting? Jiang Wei's face darkened. The appearance of Tian Xiong had completely tilted the situation, and continuing the fight would only lead to defeat. However, they did not retreat immediately, but instead exchanged mental transmissions before leaving. Those Jiang family guys really don't have any good tricks, Dai Jiangshan snorted. There's no time to worry about that now. Let's save Yang Chuchu first, Huang Fucheng said in a deep voice. 10 minutes later, Chun Fan and his group of 6 arrived at the foot of Fengming Mountain. The previously damaged mountain had already been restored by Earth Element ability users, and the entrance was once again covered with illusions. The group stopped outside the entrance, not rushing in. Huang Fucheng looked at Chun Fan and asked, "When will that quasi-martial saint arrive?" "Not sure." Chun Fan shook his head. "She didn't specify a time." "We can't wait," Huang Fucheng said firmly. "Zhang Kuan, you're responsible for protecting Chun Fan. The rest of you, come with me to deal with that snake sovereign." "Understood," the group responded. The next moment, Huang Fucheng let out a low shout, unleashing his spiritual power. The mountain in front of them seemed to be torn open by an invisible hand. The commotion immediately alerted the beast worship cult members in the underground space. "Who dares to provoke our beast worship cult again?" A 7th-tier member of the cult rushed out with a blade. However, upon sensing the overwhelming aura of the 4 people before him, his expression changed drastically, and he turned to flee back into the cave. Unexpectedly, a massive hand formed of spiritual power descended from the sky, crushing him into pulp. "Charge with me," Huang Fucheng commanded coldly, stepping forward and instantly appearing in the underground space. Tian Xiong and the other 2 followed closely behind. The aura of the force swept through the underground space, throwing the beast worship cult members into a panic. They were like tigers charging into a pack of wolves, leaving the cult members coughing up blood and flying backward wherever they passed. "They're grandmasters of the nation's martial artists. Retreat. Don't go near them." The underground space descended into chaos. Huang Fucheng and his group swept through the area, quickly reaching the end of the underground space, where they saw the massive sacrificial altar. The blood exchange ritual was nearing its end. Yang Chuchu's entire body was engulfed in Phoenix divine flames, and her appearance had transformed. Her height had noticeably increased, and a golden mark resembling a small phoenix, about an inch long, had appeared on her forehead. This golden mark had drastically altered her aura. The once pure expression on her face now carried a hint of seductive charm. Huang Fucheng's face darkened. The significant boost in power was not good news for Yang Chuchu. The phoenix blood contained wild, beastly instincts that could cause her to lose control completely, becoming bloodthirsty and insane, unable to recognize even her loved ones. In other words, Yang Chuchu's personality would be completely altered, and she would no longer be the person she once was. "Save her quickly." Huang Fucheng, ignoring everything else, transformed his spiritual power into a massive hand that reached for Yang Chuchu on the altar. But the snake sovereign would not let him succeed so easily. The blood-red runes on the altar glowed brightly, effortlessly blocking Huang Fucheng's spiritual power. A formation? The work of a rune master. Huang Fucheng was astonished. Rune masters were extremely rare, capable of manipulating the 5 elements, using mountains and rivers as their canvas, and the blood of exotic beasts as their ink to create formations imbued with special powers. "Don't waste your efforts. With just the few of you, you can't save her." The Serpent Lord sat cross-legged beside the altar, controlling the ritual, letting out a sinister laugh from beneath his serpent head mask. "You should feel honored to witness the birth of our cult's holy maiden." Huang Fucheng's face darkened further as he called to the 3 behind him. "The altar is surrounded by a formation, and the control is in the Serpent Lord's hands. If we want to save Yang Chuchu, we must take him down first. Then let's do it." Tian Xiong snorted coldly, instantly transforming into the heaven-devouring demon bear and throwing a punch at the Serpent Lord. But the Serpent Lord, presiding over the ritual, couldn't move from his position. He simply raised a hand to block, effortlessly deflecting the attack. "You've just reached the 8th tier. You're not qualified to challenge me." He counterattacked immediately, sending the 15-meter-tall figure of the heaven-devouring demon bear flying. "Altogether, even if we can't take him down, we must stop the blood exchange ritual," Huang Fucheng shouted, charging forward with Gongsun Liaguang and Dai Jiangshan. The Serpent Lord sneered disdainfully. "You dare to stand in my way? Do you know what it means to command ghosts and gods? It's the power to control even the supernatural. In my name, I grant you life," he shouted, pointing at the massive stone walls. The stones came alive, transforming into towering rock demons over 10 meters tall. These rock demons exuded a terrifying aura, all of them 8th-tier masters. If you want to get to me, you'll have to pass this test first. The Serpent Lord mocked, pressing his hands against the altar. The rock demons, fearless of death, fought ferociously. But Huang Fucheng and his 3 companions were equally powerful, creating a temporary stalemate. Not bad, not bad. You 4 have earned a bit of my respect. If you're willing to join the beast worship cult, I might spare your lives, the Serpent Lord said while continuing to control the ritual. Spare your nonsense. Tian Xiong roared angrily. Your beast worship cult is notorious for its evil deeds. I'd rather die than join you. Well said. The others shouted in agreement. Such spirit. The Serpent Lord chuckled eerily. In 10 minutes, the blood exchange ritual will be complete. I'll kill you all first, then head to Guowu to stir up trouble. The Serpent Lord's maniacal laughter echoed through the underground space. Chun Fan and Zhang Kuan hid in the distance, their faces full of anxiety. Zhang Kuan frowned and said, "If that senior doesn't show up soon, it might be too late." As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening explosion shook the entire sky. The mountain was torn open, revealing a massive fissure. Scorching flames and heat waves instantly swept through the underground space. A woman emerged slowly from the flames. She was clad in silver armor, her silver hair flowing, and wielded a mixed heaven battle spear over 2 meters long. Is this the senior you were talking about? Zhang Kuan was so shocked his jaw dropped. The powerful aura emanating from the woman made it hard for him to breathe, yet she looked incredibly young. Chen Fan couldn't believe it either. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, her silver hair and silver armor giving her a heroic and striking presence. She looked nothing like the dormitory supervisor from Building 5. However, from her face, Chun Fan could vaguely recognize traces of the supervisor. It should be her, Chen Fan said uncertainly. At this moment, the woman stepped forward through the flames, approaching the Serpent Lord. Her appearance immediately alarmed him. The Serpent Lord stared intently at the woman before him, his face beneath the mask full of vigilance. Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter. Hand over the Phoenix corpse, or you won't leave here alive today. The woman's voice was filled with an overwhelming aura of dominance. The mixed heaven battle spear in her hand ignited with scorching flames, clearly ready for battle at any moment. Impossible. I advise you to step back obediently. Opposing my beast worship cult will lead to no good end. Snake's sovereign glared angrily. Since you won't listen, I'll have to take it myself, the woman responded coldly. In the next moment, a giant hand formed of flames lunged straight at the Phoenix corpse on the altar. How dare you? Snake's sovereign roared, and the blood-red runes on the altar erupted with powerful energy, attempting to block the giant hand. But the flaming hand easily shattered the energy. Destroying my cult's ritual, you deserve to die. Snake Sovereign's voice was hoarse. He shouted loudly, and the ground cracked open as dozens of ferocious rock demons emerged from underground, charging toward the woman. Both of us are quasi-martial saints, but there is still a gap in strength, the woman said softly, wielding a mixed heaven battle halberd over 2 meters long. The incoming rock demons were all cut down with a single strike. Since you don't know your place, I'll send you on your way. The woman shook her head lightly. The sea of flames behind her was instantly absorbed by the halberd, and then a fiery blade aura swept out. The top of the underground space was split in two by the blade aura. The earth cracked, and the entire Fengming mountain trembled. The blade aura was unstoppable, heading straight for Snake Sovereign. Deserving of 1,000 deaths. Snake Sovereign's voice was raspy. In my name, I grant you life. Phoenix rebirth. He spared no effort, perhaps knowing today might be his end. He clenched his claw in the void, and the Phoenix corpse on the altar suddenly opened its eyes. A powerful pressure of a mythical beast enveloped the surroundings, followed by a resounding phoenix cry that echoed through the heavens and earth. A massive phoenix figure soared into the sky. At this moment, the phoenix came back to life. Today, no matter who you are, you must die. Snake Sovereign controlled the phoenix to attack the silver-haired woman. The silver-haired woman remained calm, engaging in fierce combat. The phoenix and the woman clashed intensely, causing the underground space to completely collapse. Zhang Kuan grabbed Chun Fan's shoulder and quickly rushed out of the cave. The two reached the surface, and Chun Fan stared at the intense battle in the distance, his jaw nearly dropping. A living phoenix was right before his eyes, spreading its wings and flying high. This must be a temporary life granted, not a true resurrection. Zhang Kuan analyzed. This is incredible. The supernatural abilities of ghosts and gods are just too overwhelming. Chun Fan's heart raced, worried whether the silver-haired woman could stand against Snake Sovereign. Otherwise, how could it be rated as SS level? Zhang Kuan was equally tense. But that woman isn't a pushover either. Her ability seems to be the legendary SS level ability, Flame Sun Sacred Body. At this moment, Snake Sovereign was simultaneously controlling the Phoenix to battle the silver-haired woman and commanding the rock demons to attack Huang Fucheng and the other three. They're fighting. What should we do? Chun Fan looked at Zhang Kuan and asked urgently. Zhang Kuan gestured for him to stay put, his gaze falling on the hiding members of the beast worship cult in the distance. He said, "You hide yourself well. I'll deal with those bastards." With that, Zhang Kuan took his sword and left, while Chun Fan hid behind a large rock, keeping a close eye on the aerial battle. When will I ever have this kind of power? Chun Fan was filled with envy. After reaching level 8 as a superhuman, one could fly freely. The silver-haired woman was battling the Phoenix in midair. The collision of two flame powers sent sparks flying, even burning through the earth. The flames in the air, one blood red from the Flame Sun Sacred Body, the other golden from the Phoenix's divine fire intertwined, creating a spectacular scene. The silver-haired woman displayed astonishing strength, using her solar flame sacred body to confront the ancient divine beast. Not only was she evenly matched, but she also faintly suppressed her opponent. The fierce battle lasted 10 minutes, and the silver-haired woman had completely gained the upper hand. As the Chaos War halberd swung, massive cracks hundreds of meters long were carved into the ground. Enough, enough. If that's the case, forget about the remaining Phoenix blood. Snake Sovereign sighed. Immediately, the Phoenix's remaining Phoenix blood began to boil. As the Phoenix blood burned, the Phoenix's power surged, and blazing flames ignited on its golden feathers. Its aura had nearly reached the 9th tier. Take her down for me. Snake Sovereign roared furiously. A sea of golden flames spewed from the Phoenix's mouth. In the air, the blood-red flames released by the solar flame's sacred body were completely overwhelmed by the golden inferno. The silver-haired woman was blasted away, retreating over 1,000 meters. Daring to oppose the beast worship sect, this is the stupidest decision you've ever made in your life. Ha ha ha. Snake Sovereign let out a piercing laugh. At this moment, he was certain of his victory. Chun Fan's heart was in his throat. If the silver-haired woman failed, none of them would make it out alive. Come on, he silently prayed. If he had a blessing card, he would have used it on the silver-haired woman without hesitation. Unfortunately, he had none. The silver-haired woman was completely suppressed, and the situation became critical in a short time. Yet, her face showed no panic. Instead, it carried a faint smile. She had been waiting for this moment. "Martial Saint Realm, here I come," she said with a slight smirk, voluntarily dispersing the flames around her. In the air, the Phoenix continued to spew divine flames madly, determined to burn the human before it to ashes. The golden flames began to scorch the silver-haired woman's body, but she remained unfazed. Why isn't she resisting? The crowd wondered in confusion. Snake Sovereign's expression changed drastically as he finally realized something. "Withdraw the Phoenix divine flames now," he ordered urgently. "It's too late," the woman said with a soft hum. "Judging by your actions, I understand your intentions. Thank you for giving me a hand. Now, ascend to sainthood immediately." In an instant, an aura more than 10 times stronger than before erupted from the woman's body. She slowly rose into the air, and behind her appeared a massive figure identical to her. The figure was semi-transparent and stood a full 100 meters tall. "That's the manifestation of heaven and earth. She's become a martial saint." Huang Fucheng and the others exclaimed in shock. Manifestation of heaven and earth. Chun Fan also recognized the phenomenon. According to legend, the greatest hallmark of a martial saint was the manifestation of heaven and earth. They could condense a Dharma body to fight, increasing their combat power 100-fold. With the appearance of the manifestation of heaven and earth, the outcome of the battle was decided. The power of a martial saint far surpassed that of ordinary superhumans, representing a leap in the level of life itself. It was said that martial saints could live up to 500 years. The silver-haired woman stood suspended in the air and casually struck a palm toward the phoenix's corpse. Simultaneously, the manifestation behind her mirrored her action. A giant flaming palm swept through the air with unstoppable power, resembling a blazing sun falling from the sky. The phoenix's corpse, over 20 meters long, turned to ash the moment the flaming palm touched it. The palm's power remained undiminished, nearly piercing through the nearby Fengming Mountain. So strong, this is the power of a martial saint. Chen Fan was utterly shocked. "You're next," the silver-haired woman said with a light laugh, raising her hand to unleash a sky-shattering palm strike toward Snake Sovereign. Snake Sovereign's eyes widened in fury. He never expected the beast worship sect's plan to fail and, worse, to inadvertently facilitate the birth of a ninth-tier martial saint. "Don't think you can kill me." He laughed maniacally, like a madman. Just as the giant flaming palm was about to strike the Snake Sovereign, a massive spatial vortex suddenly appeared in front of him. The vortex perfectly blocked the path of the flaming palm. The domineering strike entered the vortex and instantly vanished without a trace. The next moment, the sky seemed to tear open, and a figure stepped out. The man was dressed in a black robe, wearing a dragon-shaped mask on his face. He stood there, yet there was no energy fluctuation emanating from him. When the crowd recognized the mask, their expressions changed drastically. He was the leader of the 12 archbishops of the beast worship cult, an SSS-level spatial ability wielder Dragon Sovereign. Huang Fucheng and the others had already retreated from the battlefield. They looked at him from afar, their faces pale. "Is he strong?" Chen Fan asked in a low voice, noticing their reactions. On the global top 100 combat power rankings, Dragon Sovereign is ranked 4th. Huang Fucheng's expression was grim. 4th? So, only 3 people on the entire Blue Star can defeat him. Chen Fan was shocked. This man stood at the pinnacle of power on Blue Star. Dragon Sovereign coldly stared at the silver-haired woman, his voice icy, as if freezing the air. "You disrupted my cult's operation. How do you plan to die?" The silver-haired woman frowned slightly, but quickly regained her composure. "If you came in person, I might not be your match. But right now, you're just a spatial projection clone. You can't do anything to me." "Is that so?" Dragon Sovereign stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze arrogantly sweeping over the crowd. "Spatial divine art dimensional void finger." He pointed a finger, and spatial energy surged like a tide. Instantly, a massive transparent finger shot out from the spatial rift. Wherever it passed, space shattered like a mirror. The finger traversed space and appeared in front of the silver-haired woman in an instant. The silver-haired woman seemed prepared. At the moment the finger approached, she swiftly dodged. As a result, the void finger missed her, brushing past and leaving a bottomless pit in the ground. "Your instincts are sharp, aren't they?" Dragon Sovereign was unsurprised that his attack missed. After advancing to Martial Saint, one's instincts become extremely acute, almost able to predict what would happen the moment an opponent raises their hand, allowing them to evade in advance. Otherwise, this kind of cross-dimensional strike would have already shattered the silver-haired woman into pieces. "I told you, you can't kill me with just a clone. But I will destroy this projection of yours." The silver-haired woman snorted coldly, her Chaos War halberd slashing out a dazzling arc of fire as she struck at Dragon Sovereign. "Spatial divine art teleportation." Dragon Sovereign sneered disdainfully, his figure vanishing instantly, reappearing hundreds of meters away a few seconds later. "My spatial projection clone may not be strong, but the power of spatial abilities is something you can't counter." Dragon Sovereign sneered, his figure once again appearing in front of the silver-haired woman in an instant. "Spatial divine art annihilation." With a wave of his hand, the vast space before him began to collapse, attempting to engulf the silver-haired woman. But the silver-haired woman was no weakling. Her Sunfire sacred body withstood the spatial collapse without a scratch. As the two clashed, the shockwaves shook the heavens, and the earth. Any random strike had the power to split mountains and crack the ground. The silver-haired woman's strength far exceeded Dragon Sovereign's expectations. To be this strong just after stepping into the 9th tier, you can't be an unknown figure. State your name, Dragon Sovereign said coldly. 5 years ago, people called me the Valkyrie. After the woman finished speaking, terrifying flames engulfed her entire body, and the towering 100-meter-high Dharma image behind her blazed fiercely, dazzling like the sun in the sky. Valkyrie? I think I've heard of her. Long Zun nodded. On the ground, Huang Fucheng and the others exclaimed in shock. Valkyrie Yinyuehua? Wasn't it said that she failed to break through to Martial Saint 5 years ago and perished in a sea of fire? I never expected her to be hiding in our National Martial University. Valkyrie, just hearing the name, sounds so domineering. Chen Fan marveled inwardly. The battle in the sky was extremely breathtaking. The silver-haired woman displayed invincible combat power, with crimson flames burning across half the sky. Even though Long Zun could teleport instantly, he couldn't escape. Moments later, Long Zun's spatial clone was suppressed to the brink of collapse. You're quite impressive. Your strength can actually rival that of veteran martial saints. Despite his clone being on the verge of destruction, his face remained relaxed. Next time, I will come to fight personally. After speaking, Long Zun waved his hand, tearing open a massive spatial rift, preparing to retreat. But the silver-haired woman was filled with killing intent. Come and go as you please? It's not that simple. She snorted coldly, slashing out a fiery blade aura 1,000 meters long. The blade light swept across the sky, and before Long Zun's clone could enter the spatial rift, it was sliced in half. The blade's power did not diminish, heading straight for the distant Fengming Mountain. Wherever the blade light passed, the massive Fengming Mountain was cleaved in half, collapsing with a thunderous crash. This astonishing strike left everyone in shock. Half of the mountain fell heavily to the ground, and the impact swept across the surroundings like a magnitude 12 earthquake. Huang Fucheng hurriedly urged everyone to retreat. They failed to notice, however, a figure darting out from the ruins of Fengming Mountain amidst the chaos, heading straight for the still open spatial rift. By the time everyone reacted, the figure had already entered the rift. That person seems to be Zhao Qian. Tian Xiong was the first to recognize him. It's him. The group quickly looked over, using their Grandmaster-level eyesight to confirm Zhao Qian's figure. That kid really knows how to hide. The group regretted not spotting him earlier. Not far away, Snake Zun was still immersed in the shock of Long Zun's clone being slain, forgetting to escape. By the time he came to his senses, the silver-haired woman had already left him no chance. A fiery blade light shot forth, instantly slicing the airborne Snake Zun in half. In the sky, the silver-haired woman retracted her Dharma image and slowly descended onto the ruined altar. She picked up Yang Chuchu and walked toward Qin Fan. Huang Fucheng and the others immediately grew tense. Although they were grandmasters, they still had to be extremely cautious when facing a martial saint, only daring to wait in place. Qin Fan, however, was completely unfazed and took the initiative to approach. Qin Fan. Huang Fucheng anxiously tried to pull him back, but before he could finish speaking, the silver-haired woman's voice rang out. Qin Brat, I'm taking your little girlfriend with me. Her voice was cold, but her gaze toward Qin Fan was gentle. Taking her? Senior, where do you plan to take Chu Chu? Qin Fan asked in surprise. This phoenix corpse has been dead for 100 years, and its body is filled with malevolent energy that will turn her into a walking corpse. I plan to take her to Sichuan province, where there's an alternate dimension called the Fire Domain. It contains an endless sea of flames that can help her purge the malevolent energy from her body. The silver-haired woman patiently explained. How long will it take? Qin Fan asked reluctantly. Half a year at the shortest, a year at the longest. All right. Thank you, Senior, for taking care of Chu Chu. Qin Fan quickly expressed his gratitude. The silver-haired woman turned to Huang Fucheng. Vice Principal Huang Fu, I intend to take Yang Chu Chu from your school. Do you have any objections? No, no objections. Huang Fucheng quickly shook his head. Thank you for your efforts, Senior. The woman nodded. Then I'll be leaving. The woman held Yang Chu Chu in her arms, took a step forward, and instantly landed several hundred meters away. She seemed to recall something, turned back to look at Chen Fan, and said, "If you encounter troubles you can't resolve, come to the fire domain to find me. I can help you 3 times." "Thank you, senior." Chen Fan bowed deeply to the figure in the air. The people beside him, including Huang Fucheng, were both shocked and envious. Having a martial saint-level expert offer to help 3 times this kind of favor was immense, and they were well aware of it. "Oh, by the way, your girlfriend should have woken up by now. Remember to go find her when you return." The silver-haired woman chuckled lightly, her speed suddenly accelerating, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Girlfriend? Could it be that Catwoman's sister has woken up? Chen Fan felt a surge of joy in his heart. After the silver-haired woman completely left, Huang Fucheng and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. The aura of a martial saint was too overwhelming, making them almost afraid to breathe. Huang Fucheng and the others looked at Chen Fan and teased, "Chen kid, you sure have a lot of girlfriends." Don't listen to senior's nonsense, it's not like that." Chen Fan felt a bit awkward. "Huh, you actually dare to say a martial saint is talking nonsense? Aren't you afraid she'll come back to deal with you?" Huang Fucheng laughed and shook his head, then added, "Chen Fan, you seem to have a good relationship with this senior. Being able to have her help 3 times is no small favor." "The relationship is fairly good." Chen Fan rubbed his nose, feeling fortunate about his previous actions. Ever since he learned she was a quasi-martial saint, he had been greeting her warmly every day when entering and leaving the dormitory building, even shamelessly offering her some fruit when he had it. "But I must remind you, don't waste those 3 opportunities. If it's something our instructors can handle, come to us first. Only use those 3 chances if absolutely necessary." Huang Fucheng reminded him seriously. "Don't worry, Principal Huang Fu." Chen Fan nodded gratefully. At this moment, the system's notification sounded in his mind. "Congratulations, host. D+ level mission completed. You have earned 3 consecutive draws from the white prize pool." Listening to the familiar voice, Chen Fan finally relaxed. D+ level missions are already this difficult. The upcoming C level and B level ones will surely be even harder. Chen Fan speculated inwardly. At the same time, he was filled with anticipation for the D-level lottery. From the previous D-level white prize pool, he had obtained the beginner thunder domain, master level gun technique inheritance, and a 10 cubic space ring. The D-level white prize pool was full of treasures. What good thing are you thinking about? Your mouth is practically split to your ears. Tian Xiong's large hand slapped Chen Fan's shoulder, pulling him back to reality from his daydream. "Haha, nothing much." Chen Fan quickly responded with a smile. "By the way, teachers, what's the next step?" "Of course, it's to clean up the nearby members of the beast worship cult." Huang Fucheng said solemnly. "These guys haven't gone far. We'll split up later and make sure to annihilate them completely." "All right, I've been wanting to deal with this scum for a long time." Tian Xiong and the others responded one after another. Huang Fucheng reminded again. "Zhang Kuan, you take Chen Fan back to Guowu first. It's still not safe here." "All right." Zhang Kuan originally wanted to enjoy a good fight, but since it was an order, he had to comply. Chen Fan had already noticed Zhang Kuan's thoughts. After Huang Fucheng and the others left, he decisively suggested, "Teacher Zhang, you don't need to worry about me. I can handle myself." "Oh, you can really manage." Zhang Kuan hesitated. "Don't worry. Have you forgotten how I infiltrated and exited the beast cult's lair?" Chen Fan nodded firmly. After sending Zhang Kuan away, he didn't return to school, but instead headed in another direction. He had an important task to complete hunting down Shuangmian. After the death of Snake Lord, he saw the direction in which Shuangmian fled. He dared to pursue Shuangmian alone for 2 reasons. First, Shuangmian had been severely injured in the underground space, with his strength reduced to less than 1/10. Second, Chen Fan coveted Shuangmian's special abilities. He still had an S-level ability replication card in his possession. Shuangmian's eye techniques intrigued him. He wasn't interested in the beast transformation ability of the 2-headed serpent, but rather in the 2 powerful eye techniques Shuangmian possessed. These techniques could be activated without transforming into the 2-headed serpent. First, the death stare was incredibly powerful. Anyone struck by its gaze would be petrified. This move, combined with his own thunder-devouring sacred body attack, would make him even more invincible. Second, the void-piercing eye could see through illusions and disguises, just as Shuangmian had seen through his disguise. The void-piercing eye also had formidable offensive power. Its golden light could destroy everything in its path. Therefore, Shuangmian had to die today. Chen Fan moved at lightning speed. With the thunder-devouring sacred body enhancing him, his figure flickered like a ghost. Within minutes, he caught up to the fleeing Shuangmian. This old guy is really badly injured. Chen Fan sneered as he saw Shuangmian staggering. In the next moment, a purple lightning bolt shot from his hand, aiming straight for Shuangmian's heart from behind. The purple lightning bolt sped toward its target. Although Shuangmian was gravely injured, his sharp mental acuity sensed the killing intent. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end as he quickly rolled to dodge. When he steadied himself, his face was grim. Chen Fan, it's you. Shuangmian, today is the day to settle old and new scores, Chen Fan said coldly, picking up the lightning bolt. Ha! Shuangmian glanced around and suddenly burst into laughter. Chen Fan, oh Chen Fan, you refuse the path to heaven and insist on barging into hell. I thought you'd bring your master along, but it turns out you're alone. I alone am enough to kill you. Chen Fan smiled confidently. At this moment, Shuangmian's bones the double-sided sneak attack failed, and the Eye of Void was immediately activated. A golden beam shot toward Chen Fan, who quickly summoned Thunder Wings to shield his body. The two Thunder Dragons of 9 heavens merged into the Thunder Wings. He was ready to experience the power of the Eye of Void. The golden beam continuously bombarded the Thunder Wings, forcibly pushing him back dozens of meters. His legs plowed 2 long, deep trenches into the ground. Such strong power. Chen Fan marveled inwardly. A typical early-stage 4th-tier beast would have been instantly killed. The stronger it is, the more I like it. Chen Fan retracted the Thunder Wings and charged at double-sided again. As he approached, his figure split into 2, and 2 long spears simultaneously stabbed at double-sided from the left and right. Double-sided sneered, the Eye of Void easily discerning the real from the fake. Just a petty trick. He opened his mouth wide and bit fiercely at the figure on the right. However, he bit into empty air. Immediately after, with a pft, Chen Fan on the left pierced his body with a spear. Impossible. How did you deceive my Eye of Void? Double-sided's face turned horrified. Nothing is impossible. Failure often stems from overconfidence. Chen Fan was very satisfied with this combo move. It made his combat style even more unpredictable and varied. Chen Fan launched one attack after another, gaining victory after victory. 2 minutes later, double-sided was completely pinned to the ground. With a puff, the spear-chasing lightning firmly nailed double-sided down. Any last words? Chen Fan stepped on him, his tone cold. Double-sided couldn't maintain his 2-headed snake form and reverted to human shape. I hate you. If I had known this would happen, I should have killed you directly when we first met outside Qingcheng. If you had known this would happen? Chen Fan sneered. Then you shouldn't have joined the beast worship cult. You shouldn't have killed the innocent so recklessly. With that, he stomped on the few intact ribs double-sided had left, breaking them completely. Double-sided let out a miserable scream and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chen Fan, don't think you've won. The will of the beast god will protect me in paradise, while you will struggle in hell. Ha ha ha, long live the beast god. Long live the beast worship cult. At this moment, double-sided curled up on the ground, his expression completely deranged. Madman, Chen Fan cursed under his breath. Thunder exploded under his foot, and double-sided breathed his last. Congratulations, host, for earning 10,000 kill points. 10,000 kill points. This guy turned out to be a 5th-tier ability user. Chen Fan was overjoyed, and even the fatigue from using the beginner-level Thunder domain was significantly alleviated. What a pleasant surprise. Things are about to get even more exciting. System, use the ability copy card. Chen Fan said excitedly. Understood. Detecting an S-level beast transformation ability, 2-headed snake, within 10 meters of the host. Would you like to copy it? Yes. Chen Fan agreed decisively. Ability copying in progress. Please wait. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown ended, the system prompted again. Host, Please note that the infusion of S-level abilities will cause the host to lose control of their body for 5 minutes. S-level ability infusion has begun. As soon as the words were spoken, Chun Fan collapsed to the ground. System, this is the wilderness. Could you at least give me a heads up before infusing the ability? In this state, even a wild wolf could tear me to pieces. Chun Fan was extremely anxious. He had thought the infusion would occur at his discretion after the copying was complete, but it started immediately. I hope my luck holds this time. Please, don't let any beast worship cult members show up. Chun Fan prayed silently. 5 minutes passed, feeling as long as several hours. Finally, as the system's notification sound rang out, his body regained sensation. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the S-level ability, Twin-Headed Hydra. Chun Fan felt the changes in his body and was ecstatic. Although the infusion of the ability didn't directly elevate his strength, his physique and mental power had significantly improved. He quickly looked at the system panel. Host, Chun Fan abilities, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body SS, Mimicry F, Beast Transformation, Twin-Headed Hydra S level, late stage of Tier 2 physique, 500 mental power, 500 slaughter points, 11388 skills, 9 heavens thunder movement, thunder flash, thunder palm, thunder wings, thunderstorm, aurora cyclone break, thunder shadow clone technique. Evaluation, a wolf with emerging attack power. Current tasks. 1. Help Yang Chuchu join the sect of a prospective martial saint. Task level E. 2. Destroy the beast worship cult. Task completed, eligible for lottery participation. Wow, both physique and mental power have increased to 500, a full 100-point boost. It seems this ability infusion truly broke my limits. Chun Fan felt his body becoming stronger, and his mood soared. At this moment, the side effects brought by the elementary thunder domain had completely disappeared. He also had a hunch that as long as he wanted, he could easily absorb a thunder beast and break through to the peak of Tier 2. Where should I go next to test my newly acquired ocular abilities? Chun Fan couldn't help but feel an itch of excitement. As he was pondering, a figure appeared in his line of sight. It was none other than Lei Laosan, one of Jiang Qin's former subordinates. After joining the beast worship cult, Lei Laosan had been following Shuangmian's orders. This time, he was out searching for Shuangmian. While scouting the area, he spotted Chun Fan from afar and immediately erupted with killing intent, charging toward him like the wind. But when he saw the corpse on the ground, his expression instantly changed. Lord Shuangmian is dead? Did you do this? Lei Laosan's voice trembled in disbelief. That's right, Chun Fan replied with a faint smile, looking at him. He had been eager to test his new ability, and unexpectedly, Lei Laosan had shown up. There's no way you did this. You don't have the strength. Lei Laosan snapped out of his shock, his gaze turning icy. Are you trying to scare us into retreating? Think whatever you like, Chun Fan said nonchalantly, waving his hand. Humph, then I'll take your head back. That should be enough to earn me a deacon's position. Crimson Thunder Claw. Lei Laosan's hand transformed into a claw, surrounded by crackling thunder, and he lunged fiercely at Chun Fan's neck. Strangely, Chun Fan stood motionless, as if paralyzed with fear. Has this kid been scared stiff? Lei Laosan thought to himself. Just as his claw was about to touch Chun Fan, a vertical pupil suddenly appeared on Chun Fan's forehead. A gray beam of light shot out abruptly, striking Lei Laosan directly. The speed of the beam was so fast that he couldn't dodge it. The gray beam easily hit him. In the next moment, the part of his body that was struck began to harden, turning into stone. What is happening? Why is my body turning like this? Lei Laosan stared in horror as his body gradually turned to stone. The petrified parts lost all sensation, and the rest of his body grew stiff. He felt his breathing becoming labored, as if death itself was gripping his throat. Ah! He screamed, unleashing a burst of thunder from his body in an attempt to counteract the petrification. But in the next instant, the vertical pupil on Chun Fan's forehead emitted another beam of light, this time. A golden one that, although it was golden, it carried immense destructive power. With a thunderous boom, the petrified area on his chest was pierced through, leaving a large hole. Immediately afterward, the golden beam swept across his entire body, shattering him into pieces. Congratulations, host, You have gained 1,000 kill points. The system's notification sounded. Chen Fan snapped out of his shock. He hadn't expected the death gaze and void-breaking eye to be so powerful. Lei Laosan was already a mid-tier 4th level powerhouse. A mid-tier 4th level ability user had been effortlessly killed by him in an instant. The power of the death gaze and void-breaking eye is even greater than I imagined. Could it be related to the Thunder Eye? Chen Fan speculated inwardly. His Thunder Eye was obtained from the three-eyed Thunder Ape and could emit thunderous beams. He had used it a few times before, but its power was average, so he rarely used it in battle. But now, with the death gaze and void-breaking eye being emitted through the Thunder Eye, their power had been amplified. This discovery thrilled Chen Fan. Just as he was secretly rejoicing, a seductive voice slowly came from behind. The voice was soft and melodious, almost magical, making one's bones feel weak upon hearing it. Oh my, little brother, not bad at all. A mid-tier 4th level ability user taken down in one move? I haven't seen you for 3 days, and it seems I need to reevaluate you, the voice said. Hearing it, Chen Fan's heart surged with excitement, and he quickly turned around. Sure enough, it was the person he had been thinking about all along. Catwoman, you're awake? The newcomer was Catwoman, who swayed her hips gently as she slowly walked toward Chen Fan. Her movements were even more exaggerated than those of models on a fashion runway. Little brother, thank you. Thank me? For what? Chen Fan asked, surprised. Thank you for killing Double Face, Catwoman said, lowering her gaze to Double Face's corpse, a barely noticeable glimmer of tears flashing in her eyes. It was the right thing to do. I promised you. Chen Fan nodded. In truth, his pursuit of Double Face had another important reason. Catwoman. Back in Qingqing City, the two had made a pact. Catwoman would help him save Li Ji, and he would help her kill Double Face. He had failed to keep his word then, but this time, he hadn't let Double Face escape. My enemy is dead, but why do I feel so empty inside? Catwoman pouted, trying hard not to appear too sad. If you want to cry, just cry, Chen Fan said, quietly appearing behind her and patting her shoulder. He could understand Catwoman's pain. At the age of 8, she had witnessed her family being killed. To seek revenge, she endured humiliation and joined the Beast cult. Only she knew the hardships she had endured. Now that her enemy was finally dead, her emotions were bound to be complex. Chen Fan, do you know? When I was 8, after my family was killed, I was adopted by a lame repairman in town. When I grew up, he developed bad intentions toward me. One day, he got drunk and tried to assault me. I stabbed him to death with scissors. I was only 13 at the time. Later, I ended up in a juvenile detention center. It wasn't until I awakened my abilities that I was released. At 18, I didn't go to college, but instead voluntarily joined the Beast cult. Over the years, I pretended to be ruthless and cold, all for the day I could kill Double Face. But he was like a mountain, no matter how hard I tried. I couldn't overcome him. Tears slid down her beautiful cheeks. She quietly recounted her past, while Chen Fan stood beside her, listening intently. A few minutes later, Chen Fan handed her a tissue and gently comforted her. Everything is in the past now. You're starting anew, and the future will surely be wonderful. After crying, the cat girl finally calmed down. Suddenly, she looked up at Chen Fan, as if she had remembered something. Hey, little brother, does my body look good? Huh? What do you mean by that? I haven't seen you. Chen Fan quickly stepped back a few paces, staring at the cat girl warily. Humph. A man should take responsibility for what he's done. Although I wasn't fully conscious at the time, my mental strength allowed me to perceive everything. Not only did you see my entire body, but you also changed me into pajamas, didn't you? The cat girl had a playful smile on her face, mixed with a hint of complaint. You were. Anyway, I didn't do anything inappropriate. Cat girl, do you have a name? Chen Fan quickly changed the subject to avoid the awkwardness. Little brother, who doesn't have a name? The cat girl lightly patted him with her fair hand, acting a bit coquettish. But my name hasn't been used for a long time. My surname is Yun, and my given name is Li. Yun? Li. Chen Fan murmured softly. That's a pretty name. By the way, what are your plans next? Chen Fan asked. The cat girl thought for a moment. I want to go home first to pay respects to my parents. I haven't been back in 10 years. And then, Then I want to travel around and take a good look at this world. A light of longing sparkled in the cat girl's eyes. Over the years, she had been mixed up with the beast worship cult and had never truly experienced the world. That's a good idea. Chen Fan nodded. But you don't have a legal identity right now, which will make traveling inconvenient. After I return to Guowu, I'll ask Principal Huangfu to help you get a legal identity. It shouldn't be too difficult. The two of them chatted like old friends beside the double-sided corpse for a long time. It wasn't until the sky darkened that Chen Fan stood up. Cat girl. No. Yunli, where are you staying tonight? I'm planning to head back to Guowu. At your dorm. The cat girl stood up, stretched lazily, revealing her fair abdomen. To be honest, she was starting to rely on Chen Fan a bit. That's not really appropriate, is it? Chen Fan rubbed his nose. You've already seen everything, so what's there to mind, little brother? The cat girl snorted lightly and twisted her waist as she walked toward Guowu on her own. Since you don't mind, I certainly don't mind either. Chen Fan chuckled and quickly followed her. 20 minutes later, Chen Fan and the cat girl appeared on the Guowu campus. Wherever they walked, they sparked discussions among the students. When did our school get such a stunning beauty? Oh my God, is she the reincarnation of Su Daji? She's so gorgeous. She really is beautiful. How come I've never seen her before? She's absolutely captivating. The cat girl's appearance was incredibly striking. She stood at least 1.75 meters tall, with a slender and alluring figure. Her face, which could make hearts race, drew the attention of passing male students, who couldn't help but turn their heads. If such a beautiful girl were my girlfriend, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. No, 20 years less. Forget it. Even 50 years less would be worth it. You're dreaming. Didn't you see her holding the arm of the guy next to her? She's already taken. Oh my God, how does he deserve to have such a beautiful girl by his side? A group of male students looked at Chen Fan with eyes full of envy and jealousy. Stop sighing. Do you know who that guy is? A boy wearing glasses said seriously. Who is it? Everyone asked curiously. The only SS-level ability user in the school. It said that he almost scared Makino, a sophomore, to the point of wetting his pants yesterday. What's even more impressive is that our school beauty, Bai, followed him around like a little fangirl all day yesterday. Wow, he is really extraordinary. Having talent is amazing. Along the way, countless envious glances were cast their way. After returning to the dormitory, Zhao Mingze and the others saw the cat girl and were so shocked their eyeballs almost fell out. The cat girl's aura was completely different from that of ordinary college students. She was more mature than them, and coupled with her captivating face, her allure to men was overwhelming. The group quickly realized their loss of composure and hurriedly made way for the two to enter. Brother Fan, is this your new girlfriend? Zhao Mingze asked with feigned surprise. Don't talk nonsense. Chen Fan shot him a glare and briefly introduced. This is my friend. She is here to visit Guowu for a few days and will leave soon. Just call her sister Yunli. Chen Fan casually made up a lie to deal with them. Since it involved the cat girl's past, he wouldn't bring it up without her consent. After hearing this, Zhao Mingze and the others grinned knowingly and expressed their understanding. After a brief chat, Chen Fan took the cat girl to his bedroom. He first called Huang Fucheng and, upon learning that everyone had returned to Guowu, finally spoke. Principal Huangfu, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Go ahead, Huang Fucheng responded without hesitation. I have a friend who needs a legal identity. Could you help her get an ID card? That's easy. Just send me her name, photo, and age, and you can pick it up at my house tomorrow afternoon. Huang Fucheng agreed readily, not even asking who it was. Chen Fan was a bit surprised. This showed that Huang Fucheng had a high level of trust in him. Thank you, Principal Huangfu. Chen Fan quickly expressed his gratitude. No need to be polite. You've had a tiring day, so get some rest early. Tomorrow morning, Tian Xiong will organize the team to resume daily training. Remember to remind everyone. Understood, Principal Huangfu. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan turned around and saw the cat girl already lazily lying on the bed. There's only one bed. How are we sleeping tonight? Chen Fan said helplessly. I'll sleep on the bed, you can do whatever. The cat girl replied while lying down, her alluring curves making one dizzy just looking at her. Vixen, Chen Fan muttered inwardly. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll order takeout for you. Chen Fan asked, turning his head. Nothing. I just woke up, and my energy is still weak. I'll sleep first, the cat girl said, pulling the blanket over herself and quickly falling asleep. You sure trust me, Chen Fan said with a helpless shake of his head, then sat on a nearby chair and began the lottery draw. System, start the draw, he silently commanded, and the lottery wheel in his mind began spinning. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one rejuvenation pill. When consumed by a woman, it grants eternal youth. Chen Fan looked at the white pill in his hand and frowned. This item was useless to him and could only be given away. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Thunder Shield, which can condense a giant shield in front of you, capable of blocking attacks twice as strong as your own and even reflecting them. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. He didn't have many defensive techniques, and this skill was extremely practical, a top-tier defensive skill. Not bad, Chen Fan thought happily. Soon, the third lottery draw concluded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one SSS-level spatial ability fragment. Collect 10 fragments to exchange for an SSS-level spatial ability. What? Chen Fan almost dropped his jaw. Spatial ability fragment? You can play it like this. At this moment, Chen Fan was extremely excited. He had watched the battle between Dragon Lord and the female war goddess Yin Yuehua. Although Yin Yuehua won, it was only a spatial projection clone. The mystery and power of spatial abilities left him in awe. But you need to draw 10 fragments to exchange for the spatial ability. That's way too difficult. Chen Fan frowned, but quickly came to terms with it. After all, it's an SSS-level ability. It's normal for it to be rare. Success will come one day. 10,000 kill points could be exchanged for 1D-level white lottery draw. Killing a 5th-tier exotic beast earned exactly 10,000 kill points. As long as his strength improved, he would eventually draw a spatial ability fragment. From now on, I'll use all the kill points. Chen Fan stared at the 25,000 kill points on the system panel, too excited to speak. System, spend 10,000 kill points for a lottery draw. Chen Fan waved his hand boldly. Understood. The system is starting the draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 10 cubic meter spatial ring. Chen Fan looked at the silver ring that appeared in front of him, feeling a bit disappointed because the 10 cubic meter ring he already had was sufficient. System, another D-level draw. Unwilling to give up, Chen Fan tried again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Linglong dagger. A dagger? This counts as a D-level draw reward. Chen Fan looked at the small, delicate dagger with a puzzled expression. Host, please note that the Linglong dagger can absorb mental energy and is specifically designed to counter mental attacks. Oh, that's pretty impressive. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Although he hadn't drawn a spatial ability fragment, this dagger would definitely be useful against certain ability users. There's 5,000 kill points left, only enough for E-level draws. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately started drawing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an E-level physique enhancement card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of Xinyuan pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of Yinshin pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an E-level mental strength enhancement card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Gale Thunder Shadow Step. Chen Fan reviewed the rewards one by one. He had already accumulated quite a few physique and mental strength enhancement cards. When he reached the peak of the second tier, he could use them all at once to push his physique and mental strength to the limit. Xinyuan pills were an upgraded version of Yanyuan pills, with better effects for faster ability recovery. Now that his strength had improved, Yanyuan pills were no longer effective. So Xinyuan pills were an excellent supplement for him, and there were 5 pills in this bottle. Yinshin pills, which Tian Xiong had also given him, were very effective for restoring mental energy. Gale Thunder Shadow Step was a speed skill that increased his speed and agility, making it practical for both combat and travel. Chen Fan was very satisfied with this haul. After finishing the draws, he took out the dragon egg again. He had now discovered the key to hatching the dragon egg, absorbing the blood of exotic beasts with dragon veins. Therefore, in a few days, he planned to venture alone into the dimensional space. On one hand, he would help the dragon egg hatch. On the other, he would train his abilities to prepare for reaching the peak of the second tier. Early the next morning, before the cat girl woke up, Chun Fan had already left the house. Today was the day to resume special training. It was 5 in the morning, and the 5 members of Thunder Squad had already gathered in front of dormitory number 5. Good morning, coach. Everyone was delighted to see Tian Xiong. Haha, not bad. Your abilities have improved. Well done. Today, I'm going to retest your strength. Come on, I'll take you to a place. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the top floor of the Battle Wolf Martial Hall. There were only a few ordinary training rooms. The room was very plain, with just a few chairs. Coach, are you sure this is a training room? It looks more like a place to drink tea, Zhao Mingzi teased. You'll find out soon enough, Tian Xiong said with a mysterious smile. Find a place to sit first. Once everyone was seated, Tian Xiong tapped the wall a few times, and the scene before them instantly changed. They found themselves standing on a vast expanse of land under a blue sky. Mr. Tian, have we entered an illusion? Having experienced dream spaces before, they quickly sensed something was off. That's right, this is an illusion. Tian Xiong nodded. This room contains an illusion inscribed by a formation master. Just tap the wall 3 times, and you can enter. Tian Xiong explained. The stronger the ability, the greater the destructive power. Ordinary training rooms can't handle it, but illusions are different. Here, you can unleash your full potential. I see. This illusion must be expensive, right? Zhao Mingzi and the others asked. 1 million a day, Tian Xiong said flatly. 1 million. Everyone was shocked. Don't forget, this is reality. If you don't have money, don't come. However, SS level clearance allows for free trials, Tian Xiong added with a smile. Does that mean Fan can use it for free too? Everyone looked enviously at Chun Fan. Chun Fan ignored them, squinting as he scanned the surroundings. With a glance from his void-piercing eye, he instantly saw through everything here. Impressive, the void-piercing eye really is extraordinary, Chun Fan thought, satisfied. I brought you here to test you. Tian Xiong said calmly, looking at the group. I'll suppress my strength to mid-4th tier. All of you attack me together. Whoever takes me down first, today's training will end. What? Zhao Mingzi's face immediately fell upon hearing this. Coach, that's not fair. We're only at mid-2nd tier, and you're suppressing yourself to mid-4th tier to fight us. Don't forget your captain's strength. Even though he is only at late 2nd tier, his power is probably close to the 4th tier. Suppressing myself to mid-4th tier is just right. That's true. Zhao Mingzi and the others nodded in agreement. After all, their captain was indeed very strong. All right, come at me together, Tian Xiong said, beckoning with his finger and grinning. With mid-4th tier strength, he didn't even need to transform into his beast form. His fists alone were enough. If you can't take me down, don't even think about leaving here today. Tian Xiong was ready to teach these kids a good lesson. Zhao Mingzi and the others were about to discuss their strategy when Chun Fan interrupted them directly. You guys just watch from the side. I'll take him on alone. What? Captain, did we hear you right? Are you sure? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. I'm sure. I want to test my full strength, Chun Fan nodded. Haha. Chun Fan, you're confident. I'll give you that. Tian Xiong laughed, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. If I hit too hard, don't go running to Principal Huangfu to complain. Don't worry, coach, Chun Fan replied with a grin, immediately entering his strongest combat state. The bluish-purple thunder fist struck toward Tian Xiong with unstoppable force. Tian Xiong didn't take it seriously and casually threw a punch to meet it. The powerful force transmitted through the fist almost caused his momentum to collapse. But as an 8th tier powerhouse, every inch of his muscles was under perfect control. His fist only retreated half an inch before stabilizing. This kid is impressive. Almost made me lose face, Tian Xiong thought in surprise. Looks like I'll have to take this seriously. The two exchanged several punches in quick succession, and the astonishment in Tian Xiong's eyes deepened. Not only did Chun Fan keep up with his punching speed, but his strength also matched his own. Good kid. I thought you were just bluffing as a 4th tier beginner, but you're no simple opponent, Tian Xiong said, his gaze filled with approval. Chun Fan's strength stemmed from being the only triple ability user on Blue Star. Chun, watch out, Tian Xiong warned as he unleashed a combat technique. With a punch, the shadow of his fist shifted rapidly, making it impossible to discern the real from the fake. Chun Fan narrowed his eyes and used his void-piercing eye to see through the illusion. He executed the Thunder Shadow clone technique, feigned a move, and landed a real punch on Tian Xiong's chest. Tian Xiong staggered back several steps, his mouth agape. The four onlookers nearby almost dropped their jaws in shock. They had just witnessed their captain being forced back by the coach. Brother Fan is defying the heavens, Zhao Mingzhou exclaimed, his voice trembling as he spoke to the others. A late second-tier fighter displaying mid-fourth-tier strength, he is practically leaping 2 levels. How does the boss even do it? Wu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Tian Xiong snapped out of his shock. Good kid, with this kind of strength, not only have I never seen it, I've never even heard of it. Let us go again. This time, Tian Xiong got serious, unleashing his full mid-4th-tier power. He launched a series of powerful combat techniques in rapid succession. Chun Fan showed no fear, activating his swift Thunder Shadow step. His speed and agility increased dramatically, and combined with the Thunder Shadow clone technique in Thunder Flash, he managed to suppress Tian Xiong. The four onlookers were left dumbfounded. 2 minutes passed, and Chun Fan's thunderous power continued to erupt. Tian Xiong was forced to retreat repeatedly, several times nearly having to exceed his at this moment. Tian Xiong gently shook his body, and the petrification effect on his entire body instantly disappeared. He stood up, looking at Chun Fan with shock in his eyes. Kid, you've been hiding this well. What exactly is the deal with your petrification ability? Chun Fan had no intention of hiding it from everyone. After all, since he had gained this ability, he would have to use it, and using it would eventually expose it. He straightforwardly said, Teacher Tian, actually, I wasn't completely honest before. I'm not a dual ability user, I'm a triple ability user. What? The four teammates behind Chun Fan exclaimed in shock. Lao Gao, did I hear that wrong? What dual ability or triple ability user? Lao Zhao, you didn't hear wrong. The boss said he's not a dual ability user, he's a triple ability user. Hiss. Everyone gasped. They had been together for so long and had never heard Chun Fan mention that he had other abilities. Boss, are you really a triple ability user? My goodness, I've heard that dual ability users are already extremely rare, but a triple ability user like you is simply one of a kind. The chubby Wu Yu was trembling with excitement. After all, the stronger Chun Fan was, the more thrilled he became. Chubby, I don't like men. Stay away from me, Chun Fan said coldly as he pushed away Wu Yu, who was about to pounce on him. Tian Xiong's eyes sparkled as he finally understood why Chun Fan's combat power was so strong. Coach, as agreed, today's training ends here, right? Chun Fan asked somewhat sheepishly. Tian Xiong felt a bit awkward. He had originally planned to beat up the Thunder team all day, but he hadn't expected to be KO'd himself in just 3 minutes. Chun Fan, do you have something else to do? Tian Xiong asked curiously. Based on what he knew, even if Chun Fan lost, he would still be the most enthusiastic about training. My friend is here, and I want to take her around Chang'an City, Chun Fan said, a little embarrassed. After getting her ID card, Catwoman planned to return home to pay respects to her parents, so Chun Fan intended to spend the day showing her around. All right, you can go, Tian Xiong agreed readily. Coach, what about us? Zhao Mingzhe asked with an expectant look. Don't even think about it. Just now, only Chun Fan made a move, you guys didn't participate. Come on, all of you together, let's keep training. Tian Xiong glared with tiger-like eyes, a hint of a fierce smile on his face. Before long, the illusionary realm was filled only with shouts and cries of pain. After leaving the War Wolf Martial Arts Hall, Chun Fan first went to the cafeteria to buy breakfast before returning to the dormitory. By this time, Catwoman was already awake. When she saw Chun Fan come in, she lifted the blanket and sat up. Her lazy demeanor from just waking up, combined with her slightly messy long hair, added a touch of charm to her. Her fair, slender legs were exposed, making Chun Fan's heart race. Get up and eat breakfast. I'll take you around today. Who knows how long it'll be before you come back again. Chun Fan quickly averted his gaze. What? Can't bear to part with me? If you beg me, I can stay and keep you company. Ah, as if I'd miss you. Chun Fan snorted coldly. Chang'an City was a bustling metropolis with a population of over 15 million. The city center was incredibly vibrant, home to the most luxurious shopping mall in Shanxi province. The actions of the beast cult hadn't caused significant damage here, as the city government was located nearby. Chun Fan borrowed Zhao Ming's car, a McLaren with a sleek, futuristic design. The appearance of this luxury car worth over 10 million immediately attracted numerous envious gazes. The car door opened, and a long, snow-white leg stepped out, followed by Catwoman's perfect figure and stunning beauty, which captivated everyone present. Wow, a beauty riding in such a luxury car must have an extraordinary status. I wonder which wealthy young master from Chang'an City is inside the car. People whispered among themselves. At that moment, Chun Fan's tall and upright figure emerged. This young master doesn't look familiar, but with such a gorgeous lady accompanying him, his background must be remarkable. Chun Fan suddenly pulled out a pair of sunglasses, and after putting them on, he exuded a roguish charm. Catwoman naturally linked her arm with his, appearing like a couple. Today's expenses are all on young Master Chun. Chun Fan declared boldly. Then I won't hold back, Catwoman replied with a smile. Her radiant smile left everyone stunned for a few seconds. Chun Fan ignored the crowd's gazes and walked into the mall with Catwoman. As expected, a girl's shopping power was astonishing. In just half a day, Chun Fan had spent 800,000 yuan. By noon, Catwoman was carrying bags full of top-tier luxury brands, all of which were exorbitantly priced. Although it pained him, Chun Fan obediently paid the bills, as he had already promised. Besides, his card still had a balance of over 10 million, so 800,000 was bearable. I'm so tired, Catwoman stretched her voice, her face showing a hint of complaint. Chun Fan glanced at her and immediately understood that she wanted him to help carry the bags. Helplessly, he took out a silver ring. Here, take this. What is it? Catwoman asked curiously. This is a spatial ring. It can store items and has 3 cubic meters of space inside. Chun Fan explained with a smile. Something like this exists? You're not lying to me, are you? Catwoman said in surprise. Chun Fan rolled his eyes at her. Put it on and use your mental energy to touch it. You'll sense the space inside. Really? Catwoman skeptically put on the ring. Soon, her face showed an expression of shock. There really is space inside. Catwoman excitedly shook Chun Fan's arm, acting like a playful girlfriend. From now on, you can store all your bags inside. It'll make going out much more convenient. Chun Fan reminded her. Got it, got it. Catwoman nodded happily. Remember to keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone. Just say it's your own special ability. Chun Fan emphasized repeatedly. Understood. Catwoman obediently nodded. She didn't ask where Chun Fan had gotten this treasure, thinking it was his secret and choosing not to pry unless he wanted to share. At that moment, Chun Fan took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Catwoman. Here's another gift for you. What is it? Catwoman asked curiously, looking at the porcelain bottle containing a snow-white pill the size of a ping-pong ball. This is a beauty preservation pill. After consuming it, your appearance will remain as it is at the moment you take it, never aging until the end of your life. Catwoman's jaw dropped in astonishment. Such a thing, which could maintain eternal beauty, was irresistibly appealing to any woman. This pill was even more tempting than the spatial ring. After all, loving beauty is a woman's nature. Are you really giving this to me? She asked, overwhelmed with excitement. Go ahead and take it, Chun Fan said indifferently. Such things were of no use to him. As for Wang Yanran, he believed he could draw her again in the future. The Catwoman had no doubts about the pill's effects and gently placed it in her mouth. The pill melted instantly, and a peculiar energy quickly spread throughout her body. As an Esper, she could clearly feel the changes in her cells. She was certain that this pill could definitely keep her youthful forever. Little brother, thank you. Overcome with excitement, she couldn't help herself and suddenly kissed Chun Fan on the lips. Chun Fan felt the softness and fragrance on his lips in that instant, so shocked that he was speechless. He had actually been kissed forcibly, and it was his first time. By the time he came to his senses, the Catwoman had already run off. In the afternoon, Chun Fan received the Catwoman's new ID card from Huang Fucheng. Her name was still Yun Li, but her home address and ID number had been changed. In the evening, he saw the Catwoman off and drove back to Guowu alone, feeling a bit empty inside. Yang Chuchu had left, And now the Catwoman was gone too. The two people he had brought from Qingcheng were no longer around. Forget it. I'll just go practice at the martial arts gym. Chun Fan shook his head, not wanting to dwell on emotional matters. With nothing else to do, he decided to head to the Zhanlong Martial Arts Gym to practice the 12 paths of true spirit techniques that Gongsun Liaguang had given him. He had the chance to practice this combat technique since receiving it, but now he finally had time. When he arrived at the Zhanlong Martial Arts Gym, it was already past 7 in the evening, but the gym was still packed. The first-floor lobby was crowded with students lining up to handle various matters. Chun Fan chose the shortest line. After waiting for 10 minutes, it was finally his turn. At the service desk stood a sweet-looking girl who smiled professionally. "Hello, classmate. Which training room would you like to rent?" "A combat training room that can withstand the strength of a 4th-tier esper, please," Chun Fan replied politely. The girl glanced at the computer and smiled. "You're in luck, classmate. There's only one 4th-tier combat training room left. Please show your campus card, and I'll process it for you." "All right." Chun Fan smiled and was about to hand over his campus card when suddenly, a large hand slammed heavily on the counter. "I booked that training room first." Chun Fan frowned and looked over. Standing beside him was a tall, buzz-cut young man. The receptionist froze for a moment before quickly reminding him, "Classmate, this training room has already been reserved by this student." No problem. I'll talk it over with him. I'm sure he'll agree." The buzz-cut young man smiled at Chun Fan, placing a hand on his shoulder and speaking in a commanding tone. "Classmate, you know who I am, right? Do me a favor and let me have this training room." Chun Fan frowned and coldly brushed the hand off his shoulder. "Sorry, but I'm not giving you that favor." "Oh." A cold glint flashed in the buzz-cut young man's eyes. Aqua Wu, there were almost no students who dared to refuse him. "You don't know who I am? You must be a freshman this year, right?" "Yes, I'm a freshman. What do you want?" Chun Fan, already in a bad mood, was even more irritated by someone trying to cut in line. "What do I want? Didn't your high school teach you to respect your seniors? I booked this training room. Get lost, or don't blame me for getting physical." The buzz-cut young man was clearly losing his temper. "Get physical? Go ahead and try." Chun Fan's expression turned icy. He was truly angered today. Their argument immediately drew the attention of many students in the lobby. Some looked at Chun Fan with a hint of sympathy. Who is this guy? He actually dared to provoke Xiao Xiong. Xiao Xiong is the top student in the 3rd year. That's right. Xiao Xiong is already a peak 3rd-tier ability user. Although his ability is grade A, he upgrades incredibly fast. The S-grade ability users from his batch have only just reached the late 3rd tier. This freshman is doomed. Offending Xiao Xiong means no good days ahead in school. Of course, some people recognize Chun Fan. "That's Chun Fan, the new freshman. I heard he just taught Ma Yi from sophomore year a lesson a few days ago. He's pretty strong. Teaching Ma Yi a lesson is nothing. Ma Yi is only at the early 3rd tier, while Xiao Xiong is at the peak of the 3rd tier." Chun Fan heard the surrounding discussions clearly. In fact, he didn't need anyone to tell him his void-piercing I had already seen through the buzz-cut youth's strength. To be honest, he could pin the guy to the ground with one hand, completely overwhelming him. The buzz-cut youth didn't expect Chun Fan to speak so firmly and immediately flew into a rage, swinging a slap toward Chun Fan. Chun Fan's eyes turned cold, and his movements were even faster. He struck first, delivering a fierce slap to the other party's face. Smack! A loud slap echoed throughout the first-floor hall. The onlookers were all stunned. Even Xiao Xiong was dumbfounded by the hit. Holy crap, this kid is done for. I bet Xiao Xiong has been wanting to kill him for a while now. Let's all step back, we don't want to get caught up in this. The people in the hall who were waiting in line quickly retreated. Xiao Xiong was stunned for a few seconds before completely losing it. Ever since he became an ability user, no one had ever humiliated him like this in public, especially in front of so many students. "If I don't cripple you today, I'll change my surname from Xiao to something else." His voice was low, like an enraged beast. Just as he was about to make a move, a stern voice stopped him. Private fights are strictly forbidden in the War Wolf Martial Hall. If you want to fight, take it outside. A middle-aged man appeared, exuding an imposing aura. His gaze locked onto Xiao Xiong, commanding respect without anger. This man was Hong Chong, the owner of the War Wolf Martial Hall, and an early 6th tier ability user. Xiao Xiong had already activated his ability, but the stern reprimand interrupted him, leaving him extremely frustrated. However, facing a 6th tier ability user, he had no choice but to comply. Kid, don't get cocky. If you have the guts, never step out of here, or I'll kill you. Clown, Chun Fan said disdainfully. He turned and handed his campus card to the girl at the service desk. Reserve a training room for me. I'll be back shortly. Huh? Oh, okay. The girl was a bit stunned, but still took the campus card. When she saw the SS level clearance on the card, her mouth dropped open in shock. Chun Fan looked at the buzz-cut youth and sneered. Follow me outside. Holy crap, this kid is really bold. The surrounding students were secretly amazed. A cold smile appeared on Xiao Xiong's face. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. The two walked out of the War Wolf Martial Hall, and Xiao Xiong couldn't wait to make his move. But Chun Fan raised his hand to stop him. Wait a moment. What do you want now? Xiao Xiong's anger flared. Ordinary fights are boring. How about we go to the dueling arena? Chun Fan said coldly. The dueling arena? The onlookers gasped. This kid is crazy, daring to go to the dueling arena. Does he really have the confidence? Or is he just reckless? At National Martial University, students were allowed to spar, but they couldn't cause significant harm. However, the dueling arena was different. As long as you didn't kill your opponent, even crippling them wouldn't draw any complaints. The dueling arena? Fine. Since you want to embarrass yourself, I'll oblige. Xiao Xiong snorted coldly and headed toward the dueling arena first. The crowd that had been watching in the War Wolf Martial Hall all followed to see the spectacle. Xiao Xiong and Chun Fan were both geniuses at the school. One was the rising star, and the other the strongest senior. Their duel naturally attracted a lot of attention. As the news spread, more and more students from Guowu rushed to the dueling arena. The arena, resembling a large indoor stadium, could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. At the entrance, 2 large war drums were placed on either side. Both participants would strike the drums simultaneously to signify their agreement to duel, at which point the referee would appear. Chun Fan and Xiao Xiong each approached a war drum and struck them at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. The drum beats echoed thunderously. Shortly after, the massive doors of the arena swung open, and an elderly man stepped out. Despite his age, his aura was imposing, clearly of a master-level caliber. He glanced at the 2 participants, visibly surprised by the disparity in their strength. However, he said nothing, merely nodding as he walked to the center of the arena. Step forward. Kid, get ready to admit defeat. Xiao Xiong sneered, leaping onto the stage first. Chun Fan smirked inwardly and, with a light jump, crossed over 20 meters to land on the stage. Meanwhile, a crowd of students surged into the arena, and within moments, thousands had gathered, with even more spectators crowding the entrance. It's been half a year since Guowu has seen a duel. Today is going to be lively, many students said excitedly. But the gap between the two is huge. It's probably going to be a one-sided crush, not very interesting. Yeah, Xiao Xiong's strength is undeniable. I heard he is about to break through to a Tier 4 ability user. Chun Fan is definitely at a disadvantage. Inside the arena, the crowd buzzed with discussion, and almost no one believed in Chun Fan. But Chun Fan didn't care. Today he was determined to prove his strength in front of everyone and let all of Guowu know that they had underestimated him. Do either of you have anything to say before the duel begins? The elderly man asked in a deep voice, standing between the two. I have nothing to say, Chun Fan replied calmly. He didn't need words, his strength would speak for itself. Neither do I, Xiao Xiong sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent. In that case, let the duel begin. As soon as the elder's words fell, Xiao Xiong's aura erupted. As a peak Tier 3 A-level ability user, his strength was enough to rival a newly advanced Tier 4 beast. The moment his aura was unleashed, the students in the arena gasped in shock. Xiao Xiong, invincible. Amid the cheers, Xiao Xiong's eyes gleamed with excitement. Behind him, the phantom of a massive gray-brown bear appeared. This type of ability user, with a beastly shadow, wasn't he from the beast transformation category, but rather the enhancement category. Chun Fan immediately recognized it. It was the A-level enhancement ability. Earth-splitting Song Bear. Kid die. Xiao Xiong charged at Chen Fan, his fist wrapped in blood energy. The Phantom of the Earth-splitting Song Bear behind him also threw a punch, the two attacks combining as they hurtled toward Chen Fan. Xiao Xiong is so strong, the crowd exclaimed, while Chen Fan remained motionless. Is this kid frozen in fear? Just as Xiao Xiong's fist was less than half a meter from Chen Fan's head, Chen Fan's aura exploded. Boom! Violent lightning erupted around him, blue-purple electricity crackling in the air. In the next moment, a hand enveloped in lightning rose and firmly caught Xiao Xiong's fist, stopping it just a foot from his head. Bang! Blood energy and lightning clashed fiercely, sending shockwaves rippling outward. How is this possible? The audience stood up in shock, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. His aura is overwhelming. He effortlessly blocked Xiao Xiong's fully charged attack. Just how powerful is he? Everyone was utterly stunned. Xiao Xiong's pupils suddenly dilated. This punch, which should have easily taken down a peak third-tier beast, was effortlessly caught by the opponent, simply unbelievable. I don't believe it, he roared, trying to withdraw his fist, but it wouldn't budge at all. His fist felt as if it were locked by a 1,000-pound weight, completely immobile no matter how much force he exerted. His face turned pale, utterly unable to comprehend how a freshman who had just enrolled could possess such overwhelming strength. Chen Fan looked at him coldly, his palm tightening, instantly dissipating the blood energy from Xiao Xiong's fist. Then, Chen Fan launched a punch, the force of which roared like thunder. Xiao Xiong was struck heavily, his body bending as he flew dozens of meters away, crashing into a thick pillar. Ugh, ugh! Xiao Xiong struggled to get up, blood already seeping from the corner of his mouth. This is the consequence of provoking me. Are you ready to face my wrath? Chen Fan's gaze was icy. Don't be so arrogant. I was just careless earlier. Xiao Xiong roared, slamming both fists into the ground. Mountain-shaking earth-splitting fist. With a deafening boom, the ground trembled, and a crack rapidly extended toward Chen Fan. Stones flew, and the fissure carried explosive power. This was the racial talent of the earth-splitting bear, Xiao Xiong's strongest move. But Chen Fan, surrounded by lightning and thunder, stood unharmed amidst the explosion. Not a bad move, but unfortunately, the gap in strength is too vast it's a waste of effort. Chen Fan activated his swift thunder shadow step, instantly appearing in front of Xiao Xiong. With a simple uppercut, he easily sent Xiao Xiong flying again. The crowd on the stage was completely dumbfounded. A late second-tier ability user had effortlessly defeated a peak third-tier opponent, completely overturning their understanding. What kind of monster is this guy? For the next 2 minutes, Chen Fan mercilessly crushed Xiao Xiong, who was utterly powerless to fight back. Everyone had already realized that this match was a one-sided slaughter. Chen Fan was completely dominating Xiao Xiong. 2 minutes later, Xiao Xiong was in a thoroughly disheveled state. The audience's gaze toward Chen Fan had completely changed. The dynamics of Guo Wu are about to shift. I bet no one will be able to defeat him within half a year. Their eyes were filled with awe. Ugh, ugh. At that moment, a light cough sounded, and a middle-aged man quickly stepped into the dueling arena. He stood in front of Xiao Xiong. Huh? Teacher Wei Yuan is here. The senior students of Guo Wu Academy recognized him. Wei Yuan, the third-year director of the military department at Guo Wu University. Is Teacher Wei here to stand up for Xiao Xiong? He's Xiao Xiong's teacher. That's possible. Anyone would be angry seeing their direct disciple beaten like this. As the crowd speculated, Wei Yuan nodded slightly at Chen Fan and said apologetically, "Student Chen Fan, please spare him for now. If this continues, he might be seriously injured." Chen Fan frowned slightly, about to speak, but Wei Yuan continued, "I've already learned about the situation. Xiao Xiong was the one who started it. As his teacher, the responsibility lies with me. I apologize to you on his behalf. This bottle of healing pills is a token of compensation." After speaking, Wei Yuan handed over a bottle of pills and even bowed slightly to Chen Fan. After all, one does not strike a smiling face. Although Chen Fan was angry, he wouldn't act unreasonably toward a master-level teacher of the academy. All right, since Teacher Wei has spoken, I naturally have to give face. Take him away, Chen Fan said. Good. If you have the chance, come to my office for a visit. I have some good tea to treat you. Wei Yuan glanced at the battered Xiao Xiong with a hint of gratitude, then helped him up and walked away. The dueling arena fell into a dead silence, and everyone was stunned a grandmaster was showing such respect to Qin Fan. This completely overturned their understanding. Why? A grandmaster was treating Qin Fan with such courtesy, speaking to him as an equal. Even if Qin Fan was exceptionally talented, he was still far from reaching the level of a grandmaster. What the students of Guowu didn't know was that two pieces of news had already reached the teachers. The first was that the long-missing Valkyrie Yan Yuehua had made a powerful breakthrough to the martial saint realm, and she had promised to assist Qin Fan 3 times. The second piece of news was even more shocking, as it had just been announced by Huang Fuqing earlier that day. Here's what happened. When Tian Xiong learned that Qin Fan was a tri-elemental ability user, he immediately reported it to Huang Fuqiang. Huang Fuqiang was astounded and promptly informed all the teachers at Guowu. From now on, any teacher who deliberately made things difficult for Qin Fan would have their teaching qualifications revoked on the spot. These two pieces of news were earth-shattering, and once they spread, who would dare treat Qin Fan as an ordinary student? In the Guowu dueling arena, Qin Fan became famous in a single battle. Someone recorded his fight against Xiao Xiong and uploaded the video to the school forum. Everyone who saw the figure surrounded by lightning was deeply shaken. Now, no one at Guowu dared to underestimate this freshman who had been enrolled for less than a month. Qin Fan, however, paid no attention to the outside reactions. He was already immersed in studying Yi Wuxing's 12 Paths of True Spirit techniques at the War Wolf Martial Hall. This combat technique consisted of 12 chapters, each representing a beast form combat style. Qin Fan carefully read the general principles. Once mastered, this technique allowed ability users to manifest faint beast-shaped phantoms behind them when using a specific beast form combat style, and their attack methods would take on the characteristics of that beast. For example, with the tiger form combat style, a tiger-shaped phantom would appear behind the user, and their attacks would resemble a tiger pouncing on its prey, exuding immense pressure. At the same time, endurance, stamina, and explosive power would be significantly enhanced. When using the leopard form combat style, the body would become exceptionally agile, moving as swiftly as a cheetah, with incredible speed in pursuit. After reading it, Qin Fan completely changed his view of this combat technique. It was incredibly powerful not only in terms of attack strength, but also in its versatility. Ability users could switch between different beast form combat styles depending on their opponent and the environment. No wonder they say that mastering this makes you invincible in close combat. This technique is truly remarkable. Qin Fan nodded in admiration. He then began to study it seriously. His close combat abilities were already strong, and he could transform into the Thundercloud Leopard, Purple Thunder Lion, Three-Eyed Thunder Ape, and Thunder Falcon. This gave him a particularly quick understanding of the leopard, lion, ape, and eagle combat styles. He simply transformed into the Thundercloud Leopard to personally experience the attack methods of a leopard beast. In just a few hours, he had mimicked most of the moves from these 4 combat styles. In the days that followed, apart from attending classes and training, Qin Fan was almost entirely immersed in studying this combat technique. Within a week, he not only mastered the 4 beast form combat styles, but also became proficient in the remaining 8. In a training room at the War Wolf Martial Hall, Qin Fan invited Tian Xiong to spar with him. Tian Xiong was incredibly strong and could easily handle anything Qin Fan threw at him, making him the perfect partner to test the technique's power. Over the course of an hour, Qin Fan demonstrated all 12 beast form combat styles. When they finished, Tian Xiong looked at Qin Fan with eyes full of admiration. I heard that Yi Wuxing's most talented student took a year to master this technique, but you've done it in just a week. Qin Fan humbly said, I just took advantage of my ability to be Astify. He sat down and began analyzing himself. This combat technique's enhancement to strength can rival my master-level marksmanship. Even without using the power of the thunder-devouring sacred body, with just my physical body and this combat technique, I can defeat a peak 3rd-tier exotic beast. If I add the support of the basic Thunder Domain and 9 Heavens Thunder movement, I can take down a mid-4th-tier exotic beast barehanded. And with skills like Thunder Shadow Clone and Thunder Flash, even a late 4th-tier exotic beast would find it hard to kill me. Chen Fan was very satisfied with the results of his week's training. Chen Fan, I heard from Vice Principal Huangfu that you're planning to go to the interdimensional space in a few days? Tian Xiong asked. Yes, I haven't mentioned it to you yet. I've found a way to hatch the dragon egg, which is by absorbing dragon bloodlines. I plan to hunt such exotic beasts in the interdimensional space. Do you want me to go with you? Your current status is sensitive, Tian Xiong said worriedly. I looked into the incident with the ghost fiend mercenary group you encountered earlier. There is indeed a bounty on you in the black market, with a reward as high as 800 million. Quite a few mercenary groups nearby have their eyes on you. It's too dangerous to go alone. No need, coach. Flowers in a greenhouse can never grow into towering trees. I have another purpose for this trip, which is to train my abilities and prepare to break through to the peak of the 2nd tier. That works too, Tian Xiong nodded. But you must be careful. Don't worry, coach. After leaving, Chen Fan did not return to his dorm to rest, but instead headed directly to the villa area behind the school. This time, he was going to visit the dean of the Beast Taming Academy, Su Mu. Su Mu was the person at National Martial University who knew the most about exotic beasts, and everyone called him the Encyclopedia of Exotic Beasts. Chen Fan's purpose was clear. He wanted to know which exotic beasts in the nearby interdimensional spaces carried dragon bloodlines in their bodies. He arrived at the door of Su Mu's villa and gently pressed the doorbell. Before long, a middle-aged man in a butler's uniform opened the door and came out to greet him. You must be Student Chen? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. Yes, I'm here to visit Dean Su. Chen Fan quickly replied. Come in. Dean Su has been expecting you, the butler said with a constant smile, leading Chen Fan into the living room. On the sofa in the living room sat an elderly man with a goatee, playing with a half-meter-long slender creature. Upon closer inspection, Chen Fan realized this creature was no ordinary being. It had dragon horns on its head and 4 claws under its belly. It was clearly a living baby dragon. This must be the baby dragon Dean Su hatched, Chen Fan thought as he curiously observed it. The baby dragon also noticed Chen Fan, its gaze turning fierce and full of aggression. If the old man hadn't been holding it, it would probably have pounced on him to bite. So ferocious at such a young age, Chen Fan marveled inwardly. At this moment, the old man stood up, a smile on his face as he looked at Chen Fan. This little one is naturally wild and very wary of strangers. Chen Fan quickly bowed respectfully to the old man. Hello, Dean Su. Sorry to bother you. Haha, no need to be so formal. Have a seat, Su Mu said kindly. Vice Principal Huangfu called me this morning and told me you'd be coming. I'm already aware of your situation. He gestured for Chen Fan to sit down and then turned to the butler beside him. Yuan Ping, bring over the materials I asked you to organize. Yes, Dean. The butler respectfully withdrew and soon returned with a thick booklet. The booklet was bound with A4 paper, clearly prepared on short notice. Su Mu handed it to Chen Fan and said, Beasts with dragon bloodlines are very rare. Over the years, I've only seen 189 types, and only 12 have appeared in Wangu Pass. As Chen Fan listened, he flipped through the booklet. Each page documented a type of beast with a dragon bloodline. Su Mu patiently explained the habits, characteristics, and distribution of each beast one by one. After listening attentively, Chen Fan sincerely expressed his gratitude. Dean Su, thank you. Su Mu smiled and said, I hope you can successfully hatch that dragon egg. When the time comes, my young dragon will have a companion to play with. It definitely will. Chen Fan nodded confidently. After leaving Su Mu's villa, Chen Fan stopped by Huang Fucheng's office. He planned to set off for Wangu Pass early the next morning and needed to request leave beforehand. Huang Fucheng's office was located on the top floor of the National Martial Arts main teaching building, surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a panoramic view of the entire campus. Huang Fucheng was delighted to see Chen Fan and personally brewed him a cup of tea. This is my treasured Puyun Spirit tea, produced in the dimensional space of the Yunnan Guizhou region. Its yield is extremely limited. Drinking it regularly is very beneficial for enhancing abilities. I rarely share it with others. Chen Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip, instantly feeling all his fatigue vanish. Excellent tea, Chen Fan praised. Haha, you have good taste. This tea isn't something money can buy, Huang Fucheng said with a proud smile, then asked, what brings you here? Chen Fan straightened up and said, Principal Huang Fu, I'm planning to go to Wangu Pass early tomorrow morning and came to request leave. How many days do you need? About a week or so, Chen Fan replied uncertainly, as finding beasts with dragon bloodlines wouldn't be easy. Approved, Huang Fucheng nodded. I've already informed your subject teachers. You can flexibly arrange your classes. This is a privilege the school has granted you. Thank you, Principal, Chen Fan said politely. But be careful on the road, Huang Fucheng said, taking out a transparent jade token and handing it to Chen Fan. This jade token contains a sealed portion of my mental power. If you crush it, it will form a mental barrier that can withstand the attack of a 6th-tier ability user for 5 minutes. Use it to save your life in critical moments. Principal, this is too precious, Chen Fan said, accepting it with both hands, deeply moved. He knew that creating such an item consumed a significant amount of mental energy, and Huang Fucheng must have expended a lot in recent days. Huang Fucheng waved his hand dismissively. When you return, I plan to organize a sparring match between the 2 freshman school teams. Perform well then. Rest assured, Principal, Chen Fan replied confidently. Early the next morning, Chen Fan bid farewell to Zhao Mingze and the others and headed alone to Chang'an City's high-speed rail station. There was a direct high-speed rail line from Chang'an City to Wangu Pass, taking only 40 minutes, which was very convenient. At 9 in the morning, Chen Fan arrived at Wangu Pass. Unlike Yuliang Pass, Wangu Pass was located at the border between northern Shaanxi and eastern Shaanxi and was historically a famous military stronghold. The beasts in this dimensional space were extremely powerful, and beast tides would occasionally strike. To defend the area, a 10,000-strong army was stationed here, with the core commander possessing peak 8th-tier strength. Adjacent to the military camp was a small town. The town was lined with various shops, inns, and restaurants, catering specifically to ability users who came here to hunt beasts. Chen Fan did not immediately enter the dimensional space, but instead strolled around the town, as it was quite interesting. The streets were bustling with activity. Besides vendors selling exotic beast corpses, there were also many teams recruiting new members. Any Tier 2 or higher ability users must specialize in defense, salary negotiable. Anyone want to search for spiritual herbs together? Our team needs a main attacker. Who's heading to Qingyu Forest? We can team up, but your strength must be above mid-tier 2. Qingyu Forest? A voice from the roadside caught Chen Fan's attention. Sumu had mentioned in the information she gave him that several types of exotic beasts lived in Qingyu Forest. Seeing Chen Fan pause, the young man who had been calling out approached him. Brother, heading to Qingyu Forest? We can form a team. This young man was burly, a head taller than Chen Fan. Seeing Chen Fan hesitate, he continued, You might not know, but a group of purple flame twin-tailed foxes recently moved to the Mass Grave Valley in Qingyu Forest. These creatures are cunning and specifically target ability users who act alone. When there are more people, they don't dare to come out. We already have 4 people and are looking for 2 more before setting off. Want to join us? Chen Fan looked in the direction the young man pointed. In a cafe sat 2 men and 1 woman, 3 people in total. After thinking for a moment, Chen Fan agreed. For one, this group wasn't very strong, and if they really tried to harm him, he could easily handle them. Secondly, it was his first time in Wangu Pass, and he wasn't familiar with the area, so having someone lead the way was reassuring. All right, brother, go over there and order a cup of coffee. Tell the waiter to put it on my tab. I'll go find 1 more person to join us for Qingyu Forest. The young man was visibly pleased when Chen Fan agreed. Chen Fan nodded and walked into the cafe, approaching the 3 people. They were quite young, likely students from a nearby ability university. One of the 2 boys was chubby, the other thin. They glanced at Chen Fan briefly, their lips curling in disdain, before lowering their heads to play on their phones again. Only the girl gave Chen Fan a friendly look. Chen Fan responded with a slight smile, but said nothing. At this moment, he had already used his mimicry ability to alter his appearance. With so many mercenary groups out to kill him, he naturally wouldn't show his true face. He had given himself a new name, Xiao Fan. and claimed to be a sophomore at Gwawu University. Not long after, the burly young man from outside entered the cafe with a young man dressed in white. The man in white carried a 3-foot-long Qingfeng sword, exuding an extraordinary aura that surpassed everyone else present. The two boys who had been playing on their phones were initially stunned when they saw the man in white, then immediately became obsequious. They quickly stood up and jogged over to greet him. "Brother Lin, you're going to Qingyu Forest too?" "Yes," the man in white replied with a smile and a nod. "Same as you, going to complete a task." The graduation requirements for ability universities were entirely different from those of regular universities. Regular university students needed to write a thesis and defend it. However, the graduation standard for ability universities was task points. The school website posted various tasks, each corresponding to a certain number of points. Students could choose tasks themselves. Completing tasks earned points, and only by accumulating enough points could they graduate. Thus, in their final year, most fourth-year students at ability universities were busy completing tasks. Although the two boys looked down on Qin Fan, they were extremely respectful in front of the man in white surnamed Lin. "Brother Lin, your strength must be close to meeting the graduation requirements of Jindong Martial University, right? Still short by 200 points. Completing this mission will be enough," the young man in white said with a smile. "A 200-point mission." The two were shocked. "Brother Lin, doesn't that require mid-stage Tier 3 to complete? Did you break through again?" "I got lucky a few days ago and broke through to mid-stage Tier 3, the young man in white replied with a warm smile. Those around Qin Fan were astonished. Mid-stage Tier 3 was common at National Martial University, but at ordinary ability universities, it was practically godlike. "Brother Lin, you're truly the top talent of Jindong Martial University. After graduation, you could even teach martial arts at a provincial key high school." The two quickly flattered him. Even the girl glanced at the young man in white, her eyes sparkling. The young man in white, Lin Qingfeng, noticed the girl and greeted her politely, but completely ignored Qin Fan. At this moment, the burly young man in charge of organizing the mission was also delighted. With a mid-stage Tier 3 expert joining, the mission's safety was greatly enhanced. "Everyone, before we set off, let's introduce ourselves to get familiar with each other. It'll help us cooperate better in the dimensional space." "Sure." Everyone nodded in agreement. "I'll go first," the burly young man began. "My name is Xiaoshan, Tier 3 early-stage ability user. My ability is B-grade Iron Body." Next, everyone except Qin Fan introduced themselves in turn. The young man in white was named Lin Qingfeng, Tier 3 mid-stage, with a B-grade Wind ability. The two other young men, one fat and one thin, were named Yuan Shuo and Gao Chang. Both were Tier 2 peak ability users. Yuan Shuo possessed a B-grade defensive ability, Bone Armor, while Gao Chang had a B-grade speed ability. The girl was named Qin Shiwen, also Tier 2 peak, with a B-grade fire ability. When it was Qin Fan's turn, he simply said, "My name is Xiao Fan, Tier 2 late stage, with a B-grade beast transformation ability." He didn't elaborate on the specifics of his beast transformation ability, as no one present seemed interested in him. "Great. We've got a useless burden," Yuan Shuo muttered to Gao Chang, not bothering to lower his voice, ensuring Qin Fan could hear. Qin Fan's lips curled slightly. Some people, despite their lack of strength, still look down on those weaker than themselves. "If these two act up in the dimensional space, I won't hold back," Qin Fan thought. After paying the fees, Xiaoshan called out to everyone. "Time is tight. We need to set off quickly, otherwise we won't make it back before dark." "All right." The group nodded and followed him toward the entrance of Wangagwen. Dimensional space entrances were heavily guarded, with strict identity checks, and Wangagwen was no exception. Qin Fan had prepared in advance. His ID was arranged by Huang Fucheng. After passing the inspection, he smoothly entered the dimensional space. Stepping through the spatial gate, a slight dizziness followed, and he found himself in a plaza. Surrounding the plaza were towering walls, with heavily armed guards stationed atop them. "Let's go. It's a 2-hour journey to Qingyu Forest. We need to pick up the pace," Xiaoshan said, taking the lead. The group left the city and headed north along a small path. Before long, they encountered their first alien beast, a Tier 2 late-stage terror wolf. The wolf followed them from a distance without attacking. It's just a Tier 2 late-stage beast. I'll take care of it. Yuan Shuo sneered, drawing his blade and charging toward the terror wolf. Xiao Shan quickly stopped him. Don't be reckless. Do you have no experience at all? Wolves are pack animals. This one is definitely bait, with the pack waiting behind it. We need to shake them off quickly. Xiao Shan, evidently experienced, made Chun Fan see him in a new light. However, Yuan Shuo was unconvinced and, seeing Chun Fan staring at him, immediately flew into a rage. Kid, what are you looking at? If it weren't for us, that terror wolf would have killed you just now. Huh, you're quite confident, Chun Fan replied with a smile. Yuan Shuo, furious, was about to make a move. At that moment, the sound of wolves howling echoed from behind, making everyone tense. They turned to look back and saw a cloud of dust rising as a pack of at least 100 wolves charged toward them, led by a third-tier wolf king. Run! There's a forest 2 kilometers ahead, the territory of the shadow leopard. Once we get there, they probably won't dare to follow. Xiao Shan's face changed drastically as he urgently shouted for everyone to flee. Without hesitation, the group ran for their lives. They all knew that if the wolves caught up, there would be no escape. Lin Qingfeng and Xiao Shan, both third-tier ability users, were the fastest and led the way. Close behind was Gao Chong, whose speed ability made him much faster than the average second tier. The slowest runners were Yuan Shuo and Chun Fan. Chun Fan was slow simply because he wasn't afraid and was just playing along with the group. Yuan Shuo, on the other hand, was slow because of his weight. Chun Fan deliberately stayed just a bit ahead of him, intentionally provoking him. The wolf pack drew closer, and Yuan Shuo grew increasingly anxious. He gritted his teeth and ran with all his might, but no matter how hard he tried, Chun Fan was always just a step ahead. How is this kid running so fast? Yuan Shuo panted heavily, desperately trying to catch up. No one wanted to be the last. Being at the back was the most dangerous position. For ability users, 2 kilometers was only a matter of minutes, but for Yuan Shuo, it was sheer torment. The terror wolves behind them were closing in, and Yuan Shuo could almost hear the wolf kings breathing. Fatty, your speed is lacking. If you don't pick up the pace, the wolf king will catch you. Chun Fan teased as he glanced back. Yuan Shuo looked and broke out in a cold sweat. The wolf king, as large as a buffalo, was less than 10 meters away. What do I do? I don't want to die. Yuan Shuo was frantic. Brother Lin, Gao Chong, save me, he shouted to the 2 ahead. But neither of them paid him any attention. Turning back to help would likely result in their own deaths. Seeing that they didn't even look back, Yuan Shuo's heart sank, and a sinister expression appeared on his face. That's it. I can take this kid out first to distract the Wolf King, and then I'll have a chance to escape. In a moment of desperation, Yuan Shuo threw a heavy punch at Chun Fan. Kid, take the fall for me. But just as his punch was about to land, Chun Fan suddenly quickened his pace, and the punch missed its mark. Yuan Shuo, having put too much force into the swing, lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Before he could get up, the Wolf King pounced on him, pinning him to the ground. Help me. Save me. Yuan Shuo's eyes were filled with terror as he screamed desperately. But the Wolf King showed no mercy, opening its massive jaws and biting through his neck. You brought this on yourself, Chun Fan muttered with a cold smile as he listened to the screams behind him. Those who kill will eventually be killed. He hadn't even needed to make a move, he had simply dodged the attack. The others in the group heard the screams and glanced back briefly, but they didn't dwell on it and continued running. Yuan Shuo's death, in fact, eased the pressure on them. Taking advantage of the wolves pausing to devour the body, they quickly dashed into the forest. What bad luck! Running Xiao Shan leaned against a tree, adjusting his breath. Gao Chong and Lin Qingfeng were whispering nearby, occasionally glancing at Chun Fan with eyes full of hostility. Chun Fan didn't care at all. These two, one at the peak of the second tier and the other in the mid-third tier, were nothing more than clowns. After resting for a few minutes, Xiao Shan urged, "Let us move quickly. This forest often has shadow leopards roaming around. It's very dangerous. If you're rested, let us go." Xiao Shan was clearly very familiar with the terrain and the beasts here, having spent years in the area. With him leading the way, the group quickly passed through the forest. After another half-hour of walking, they finally reached the edge of the Grave Valley, the territory of the purple flame twin-tailed fox. The area was filled with jagged rocks, making it hard to detect where the beasts might be hiding. Xiaoshan looked at the group and said, "We're short one person now, which increases the risk of being targeted by the purple flame twin-tailed fox. I suggest we proceed in a 2-1-2 formation. How should we divide?" The group looked at him curiously. Xiaoshan turned to Lin Qingfeng. "Brother Lin, you're the strongest, so you and Gao Chang will take the front. I'll go with Miss Chun at the back to guard against ambushes. Chen Fan, your strength is relatively weaker, so you'll walk in the middle where it's safer." Chen Fan was a bit surprised, and his impression of Xiaoshan improved significantly. "No problem," Chen Xiwen agreed first. However, Lin Qingfeng and Gao Chang were visibly reluctant. They thought Chen Fan was a burden, unable to contribute and requiring protection from the group. But out of respect for Xiaoshan, they didn't say anything. Moreover, if Chen Fan were to walk at the back, and the purple flame twin-tailed fox launched a sneak attack from behind, he might not even notice, making it even more dangerous. The group cautiously entered the Grave Valley, where the surroundings were eerily silent, with only the sound of pebbles scraping underfoot echoing. Everyone was highly alert, ready to respond to the possible appearance of the purple flame twin-tailed fox at any moment. However, as Chen Fan walked in the middle, his brows furrowed. Beasts typically didn't deliberately hide their aura, and with his spiritual power, if there were a purple flame twin-tailed fox in this valley, he should have sensed it by now. Yet, he felt no trace of it. Moreover, the entire valley was lifeless, with not even a single tree apart from scattered rocks, which was completely inconsistent with the habitat described in textbooks for the purple flame twin-tailed fox. "Something's wrong. Very wrong," Chen Fan muttered to himself. He sensed a major issue but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Just as he was deep in thought, a sudden wave of energy surged behind him. "Huh?" Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and quickly turned around. He saw Xiaoshan and Chen Xiwen suddenly unleashing their powers. Xiaoshan's body transformed into black iron, while Chen Xiwen's palm ignited with blazing flames. What are these two up to? Chen Fan stared at them in surprise as they bypassed him and charged straight toward Lin Qingfeng and Gao Chang. Xiaoshan's iron fist struck Lin Qingfeng's back with a heavy blow, while Chen Xiwen's flaming palm slammed into Gao Chang's back. The two were hit as if struck by lightning, coughing up blood as they were sent flying. "You, why are you attacking us?" Lin Qingfeng and Gao Chang were furious and incredulous. "Haha, college students these days are so easy to fool. I just made up a random lie, and you all believed it." Xiaoshan's expression changed, becoming vicious. Chen Xiwen also revealed a cold, ruthless face. "Fourth brother, how was my performance as a decoy? Our coordination is getting better and better. This is already the third group we've tricked. I assenti it? Not bad, worthy of praise." The two laughed gleefully as several men emerged from behind a boulder. "Fourth brother, seventh sister, well done," the newcomers said, surrounding them with excitement. After laughing, a one-eyed man stared at Chen Fan and the others, grinning as he said, "Come, let me see if this group has anything valuable on them." "Fifth brother, that guy's sword is pretty good. It's D-grade quality and should be worth 18 million, Xiaoshan reminded. "Oh, then I need to take a closer look." The one-eyed man's eyes lit up as he picked up the long sword Lin Qingfeng had dropped on the ground. He admired it for a while before fastening it to his waist. Then, he kicked Lin Qingfeng in the face and said viciously, "Kid, hand over everything valuable on you. Give me your phone too, along with the password and your bank transfer pin." Lin Qingfeng initially wanted to act tough, but after taking a few brutal hits, he could only comply obediently. Chen Fan had been watching coldly all along, and by now, he had seen through everything. He and the group from Jindong Martial University had clearly been set up by a group of mercenaries. I should have realized earlier. Xiaoshan is so familiar with the terrain and the exotic beasts here, he must have been coming to this dimension for years. How could someone like him not have his own team? How could he possibly form a temporary team? Chen Fan smiled bitterly, admitting his lack of social experience. But he wasn't afraid at all. The strength of this group was far too weak for him. Even their leader was only at the late third stage. Forget it. Fate is just like this. You're unlucky to have run into me. Later, I can only say sorry. Before long, Lin Qingfeng and Gao Chong handed over all their belongings and collapsed to the ground, crying bitterly. They knew they wouldn't survive today. At this moment, the one-eyed man walked toward Chen Fan, his smile sinister and terrifying. "Kid, you're calm and composed. You've got guts. Now it's your turn." He snorted coldly, swinging his spiked club fiercely at Chen Fan. "Courting death." Chen Fan sneered, delivering a powerful kick without holding back, sending the one-eyed man flying over 20 meters. His internal organs were shattered, and he died instantly. Fifth brother. The mercenaries were terrified and rushed toward Chen Fan. "Kid, you're asking for it." Xiao Shan was the first to charge forward. His entire body transformed into a black iron form, standing over 2 meters tall as he lunged at Chen Fan. Chen Fan had initially thought well of Xiao Shan, but it turned out to be all a facade. "You deserve to die." His gaze turned icy as his figure instantly appeared in front of Xiao Shan, delivering a punch. The punch pierced through Xiao Shan's black iron body. Xiao Shan looked down at the bowl-sized hole in his chest, incredulous. How are you so strong?" "You're too weak," Chen Fan said coldly, then struck his head with a palm, shattering it. The bloody scene shocked everyone. Lin Qingfeng and Gao Chong were even more stunned. A black iron body pierced by a single punch. This level of power was terrifying. The mercenaries, being hardened fighters, panicked briefly before charging at Chen Fan again. "No matter how strong he is, he can't be stronger than me." The leader, a square-faced man, was at the late third stage. Behind him appeared a golden Buddha phantom, exuding a powerful aura close to the peak of the third stage. "Kid, you killed my 2 brothers. You'll pay the price. Remember, the one who kills you is Thunder Vajra Wang Jinyue." He swung his massive ring-shaped blade as he charged forward. Chen Fan sneered, employing the tiger form combat technique from the 12 True Spirit Arts. A giant tiger phantom appeared behind him, its aura awe-inspiring. Tiger descends the mountain. Starving tiger captures the lamb. Chen Fan attacked like a ferocious tiger, his movements accompanied by the sound of tiger roars from his bones. After a few moves, he punched away the opponent's weapon, then transformed his fist into a claw and easily snapped his neck. "The boss is dead." The mercenaries saw Thunder King Kong fall to the ground, terrified out of their wits. At this moment, it was too late to escape. Chen Fan executed the leopard combat technique, his movements as agile as a hunting leopard, and within a dozen breaths, he eliminated all the mercenaries. Lin Qingfeng and Gao Chong witnessed this massacre and were utterly shocked. Too powerful. They looked at the mercenaries lying dead in pools of blood, feeling both thrilled and fearful. Thank heavens, we survived. But soon, fear returned to their eyes, worried that Chen Fan might kill them. After all, they had treated Chen Fan poorly along the way. Now, the two deeply regretted their actions. Chen Fan walked toward them, and the two trembled in fear, quickly kneeling and begging for mercy. "Brother Xiao, I was wrong. Please don't kill me." Tears streamed down their faces. They had never regretted anything so much in their lives. Chen Fan inwardly mocked them, thinking these clowns weren't even worth his effort. Of course, if they had made the first move, they would already be corpses. "Do you know the way to Qingyu Forest?" "Yes, we know." The two nodded hastily. "Lead the way. Perform well, and I won't kill you," Chen Fan said coldly. The two exchanged glances, almost crying with relief. Along the way, they treated Chen Fan with utmost respect, terrified he might suddenly change his mind and attack. After walking for half an hour, a vast primeval forest appeared before them. "Young Master Xiao, this is Qingyu Forest. The forest is enormous, and the deeper you go, the stronger the exotic beasts become. We only dare to operate within a 10-kilometer radius of the outskirts," Lin Qingfeng said respectfully, bowing his head. Chen Fan nodded. "You two can leave now." "Thank you, young Master Xiao." The two quickly expressed their gratitude and ran off, afraid Chen Fan might go back on his word. Chen Fan entered Qingyu Forest and headed straight into its depths. He didn't deliberately conceal his presence. Any exotic beast daring to appear here would be killed directly. This way, he could accumulate slaughter points and hone his abilities. After walking over 20 kilometers, Chen Fan finally felt a hint of pressure. Most of the exotic beasts here were around the 4th tier. Chen Fan took out the concealment soul orb and wore it on his chest. The orb could hide his presence, making him undetectable unless the exotic beasts saw him with their own eyes. Chen Fan carefully searched the area. According to the information provided by Dean Su, Qingyu Forest contained 4 types of exotic beasts with dragon bloodlines in their bodies. He set his sights on the crimson scale mystic snake. This type of snake liked to stay in ponds, making it relatively easier to find. Over the next 2 hours, Chen Fan found 4 ponds, but didn't discover the crimson scale mystic snake. It wasn't until the 5th pond that he finally found a clue. There are traces of a large snake crawling on the ground, he said excitedly while observing by the lake. I just don't know how strong this creature is. The crimson scale mystic snake, once mature, is generally at the early 4th tier, with a few reaching the mid-4th tier. Chen Fan threw a large rock into the lake, causing splashes and making the surface turbulent. But as the splashes subsided, no exotic beast appeared. Could it have gone out to hunt? Chen Fan frowned, then unfolded his thunder wings behind him. He spread his wings and flew above the lake. 9 heavens, thunder strike, he muttered, and 2 thunder dragons materialized behind him. If you won't come out, I'll force you out. Chen Fan snorted coldly. Thunderbolts violently struck the lake. The lake wasn't large, only a little over 100 square meters. The electricity spread throughout the water. Since water conducts electricity, if there were exotic beasts in the lake, they would be injured unless they were immune to lightning. Sure enough, with a loud splash, the surface of the lake exploded as a thick, massive python emerged from the water. Its face was ferocious, and it opened its blood-red maw to bite at Chen Fan in midair. Despite being airborne, Chen Fan remained agile. With a flick of his thunder wings, he instantly landed on the shore. Sure enough, it's the crimson scale mystic serpent. A gleam flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. This serpent was only at the early stage of the 4th tier, something Chen Fan could handle with ease. The crimson scale mystic serpent, unaware of the danger, swam to the shore and lunged at Chen Fan again. If he wanted to end it quickly, he could have used Death Stare directly, but Chen Fan refrained. He had another purpose for this trip, to train his abilities and prepare for reaching the peak of the 2nd tier. Thus, he chose an extremely ferocious combat style. At this moment, his entire body was enveloped in thunder, with 2 thunder dragons coiling around him. He unleashed the 12 paths of true spirit, launching continuous attacks on the crimson scale mystic serpent. With Chen Fan's current strength, he could handle an early 4th tier beast without the need for the thunder domain support. That was more than enough. The 12 paths of true spirit provided him with powerful combat techniques. Before long, he had completely suppressed the crimson scale mystic serpent. Its tough, scaly armor was shattered under his blows. At this point, the serpent began to feel fear and tried to escape. It suddenly raised its head and spat out a powerful energy blast toward Chen Fan. Prepared for this, Chen Fan easily dodged and transformed his fist into a thunder dragon, punching directly into the serpent's mouth. The thunder dragon carried destructive power, and the force of the punch pierced through the back of the serpent's neck. The light in the crimson scale mystic serpent's eyes instantly dimmed, and its body collapsed heavily to the ground. Chen Fan adjusted his breathing and retrieved a dragon egg from the system's pet space. The dragon egg affectionately rubbed against his face. All right, let's see what that is, Chen Fan said, pointing at the crimson scale mystic serpent. The dragon egg seemed very excited and shot over to hover above the serpent's head. Soon, a suction force emanated from the dragon egg, and before long, the serpent's dragon bloodline was completely drained. Chen Fan noticed that the surface of the dragon egg had become smoother and shinier. I just don't know how many more beasts it needs to absorb before it hatches, he muttered to himself. Stowing the dragon egg away, Chen Fan continued on his journey. After walking a few hundred meters, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Something's not right. I'm currently at the late stage of the 2nd tier. Appearing in the territory of that crimson scale mystic serpent, it should have attacked me on its own. Why did it take so long to show up? And in the end, I had to force it out. Chen Fan frowned in thought. Could it be that it was unwilling to leave the water? There must be something special in there. With this thought, Chen Fan immediately turned back. He decided to dive into the lake to investigate, hoping for an unexpected discovery. A minute later, He was back at the lakeside. Just as he was about to jump into the water, several voices suddenly came from a distance. Chun Fan quickly hid behind a large rock and put on a concealment soul pearl around his neck. That crimson scale mystic serpent is really cunning. If I weren't so bad at swimming, I would have dealt with it myself long ago. I wouldn't have needed your help. Old Fong, you're really lucky to have discovered a treasure like the Ice Soul Snow Lotus. Once we help you kill that serpent and get the treasure, don't forget to share the benefits with us. Haha. Don't worry, you won't be left out. Before long, 3 figures appeared by the lake. When they saw the dead crimson scale mystic serpent on the ground, their initially joyful expressions instantly turned sour. A pale-faced, bald young man squatted down to examine the serpent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "This serpent has been dead for about 5 minutes. The Ice Soul Snow Lotus in the lake must have already been taken. Damn it, I was only gone for 10 minutes, and someone beat me to it." The speaker was a burly man with a dark face who angrily stomped on the snake's head. The already battered snake head was crushed into pulp. "Old Fong, don't be angry," said the last person, a scholarly-looking man, trying to console him. "That person definitely hasn't gone far. Let's split up. You two go after him, and I'll return to report to the captain and mobilize the Divine Eagle mercenary group for a full search. There's no way he'll escape." "Understood." The pale-faced youth and the dark-faced man nodded, carefully examining the traces on the ground before heading in the direction Chun Fan had left. The scholarly man quickly departed in another direction. After the 3 left, Chun Fan emerged from behind a rock. Ice Soul Snow Lotus. This is a divine medicine in the eyes of ice element ability users. Chun Fan's heart raced with excitement. Although it was useless to him, its value was incredibly high. It was said that the Ice Soul Snow Lotus could sell for billions and was extremely rare. When consumed by ice element ability users, their powers would undergo a tremendous transformation. An A-level user could advance to S-level, and an S-level user could even reach SS level. Let's grab it first. Without hesitation, Chun Fan jumped into the lake. The water was icy cold, and the chill made him shiver involuntarily. This cold must be emanating from the Ice Soul Snow Lotus. He quickly dove toward the bottom of the lake. The lake wasn't large, but it was deep. He dove dozens of meters before reaching the bottom. Sure enough, a single Ice Soul Snow Lotus was quietly growing there. The lotus wasn't big, about the size of an adult's palm, and emitted a pure, jade-like white glow, exuding an air of mystery. What a treasure! Chun Fan was thrilled. He reached out to grab the lotus's stem, preparing to pick it. However, as soon as his hand touched the stem, a bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped his arm. So cold, Chun Fan shivered and quickly wrapped his arm in lightning energy. With the protection of the lightning, the cold subsided significantly. He gently applied force and snapped the lotus stem. Got it! Chun Fan was ecstatic and began swimming toward the surface. While Chun Fan was picking the lotus, the 2 men tracking his footprints quickly noticed something unusual. After walking a few hundred meters, the traces on the ground suddenly disappeared. Upon closer inspection, they realized that Chun Fan had turned back at this point. The 2 immediately understood that Chun Fan might be hiding near the lake and hurriedly ran back. They arrived just in time to see Chun Fan emerging from the water. The 2 were furious. "You brat, you almost fooled me. How dare you take my stuff? Hand over the Ice Soul Snow Lotus right now, or I'll make sure you die a painful death." The dark-faced man pointed at Chun Fan, his face full of murderous intent. The pale-faced youth quietly circled behind Chun Fan to prevent him from escaping. Chun Fan coldly scanned the 2, calculating his options. Both were mid-level 4th-tier experts. He was confident he could win in a one-on-one fight, but taking on both at once would be much more difficult. They're not weak, and it won't be easy to deal with them quickly. If they manage to stall me until the Divine Eagle mercenary group arrives, I'll be in big trouble. Forget it, I'll find a chance to escape first. Once I reach the peak of the 2nd tier, I'll settle the score with them. With that thought, Chun Fan quickly stuffed the Ice Soul Snow Lotus into his spatial ring. The 2 men on the shore frowned, puzzled as to how Chun Fan had made the treasure disappear. This kid is hiding something. Let's take him down first. The 2 decisively attacked. The dark-faced man, relying on his incredible explosive pow with a loud boom. The two clashed, evenly matched. At that moment, the flame giant palm of the pale-faced youth struck toward Chen Fan's back. Chen Fan was prepared and immediately dodged using Thunder Flash. How can someone at the late second stage be this strong? The two exchanged glances, astonished. But the lure of money drove them to charge forward again. Chen Fan didn't want to waste time and unleashed his strongest move directly. Amid the shadow of his fist, a thunder dragon roared out, forcing the pale-faced man back with a single punch. Then, his figure split into two, darting away swiftly to the left and right. The dark-faced man hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and chasing one of the figures. However, after running a few meters, that figure suddenly dissipated, leaving only scattered lightning. Tricked, his heart tightened, and he turned to pursue the other figure. Chen Fan had already activated his Gale Thunder Shadow Step, quickly sprinting dozens of meters away. Chase him. Don't let him escape. The two roared angrily and gave chase. Chen Fan pushed himself to the limit, maximizing the potential of Gale Thunder Shadow Step. This skill was not only fast, but also extremely agile, allowing him to move through the forest like a fish in water. 10 minutes later, after weaving through twists and turns, Chen Fan successfully shook off his pursuers. Unknowingly, he had ventured 40 kilometers deep into the Qingyu forest. Just as he was about to catch his breath, his body suddenly tensed, and he felt as though a monster was watching him. He scanned his surroundings, but saw no living creatures. What's going on? Could it be an illusion? Sweat beaded on Chen Fan's forehead. I can't afford to linger. I need to leave here quickly. His heart tightened, sensing imminent danger. As he turned around, a creature stared at him intently from dozens of meters away. The creature had the head of a dragon and the body of a leopard, with long limbs and massive claws resembling dragon talons. Lin Yuan Beast, Chen Fan almost shouted. According to legend, the Lin Yuan Beast was a hybrid mutant beast, a descendant of dragons and Qilins combined with leopards. It carried potent dragon blood and could easily reach the 8th stage upon maturity. The Lin Yuan Beast before him was 3 meters long, clearly not yet an adult, but its aura had already reached the late 4th stage. Chen Fan silently drew his chasing lightning weapon. Today, he had no choice but to fight to the death. The Lin Yuan Beast was incredibly fast, and Chen Fan knew he couldn't outrun it. He dared not use his lightning surge technique. Either this was the Qingyu forest, teeming with mutant beasts. If he unleashed his full power, even if he escaped the Lin Yuan Beast, he would attract other beasts. At this moment, the Lin Yuan Beast circled Chen Fan, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes near, sometimes far, as if toying with him. It was like a cat playing with a mouse, not killing it immediately, but having some fun first. This young beast was clearly doing the same. Chen Fan gripped his chasing lightning tightly, keeping his eyes fixed on it to prevent a sneak attack. 2 minutes later, the Lin Yuan Beast launched its first attack. It moved like lightning, closing the distance of dozens of meters in an instant. Its sharp dragon claws aimed straight for Chen Fan's neck. Chen Fan was alert and quickly blocked with chasing lightning. The immense impact forced him back 5 steps, almost causing him to drop his weapon. The Lin Yuan Beast landed lightly, unharmed. It hadn't expected Chen Fan to block the attack and seemed somewhat surprised. After staring at Chen Fan for a few seconds, it attacked again. Its moves were simple, but so fast they were despair-inducing. Fortunately, Chen Fan had mastered the beginner-level Thunder Domain. Within this domain, the enemy's speed would be restricted, while his own strength and speed would be enhanced. Moreover, his dynamic vision allowed him to barely keep up with the Lin Yuan Beast. He held his spear horizontally in front of his chest, barely managing to block again. However, the shaft of chasing lightning was left with 3 deep scratches. Chen Fan's heart tightened. If that claw had struck his neck, his head might have been severed. The Lin Yuan Beast, having failed twice, grew enraged. Its attacks became more frequent, launching over 10 strikes in just a few breaths. Chen Fan exerted all his strength to fend off the attack, but the weapon in his hand, chasing lightning, was already battered and scarred. It seemed that after a few more uses, the weapon would be completely destroyed. He decided to take the initiative, using the Thunder Shadow Clone technique to entangle his opponent. But the result was still a miserable struggle. I can't drag this out any longer. Chen Fan was extremely anxious. The beginner-level Thunder Domain could only last for 5 minutes, and the longer it went on, the more intense the fatigue in his body became. Based on Chen Fan's experience, he could remain unharmed if he kept it under 3 minutes. Beyond that, the fatigue would hit him like a tidal wave, overwhelming even the strongest willpower. Do I have to use the mental defense Jade Pendant Principal Huangfu gave me? Chen Fan quickly considered a solution. But that thing only provides defense. After 5 minutes, I'll still die. He quickly abandoned the idea. There's only one last move left. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Gritting his teeth, Chen Fan decisively stored chasing lightning back into his spatial ring. Come on, he shouted loudly. To the exotic beast, this was undoubtedly a great provocation. The Lin Yuan beast roared, ready to strike Chen Fan at any moment. However, this time, Chen Fan remained completely still, even closing his eyes. The Lin Yuan beast was incredibly fast, so fast that Chen Fan's vision couldn't keep up. The only reason he had been able to block its attacks was by sensing the moment it entered his thunder domain. Thus, when facing this Lin Yuan beast, his vision actually became a distraction. With his eyes tightly shut, Chen Fan's mind automatically mapped out the scene within the thunder domain. Soon, the Lin Yuan beast's figure appeared in his domain. It moved at lightning speed, its sharp claws seemingly about to slice through his neck in the next second. But at that moment, the third eye on Chen Fan's forehead suddenly opened. A surge of gray energy shot out, striking the Lin Yuan beast directly. The ambush was so sudden that the Lin Yuan beast was caught completely off guard. It had never seen Chen Fan use this kind of ocular technique before. As a result, it failed to evade and was hit by the death gaze. The power of the death gaze was immense, instantly paralyzing the beast and causing its body to harden like stone. The Lin Yuan beast collapsed to the ground, struggling desperately to break free from the petrification. In the next moment, a golden light burst forth from Chen Fan's vertical pupil. The powerful destructive force pierced straight through the Lin Yuan beast's abdomen. After completing all this, Chen Fan collapsed to the ground, his face pale. He swallowed a vitality pill, and his internal energy quickly recovered. Although he hadn't been injured in this battle, the process had been extremely perilous. Fortunately, his opponent was a beast with low intelligence, allowing him to win through clever tactics. If his opponent had been human, he might have already lost his life. A few minutes later, the fatigue subsided significantly, and Chen Fan finally stood up. The Lin Yuan beast on the ground was completely dead. This beast must have a significant amount of dragon bloodline in its body. Chen Fan took out the dragon egg. Within minutes, the dragon egg absorbed the dragon bloodline, and its shell turned as white and smooth as jade. The little creature inside was visibly excited. Are you about to hatch? Chen Fan asked tentatively. The dragon egg rocked back and forth, clearly responding. It seems like it's really close. Chen Fan said with delight. Do you still need more dragon bloodline? He asked again. The dragon egg nodded vigorously. Sigh. I still need to find more beasts with dragon bloodlines, Chen Fan said helplessly. After some inquiry, he learned that as long as the dragon egg absorbed the bloodline of one more fourth-tier beast, it would successfully hatch. This harvest turned out to be even better than expected. After carefully storing the dragon egg, Chen Fan turned his attention to the Lin Yuan beast lying on the ground. I heard it has a dragon tendon, which is said to be extremely beneficial for the bones and muscles. I wonder if it's true. Soon, he pulled out a 2-meter-long dragon tendon from the spine of the Lin Yuan beast. Tugging at it a few times, Chen Fan marveled to himself. Such incredible toughness. It would definitely make excellent material for a whip or bowstring. With that thought, he stored the dragon tendon in his spatial ring. Once everything was settled, he rested for a while until his abilities were fully restored. Then, instead of venturing deeper into the Qingyu forest, he retreated over 10 kilometers. Here, there were hardly any beasts stronger than him, which gave him a sense of security. Dean Su told me that the Qingyu forest is home to other dragon-blooded beasts like the tiger-winged dragon-patterned beast, the earth dragon beast, the flame ram dragon horned beast, and the turtle snake beast, each of which is formidable. Sitting on a massive rock, Chen Fan rubbed his temples, lost in thought. I'll search the outskirts for a few days first. If I find nothing, then I'll risk going deeper. Resolving himself, he continued his search in the primeval forest. Meanwhile, in a cave outside the Qingyu forest, a mercenary group of over a dozen people was gathered around a campfire, feasting on wild game. The aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, filling the cave with an enticing scent. Brothers, it's rare to enjoy such comfort. Come, let's have a toast. The man sitting in the center was burly, with a rugged face and a prominent, hooked nose. To the boss. To the captain. The people in the cave raised their cups and drank heartily. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, a figure rushed in hurriedly. The newcomer was drenched in sweat, clearly having run all the way there. It was none other than the third young man who had appeared in the Qingyu forest alongside the dark-faced man and the pale-faced youth. Well, strategist Ji Yuan is back. Wang Hu, go cut some meat for the strategist. The man in the center laughed heartily, gesturing to a slightly younger man beside him. Ji Yuan, however, had no time for food or drink. Steadying his breath, he quickly said, "Boss, stop eating for now. We found a treasure." "A treasure? What treasure?" The lively crowd instantly fell silent. "Boss, it's the Ice Soul Snow Lotus." "What? The Ice Soul Snow Lotus? Where is it? Bring it out for me to see." The hooked-nosed man shot to his feet, his breathing quickening. "We were about to harvest it, but someone beat us to it." Ji Yuan hurriedly recounted the events. The hooked-nosed man immediately flew into a rage, spilling the wine on the table everywhere. Someone dared to snatch a treasure on the territory of our divine Eagle mercenary group? They're courting death. Brothers, follow me. Alive or dead, I want to see that person. Even if we have to turn the entire Qingyu forest upside down, we must drag them out. Understood. The mercenaries responded in unison. Ji Yuan quickly added, "Boss, I suggest we station a few people at the exits of the Qingyu forest. If that person tries to escape, we can catch them right away." "Good idea." The hooked-nosed man randomly pointed at a few people in the crowd. "You three, guard the exits of the Qingyu forest. Even if a grasshopper tries to leave, search it thoroughly." While the mercenaries were plotting how to capture Qin Fan, he remained completely unaware. He had been exploring for 2 hours, but still found nothing. Of course, it wasn't entirely fruitless along the way. He had killed quite a few exotic beasts, and his kill points had already reached 8,000. As night began to fall, he muttered, "Looks like I'll have to spend the night here." Qin Fan muttered to himself. Spending the night in an alternate dimension was extremely dangerous, as many powerful exotic beasts were nocturnal. However, Qin Fan had no intention of returning to Blue Star, as going back and forth would waste too much time. He searched the area for a while and finally stopped in front of a hillside. There was a cave entrance about the height of a person, and Qin Fan decided to go in and take a look. After confirming it was safe, he planned to rest there for the night. He carefully observed the entrance for a moment, then turned sideways and pressed his ear against the mountain wall, listening intently for a full 2 minutes before cautiously entering the cave. A few meters in, Qin Fan discovered that the interior unexpectedly opened up. The space was about the size of a room. He looked around and noticed claw marks on the walls and tufts of exotic beast fur scattered on the ground. This must have been the den of some exotic beast, but judging by the looks of it, no one has been here for a long time. It might have died outside long ago. Qin Fan sighed in relief and decided to spend the night here. He tidied up the area briefly and then took out his overnight gear from his spatial ring. A tent, an inflatable mattress, a quilt, and even a pillow. If anyone else saw this scene, they would definitely think he was on vacation. After all, with such a small backpack, who would bring these kinds of items into an alternate dimension? But Qin Fan had a spatial ring, not an ordinary one, but one with a 10 cubic meter capacity. And he had 2 of them. "No matter how tired I am, I won't let myself suffer," Qin Fan said as he set up his camp, lay down comfortably, and felt completely satisfied. After resting for a while, his stomach began to growl. Qin Fan sat up, ready to hunt some exotic beasts and experience the thrill of outdoor barbecue. He crawled out of the cave, worried that the camp he had just set up might be destroyed by a sudden intruding exotic beast. So, he moved a large rock to block the entrance before leaving with peace of mind. By now, He was no longer a novice in the alternate dimension and had a good sense of which exotic beasts were edible and which ones tasted good. He began searching for prey. Before he could find a suitable target, he spotted two figures. Both men appeared to be around 40 years old. One was a dwarf with bow legs, standing less than 1.4 meters tall. The other had a normal build but a face covered in black moles, making him extremely unattractive. They were speaking in low voices, their eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. Chen Fan observed them from a distance. The sky had already darkened, and anyone still active in the green feather forest at this hour was no ordinary individual. He hid behind a large tree, his concealment soul pearl perfectly masking his presence. Soon, the two men passed by Chen Fan, and their conversation reached his ears. "Oldly, I heard from the boss that 2 years ago, an Ice Soul Snow Lotus sold for 2.8 billion on the black market. If our Divine Eagle mercenary group finds one, we'll hit the jackpot." "Yeah, I heard the White Emperor Corporation is searching everywhere for the Ice Soul Snow Lotus. Their young master was crippled by someone, and now they're relying on this divine herb to restore his abilities. If we find it first, we can name our price demand 5 billion, and they LL have no choice but to pay up. 5 billion. We'd definitely get a big cut, right? Of course. If we're the first to find a lead, the boss will be so pleased he might give us a few billion to split. Man, once I have money, I'm done being a mercenary. I'll find a place to live it up, change women every day, and never repeat." "Ha!" The two laughed uproariously as they spoke. Chen Fan frowned deeply. "Ice Soul Snow Lotus. Divine Eagle mercenary group. Could it be that these two guys are coming for me? Their strength is only at the early stage of the 4th tier. I'll take them down easily and get some answers." After pondering for a moment, Chen Fan decided to act. The vertical pupil on his forehead suddenly opened, and a gray beam of light shot straight at the dwarf behind him. The opponent didn't react in time and was instantly petrified. The man with the mole next to him heard the commotion and turned his head. He saw the dwarf collapse with a thud. "Who's there?" The mole-faced man shouted in alarm, quickly turning around. Chen Fan had already appeared behind him. A thunderous punch slammed into his abdomen. The mole-faced man couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying. The immense force shattered his internal organs. Chen Fan followed up swiftly, grabbing the man's neck with a thunderous grip. "You." The man's eyes were filled with terror. "Don't shout, or I'll kill you immediately," Chen Fan said coldly. All right, I'll cooperate. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Come with me. I have some questions for you." Chen Fan released a bolt of lightning, striking the petrified dwarf. The stone statue shattered into pieces. A few minutes later, Chen Fan brought the mole-faced man to the cave he had discovered earlier. He threw the man to the ground like a dead dog. "Are you from the Divine Eagle mercenary group?" Chen Fan asked indifferently, holding a sharp dagger in his hand. Yes. The mole-faced man nodded repeatedly, clearly intimidated by the dagger's menace. "Tell me about your group's strength and your plans to deal with me." I'll tell you. Just don't kill me, and I'll say everything." Under Chen Fan's threat, the mole-faced man quickly confessed. The Divine Eagle mercenary group consisted of 18 members, all 4th-tier ability users. The weakest were at the early stage of the 4th tier, while the strongest was their leader, Li Kuangying, who was close to the peak of the 4th tier. Chen Fan learned that they were searching for him everywhere. As for his appearance, it had already been exposed by those two men. He sneered inwardly. Changing his appearance was easier than changing clothes. Catching him. "Dream on. Brother, everything I said is true. Please let me go," the mole-faced man pleaded bitterly. "Brother? Who's your brother?" Chen Fan cursed under his breath. The dagger plunged straight into the man's heart. Chen Fan dragged the corpse and threw it several hundred meters away from the cave entrance. From a distance, he watched as a pack of beasts, like hunting dogs, swarmed in and devoured the body until not even bones were left. After completely disposing of the evidence, Chen Fan continued his search for targets. 10 minutes later, he returned to the cave carrying a pig leg. The leg came from a 1st-tier exotic beast, the black fragrant pig. It wasn't very strong, but its meat had a unique aroma and tasted excellent when roasted. Back in the cave, he gathered dry branches and started a fire. He wasn't worried about the aroma attracting beasts. On the contrary, beasts disliked the smell. They were only interested in raw meat with a bloody scent. Before long, the pig leg was roasted to a golden brown. Chun Fan eagerly bit into it, and the taste was indeed exceptional. The entire pig leg was quickly devoured. Rubbing his stomach, he still wasn't satisfied. So he took out a pot from his spatial ring, intending to try the dragon tendon from the Lin Yuan beast. I really don't know if this thing is useful or not. He cut off a foot-long piece of dragon tendon and placed it in the pot, storing the rest back in the ring. Before long, the dragon tendon became tender. Chun Fan fished out a piece and put it in his mouth. The taste wasn't as bad as he had imagined, but it wasn't delicious either. Forcing himself to eat it, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation all over his body. Upon closer inspection, the tingling came entirely from his bones and muscles. Is the effect really this strong? Chun Fan was thrilled and quickly stood up to begin practicing the tendon stretching and vein pulling technique taught by Tian Xiong. Since acquiring this body-strengthening method, Chun Fan had been practicing it 7 to 8 times daily as per Tian Xiong's instructions. He had persisted for 20 days now, but he felt he was still far from achieving the goal of completing the 12 power tendons. However, ever since consuming that small piece of dragon tendon, he felt the strength of the 12 power tendons rapidly increasing. Seizing the rare opportunity, Chun Fan intensified his training. He practiced the tendon stretching and vein pulling technique over 10 times in a row before stopping. At that moment, his eyes were filled with excitement because his 12 power tendons had miraculously been completed. Coach Tian said that once the 12 power tendons are completed, explosive power doubles. I wonder if that's true. Chun Fan couldn't wait to test it. When he threw a punch, he clearly felt a strange force surging through the 12 power tendons, converging into his fist, like 12 small streams merging into a mighty river. Boom! His fist struck the air, producing a deafening sound. Double explosive power. Coach Tian wasn't lying. Although the doubled explosive power from his enhanced ability level wasn't enough to let Chun Fan leap across an entire minor realm, it significantly boosted his strength. For instance, if he were to encounter the 2 mid-4th tier ability users from the Divine Eagle mercenary group again, Chun Fan was confident he could finish the fight within a minute. Over the next few days, he continued searching for exotic beasts with dragon bloodlines. However, 3 days passed without any success. During this time, he encountered several members of the Divine Eagle mercenary group, all of whom he easily defeated. By my count, today marks the 5th day since I arrived in Green Feather Forest, Chun Fan said, standing atop a giant tree, frowning in thought. It seems I'll have to venture deeper into Green Feather Forest. After careful consideration, he set his sights on the flame ram dragonhorn beast. It wasn't because this exotic beast was weak, but because they preferred living on steep cliffs. For Chun Fan, finding cliffs meant a good chance of locating them. He pulled out a simple map of Green Feather Forest, drawn for him by Su Mu. Though not entirely accurate, it provided a rough guide. After glancing at it, he headed deeper into Green Feather Forest. Proceeding cautiously, he finally found a small river marked on the map. Following the river for over 20 kilometers, he came upon a cliff. The river cascaded down from here, forming a massive waterfall. Standing at the top of the cliff, Chun Fan looked down into the gorge, which was several hundred meters deep. I hope I can find the flame ram dragonhorn beast here otherwise. The next cliff is over 100 kilometers deeper into Green Feather Forest. He silently prayed and began searching around the cliff. Half an hour passed, and he found nothing. The conditions here are so ideal, how could there be no flame ram dragonhorn beast? Just as Chun Fan was about to give up, a green figure appeared in his field of vision. The figure moved swiftly along the vertical cliff face as if walking on flat ground. There really is one, Chun Fan exclaimed in excitement upon seeing it clearly. The creature, with dragon horns on its head and a body resembling a ram, was indeed the flame ram dragonhorn beast he was looking for. It doesn't seem very strong, only mid-4th tier, Chun Fan noted as he unfolded the thunder wings on his back, preparing to fly down the cliff and attack the flame ram dragonhorn beast. But the exotic beast suddenly darted into a cave on the cliffside. Chun Fan frowned and swooped down to hover near the cave entrance. The interior was pitch black, and its size was unclear. Does this creature have companions? He hesitated for a moment, not rushing in, but instead pondering a strategy. Soon, he came up with an idea. Flying to a spot 100 meters from the cave, he pulled out the Thunder God gun. Bang! A thunder bullet shot into the cave. Moments later, a flame-rammed dragonhorn beast poked its head out. It scanned its surroundings and quickly spotted Chun Fan in the air. Its eyes turned red, and it spewed a ball of fire from its mouth, charging toward Chun Fan. The flames were extremely hot and moved at incredible speed. Chun Fan was prepared with a flick of his thunder wings. He deftly dodged. The beast's repeated attacks failed to hit Chun Fan, and it eventually retreated back into the cave. Chun Fan once again pulled out the Thunder God gun and fired into the cave. Before long, the flame-rammed dragonhorn beast reappeared. Enraged by Chun Fan's provocation, it was furious, but with its opponent in the air, it was helpless. After testing a few times and confirming that only this one flame-rammed dragonhorn beast emerged, Chun Fan felt relieved. It seems there's only this one here. With that thought, his thunder wings propelled him instantly toward the beast at the cave entrance. The beast spewed a massive ball of fire in attack. Chun Fan swung his fist, dispersing the flames. Realizing Chun Fan was not easy to deal with, the beast quickly retreated into the cave. Chun Fan snorted coldly and swiftly followed. The cave was pitch black, but with his thunder eyes, he could still see clearly. The cave was spacious, but the passages were like a maze, branching in all directions. By now, the flame-rammed dragonhorn beast had disappeared. Chun Fan initially thought he had the upper hand this time, but unexpected complications arose. As he searched the cave, he discovered that the intricate passages were not naturally formed, but had clearly been dug out by the flame-rammed dragonhorn beast itself. Just as Chun Fan cautiously advanced, the beast suddenly appeared behind him. It wore a cunning expression, its eyes gleaming with trickery, and the dragon horn on its head emitted a faint blue glow. Its speed suddenly increased as it charged fiercely at Chun Fan's back. Chun Fan, who had been focused on exploring, suddenly sensed an energy fluctuation behind him. He spun around abruptly, and the thunder shield instantly appeared in front of him. The flame-rammed dragonhorn beast's head collided with the shield, sending its body flying. This guy is pretty clever, Chun Fan thought to himself. He immediately used Death Stare on the fallen beast. However, the blue glow on the beast's dragon horn suddenly intensified, completely blocking the death ray. Just as Chun Fan was about to strike again, the flame-rammed dragonhorn beast had already disappeared into the branching passages. This guy, Chun Fan quickly used the swift thunder shadow step to pursue it. But soon, he lost sight of his target again. This beast knows this place too, while killing it here is too difficult. After calmly analyzing the situation, Chun Fan decided to retreat to the cave entrance for now. 10 meters from the entrance, he stopped, a slight smile playing on his lips as he quietly planted dozens of thunder seeds along the cave walls. "I'll let you off this time," Chun Fan deliberately shouted loudly, striding toward the cave entrance. Then, he leaped into the air, flying upward. Before long, the flame-rammed dragonhorn beast poked its head out, glaring at Chun Fan in the air with a provocative expression, as if to say, "Come if you dare." Chun Fan smirked coldly, waiting for this moment. Thunderstorm. With a thought, the thunder seeds buried in the passages suddenly exploded. The cave passages collapsed entirely before the startled flame-rammed dragonhorn beast could react. "Ha!" Chun Fan laughed in satisfaction and charged toward the flame-rammed dragonhorn beast. Panic flashed in the beast's eyes as it frantically fled along the cliff face. Although Chun Fan couldn't run on the cliff face, he could fly. Furious thunderbolts continuously struck the fleeing exotic beast. Soon, he seized the opportunity and used the lightning strike technique to precisely hit his target. The flamehorn dragon ram beast lost its balance and plummeted toward the bottom of the cliff. Falling from hundreds of meters high, even a fourth-tier exotic beast couldn't survive. Chun Fan slowly landed, looking at the nearly shattered corpse before him, his heart filled with excitement. He could finally hatch the dragon egg. He took out the dragon egg. "Little one, let's begin." The dragon egg excitedly flew to the corpse of the flame-horn dragon ram beast and began absorbing the dragon's bloodline within. Before long, the dragon egg trembled slightly. Then, a crisp dragon roar emanated from the egg. It seems the little one is about to hatch. Chen Fan stood nearby, waiting nervously. As the dragon's bloodline was absorbed, dense cracks appeared on the surface of the dragon egg. At that moment, the previously clear sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds. Violent golden thunder rolled within the clouds. Chen Fan didn't understand what was happening, but the terrifying pressure from above made it hard for him to breathe. What's going on? Why has the sky suddenly changed? While Chen Fan was astonished, all the ability users in the Green Feather Forest also looked up at the sky in surprise. Why has the clear sky suddenly become overcast? Yeah, the weather in the dimensional space should be stable. Why does it look like it's going to rain? Everyone frowned and began looking for places to take shelter. But in the sky, only thunder rolled, and not a single drop of rain fell. Look, the golden thunder in the clouds has taken the shape of a dragon. It really is dragon-shaped. Could this be a celestial phenomenon, or the descent of some divine weapon? Don't listen to those myths. There's no such thing as a divine weapon. Then how do you explain this celestial phenomenon? While everyone stared at the sky in a daze, the members of the Divine Eagle mercenary group also witnessed the scene. They gathered around a hook-nosed man, chattering away. Boss, what on earth is this thing? How would I know? Li Kuangying glared at his subordinates. Let's go, brothers. We'll go check it out. At this moment, Chen Fan stared at the golden thunder dragon in the sky, and an inexplicable urge to devour it surged in his mind. I must be crazy. Chen Fan quickly shook his head to dispel the thought. In truth, this urge wasn't something he consciously thought of, it was his body's instinct, the call of the thunder-devouring sacred physique. But he knew that such a powerful thunderbolt would kill him instantly if he touched it, leaving not even a trace behind. If one day I can devour this kind of thunderbolt, I might be able to destroy a martial saint with just a finger. While Chen Fan was still lost in his wild thoughts, the dragon egg suddenly shot into the sky, heading straight for the golden thunder dragon. Hey, little one, what are you doing? Chen Fan had no time to stop it. After flying 1,000 meters high, the thunder dragon in the sky emitted multicolored light, shining onto the eggshell. In the next moment, a deafening dragon roar echoed, and the dragon egg completely shattered. A half-meter-long azure dragon emerged. Under the illumination of the multicolored light, its strength rapidly increased. This scene was like the power of heaven and earth being directly infused into its body. In just 10 minutes, its aura had reached the 4th tier. At the same time, the celestial phenomenon in the sky also disappeared. It's a dragon. It's really a dragon. Many people in the distance witnessed this scene, especially the members of the Divine Eagle mercenary group, who had already arrived at the scene by this time. When the crowd saw the young dragon in the air, they exclaimed in surprise. The young dragon circled once in the sky and quickly flew toward Chen Fan. It came to Chen Fan, affectionately rubbing its dragon horn against his face. Little one, you did it, Chen Fan said, holding it in his arms with great affection. All of this was witnessed by the members of the Divine Eagle mercenary group. Brothers, grab that kid and snatch the young dragon. Li Kuangying's eyes were filled with greed. Chen Fan had also noticed the arrival of the enemies earlier, but since the dragon egg hadn't fully hatched, he had no way to escape on his own. Kid, hand over that dragon, Li Kuangying said, staring intently at Chen Fan. Chen Fan frowned deeply. This man was at the late stage of the 4th tier, almost at the peak, and Chen Fan was no match for him. Not to mention, there were 10 other 4th tier mercenaries behind him. Boss, this is the kid who took the Ice Soul Snow Lotus, a dark-faced man whispered into Li Kuangying's ear. Oh. Li Kuangying's eyes grew even greedier as he stared at Chen Fan. The mercenaries behind him also drew their weapons one after another. As Chen Fan was trying to figure out a way to escape, the young dragon in his arms suddenly flew in front of him and let out an angry roar at the enemies. So young and already protecting its master, truly a divine beast, Li Kuangying exclaimed in shock. Capture that kid, but don't harm the young dragon. At Li Kuangying's command, the group of mercenaries immediately lunged at Chen Fan. Just as Chen Fan was about to pick up the young dragon and flee, the young dragon let out a dragon's roar, and its body instantly grew larger, transforming into a 4-meter-long giant dragon. Roar! The young dragon's tail swept away a mid-4th tier mercenary at the front. Then, it unleashed a blast of ice energy from its mouth. The powerful energy sent another mercenary flying. The young dragon's strength was formidable, holding its own against 10 fourth-tier mercenaries without faltering. Its dragon scales were incredibly tough, showing no damage even when struck by swords and blades. This little guy is so powerful. Chen Fan was speechless with amazement. Li Kuangying was equally shocked. He transformed into a two-headed black eagle and joined the battle, his sharp talons aiming straight for the young dragon. Seeing this, Chen Fan unleashed his strongest combat power in an instant. Powerful lightning energy shot out through the thunderbolt spear. However, the two-headed black eagle countered with a cyan wind blade from its mouth, easily shattering Chen Fan's attack. Chen Fan charged at the black eagle with his spear. After a few exchanges, the thunderbolt spear was nearly broken and was shattered by a strike from the black eagle's talons. The black eagle then viciously pecked at Chen Fan's chest with its beak. Chen Fan hurriedly used the thunder shield to block, but the shield was shattered with a single peck. Terrified, Chen Fan quickly used Thunder Flash to dodge. After transforming, the two-headed black eagle did not continue attacking Chen Fan, but instead targeted the young dragon. Its sharp talons dug into the young dragon's back. With a poof sound, the dragon's iron-hard scales were easily pierced. The young dragon let out a pained roar. This dragon's roar not only carried a powerful sonic attack, but also a mental force. The two-headed black eagle was pushed back by the sound wave. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Fan activated the lightning flash technique. He grabbed the young dragon and disappeared instantly into the distance. In the air, the two-headed black eagle glared furiously at the retreating figure of the man and dragon, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Chase them. With that, it spread its wings and shot like an arrow in the direction where the lightning had vanished. Chen Fan had flown 3 kilometers away, but his internal energy was completely depleted. Exhausted, he quickly said to the young dragon, "It's up to you now." Xiaolong, clever and agile, quickly grabbed Chen Fan and sped away into the distance. After flying a few kilometers, Chen Fan called out to stop. "Little one, put me down." He placed Xiaolong into the beast pet space, equipped the concealment soul pearl to fully hide his aura, and hid behind a large tree by the roadside. Shortly after, the group of mercenaries hurried past without noticing him at all. Once they were far away, Chen Fan slowly emerged from behind the tree, his eyes flashing coldly. "Divine Eagle Mercenary Group. I, Chen Fan, will remember this debt. When I reach the peak of Tier 2, I will settle this score with you." After speaking, he swallowed a vitality pill and quickly left. Half an hour later, Chen Fan returned to the cave where he had spent the night. As soon as he entered the cave, he eagerly released Xiaolong. Xiaolong was ecstatic, flipping and jumping in the air like a joyful child. Chen Fan carefully examined its wounds and found that they had already begun to scab over. He couldn't help but marvel. Truly worthy of being a divine beast, its recovery speed is astonishing. After his amazement, Chen Fan fell into thought. The dragon egg has already hatched, so I can't keep calling it Little One. I need to give it a name. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Your body emits a faint green glow, so from now on, I'll call you Qingyu." Xiaolong tilted its head as if seriously considering the name, then happily nodded after a while, its eyes filled with joy. "Right, I have pet information in my system, I should check it." Chen Fan focused his mind, directing his gaze deep into his consciousness. The system panel opened, and next to his personal information was the pet information. After the dragon egg hatched, the pet panel had quietly changed. Pet, Qingyu Azure Dragon level, juvenile stage combat power, mid-tier 4 abilities, summon wind and rain, ice breath torrent, Azure Dragon battle chant, mystic ice physique unawakened, cloud shadow flying dragon unawakened, dragon's gaze unawakened, ice breath dragon roar unawakened, dragon seal space time unawakened, dragon roar shattering space unawakened. Mid-tier 4 combat power. This little one is already about the same level as me right after hatching. But that's to be expected after all. It absorbed quite a bit of Tier 4 exotic beast dragon blood and was blessed by the phenomenon of heaven and earth. Having such strength makes sense. Chen Fan muttered to himself, his gaze falling on Qingyu's ability descriptions. Currently, 3 abilities had awakened, Summon Wind and Rain, Ice Breath Torrent, and Azure Dragon Battle Chant. Ice Breath Torrent should be the ice energy Qingyu releases, and Azure Dragon Battle Chant must be the dragon roar it used to repel the hooked-nosed man. But what exactly does Summon Wind and Rain do? Thinking of this, Chen Fan looked at Qingyu and asked, "Qingyu, can you summon wind and rain?" Qingyu gently nodded and exhaled a stream of air. Instantly, the water vapor in the cave condensed into a small cloud, and soon, a light drizzle began to fall. Since the cave had limited water vapor, the cloud quickly dissipated. This magical scene left Chen Fan astonished. The legendary dragons can control wind and rain, and today I actually witnessed it firsthand. He looked at Qingyu with affection. Truly a divine beast. If I raise it well, won't it become invincible in the world? Thinking of this, Chen Fan took out an Ice Soul Snow Lotus. Qingyu has ice attribute attacks. I wonder if this Snow Lotus will benefit it. Before he could finish speaking, Qingyu had already flown to the Ice Soul Snow Lotus, its eyes filled with longing. "You want to eat it?" Chen Fan asked. Qingyu nodded vigorously. "Then it's yours." Chen Fan smiled as he handed over the Ice Soul Snow Lotus worth billions. Qingyu tightly hugged it with its claws, overjoyed. Then, it began to devour the Snow Lotus in large bites, quickly swallowing it whole. After finishing, its body transformed into an Ice Soul form, and its aura grew even stronger. Chen Fan hurriedly checked the system, and Qingyu's information had been updated. Battle Pet, Qingyu Azure Dragon level. Juvenile Stage Combat Power. Late 4th tier abilities. Summon Wind and Rain. Ice Breath Torrent. Azure Dragon Battle Chant. Mystic Ice Physique. Cloud Shadow Flying Dragon. Dragon's Gaze Unawakened. Ice Breath Dragon Roar Unawakened. Dragon Seal Space Time Unawakened. Dragon Roar Shattering Space Unawakened. Qingyu's combat power has risen to late 4th tier, and it has awakened 2 abilities. Mystic Ice Physique and Cloud Shadow Flying Dragon. Chen Fan was overjoyed. Mystic Ice Physique must be its current Ice Soul form. But what exactly is this Cloud Shadow Flying Dragon ability? Before Chen Fan could figure it out, Qingyu provided the answer. Mist began to spread around them, and its figure darted rapidly through the air, moving so fast that even its afterimage became a curved line. The denser the mist, the harder it was to track Qingyu's movements. "It's too fast," Chen Fan exclaimed in shock, unable to keep up with its speed visually. The little creature was having a great time, flying around the cave for several minutes before returning to Chen Fan's arms, panting heavily. Chen Fan gently stroked its head. "Looks like even the leader of the Divine Eagle mercenary group won't be able to hurt you now." Qingyu nodded, a fierce expression on its face, as if eager for revenge. Chen Fan chuckled helplessly. "Qingyu, let's put revenge aside for now. Wait until I break through to the peak of the 2nd tier. For now, let's rest for half a day, then go hunt thunder element beasts to strive for advancement." After days of life and death battles, Chen Fan felt his abilities had been honed to maturity, and the time for advancement was near. While Chen Fan rested in the mountain cave, the Divine Eagle mercenary group, unable to locate him, decided to withdraw entirely from the Azure Feather Forest. They set up an ambush at the forest's exit instead, reasoning that it was better to wait than to search aimlessly. After all, no one could hide in the Azure Feather Forest forever. Half a day later, Chen Fan emerged from the cave with Qingyu on his back. Qingyu lay sprawled on his back, its head peeking out over his shoulder. Before long, Chen Fan spotted a thunder element beast, a thunder pattern horned bull, at the early 4th tier. The beast mistook Chen Fan for an easy target and charged at him furiously. Chen Fan snorted coldly and dispatched it effortlessly with a few punches. In the next moment, he placed his palm on the thunder pattern horned bull's head. The power of devouring quietly activated, and the thunder energy within the beast surged into Chen Fan's body. Half a minute later, Chen Fan's aura skyrocketed. "Peak of the 2nd tier," he murmured, a confident smile appearing on his lips as he casually tossed the beast's corpse to the ground. After advancing to the peak of the 2nd tier, the first thing Chen Fan did was check the system panel. His physique and mental strength had both reached 520. Only a 20-point increase in mental strength and physique, not much. But that's okay, the barrier preventing me from using stat cards has been lifted. I can now continue using stat cards to enhance myself. Previously, Chun Fan had accumulated quite a few stat cards in the system that he planned to use it all at once to see how much he could improve at the peak of the second tier. As waves of comfort washed over him, his physique reached 562, and his mental strength rose to 559. I feel like I can get even stronger. Chun Fan decided to exchange his slaughter points for lottery draws. In the F-level prize pool, almost every 3 draws would yield a stat-boosting card. After using up 5,000 slaughter points, he obtained 7 physique stat cards and 8 mental strength stat cards. Now let's see the limits of my second-tier peak. Chun Fan began using the stat cards one by one. His physique increased to 583 but could go no further. His mental strength, on the other hand, rose to 580. Is this the limit? Chun Fan felt a significant boost in strength and was brimming with confidence. Now he dared to face that hook-nosed man head-on. Qingyu, let's go hunt a few more exotic beasts, then head back. Next, Chun Fan and Qingyu went on a hunting spree. Both of them had the combat power of late-stage 4th-tier warriors, and as long as they didn't venture more than 50 kilometers into the green feather forest, no one dared to stand in their way. In just half a day, Chun Fan had accumulated 40,000 slaughter points. As the sun was about to set, Chun Fan prepared to return to Blue Star. Qingyu, hide inside my clothes and don't come out without my command. Chun Fan wasn't someone who liked to show off. He knew that bringing Qingyu out in the open would attract too much attention, and if they encountered a strong enemy coveting Qingyu, he might end up dead with no place to be buried. Qingyu obediently crawled into Chun Fan's clothes, leaving only a pair of eyes peeking out from the collar. The green feather forest was flanked by steep mountain ranges, and the closer one got to the exit, the narrower the mountains became, forming a natural checkpoint. The Divine Eagle mercenary group was hiding here, waiting to capture Chun Fan. Boss, it's getting dark. That kid might not come out today, a mercenary standing beside Li Kuangying said. What? Tired of waiting and want to go back for a drink? Li Kuangying glared at him angrily. Stay put. That kid might try to escape under the cover of darkness. The man, his thoughts exposed, retreated sullenly. Just as he turned around, a figure appeared in the distance. His eyes lit up. Boss, that kid is here. Oh, Li Kuangying looked in the direction he was pointing. It's him, all right. Everyone, stay hidden. Wait for him to get closer, then swarm him. Don't let him escape. Yes, the group responded in unison. Chun Fan hadn't expected the Divine Eagle mercenary group to block his exit, but he didn't care. Otherwise, he would have disguised himself earlier. Just as he stepped out of the green feather forest, an angry shout came from behind a giant boulder. Get him! Surround that kid! More than a dozen people charged out from all directions, quickly encircling Chun Fan. Chun Fan's heart skipped a beat, but when he saw who they were, a cold smile appeared on his lips. Do you still think I'm the same as I was half a day ago? Since you've come seeking death, I'll show you what I'm capable of. Li Kuangying stared at Chun Fan and asked, Kid, where's that young dragon? Qingyu, someone is looking for you, Chun Fan said with a wicked smile. Qingyu obediently emerged from Chun Fan's clothes, glaring fiercely at the hook-nosed man. Come here. Li Kuangying snorted coldly, his hand transforming into an eagle claw as he reached for Qingyu. Qingyu let out a dragon's roar, instantly transforming into its 4-meter-tall ice soul form and lunging at Li Kuangying. Li Kuangying exclaimed in surprise. How did this young dragon's strength improve so quickly? No matter, I can still suppress it. He snorted coldly, transforming into a 2-headed black eagle, and engaged in a fierce battle with Qingyu. Qingyu's powerful ice attribute body, combined with the strength of the cloud shadow flying dragon, allowed it to hold its ground even against the near 4th-tier peak 2-headed black eagle. Li Kuangying grew increasingly fearful as the fight went on. It had only been half a day, yet the young dragon before him could now rival him. Sensing trouble, he urgently ordered the mercenaries on the ground. Quickly kill that kid, then capture the young dragon together. The mercenaries charged at Chun Fan. Kid die. The first to rush forward was the black-faced man who had previously fought Chun Fan by the lake. His ability was AB level enhancement type Bloodthirsty Violent Wolf. At this moment, his momentum surged, and the blood-colored violent wolf behind him howled at the sky, condensing his blood energy into a massive fist that smashed fiercely toward Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan snorted coldly and threw a punch of his own. This punch carried his full strength. With the combination of the elementary thunder battle domain, 9 heavens thunder movement, and the tendon stretching and pulse pulling technique, his explosive power doubled. As the fists collided, the black-faced man immediately twisted in pain. Then, with a cracking sound, his right arm shattered like broken wood. Terrified, he tried to retreat, but Chen Fan gave him no chance. In the next second, a thunder palm struck heavily on his chest. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out as his heart was shattered by the palm strike. Without sparing him another glance, Chen Fan used Thunder Flash to teleport behind him and charged straight at the other enemies. The scene left the members of the Divine Eagle mercenary group stunned. The mercenaries who had been rushing forward abruptly stopped in their tracks. Li Kuangying cursed furiously. Useless trash. Attack together. No matter how strong he is, he can't stop all of us. Capture that young dragon, and we'll be rich. Brothers, we won't have to fight and kill every day anymore. These mercenaries were hardened fighters determined to risk their lives. They quickly adjusted their stance and charged at Chen Fan again. Quick battle. My elementary thunder battle domain can only last 5 minutes, but that's more than enough. Chen Fan snorted coldly, and his figure split into two. One real, one fake. 2 figures simultaneously charged into the battlefield. He held nothing back, unleashing all his techniques with full force. The Thunder Shadow Clone technique, combined with Thunder Flash, demonstrated a huge advantage in countering encirclement, successfully diverting half of the enemy's attention. Meanwhile, the 12 Paths of True Spirit granted him exceptional close combat abilities. Even without a spear, his combat power remained unaffected. Within a few breaths, he seized the opportunity to kill another mid-4th-tier mercenary. As the number of enemies surrounding him dwindled, Chen Fan's pressure lessened. In less than 2 minutes, he had killed 9 people, leaving only 1 alive. This person was utterly panicked. Seeing Chen Fan approaching, he threw down his weapon and fled. But how could Chen Fan let him escape? Activating Gale Thunder Shadow Step, he caught up with the man in moments. In the next second, a thunder-long fist pierced straight into his heart. In the sky, Li Kuangying, who was fiercely battling Qin Yu, was filled with rage. The Divine Eagle mercenary group he had personally assembled had been slaughtered entirely by Chen Fan alone. It's only been half a day, yet this man and that dragon have grown so much stronger. Li Kuangying was utterly shocked. I can't drag this out any longer. If I keep fighting 2-on-1, I'll die. He let out a loud cry, and black feathers shot toward Qin Yu like blades. The feathers filled the sky, leaving Qin Yu no room to dodge. But Qin Yu was quick-witted, immediately shrinking its form and using the Cloud Shadow Flying Dragon's divine ability. It skillfully weaved through the flying feathers without taking any damage. The 2-headed black eagle in the sky wasn't trying to kill Qin Yu outright, but was instead using the chaos to escape. However, Chen Fan wouldn't give them the chance. Old man, you can't escape. Chen Fan's third eye at the center of his forehead suddenly opened, emitting a beam of golden light. This destructive force seemed to tear through space. Li Kuangying's expression changed as he quickly flapped his wings to dodge. The light from the eye of void destruction relentlessly pursued him. The 2-headed black eagle was fast, and Chen Fan's continuous 10-second barrage failed to hit its mark. However, this slowed down their escape. Qin Yu broke free from the encirclement of flying feathers, transforming into a 4-meter-tall ice dragon and charging toward the 2-headed black eagle. Behind Chen Fan, thunder wings unfolded as he also ascended to pursue. The 3 parties clashed fiercely in midair. The duration of the elementary thunder domain was nearing its end, and Chen Fan dared not relax, unleashing his full power. Qin Yu was equally ferocious. Facing the one who had once gravely injured it, its killing intent had long reached its peak. The human and dragon joined forces, quickly suppressing the 2-headed black eagle. A thunderous dragon roar erupted from Qin Yu's mouth. It was the Azure Dragon battle cry. The sound waves struck the 2-headed black eagle, sending it flying backward and disrupting its mental strength. Chun Fan seized the opportunity, transforming his thunder wings into blades and slashing fiercely at the two-headed black eagle. The blade, imbued with terrifying thunder power, directly severed one of its wings. The two-headed black eagle let out a miserable cry, lost its balance, and plummeted toward the ground. Qing Yu dove at high speed, catching it with its dragon claws before it hit the ground. With a sound that pierced the air, blood splattered as the dragon claws sank deep into the black eagle's body. Qing Yu did not land, but circled in the air with the two-headed black eagle in its grasp, as if declaring victory. At this moment, the elementary thunder domain was about to end, and Chun Fan quickly descended. Qing Yu, stop playing around and bring it down. Qing Yu slowly landed. By now, Li Kuangying was barely alive and had reverted to human form. Chun Fan pulled out a dagger, preparing to end his life personally. Young hero, spare me. Li Kuangying struggled desperately. Qing Yu's dragon claws pinned him firmly. If you don't kill me, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. Li Kuangying tried to say more, but Chun Fan thrust the dagger straight into his heart. The dagger fell to the ground, and Chun Fan collapsed as well. At this moment, the side effects of the elementary thunder domain began to take hold. His entire body ached and was weak, making even the slightest movement difficult. The side effects of this elementary thunder domain are really severe. This was Chun Fan's first time using the elementary thunder domain, which could only last for 5 minutes. In the past, he could always finish battles within 3 minutes, almost avoiding the side effects entirely. Even if he extended it to 4 minutes, he could still rely on willpower to move freely afterward. But the 5-minute side effects were truly unbearable. Qing Yu, take me away from here first. Find a place to hide, and I'll act again once I've regained my strength. Qing Yu immediately grabbed Chun Fan and flew off into the distance. Soon, they returned to the cave they had used earlier. Chun Fan took a Shungyuan pill and lay down to rest. To his surprise, as his body absorbed the pill, the 12 main meridians in his body began to emit faint energy, slowly transmitting it to the surrounding muscles. At the same time, he felt the weakness in his body gradually dissipate. This discovery thrilled Chun Fan. I didn't expect the tendon stretching and meridian expansion technique to effectively alleviate fatigue. Chun Fan was overjoyed. Now that I've mastered the 12 major tendons, my explosive power can double. This effect is similar to the strength boost provided by the elementary thunder domain, which is why the tendon stretching and meridian expansion technique can counteract the side effects of the elementary thunder domain. However, the primary thunderstorm domain is even more powerful. It not only enhances strength, but also boosts speed, senses, and thunder control. So, the tendon stretching and vein strengthening technique can't completely offset its side effects. But if I manage to train all 473 minor tendons in my body, would the side effects be fully neutralized? After all, once the minor tendons are trained, explosive power increases threefold, and the tendons and bones can withstand 3 times the force. That should be enough to counter the side effects of the thunderstorm domain. Thinking of this, Chun Fan felt even more grateful to Tian Xiong, as it was he who had taught him this body technique. Half an hour later, Chun Fan's strength was fully restored, and he leapt up from the ground. Qing Yu, let's go. By now, the sky was completely dark. Chun Fan had no intention of staying here overnight and planned to return to Blue Star immediately. As they exited the green feather forest, they encountered a group of terror wolves at the entrance, gnawing on the corpses of the Divine Eagle Mercenary Corps soldiers. Upon seeing Chun Fan, the wolves bared their fangs and growled lowly. But as soon as Chun Fan released his aura, the pack immediately scattered. The bloodied remains on the ground made him frown. As he passed by one of the corpses, a card caught his attention. It was hidden inside the corpse's abdomen, and if the wolves hadn't torn the stomach open, Chun Fan would never have noticed it. What is this? He retrieved the card from the corpse and examined it closely. The card was about the size of a regular bank card, with 4 characters engraved on it, Psionic Alley. Below that was a string of numbers. Psionic Alley? Is it a place? Chun Fan frowned in thought. This corpse should belong to that hook-nosed man. The card was probably something he swallowed to hide. Why would he swallow it for safekeeping? Either it's something valuable, or it's something he didn't want others to see. With this in mind, Chun Fan wiped the card clean and stored it in his spatial ring. I'll have to look up what this psionic alley is when I get back online. Having made up his mind, he continued on his journey with Qingyu, moving even faster this time. An hour later, they arrived at the dimensional space exit of the Forgotten Pass. After undergoing inspection by the stationed warriors, Chun Fan finally set foot on Blue Star's soil, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. Let us find a hotel here for the night and get a good rest. We'll head back to Guowu tomorrow morning. Chun Fan searched 3 hotels in the small town outside the Forgotten Pass, only to be told they were fully booked. It wasn't until the 4th hotel that he managed to secure a room. Once inside, he enjoyed a refreshing hot shower, changed into clean clothes, and headed downstairs to find a restaurant for a hearty meal. The restaurants near the dimensional space had a unique charm, with ingredients sourced from the dimensional space itself. Some even offered to cook exotic beast meat you brought in. After spending several days in the dimensional space, he was particularly craving the delicious food of Blue Star. As he approached the elevator, 3 vibrant young women came toward him. They were chatting and laughing, discussing their plans to enter the dimensional space the next day. The girl in the middle, with a high ponytail, a tall and slender figure, and strikingly beautiful features, exuded an air of pride that made her seem unapproachable like a commanding flower. She was none other than Chun Fan's high school classmate, one of the 3 beauties of Qingqing 5th High School Murong Xiaoxiao. Chun Fan kept his head down, scrolling through the latest news on his phone, and didn't he look up. But once inside the elevator, Murong Xiaoxiao noticed him. Her eyes first showed surprise, then turned to excitement. Chun Fan, is that you? I didn't expect to run into you here. Murong Xiaoxiao was the first to speak. Chun Fan heard someone calling him. He looked up and was surprised to see her face. Murong Xiaoxiao. It's me, Chun Fan. What a coincidence. Why are you here at Wangu Pass? I heard you went to National Martial Arts University. Murong Xiaoxiao's excitement was perfectly normal. During the martial arts exam, Chun Fan had single-handedly taken on the Blazing Lion and even saved her. Plus, meeting an old friend in a foreign place would make anyone happy. It is quite a coincidence, Chun Fan replied with a smile. The 2 girls beside them were completely stunned. They had been with Murong Xiaoxiao for almost a month and had never seen her so enthusiastic toward a guy. Unable to contain their curiosity, they asked, "Wow, Xiaoxiao, who is this handsome guy? Aren't you going to introduce us?" "Yeah, Xiaoxiao, is this your secret boyfriend?" Another girl teased with a smile. Hearing the word boyfriend, Murong Xiaoxiao's face immediately turned red. "Xue, Yaqing, stop saying nonsense. This is my classmate, Chun Fan. Oh, and he's the top martial arts scholar of our Shannan province this year." Murong Xiaoxiao proudly introduced Chun Fan. Top scholar of the province. The 2 girls almost screamed in surprise. Their gazes toward Chun Fan became even more curious. "Handsome guy, are you really the top scholar of the province?" "Of course, it's true," Chun Fan replied with a faint smile. "Wow, then your skills must be amazing." "Yeah, are you already a 2nd-tier beginner ability user?" The 2 girls bombarded him with questions, their excitement overflowing as if they wanted to know everything about Chun Fan immediately. Chun Fan smiled helplessly. Murong Xiaoxiao rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit embarrassed. These 2 best friends were usually reserved. Why were they suddenly so bold? "Chun Fan, let me introduce them to you. They're my best friends and roommates. One is Mu Qinxue, and the other is Su Yaqing." The 2 girls had completely different styles. Mu Qinxue, with fair skin, a slightly plump figure, and short hair, contrasted with Su Yaqing, who had a similar style to Murong Xiaoxiao, tall, slender, and with shoulder-length hair. Both had good looks, though not as stunning as Murong Xiaoxiao. They could still be considered top-tier beauties outside. As the 3 chatted, the elevator reached the ground floor. "Chun Fan, we're going to eat. Want to join us? There's a popular restaurant nearby called Qingyuan Yash," Murong Xiaoxiao asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Sure, I haven't eaten yet," Chun Fan agreed readily. The 3 were delighted. "Handsome guy, since you're the top scholar of the province, why didn't you choose Jing University or Mo University and instead opted for National Martial Arts University?" Su Yaqing asked with a smile. Before Chun Fan could answer, Mu Qinxue interjected, "You didn't choose a closer school because you couldn't bear to leave Xiao Xiao, right?" "Stop saying nonsense." Morong Xiaoxiao quickly pinched her. Chen Fan smiled helplessly. As expected, when three women were together, it was always a drama. At this point, Chen Fan already knew that Morong Xiaoxiao was studying at Jindong Martial Arts University in the neighboring province. He couldn't help but think of Lin Qingfeng and Gao Chang. Chatting and laughing, the four arrived at a restaurant with a quaint and elegant decor. Inside, it was already packed with people. They finally managed to find an empty table. Xiao Xiao, I'll sit here with Xue, and you sit across with Chen Fan. Su Yaqing and Mu Qinxue thoughtfully arranged for Chen Fan and Murong Xiaoxiao to sit together. The two sat very close to each other, and Murong Xiaoxiao's face couldn't help but turn red again. Chen Fan openly took in the faint fragrance from her body, his heart calm. Ladies, order whatever you like. It's on me. Chen Fan, the only guy at the table, said generously. Then we won't hold back, the three women replied, taking the menu from the waiter and flipping through it. This one is quite famous. A lot of people online say it's good. Clearly, they had done their homework. Before long, they ordered 5 signature dishes. Order a few more. Don't underestimate a guy's appetite. Chen Fan joked as he took the menu and added 3 more dishes before calling the waiter over. Chen Fan was generous, and he didn't care much about money. With the system's support, he wasn't like other ability users who had to spend a fortune on resources. Before long, the waiter brought all the dishes to the table. The 4 of them ate and chatted, the atmosphere harmonious. By the way, what brings you to Wangu Pass? Chen Fan asked curiously. We have a survival practice course that requires us to go into a dimensional space. The whole class came, Murong Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Over there, those tables are all our classmates. Mu Qinxue pointed not far away. Chen Fan nodded, thinking, no wonder those guys at those tables were giving me hostile looks earlier. Turns out they're afraid I'll steal the girls they like. What about you, Chen Fan? What are you doing here? Morong Xiaoxiao asked. I'm here for training. It's already over, and I'm heading back to school tomorrow. Leaving tomorrow? Morong Xiaoxiao said softly, a hint of disappointment in her voice. By the way, Chen Fan, with your talent, you must have already broken through to the 2nd tier, right? Morong Xiaoxiao asked. Yeah, I have, Chen Fan nodded. That's amazing. If we can break through to the 2nd tier by the end of our freshman year, we'd consider ourselves lucky, the 3 of them said, a bit in awe. At that moment, a young man who looked older than Chen Fan pushed open the door to Qingyuan elegant residence. He scanned the room, his gaze stopping at Chen Fan's table. Huh? The 3 flowers of our school's 702 dorm are actually here. His face darkened the moment he saw the 3 women chatting and laughing with an unfamiliar man. Who is this guy? How dare you mess with the women I've set my sights on? He snorted coldly and walked toward Chen Fan's table. As he approached, his expression immediately changed to a smile. What a coincidence to see you 3 here, junior sisters. The 3 women were a bit surprised to see him and stood up to greet him. Hello, President. From their expressions, it was clear that this man held a high status at Jindong Martial University, and the 3 of them looked at him with admiration. Are you here for the survival practice course? The young man asked with a constant smile. Yes, senior. Mu Qinxue replied with a smile. The young man then looked at Chen Fan and politely asked, and who might this be? President, this is Chen Fan, our high school classmate. He's really impressive, Su Yaqing said innocently, thinking the president was just curious. A freshman? The young man continued to ask. Yes, they replied. The smile on the young man's face grew wider. If you 3 don't mind, may I join you? At this point, the 3 women hesitated. The table could only seat 4 people, and squeezing in would mean someone would have to sit on the side, which was quite cramped. Moreover, this meal was hosted by Chen Fan, so they felt it wasn't their place to decide. The young man patted Chen Fan on the shoulder. Hey, classmate, if you don't mind, could you give me your seat and grab a stool to sit on the side? His face wore a smile, but his tone left no room for refusal. Are you sure you want me to grab a stool and sit on the side? Chen Fan looked up at him, his smile carrying a hint of provocation. On this table, apart from you, there's no other guy, right? The young man smiled. This scene was clearly observed by the students of Jindong Martial University in the restaurant, and they began to gloat. Zhang Jinlan actually showed up. I heard he said behind their backs that no one should even think about touching the 3 beauties of Dorm 702. This guy is done for. If he's smart, he'll give up his seat and apologize. Maybe he can still escape unscathed. Don't be silly. There's no way Zhang Jinlan will let him off. The people around whispered, but Chen Fan heard everything clearly. Soon, he learned the young man's identity, one of the top students in the third year at Jindong Martial University, with late-stage second-tier cultivation and the current student council president. Murong Xiao and the other two girls noticed the tense atmosphere between the two and worried for Chen Fan. After all, in their eyes, while Chen Fan was talented, he was only a freshman, whereas Zhang Jinlan was already a third-year student. "Don't make me personally drag you out," Zhang Jinlan said, his voice heavier as he released the aura of a late-stage, second-tier cultivator. To him, Chen Fan daring to confront him meant he had no idea how strong he was. "Drag me out? Go ahead and try," Chen Fan replied. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of aura erupted from him, several times stronger than Zhang Jinlan's. The pressure was like a tiger suddenly pouncing on you while you were walking, leaving you pale and frozen in place. Zhang Jinlan's face turned ashen, his aura completely collapsed, and he slumped to the ground. The murmurs around them instantly ceased. Chen Fan didn't target anyone else, everyone only felt the overwhelming aura, but no fear. Murong Xiao and the other two girls were utterly stunned. A senior at the late-stage second tier was actually suppressed to the point of collapse by Chen Fan's aura. Just how strong was Chen Fan? The three girls couldn't take their eyes off him. Zhang Jinlan gasped for air, not daring to utter a single word. His mind was in turmoil. He couldn't fathom how a freshman could be so formidable. "Get lost. Stop being an eyesore here," Chen Fan said coldly. Zhang Jinlan, as if granted a reprieve, quickly scrambled to his feet and ran out of Qingyuan elegant residence without even daring to look back. No one in the restaurant, including Murong Xiao's classmates, dared to discuss Chen Fan anymore. "Chen Fan, you're so strong. Do you think you'll win the Freshman League Championship this year?" Murong Xiao asked excitedly. "Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too," Mu Qinxue chimed in. "I heard the contestants get tickets for live spectators. Chen Fan, make sure to get us a few tickets so we can cheer for you on site." The group chatted and laughed for 2 hours. After exchanging WeChat contacts, the three girls reluctantly said goodbye to Chen Fan. Back at the hotel, Chen Fan messaged Huang Fucheng, saying he had already left the dimensional space and would return to Guwu tomorrow. A few seconds later, Huang Fucheng replied with "okay," followed by, "What time will you arrive at the train station? I'll send someone to pick you up." Chen Fan was touched and quickly replied, "No need to trouble you, principal. I'll have Xiaoming's pick me up." Huang Fucheng responded with "all right," and then asked, "Was it successful?" Chen Fan knew he was referring to hatching the dragon egg and replied, "Yes, it was successful." "Good. I'll wait for your return." After finishing his conversation with Huang Fucheng, Chen Fan relayed the same information to Tian Xiong, whose response was similar to Huang Fucheng's. After politely declining Tian Xiong's offer, Chen Fan called Zhao Mingze, asking him to pick him up at Chang'an Station early the next morning. Zhao Mingze readily agreed. "Brother Fan, did the dragon egg hatch?" Zhao Mingze asked excitedly. "It hatched. No way. Does that mean I'll get to see the legendary dragon tomorrow? Let me touch it when the time comes." "Of course, as long as you dare to touch it," Chen Fan teased. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan made a video call to Wang Yanran. Before entering the interdimensional space, he had already informed Wang Yanran and Tong Tong. Wang Yanran was clearly very worried about Chen Fan and had been messaging him every day to confirm his safe return. When the video connected, Wang Yanran visibly breathed a sigh of relief. "Tong Tong, come quickly. Your brother is calling," she said. Tong Tong ran over excitedly, her face full of joy. "Brother, did you hatch the dragon egg?" "Of course, with your brother's skills. It was a piece of cake," Chen Fan replied with a smile, bringing Qing Yu in front of the camera. Qing Yu appeared on the screen, its eyes filled with curiosity. It was very intelligent and behaved obediently in front of the camera. "Wow, is this a dragon? I really want to hold it," Tong Tong said, her face brimming with curiosity. "When your brother comes back, you'll be able to hold it," Wang Yanran said with a smile. "Brother, when are you coming back?" Tong Tong asked expectantly. "Probably during the year-end holiday." "Huh? That is such a long wait," Tong Tong pouted. Wang Yinran also looked a bit disappointed. Xiao Fan, can't you come back sooner? Feeling a pang of guilt, Chun Fan said, after I finish the National College Freshman League, I'll come home for a visit. After the call with Wang Yinran, Chun Fan lay on his bed and opened the system panel. By now, his kill points had accumulated to 50,000, and he planned to do a round of consecutive draws from the D-level white prize pool. 5 draws. Hopefully, I can get a spatial ability fragment. Right now, Chun Fan was very eager to acquire spatial abilities. Starting the first draw, the system roulette stopped, and a voice announced, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining one 10-step phantom poison pill. This poison pill can cause any ability user or beast below the 6th tier to bleed from all 7 orifices and die within 10 steps." Chun Fan opened the porcelain bottle and saw a pitch-black pill. Not bad, though I'm not sure if I'll get a chance to use it. He stored the poison pill in his spatial ring. The second draw began. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one oath scroll. This scroll can be used to establish a master-servant contract. Those who swear allegiance and offer a blood oath will have their life and death under your control. However, it can only be used 3 times, and the target's strength cannot exceed yours. Good item, but the limitation that the target can't be stronger than me is a bit restrictive. Chun Fan thought for a moment and stored it away as well. The third draw was completed. This time, he obtained a skill called Heaven and Earth Thunder Seal. When activated, a massive thunder seal would gather in the sky, delivering devastating destructive power upon impact. A long-range attack skill, not bad. The fourth draw began. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one Earth Mother Crystal. When absorbed by an Earth Element ability user, their Earth Element abilities will double in strength. Chun Fan held a yellow crystal the size of a tennis ball and examined it closely. Earth Mother Crystal. I think it was mentioned in textbooks. It's as precious as the Ice Soul Snow Lotus, a divine medicine for specific ability users. He decided to give it to Wu Yu, the chubby guy. Consider it a lucky break for him. Last draw. Hopefully, I'll get a spatial ability fragment. It seemed the system heard his wish, as this time he really got it. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one spatial ability fragment. Fantastic. Chun Fan was overjoyed. I really hope I can gather all the spatial abilities soon. The next morning, Chun Fan boarded a train back to Chang'an City. Outside the high-speed rail station, Zhao Mingze was waiting for him next to a flashy McLaren. As soon as Chun Fan stepped out, Zhao Mingze enthusiastically embraced him. "Brother Fan, welcome back." "Huh, the way you're acting, it's like I've been gone for ages." The two got into the car, and Zhao Mingze eagerly asked, "Fan, where's the dragon? Let me see it quickly." "Hee hee, look behind you," Chun Fan said with a smile. Zhao Mingze turned his head and saw Qing Yu baring its teeth at him. "Ah." Zhao Mingze was startled but quickly calmed down. "So this is the dragon, huh? But this little guy is really fierce." "Hee hee, Fan, how about I help you discipline it?" He flashed a devilish grin and reached out to grab Qing Yu. The next moment, a dragon's roar echoed a toned-down version of the Azure Dragon's battle cry. Zhao Mingze froze on the spot, and after a few seconds, he turned back helplessly. "Little guy, I was just joking with you," With that, he silently started the car. After returning to Guowu, Chun Fan went to see Huangfu Cheng right away. Seeing Chun Fan, Huangfu Cheng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Huh? You've broken through again." "Haha, you could say it was unexpected," Chun Fan replied with a smile. "Good kid." Huangfu Cheng patted him on the shoulder and added, "Bring out the young dragon and let me take a look." Qing Yu emerged from Chun Fan's clothes, looking at Huangfu Cheng with a wary and cold gaze. "All right, Qing Yu, this is my elder," Chun Fan said gently, stroking its small head to soothe it. Qing Yu obediently let down its guard. Huangfu Cheng marveled, "Chun Fan, your little dragon has such a strong presence. It's already this powerful right after hatching." Chun Fan didn't hide anything and recounted the extraordinary phenomenon that occurred during the dragon egg's hatching. Huangfu Cheng sighed. "No wonder it's one of the rare beasts capable of breaking through the 9th tier." "There are levels beyond the 9th tier?" Chun Fan asked, puzzled. "There are," Huangfu Cheng confirmed. "In fact, many ancient ruins have murals depicting legends of levels beyond the 9th tier, but no one in reality has ever broken through. Really? I thought the history of abilities on Blue Star was only a little over 100 years, Chen Fan said, confused. Huang Fucheng pondered. The records of modern abilities do indeed only go back about 100 years, but archaeologists have found evidence of abilities in some ancient ruins, though only in murals, without any written records. So this information has never been made public to avoid unnecessary panic. Then why was the inheritance of abilities interrupted? Why was there a period without abilities? And why did they only reappear 100 years ago? Chen Fan asked 3 questions in a row. Huang Fucheng sighed. Evidence suggests that civilization was far more advanced than ours, with top-tier ability users emerging one after another. But it was suddenly destroyed by a powerful force in an instant, as if cut down by a sharp blade. Chen Fan took a sharp breath. To destroy a civilization in an instant, what kind of power is that? No one knows. Huang Fucheng shook his head. This world is more dangerous than you think, so you need to improve your strength as quickly as possible. Chen Fan suddenly remembered something and asked, Principal, have you ever heard of Hollow Earth people or blue-blooded people? Huang Fucheng thought for a moment and shook his head. Hollow Earth people? Blue-blooded people? Never heard of them. They must be folk legends. All right then, Chen Fan said, not pressing further. When word got out that Chen Fan had returned, Tian Xiong, Zhang Kuan, Su Qichang, and even Gao Yuan all came to Huang Fucheng's house. When everyone saw Qing Yu, they were all amazed, especially Su Qichang, whose eyes nearly popped out. His young dragon was black and only at the 2nd tier, while Chen Fan's young dragon had already reached the 4th tier. Truly enviable, Su Qichang said with a sigh. The 2 young dragons met for the first time and quickly started playing together. However, Su Qichang's black dragon seemed like a little brother in front of Qing Yu. Qing Yu, don't bully him, that's your younger brother, Chen Fan reminded when he saw Qing Yu pinning the other dragon down and riding it around. Younger brother? Su Qichang's face darkened. Younger brother? My dragon hatched first, yours should be the younger one, right? But with such a difference in strength, it seems the title of younger brother can only go to my little black dragon. While everyone was focused on the 2 young dragons playing, Tian Xiong's words drew everyone's attention back to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, your aura seems stronger again. Did you break through? Everyone stared at Chen Fan. Chen Fan scratched his nose, a little embarrassed. I accidentally broke through to the peak of the 2nd tier. A wave of exclamations erupted around him. Boss, is breaking through as easy as drinking water for you? Zhao Mingze and the others were speechless. I think Chen Fan's talent is even stronger than that SSS-level genius from Jing University. This year, our martial arts school can definitely aim for 1st place in the league, Dai Jiangshan said. Huang Fucheng nodded. But we can't let our guard down. Jing University has done an excellent job keeping that 3S-level ability user under wraps. We still have no intel on their strength or ability type. He looked at everyone and said, So, we also need to keep Chen Fan's strength a secret. Don't underestimate Jing University's determination to win the championship. This year marks their centennial anniversary, and they desperately need this honor. Moreover, the National University Freshman League has another purpose, selecting members for the national team reserve. The nation's top talents are all eyeing this opportunity. Chen Fan, you must give it your all. Don't worry, Principal. Chen Fan nodded seriously. Representing the national team, showcasing the strongest talent and strength in the country, receiving national resources, and bringing glory to the nation was the highest honor. By the way, Huang Fucheng added, since you're back, we'll arrange a public match for the school team tomorrow. At 10 a.m. on the field, your Thunder Squad will face off against the Ghost Cry Squad. Chen Fan thought for a moment and asked, Principal, is it necessary? I think our strength is far superior to the Ghost Cry Squad. Huang Fucheng explained. The purpose of the public match isn't just to compare strength, more importantly, it's to showcase the true power of your Thunder Squad. Only then will the faculty and students of Guowu recognize you, and we can confidently allocate resources to support you. Chen Fan, everyone has already seen your strength in the dueling arena. Tomorrow, I hope the spotlight will be on the 4 of you. Understood. Chen Fan nodded firmly. He understood that Huang Fucheng must have heard a lot of doubts recently. After leaving Huang Fucheng, Chun Fan led the team to Tian Xiong's villa. Teacher Tian, when we get to your place, I want to discuss tomorrow's tactics with everyone. No problem, Tian Xiong said with a wave of his hand, leading the way. Zhao Mingze leaned over to Chun Fan and whispered, Boss, with the strength of the four of us, we don't even need tactics to beat their five. Stop talking nonsense. Chun Fan shot him a glance, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. Back at Tian Xiong's house, Chun Fan first asked Tian Xiong to check his tendon stretching and vein pulling technique. Tian Xiong was surprised. Kid Chun, with how busy you've been lately, I thought your progress on the 12 force tendons would have fallen behind. I didn't expect you to be ahead of the others. Coach, that's because I found a treasure. What treasure? Everyone curiously looked at Chun Fan, especially Gao Yuan, whose eyes were full of anticipation. He was already on the path of physical techniques, and doubling his explosive power would significantly enhance his combat strength. Chun Fan pulled out a translucent, jelly-like tendon as if performing a magic trick. What is this? Everyone asked curiously. A dragon tendon from the spine of a Lin Yuan beast, Chun Fan said with a smile. That's a great find, Tian Xiong exclaimed. The Lin Yuan beast is an extremely rare exotic beast, and you actually managed to get its dragon tendon? I almost lost my life killing it, Chun Fan replied, then looked at the Thunder Squad members. Everyone will get a share later. I believe you can all master the 12 force tendons technique. Long live the boss. Long live the captain. Brother Fan, you're awesome. The Thunder Squad burst into cheers. Chun Fan then turned to Wu Yu. Fatty, could you cook this dragon tendon for us? Huh? Why me? Isn't cooking supposed to be a girl's job? Wu Yu grumbled, but still took it. Yi Qingling gave him a cold look. Who says only girls can cook? Want me to tear your mouth off? Everyone burst into laughter. Chun Fan pulled out another item. If you make it delicious, I'll give you this. Huh? Wu Yu's eyes lit up as soon as he saw it. Holy crap, boss, this is the essence of the Earth Mother. Where did you get it? Don't worry about that, Chun Fan said with a smile. So, will you cook or not? Haha. Boss, cooking is my only hobby. Watch closely, braised dragon tendon will be ready in half an hour. Everyone laughed and looked on enviously. The essence of the Earth Mother could double the control power of an Earth Element ability user. After absorbing it, you should be able to reach the level of an SS class ability user. Half an hour later, Yu brought out a pot of braised dragon tendon. Everyone eagerly dug in. Before long, the entire pot was emptied. Chun Fan quickly shouted, "Start practicing the tendon stretching and vein pulling technique." Without hesitation, everyone stood up and began practicing. Within half an hour, they had all completed the 12 force tendons training. Gao Yuan threw a fierce punch into the air, thrilled. His strength was now enough to contend with a third-tier early-stage exotic beast. The explosive power boost was also a huge help to Yi Qingling. As an assassin-type fighter, stronger bursts made it easier for her to break through enemy defenses. Zhao Mingze and Wu Yu's improvements were less pronounced since they were long-range attackers, but their self-defense capabilities had also increased significantly. Wu Yu rubbed his hands together, looking at Chun Fan with anticipation. Boss, about that essence of the Earth Mother. Here, take it. Chun Fan casually tossed it to him. Thank you, boss. Wu Yu carefully caught it as if it were a treasure. Absorb it, then go test your strength outside, Chun Fan said with a smile. Got it. Wu Yu quickly sat on the sofa, a faint yellow earth element energy appearing in his hands. The others stepped aside to avoid disturbing him. Half an hour later, with a crisp cracking sound, the essence of the Earth Mother shattered completely. Wu Yu stood up, energized. Boss, I did it. I feel like my control over Earth element energy has improved a lot. Let's go test it outside, Chun Fan said, patting him on the shoulder. The group headed straight to the courtyard in front of Tian Xiong's villa. Wu Yu eagerly recited the mental technique, and the earth beneath his feet churned. A massive earthen serpent, as thick as a barrel, rose from the ground. The serpent was vivid and lifelike, appearing almost as if it were alive. He shouted, "Rise!" In the next moment, the ground behind him roiled, transforming into various forms of exotic beasts. With a single gesture, the beasts behind him charged forward like a raging army, their momentum overwhelming and their roar deafening. Holy crap! Xiao Ye's strength has improved this much already? Zhao Mingze exclaimed in surprise. Impressive, very impressive. Tian Xiong also showed an expression of admiration. Wu Yu's ability strength has already reached SS level, and he now possesses early-stage, third-tier combat power. Wu Yu wanted to continue testing, but Tian Xiong quickly interrupted. That's enough. If you keep going, my courtyard will be ruined. Wu Yu scratched his head and promptly stopped releasing his abilities. Tian Xiong glanced around at the group. Apart from Yi Qingling, the rest of the Thunder Squad could already contend with early-stage, third-tier ability users. You all are really fortunate to have such a great captain, Tian Xiong remarked with emotion. Then, he patted Chen Fan on the shoulder and asked, how do you plan to arrange tomorrow's open match? Chen Fan's gaze swept over the 4 members of the Thunder Squad. Tomorrow, finish the fight within a minute. No problem, right? No problem, the group replied in unison. The next day at 9 o'clock, the National Martial University sports field was already packed with people. This open match had garnered immense attention, even attracting top-tier 4th-year geniuses. Those who had never seen Chen Fan in action arrived an hour early to wait. I really want to see how Chen Fan fights. I heard the other members of the Thunder Squad are strong too. They should easily handle the Ghost Cry Squad. In the Ghost Cry Squad, it seems only Gue Dongyi can put up a fight, the others are no match. The crowd's chatter grew louder as the time approached 10 o'clock. The 2 squads emerged from the entrance of the sports field, and the scene immediately erupted in thunderous cheers. Chen Fan! Chen Fan! Many girls shouted loudly, their faces flushed. By now, Chen Fan had become the dreamboat of all the girls in the school. Chen Fan, I love you, like a mouse loves rice. Someone held up a sign with his name on it, screaming wildly. Holy crap, isn't that a cheesy love song from decades ago? Chen Fan's face turned red. Boss, look. That girl who just shouted is pretty cute. Zhao Mingze nudged Chen Fan, his eyes squinting with laughter. Yi Qingling snorted coldly and urged, let's go. It's so noisy. Oh, Yi, could it be that you've fallen for the boss? I thought you didn't like guys. Zhao Mingze teased. Say one more word, and I'll tear your mouth off. Yi Qingling shot him a glare. If it weren't for the crowd, she would have already made a move. In the audience, Bai Mushi was also present. One of her team members, a pretty girl, gently nudged her and said with a smile, Captain, you sure have a lot of competition. Li Luoluo, stop talking nonsense, Bai Mushi said, scratching their waists. The 2 quickly broke into laughter and playful banter. The 2 squads walked to the center of the sports field. Huang Fucheng descended gracefully from the air, his demeanor suave. He raised his hand to signal for silence. Classmates, the Thunder Squad and Ghost Cry Squad have been established for a month now. Today's open match is to test the strength of both teams. Watch carefully, learn well, and strive to catch up with them. Let's all work hard together. The sports field erupted in enthusiastic applause. Next, let us have Teacher Wang host this competition, Huang Fucheng said, then gently floated to the center of the podium. A middle-aged man stepped onto the stage and stood between the 2 teams. Hello, everyone. I am the host and referee for this competition, Wang Jun, from the Faculty of Law. Now, let me introduce the members of the 2 teams. First, the Ghost Cry team. Hu Jing, Early Stage 2, S-rank ability Universal Crimson Flame. Feng Qingyang, Early Stage 2, S-rank ability Clear Gale. Gao Zhan, Early Stage 2, S-rank defensive ability Wings of Protection. Li Zijian, Early Stage 2, S-rank enhancement ability Titan Body. And their captain, Gue Dongyi, Mid-Stage 2, S-rank ability Nether Ghost Form. When Gue Dongyi was introduced, the crowd erupted in exclamations. Gue Dongyi advanced to Mid-Stage 2 within a month. What incredible talent! The commotion was quickly subdued by Wang Jun. Next, the members of the Thunder team. Gao Yuan, Mid-Stage 2, S-rank ability Indestructible Diamond Body. Wow! Another wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Gao Yuan also advanced to Mid-Stage 2. Amazing! Yi Qingling, Mid-Stage 2, S-rank ability Phantom of the Night. Wu Yu, Mid-Stage 2, S-rank ability Child of the Earth. Zhao Mingze, Mid-Stage 2, S-rank ability Electromagnetic Storm. As the introductions continued, The audience first gasped in amazement, then fell into silence. After more than 10 seconds, murmurs resumed. The Thunder team is just too strong, they're all mid-stage too. In just 1 month, the gap between the two teams has grown so much. How can the Ghost Cry team possibly win? Finally, Wang Jun introduced Chen Fan. Chen Fan, Peak Stage 2, SS-rank ability, Thunder Devouring Sacred Body. As a teacher at the school, he naturally knew that Chen Fan was a tri-ability user. However, Huang Fucheng had specifically instructed him to keep this a secret. So, he only mentioned the Thunder Devouring Sacred Body ability. Even so, the students were utterly shocked. Oh my god, Peak Stage 2. He advanced 3 minor levels in just 1 month. This is so rare. My goodness, he is such a god. His talent is incredible. God. A group of fangirls screamed excitedly. Alright, students, both teams have been introduced. Now, I'd like to ask if either side has anything they'd like to say to their opponents. Let us start with the Ghost Cry team, Wang Jun said again. The members of the Ghost Cry team exchanged glances, but no one was willing to speak first. Though they were prodigies, facing opponents who completely outclassed them left them speechless. Finally, Gui Dongyi stepped forward and said, Chen Fan, I admit I'm not as good as you right now, but I will catch up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding students applauded, giving him some face. Wang Jun smiled and said, It seems Gui Dongyi is still very confident in his talent. Next, does the Thunder team have anything to say to their opponents? Wang Jun turned and smiled at Chen Fan. Chen Fan said calmly, To make things fair, I want to participate in this match. I trust my teammates 1 minute is enough to end the battle. The audience immediately erupted in exclamations. The god is so confident. I love him so much. Some expressed regret, saying, What a pity, we won't get to see Chen Fan in action today. I'm actually looking forward to this showdown. Referee Wang Jun waved his hand. The field is yours. Wang Jun stepped back, and the battle began immediately. Gui Dongyi sneered. Solve us within a minute? Wishful thinking. Gao Zhan, show them what true top-tier defense looks like. Understood, Captain, Gao Zhan replied. A pair of light shadow wings unfolded from his body, instantly forming a 5-meter diameter hemispherical energy shield that enveloped all 5 of them. The Wings of Protection is the strongest group defense ability, indestructible unless the ability user exhausts their power, Gui Dongyi said calmly from within the energy shield. With these Wings of Protection, we can hold out for 3 minutes without a problem. You seem quite confident, Zhao Mingzi said, drawing his finger across the air. Sword energy flew out, slashing toward the Wings of Protection. A crisp collision sound rang out, but the Wings of Protection remained unscathed. How about that? I told you, you can't solve us within a minute. Gui Dongyi laughed heartily. Just as Zhao Mingzi was about to unleash a killing move, Gao Yuan stopped him. Let me try and see how many strikes these Wings of Protection can withstand. Gao Yuan transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant, merging his twin axes into a massive battle axe. With a roar, he swung it fiercely at the Wings of Protection. The intense impact caused the energy shield to shake violently. Gao Zhan's face instantly turned pale. How are you holding up? Gui Dongyi asked anxiously. I'm fine. Gao Zhan gritted his teeth and replied. Another strike. Gao Yuan swung again. The Wings of Protection shook even more violently, and Gao Zhan spat out a mouthful of blood. Gao Yuan had undergone a mutation inside the body of a pangolin armored beast, doubling his explosive power. This strike was enough to overwhelm even a 3rd-tier early-stage beast, let alone a 2nd-tier early-stage Gao Zhan. Even the strongest defensive ability couldn't hold out. How many more strikes can you take? Gao Yuan shouted. Gao Zhan adjusted his breathing and held up 3 fingers. All right, then 3 strikes. Gao Yuan swung 3 consecutive strikes, and Gao Zhan collapsed, completely unconscious. Not bad, Gao Yuan said, hoisting his axe, seemingly satisfied with Gao Zhan. As Gao Zhan fell, the Wings of Protection shattered completely. 15 seconds left, finish them off, Zhao Mingzi shouted. The 4 members of the Thunder team simultaneously charged at the 4 members of the Ghost Cry team. Gao Yuan faced Gui Dongyi. Zhao Mingzi pointed his sword at Feng Qingyang. Yi Qingling appeared behind Hua Jing after vanishing, and Wu Yu summoned an earth element lion to attack Li Zijian. The battle erupted instantly. Zhao Mingze, Yi Qingling, and Wu Yu almost instantly defeated their opponents, leaving only Gue Dongyi, who was strong enough to hold his ground against Gao Yuan for over 10 seconds before falling. "Boss, exactly 1 minute," Zhao Mingze said, looking at Chun Fan with a smile. "Not bad." Chun Fan nodded, striding toward the exit of the training field, with Zhao Mingze and the others following closely behind. The audience hadn't even processed what had happened before the battle was over. It wasn't until the 5 members of the Thunder team had completely left the field that thunderous applause erupted. In the following days, the campus buzzed with discussions about Chun Fan and his Thunder team. Chun Fan paid no attention, continuing his intense training and studies. A few days later, on a weekend, he finally had some downtime and suddenly remembered something. After breakfast, he returned to his dorm to rest and opened his spatial ring. A black card appeared before his eyes, the very one he had taken from Li Kuangying. "Psionic Alley, let me find out what this is all about." Soon, he found the answer in a post titled Mercenaries Haven. Psionic Alley was an underground marketplace that specialized in serving mercenary organizations. Since many mercenaries lack legal status and their income often comes from illegal channels, they naturally don't dare to deposit their money in legitimate banks, fearing it might be seized one day. Thus, underground banks like this emerged. The card in Chun Fan's hand is a type of storage card. Unlike regular bank cards, it can store not only money but also private valuables, which are kept directly in the bank. It seems this card likely contains all of Li Kuangying's assets, otherwise it wouldn't have been stored directly. Of course, it could also be the entire wealth of the Divine Eagle mercenary group, Chun Fan thought, stroking his chin, feeling a bit excited. If it truly was the wealth of the entire mercenary group, he would instantly become a rich man. He also discovered that these underground banks only recognize the card, not the person. No matter who you are, as long as you have the card, you can conduct transactions. This underground bank is really impressive. Chun Fan couldn't help but praise. Next, he began searching for the exact location of the psionic dark alley, but unfortunately, he only found a general location on an online forum, Yongchang City in Shaanxi Province. Just as Chun Fan was hesitating about whether to go, Du Huajun called. "Junior, I need your help with something." Chun Fan had a good impression of his senior, Du Huajun, and replied with a smile. "Senior, feel free to ask." "Haha, you're a good junior. But it's hard to explain over the phone, let's talk in person." "All right, I happen to be free right now." After hanging up, Chun Fan headed to the cafe next to the school, where Du Huajun was already waiting for him. Beside Du Huajun was another young man with a mohawk hairstyle, his head shaped like a bullet. When they saw Chun Fan arrive, both immediately stood up to greet him. "Hello, Junior. I'm Li Ziong," the bullet-headed young man said enthusiastically, waving. "Hello, Senior Li," Chun Fan responded with a smile. Du Huajun went to the counter and ordered a coffee for Chun Fan. "Junior, is 3 sugars okay?" Du Huajun handed him the coffee. "Thank you, Senior Du," Chun Fan replied politely. Du Huajun got straight to the point. "Junior, I asked you here to help us complete a task." "Oh, Senior, what exactly is the task?" Chun Fan put down his coffee, curious. In the cafe near Guowu University, the 3 of them sat around a table. Du Huajun organized his thoughts and said, "As you know, we're in our 4th year, and we need to earn a certain number of points to graduate. Ziong and I took on a fairly challenging task and would like your help." "Senior, you think highly of me," Chun Fan said, rubbing his nose, thinking the task must not be simple. "Sigh." Du Huajun sighed. "This is a task the school forced on us. We had no choice but to accept it." He looked at Chun Fan with anticipation in his eyes. "Professor Tian called me and asked me to invite you to join. He said you should now have late-stage Tier 4 strength." Chun Fan didn't immediately respond. As long as the task wasn't particularly dangerous, he would definitely help. "Senior, tell me about the task first." "All right," Du Huajun nodded. "This task is to capture Zhang Rubing, the CEO of the Four Seasons Group, alive. Over the past few years, the Four Seasons Group has grown rapidly, becoming the largest company in Yongchang City within a decade. However, investigations have revealed that this company has been using improper methods to suppress competitors. Over the past 10 years, several rival company owners have mysteriously died. The Yongchang City Inspectorate has been secretly investigating for a long time and finally has evidence proving that Zhang Rubing is behind it all. This guy has a team of superhumans under him. With formidable strength, there are even two at the late stage of Tier 4. The Inspectorate is afraid of alerting the enemy, so they didn't act rashly and sought help from our school. However, all the Tier 4 superhumans in the school are out on missions, so this task has fallen to the two of us. Understood. Chen Fan nodded. Senior brother Du, I'll take care of this mission. He had already planned to visit Yongchang City, so he might as well lend a hand. Great. With you here, I'm relieved. Du Huajun let out a sigh of relief. When they had gone to the Taishu Mountains together to find Moe Chen, Du Huajun had been impressed by Chen Fan's composure and intelligence. Is there a specific plan for the capture operation? Chen Fan asked. There is, Du Huajun replied. The Four Seasons Group will host a ceremony tomorrow at the Fuhua Building in Yongchang City to establish a subsidiary company. They've invited many people from the political and business circles. We'll blend in and seize the opportunity to capture the target. All right, when do we leave? This afternoon. We'll take the high-speed train to Yongchang City and meet up with the inspectorate. In the afternoon, Chen Fan requested leave from Huang Fucheng and Tian Xiong and set off with Du Huajun and Li Xiang. Outside Yongchang City's high-speed rail station, two members of the inspectorate were waiting nervously in a black business car. When they saw Chen Fan and the others emerge, they quickly got out of the car to greet them. Three top students from National Martial Arts University, welcome, welcome. A middle-aged man in his 40s smiled and shook hands with the three. Director Wang, have you been waiting long? Du Huajun clearly knew him. Haha, not long at all. The middle-aged man laughed heartily and looked at Chen Fan. This young man's face is unfamiliar. May I know your name? Du Huajun introduced him from the side. This is my junior, Chen Fan. Haha. Anyone who can get into National Martial Arts University must be talented. Starting missions in your third year impressive. Director Wang, you've guessed wrong. Chen Fan is only a freshman this year, Li Xiang said with a mysterious smile. A freshman? Director Wang raised his eyebrows slightly. Haha. It seems your two senior brothers think highly of you, bringing you along for such an important mission. Ah, Director Wang, you're mistaken again. Chen Fan is here to help. His strength is exceptional, Li Xiang explained with a smile. Haha, your school is truly full of talent. Director Wang's words were flattering, but in truth, he didn't fully believe Li Xiang. After all, no one would expect a freshman to possess such strong abilities. Let me introduce everyone. This is Li Jie, who joined the inspectorate last year. He graduated excellently from Jindong Martial Arts University and is at the early stage of Tier 3. Director Wang pointed to a scholarly-looking young man beside him. Hello. Everyone exchanged greetings. During your time in Yongchang City, you can leave all matters to Li Jie. He will assist you throughout the mission, Director Wang said, then led the group into a business car. I've already arranged a restaurant. We'll discuss the details over dinner. The group arrived at a high-end hotel, where a private room was filled with exquisite dishes. After everyone was seated, Director Wang began to raise his glass for toasts. Chen Fan also drank a few glasses. When Director Wang learned that Chen Fan was at the peak of Tier 2, he was greatly surprised, and his earlier dismissive attitude vanished completely. Young brother Chen, tomorrow's operation is extremely dangerous. I suggest you don't participate. You're so talented. If anything happens to you, the teachers at our school will definitely hold me accountable, he said half-jokingly, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Du Huajun put down his chopsticks and said, Director Wang, to be honest, I specifically invited Chen Fan. My junior's combat strength is no less than mine. Really? Director Wang and Li Jie still showed skeptical expressions. Director Wang, do you have the Four Seasons Group's information? Chen Fan interrupted and asked. Yes, I had Li Jie organize it. Director Wang looked at Li Jie. Hand out a copy to everyone. Understood, Director. Li Jie quickly stood up, took several documents from his briefcase, and handed them to everyone. The information on the Four Seasons Group's high-level combat forces is all here. Take a look. Zhang Rubing's security team has 6 members. The captain and vice captain are late-stage 4th tier B-level ability users, while the other 4 are mid-stage 4th tier, also B-level ability users. Their abilities are all listed here for your detailed review. They're not weak. Du Huajun and Li Xiang frowned and sighed. Director Wang, what's the plan? Chen Fan asked. Zhang Rubing himself is just an ordinary person. If we get a chance to approach him, we'll act quickly and take him down directly. If we can't get close, we'll have to use forceful measures. At that time, I'll need Brother Du and Brother Li to hold off the 2 late-stage 4th tier ability users, while I handle the remaining 4. Li Jie will seize the opportunity to capture Zhang Rubing. Little Brother Chun, you'll adapt to the situation. What do you think? Chen Fan frowned slightly. It seemed the others still didn't fully trust his abilities. Or perhaps they knew he had potential and didn't want him to take risks. The next day, the group of 5 arrived in front of the Fuhua building. At the entrance, 2 security guards quickly stopped them. Do you have an invitation? Without an invitation, no one is allowed to enter. A tall security guard said coldly. Director Wang handed over a gold-edged card. The security guard took it with both hands, carefully inspected it, and then respectfully saluted. Sir, you hold an A-level invitation and may bring 5 people inside. Director Wang nodded briefly and led Chun Fan and the others into the building. This invitation was sent by Zhang Rubing's people. But he would never have guessed that my purpose today is to bring him to justice, Director Wang said with a cold smile. At this moment, the first-floor lobby was bustling with people, as many local elites had gathered there. As the director of the Yongchang City Inspection Bureau, Director Wang was naturally recognized by many, and several people came forward to greet him. Whenever someone asked about Chun Fan and the others, Director Wang would say, "These are interns from our bureau. I'm bringing them here to broaden their horizons." After being interrupted several times, Chun Fan grew irritated and used the excuse of wanting to look around to leave the group. The place resembled a luxurious banquet, with exquisite food displayed all around. Chun Fan picked up a cookie that looked good and began observing the surroundings. At that moment, a crisp female voice came from behind. Huh, Chun Fan, is that you? Chun Fan turned around at the sound and saw Murong Xiao, Mu Qinxue, and Su Yaqing. It's you? Chun Fan was also a bit surprised. The 3 women, upon seeing him, quickly walked over, their faces full of joy. Chun Fan, what are you doing here? Murong Xiao asked first. I'm here with some friends, Chun Fan replied with a smile. What about you? Why are you here too? Su Yaqing lively answered. Chun Fan, guess what? Xue is actually a local from Yongchang. Oh, Chun Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise upon hearing this. Su Yaqing playfully blinked and said, Xue's dad couldn't make it, so she brought us along to join the fun. I see. Chun Fan nodded lightly. Chun Fan, there are a lot of celebrities on the 2nd floor. Want to go up and take a look? Mu Qinxue softly suggested. Chun Fan looked up at the 2nd floor and sighed. President Zhang is really impressive, being able to invite so many celebrities. His financial power is truly astonishing. Su Yaqing immediately chimed in excitedly. That's right. He's the richest man in Yongchang City. I heard his current wife used to be a top-tier actress named Li Yanrua. As the group chatted animatedly, a commotion suddenly arose in the hall. A middle-aged man in a suit entered, followed by 6 bodyguards. President Zhang is here. President Zhang, congratulations on your joyous occasion. People around greeted him one after another. So this is Zhang Rubing, huh? He seems pretty cautious. Chun Fan raised an eyebrow. The bodyguards behind Zhang Rubing wore serious expressions, closely following him on either side. Not far away, Director Wang and a few others were tensely watching, ready to act. At this moment, Zhang Rubing stepped onto the stage and began his speech. Friends, it is an honor for me, Zhang, to have you here to support this event. Before the official ribbon cutting, I have 2 gifts to present to Yongchang City. First, I am personally donating 500 million to establish a scholarship fund dedicated to helping students from financially struggling families complete their education. Wonderful. President Zhang is truly a great man. Applause immediately erupted around him. Zhang Rubing continued. Second, I plan to build a hospital in Yongchang City that will exclusively serve the poor, addressing their difficulties in accessing medical care. President Zhang is so compassionate. Another wave of praise followed. Meanwhile, on Du Huajun's side, Li Xiong frowned and quietly asked Director Wang, "This guy seems decent. Are you sure he's harmed many entrepreneurs behind the scenes?" Director Wang snorted coldly. "This is just his facade. Don't think he's acting out of goodwill. We've discovered that under the guise of the scholarship fund, he secretly coerces attractive female students into sexual transactions to sustain his business empire. Moreover, he engages in illegal organ trafficking. Building a hospital is merely a cover. This man is truly vile." Li Xiong hadn't expected the other party to be so insidious. His voice inadvertently grew louder, drawing the attention of those around him. He quickly shut his mouth. Director Wang raised his glass to cover his mouth and whispered, "Follow my lead later." On Chun Fan's side, Mu Qinxue and the others looked at Zhang Rubing on stage with expressions of respect. However, Chun Fan furrowed his brows. According to the intelligence provided by Director Wang, Zhang Rubing should be an ordinary person. Yet, when he secretly used the void-piercing eye to observe him, he discovered that Zhang Rubing was actually a late-stage Level 4 ability user. A Level 4 ability user pretending to be an ordinary person. What is he up to? For so many years, no one has discovered this. It's definitely not simple. Counting Zhang Rubing, the opposing side has 3 late-stage Level 4 ability users and 4 mid-stage Level 4 ability users. On our side, we only have 4 late-stage Level 4 ability users. If a fight breaks out, victory is not guaranteed. Moreover, Zhang Rubing's abilities remain unclear. This battle carries significant risks. As he was pondering, Director Wang and the others had already taken action. Director Wang, Du Huajun, and Li Xiong simultaneously charged toward Zhang Rubing. Their plan was simple: capture Zhang Rubing first, and the remaining bodyguards would naturally be easy to defeat. However, as the 3 rushed forward, it was as if they hit an invisible wall and were instantly sent flying. Beside Zhang Rubing stood a man with his hands raised, clearly the one responsible for the counterattack. Du Huajun and the others were flung backward, crashing into the crowd behind them. Chaos erupted at the scene, and shouts filled the air. Director Wang stood up, his face dark and grim. He hadn't expected Zhang Rubing's men to be so alert. It seemed a fight was inevitable today. He shouted loudly, "Inspectorate Division is handling a case. Everyone step back." The crowd quickly dispersed to avoid being caught in the battle. "Director Wang, what do you mean by this?" Zhang Rubing glared at him angrily. Director Wang responded coldly, "Zhang Rubing, you're suspected of murdering multiple entrepreneurs. Come with us. You've got the wrong person." "I've always abided by the law," Zhang Rubing retorted. "Whether you're guilty or not isn't for you to decide," Director Wang said as his powers erupted, his aura overwhelming. "Go. Capture them." The hall instantly erupted into a fierce battle. Du Huajun transformed into the howling demon tiger, engaging in a fierce clash with an ability user whose body was covered in rock. Li Xiong faced off against another late-stage 4th-tier ability user. Meanwhile, Director Wang used his psychic powers to simultaneously attack the remaining 4 mid-stage 4th-tier ability users. "Li Jie, capture Zhang Rubing," Director Wang shouted while fighting. "Don't worry, Director, the mission will be accomplished." Li Jie's eyes were resolute as he charged forward, reaching out to grab Zhang Rubing's neck. "Mr. Zhang, you're under arrest." Li Jie didn't use his powers, believing a normal person would be easy to handle. "Watch out," Chun Fan shouted urgently upon seeing this. However, it was already too late. Just as Li Jie reached out to grab Zhang Rubing, the next second, he was sent flying like a cannonball. His back slammed heavily against the wall, and he collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. At that moment, all the bones in his chest were shattered, and his shirt was instantly soaked in blood. As he coughed up large amounts of fragmented internal organs, he convulsed for a few seconds before finally losing consciousness completely. Li Jie. Seeing this, Director Wang's eyes were filled with rage and despair. Clearly, Li Jie was gravely injured, and the chances of survival were slim. Looking back at Zhang Rubing, he no longer appeared to be an ordinary person. His height exceeded 2 meters, his muscles bulged, and a faint layer of flames burned on his skin. Fire Titan physique. Director Wang's face changed drastically. The Fire Titan physique was a power rank between A and B levels. Those who awakened it not only possessed a strong physique, but the flames on their skin could cause opponents to feel searing pain and explosive damage. However, what shocked Director Wang wasn't the power itself, but the aura emanating from Zhang Rubing. He was already a late-stage fourth-tier powerhouse, even stronger than the others present. "Since I've been exposed, I'll kill all of you today," Zhang Rubing said, his voice icy and lifeless, like stagnant water. He stepped forward and delivered a fiery punch aimed directly at Director Wang. Director Wang, already struggling against 4 opponents, was completely unable to defend against Zhang Rubing's fiery punch. Just as despair filled his heart, a figure surrounded by lightning suddenly appeared in front of him, firmly intercepting the punch. "It's him." Director Wang recognized the person, his eyes filled with shock. He could hardly believe that such a terrifying aura came from a peak second-tier ability user. "Chen Fan, he's actually this strong." Zhang Rubing was equally surprised. Director Wang's arrival with 2 fourth-tier ability users had already put him on alert, but he never expected a young man at the peak of the second tier to be this formidable. "Mr. Zhang, just accept your fate." Chen Fan's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. "Kid, you do have some skill, but it's not enough." Zhang Rubing roared. Flame God Fist. His attacks were bold and unrestrained, each punch carrying a violent fiery force. Chen Fan's spear was already broken, so he simply resorted to the 12 Paths of True Spirit technique to counter. The 12 Paths of True Spirit technique was nearly invincible in close combat, and with the added physical and speed enhancements from the beginner-level Thunder Domain, he was almost unbeatable. All eyes in the room were fixed on Chen Fan, especially Murong Xiao Xiao and the other 2 women, who stared unblinkingly. "I didn't expect him to be this strong already," Murong Xiao Xiao thought, feeling a tinge of disappointment. That kind of monstrous talent, combined with the thunderous aura surrounding him, made her feel unworthy of Chen Fan. At this moment, Zhang Rubing's attacks were failing to land, and he grew increasingly anxious. "I can't drag this out any longer. If others arrive, I'm as good as dead." Zhang Rubing's heart tightened, and he went berserk. He quickly swallowed a blood-red pill, and his aura surged dramatically, flames rising over a foot high. "It's the boiling blood pill." Chen Fan frowned slightly. The flaming fist once again struck toward Chen Fan, its power now twice as strong as before. Chen Fan dared not take it head-on and decisively used Thunder Flash to dodge. But the opponent's flaming fists relentlessly pursued him. The dense barrage of fiery punches came down like a storm. Chen Fan could only dodge awkwardly. At this moment, he began to weigh his options. If he fought head-on, he would have to reveal his trump card, Death Stare. But with so many people around and the newcomer tournament about to start, he didn't want to expose too many of his cards. "Forget it. I'll let Qin Yu handle this." Chen Fan made up his mind and opened the system's built-in pet space. The next second, a dragon's roar echoed through the hall, and a 4-meter-long azure dragon appeared before everyone's eyes. "What is that?" The onlookers widened their eyes in shock. "That looks like the legendary dragon," someone exclaimed, their voice trembling with excitement. "It's a dragon. My God, I actually saw a mythical beast." The appearance of this ancient divine beast was overwhelmingly shocking. Even the spectators couldn't help but steal a few more glances. "Qin Yu, go take him down." Chen Fan's voice suddenly rang out. Qin Yu's killing intent surged, and it let out a battle cry of the azure dragon, instantly transforming into its ice soul form. A bone-chilling cold swept through the room, snapping Zhang Rubing out of his daze. He hurriedly swung his fists at Qin Yu. Qin Yu's body, made of profound ice, was extraordinarily tough, and combined with the astonishing speed granted by its Cloud Shadow Flying Dragon ability, its strength far surpassed Chen Fan's current level. It quickly gained the upper hand over Zhang Rubing. The fierce battle lasted 15 minutes before the effects of the boiling blood pill in Zhang Rubing's body completely wore off. Qin Yu unleashed a torrent of icy energy, freezing him into an ice sculpture. At this point, the remaining 6 security personnel tried to flee, but it was already too late. A few minutes later, all 6 were lying on the ground, barely breathing. The battle in the hall finally ended, and everyone silently stared at Chen Fan. This young man was too mysterious, his strength absurdly overwhelming, and he even had a legendary dragon by his side at this moment. Director Wang walked over and unexpectedly bowed deeply to Chen Fan. This was not only because Chen Fan had saved his life, but also because he was deeply moved by Chen Fan's courage and decisiveness. Brother Chen, there's no need to say more about your life-saving grace. If you ever need help in the future, just let me know. Director Wang, go check on Li Jie's condition. He might still pull through. Chen Fan patted his shoulder and reminded him with concern. Yes, yes. Director Wang finally came to his senses and hurriedly ran toward the young man lying in a pool of blood. Fortunately, he still has a breath left. Director Wang let out a sigh of relief, took out a healing pill from his pocket, and placed it into his mouth.